Daughter shows up at the door, school beauty becomes wife? Just as I was rejecting the school beauty's confession, a 6-year-old girl suddenly hugged my leg and sweetly called me daddy. I've been single all my life and haven't even held a girl's hand. How could I suddenly have a daughter out of nowhere? To make matters worse, she claimed the child's mother was actually the most beautiful campus belle in the entire school. My name is Lin Muheng, and I'm a freshman in college. In front of the teaching building, a girl stopped me to confess, her face flushed red, tightly clutching a Maybach car key in her hand. I was about to politely decline when a child's innocent voice suddenly spoke up. Auntie, you can't steal daddy away from me and mommy. A 5 or 6-year-old little girl, wearing a white shirt and a red skirt, with 2 playful and cute braided pigtails. She said to the girl who confessed, adults say that women who steal other people's husbands are bad women, they're called mistresses. Although my dad is very outstanding, this is definitely not a reason for you to be a mistress. The girl was left speechless and ran away covering her face. I breathed a sigh of relief to myself, stepped forward, and handed her a lollipop. Thank you for helping uncle out. Dad, don't you want Wanwan anymore? She pursed her lips and started crying. I quickly crouched down to comfort her. Sweetheart, I'm not your dad, I'm still a single young man. You are my father. She stubbornly clung to my leg and wouldn't let go. Helpless, I had no choice but to carry her into the classroom and secretly sit in the last row. When the professor called the roll, the little one had somehow already appeared on the lectern. My name is Lin Wanwan, and I'm from your department. The whole class burst into laughter. The professor gently asked whom she was looking for, and she pointed at me, loudly saying, Lin Muheng. The laughter grew louder. The bell rang for the end of class, and she ran over, saying with grievance, Dad, you took so long to come out that I came in. You're not mad at me, are you? I whispered soothing words, but a strange feeling welled up inside me. I looked at her and suddenly realized that the child's eyes and brows actually bore some resemblance to mine. Could it be, she really is my daughter? Ding! Father and daughter reunited, the life winner system successfully activated. System? Daughter? I froze, staring down at the little one. She playfully asked me, Daddy, is there a flower on Wanwan's face? No. I answered instinctively, having fully stepped into the role of a father. Wanwan, what's your mother's name? I asked gently. Mom's name is Xie Wanning. She answered with a smile, not forgetting to remind me. Dad, you must remember Mom's name, or she'll make you kneel on the washboard when she gets angry. I was startled in my heart. Xie Wanning, the campus belle of Shanghai University, the most beautiful one since the university's founding? I had only heard the name before, never imagining that my future wife would turn out to be her. Wanwan took a photo out of her bag and placed it in front of me. Dad, this is Mom. On the left are Grandpa and Grandma, and on the right are Grandma and Grandpa from Mom's side, along with Uncle. In the photo, the elderly person on the left is unmistakably my parents, though they appear to have aged a bit. Reading this, I was completely convinced that Wanwan was indeed my daughter. She nuzzled into my arms like a little kitten, rubbing her belly and saying, Daddy, Wanwan's tummy is hungry. Will you cook for me, please? My cooking skills are, to put it mildly, less than ideal, so I could only comfort her. Wanwan, how about we eat out today, okay? No, Mommy says eating out isn't healthy, she protested, her little brows furrowing into a frown. Just once, do you want to eat a hamburger? I tried to persuade her. Yes. At the mention of hamburgers, her eyes immediately lit up. We went to the KFC across from the school and ordered a kid's meal. She was wolfing down her food, and as I watched her, a warm current surged in my heart. After eating her fill, she leaned on my shoulder, yawning, and whispered, Dad, when is Mom coming back? I miss her. I gently stroked her head and softly comforted her. Soon after, she fell asleep in my arms. I settled her in a small hotel across from the school. Ding! The system has issued a task. Bring Xie Wanning to Lin Wanwan, and the system will reward you with a 2-bedroom apartment in Yunwan Villa. I got a headache. How can I make Xie Wanning believe all this absurdity? I took the family photo out of Wanwan's backpack, silently praying she wouldn't think I was a fool when she saw it. As I walked, I communicated with the system in my heart. System, what functions do you have? Complete tasks, lottery draws, affection points. The host can purchase items in the system mall using heartbeat value. Heartbeat value refers to the level of affection Xie Wanning feels for you. After successfully pursuing Xie Wanning, the system will undergo a major upgrade. I understood clearly, for the sake of my precious daughter having her mother by her side, I must bring Xie Wanning to her. Thanks to Xie Wanning's popularity at school, I quickly found her dormitory building number and class schedule on the school forum. She didn't have classes in the afternoon and was most likely in the dormitory. I arrived in front of building 8 of the girls' dormitory, where the entrance was crowded with boys. I suddenly had an idea and went to find the dorm supervisor. Auntie, I need to find someone. Can you let me in for a moment? How could the girls' dormitory just let boys in? The auntie mercilessly shut the window. I could only resort to the clumsiest method, cupping my hands around my mouth and shouting at the top of my lungs, Xie Wanning, I have something to say to you, come down quick. I called out for a long time, but no one came down from upstairs. I ran to the school gate, spent 20 yuan to buy a loudspeaker, and repeatedly blasted the name Xie Wanning toward building 8. The sound of the trumpet echoed through the skies, and all the girls in the building leaned out their windows, gazing curiously. However, I waited for a long time, but still didn't see Xie Wanning's figure. A curly-haired dorm supervisor stormed over angrily and snatched away the loudspeaker. "Classmate, I asked you to come up with a solution, not to disturb the public. The loudspeaker is confiscated. You'd better behave yourself." I was sitting on the curb, having lost money and failed to get anyone to come, right when I was feeling troubled. A girl in a white dress walked out of the dormitory building. It was Xie Wanning. "Have you been calling me all this time? Is there something?" She walked up to me, her tone indifferent. I looked up at her, stunned. "Huh? Who are you?" She was somewhat speechless. "You keep calling my name, yet you don't recognize me? Is this some kind of playing hard to get?" I smiled awkwardly and breathed a sigh of relief. I only know her by reputation. The photo in my hand is of her future self, which looks very different from how she is now. So I didn't recognize it. The child could wake up at any moment, so I decided to get straight to the point. "Xie Wanning, I know what I'm about to say sounds unbelievable, but I hope you can trust me. Please don't think I'm a fool." She nodded, indicating her willingness to listen. I took a deep breath and said, "We got married in the future and have a 6-year-old daughter who traveled back from the future to the present. She misses you very much." Xie Wanning's frown deepened, and she let out a cold laugh. "Classmate, if you want to chase me, you don't need to make up such absurd stories, do you? Everything I said is true." I took out the family photo from my pocket and handed it to her. "You can take a look at this picture." She took the photo and examined it carefully. The her in the picture looked more mature, and her parents appeared slightly older than she remembered. What surprised her even more was that the little girl in the middle of the photo bore a striking resemblance to her childhood self. "How do you have a photo of my parents? What exactly are you trying to do?" Her expression turned serious. "I don't want to do anything. On the left in the photo are my parents, and in the middle is our daughter Lin Wanwan, who looks like you," I quickly explained. Xie Wanning's gaze lingered on the little girl. Though she found it hard to believe, the truth was undeniable. She fell silent. Chapter 4, Is the pure campus beauty really this fierce? Lin Muheng, seeing this, pleaded earnestly, "I know it's hard to believe, but my daughter is truly staying at the small hotel across from the school. Just meet her once, and you'll see." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, in this complex society, there were countless news reports about female university students being trafficked. Yet, when she met the sincerity and resolve in his eyes, she found herself inexplicably following Lin Muheng inside the small hotel. The moment Lin Muheng stepped through the door, he clearly heard the intermittent sobs of a child coming from the innermost room on the first floor. The sound carried a hint of helplessness and fear, piercing straight into his heart. Hearing the cries, Lin Muheng's heart lurched as if something had suddenly gripped it. His expression instantly turned anxious, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Without hesitation, he sprinted to the door, his hand trembling slightly as he pushed it open. The sight that met his eyes upon opening the door made Lin Muheng's heart clench violently. There stood Wanwan, barefoot on the floor. Her pink little feet stood out vividly under the dim, yellow light. Her little face was streaked with tears, 2 small streams running from the corners of her eyes all the way down to her chin, looking pitiful. When she woke up, she found the room completely empty. The unfamiliar surroundings filled her with terror. The moment Wanwan spotted Lin Muheng, she burrowed into his embrace, her tiny arms clinging tightly to his thigh as she sniffled, "Daddy, Wanwan thought you didn't want me anymore." Her voice brimmed with hurt and unease, breaking Lin Muheng's heart. He immediately lifted the little one into his arms. "Wah, wah." Wanwan's tiny body trembled in Lin Muheng's arms, sobbing like a deeply wronged little kitten. Lin Muheng gently patted Wanwan's shoulder, soothing her softly. "Wanwan is Daddy's little treasure. How could Daddy ever abandon you? Daddy just went to take care of something. I didn't expect Wanwan to wake up so soon." Seeing his daughter still sniffling, Lin Muheng forced a smile and turned to Wanwan. "Sweetheart, look who Daddy brought with him." As he spoke, he gently turned Wanwan's face toward the doorway. Only then did Xie Wanning, standing outside, get a clear look at the child's features. She froze, her eyes widening as if witnessing the most astonishing sight in the world. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed the child bore such a striking resemblance to her 7 or 8 parts alike. Those eyes, that nose, that mouth, it was like a miniature version of herself. Witnessing this scene, Xie Wanning's eyes brimmed with shock, her heart churning like a raging storm. How could this be? How could such a coincidence exist in the world? She began to doubt her own eyes. Had she seen wrong? Yet the child stood before her, so real, crying so bitterly. Just as she stood frozen in shock, Wanwan spread her arms wide, her voice sweet and innocent as she called out, "Mommy, you're back. I missed you so much." Her words brimmed with pure longing and hope, yearning for her mother's embrace. Facing this unfamiliar little girl, Xie Wanning froze in place, unsure how to react. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her: surprise, confusion, helplessness. She gazed at Wanwan's eager little face, yet couldn't bring herself to take that step forward to embrace her. Seeing her mother's indifference, Wanwan's little face instantly fell. She puckered her tiny lips, tears welling up in her eyes. Then, her little mouth twisted into a pout as she leaned into her father's shoulder, her voice trembling with tears. Does that mean mommy doesn't like Wanwan anymore? That's why she doesn't want to hug Wanwan. Her tiny body snuggled deeper into Lin Muheng's embrace, as if seeking the last shred of comfort. Did Wanwan do something wrong? Daddy and mommy just pretended not to know me today. Wanwan's voice brimmed with confusion and bewilderment. She couldn't understand why her parents had suddenly become so distant. Hearing his daughter's sobs, Lin Muheng felt as if his heart had been pierced by needles. He hurriedly comforted her. Daddy and mommy both love Wanwan. Mommy was just deep in thought earlier, that's why she didn't pick you up. You're so adorable, how could anyone not love you? His voice was filled with tenderness and firmness, trying to give Wanwan the strongest support. Really? The little one's eyelashes were tipped with tears as she asked back, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. Of course it's true. Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, holding Wanwan tightly as if to pour all his love into her. Then he touched Wanwan's little feet, and the icy chill made him frown. Sweetheart, he said tenderly, would you like Daddy to put your shoes on? Wanwan nodded, then obediently sat on the bed, extending her little feet for Daddy to put on her shoes. Throughout this, Xie Wanning kept her gaze fixed on Wanwan, her eyes filled with complexity and conflict. She didn't know how to face this child who looked so much like her. She couldn't explain why, but when she heard her cry earlier, her heart had ached. That inexplicable pain left her feeling helpless. Could it be, she really is my daughter? The thought had barely surfaced before it took root in Xie Wanching's mind, refusing to fade. What on earth was going on? Xie Wanning's mind felt like a tangled ball of yarn, impossible to untangle. Beside her, Lin Muheng was busy trying to put shoes on Wanwan. The little one wore a pair of pink sandals adorned with cute little flowers. But the buckle refused to fasten no matter how he tried, leaving Lin Muheng sweating profusely with frustration. Who bought these shoes? They're impossible to put on. Lin Muheng couldn't help but complain. As an 18-year-old young man who had never raised a child and was naturally impatient, he grew irritated by such minor frustrations. Upon hearing this, Wanwan quickly covered his mouth with her chubby little hand and glanced at Xie Wanning. Her eyes flickered with worry and fear, as if afraid her father's words might upset her mother. Moments later, the little one whispered softly into Lin Muheng's ear, Daddy, shush. Mommy bought these shoes. If you dare complain about her purchases, she won't let you into her room. Wanwan's little face was etched with seriousness and gravity, as if this were a matter of utmost importance. Hearing this, Lin Muheng instinctively glanced at Xie Wanching. She stood there, her expression slightly awkward. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Is the innocent campus beauty always this fierce? Perhaps Xie Wanning had overheard Wanwan's words too. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, her mind reeling in disbelief. Was that really me? Chapter 5 Mom, make Dad kneel on the board. Seeing Lin Muheng fumbling awkwardly with the straps of his sandals, Xie Wanning stood gracefully beside him, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Let me do it. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Lin Muheng's face. He stepped aside, scratching his head awkwardly. Okay, he murmured, his eyes sparkling with gratitude. Xie Wanning crouched down, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. With deft fingers, she deftly looped and fastened the sandal straps, securing them with practiced elegance. Just then, Wanwan bounced off the bed, her rosy cheeks puffed out like two plum peaches. Like a cheerful little bird, she spread her tiny wings and flew straight towards Xie Wanning. Her tiny lips pressed softly against Xie Wanling's cheek, leaving behind a warm, wet kiss mark. Thank you, Mommy, the little one's voice rang out like a silver bell, enchanting to the ears. The soft touch made Xie Wanning pause, a surge of inexplicable joy welling up inside her. Staring at Wanwan's innocent smile, she felt a bit dazed. Could this absurd yet beautiful moment truly be real? Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! The Life Winner system detects that the host has successfully brought Xie Wanning before Lin Wanwan. Reward, 1 2-bedroom apartment in Yunwan Villa. The moment the system's voice faded, Lin Muheng pulled a brand new set of keys from his pocket. Before he could fully savor the joy, Xie Wanning turned to him and asked calmly, what are your plans from here on out? Lin Muheng's gaze hardened into a resolute intensity. He cast a tender glance at Wanwan, who was playing nearby, and declared firmly, my daughter, of course I'll take responsibility for raising her. Yet, when he saw the lingering hesitation and struggle on Xie Wanning's face, he offered understanding. As for you, he continued, his voice brimming with tolerance and understanding, if you choose not to take responsibility, that's fine too. Neither my daughter nor I will ever make things difficult for you. Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. She hastily explained, if Wanwan truly is my daughter, I will absolutely fulfill my responsibilities as her mother. Her voice was firm and resolute, as if proving something to Lin Muheng. Lin Muheng nodded gently before saying, then let's go to the hospital now and get a paternity test. That way, you'll know for sure. The three of them stepped out of the modest little inn, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the first central hospital of Magic City. The hospital corridors were bathed in warm, dim lighting, the air thick with the scent of disinfectant. Lin Muheng crouched down and suddenly pointed westward, saying to Wanwan, Wanwan, look. What's that fun thing over there? The little one turned her head curiously, and Lin Muheng swiftly plucked a strand of hair from her head with lightning-fast precision. When Wanwan realized she'd been tricked, her little face instantly filled with hurt and anger. Her cheeks puffed out like two air-filled pink rice dumplings, and her lower lip curled up high enough to hang a scale weight. Placing her hands on her hips, she huffed indignantly at Lin Muheng. Daddy's mean, always teasing Wanwan. Oof, Wanwan won't play with you anymore. With that, the little one dashed into Xie Wanning's arms seeking comfort. Pointing at Lin Muheng, she complained, Mommy, Daddy bullied me. Mommy, you have to stand up for me. Her expression was both adorable and heartbreaking. Xie Wanning gazed at the little treasure in her arms, a tender smile curving her lips. She pinched Wanwan's chubby cheeks affectionately and asked, How do you want me to stand up for you? The little one thought for a moment before declaring with a touch of pride, Make Daddy kneel on the floor. Her tone was that of a little queen issuing an order. Lin Muheng heard this and couldn't help but touch his own knees, thinking to himself, a man's knees are made of gold, how could he ever kneel so easily in the future? Besides, could he really marry a wife like this? At that thought, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Xie Wanning, hearing this, felt utterly embarrassed. She swiftly plucked a strand of hair from her head, handed it to Lin Muheng, and urged, hurry up and send it in for testing. Don't dawdle. Lin Muheng took the hair, nodded, and turned toward the lab. Time seemed to stretch into an agonizingly long moment, each second feeling like an eternity. The three sat on the corridor bench, waiting silently for the results. Finally, 3 hours later, a nurse appeared in the hallway, holding a report and calling out, Is Lin Muheng here? Lin Muheng immediately stood up and responded, Here. His voice carried a hint of anticipation and tension. Your test results are in, the nurse said, handing the report to Lin Muheng. He took the report and immediately handed it to Xie Wanning. Though he hadn't seen the results, his heart was already filled with certainty. Lin Wanwan was his daughter. Xie Wanning took the report, her fingers trembling slightly as she turned to the last page. Clearly written on the report was, confirmed paternity. Those words felt like a reassuring pill, finally easing the heavy burden in her heart. For some reason, seeing this result brought her an inexplicable sense of relief. Wanwan truly was her daughter. If things unfolded as they would in the future, then the man standing before her would become her husband? The thought made Xie Wanning involuntarily scrutinize Lin Muheng. Dressed in a casual tracksuit, he stood tall and straight like a pine tree. At 180 centimeters, his figure stood out strikingly in the crowd. Beneath his thick brows, his eyes were as deep and mysterious as the night sky. His nose was high and straight, his thin lips pressed together lightly. Especially unforgettable was the jet-black birthmark beside his nostril. If her future husband looked this handsome, that wouldn't be too shabby. Xie Wanning smiled inwardly with satisfaction. Just then, Wanwan's sweet, childish voice piped up beside her. Blinking her big eyes, she stood just a hand's width away, asking curiously, Mommy, why are you staring at Daddy? Did he get flowers on his face? Hearing this, Xie Wanning snapped back to reality, her gaze locking with Lin Muheng's deep, piercing eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she silently chided herself, Xie Wanning, what on earth are you daydreaming about? By the time they left the hospital, the sky had turned pitch black. Streetlights flickered on one by one, guiding those heading home. Just then, Wanwan's tummy decided to sing that empty city strategy at the worst possible moment. Growl, growl, the sound seemed especially loud. She shyly stuck out her tongue, her eyes narrowing to slits as two blushes spread across her cheeks. Tummy hungry, she said, sounding a bit embarrassed. The little one suddenly grabbed Xie Wanning's jade-like, warm hand, swaying her tiny body as she pouted, Mommy, Wanwan wants to eat the food you make. Chapter 6, How does a college student raise a 6-year-old? Xie Wanning froze in place. Cooking? She only knew how to eat. Lin Muheng, standing nearby, watched the scene unfold. A playful smile curved his lips as he asked, You don't know how to cook? Xie Wanning scratched her head, her expression earnest. I can. Does boiling instant noodles count? Lin Muheng shook his head in disgust. If boiling instant noodles counted as cooking, then he'd be a 5-star chef. He thought to himself, at the very least, he'd add a slice of ham, an egg, and some greens to his instant noodles. Xie Wanning caught the disdain in his eyes and muttered indignantly, Well, can you? Her gaze held a hint of challenge, as if saying, If you can, then you do it. Lin Muheng awkwardly waved his hands and forced a smile. No, I don't. He silently regretted it. If he'd known he'd have to cook for his daughter, he would have properly learned cooking from his mom. Now, he could barely do anything beyond boiling instant noodles. How embarrassing. Xie Wanning shot Lin Muheng a withering look before turning her gaze tenderly toward Wanwan. Sweetie, she murmured softly, Mommy will cook for you another day. How about we eat out today? Her voice brimmed with apology. At the mention of eating out, Wanwan's little eyes lit up instantly, sparkling like two shining gems. Her little head nodded like a bobblehead, and she excitedly exclaimed, Yes. Yes. We'll eat out today, and next time we'll have Mommy's cooking. Xie Wanning smiled as she ruffled Wanwan's hair and asked, So what would you like to eat, sweetie? Her eyes brimmed with doting affection, as if she wanted to give Wanwan the very best things in the world. Wanwan tilted her little head thoughtfully, her voice sweet and childlike. Mommy, can we have noodles? Of course you can, Xie Wanning agreed immediately, her eyes sparkling with maternal love. Before long, the three arrived at a cozy little noodle shop. Lin Muheng ordered a bowl of clear broth noodles for Wanwan, while the other two opted for broad bean paste noodles. Wanwan perched on a small stool, her chubby little hands propping up her chin. Her eyes fixed intently on the kitchen, as if eagerly anticipating the arrival of the delicious food. Finally, the noodles arrived. Xie Wanning carried the bowl over, topped with a thick layer of cilantro. The vibrant green hue glowed enticingly under the lights. Lin Muheng couldn't stand the sight. He couldn't fathom how anyone could possibly like cilantro. He frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. Wanwan looked at her bowl, which contained only noodles and greens. Her little eyes darted around until they landed on the cilantro in Xie Wanning's bowl. She asked in her sweet, childish voice, "Mommy, I want cilantro too. Can you share some with me?" Xie Wanning smiled as she ruffled Wanwan's hair, replying gently, "Mommy will get you some more, okay?" Wanwan nodded obediently, her little face lighting up with a blissful smile. Moments later, when Xie Wanning placed the cilantro into Wanwan's bowl, the little one beamed with satisfaction. Seeing this, Lin Muheng inwardly grumbled, "Daughter takes after her mom, her dad is just the laborer here." Just then, Xie Wanning suddenly spoke up, "Lin Muheng, how much does a paternity test cost? I'll transfer half the money to you shortly." Her tone carried a hint of seriousness, as if discussing a matter of great importance. Lin Muheng didn't make a fuss. After all, he was just a freshman in college, and his mom had already deposited half a semester's tuition into his account. After the paternity test, his wallet was completely empty. Forget about Wanwan, he could barely afford to feed himself. He nodded. All right. Hearing her parents' voices, Wanwan clutched a bowl larger than her own face with her chubby little hands and began slurping noodles. Chewing on her chopsticks, she looked at Xie Wanning with a puzzled expression and asked in a babyish voice, "Mommy, you usually call Daddy husband. Why didn't you call him that today?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Husband? At that word, Xie Wanning flinched in shock, her ears suddenly flushing crimson. She stole a glance at Lin Muheng's reaction, only to find him eating and drinking as if nothing had happened. She alone was flustered, unsure how to respond. She muttered silently to herself, "This little one, how does she know everything?" Yet when met with her daughter's questioning gaze, her eyes darted away, her heart pounding like a rabbit trapped in her chest. Did she really have to call him husband for her daughter to let it go? She thought about it, but it felt too embarrassing to say. Just then, Lin Muheng set down his bowl and chopsticks, looking at Wanwan teasingly. "Your noodles will get cold. If you don't eat quickly, Daddy will steal your food." His voice carried a hint of playfulness. Wanwan immediately puckered her little lips and huffed indignantly, "Humph, Daddy's so mean, always picking on little kids." Her eyes held a hint of grievance, as if accusing Lin Muheng of his misdeeds. "When we get back to Grandpa and Grandma's house, I'm telling on you." Wanwan continued to threaten, her little face radiating displeasure. Seeing this, Lin Muheng laughed even harder. He ruffled Wanwan's hair and said, "All right then, Daddy will be waiting for you to tell Grandpa and Grandma." With a dad who could snatch her noodles at any moment, Wanwan ate at lightning speed. Her little mouth chewed nonstop, as adorable as a tiny hamster. Before long, only a third of the large bowl remained. For a 6-year-old to have such an appetite was truly impressive. After finishing, Wanwan patted her round little belly and said contentedly, "Wanwan is full now. Daddy can eat all the leftover noodles, I won't be mad at you." Her voice carried a hint of childish innocence. "All right." Lin Muheng smiled as he ruffled Wanwan's hair and nodded. He picked up the bowl of leftover noodles and began eating heartily. Watching Lin Muheng eat so heartily, Wanwan couldn't help but smile too. Xie Wanning sat nearby, watching the two of them, and a wave of warmth suddenly surged through her heart. As she pondered this, a serious concern dawned on her. Both were college students, how could they possibly raise a 6-year-old child? She furrowed her brow, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. "Our school has dorm inspections. It's inconvenient for Wanwan to live with either of us. What should we do?" Xie Wanning looked at Lin Muheng, her voice filled with concern. Seeing her reaction, Lin Muheng immediately reassured her, "It's fine. I have an apartment across from campus. Wanner can live with me." He had already thought this through when the system distributed the rewards. Xie Wanning nodded, feeling a slight relief. Still, she couldn't help but ask with lingering concern, "But what about your dorm inspections?" Her eyes sparkled with concern, as if she were thinking of Lin Muheng's well-being. Lin Muheng smiled and said casually, "My roommate is the class monitor. I'll have him find someone to cover for me. No one will notice." His voice brimmed with confidence, as if everything was under his control. Hearing this, Xie Wanning finally felt reassured. She nodded and said, "That's the best solution." After dinner, the three of them hopped into a taxi, heading back to Lin Muheng's apartment across from the school. Wanwan sat in the middle, holding Xie Wanning's hand with one hand and Lin Muheng's with the other, her little face beaming with happiness. Chapter 7. Why is Daddy so clumsy today? Yunwan Villa, Building 8, Unit 1, Apartment 1201. Opening the door revealed an exceptionally cozy apartment. The room was spotless, and a faint, refreshing fragrance lingered in the air. All the furniture and appliances were neatly arranged and fully equipped. The place had clearly been recently renovated, showing no signs of previous occupancy, making everything appear brand new. Wanwan scampered about, her tiny feet making soft pattering sounds as she curiously surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Her large, clear eyes sparkled with excitement and wonder. She looked at Lin Muheng questioningly, her soft voice asking, "Daddy, why are we here? Why aren't we going back to our own home?" Her little brow furrowed slightly, her face filled with confusion. Lin Muheng flushed with embarrassment. He wished they could, but this was the present, not the future. He bent down, gently stroking Wanwan's head as he asked softly, "Wanwan, do you know the name of our neighborhood?" "I know." The little one nodded vigorously, her tiny hand unconsciously poking her daddy's nose. An innocent smile played on her lips, as if she'd discovered some incredible secret. "Daddy, you're being silly today. Our home is Tangchen's second grade." Hearing the name Tangchen's second class, Lin Muheng couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. It was the most prestigious affluent neighborhood in the Magic City, if not all of Longhua. Only the wealthy or influential resided there. It seemed his future career must be exceptionally successful to afford his daughter such a privileged lifestyle. At this thought, Lin Muheng silently resolved that if he wanted his daughter to live a life free from worry about food and clothing in the future, he would have to work twice as hard. Gently cradling Wanwan in his arms, his eyes brimming with tenderness and resolve, he asked, "Sweetheart, we'll be living here for a while, okay?" As long as Daddy and Mommy are here, Wanwan is fine with anything," the little one replied in her soft, sweet voice. Her little face glowed with happiness, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she flashed two adorable little fangs, looking especially playful and cute. Lin Muheng then gently placed Wanwan on the soft sofa, affectionately stroking her little head. "Sweetie, play here for a bit. Daddy and Mommy need to talk." "Okay." Wanwan nodded obediently. Her chubby little hands pulled a colorful storybook from her backpack. She curled up comfortably on the sofa and began reading quietly. Her tiny hands turned the pages occasionally, her little face radiating focus and earnestness, as if completely immersed in this magical story. Watching this scene, Xie Wanning felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart. Her little treasure was so well behaved, so understanding, so adorable it made one want to shower her with all the love in the world. In the dining room, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning sat facing each other. Lin Muheng looked at her and said calmly, "We've reached an agreement to co-parent Wanwan. You don't have any objections, do you?" "None." Xie Wanning shook her head gently, then added, "Future plans don't count. Right now, I'm Wanwan's mother, and you're Wanwan's father. Beyond that, we have no other relationship." "Agreed." Lin Muheng nodded in approval. "We won't interfere in each other's lives." "No problem." Both were satisfied with this decision. They then exchanged WeChat contacts, and Xie Wanning transferred half the paternity test fee to Lin Muheng. As dusk fell, Xie Wanning knew she had to leave or risk the school gates closing. She cast a reluctant glance at Wanwan before standing up. Walking over to the little girl, she gently stroked her head. "Sweetheart, Mommy has to run an errand. I'll come see you again tomorrow, okay?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately lifted her head, her little face etched with reluctance and worry. "Where are you going, Mommy? You're not going to leave Wanwan and Daddy, are you?" Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. "Wanwan doesn't want you to go." She clung tightly to Xie Wanling's leg, her little face etched with deep attachment and reluctance. Lin Muheng, seeing this, quickly crouched down to comfort her. "Mommy has work to do. She won't abandon Wanwan and Daddy." After speaking, he glanced at Xie Wanning and raised an eyebrow slightly. Xie Wanning instantly understood his meaning and quickly chimed in, "That's right, Wanwan. How could Mommy ever bear to leave you?" Her words overflowed with love and reluctance, trying to convince Wanwan she would truly return. "Mommy will come back first thing tomorrow morning to see you, and I'll bring you some tasty treats, okay?" Xie Wanning coaxed Wanwan gently, trying to distract her with the promise of food. "Fine then," the little one pouted, reluctantly nodding her head. Though her heart ached at the thought of her mother leaving, she understood her mother had work to attend to. With a hint of unease, the little one added, "Mommy, come back early tomorrow, okay?" "No problem." Xie Wanning smiled and nodded, then gently pushed the door open. Just as she was about to leave, Wanwan suddenly dashed out, fluttering into her arms like a little swallow. With a smack, she planted a kiss on her mother's cheek, then beamed sweetly and said in her soft, honeyed voice, "Bye-bye, Mommy." "Bye." Xie Wanning waved, her face radiant with happiness. She touched the spot where the little one had kissed her, lingering in that moment, feeling as though she had experienced the purest happiness and contentment in the world. "Let's go home," Lin Muheng said, taking Wanwan's small hand and leading her back to the room. Wanwan knelt half-seated on the bed, her little face tinged with drowsiness and confusion, as if she might drift off to sleep at any moment. Her tiny hands rubbed her eyes unconsciously, her little head nodding slowly, looking exceptionally adorable. Though the room was fully furnished with appliances and furniture, there were no clothes or pajamas for the little one. He resolved to take his daughter shopping for new clothes and pajamas tomorrow. For tonight, they'd make do. He promptly took off his own t-shirt and gently slipped it onto Wanwan. The t-shirt was a bit too big for Wanwan, but it worked perfectly as a nightgown. Wearing her daddy's t-shirt, she looked especially petite and adorable, like a little fairy. Wanwan, lie down now. Daddy will patch you to sleep, Lin Muheng whispered softly, trying to help her drift off quickly. The little one obediently lay down in her bed, her eyes already drooping shut. She pouted at Lin Muheng, Daddy, do we have milk? I always drink a glass of milk before bed. He had just opened the fridge to check, finding nothing inside. Lin Muheng shook his head and promised, Sweetie, we don't have any milk at home today. Daddy will buy some for you tomorrow, okay? Lin Muheng spoke gently, trying to soothe the little one's feelings. He knew nothing about Wanwan's habits or preferences yet, but he'd discover them gradually over time. The little one gave a soft reply, then pleaded in a sweet, childish voice, Daddy, then read me a bedtime story. Sure thing. Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, then began searching his phone for a bedtime story suitable for little ones. Soon, a magnetic voice filled the bedroom. Once upon a time, there was a little calico cat who loved fish more than anything. No matter how much she ate, she could never get enough. She always thought to herself, if only one fish could turn into many, many fish, that would be wonderful. Lin Muheng's voice was gentle and captivating, as if it held a kind of magic that gradually lulled Wanwan into the land of dreams. A contented, blissful smile graced her little face, as if she were dreaming a sweet dream. Before long, her breathing grew steady and calm, clearly signaling she had drifted off. Watching Wanwan like this, a warm wave surged through Lin Muheng's heart. He gently tucked the blanket around Wanwan, then quietly slipped out of the room. Chapter 8, Creative Ability? Can that thing put food on the table? At that moment, a crisp system notification sounded in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! System detects host reading bedtime story to daughter. This heartwarming and loving act warrants commendation. Host is hereby rewarded with children's story creation ability. The moment the system's words faded, it was as if a Pandora's box had opened in Lin Muheng's mind. Countless brilliant bedtime stories surged forth like a tidal wave, each brimming with fantastical imagination. This creative ability was the ultimate manifestation of a fountain of ideas. Creative ability? Can this thing put food on the table? Lin Muheng silently complained inwardly, his mind already racing with ways to make money. Thinking of the future life Wanwan deserved, he vowed to provide his precious daughter with an even better life. But how could he make money quickly? Lin Muheng first scrolled through the part-time job groups on his phone. He found that waitressing paid a decent hourly wage 20 yuan per hour, but even working 10 hours only netted him 200 yuan. While it could barely cover basic expenses, it would leave him no time to care for Wanwan. With human traffickers rampant in society, he couldn't bear to leave his child in someone else's care. One by one, he dismissed every seemingly viable option. Just as Lin Muheng was deep in thought, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. The system had just rewarded him with creative ability. Perhaps he could try writing bedtime stories and see if anyone would buy them. The thought sparked immediate action as he began searching online for relevant information. To his surprise, he discovered a website called Childhood Delights that specialized in purchasing high-quality children's stories. The prices were surprisingly generous. A well-written story could fetch as much as 1,000 yuan, with no upper limit. Lin Muheng felt a surge of quiet excitement. He was confident that with the creative abilities granted by the system, he could craft stories that would truly delight readers. He promptly registered as an author on the Tongsu website and began conceptualizing his first piece. In less than an hour, he successfully wrote and published 3 bedtime stories brimming with childlike wonder and imagination. After finishing the upload, he logged out with satisfaction, eagerly awaiting the editor's contact the next day. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Xie Wanning lay restlessly in bed, feeling inexplicably hollow inside. Staring at her phone, she wondered, what could Wanwan and her dad be doing right now? She opened Lin Muheng's WeChat chat window, her finger hovering over the keyboard. She wanted to ask what he was up to, yet feared her initiative might seem abrupt and ill-timed. Would this be too forward? Xie Wanning murmured to herself, her finger hovering uncertainly over the send button. Forget it. I won't ask. I'll see her tomorrow. She tried to convince herself to let go of her worries, but the longing for Wanwan grew like wild grass in her heart, impossible to suppress. Wanwan is my daughter. It's perfectly normal for me to ask, right? After wrestling with her thoughts, Xie Wanning finally mustered the courage to send Lin Muheng a message. Is Wanwan asleep yet? Soon, Lin Muheng replied with a message and a photo attached. In the photo, Wanwan slept soundly, her long lashes gently lowered. Her chubby little face was lit up with a blissful, contented smile that made one want to kiss her cheek. She's been asleep for a while now, Lin Muheng replied truthfully. After sending the reply, perhaps due to a busy day, she soon drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning looked at the photo and message Lin Muheng had sent, feeling a warm wave of emotion wash over her. After a moment's thought, she decided to ask what they wanted for breakfast tomorrow. So she sent another message, "What would you like to eat tomorrow? I'll bring breakfast for you and Wanwan when I come over." This time, however, she didn't receive an immediate reply from Lin Muheng. Time ticked by, yet Xie Wanning's phone screen remained silent, showing no signs of activity. Could he be asleep? Xie Wanning wondered aloud, annoyed that she herself felt no drowsiness. She angrily pulled the blanket over her head. Usually a sound sleeper, tonight she found herself unexpectedly tossing and turning. Meanwhile, the 3 bedtime stories Lin Muheng had posted were quietly causing a stir in the mom's circle. Zhang Meiyan was a full-time mom with 2 children, the youngest being 5 years old. Every night before bed, the little one would pester her to read a story, and reading to her daughter was the last thing she wanted to do. When she started reading The Wolf Grandmother, her daughter sighed helplessly, "Mom, you've read this story 8 times already." "I already know what happens next," the little one pouted, clearly displeased. "How about I read Little Red Riding Hood again?" Zhang Meiyan asked helplessly. But her daughter shook her head and declared indignantly, "I want to hear a story you've never told me before." This stumped Zhang Meiyan. Seeing her daughter's stubborn expression, she helplessly opened the new story section on the Children's Delight website. Among the many stories, one titled Starlight Candy in the Moonlit Forest caught her eye. She began reading it on a whim, never expecting to become completely engrossed. Not only was the plot engaging, but it also taught children practical life skills and profound life lessons. Most importantly, after hearing this story, her daughter didn't resist bedtime. She drifted off happily. After leaving her daughter's room, Zhang Meiyan excitedly shared her discovery in the mom's group. "Sisters, I found an amazing bedtime story. You all should read it to your kids." The message instantly set the group abuzz. One mom replied, "Sis, you're a godsend. I was just at a loss for what to read my daughter. She's heard almost everything, and it's been tough on this old mom. My daughter's the same. It takes forever to find a story, and she won't sleep without one every night. Being a woman is tough, but being a mom is even tougher." Another side. Women in the group chimed in one after another, sharing their frustrations and helplessness. Before long, Lin Muheng's bedtime stories went viral in the mom's circle. Everyone shared, liked, and commented, with one person even directly tipping the author a cruise worth over 2,000 yuan as encouragement and support. But these moms weren't confined to just one group. They connected through various channels locally, across regions, among acquaintances and strangers alike. Word spread like wildfire, and Lin Muheng's bedtime stories quickly gained viral popularity online. Within just 2 hours of going live, the 3 stories surpassed 100,000 views, a staggering figure for similar content. Meanwhile, author Lin Muheng was fast asleep, completely unaware his work would become such a sensation. Chapter 9. Mom, Wanwan dreamed of you last night. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room, Lin Muheng awoke from his slumber. Opening his eyes, his first instinct was to turn his head to the side to check if Wanwan was still there. Fortunately, the little one was curled up in a ball, sleeping soundly. However, this little one was extremely restless in her sleep. The blanket that had been carefully tucked around her had, at some point, been kicked to the foot of the bed. Her original east-facing sleeping position had also completely shifted after a night of tossing and turning. Now, her head was pointing straight down toward the foot of the bed. Fortunately, she hadn't actually fallen off, and Lin Muheng silently breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Muheng quietly tucked the blanket back around the little one before slipping out of the room. Sitting on the living room sofa, Lin Muheng recalled the stories he'd uploaded yesterday. Opening the Tongsu Network app, he was immediately flooded with notifications the moment he logged in, catching him off guard. Opening the comments section revealed an overwhelming flood of praise, with netizens showering his content with compliments. What surprised him even more was that overnight, he had received over 3,000 yuan in tips. Lin Muheng now sincerely apologized for his doubts yesterday. His creative skills not only earned him money but could even save up for a Land Rover. He tried converting the gifts into cash, and to his surprise, the system processed it in seconds. This unexpected windfall finally lifted the weight off his shoulders. At least his precious daughter wouldn't have to endure a life of hardship alongside him anymore. Not just then, the sound of knocking at the door broke the morning's tranquility. Lin Muheng wondered who could be visiting so early. He hurriedly slipped on his slippers and approached the door. Peering through the peephole, he was surprised to see Xie Wanning. She wore a pink floral sundress, its hem swaying gently with each step. Her jet-black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her ears, with a few strands dancing lightly in the breeze, adding a touch of soft beauty to her appearance. Her feet were adorned with simple white low-heeled sandals, accentuating her graceful, slender figure and captivating beauty. Yet, the moment Xie Wanning spotted Lin Muheng behind the door, she recoiled as if scalded, hastily covering her eyes with her hands. Her face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. "Leo Mom. Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" Her voice carried a mix of embarrassment and panic. "I am wearing clothes, just no top," Lin Muheng explained helplessly, stepping aside from the doorway. "Wanwan didn't have any pajamas, so I gave her my t-shirt to wear. The little one isn't awake yet, and there aren't any other clothes here, so this is the only option." He shrugged his shoulders, his face wearing a look of innocence. Xie Wanning responded softly, slowly lowering her fingers from her eyes. Only when Lin Muheng was no longer in her line of sight did she breathe a sigh of relief. In that brief glance, she had glimpsed his toned abs, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. She placed the breakfast she held gently on the dining table, glanced shyly toward the living room, and said softly, "I asked you last night what you wanted to eat, but you didn't reply, so I just bought some things. It's still warm. Come eat first." Hearing this, Lin Muheng quickly opened his phone to check WeChat. Sure enough, he found the message Xie Wanning had sent him yesterday. Scratching his head awkwardly, he replied, "I was too tired yesterday and just fell asleep. I didn't mean to ignore it." "It's okay." Xie Wanning shook her head gently, a tender smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She picked up a steamed bun and took a bite, but her eyes involuntarily darted toward the living room, as if searching for something. Her eyes darted downward, stealing a glance at Lin Muheng with a guilty expression. When her gaze once again landed on his faintly visible abs, her cheeks flushed even redder. Uncontrollably, strange thoughts surfaced in her mind. "I wonder how they feel to the touch," she thought to herself, a strange flutter stirring in her heart. "How much is breakfast? I'll transfer it to you." Lin Muheng looked up at Xie Wanning and said. Her train of thought interrupted. Xie Wanning shyly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, "It's just a few bucks. I'll buy today, you buy tomorrow." "All right." Lin Muheng nodded and returned his gaze to his phone. He wondered to himself why the editor from Tongsu hadn't contacted him yet. Could it be they hadn't started work yet? Just as he pondered this, the bedroom door creaked open. Wanwan emerged, barefoot, wearing that oversized white nightgown dress. Her hair was slightly tousled, like a little fairy who had just emerged from a dream. The little one frowned, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand, still half asleep and utterly adorable. But the moment her gaze met Xie Wanning's, her eyes lit up instantly. Wanwan giggled excitedly and ran into Xie Wanning's arms like a cheerful little bird. "Mommy, you're back." Wanwan dreamed about you yesterday. The little one blinked her big, watery eyes, her face beaming with a sweet smile. Xie Wanning lovingly embraced Wanwan, gently stroking her hair as she asked softly, "Wanwan dreamed about mommy yesterday? What kind of dream was it? Can you tell mommy about it?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan tapped her little hands together playfully, her face lighting up with an even brighter smile. Then, in her babyish voice, she said, "Mommy took Wanwan shopping and bought her ice cream. It was pink and strawberry flavored," she added, as if already savoring its sweet aroma. Xie Wanning's lips curved into a gentle smile. She gently pinched the little one's nose and said affectionately, "I think it's the little glutton in Wanwan's tummy who wants ice cream." Hee, the little one grinned, revealing two adorable dimples that were utterly heart-melting. At that moment, Lin Muheng turned to Xie Wanning and asked, "Do you have plans today?" "No." Xie Wanning shook her head gently. With no classes at Magic City University on weekends, she planned to spend both days with her precious daughter. Plus, the dorm checks were suspended over the weekend, so she didn't need to rush back to campus. "Do you have plans?" Xie Wanning countered. "If you need to run errands, I can take care of Wanwan today." "I don't have plans either." Lin Muheng shook his head, then continued, "Wanwan only brought the clothes she arrived in, no extras. Today, we should take her to buy some new clothes and daily necessities." Before Xie Wanning could answer, Wanwan jumped up excitedly, clapping her hands as her eyes crinkled into crescent moons. "Yay! Wanwan loves shopping for clothes. Mommy, let's go, please." She tugged at Xie Wanning's arm, her adorable pout making it impossible to refuse. Chapter 10. Daddy, who's prettier, me or mommy? Seeing her adorable expression, Xie Wanning felt a warm wave wash over her heart. She smiled and nodded. "Mommy never said she wouldn't take you. Yay, mommy's the best. Wanwan loves mommy the most." The little one squealed happily, planting a loud smack on Xie Wanning's cheek. The crisp smack made her grin from ear to ear. Lin Muheng, seeing this, feigned displeasure as he looked at Wanwan and teased, "Daddy suggested taking you shopping, but Wanwan only likes mommy and not daddy. Daddy's so sad." "No, that's not true." Wanwan waved her hands anxiously, rushing to Lin Muheng and planting a kiss on his cheek too. "Smack, Wanwan loves daddy the most too. Daddy and mommy are both the people Wanwan loves the most." Seeing her dad finally smile, Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief. She patted her own chubby little chest, as if comforting herself. At that moment, Xie Wanning gently stroked Wanwan's head and smiled, saying, "Sweetie, hurry up and eat breakfast. After you finish, I'll take you to buy some new clothes." Wanwan nodded, devouring the steamed buns in big bites while bobbing her head happily, looking utterly delighted. After breakfast, Xie Wanning gently helped Wanwan change into fresh clothes, carefully arranging her little pigtails. Once dressed, Wanwan slung her little backpack over her shoulder and scampered out cheerfully. Xie Wanning gazed at the white t-shirt on the bed. Without thinking, she picked it up and gently sniffed it. A faint, pleasant scent wafted up the unique fragrance of Lin Muheng's body, so very pleasant. Her cheeks flushed slightly, a wave of inexplicable shyness rising within her. Folding the shirt neatly, Xie Wanning approached Lin Muheng and said shyly, "Your shirt." Taking the shirt, Lin Muheng's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Thanks." He slipped it on immediately, then took Wanwan's hand and headed out the door. Wanwan, her heart bursting with joy at being held by her father's large hand, skipped along happily, bouncing like a little sprite. Hailing a taxi at the community gate, the family of 3 soon arrived at a nearby mall. The moment they stepped inside, Wanwan was instantly drawn to the ice cream shop nearby. She tugged at Xie Wanning's hands, her eyes wide and round, sweetly saying, "Mommy, you promised Wanwan strawberry ice cream this morning." "All right, little glutton." Xie Wanning pinched Wanwan's little nose, then took her small hand and led her to the beverage shop. She smiled at the clerk and said, "1 strawberry ice cream, please." The clerk swiftly prepared it, and before long, a pink strawberry ice cream cone was handed to Wanwan. Holding the ice cream, Wanwan's eyes sparkled, her rosy little face radiating pure contentment and joy. Though she desperately wanted to take a bite of the delicious ice cream right away, the little one obediently asked, "Mommy, you bought the ice cream, so you get the first bite." Xie Wanning felt a warm surge in her heart. She protested, "Mommy doesn't need any. You eat it, Wanwan." But under Wanwan's persistent persuasion, she took a small bite. "All right, Mommy's done. Now you can have it, Wanwan." Then, the little one ran over to Lin Muheng with the ice cream, saying in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, try a bite too. Strawberry ice cream is really delicious." Lin Muheng bent down, gently licked the ice cream, then gave a thumbs up and praised, "It really is delicious." Hearing her dad approve of her taste, Wanwan's heart burst with joy, and her smile grew even brighter. Xie Wanning stood nearby, watching the tender interaction between father and daughter, a strange sense of satisfaction welling up inside her. However, when she noticed that Lin Muheng had licked the exact spot she had just eaten from, her cheeks flushed red once more, and her heart pounded like a little rabbit trapped inside her chest. Does this count as an indirect kiss, she wondered, touching her lips, utterly flustered. Realizing the chaos of her thoughts, she slapped her own cheeks and scolded herself, "What nonsense are you thinking?" After buying the ice cream, the family headed straight for the 3rd floor where children's clothing was sold. The mall bustled with people, lively and vibrant, but Wanwan wasn't the least bit afraid. She looked around curiously, taking in everything around her. Xie Wanning asked Wanwan gently, "Sweetie, what kind of clothes do you like?" Wanwan tilted her little head, thought for a moment, and said earnestly, "I like pink clothes with little animals on them." "Oh." Xie Wanning nodded, then began selecting clothes according to her little daughter's preferences. She weaved through the aisles of children's clothing when she spotted a pink puffy skirt with adorable little rabbit patterns in the store to her right. Her eyes lit up. She pointed to the dress and asked, "Sweetie, do you like that one?" Wanwan followed her mother's pointing finger and was instantly captivated by the pink puffy skirt. She nodded, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Machem, I like it." The salesperson, seeing this, hurried over with a broad smile. "You have such great taste, little one. That pink puffy skirt is this year's newest style, it just arrived yesterday. We still have all sizes available. Why don't you try it on?" Xie Wanning nodded and led Wanwan to the fitting room. Moments later, the dressing room door slid open, and a little fairy-like figure bounced out. Wanwan wore the pink puffy skirt, its hem swaying gently with her movements like a blossoming flower. She approached Lin Muheng, batting her eyes with a beaming smile. "Daddy, am I pretty?" Her adorable expression was irresistible, making one want to scoop her up and smother her with kisses. Lin Muheng gazed at this beautiful, adorable little one before him, his heart overflowing with immense happiness. He praised her sincerely, "Beautiful. Our Wanwan looks like a fairy descended from heaven in this little dress." Hearing this, Wanwan grew shy. She lowered her head, her little hands unconsciously tugging at her skirt hem, making her look even more endearing. Suddenly, Wanwan lifted her head and asked Lin Muheng with a mischievous grin, "Daddy, who's prettier, Mommy or Wanwan?" The question instantly drew the attention of those around them. Xie Wanning also fixed her gaze on Lin Muheng, her heart both hopeful and nervous as she waited to see how he would answer this tricky question. Under the gaze of both women, Lin Muheng felt a chill run down his spine. Quick-witted, he smiled and replied, "Of course Mom is prettier. Otherwise, how could she have given birth to such a beautiful daughter like Wanwan?" His words drew immediate applause and admiration from the crowd, with some even exclaiming, "Why didn't I think of that?" But just then, a woman nearby suddenly called out, "I'll take that dress the young lady is wearing." Chapter 11, Raising a Daughter in Luxury. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's fair, rosy little face instantly clouded with worry. Her big eyes blinked rapidly as she looked at Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning, as if pleading with her parents not to give away that pink puffy skirt. Seeing this, Lin Muheng gently stroked Wanwan's little head and nodded softly. Then, he turned to the woman and spoke politely, yet his voice carried an unwavering firmness. "I'm sorry, but we saw this dress first." The saleswoman, seeing this, quickly offered an apologetic smile and explained to the woman who had spoken up earlier, "Ma'am, I'm terribly sorry. There really is only one of these dresses, and they were here first." Her tone carried a hint of regret, yet she maintained a professional smile. "But rest assured, we have many other beautiful dresses in stock. Please take your time browsing your sure to find something you love." The saleswoman guided her warmly, attempting to ease the tension. Hearing this, the woman's lips curved into a gentle smile. She waved her hand lightly and said, "I'll take this dress, but I need a size smaller than this little girl's." Her gaze lingered on Wanwan for a moment, her eyes sparkling with maternal warmth. "I haven't seen my daughter in so long," she said, her voice filled with longing for her child. When I saw this little girl trying on the dress, I couldn't help but think of her. She would look absolutely beautiful in it. By the way, my daughter is 4.5 years old. Would one size smaller fit her? She asked the sales clerk for confirmation. Of course she can, the saleswoman nodded with a smile. Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning felt a wave of relief wash over them. So this woman wasn't trying to snatch the dress from their precious daughter, she was simply picking out a gift for her own child. As a fellow mother, Xie Wanning couldn't help but feel sympathy for the woman. But if she couldn't see Wanwan for a long time, she wouldn't be able to bear it. No matter how hard or difficult it was, she would have to keep Wanwan by her side. The thought crossed her mind as she stole a glance at Lin Muheng, her inner voice murmuring, for Wanwan's sake, maybe I should try to understand her? Besides the pink puffy skirt, Xie Wanning carefully selected several more fresh and delicate dresses for Wanwan from the racks. Recalling Lin Muheng's bare-chested appearance that morning, Xie Wanning suddenly remembered an important item she hadn't selected yet. She turned to the sales clerk and asked with a smile, "Excuse me, where might I find the pajamas?" "Over here, please follow me," the salesperson enthusiastically guided her, leading Xie Wanning to the nightgown section. Wanwan followed her mother curiously, her eyes wide and round like two sparkling black gems. Her gaze swept over the array of pajama designs on the rack when suddenly her eyes lit up. Pointing to a pink kitten print pajama set, she exclaimed, "Mommy, I like this one." "Alright, let's get this one then." Xie Wanning smiled and nodded, taking the kitten pajamas off the rack. Xie Wanning had carefully selected every piece of clothing for Wanwan inside and out. Looking at the overflowing shopping bags, she felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Lin Muheng took it upon himself to handle the checkout. Carrying the clothes to the front counter, he prepared to pay. Moments later, the sales clerk looked up at him and smiled, "Hello, sir. Your total comes to 1,288 yuan. Hearing the price, Lin Muheng couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected that just a few pieces of children's clothing would cost over 1,000 yuan. Kids really are little money pits. However, despite the hefty price tag, Lin Muheng didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. After all, when buying for his daughter, he wanted only the best, ensuring she felt his love and care from a young age. Besides, she needed to be raised in luxury, otherwise, some little boy might easily charm her away with a flick of his finger. Meanwhile, the staff at Children's Delight were just starting their workday. Data clerk Xiaoli, laptop in hand, excitedly knocked on the editor-in-chief's office door. "Come in," Editor Song Qianyue's voice echoed from inside, carrying a touch of authority and efficiency. Xiaoli pushed open the door and entered, placing the laptop in front of Song Qianyu. "Editor-in-chief, last night an author named Zhong Qianyi posted 3 bedtime stories. They've already garnered 500,000 views." "What?" Hearing this news, Song Qianyu's face betrayed utter disbelief. She pulled the laptop closer, scrutinizing the displayed figures, yet still felt a sense of unreality. After all, even those beloved bedtime stories and fables, after all these years, only garnered around 10 million views. Yet these 3 stories by Zhong Qianyi had garnered 500,000 views in less than a single night. It was simply terrifying. A surge of excitement and anticipation welled up inside Song Qianyu. She thought, if they could sign this Zhong Qianyi as an exclusive author for Children's Fun Network, their website would undoubtedly cement its position as the industry leader. At this thought, she could no longer contain her excitement and immediately instructed Xiaoli to find Zhong Qianyi's contact information. Soon, Xiaoli returned with a piece of paper in hand, saying, "Editor-in-chief, this is the mobile number Zhong Qianyi registered with the website." "Got it," Song Qianyu replied, taking the paper and suppressing her excitement. She dialed the number immediately, and a male voice answered shortly after. "Hello, may I ask if you are the author Zhong Qianyi?" "Yes, I am." Lin Muheng nodded, his brow slightly furrowed with puzzlement. "And who might you be?" "I'm Song Qianyue, editor-in-chief of Tongxu Network. I'd like to discuss a contract with you. Are you available now?" Song Qianyue's voice carried a hint of urgency and anticipation. Lin Muheng glanced at Wanwan and grinned. "Not right now. Add me on WeChat first. I'll get back to you when I'm free." After hanging up, Song Qianyu promptly sent a contact request, silently praying the other party would approve it soon. Meanwhile, Wanwan scampered ahead like a lively little bunny, her excitement bubbling over. She kept glancing back at Lin Muheng. Seeing him still standing in place, she waved her little hand in a childish voice, calling out, "Daddy, hurry up." Seeing his daughter's adorable expression, a wave of warmth flooded Lin Muheng's heart. He smiled and nodded, replying, "All right, Daddy will catch up with you soon." Xie Wanning sensed he had urgent matters to attend to and said understandingly, "Lin Muheng, if you have something to do, go ahead. Wanwan and I will be fine." "I'm fine." With that, he took long strides and ran toward Wanwan. The little one, startled by her dad's sudden appearance, quickly turned and scampered away, giggling all the while as if playing hide and seek with him. Watching Lin Muheng and Wanwan's warm, adorable backs recede, Xie Wanning couldn't help but smile. However, recalling Lin Muheng's excited and joyful expression when he answered the call earlier, a pang of jealousy stirred in her heart. She snorted coldly, muttering to herself, "A girl's calling to nag you, and you act like nothing's up. Put. And I actually wanted to get to know you. What a total jerk." Chapter 12. I'm not just any girl. After buying clothes, the family of 3 headed to the supermarket to pick out some daily necessities. Wanwan excitedly tugged at her parents' hands, skipping and jumping between the dazzling array of shelves. When they reached the produce and seafood section, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she'd discovered a treasure trove. She pointed at the lively shrimp jumping in the tank, her chubby little face brimming with anticipation. Wanwan looked at Xie Wanning and said in a sweet, childish voice, "Mommy Wanwan wants to eat your fresh shrimp and tofu hot pot. Will you make it for Wanwan at lunchtime?" The little one's eyes sparkled like stars, a sweet smile playing on her lips, while her chubby little hands kept making pleading gestures. Xie Wanning looked down at Wanwan's adorable, pleading expression, her heart melting completely. She couldn't resist the little one's charm and immediately nodded affectionately, "Okay, Mommy will make it for you." Hearing the definite answer, Wanwan nearly jumped for joy, her little face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Mwah, Mommy, you're the best. Wanwan loves you." She planted a kiss on Xie Wanning's cheek, her chubby little hands forming a big heart in the air. That pure, innocent affection completely enveloped Xie Wanning's heart in warmth. At that moment, even if her daughter asked for the stars in the sky, she would pluck them down for her. She immediately pulled out her phone and began searching earnestly for the recipe for fresh shrimp and tofu hot pot. The words danced across the screen as she nodded along, already confident she had this dish figured out. "What's so hard about this? It's just cooking. Could it possibly stump a top student like me?" Xie Wanning thought to herself. After purchasing the ingredients for the shrimp and tofu hot pot, the family of 3 browsed the store once more, ensuring they had all the necessary household supplies before returning to Yunwan Villa. Back home, Xie Wanning rolled up her sleeves and headed into the kitchen with the ingredients. Lin Muheng carefully placed Wanwan's newly purchased clothes into the washing machine. After tidying up, Lin Muheng came into the kitchen, a hint of concern in his eyes. He asked softly, "Are you sure you can handle lunch?" He didn't hold much hope for Xie Wanning's cooking skills. After all, she could barely manage instant noodles and knew next to nothing else. "I can." Xie Wanning nodded decisively. Sensing Lin Muheng's doubt, she inwardly grumbled, "Look down on who, huh? I'll blow your mind in a minute." Still uneasy, Lin Muheng pressed, "Are you absolutely sure you don't need any help?" "No," Xie Wanning replied without turning her head. Then, with a hint of sourness, she added, "You should go contact that girl. Don't keep her waiting." Hearing Xie Wanning's words, Lin Muheng suddenly remembered that the editor-in-chief of Tongsu Network was still waiting for his reply. He nodded with a smile, pulling out his phone to reach out. Just then, a loud thud of a chopping board echoed from the kitchen. Lin Muheng turned his head toward the kitchen, inwardly grumbling, "Why is the school beauty so temperamental? Did she swallow gunpowder?" In the living room, Wanwan was engrossed in watching cartoons, occasionally bursting into a silver bell-like laugh. Lin Muheng entered the room and accepted the WeChat request. Soon, a detailed contract was sent over. He carefully read through its contents, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. While nominally a signing agreement, this contract felt more like a contract of indentured servitude. The signing fee was exorbitant, yet the conditions were exceptionally harsh. Within 1 month, 30 fairy tales must be created, with each story rated no lower than B grade, the highest being S grade. Falling short of 30 stories or failing to meet the B grade requirement would incur massive penalties. Lin Muheng knew his own creative capabilities well. He could indeed meet these demands. The problem was, he only wanted to write part-time. He didn't want this contract to shackle his freedom and time. More importantly, he didn't want to neglect his daughter because of work. Therefore, he declined the offer without hesitation. Meanwhile, Song Qianyu, the editor-in-chief of Tongsu Network, waited smugly for Lin Muheng's response. She was utterly confident that no one could resist such an enticing signing fee. Yet when she received Lin Muheng's rejection message, the smile froze on her face, as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her head. Song Qianyu clenched her fists, her face flushing crimson with rage. Even the fish in the aquarium sensed her murderous intent and darted to the corners. She snorted coldly, "This Zhong Qianyu really doesn't know a good thing when he sees it. He turns down such a high signing fee? Who does he think he is?" After calming down, Song Qianyu suppressed her anger and dialed Lin Muheng's number. Her voice carried a hint of displeasure, yet she maintained professional courtesy and politeness. "Sir, Tongsu Network is genuinely eager to collaborate with you. If the signing fee isn't satisfactory, we're willing to pay 3 million annually plus a 20% revenue share. This represents our website's most generous offer. Please give our terms serious consideration." However, Lin Muheng remained firm. "I'm sorry, I still can't sign." With that, he hung up. On the other end, Song Qianyu's face turned ashen with fury. She never imagined being rejected so decisively by a mere online writer. Her fingers turned white as she gripped the phone tightly. Shall we watch the editor-in-chief's furious expression and cautiously asked, "So he still hasn't signed?" Song Qianyu shook her head. Li couldn't help but sigh. Ah, such a genius at writing fairy tales. What a shame we couldn't sign him. What a pity. Song Qianyu's gaze sharpened as she stared into the distance, a cold smile curling her lips. If he can't work for us, then let him remain unknown forever. I'll see how long he can keep up his arrogance. That resolve and ruthlessness sent a chill down one's spine, as if she intended to crush Lin Muheng completely. Just you wait. Soon he'll be begging us to sign him. Song Qianyu pursed her lips in a smile, her eyes gleaming with certainty. After leaving the room, Lin Muheng suddenly heard a shrill scream, sharp and urgent, seemingly coming from the kitchen. His heart tightened, and he rushed inside to investigate. There stood Xie Wanning, her brow furrowed, a hint of grievance in her voice, as blood trickled freely from her index finger. Earlier, while preparing large shrimp, she had accidentally cut her finger, blood instantly staining her fingertip crimson. Seeing this, Lin Muheng swiftly placed Xie Wanning's hand in his mouth and gently sucked at the wound. Xie Wanning's eyes widened at the sight, her cheeks flushing fiercely up to her ears as she struggled to hide her embarrassment. Her voice was low and trembling with panic and embarrassment. What are you doing? Let me tell you, I'm not the kind of girl who just does things like this. Chapter 13. Moving in together so soon? Lin Muheng heard this and felt somewhat baffled. He gently tapped Xie Wanning's head, a hint of exasperation in his voice. What kind of strange things are you thinking about in that little head of yours every day? I was stopping your bleeding, you idiot. Lin Muheng shook his head in exasperation, pulling Xie Wanning's hand away as he spoke. See? The bleeding stopped now. After hearing Lin Muheng's explanation, Xie Wanning felt a wave of heat surge through her heart. Her entire face flushed bright red, like a perfectly ripe apple. Being called out so bluntly made her wish she could vanish into a crack in the ground. How could she have even thought that? To have imagined. She dared not dwell on it further, only lowering her head as her fingers twisted nervously together. Lin Muheng's gaze then fell upon Xie Wanning's finger. The cut from the knife was quite deep, still faintly tinged with blood, causing his heart to tighten. Stay here for a moment. I'll go downstairs to get you a band-aid. Don't move. His words were filled with concern, his eyes carrying a hint of unquestionable command. All right. Xie Wanning nodded, a strange flutter stirring in her heart. Just then, Wanwan heard the commotion and scampered from the living room to Lin Muheng's side. Her big eyes blinked like two sparkling black gems. She tugged at her father's sleeve, her childish voice asking, Daddy, are you going out? Lin Muheng crouched down, pinching Wanwan's cheek affectionately. Mommy hurt her hand. Daddy's going to buy a band-aid. You stay home and take good care of Mommy, okay? Wanwan nodded obediently, her little face filled with earnestness. Don't worry, Daddy. Wanwan will take good care of Mommy. After Daddy left, Wanwan immediately acted like a little adult, rushing over to Xie Wanning. The little one stared at her mother's injured hand, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. She tenderly stroked her mother's hand, her voice trembling with emotion. Mommy, does your hand hurt? Wanwan will hush it for you. As she spoke, the little one gently blew on Xie Wanning's hand. The warm breath brushed against the wound, melting Xie Wanning's heart. She gently stroked Wanwan's head, her eyes brimming with relief and emotion. Sweetie, Mommy's hand doesn't hurt. It'll be fine in a little while. You don't need to worry, really. Wanwan shook her head, tears welling in her eyes before finally spilling over like beads from a broken string. It's all Wanwan's fault. I won't eat fresh shrimp and tofu hot pot anymore, so Mommy won't get hurt. Her tiny voice was heavy with self-blame and guilt, piercing Xie Wanning's heart with pain. She shook her head, smiling as she stroked Wanwan's cheek. Mommy's injury has nothing to do with you, sweetie. I was just too careless. And I do love making fresh shrimp and tofu hot pot for you. But I'm afraid I can't make it today. How about next time? Okay? Though tears still glistened in her eyes, Wanwan nodded vigorously at her mother's words, a hint of anticipation lighting up her little face. Okay, Mom. I'll love anything you make for me. Soon, the sound of the door opening came from the entrance, followed by Lin Muheng walking in, carrying a plastic bag. He walked over to Xie Wanning and opened the band-aid package. Wary of causing her pain, he carefully applied the bandage to her finger. His tender gesture warmed Xie Wanning's heart. Then he instructed, avoid getting it wet for a while, or it won't heal quickly. If you need anything, just let me know. His words brimmed with care and consideration, filling Xie Wanning with profound reassurance. Xie Wanning nodded, watching his tall figure retreat. An inexplicable wave of emotion welled up inside her. She murmured softly, her voice tinged with shyness, thank you. Hearing this, Lin Muheng turned his head, a gentle smile lighting up his face. No need to be so polite. After all, you're Wanwan's mom. His eyes brimmed with tenderness, making Xie Wan's heart skip a beat. With that, he carried the plastic bag into the kitchen and began preparing lunch. Soon, the kitchen filled with the sounds of activity, followed by waves of enticing aromas. Moments later, Lin Muheng emerged carrying 3 steaming bowls of instant noodles. Let's just have some instant noodles for lunch today. Each bowl held a golden yolk egg perched atop the noodles, looking utterly tempting. Wanwan sniffed the aroma and nodded contentedly. As she ate, she praised, Daddy's noodles are so delicious. Suddenly, Wanwan's eyes widened in astonishment, as if she'd discovered a new world. Wow, there's even shrimp in here, she exclaimed excitedly, then happily popped the shrimp into her mouth, her little face glowing with pure delight. Xie Wanning took a bite of the instant noodles. Perhaps because of the fresh shrimp, the savory flavor instantly spread throughout her mouth. She couldn't help but praise, "It's so fragrant and delicious." However, Lin Muheng was taken aback by the sudden praise from the school beauty. He froze for a moment, his mind racing with thoughts, could she be interested in me? After eating her fill, Wanwan played for a while before growing drowsy. Her little eyelids began to droop, and finally, unable to fight off the drowsiness, she fell into a deep sleep. Seeing the little one asleep, Xie Wanning felt awkward lingering there. After a moment's thought, she approached Lin Muheng and said softly, "Wanwan's asleep, so I'll head back to campus now. When she wakes up, let me know so I can come back." Lin Muheng frowned and replied, "Coming and going is such a hassle. Just treat this place as your own home. After you left last night, Wanwan was very reluctant to part with you." He then gestured toward the rooms and continued, "There are 2 bedrooms here. At night, you and Wanwan can sleep in the master bedroom, and I'll take the guest room. What do you think?" A hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. After all, children cling to their mothers. It might be easy to fool her at first, but over time, Wanwan would surely grow suspicious. "Ha?" Xie Wanning frowned, a wave of panic washing over her. Living together already? She wasn't ready for this. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Muheng thought she had reservations. Immediately, he spoke with utmost sincerity, "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I just want you to stay here and keep Wanwan company." His eyes brimmed with earnestness. Xie Wanning looked into Lin Muheng's earnest eyes. After a moment's thought, she nodded. "All right, I'll stay." To prevent Lin Muheng from misinterpreting her intentions, she added, "Don't think I'm staying because of you. I just don't want Wanwan to wake up and not see me." Hearing this, Lin Muheng was speechless. This woman really knew how to flatter herself. Chapter 14 Blacklisted by the entire industry. Inside the room, Lin Muheng stared at his bank balance and instantly felt a pang of regret. This morning, he'd happily withdrawn the tips he'd earned, buying Wanwan several pretty dresses and some daily necessities. Now, his account held less than 1,000 yuan. Adding the money Xie Wanning had transferred, the total barely reached 3,000. Lin Muheng gave a wry smile. It was true you didn't know how expensive daily necessities were until you ran the household. He used to think having enough to get by was sufficient, never bothering to keep detailed accounts. Only now did he realize how money permeated every aspect of life. In the future, when his career succeeded, he could fulfill Wanwan's every wish. But right now, he couldn't afford it and he refused to let his daughter go without. Without his daughter, 3,000 yuan could sustain him for 2 months. With Wanwan, 20 days would be pushing it. Lin Muheng pondered whether to call his mom and ask her to send some cash to help him out. The thought barely surfaced before he shook his head. Though his parents would always help him unconditionally, how could he keep relying on them? Wouldn't that make him a freeloader? He had hoped to strike it rich by selling children's bedtime stories, but he had cut that path off himself. He refused to trade his entire future for some signing fees. He'd much rather continue living a frugal but free life. At that moment, Lin Muheng pondered inwardly, surely Tongsu isn't the only website publishing children's literature. My stories are so popular, submitting them to other platforms should work too. Lin Muheng believed in his talent, confident his stories could touch even more hearts. He immediately sprang into action, searching online for contact information of websites that acquired children's stories. Before long, he found several promising websites and added their WeChat accounts. Then, Lin Muheng immersed himself once more in the world of creation. He wrote 3 bedtime stories brimming with childlike charm and imagination, preparing to submit them to these websites. Soon, the administrator of a site called Tree Baby accepted his friend request. Lin Muheng's heart leapt with joy. Soon after, the other party sent a message, "Hello, are you looking to submit your work?" "Yes." Lin Muheng's heart tightened. He sent over his 3 latest stories and waited anxiously for a reply. He stared at his phone screen, afraid to miss any message. Before long, the reply came, "Hello, I've read your 3 stories. They're truly excellent. Very impressive." Seeing this message, a wave of warmth flooded Lin Muheng's heart. He knew his efforts hadn't been in vain, his stories had been recognized. Then, the other party sent another message, "I can offer 3,000 yuan per story. Are you willing to sell?" Lin Muheng's eyes lit up at this offer, his heart filled with delight. 3,000 yuan per story? He was more than satisfied with that price. Lin Muheng pondered, he could write 10 bedtime stories of this quality in a single day. 3,000 per story, 10 stories totaling 30,000, wouldn't that make him rich? He quickly replied, "Yes. Absolutely." The other party quickly replied, "All right, I'll prepare the contract and get back to you shortly." But just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Zhou Shudong, the head of Tree Baby, was preparing the contract, the boss suddenly sent a message in the workgroup. "Attention all editors, do not sign this author named Zhong Qianni or purchase any of his articles. Please forward this message to everyone." When Zhou Shudong saw this message, his heart sank. The profile picture looked very familiar to him, and he suddenly realized that the author who had just contacted him had the same profile picture. He hurriedly opened his WeChat to verify, only to discover it was indeed the same person. Zhou Shudong felt a pang of regret. He had finally found such a talented author, only to have his boss refuse to sign them. Though the boss had issued the group message, Zhou Shudong couldn't bear to let such a gifted writer slip away. Clutching the 3 articles the author had sent him, he knocked on the boss's office door. There sat Su Guiran, his boss, dressed in a crisp suit, legs propped on his desk. The large gold chain around his neck gleamed brightly, making him stand out. Seeing Zhou Shudong enter, Su Guiran smiled and inquired, "What brings you here, Editor Zhou?" Zhou Shudong gathered his courage. "Mr. Su, that author Zhong Qianni contacted me. Every single one of his stories is a blockbuster hit. Not signing someone like this would be like leaving money on the ground unclaimed. That would be foolish." He spoke with some passion, deeply confident in his own judgment. Su Guiran frowned as he listened, then sighed helplessly. "Zhong Qianni has crossed Tongxu network. Is it worth it for a small company like ours to antagonize an industry leader over one person? Editor Zhou, I want our site to survive another couple of years. Forget about signing Zhong Qianni. This deal is off the table." A wave of desolation washed over Zhou Shudong. He knew he couldn't sway his boss. Silently, he turned and walked out of the office, his heart heavy with resignation and regret. Soon after, Lin Muheng received a reply message. Thinking it contained the contract, he felt a surge of excitement. But when he saw the contents, he froze. Lin Muheng asked in confusion, "Didn't you like my articles? Why are you backing out of the collaboration now?" Zhou Shudong was equally helpless as he replied, "Did you offend someone? They're threatening to blacklist you across the entire industry. Sorry, even though your writing is good, you have to bow to the pressure. It's unlikely any other site will publish your work now." Lin Muheng's face registered utter shock upon reading the message. He never imagined he'd face an industry-wide blacklist. This was undoubtedly a crushing blow. He carefully reviewed his recent experiences. If he had offended anyone, it could only have been Tongxu. He let out a bitter laugh, his heart filled with indignation. He had merely declined their invitation to sign a contract, and this was their retaliation? How despicable. He felt fortunate he hadn't signed the contract with them back then, otherwise, who knew what kind of predicament he'd be in now. But now that his writing couldn't be sold, how would he earn a living? This new dilemma plunged Lin Muheng into deep thought. Just then, Wanwan pushed open the door and walked in. Tilting her little head curiously, she asked her dad, "Daddy, what are you busy with? Why do you look so unhappy?" Lin Muheng's heart warmed at his daughter's innocent smile. He forced a calm smile and said, "Daddy's not busy with anything, just thinking about some things." "Don't worry, Wanwan." He patted her head, trying to reassure her. Yet Wanwan seemed to sense her father's troubles. She tugged at his hand and chirped, "Don't be sad, Daddy. Let's go to the park, okay?" Chapter 15. Lin Muheng discovers a new business opportunity. Sure. Hearing this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but curve his lips into a gentle smile. Making money couldn't be rushed. As the old saying went, haste makes waste. Stepping out of the house, Wanwan held her father's hand in her left hand and her mother's in her right, her steps light and springy as if dancing to a melody, each stride filled with laughter and joy. The park was located not far from Yunwan Villa, just a 15-minute walk away. Upon arriving at the park, the little one spotted the swings immediately. Like a little rabbit, she bounded over, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sitting on the swing, she gently dangled her feet, her smile blooming like a flower. Then, she waved at Lin Muheng, her voice soft and sweet as cotton candy, "Daddy, come push me, I want to fly high." "Sure," Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, hurrying over. As the swing rose and fell, Wanwan's laughter rang out like silver bells, clear and enchanting. That laughter seemed to possess a magic that instantly dispelled the gloom in Lin Muheng's heart, making all his troubles vanish into thin air. As night fell, the park lights gradually came on. The park was bustling with activity, especially the children, whose laughter and cheerful chatter filled the air. Wanwan quickly blended in with the group, her lively and adorable demeanor making everyone want to draw near. Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng sat on a nearby bench, quietly watching their daughter's carefree smile, their hearts brimming with happiness. "I'll transfer you the money I spent on Wanwan's clothes this morning. It was less than 1,300. Just transfer me 600 back," Lin Muheng replied. "Alright, I'll transfer it over. Make sure to check your balance." Xie Wanling pulled out her phone and quickly completed the transfer. However, when she saw the balance notification from the bank, a flicker of worry crossed her eyes. It seemed she'd have to find some part-time work to earn extra money. She immediately messaged Xiao Xiao, "Let me know if you hear about any high-paying side gigs. I need to earn some extra cash." Just then, Wanwan came running back, panting, and threw herself into her parents' arms. In her babyish voice, she said, "Wow, it smells so good over there. There must be something delicious. Can we go check it out? Is our little glutton hungry?" Xie Wanning tenderly smoothed Wanwan's hair, gently tickling her nose with a voice brimming with affection. Hearing this, Wanwan blushed and buried her face in her mother's embrace. Soon after, Lin Muheng picked Wanwan up, and the family of three headed toward the snack street. The snack street was bustling with people, lively and vibrant. Wanwan clung tightly to her father's neck, afraid she might get separated in the crowd. Since none of them had eaten yet that evening, and neither Lin Muheng nor Xie Wanning were particularly skilled in the kitchen, they decided to have dinner right there on the street. Suddenly, Wanwan sniffed the air and excitedly pointed to a stall ahead. "Daddy, I want to eat that noodle dish. It looks so delicious." Lin Muheng followed the little one's pointing finger and saw it was a stall selling hot dry noodles. He smiled and nodded, then walked up to the stall to order 3 servings of hot dry noodles. While waiting, the family of 3 sat down on some small stools nearby. Soon, the vendor placed 3 steaming bowls of noodles on the small table and offered warmly, "If it's not enough, I'll add more noodles for you." "Oh, thank you, boss," Lin Muheng replied with a smile. Wanwan ate with relish, her little face glowing with satisfaction. She skillfully picked up noodles with her chopsticks, eating bite after bite, occasionally making slurping sounds. Watching his daughter eat with such delight, Lin Muheng felt deeply gratified. It struck him that since his daughter had found him, the little one had eaten several meals, most of which were noodles. Yet a question lingered in his mind. As a native southerner, he himself wasn't particularly fond of noodles. Why did Wanwan have such a special fondness for them? He turned to Xie Wanning, his expression questioning. "Where are you originally from?" Lin Muheng inquired, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "Xishan Province," Xie Wanning replied briefly. Seeing Lin Muheng's expression of sudden understanding, she asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" No, Lin Muheng waved his hand with a smile, thinking to himself, "So that's why my daughter loves noodles. Her mom comes from a province famous for noodles. I heard people in Xishan Province eat noodles 3 times a day. Wonder if that's true or not." Xie Wanning, however, found Lin Muheng's sly expression rather puzzling. Soon, the hot dry noodles were devoured. Wanwan patted her little belly and smiled contentedly. As the family of 3 walked home, Xie Wanning's mind wandered. She thought to herself that this kind of life was actually quite nice. Just then, Wanwan suddenly pointed at the bookstore nearby and said, "Daddy, can we go inside and look around? I've finished all my storybooks." Her voice carried a hint of earnest plea and anticipation, impossible to refuse. "Sure, Daddy will take you in." Lin Muheng gazed at the bookstore before him, a strange surge of excitement welling up inside him. A love for reading was a good thing, and as her father, he had to do everything he could to support it. Inside the bookstore, walls and aisles were stacked with books of every kind. Wanwan darted excitedly between the shelves, selecting books that caught her eye. Lin Muheng followed behind his daughter, smiling as he said, "Pick any book you want. Daddy will buy it for you." "Yay, you're the best, Daddy." Wanwan cheered happily before diving into her selection. Xie Wanning also picked up a storybook to look at. When she saw the price tag at the back, she couldn't help but be stunned. She couldn't help but complain, "These children's storybooks are really expensive. A book with just over 50 pages costs more than 40 yuan? That's pure profiteering. But kids these days are precious. As long as they love reading, parents are more than willing to spend." Hearing Xie Wanning's words, Lin Muheng seemed to snap out of a trance. He gripped Xie Wanning's shoulders excitedly and asked, "What did you just say?" Xie Wanning paused, then repeated, "As long as the kids love reading, parents are more than willing to spend." Lin Muheng shook his head and pressed further, "No, the first part. Storybooks are expensive over 50 pages, yet they charge more than 40 yuan for them," Xie Wanning patiently explained. Right. Lin Muheng nodded excitedly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. He thought, "Tongsu banned me from selling online, but can't I sell offline?" Children's books had such high profit margins. With so many cities nationwide and countless children, the market potential was enormous. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Lin Muheng pulled Xie Wanning into his arms. "Thank you. Chapter 16 Daddy and Mommy sleep with me." Suddenly swept into his arms, Xie Wanning felt utterly flustered. Her heart pounded wildly like a frightened deer. She stood frozen in place, her hands hanging awkwardly at her sides. Never having experienced such intimate contact with a boy before, her cheeks flushed fiercely. It felt like 2 flames were burning inside her, so hot she almost wondered if she had a fever. Just then, a petite, porcelain-skinned figure skipped over, clutching several carefully selected storybooks. When Wanwan saw her parents embracing, her bright, large eyes instantly crinkled into crescent moons, and a mischievous smile curved her lips. "Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing?" While speaking, Wanwan playfully tapped her own plump little cheeks with her soft, delicate hands. "We're outside, you too. Shame on you." Her words carried a touch of childish teasing, making one smile involuntarily. Hearing this, Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her neck. As if scalded, she quickly pushed Lin Muheng away. Lin Muheng, realizing his own overreaction, scratched his head awkwardly, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. "I got too excited just now. I'm really sorry." It's okay. Xie Wanning lowered her head, shyly shaking her head. Recalling that moment of being tightly embraced, a warm wave surged through her heart. It turned out being held in someone's arms could feel so warm and so reassuring. Watching his precious daughter's mischievous expression, Lin Muheng quickly scooped her into his arms, gently pinched her little nose, and scolded her. "You little rascal, you don't understand anything. Daddy will take you to pay." His tone carried a mix of indulgence and resignation. Hearing her dad speak like that, Wanwan instantly puffed up with pride. She lifted her round little head, pouted her pink little mouth, and began to protest. How could Wanwan not understand? Her little face was filled with hurt and confusion. Daddy and mommy used to hug each other all the time at home, and I even saw you picking on mommy. Her words carried a sense of righteous indignation, her eyes flashing with resentment, as if she were speaking up for her mother. Hearing this, Lin Muheng froze, puzzled. How did I bully your mom? You spanked mom's bottom. Wanwan answered without hesitation, her eyes brimming with innocence and purity. Her words were simple and direct, yet they left both Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning feeling awkward. Lin Muheng instinctively glanced at Xie Wanning, noticing her cheeks flush even redder, as if she wanted to sink into the ground. He gave an awkward chuckle and quickly pressed on. Wanwan, do you know what happened after that? I don't know. Wanwan fell asleep, the little one answered in a babyish voice. But Lin Muheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness his daughter hadn't witnessed the scene that followed, otherwise, it really would have been unsuitable for children. Seems like next time they do something naughty, they'll need to be alone in a room. Lin Muheng thought to himself, a faint smile of relief and resignation playing on his lips. But then it hit him, this was the future. Why was he fretting over something that hadn't even happened yet? After paying the bill, the family of three walked hand in hand back home. Under the streetlights, their shadows stretched long and thin. Back home, Wanwan sat quietly on the sofa, flipping through her storybook. The weather was absolutely perfect today, sunny and bright. The sheets and duvet covers she'd washed at noon were already dry, emitting a faint, fresh scent. Lin Muheng spread the freshly laundered sheets and duvet covers on the bed. Watching his busy figure, Xie Wanning felt a wave of emotion well up inside her. Soon, Lin Muheng finished tidying the room. He approached Xie Wanning with a smile and said, "The master bedroom is ready for you. You and your daughter can sleep there tonight." Okay, Xie Wanning nodded softly. At the same time, a crisp system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! The system has detected a change in Xie Wanning's heartbeat value. Current heartbeat value is 25. You may now draw a prize once. Shall the host draw now? Draw. Lin Muheng answered without hesitation, his mind racing with possibilities: hit the billion-dollar jackpot, or get 1,000-fold cashback. He pondered, if the prize were not only substantial but also effortless to obtain, that would be perfect. The wheel began to spin slowly, gradually accelerating. Lin Muheng's heart raced in sync with its rotation. Finally, the wheel's speed gradually slowed, and the pointer began to inch closer to those tempting prizes. But just as Lin Muheng thought the jackpot was within his grasp, the pointer predictably glided past the billion-yuan prize and settled firmly on that tiny reward. 100% ownership of a publishing house? Lin Muheng froze in shock. What the hell is this? He roared inwardly. But then, it hit him: his book peddling venture. The system had given him publishing house equity. Wouldn't that make selling children's storybooks even more convenient? At this thought, a flicker of satisfaction washed over him. This system wasn't completely useless after all. At 9 o'clock that evening, Lin Muheng held a warm cup of milk in his hands. He gazed tenderly at Wanwan and said softly, "Sweetheart, we'll read books tomorrow. It's time for bed now." Okay. Wanwan blinked her bright, lively eyes, obediently closing the book and placing it on the table. Then, like a little bunny, she hopped over to Lin Muheng's side. "Here, drink up this cup of milk." Wanwan obediently drank it down in big gulps, and soon the cup was empty. Lin Muheng carefully wiped the milk residue from the corners of her mouth with a tissue, his movements brimming with affection. He took Wanwan's small hand and led her into the master bedroom, whispering softly, "Sweetheart, you'll sleep with mommy tonight." "Daddy, where are you going?" Wanwan asked anxiously, her little face filled with worry. "Daddy isn't going anywhere." Wanwan's large, sparkling eyes darted between Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng. Her brows furrowed slightly as she asked doubtfully, "Daddy, did you and mommy have a fight?" "Of course not." Lin Muheng quickly waved his hands, a hint of helplessness in his smile. "Daddy and mommy are just fine." "You're lying." Wanwan pouted, her little hands pushing against her father's chest. "You only sleep in separate rooms when you fight. Please stop arguing, okay? Wanwan doesn't like seeing you like this." As she spoke, Wanwan suddenly grabbed her father's hand, her eyes sparkling with pleading light. "Daddy, if you kneel on the floor, mommy will forgive you. Please, I'm begging you." "Sweetie, Daddy and mommy really aren't fighting," Lin Muheng explained with a mix of amusement and exasperation, but Wanwan refused to believe him. She planted her hands on her hips, her little face puffed up with indignation. "I don't believe you. Unless Daddy and mommy both sleep with me, I won't believe you weren't arguing." Chapter 17: Childhood Mischief. In the master bedroom, on the large bed, Wanwan held her mother's hand with her left hand and her father's hand with her right. Her little face beamed with contentment, as if she possessed the entire world. Suddenly, the little one turned her head with a quick glance. Her clear, watery eyes met Lin Muheng's, and her soft, sweet voice carried a hint of petulance. "Daddy, tell me a story, okay?" Lin Muheng smiled gently. Then Daddy will tell you a story about a little bear searching for honey." Once upon a time, in a dense forest, there lived a cute little bear named Sambu. His favorite thing was exploring the forest, searching for sweet honey. As Lin Muheng's deep, magnetic voice flowed, even Xie Wanning beside them drifted unconsciously into a dreamlike sleep. Seeing this, Lin Muheng gently tucked the blanket around them both before lying down beside them. Soon, he too drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, however, the Children's Fun Network was buzzing with excitement. Ever since Lin Muheng began posting his bedtime stories, they had quickly attracted a large following and gained immense popularity. The view counts kept soaring, with some even leaving comments below urging him to update more quickly, hoping he would release new stories as soon as possible. Some enthusiastic fans, eager to express their admiration and support for Lin Muheng, even went so far as to send gifts worth over 2,000 yuan. Yet for the management of Tongxiu Network, this was not good news. The next day, Song Qianyu sat in her chair, her vivid red lips and stern expression radiating an intense sense of pressure. She looked at Xiaoli standing opposite her, her gaze conveying an air of superiority as she asked in a cold tone, "Has the news been disseminated? What's the situation?" Xiaoli bowed his head slightly and replied respectfully, "Zhong Qianyi did contact several websites, but because of us, none of them signed him." "Very good." Song Qianyu crossed her arms, elbows propped on the desk, a smug gleam in her eyes. "I'll be watching to see how long he can hold out." She pressed on immediately, "What about the website data?" Xiaoli shook his head, glanced at the screen, and replied softly, "Zhong Qianyi's 3 stories are still racking up insane click counts. His monetization power is off the charts, and tons of stay-at-home moms are begging for updates. In comparison, other authors' numbers are flat business as usual." At this, Song Qianyu's expression darkened instantly. She glared at Xiaoli, her voice tinged with irritation. "Does our website have no other talent?" Xiaoli flinched, shrinking his neck and avoiding Song Qianyu's gaze. After a moment of composure, Song Qianyu took a deep breath and ordered, "Suspend Zhong Qianyi's account. He won't be able to withdraw any of those rewards. Also, fans and moms are not allowed to comment on his account or works. Let him see what happens when he refuses our terms. This is the consequence of opposing Tongxiu." "Yes." Xiaoli nodded and quickly went to carry out the orders. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng returned from his morning run, drenched in sweat, having bought breakfast from outside. With some free time on his hands, he opened the backend of Tongxiu Network to check the account status. However, when he saw the tip amount on the account had reached 7 or 8,000, he couldn't help but smile with surprise. Overjoyed, he tried to withdraw the money, but no matter what he did, the withdrawal failed. Before long, his account was forcibly logged out, and he could no longer access it. Lin Muheng instantly understood this was undoubtedly the work of Tongxiu Network. To force him into signing an unequal treaty, they really had gone to extreme lengths. A cold smile curled his lips as he silently resolved, "You have your clever schemes, but I have my own ways to get around them. We'll see who comes out on top." During dinner, the phone in Lin Muheng's pocket suddenly rang. He answered, and a man's voice came through, "Hello, may I speak with Mr. Lin Muheng?" "Yes, I am," Lin Muheng confirmed. Upon hearing this, the voice replied with a laugh, "Hello, I'm Zhang Guangping, owner of Worry-Free Publishing House. You purchased my publishing house yesterday. When might you come by to sign the transfer contract?" Lin Muheng then recalled the system had rewarded him with a publishing house yesterday. After a moment's thought, he replied, "In a bit. I'll swing by." "I'll send you the address then," Zhang Guangping replied. After hanging up, Lin Muheng turned to Xie Wanning and stammered, "I have to step out for a bit. I might need you to take care of Wanwan." "I'm Wanwan's mom, it's no trouble at all," Xie Wanning waved dismissively, then blurted out, "Come back soon." "Okay." Lin Muheng nodded. For some reason, he felt like he was reporting his whereabouts to his wife. Leaving home, Lin Muheng hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Worry-Free Publishing House. The publishing house was located in a high-rise building within the 5th Ring Road. As the elevator doors on the 12th floor slowly opened, a young man in a suit with his hair parted down the middle came into view. He stood by the doorway, his gaze carrying a hint of confusion and anticipation. Spotting Lin Muheng, he tentatively approached and inquired, "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Muheng?" "Yes, that's me," Lin Muheng replied with a nod and a smile. The young man immediately extended his hand, introducing himself warmly, "Hello, I'm Zhang Guangping." Lin Muheng smiled as he shook his hand, and the two entered the office together. Zhang Guangping personally brewed a cup of coffee for Lin Muheng and handed it to him. "Mr. Lin, here you go." Lin Muheng accepted the coffee and took a light sip. At that moment, the other man placed a folder before him and said with a smile, "Mr. Lin, this is the transfer contract. Please review it first. If everything looks good, you can sign it." Lin Muheng nodded and began examining the contract carefully. Finding no issues, he picked up a pen and solemnly signed his name on the contract. Zhang Guangping, seeing this, said cheerfully, "Mr. Lin, let me show you around the publishing house." Soon, the two arrived at a spacious office. A woman with a curvaceous figure, dressed in a red pencil skirt, sat busily at her desk. Her large, wavy curls fell casually on either side of her neck, her makeup exquisitely applied and alluring. However, the scent of her perfume was a bit too strong, making Lin Muheng feel an urge to sneeze. Hearing the commotion, the woman looked up toward the doorway. Spotting Zhang Guangping and Lin Muheng, she immediately stood up and greeted them politely. Mr. Zhang, you're here. Chapter 18, that's not my sister, it's my daughter. Zhang Guangping smiled and nodded, then introduced Lin Muheng. Little Hu, let me introduce you. This is our publishing house's new boss, Mr. Lin Muheng. You'll be working closely with him from now on. Hearing this, Hu Lily immediately turned her gaze to Lin Muheng. She studied him carefully, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and surprise. She hadn't expected the new boss to be so young. He looked like a college student who hadn't even graduated yet. After a moment, she extended her hand and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Hu Lily." "Hello." Seeing this, Zhang Guangping chuckled and added, "Mr. Lin, Little Hu is the top dog at our publishing house. You'd better not shortchange her." "That goes without saying," Lin Muheng replied with a nod and a smile. Soon after, Zhang Guangping excused himself from the office on some business. Hu Lily gazed at Lin Muheng's youthful, handsome face and couldn't resist teasing, "Mr. Lin, you can ask me to do anything you need." Lin Muheng flashed an awkward smile upon hearing this, then instructed, "Then gather everyone in the office. We'll hold a meeting together." Seeing his reaction, Hu Lily covered her mouth and giggled before rising to comply. "Yes, Mr. Lin. I'll make the arrangements immediately." Soon, the conference room was filled to capacity, with Hu Lily following closely behind Lin Muheng. She then stood before the group, clapped her hands lightly, and introduced with a smile, "This is Mr. Lin Muheng, the new owner of our worry-free magazine. Let's give him a warm welcome." Hearing this, the crowd froze, exchanging stunned glances. Clearly, none had anticipated a change in leadership. Some employees gaped in astonishment, while others whispered and murmured among themselves. After a moment, they snapped out of their shock and applauded in unison. "Good afternoon, Mr. Lin." "Hello, everyone," Lin Muheng said, settling onto a stool and addressing the group. "Everyone should continue with their duties as usual. Aside from the change in ownership, nothing else has changed." "Yes," they responded in unison. After handling some matters, Lin Muheng called Hu Lily into his office and inquired, "Editor-in-Chief Hu, I have a children's storybook in my possession. How long would it take to bring it to market?" "Mr. Lin, you can just call me Little Hu," Hu Lily replied with a charming smile. Noticing his serious expression, she adopted a professional tone. From selecting the topic, typesetting, printing, shipping, to sales, the fastest turnaround would still take at least a week. Lin Muheng nodded. "All right. I'll send you the stories tonight. You can organize them and then start printing in sales." "Understood, no problem." Hu Lily nodded. Though it was her first day working with this new boss, she felt an inexplicable trust in him. Perhaps it was the innate confidence radiating from him that made her instinctively want to follow his lead. Meanwhile, after breakfast, Xie Wanning took Wanwan's small hand and stepped out of the house. Wanwan wore a pink dress with two adorable bows in her hair, her face glowing with an innocent smile. Her little hand clutched her mother's tightly as she skipped along. From a distance, Xie Wanning spotted a familiar figure and waved, calling out with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, over here." Xiao Xiao looked up at the sound and saw Xie Wanning holding a little girl who bore a striking resemblance to her, walking towards them. As they drew near, she smiled and pinched Wanwan's chubby little cheeks, then praised, "Ningning, this must be your little sister. She's so beautiful." Wanwan giggled at the ticklish pinch, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as two adorable dimples appeared. Excitedly tugging at Xiao Xiao's skirt, she called out in a sweet, babyish voice, "Hi Auntie Xiao Xiao. Wanwan missed you so much." Her soft, honeyed tone sent ripples of warmth through anyone who heard it. Xiao Xiao burst into laughter at Wanwan's adorable antics. Suddenly, she remembered something and stared at Xie Wanning with wide, puzzled eyes. "Ning Ning, didn't you say it was just you and your brother in your family? When did you get a little sister?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan blinked her big, sparkling eyes and asked playfully, "Mommy, what is Auntie Xiao Xiao saying?" Wanwan doesn't understand. "What little sister?" Her little face was filled with confusion and curiosity. Xiao Xiao was the most bewildered of all. Hearing Wanwan's question, she pointed at the two women in disbelief. "Mom? You too?" Her brow furrowed, her face a mask of disbelief. "Ningning, when did you have a daughter this big? Is she your biological child?" Xie Wanning rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Of course she's biological. But that's a long story." Xiao Xiao blinked her eyes, her face beaming with gossipy curiosity. "Who's the father? Do I know him? Is he from our school?" Hearing this, Xie Wanning's mind instantly flashed to Lin Muheng. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head shyly. "I'll introduce you when we meet him." Xiao Xiao grinned widely at her reaction. "All right. When the time comes, I'll be sure to get a good look at this lucky guy who managed to win over our campus beauty." Suddenly shifting gears, she raised an eyebrow and asked with a sly grin, "You didn't come back to the dorm last night because you were with the baby's dad, right?" "Ha! Who'd have thought you'd be the first one in our dorm to find love? You'll have to make the baby daddy treat us to a feast." Xiao Xiao grinned ear to ear, looking even happier than if she'd found love herself. "Oh my! We'll talk about that later." Xie Wanning was so embarrassed by her best friend's teasing that she could barely lift her head. Suddenly, she changed the subject and asked, "Xiao Xiao, you mentioned a high-paying part-time job. What kind of job is it? Handing out flyers in a mascot costume. 300 a day, but they want you to work 2 days straight. Xiao Xiao frowned as she added, it's no walk in the park. Wearing that costume in the summer heat is brutal. Can you handle it? Ning Ning, how much do you need? Should I lend it to you first? Xiao Xiao asked with concern, her eyes filled with worry, afraid her best friend would suffer. No, it's okay. Xie Wanning glanced at Wanwan and shook her head gently. Relying on loans to support her child wasn't a long-term solution. She had to find a way to earn money herself. I have no classes tomorrow or the day after. I'll take that part-time job. Xie Wanning bit her lip, her resolve firm. Send me the contact info. Raising a child wasn't just one person's responsibility, and besides, she didn't want to pile all the pressure onto Lin Muheng. Seeing her best friend so determined, Xiao Xiao could only nod helplessly. All right. I'll send you the details later. She knew Xie Wanning's temperament. Once she made up her mind, it was nearly impossible to change it. Chapter 19. You're Ning Ning's boyfriend? As the two were talking, Wanwan's chubby little hand suddenly pointed excitedly out the window. Hey! Daddy! Then, like a cheerful little bird, the little one flapped her hands on Xie Wanning's shoulders, excitedly exclaiming, Mommy, Daddy's outside. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, her little face flushed with excitement, as if sharing a world-shaking secret. I'm going to find Daddy. After saying that, the little one couldn't wait to jump down from her seat and bounded out the door. At the doorway, she called out in her sweet little voice, Daddy Wanwan is here. Then, waving her chubby little hands, she called out, afraid her dad wouldn't see her, Daddy, look here. Look here. Worried Wanwan might fall, Xie Wanning hurried after her, her eyes filled with concern. As she walked, she called out from behind, Wanwan, slow down, slow down. Having overheard their conversation, Xiao Xiao peered out the window with curiosity. There stood a tall, imposing man by the roadside. Though the distance made his features indistinct, it was clear he was handsome. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but wonder, hadn't she seen that face somewhere before? Now that she'd encountered him, Xiao Xiao wasn't about to let this chance slip away. She excitedly ran up, her eyes sparkling with gossipy curiosity, calling out, Ning Ning, this time you've got to give me the full scoop. Silence means consent, Xiao Xiao teased, batting her eyelashes mischievously with a triumphant grin. After getting off the bus, Lin Muheng seemed to hear his daughter's call. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze quickly locking onto the entrance of the milk tea shop next to the school. There stood the little one, waving her chubby little hand at him. Seeing her, he smiled slightly and said happily, Wanwan, stay right there. Daddy's coming to get you. Soon, Lin Muheng crossed the street and approached from the opposite side. Beaming with joy, he scooped Wanwan into his arms and said affectionately, Wanwan, what are you doing here? Where's Mommy? Mommy's inside, Wanwan answered in her baby voice, pointing her little finger toward the back of the milk tea shop. Just as she finished speaking, Xie Wanning emerged from the shop. Spotting Lin Muheng, she offered a faint smile and murmured, You're back already. MHM. Lin Muheng nodded. Just then, a rough yet enthusiastic voice called out from behind them, So you're Ning Ning's boyfriend? After Xiao Xiao spoke, he scrutinized Lin Muheng from head to toe. Standing tall beside him, Lin Muheng made Xiao Xiao feel like a dwarf. The height difference was easily a head and a half. Lin Muheng had sharply defined features, captivating almond-shaped eyes, and especially that beauty mark on the tip of his nose. It was impossible to look away. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. He was absolutely gorgeous. Who knew there was such a handsome guy in school? How had she never noticed him before? Seeing Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng standing together, Xiao Xiao nodded approvingly. Especially with adorable Wanwan nestled between them, they looked like a perfect little family of three. After taking it all in, Xiao Xiao silently gave Xie Wanning a thumbs up, her eyebrows arching playfully. Her eyes sparkled with teasing amusement, as if saying, Nice one, sis. Good taste. I approve of this match. Facing the sudden appearance of a little girl, Lin Muheng turned to Xie Wanning, his eyes brimming with confusion and bewilderment. Boyfriend? Hee, she's just talking nonsense, Xie Wanning chuckled awkwardly, her cheeks flushing slightly. She quickly shot Xiao Xiao a warning glance, signaling her to keep quiet. Besides, she'd only said he was the father of her child, never her boyfriend. Frowning, she shot Lin Muheng a worried glance, inwardly groaning, he can't possibly think I have improper intentions toward him, can he? Xiao Xiao smiled and nodded in understanding at her best friend's subtle hint. Her earlier choice of words had indeed been problematic. He couldn't simply be called a boyfriend, he should be referred to as her husband. She understood the nuances between married couples. Xiao Xiao, you said you had things to do. Go handle them, Xie Wanning urged, eager to wrap up this awkward conversation. But Xiao Xiao looked at her with confusion, genuinely unaware. I have something to do? Her expression was pure innocence and bewilderment. How could she have something to do without knowing it? Seeing her best friend's subtle hint to leave, Xiao Xiao quickly nodded with a smile. Look at me, my mind goes blank when I have too much on my plate. I've got things to do, so I won't bother your family anymore. She even waved affectionately at Wanwan. Bye. Bye, Wanwan. Bye-bye, Auntie. Xiao Xiao. Wanwan waved her chubby little hand, her voice sweet and childlike. Watching her best friend's retreating figure, Xie Wanning finally exhaled in relief. Lin Muheng noticed this and smiled as he turned to ask Xie Wanning, is she your roommate? Yes. Xie Wanning nodded, her face breaking into an awkward smile. She seemed to want to explain the boyfriend incident earlier, then added, she knows Wanwan is my daughter, that's why she called you that. Don't take it to heart. It's fine. Lin Muheng waved his hand dismissively, signaling he didn't mind. For some reason, being called Xie Wanning's boyfriend by the other person made him feel inexplicably happy and satisfied. He smiled at Xie Wanning and Wanwan, a wave of warmth washing over him. Suddenly, Lin Muheng slapped his forehead, inwardly cursing himself, I must be out of my mind. The school beauty is so fierce, who knows if she'll resort to domestic violence someday. To get the storybook into readers' hands sooner, Lin Muheng began writing the tales after Wanwan fell asleep. Fortunately, the system had granted him creative talent, otherwise, writing 50 fairy tales would take forever. The 3 stories he'd previously published on Children's Fun Network hadn't secured a contract, so he'd written 3 more when submitting later. Now he only needed to write 44 more. Time ticked by, and before 6 o'clock, the 44 fairy tales were finally complete. He stretched lazily, exhaled deeply, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Then Lin Muheng sent all 50 fairy tales to Hu Lily's WeChat. Editor Hu, I appreciate you working overtime to get these organized quickly. Soon, the recipient accepted the document and sent back a voice message, no problem, Mr. Lin. Just don't forget to reward me properly. If sales are good, all our publishing house staff get bonuses. Lin Muheng replied before quickly setting his phone aside. Listening to Hu Lily speak, he couldn't help but shudder. That affected voice made his skin crawl. His future wife's voice was so much nicer. Chapter 20 Xie Wanning distributes flyers. That evening, in the cramped rental room, light illuminated every corner. Hu Lily, wearing loose pajamas and black-rimmed glasses, curled up on the bed. She opened her laptop and scrolled through the fairy tales her boss had sent, reading them carefully. This image was worlds apart from the alluring woman she'd been during the day, as if they were 2 entirely different people. Slowly, she became immersed in the world of the stories. The tales were both entertaining and imaginative, cleverly weaving in profound lessons and bits of knowledge truly excellent. A smile crept onto her lips, and her eyes sparkled with excitement. She had initially worried that stories chosen by her boss's discerning eye might be hard to describe, but these tales were both entertaining and educational. The moms would surely love them. With that thought, Hu Lily began meticulously organizing the stories, undertaking tasks like formatting and proofreading. Meanwhile, it was that dreaded time again for every mom bedtime story hour. Zhang Meiyan picked up her phone and opened the Children's Fun website. She had read all the stories uploaded by Zhong Qianyi to her baby a few days ago, and the little one had listened with rapt attention. Days passed, and she expected new stories to be uploaded. But when she clicked on Zhong Qianyi's profile, she found it wouldn't open, not even the comments section below the stories worked. She frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. What's Tongxiu playing at? Why can't I even comment anymore? She tried refreshing the page, but the result remained the same. Finally found an author I like, and now this? I bet this site will ruin itself sooner or later. Zhang Meiyan muttered discontentedly. No sooner had she finished complaining than her daughter's urgent voice reached her ears. Mommy, why aren't you reading me a story yet? I can't wait. Zhang Meiyan turned to her daughter and reassured her, okay, Mom will read it to you right now. With no other choice, she had to find a different story to substitute. But the new story didn't seem to suit the little one's taste. She listened distractedly, occasionally furrowing her tiny brow. It took Zhang Meiyan quite a bit of effort to finally lull the little one to sleep. She tiptoed out of her daughter's room and opened her phone, only to find the mom's group chat already buzzing with discussions about the Zhong Qianyi account being banned. Sisters, I was reading my daughter a story tonight and unexpectedly found that the Zhong Qianyi account has been banned. Comments are disabled too. What on earth is going on? Who knows? My daughter absolutely loved his stories. Now she can't listen to any new ones. This is so frustrating. Does anyone know why his account got banned? Could it be that the website shut him down? No way. His stories are so good the site must be out of its mind to ban him. The moms in the group were buzzing with speculation and worry. Just then, one mom posted, my husband works at Tongxiu. He said Zhong Qianyi got blacklisted by the industry. The group exploded with activity the moment she posted. Sis, what's going on? Spill the beans. The moment gossip surfaced, the lurking moms perked up instantly, urging the original poster to spill more details. I heard. Tongxiu Network offered an astronomical signing fee. Early morning, just as dawn was breaking, Xie Wanning woke up. She gently removed Wanwan's chubby little hand from her body. Little Wanwan slept soundly, her rosy cheeks like a tiny apple, a sweet smile still playing at the corners of her mouth. Xie Wanning's heart melted at her daughter's adorable sight. After tucking Wanwan in, she slipped quietly out of the room. After washing up, she slung her bag over her shoulder and closed the door softly, afraid of waking either of them. Today was her first day at her part-time job, and she needed to arrive early. Fortunately, the workplace wasn't far, just 2 subway stops away. Arriving at the meeting spot, Xie Wanning was the only woman among several men. They stood to one side, all waiting for the boss to arrive. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged woman dressed in a well-fitted new Chinese-style outfit, with a vivid green jade pendant around her neck, approached. She was the boss. Noticing the lone female among the part-timers, the boss looked at her with concern. Young lady, wearing a mascot costume is exhausting and sweltering. Are you sure you can handle it? Her eyes brimmed with genuine worry. Xie Wanning patted her chest confidently and declared, I'm fine. Her gaze was firm and bright, as if proving to the owner she could absolutely handle the job. The owner nodded and began explaining the job duties and location. Before long, Xie Wanning appeared at the park intersection they'd visited days earlier, carrying the bear costume. This was where she would be handing out flyers today. The intersection bustled with people, a lively scene. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the bright, sunny sky made the sun blindingly intense. As she slipped into the bear costume, she instantly felt as though she were in a sauna, unbearably hot and stuffy. But Xie Wanning didn't flinch. She quickly got into work mode. Hello, interested in buying a home? She asked, smiling as she held out flyers to passersby. Meanwhile, Lin Wanwan had just woken up. Sitting on the bed, she rubbed her eyes. The little one seemed to sense something was missing, blinking her big eyes as she looked around. Lin Mu saw her and affectionately pinched her cheek, saying gently, Wanwan, you're awake. Wanwan looked around but didn't see her mother. Confused, she asked, Daddy, where'd Mommy go? Mommy had to run an errand, Lin Muheng replied with a smile. He gently smoothed her messy hair, his eyes brimming with affection. When he woke up, Xie Wanning had already left, but she had left him a message, I have things to attend to these next couple of days. Wanwan will need you to take care of her. Thanks for your help. Hearing her father's words, Wanwan finally exhaled a long breath of relief, her little face lighting up with a bright smile. Seeing this, Lin Muheng said softly, Sweetie, hurry up and get dressed. Let's go out for breakfast. Yay! Wanwan's tummy is hungry, the little one exclaimed excitedly. She slipped into the princess dress Dad had bought her, slung her little backpack over her shoulder, and they headed out. After breakfast, Lin Muheng brought Wanwan to the classroom. The little one sat beside her dad, completely engrossed in watching cartoons. Before long, more and more students entered the classroom. One boy with dyed red hair spotted Lin Muheng and pointed excitedly. Muheng's over there. Haven't seen that kid in days, and he actually showed up for class. Saying this, the man walked toward Lin Muheng, followed by his two roommates who joined in the laughter. The three sat down beside Lin Muheng, grinning as they asked, Ahan, what VE you been up to these past few days? You haven't even been coming back to the dorm at night lately. You wouldn't be dating someone and not wanting to live with us anymore, would you? The red-haired guy teased. Just then, a soft, childish voice rang out from nearby, Daddy, the cartoon's already over. Chapter 21, Three Naughty Uncles. At the sound of this, a gentle flicker passed through Lin Muheng's eyes. He affectionately ruffled Wanwan's hair and said softly, Daddy's playing the next episode for you. At that moment, the three men standing nearby instantly dropped their jaws. Their eyes widened like saucers, and their mouths gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. They hadn't even noticed the pink-cheeked, chubby little girl beside Ahang. Especially that momentary address had left them momentarily flustered. Zhao Zijuan, with his red hair, looked at Lin Muheng in utter disbelief, his voice trembling with shock. Dad! Dad! His tone carried equal parts confusion and disbelief. Lin Muheng heard it, a smug smile curling his lips as he nodded happily. Why pass up a free ride? That dad made his heart sing, filling him with sweetness like honey. Zhao Zijuan, seeing this, gave him a push with an exasperated look, his eyes full of suspicion. Don't change the subject. What's the deal with this little girl? Lin Muheng looked utterly helpless yet utterly sincere as he replied, exactly what you heard, she's my daughter. His expression conveyed utter naturalness. Yet all three stared at him in disbelief, their eyes brimming with skepticism and astonishment. The boy in the baseball cap, Lu Xiaorong, eyed Lin Muheng with amusement, a teasing smirk curling his lips. Ahang, that girl looks 5 or 6. You just turned 18. You started hitting on little girls when you were 12? You're a beast. After he finished speaking, the other two were equally indignant, casting reproachful glances at Lin Muheng. He shook his head and snapped, Get out! What nonsense are you spouting? Do I look like that kind of person? Yes. 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 The three nodded with smiles, though they didn't actually believe the little girl was a hen's daughter. Just then, the subject teacher walked in carrying a backpack. Spotting him, Lin Muheng quickly turned down his phone volume, afraid of disturbing everyone. He leaned down to Wanwan and said, Sweetie, let's watch TV when we get home. How about you read a storybook for now? Okay. Wanwan nodded obediently, pulling his storybook Dad had bought her from her little backpack with her chubby little hands and flipping through it intently. Her focused little expression was so adorable it made everyone want to give her a kiss, she was just too sweet. Wang Kailuan, seated at the southernmost end, watched with affection. Seeing Wanwan so well behaved, he couldn't help but complain to the others, my little nephew is about the same age, but he never stays still for a moment. Is the difference between boys and girls really that big? Honestly, it makes me want to have a daughter someday. Zhao Zijuan rolled his eyes and quipped, you don't even have a girlfriend, how are you going to have a chick? The specialized class lasted over 2 hours, during which Wanwan remained exceptionally quiet and not the least bit mischievous. She sat there, occasionally turning the pages of her storybook, her little face completely absorbed. Soon, the bell rang, but Wanwan remained lost in her storybook. Lin Muheng gently patted the little one's shoulder and whispered, Wanwan, it's time to go home. Okay, Wanwan replied playfully, blinking her eyes. She looked utterly adorable as she tucked the storybook into her little backpack, acting just like a little adult. The hallway was crowded with students leaving class. Lin Muheng held Wanwan close, and it was only then that Zhao Zijuan and the others truly got a good look at the little one. Her face was fair and plump, her big round eyes blinking constantly. Below her petite nose sat a pair of rosy lips, making her look as adorable as a Barbie doll. Who wouldn't adore such a pretty little bundle? Zhao Zijuan beamed at Lin Muheng, saying, Muheng, can I hold her? His eyes brimmed with anticipation and pleading, as if terrified Lin Muheng might refuse him. No way, I get to hold her first, Lu Xiaorong declared, reaching out to snatch Wanwan. Wang Kailuan, who spent all his time at the gym, was quite burly. He shoved both of them aside and grinned, Brother Hong, I get to hold her first. Seeing the three of them grinning like idiots, Lin Muheng couldn't help but chuckle. But when Wanwan saw the three of them, a flicker of panic crossed her little face. She waved her hands frantically, protesting, Wanwan doesn't want bad uncles to hold her. No, no. Ha? Bad uncle? Where'd that come from? The trio looked utterly dejected. They had no idea how they'd offended the little bundle. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and confusion. Lin Muheng, seeing this, chuckled smugly, see? It's not that I won't let you hold her, she just doesn't want to. Soon they reached the dormitory building. Lin Muheng remembered he hadn't brought a change of clothes and would need to return to his dorm to fetch them. He pondered he couldn't possibly carry Wanwan into the boys' dormitory. After all, she was a little girl. After much deliberation, he crouched down and instructed Wanwan, sweetie, Daddy's going back to the dorm to grab some clothes. Can you play with those 3 uncles for a bit? Those 3 uncles are all Daddy's good friends. You don't need to be afraid. He continued reassuring Wanwan, hoping she would let down her guard. Ha? Wanwan frowned, her little face filled with confusion. She tilted her head thoughtfully, her soft voice trailing off. Daddy, didn't you tell me to stay away from these bad uncles before? Why do you want me to play with them now? Her words carried a hint of bewilderment and confusion. Ha? Did I say that? Lin Muheng frowned, thinking hard. Suddenly, he recalled that it might have been his future self who had warned Wanwan. He asked with a smile, do you know why? His eyes sparkled with curiosity. Wanwan nodded, then mumbled in her soft voice, all these uncles have little brothers, and they all want me to be their daughter-in-law. So Daddy told me to stay away from them. Her little face was completely serious. Daddy, what does daughter-in-law mean? Is there something yummy? She continued asking, her little eyes sparkling with curiosity. Hearing this, Lin Muheng clenched his fists, silently cursing, you can't have daughters yourselves, so you're eyeing my precious little girl? You're animals. Though furious, he felt deeply smug inside because he had a daughter, which made him a million times better than them. But there was no need to worry about that now. They didn't even know where their wives were, they were no threat. Lin Muheng comforted Wanwan, sweetie, stay with these uncles for a little while. Daddy will come down for you soon. Be good, okay? When I come back, Daddy will buy you ice cream. Wanyan will be good. The little one's eyes lit up the moment she heard ice cream. She couldn't help but lick her lips, her little face glowing with excitement. Then, Lin Muheng turned to Zhao Zijuan and the other 2 behind him and said, I'll go upstairs to grab some clothes. You 3 take care of her. Sure thing, no problem. The 3 nodded happily. At that moment, Ren Kailuan curiously asked Wanwan, little one, where did your mom and dad go? Chapter 22 The School Flower? Wanwan pursed her cherry red lips, 2 dimples appearing on her cheeks as she playfully replied, Daddy just went upstairs to get something, and Mommy went out. After speaking, the little one twirled the strap of her backpack, looking bored. Hearing this, Ren Kailuan glanced up at the dormitory building across the way, then exchanged a look with the other 2, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He asked incredulously once more, your dad is really Lin Muheng? Wanwan stuck out her little tongue, made a funny face, and teased, not telling you, hee. The little one remembered her dad's earlier warning to avoid talking to these bad uncles. Seeing this, Zhao Zijuan's eyes darted around as a plan formed in his mind. He walked into the supermarket and soon emerged with several colorful lollipops in hand. Smiling, he approached Wanwan, crouched down, and waved the lollipops in front of her. If you answer Uncle's question, I'll give you a lollipop, okay? He said gently. Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, as if she'd discovered a new world. Her little face beamed with joy. Hesitating even a second would be disrespectful to the lollipops. Wanwan nodded eagerly and said with a smile, sure. She looked every bit the little foodie. Seeing Wanwan's reaction, Zhao Zijuan smiled smugly. He cleared his throat and asked, sweetie, is your daddy really Lin Muheng? Don't lie to Uncle, okay? Wanwan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, yes. My daddy is Lin Muheng. Then, her chubby little finger pointed at the lollipop in Zhao Zijuan's hand, as if afraid he might change his mind. Wanwan beamed with delight upon receiving the lollipop. Yet Zhao Zijuan and his companions exchanged stunned looks. They had initially thought Lin Muheng was joking, but coming from a child's mouth, it couldn't be wrong, could it? They exchanged stunned glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. Lu Xiaorong couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Did a Hong really sweep that little girl off her feet? Should keep your voice down, Ren Kailuan hurriedly reminded them. Then he continued his questioning. So, what's your mom's name? Wanwan's little eyes lit up again. She pointed at the lollipop, signaling Zhao Zijuan to give her one first. Zhao Zijuan understood immediately and quickly handed her one. Wanwan took the lollipop, her eyes closing contentedly. Only then did she speak. My mom's name is Xie Wanning. Ha! Hearing that name, the three of them were both shocked and surprised, almost shouting in unison. Xie Wanning? Isn't she our school's campus beauty? Ren Kailuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that Lin Muheng's wife was their senior, in 2 years their senior at that. Did a Hong know Xie Wanning before? Zhao Zijuan frowned, his face filled with confusion. That doesn't add up. A Hong is from Shanghai, while I heard the school beauty is from Xishan province. They shouldn't have crossed paths. What's going on here? Could it be a case of mistaken identity? Lu Xiaorong speculated. Thus, the group turned their attention to Wanwan, hoping to glean more information from her. Wanwan, where is your mom from? Ren Kailuan asked softly. Wanwan clutched her lollipop contentedly and replied with a smile, right here. The little girl's answer was practically meaningless, but they understood she was only 5 or 6 years old. She couldn't possibly know much. Zhao Zijuan wasn't satisfied and pressed further. Wanwan, is your mom pretty? Wanwan's little face beamed with pride as she replied in her soft, sweet voice, of course she's beautiful. Mom is the most beautiful, just like a fairy. The group had many more questions to ask, and as long as there were snacks, the little one answered them all. Before long, Lin Muheng descended from the dormitory building, backpack slung over his shoulder. He looked up and saw his precious daughter sitting with her roommates at the entrance of the supermarket across the street. Spotting her dad approaching, Wanwan jumped off the bench and threw herself into his arms. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she cooed softly, Daddy, you're back. Wanwan missed you so much. Then she planted a kiss on his cheek. Daddy missed you too, Lin Muheng replied with a smile. But when he noticed the many snacks in her hands, he couldn't help but ask, Wanwan, where did you get all these snacks? The uncles bought them for me, Wanwan declared proudly. Worried her dad might misunderstand, she quickly added, I didn't pester them for them, they gave them to me on their own. She then waved the little snacks triumphantly, as if showing off her loot to her dad. Right, uncles? Wanwan asked playfully, her little face lit up with a mischievous grin. Zhao Zijuan and the others could only nod bitterly. She was absolutely right, they had indeed offered it themselves. At that moment, the three pulled Lin Muheng aside. Their minds were filled with confusion, as if they had 1,000 questions they desperately wanted answered. Lin Muheng looked at them in confusion. Why did you pull me aside? Lu Xiaorong blurted out impatiently, is your wife Xie Wanning, our school's campus beauty? The three pairs of eyes sparkled with gossipy curiosity as they stared intently at Lin Muheng's face, as if trying to read something from his expression. Hearing this, Lin Muheng glanced at Wanwan, who was happily sucking on a lollipop nearby. It suddenly dawned on him where all her snacks came from. He gave a helpless smile before admitting, Xie Wanning is indeed Wanwan's mother, so I suppose she's my wife too. You're a beast. Zhao Zijuan gritted out, though his eyes sparkled with envy. What do you mean sort of? She's the school beauty. At that moment, Lu Xiaorong draped an arm around Lin Muheng's shoulder and chuckled, prove you're a true brother, fill us in on the details. Lin Muheng gave a resigned smile. It's a long story. Then make it quick. The three of them pulled Lin Muheng closer, eager for more details. As they listened to the constant chatter buzzing in his ears, a sudden idea struck Lin Muheng. Using a diversion tactic, he immediately picked up Wanwan and took off running. By the time the three realized they'd been tricked, it was already too late. Carried by her father, Wanwan asked curiously, Daddy, why are we running? Lin Muheng gave a helpless smile. Those uncles are crazy. From now on, whenever you see them, take a detour. Got it? Got it, Daddy. The little girl nodded obediently, then wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. After leaving school, father and daughter ate dumplings at a small restaurant near the gate before returning home. Sitting on the sofa, facing her favorite cartoon, Wanwan couldn't muster any interest. She turned to ask Lin Muheng, Daddy, when is mommy coming back? I miss her so much. Chapter 23 Dad, talk to your wife. Lin Muheng stroked Wanwan's head tenderly, his heart aching. Mommy has things to take care of today. She'll come back to see you as soon as she's done. Wanwan pouted, her little face filled with sadness, her ears drooping like a sad little rabbit. Moments later, the little one's eyes suddenly lit up. She tugged at Lin Muheng's arm and whined, Daddy, we can video call mommy. Wanwan misses mommy so much. Daddy, please video call mommy. Her tiny hand clutched tightly at Lin Muheng's sleeve, her little face brimming with anticipation. Seeing the little one's determined expression, her face flushed red with persistence, Lin Muheng could only helplessly tickle Wanwan's nose. Alright. You're such a clever little thing. Daddy, you're so nice. Wanwan puckered her little lips and planted a smack on his cheek before sitting up obediently. Her big eyes stared intently at the phone, eagerly awaiting Mom's appearance. Buzz buzz buzz, the phone began to vibrate. Xie Wanning was eating her boxed lunch when she heard the sound and glanced down at her phone. When she saw the video call invitation from Lin Muheng, her heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly set her boxed meal on the ground, fumbling to grab her phone while hastily smoothing her sweat-dampened hair. Only after ensuring he couldn't detect any clues did she cautiously press the answer button. The screen lit up, revealing Wanwan's adorable little face. Mommy, what are you doing? Wanwan misses you so much. The moment she saw her mother, Wanwan exclaimed excitedly, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. A flicker of warmth touched Xie Wan's eyes as she replied softly, Mommy misses you too, sweetie. Once I finish up, I'll come home early to spend time with you, okay? She could see the little one was deeply unhappy, her pout so pronounced it could have held a scale weight. Smiling, she added, Wanwan, be a good girl. When Mommy gets back, she'll bring you a little teddy bear, okay? At the mention of a teddy bear, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, sparkling like two shining gems. She clutched the phone excitedly, her little face brimming with anticipation as she asked, Really? Of course it's true. How could Mommy ever lie to Wanwan? Xie Wanning replied with a smile, her eyes brimming with affection. Alright then, Wanwan will wait for Mommy at home. Love you. After saying this, Wanwan blew a kiss through the air, her little face beaming with happiness. Seeing this, Xie Wanning's heart blossomed with joy, all her fatigue felt worth it. Wanwan then handed the phone to Lin Muheng, her soft voice adding, Daddy, you talk to your wife. I won't eavesdrop. With that, she blinked her big eyes, flashed a mischievous grin, and scampered into the bedroom. Lin Muheng watched her go, smiling helplessly before picking up the phone. Under his gaze, Xie Wanning felt slightly awkward and asked, Was Wanwan well behaved today? She tried to change the subject, unwilling to let Lin Muheng see her flustered state. Very well behaved, Lin Muheng nodded. After a moment, he asked, When will you be free today? Around 8 or 9, Xie Wanning replied. Oh, okay. A sudden silence fell between them, the atmosphere growing slightly awkward. Just then, an urgent voice came from Xie Wanning's end, Time's up. Get to work. Hearing this, she hurriedly replied, I have to get back to work. Gotta go. Without waiting for Lin Muheng's response, she hastily hung up the phone. After the call ended, Lin Muheng recalled the scene from earlier and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Xie Wanning has something to do today? Could she be going to her part-time job? He didn't dwell on it further, remembering their initial agreement not to interfere in each other's personal lives. At 8 o'clock that evening, Xie Wanning finally finished her shift. Her boss handed her 300 yuan and praised her, You look so delicate, but you really can endure hardship. Will you be back tomorrow? The boss asked. Yes, Xie Wanning nodded, her eyes filled with determination. After all, a part-time job paying 300 yuan a day wasn't easy to come by, especially since she still had to support Wanwan. Alright, same time tomorrow. Just show up, the boss said with a smile before leaving. Holding the 300 yuan in her palm, Xie Wanning felt immense joy. This was her first part-time job, exhausting, but worth every penny. On her way home, Xie Wanning spotted a plush toy shop nearby. Remembering her promise to buy Wanwan a teddy bear, she immediately stepped inside. The shop was filled with countless stuffed animals, colorful and uniquely shaped. Xie Wanning's eyes were drawn to a pink teddy bear hanging on the wall. Its fur was soft and fluffy, and she knew Wanwan would adore it. How much is that bear? Xie Wanning asked, pointing to the pink one. The shopkeeper glanced up. 128. Alright, I'll take it, Xie Wanning said without hesitation. Though the price seemed a bit steep for a teddy bear, the thought of her daughter's delighted expression made it feel well worth it. Clutching the shopping bag, Xie Wanning couldn't wait to see Wanwan. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng rose from the park bench, watching Wanwan play happily in the distance with a satisfied smile. He called softly, Wanwan, it's time to go home. Coming, the little one called out, waving goodbye to her friends with a hint of reluctance. Holding her daddy's small hand, she skipped along. Daddy, will Mommy be back by now? Wanwan asked curiously. She should be back by now. You'll see her as soon as we get home, Lin Muheng replied with a smile. Great. Wanwan clapped her hands excitedly, filled with anticipation to see her mom at home. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning walked along when she suddenly sensed someone following her. Her heart clenched sharply as fear surged through her. Daring not to turn around, she only quickened her pace. But no matter how fast she walked, the figure stayed right behind her. Her heartbeat grew faster and faster, almost pounding out of her chest. Suddenly, a man reeking of alcohol staggered in front of her, a leering grin on his face. Hey, little sister, you're a real looker. How about grabbing a drink with me? Ha ha. Xie Wanning's heart clenched. She timidly replied, I really don't drink. You should find someone else. As soon as the words left her mouth, she tried to walk away. But the man yanked her arm roughly, his eyes gleaming with unscrupulous intent. He chuckled, "Don't be in such a hurry. Can't drink? No problem, let me teach you, won't you?" His grip was surprisingly strong. Xie Wanning struggled a few times but couldn't break free. "Come on, I've got plenty of money. Follow me, and I promise you won't lose out." The man continued his enticement. Xie Wanning's voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with terror. "I don't know you. I won't go with you. Chapter 24, from now on, we'll protect you." Xie Wanning struggled fiercely against his grip, but the vast disparity in strength made escape impossible. Seizing a moment when he wasn't paying attention, she kicked him hard in the groin. He let out a pained scream and released his grip. Immediately, she pulled out a can of pepper spray from her bag and began spraying it wildly at the man. The man stumbled backward, clutching his eyes and wailing in agony. Still not satisfied, she grabbed a nearby stick and began beating the drunken man relentlessly, shouting, "Think you're someone special just because you've had a few drinks? Daring to ask this lady to drink with you? Put! I'm beating you for harassing young girls. I'm beating you for your audacity. See if you dare do this again." With each strike, Xie Wanning seemed to channel every ounce of her pent-up rage. "Stop! Stop!" Only when the stick landed squarely on his body did the drunken man feel the pain. He begged for mercy, his voice trembling. Suddenly, the alcohol seemed to sober him up as the sharp pain jolted him back to reality. He hastily apologized, then limped away as fast as he could, terrified of being caught and beaten again. Watching the man's disheveled retreat, Xie Wanning exhaled in relief, her taut nerves finally relaxing. She collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. That scene had truly scared the life out of her. She didn't know where she'd found the courage, and even now, thinking back sent shivers down her spine. Her heart still pounded wildly in her chest. Just then, a soft, sweet voice came from behind her. "Mommy, why are you walking so fast? Neither Daddy nor I can keep up with you." Xie Wanning froze, realizing only then that it was her father and daughter behind her. She had thought they were bad guys. Wanwan happily ran up to her mother, took her hand, and asked in a childish voice, "Mommy, why are you sitting on the ground? Isn't it cold?" The little one's face was etched with worry. He then waved at Lin Muheng and chirped, "Daddy, hurry up and help Mommy up." Seeing this, Lin Muheng hurried over to Xie Wanning, gently placed her arm over his shoulder, and carefully helped her up. Unexpectedly, the moment Xie Wanning stood up, she clung to Lin Muheng's shoulder and burst into tears. Her tears fell like beads from a broken string, soaking Lin Muheng's clothes as if she were venting all her fears at once. Why did you take so long to come?" Xie Wanning's voice was choked with sobs, sounding especially heartbreaking. Lin Muheng felt completely at a loss, letting her cling to him without knowing how to comfort her. Seeing this, Wanwan shot her father a reproachful look and said indignantly, "Daddy, did you bully Mommy? Why is Mommy crying so sadly?" "Daddy didn't," Lin Muheng shook his head innocently. What on earth had happened? After a long while, Xie Wanning finally vented her pent-up emotions. She shyly pushed Lin Muheng away, lowering her head, unable to meet his gaze. "I'm sorry I got your clothes wet." Xie Wanning's voice still carried a hint of choking back tears. "It's okay. Are you feeling better now?" Lin Muheng asked with concern. "MHM." Xie Wanning nodded. Seeing this, Lin Muheng furrowed his brow and asked doubtfully, "What happened just now? Did something upset you?" Fearing she might think he was prying, he quickly added, "You wouldn't want Wanwan to worry, would you?" Xie Wanning recounted the entire incident in detail. Her voice still trembled slightly, but she had regained much of her composure. Lin Muheng grew furious upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. He then turned to Xie Wanning, his tone firm, "Don't worry. From now on, we're here for you. We'll protect you." He then turned to Xie Wanning, extending his hand. "Give me your phone." "What for?" Xie Wanning looked at Lin Muheng in confusion as he fiddled with her phone. After a moment, he looked up and smiled. "I changed the emergency contact in your phone to me. If you're in danger, call me. I'll be there immediately." Worried his actions might make Xie Wanning uncomfortable, he added, "After all, you're the child's mother. Wanwan doesn't want anything to happen to you, and neither do I." Deeply touched, Xie Wanning nodded with a smile, her eyes glistening with tears. "Thank you." Just then, the clever little Wanwan tugged at her mother's hand and said in her baby voice, "Mommy, you have to show your thanks sincerely." Her little face was filled with earnest innocence. When Wanwan thanks Daddy, she gives him a kiss. "You should give Mommy a kiss too." Lin Muheng, hearing his daughter's words, felt a surge of anticipation. A hint of amusement flashed in his eyes as he feigned composure, looking at Xie Wanning. Inside, he was already bursting with joy. Urged on by her daughter, Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed crimson. She shyly glanced up at Lin Muheng and caught him smiling secretly. Xie Wanning's heart pounded wildly, thumping like a frightened deer. Would kissing him like this make me seem too forward? Seeing her mother hesitate, Wanwan gently nudged her mother, her little face etched with impatience. Xie Wanning lost her balance from the nudge, leaning forward until her lips touched Lin Muheng's cheek. The soft touch sent both of them reeling, as if an electric current surged between them. Especially Lin Muheng. As he touched the spot where she just kissed him, he thought to himself, lipstick? The taste is really strong. Xie Wanning, flushed with embarrassment, scrambled away. She grabbed Wanwan's hand and hurried ahead. Sweetie, mommy bought you a little bear, shall we go home and open it? Watching the mother and daughter's retreating figures, Lin Muheng felt profoundly satisfied. Suddenly, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding! System detected a change in Xie Wanning's affection level. Current affection, 40. System store unlocked. Lin Muheng froze, then felt an overwhelming surge of joy. He eagerly opened the system store. Inside, the array of items was dazzling: luxury villas, limited edition sports cars, private jets. It was all overwhelming. Glancing at his current heartbeat points, Lin Muheng felt like he'd hit the jackpot. A limited edition sports car only cost 30 points, while a luxury villa was 35. Holy crap, this system was ridiculously generous. Last time, he spent 25 heart points on a publishing house. After deducting the previous expenditure, he only had 15 heart points left to spend. Save up a bit more, and he could drive that limited edition sports car home. Not bad at all. Chapter 25, Picking up the car at the 4S store. Just as Lin Muheng was daydreaming about his good fortune, the system's message poured a bucket of cold water over his head. Notice, heart points not redeemed within 24 hours will be forfeited. Hearing this, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a jerk. The system must have learned this tactic from those unscrupulous merchants. Since the reward would expire, Lin Muheng began selecting the most cost-effective item. After much consideration, the only car he could afford to redeem was one with 4 rings. He sighed in exasperation. System, why not just give me the car outright? Why all this hassle? Host experience must be prioritized. The system replied before falling silent. Lin Muheng was utterly speechless. This system was asking for a beating. Still, having a car would be incredibly convenient. But cars guzzle gas, filling it up with 98 octane would cost a fortune. Great. Back to grinding for cash. The next day, as Lin Muheng was tidying his room, a crisp ringtone suddenly broke the silence. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Muheng? A gentle female voice asked. This is he. The car you ordered from our company has arrived and is ready for pickup. When would be a convenient time for you to come? Lin Muheng's face lit up with excitement. I'll come pick it up right away. Alright, I'll be waiting at the dealership. After hanging up, Lin Muheng was overjoyed. Though it wasn't a limited edition sports car, it was still a vehicle worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, boasting excellent performance and appearance. He called out toward the living room. Wanwan, come back and change clothes. We're heading out. Huh? Going out to play again? Awesome. Wanwan ran over excitedly and immediately changed her clothes. Once her shoes were on, she sprang to her feet, slung her beloved little backpack over her shoulder, and took her dad's big hand as they headed out the door. They hailed a cab at the community gate, and within 30 minutes, they arrived at the Dior 4S store. Lin Muheng led Wanwan by the hand inside. Spotting the visitors, a salesperson approached with a smile and inquired, Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? I'm here to pick up the car, Lin Muheng replied with a smile, his eyes glinting with anticipation. Mr. Lin, is that correct? Please have a seat over here for a moment, the salesperson said cheerfully before clicking away in her high heels toward the office. Lin Muheng sat down on a nearby chair while Wanwan curiously scanned her surroundings, her eyes wide like 2 black gems. The variety of cars displayed in the showroom left her dazzled. Suddenly, she spotted a small insect fluttering onto the body of one car. Her eyes widened instantly. She cautiously approached and gently shooed the bug away with her tiny hand, afraid of dirtying the beautiful car. At that moment, a man in a suit nearby frowned upon seeing this. He walked over in a huff and pulled Wanwan away. His abrupt movement startled Wanwan. What are you doing, child? Get your dirty hands off it right now. If you damage the car, can you afford to pay for it? The man said in a low voice, his eyes filled with disdain. Scolded, Wanwan felt deeply wronged. She pouted her little mouth, tears welling in her eyes. Seeing the man's aggressive demeanor, she grew frightened. Her small hands clutched the hem of her dress tightly, too frightened to utter a sound. Lin Muheng heard the commotion and glanced up, seeing his precious little girl being scolded by a man. A surge of anger welled up inside him. He raised his hand and called out gently, Wanwan, come to daddy. Daddy, the little one, hearing her father's voice, immediately threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms, looking utterly wronged. Cradled in her father's arms, she murmured softly, Daddy, I didn't touch that car. Her little face pressed against his chest, her voice trembling slightly. Daddy knows. Lin Muheng nodded, his eyes radiating unwavering trust. He then turned to the male salesman and said, You heard that. My daughter didn't touch the car. Not only did you slander her, but you insulted her. So, apologize to my daughter. His voice carried a seriousness that brooked no argument. The man first sized up Lin Muheng. Seeing how young he was and how ordinary his clothes were, a flicker of contempt crossed his eyes. Who knows if she's telling the truth or not? Did you see it? His tone carried a hint of provocation and disdain. Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow at this and replied coldly, if you don't believe me, then check the surveillance footage. I have plenty of time to wait until the truth is clear. Seeing Lin Muheng wouldn't budge, the man grinned, attempting to lighten the mood. Fine, let's say you didn't bump the car. Why bother checking surveillance over such a minor thing? His smile held a hint of resignation and insincerity. No. Unless this is cleared up, my daughter will face unnecessary criticism. Lin Muheng stated firmly. Such ambiguity could cause significant psychological harm to a child. Just then, a woman approached in high heels. Dressed in a professional suit, she looked sharp and elegant. The man immediately adopted a respectful expression and greeted her, Manager Sunday. The woman ignored him, walking straight to Lin Muheng and addressing him respectfully, Mr. Lin, I apologize for keeping you waiting. The paperwork for your Dior vehicle is being processed. May I ask what happened earlier to cause you distress? She inquired with genuine concern, her eyes betraying a hint of worry. Hearing the supervisor speak, the man suddenly felt uneasy. He had assumed the other party was a low-income individual, but now realized they were actually a major client of the company. Fear began to creep into his heart. Lin Muheng saw this and nodded, then said, this man insulted my daughter and falsely accused her of bumping into a car. I'm making him apologize to her. His voice carried a hint of anger and dissatisfaction. Hearing this, the woman shot the salesman a piercing glare, her eyes demanding, hurry up and apologize. The man, terrified, turned to Lin Muheng and stammered, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't understand the situation earlier. My apologies. Lin Muheng responded with disdain, don't be silly. What if my daughter really did bump the car? Wouldn't that be unfair to you? His tone dripped with sarcasm and dissatisfaction. Get the surveillance footage. Clear my daughter's name. The woman, seeing this, hurriedly replied, yes, I'll get the surveillance footage right away. With that, she immediately turned and headed toward the monitoring room. Moments later, the footage appeared on the screen. It clearly showed Wanwan merely swatting away an insect. She hadn't touched the car at all. The man, frightened, quickly apologized, sir, I misjudged the situation. I'm truly sorry. His voice carried a hint of panic. Please forgive my mistake. Don't hold it against me, the man continued pleading. Shouldn't you be apologizing to me? Lin Muheng retorted firmly, knowing he was his precious daughter's backbone. Chapter 26, I'll pick you up tonight. Hearing this, the salesman immediately crouched down in front of Wanwan and explained with a smile, little one, uncle made a mistake just now. Uncle apologizes to you. I'm sorry. Wanwan didn't respond. She clung tightly to her father's leg, her little face pressed against him, her eyes still showing traces of fear and unease. Clearly, the earlier incident had frightened her. Lin Muheng gently pulled his precious daughter closer, softly stroking her back to comfort her. Then he turned to the manager and asked, how's the paperwork coming along? Can I drive it out now? Whenever you're ready, the woman nodded, replying with a smile. Soon, Lin Muheng completed the paperwork and drove away in the brand new Dior vehicle with his daughter. The supervisor beamed as she saw them off, then turned to the man with a sudden hardening of her expression. Effective immediately, you're fired. Pack your things and get out. Manager, please give me another chance. I won't do it again, I swear. The man pleaded desperately, hoping for leniency. But the manager remained unmoved. Offending a customer was a cardinal sin in sales, especially when it was a major client of the company. Here, he had truly reached the end of his rope. After leaving the dealership, Lin Muheng drove off, taking Wanwan for a joyride. The little one sat in the spacious back seat, kicking her tiny feet excitedly. She had the window wide open, and the breeze brushed against her cheeks. Wanwan closed her eyes contentedly. A child's mind was always so simple and pure. In this moment, she had completely forgotten the little incident that had just happened at the dealership. Suddenly, Wanwan leaned forward on the seat, reached out her chubby little hand to pat Lin Muheng's shoulder, and exclaimed excitedly, Daddy, let's go find Mommy. Lin Muheng watched his daughter's eager little face in the rearview mirror and patiently reasoned, Mommy must be busy. How about Daddy takes you to the playground instead? He expected Wanwan to agree excitedly as she usually did. But this time, the little one shook her head stubbornly, her voice urgent, No. Wanwan wants to go to the playground with Daddy and Mommy. Her little face flushed slightly with frustration, her big eyes flashing with stubborn determination. Seeing his daughter so determined, Lin Muheng could only concede. Then, Wanwan leaned closer and continued, Daddy, can you ask Mommy if she's done with work? Then we can all go to the playground together. She blinked her big eyes, filled with anticipation. Lin Muheng couldn't bear to refuse his daughter's pleading gaze. So he gently tapped open the video call interface for Xie Wanning's WeChat. At that moment, Xie Wanning had just finished a busy morning of work. She had taken off her heavy plush costume and was about to go have lunch. Just then, her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out to find a video call request from Lin Muheng. Her heart skipped a beat before she accepted the call. The moment the call connected, Wanwan's chubby little face eagerly pressed against the screen, instantly filling the entire display. Mommy, are you done with work yet? Wanwan called out in her sweet, sticky voice. Wanwan misses you so much. As she spoke, she traced a big heart shape in the air with her tiny hand, looking utterly adorable. Seeing her daughter's adorable little face, a wave of warmth flooded Xie Wan's heart. She replied gently, Mommy misses Wanwan too. Once I finish today's work, I'll spend quality time with you, okay? Wanwan puckered her little lips and nodded obediently. Suddenly, her big eyes blinked as she asked, Mommy, what are you doing right now? Can Daddy and I come find you? Wanwan asked eagerly, her little hand clutching the phone tightly, afraid her mother might refuse. Xie Wanning glanced at the time and said, Mommy needs to go eat. Have you two eaten yet? Her eyes lit up at the suggestion. No, we haven't eaten yet. Can Daddy and I come find you for dinner now? She asked, shaking her head with a smile. Xie Wanning thought for a moment before nodding. All right then. Give the phone to Daddy. Her voice carried a hint of shyness and anticipation. When Lin Muheng appeared on the screen, she shyly inquired, Is it convenient for you to come over now? I have to start work at 2, so I won't have much time to spend with you. Lin Muheng immediately replied, We're free. We haven't eaten yet either. Send us your address, and we'll come find you. Okay. Xie Wanning nodded. After hanging up, she waited at the bus stop. In less than 15 minutes, a black sedan pulled up slowly in front of her. The window rolled down, and a familiar little head peeked out. Wanwan's eyes crinkled into slits when she spotted her mom. Mommy, hop in, she cooed softly, looking like an adorable little angel. Now, sitting in the car, Xie Wanning was filled with confusion. She stared at the brand new sedan, feeling a bit surprised. As soon as Wanwan got in, she grabbed her mother's arm and said proudly, Mommy, this is Daddy's new car. It's not as comfortable as the one we had before, but it can pick you up. Her little face beamed with happiness. Lin Muheng couldn't help but clear his throat softly upon hearing this. He silently reflected that in the future, he would reside in the luxurious Tangshan second-class mansion and drive an extraordinarily valuable car. Yet in this moment, he knew he must strive even harder to restore his daughter to the life of luxury she once knew. Xie Wanning heard her daughter's words and found her gaze drifting toward Lin Muheng. A blush spread across her cheeks, delicate and charming like peach blossoms blooming in spring. At that moment, Lin Muheng inquired, When will you finish work today? Xie Wanning smiled faintly and replied, Around 8 o'clock, I suppose. Lin Muheng responded calmly, Then I'll drive over with Wanwan to pick you up tonight. Wary of rejection, he cautiously added, Don't get the wrong idea. I just think it's too late for you to be walking home alone. It's unsafe, especially after what happened yesterday. His voice brimmed with genuine concern and worry for Xie Wanning. Xie Wanning's face lit up with a bright smile. Thank you, she said gratefully. Lin Muheng waved his hand dismissively, replying with a smile, No need to thank me. After all, you are Wanwan's biological mother. Just her biological mother? Xie Wanning blurted out, her mind now in turmoil. She couldn't understand why she had that thought just now. Could it be that she was falling for him? Lin Muheng, focused on driving, hadn't noticed. He turned his head and asked, What did you just say? Chapter 27 Another call from Tongsu Network. Inside the office, Tongsu Network's editor-in-chief Song Chenyu and her staff sat in a circle, the atmosphere heavy and tense. Each employee treaded carefully, fearing they might accidentally trigger the editor-in-chief's. At that moment, Song Chenyu scanned the room, her eyes suppressing anger as she asked in a low voice, Any other updates to report? One employee timidly whispered, Over the past 2 days, users have been flooding the comments under authors' stories with Zhong Qianni. There are so many comments we can't delete them all. We can't exactly ban user comments, another employee cautiously added. Upon hearing this, Song Chenyu clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white. She forced herself to endure the rage and concluded the meeting. After the meeting, Song Chenyu slammed open her office door and strode to her desk. In a fit of rage, she swept the documents, pen holder, and even the computer mouse off the surface onto the floor. You have some nerve, Zhong Qianni. How dare you defy the website? You really don't know your place, she growled through gritted teeth. Xiao Li, who witnessed the scene, held his breath, standing silently nearby, terrified of becoming the next target of her fury. After a long while, Song Qianyu finally calmed down. She slowly sat back in her chair, took a deep breath, and asked, Any new updates on Zhong Qianni online? Xiao Li hurriedly replied, No. Ever since we blacklisted him, other websites haven't dared to sign him either. There's been no news at all. A cold smile curled at the corners of Song Qianyu's lips. Feeling the sting of being suppressed, huh? Let's see if you dare refuse my terms now. Moments later, she rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling cityscape as her mind calculated her next move. She dialed Lin Muheng's number, her eyes flashing with a determined gleam. On the other end, Lin Muheng picked up the phone. Seeing an unlabeled number, he hesitated before answering. Zhong Qianni, long time no see, Song Qianyu's voice came through, tinged with a hint of provocation and smugness. Lin Muheng frowned, his face brimming with disdain. You're the editor-in-chief of Tongsu Network? What do you want? Song Qianyu grinned, her voice dripping with allure. Not enjoying being blacklisted? Agree to my contract terms, and 10 million yuan will be transferred to your account immediately. Think about it, most people never earn that much in a lifetime. You'd be wise to consider this carefully. Lin Muheng's eyes flashed with contempt as he replied firmly, I've already made up my mind. Ha! I knew you'd agree, Song Qianyu chuckled triumphantly, already smugly certain of victory. Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly, inwardly stunned by this woman's audacity. You haven't heard my official answer yet. Go ahead, I'm listening. Song Qianyu was brimming with confidence, certain any rational person would make the right choice. Lin Muheng pressed his lips together in a faint smile, his tone firm and resolute. I refuse. That crappy Tongsu website? Let whoever wants to go, go. Even if you called me dad, I wouldn't set foot there. After saying that, Lin Muheng hung up without hesitation. He didn't want to get entangled with Song Qianyu any further. She must be seriously ill. Listening to the persistent busy tone, Song Qianyu was momentarily stunned. Had she been rejected again? Her eyes widened in disbelief as a surge of unnamed fury welled up inside her. Recalling Lin Muheng's arrogant demeanor, she angrily flung her phone to the ground and bellowed, Shaoli. Hearing the editor-in-chief's shout, Little Li hurried into the office and cautiously asked, Editor-in-chief, what can I do for you? Song Qianyu gritted her teeth and ordered, the words Zhong Qianni are not to appear on the website. Delete them immediately. Any accounts posting them repeatedly will be banned. Shaoli asked anxiously, Editor, won't this provoke the user's anger? Song Qianyu shook her head coldly. No. We're a top-tier website. They can't do without us. Hungry dogs will come back on their own. After receiving the order, Shaoli immediately began handling the matter. At that moment, Lin Muheng had just stepped out of the classroom, feeling immensely satisfied. Just then, his phone rang again. Assuming it was Song Qianyu calling, he answered impatiently and began cursing, I told you I'm not going. Do you really want to be a fool? But the voice on the other end was Hu Lily's sweet, girlish tone, Mr. Lin, what are you saying? Lin Muheng felt goosebumps rise all over his body. He snapped impatiently, stop mincing words. Speak plainly. Okay, Hu Lily replied before launching into her work report. Mr. Lin, the storybook sample is ready. I'll bring it over for you to review. Alright, bring it over now. I'll send you the address, Lin Mu replied. Going to the office and back would take too much time, especially since he had plans to take Wanwan out for grilled fish with Xie Wanning later. Back in the office, Hu Lily stared at the address Mr. Lin had sent. It was for Magic City University. Her eyes filled with confusion. Is Mr. Lin really an ungraduated college student? After grabbing the storybook samples, Hu Lily hailed a taxi and arrived at the entrance of Magic City University in under 30 minutes. Stepping out of the cab, she sent a voice message to Lin Muheng, Mr. Lin, I'm here. Where are you? Turn around. The cafe. Lin Muheng replied succinctly. Hu Lily turned her head and sure enough, spotted Lin Muheng seated by the window. Swaying her hips in her 4-inch heels, she glided inside. As she pushed open the cafe door, all eyes instantly turned to Hu Lily. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she possessed a fiery figure and dressed provocatively. Today, she wore a black strapless bodycon dress that swayed with each step, drawing many admiring glances. Lin Muheng, however, remained completely unmoved. He even seemed slightly repulsed. He gave Hu Lily a casual glance and motioned for her to sit down. Hu Lily giggled as she walked over and sat down in front of Lin Muheng. Mr. Lin, I'll need to be reimbursed for the taxi fare to and from here. This is business, after all. Lin Muheng nodded, though inwardly he felt a twinge of irritation. He hadn't even made any money yet, and already he was shelling out his own. This was tough. He then turned his gaze to her and asked, Where's the storybook? Let me take a look. Hu Lily pulled the storybook from her bag and placed it before Lin Muheng. He examined it meticulously, scrutinizing every detail from the color palette to the illustrations. After a moment, he nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. When can we launch it? I've instructed the factory to expedite production. It should hit bookstores as early as tomorrow evening, Hu Lily replied. Alright, proceed with this version, Lin Muheng affirmed with a nod. Good work. If sales are strong, I'll give everyone a bonus. Then I'll thank Mr. Lin on behalf of everyone, Hu Lily said in a sweet, girlish voice. Chapter 28. Oh no, Dad's upset mom. Seeing this, Lin Muheng frowned slightly, shifting back awkwardly. Is this how you always speak? Hu Lily paused, then Lin Muheng continued, do whatever feels comfortable. No need to put on a facade in front of me. Just be yourself. Hearing this, Hu Lily felt a bit dazed. Be myself? That seemed like something from a long time ago. Coming from a small town, she spent so long trying to make others like her, help her, notice her. She couldn't remember the last time she truly been herself. Leaving the coffee shop, Hu Lily felt deeply grateful for what Mr. Lin had said. Suddenly overcome with gratitude, she hugged Lin Muheng and said, Mr. Lin, thank you. But Lin Muheng, caught in her embrace, panicked. He pushed her away urgently, his cheeks flushing slightly with nervousness. Let go of me right now. It wouldn't be good if someone saw. Seeing Lin Muheng's flustered state, Hu Lily chuckled. Mr. Lin, you really are such an innocent young man, untouched by the world. She then held out her WeChat payment QR code, a playful smile curling her lips. Boss, reimbursement for the ride, please. Lin Muheng glanced at it and scanned the payment. Lily checked the amount and frowned. The round-trip fare was 80, right? Why did you only send 55? I'll take the subway back, Lin Muheng replied irritably. Who told her to get all handsy with him? What if his future wife saw? His entire reputation would be ruined. Yet in the distance, two pairs of eyes were indeed fixed intently on him. Wanwan looked up, her big eyes blinking with pure curiosity. Mommy, who's that lady? Why is she hugging Daddy? Oh, that one? Probably one of Daddy's good friends, Xie Wanning replied calmly, though her chest felt tight, as if a heavy stone pressed down on her, making it hard to breathe. She scrutinized Lily's figure, a pert behind, a generous cleavage. If she were a man, she'd definitely find this type attractive too. The thought made Xie Wanning glance down at herself. Her hips weren't curvy, and she had no cleavage to speak of. How could she possibly compare? I bet Lin Muheng likes this kind of woman too, she thought silently, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Wanwan seemed oblivious to her mother's unease. She happily ran into her father's arms, cooing, Daddy. Her little face was rosy and plump, like a ripe apple, tempting one to take a bite. Lin Muheng pinched her plump little cheeks affectionately, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Sweetheart, did you listen to your mommy today? Wanwan was very good, but I really miss Daddy, the little one said sweetly, melting Lin Muheng's heart completely. The thought that her roommates would all have sons someday filled Lin Muheng with immense pride and joy. He felt incredibly fortunate to have such an adorable daughter. Spotting Xie Wanning approach, Lin Muheng smiled and said, I don't have class this afternoon. I'll take care of Wanwan. Okay. Xie Wanning nodded, then followed the two of them toward the grilled fish restaurant. Her steps, however, felt heavy, as if each treaded on cotton, her mind elsewhere. Inside the restaurant, Wanwan sat upright beside Lin Muheng, her small frame straight as a little adult. Noticing Xie Wanning had barely touched her food before setting down her chopsticks, Lin Muheng quietly whispered in Wanwan's ear, Sweetie, Mom looks so tired. Is she sick? Wanwan furrowed her little brow in confusion. No way. She seems really happy when she's with me. She doesn't look sick at all. Her little hand propped up her chin as she pondered earnestly, an expression so adorable it was hard not to smile. Hearing her daughter's words, Lin Muheng frowned in puzzlement. If she wasn't sick, why did she seem so unhappy? He pondered silently, guessing it must be something personal. Since it involved her privacy, Lin Muheng didn't feel comfortable asking outright. After finishing their grilled fish, the family of three walked down the street. Wanwan suddenly pointed at the supermarket, her little eyes sparkling with excitement. Daddy, Mommy, I want to eat fruit. Then let's go take a look, Lin Muheng said affectionately, pushing the shopping cart and placing Wanwan inside. What kind of fruit do you want, Wanwan? Watermelon or banana? Lin Muheng asked. Xie Wanning followed behind, a hint of emptiness in her eyes. At the fruit section, Wanwan's chubby little fingers pointed here and there, pointing at this and that, the very picture of a little foodie. However, when Xie Wanning spotted the papaya, her eyes suddenly lit up, and an impulse surged within her. She didn't know if this papaya would work, but she couldn't resist placing one in the shopping cart. Xie Wanning's movements were stiff, as if she were doing something clandestine, afraid of being discovered. Yet Wanwan noticed. The little one asked curiously, Mommy, what kind of fruit is this? Is it tasty? Xie Wanning's face flushed crimson, as if scorched by fire. She replied shyly, This is called a papaya. It should be tasty. Her voice carried a hint of uncertainty, yet also revealed her anticipation for the papaya. Oh. Wanwan nodded, her gaze suddenly drawn to other fruits. Her little body squirmed around in the shopping cart like a lively little fish. Besides buying some papayas, Xie Wanning's pace slowed involuntarily as she passed the snack section. A flicker of struggle and hesitation crossed her eyes, but she couldn't resist picking up several bags of chicken feet, both red and white varieties. Lin Muheng noticed and silently noted it to himself, so she loves chicken feet. From the supermarket all the way to the school gate, Xie Wanning remained silent, simply following along. Only Wanwan chattered away non-stop, like a cheerful little bird. Noticing this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but turn to Xie Wanning and ask, Are you upset about something? Xie Wanning froze, looking at him in confusion. Lin Muheng, looking incredibly infuriating, said, Since you're so unhappy, why don't you tell me about it and cheer me up? A playful smile played on his lips as he attempted to lighten the mood with casual words. Yet his words pierced Xie Wanning's heart like a sharp thorn. She crouched down, gently stroking Wanwan's little face as she said, Sweetie, Mommy has to go to class now. Play with Daddy, and I'll come back to see you after class. Okay, Wanwan will be a good girl, Wanwan nodded with a smile. Lin Muheng had expected Xie Wanning to exchange some parting words with him, but instead, she merely shot him a withering glance before turning away. Lin Muheng stood there looking utterly innocent, inwardly complaining, I could tell she was upset, so I tried to cheer her up. How come she seems even more upset now? Wanwan saw this and shook her little head, gloating, Daddy, you're in trouble now, you've made Mommy mad. Chapter 29 Chicken Claw Papaya? What are you up to, woman? After parting ways with Lin Muheng and his daughter, Xie Wanning carried her heavy shopping bags back to the dorm. Xiao Xiao was sitting on the edge of the bed. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Xie Wanning enter. Curious, she leaned in. Ning, let me see. What goodies did you buy? See for yourself. I need to find my racket first. With that, Xie Wanning gently placed the bag on the table. Xiao Xiao eagerly tore open the plastic bag and peered inside. When she spotted the bag filled with chicken feet and a huge papaya, her eyes widened in disbelief. Ning, are you trying to wipe out the entire chicken family? Why buy so many chicken feet? Could it be? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Xiao Xiao's head. She grinned mischievously as she leaned closer to Xie Wanning, her eyes darting slyly toward her chest. Ning, you bought all these chicken feet, you're not planning to enhance your bust, are you? Xie Wanning flushed crimson at Xiao Xiao's words, inwardly wondering, is my intention that obvious? But she wasn't about to admit it. Instead, she stubbornly declared, I bought the chicken feet for you. I know you love them. As for the papayas, I've never tried them before. I just wanted to taste them. Xiao Xiao smirked, clearly unconvinced. She thought to herself, this woman, she's stubborn as a mule. She's obviously trying to enhance her bust, yet she refuses to admit it. Still, she didn't press the issue. Instead, she nodded with a smile and said, well then, I won't be polite. With that, she pulled several chicken feet from the bag and began munching on them with relish. Seeing this, Xie Wanning grew anxious and quickly muttered, hey, save some for me. Before they knew it, it was time for their afternoon tennis class. After the PE teacher demonstrated the basic strokes, they had free time. The two found a shady spot to sit down. Suddenly, Xie Wanning turned to Xiao Xiao with curiosity, batting her eyelashes as she asked, you ate so many chicken feet, but your chest hasn't gotten any bigger. Is this whole chicken feet for breast enhancement thing a scam? Xiao Xiao immediately grinned with satisfaction and whispered, see? You said buying chicken feet wasn't for breast enhancement, but you just gave yourself away. As she spoke, she deliberately poked Xie Wanning's chest, making Xie Wanning's face flush even redder. Caught off guard, Xie Wanning lowered her head in silence, her heart pounding like a rabbit trapped inside her chest. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao grew even more smug. She grinned mischievously, actually, chicken feet do have some benefits. But why the sudden interest in breast enhancement? Could it be your boyfriend isn't satisfied with you? She deliberately batted her eyelashes, adopting a gossipy expression. Xie Wanning quickly covered her mouth, pouting, what nonsense are you talking about? Didn't I explain before? Our situation is complicated, and besides, he hasn't shown any romantic interest in me. As she spoke, a hint of sadness flickered in her eyes. Xiao Xiao nodded and smiled. Yeah, I get it. You're the one who's into him. She leaned close to Xie Wanning's ear and whispered, stop pretending. I can see right through you. Oh, I'm not talking to you anymore. Xie Wanning, her thoughts exposed, turned her head away in embarrassment, inwardly protesting, could I really be falling for him? How could that be possible? Her mind was in turmoil, and the image of that stunningly attractive girl kept surfacing unbidden, leaving her lost in thought for a moment. Move! Move out of the way! A sudden, urgent shout from nearby snapped Xie Wanning back to reality. Xiao Xiao, hearing the commotion, quickly pulled Xie Wanning aside to dodge. However, they couldn't avoid it entirely. A baseball slammed straight into Xie Wanning's ankle, sending a jolt of pain through her body. She flinched, her face contorting in pain as she furrowed her brows. Ouch, that hurts. Xie Wanning couldn't help but cry out, her face twisted in pain. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao angrily yelled at the boy playing ball, what kind of swing is that? You hit someone. Can't you play properly? Seeing this, the boy ran over guiltily, his face filled with apology. I'm really sorry, I just messed up. He then turned to Xie Wanning and asked, are you okay? Is it serious? Should we go to the infirmary? Xie Wanning waved him off, declining his offer. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she forced a smile. It's fine, really. I'll be okay. It only hurt just now. I feel much better already. Xiao Xiao watched the boy's retreating figure and said with concern, Ning, are you sure you don't want to go to the infirmary? Your ankle looks red. Xie Wanning shook her head with a smile. Honestly, it's fine. I just need to rest for a bit. She appreciated Xiao Xiao's concern, but she didn't want to make a big deal out of such a minor injury. Seeing her stubbornness, Xiao Xiao sighed helplessly. A while later, Xie Wanning's ankle had swollen up significantly. Xiao Xiao looked worried and said, your foot's hurt. Will you be able to walk back later? Should we call Wanwan's dad now and have him come pick you up? Xie Wanning shook her head again. No need. I don't want to trouble him. I can get back on my own. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao snatched her friend's phone. Stop being stubborn. How are you going to walk home with an injured foot? I'm calling Lin Muheng right now. With that, she moved to a spot where Xie Wanning couldn't grab the phone and dialed Lin Muheng's number. The call connected quickly, and Lin Muheng's steady voice came through. Xiao Xiao hurriedly said, hello, this is Xiao Xiao. We met the other day outside the bubble tea shop. Oh, it's you. Where's Xie Wanning? Lin Muheng asked, sounding puzzled. Ningning's in gym class. A classmate's ball hit her ankle. Could you come pick her up? As she spoke, she deliberately glanced at Xie Wanning, who was nervously staring at her. Hearing this, Lin Muheng's heart tightened. Without hesitation, he agreed, sure, I'll be right over. A moment later, when Xie Wanning saw Xiao Qiao approaching, her heart pounded with nervousness. Her eyes flickered with anticipation as she nervously asked, Is he coming? Xiao Qiao nodded and smiled. He'll be here soon. Just give him a minute. Xie Wanning nodded, a faint, contented smile touching her lips. However, as time ticked by, Lin Muheng still hadn't appeared. The playground bustled with people, and the next group of students began their PE class. Xiao Qiao frowned, her face brimming with impatience. Why isn't he here yet? He promised he wouldn't back out, would he? Xie Wanning felt a pang of disappointment, but she forced herself to remain calm. He's probably on his way. Chapter 30 Carrying Xie Wanning home. As she spoke, she scanned the distance, hoping to catch sight of Lin Muheng. Yet the entrance remained empty, not even a bird in sight. Just as she was about to give up hope, a familiar silhouette suddenly appeared at the entrance of the playground. Lin Muheng, carrying a plastic bag, scanned the area, searching for Xie Wanning. When he spotted Xie Wanning sitting there with her head down, his heart tightened, and he hurried over. Moments later, he stood before her, gently touching her shoulder. Sorry I'm late, he said apologetically. I went to buy medicine. How's your foot? Does it hurt? He reached into the plastic bag, pulled out a bottle of bruise ointment, and handed it to Xie Wanning. Xie Wanning looked up to see Lin Muheng gazing at her with genuine concern, and a wave of warmth flooded her heart. She accepted the ointment, her voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you. Seeing her reaction, Lin Muheng said with a pained expression, Your foot is swollen. Let me take you home. With that, he bent down, preparing to carry Xie Wanning on his back. Seeing this, Xie Wanning hastily waved him off. No need. I can walk myself. Truthfully, she felt a bit shy after all, no man other than her father or brother had ever carried her. Lin Muheng, however, was adamant. Stop being stubborn. How can you walk with an injured foot? Get on. His tone brooked no argument. Xie Wanning couldn't resist him and obediently climbed onto his back. Feeling the broad, sturdy expanse of Lin Muheng's back, her heart filled with warmth. Xiao Qiao watched her best friend's blissful expression as she lay on the man's back, her eyes sparkling with envy. She waved cheerfully and said, Don't worry about me, go ahead. We'll be going then. Lin Muheng acknowledged, and Xie Wanning waved her farewell. Resting on Lin Muheng's back, she felt utterly at ease. But as they passed the girls' dormitory, Xie Wanning reminded him, We've gone past my dorm. I know. Lin Muheng didn't slow his pace, walking steadily. Your foot's not right. At our place, Wanwan and I can take care of you. Lin Muheng spoke casually, yet her heart rippled with emotion. Finally home, Lin Muheng gently placed Xie Wanning on the sofa, his movements tender and careful. He bent down to examine Xie Wanning's severely swollen ankle, his brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. Thankfully, it didn't damage any bones or tendons, he said with relief. Once the swelling goes down, your foot should be fine in a few days. Hearing this, Xie Wanning couldn't help but feel curious. She looked up at Lin Muheng, her eyes sparkling with inquiry. You know medicine? Lin Muheng shook his head and smiled. No, I don't. My grandfather was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, so I picked up a few things. Let me apply some Manhwa oil. Try to stay in bed and avoid walking. With that, Lin Muheng took out the medicine he'd bought, carefully poured it onto Xie Wanning's foot, and then gently massaged it in to help the oil absorb. His touch was skilled and gentle, but Xie Wanning's foot was severely swollen. Even with his light pressure, she couldn't help but suck in sharp breaths of pain. Xie Wanning bit her lip, occasionally letting out a sharp hiss as a look of agony crossed her face. Watching Xie Wanning endure the pain, Lin Muheng felt a pang of heartache. Finally, the massage concluded, and he gently set Xie Wanning's foot down. She looked at Lin Muheng gratefully, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you. We're close like this, no need for thanks. Lin Muheng scratched his head, grinning with an honest smile. Just then, a rustling sound came from the bedroom. Moments later, a cute little head poked out. Wanwan emerged from the room, hugging her teddy bear and rubbing her eyes. Her little eyes lit up the moment she spotted her father and mother. She happily rushed forward, her little feet kicking up in the air, utterly adorable. Lin Muheng crouched down, gently lifting Wanwan into his arms. He pinched her little nose and smiled, Our little princess is awake? His voice was brimming with affection, his eyes sparkling with the glow of a father's love. MHM. Wanwan nodded, her little face beaming with happiness. Suddenly, Wanwan's eyes caught sight of Xie Wanning's bare ankle, which was bright red. The little one's brow instantly furrowed, her small eyes filled with concern. Mommy, are you hurt? Does it hurt? Wanwan's voice trembled slightly, her little face etched with heartache. She clasped her mother's hand tightly, as if her own strength could ease her mother's pain. It doesn't hurt, Xie Wanning replied warmly, not wanting to worry her daughter. Yet Wanwan's eyes instantly turned red, as if ready to burst into tears at any moment, her little mouth pouting. Mommy's lying. It's so red, it must hurt. Wanwan will blow on it for you with that. She gently blew on Xie Wanning's ankle. Seeing her precious daughter so thoughtful, Xie Wanning's heart melted. She held Wanwan tightly, her eyes glistening with tears of happiness. Then, Wanwan took Lin Muheng's hand and led him to Xie Wanning. In her soft, childish voice, she said, Daddy should blow on Mommy too. That way, Mommy will get better faster. All right. Lin Muheng smiled helplessly, doing whatever his daughter asked. Watching his earnest expression, Xie Wanning's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! System detected a change in Xie Wanning's heartbeat value toward the host. Current heartbeat value, 45. Can now reach heartbeat value, 5. Hearing the notification, Lin Muheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. He inquired, what can I do with 5 heartbeat points? He had previously browsed the system store, where even the cheapest item required 10 heartbeat points. The system promptly replied, due to the host's exceptional progress in the quest, an exception has been made to grant 1 lottery draw. Lin Muheng couldn't help but feel puzzled. He muttered to himself, I conquered it? He hadn't done anything at all. He scratched his head, looking utterly bewildered. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was the chance to draw. If he won the $1 trillion jackpot, he wouldn't have to work so hard for money anymore. With that thought, the spinning wheel in his mind began its rotation. He stared intently at the wheel, silently chanting, hit a billion, hit a billion, hit a billion. Yet, the $1 trillion jackpot slipped through his fingers once more. Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly, inwardly grumbling about his terrible luck. Still, glancing at the prize displayed by the system, he felt somewhat satisfied. After all, this time he had drawn the god-tier culinary skill. System, initiate redemption, Lin Muheng silently commanded. Instantly, a flood of cooking tutorials and recipes surged into his mind. Without exaggeration, he now possessed the skills to prepare a state banquet. Now, Lin Muheng couldn't wait to showcase his culinary skills. He looked confidently at the mother and daughter on the sofa and asked, what would you like to eat tonight? Xie Wanning and Wanwan exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern. Especially Wanwan, who whispered a complaint into her mother's ear, Mom, please don't eat Dad's cooking. Chapter 31 Mom and Dad are true love, Wanwan is an accident. Why? Xie Wanning frowned in confusion, her eyes filled with puzzlement. Because Dad's cooking is so awful, Wanwan declared in her babyish voice, gesturing with her hands as if trying to emphasize just how terrible it was. Her little face was utterly serious, her big, watery eyes blinking rapidly. The little one continued, Dad's food is dark and ugly, and it tastes bitter too. Mom's cooking is so much better. Mom makes the best food in the whole world. Xie Wanning couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. She gently pinched Wanwan's little cheeks, silently thinking to herself, looks like I've left a scar on my daughter. It seemed Lin Muheng was only good at making instant noodles, anything else was off limits. But to be honest, her own cooking skills were nothing to write home about either. Feeling the skeptical stares from both mother and daughter, Lin Muheng patted his chest earnestly and promised, trust me, my cooking is absolutely fine this time. Just trust me this once, Lin Muheng added, a hint of pleading in her voice. Seeing this, Xie Wanning felt a surge of tenderness. She comforted the little one, Daddy's really confident this time. Why don't you trust him one more time? Okay. Wanwan finally nodded. A sweet smile lighting up her little face as she piped up in her babyish voice, I want cola chicken wings. Can Daddy make them? Yes, Daddy will make them for you. Lin Muheng agreed with a smile, then turned to Xie Wanning, his eyes filled with tenderness and inquiry. What would you like to eat? Xie Wanning thought of a dish requiring no cooking skills, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. After finalizing the menu, Lin Muheng headed out to buy groceries. Before leaving, he reminded Wanwan, sweetie, take good care of Mommy at home. Daddy will be back soon. Wanwan will take good care of Mommy. Hearing the little one's reply, Lin Muheng finally left with peace of mind. At the market, while buying chicken wings, Lin Muheng suddenly spotted exceptionally white and tender pig's trotters displayed at a stall. An idea struck him. Pig's trotters were excellent for nourishing Xie Wanning through dietary therapy. Without hesitation, he told the vendor, give me another pig's trotter. With his groceries in hand, Lin Muheng returned home contentedly. At home, he began preparing the ingredients with practiced, focused precision, while Xie Wanning stayed by Wanwan's side, playing with building blocks together. Time flew by. Lin Muheng served all the dishes onto the table and called out cheerfully, dinner's ready. Remembering Xie Wanning's difficulty walking, he hurried over and saw her carefully shuffling step by step. Lin Muheng's heart tightened instantly. Concerned, he offered, let me carry you over. No, I can manage, Xie Wanning replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Do as I say, Lin Muheng declared firmly. He gently lifted Xie Wanning into his arms and carefully placed her onto a stool. His movements were soft and cautious, as if afraid of causing her any discomfort. Sitting there, Xie Wanning's heart pounded wildly, like a frightened deer. Watching Lin Muheng bustle about, a wave of warmth washed over her. Meanwhile, Wanwan sat in her chair, staring at the beautifully presented dishes on the table, utterly astonished. Daddy, did you make all these? Yes, Lin Muheng nodded, smiling as he ruffled his daughter's hair. Is there a problem? No, Wanwan waved her hand, her voice soft and sweet. Daddy, you've never made dishes this beautiful before. They used to be all dark and murky, and they just didn't look appetizing. Lin Muheng felt incredibly embarrassed upon hearing this. He thought to himself, looks like my cooking skills back then were truly beyond words. He smiled as he placed a chicken wing into Wanwan's bowl, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Sweetie, go ahead and try Daddy's cooking. How does it taste? The little one hesitated for a moment. She lifted the bowl to sniff it first. Only after catching the aroma did she dare to taste it. She took a cautious bite of the chicken wing. Moments later, her eyes lit up instantly. Daddy, this chicken wing is so delicious. It's so good you didn't buy this from somewhere, did you? Wanwan looked at Lin Muheng with a hint of doubt, as if she couldn't quite believe her dad had made it himself. What's running through that little head of yours? Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. Daddy made this himself. Absolutely no doubt about it. Seeing this, Xie Wanning picked up a piece of egg to taste. Her eyes lit up instantly, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. Delicious. I never knew you had such a talent for cooking. If you like it, have more. Lin Muheng said, then picked up a small bowl, scooped a spoonful of soup, and held it out to Xie Wanning. Drink plenty of this, he urged. It's good for your health. What is this? Xie Wanning asked curiously, already catching the soup's aroma before tasting it. Lin Muheng smiled at her question. Pig's trotter soup. I made it especially for you. Xie Wanning gave an awkward cough, inwardly thinking, is this supposed to be targeted nourishment? Still, she replied gratefully, thank you. You're welcome, Lin Muheng waved it off. Watching her parents interact, Wanwan puckered her little lips and crossed her arms over her chest, looking thoroughly displeased. Her little face was etched with hurt and resentment as she shot a reproachful glance at Lin Muheng and pouted, humph. Daddy's playing favorites. Ha? How am I being biased? Lin Muheng looked at Wanwan in confusion, not understanding why she suddenly said that. Daddy gave mommy soup but didn't give Wanwan any. That's being unfair. Humph. Daddy's mean. Wanwan won't talk to you anymore. After saying this, the little one turned her head away in a huff, refusing to look at Lin Muheng again, as if she were genuinely upset. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. He wanted to take Wanwan's little hand to explain, but the little one wouldn't let him touch her. Sure enough, girls get angry in exactly the same way, whether they're adults or children. Just then, Xie Wanning smiled and comforted Wanwan, sweetie, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat soon, Daddy will finish all the chicken wings. Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately picked up her chopsticks and began eating heartily, though she still ignored her father. Seeing this, Lin Muheng deliberately scooped a bowl of soup and placed it beside the little one. Sweetie, this is your pork knuckle soup. Drink up. Wanwan spotted it, pouted her little mouth, and said with disdain, humph. You didn't serve me any earlier. Sure enough. Dad and Mom are true love, Wanwan is an accident. Ha? Both parents were utterly astonished. Where on earth did such a young child pick up all this nonsense? Chapter 32 Mom, that lady looks so mean. The next day at noon, the family of three enjoyed a warm lunch together. During the meal, Lin Muheng's phone suddenly rang. It was Hu Lily calling an urgent matter at the company required his immediate attention. Seeing this, Xie Wanning offered understandingly, go handle it. I don't have class this afternoon. Wanwan can stay with me. Don't worry. All right. Lin Muheng shot her a grateful glance before heading out with peace of mind. He grabbed his car keys, strode toward the parking lot, opened the door, pressed the accelerator, and smoothly drove out of the residential complex, heading straight for the publishing house. Downstairs at the publishing house, Lin Muheng parked the car. Upon entering the company, Hu Lily had already been waiting at the door, but Lin Muheng didn't notice her and walked straight inside. Hu Lily grew anxious and hurriedly called out, Mr. Lin, wait for me. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Muheng turned his head. A moment later, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. You're Hu Lily. He scrutinized the woman before him, scarcely believing his eyes. She was dressed in a very casual style, a white t-shirt, black wide-leg pants that accentuated her long legs, and black high heels. Not only that, but her face no longer bore the heavy makeup of days past. Instead, she wore light, natural makeup. The overpowering scent of perfume had also faded, replaced by a subtle, fresh fragrance. Yes, Mr. Lin, Hu Lily nodded with a smile. She had thought her outfit was too plain, but to her surprise, Lin Muheng smiled and nodded approvingly. This outfit is much more comfortable. Wear it like this from now on, it suits you very well. All right. Hu Lily responded with a smile, her heart feeling as sweet as honey. She followed him into the office. The office was filled with people, all busily at work. Lin Muheng sat in the main seat, scanning the room as he asked, how is the storybook printing progressing? How many copies have been printed? His voice was steady and authoritative. A girl wearing a beret immediately stood up and answered, "Mr. Lin, we've printed 100,000 copies of the storybook and are shipping them out to various locations. However, we can only prioritize areas near the metropolis for now, since the print run was limited." Lin Muheng nodded and continued, "What is the pricing for similar books?" Another employee quickly flipped through the documents in his hands and answered, 35, 32, and 45, but 30 is the most common. He spoke while watching Lin Muheng, afraid of saying something wrong. "Alright, then let's set our book at 29.9, Lin Muheng declared. Hu Lily frowned in confusion upon hearing this and asked, "Mr. Lin, isn't our price too low? After all, the content of our storybook is exceptionally high quality. I've read all those stories. They're absolute classics in the making." Lin Muheng smiled at everyone and explained, "We're making these storybooks affordable for everyone. Lower profit margins don't matter, what counts is reaching as many readers as possible. I'm confident that storybook will absolutely delight little ones." "Alright." Hu Lily nodded, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She hadn't expected the new boss to be such a thoughtful and principled person. The meeting continued with further discussions about the book project. Meanwhile, on the other side of the school, Xie Wanning held Wanwan's small hand as they entered the student council activity room. Upon entering the room, she spoke gently to Wanwan, "Sweetie, stay here and read quietly, okay? Mommy has something to do for a bit. Don't make any noise and disturb others." "Okay." Wanwan nodded obediently, then skipped over to a window seat and sat down. She picked up a picture book and began reading intently. Xie Wanning, the student council president, had just received a notice from the college about organizing a debate competition. She quickly pulled out her phone to send notifications to the club members, calling them to a meeting for discussion. Before long, members began arriving one after another upon seeing the notification. Upon entering the classroom and spotting a soft, adorable little girl sitting there, they all gathered around her. "Little one, what are you doing reading here?" asked one girl with a high ponytail gently, her voice brimming with curiosity and affection. "I'm waiting for my mom," Wanwan replied in a soft, childish voice, her little eyes sparkling with innocence. The club members assumed she was a teacher's daughter and didn't disturb her reading. They found seats and settled down. Soon, the entire student council gathered. Xie Wanling stepped to the podium, cleared her throat, and announced, "Quiet, everyone. We've gathered today because the school is holding a debate competition. Our opponents are the student council from the neighboring school. The debate topic is silence more terrifying or ignorance more terrifying? Our side will argue that silence is more terrifying. We need 4 participants for the debate." She scanned the room and continued, "Sign up enthusiastically. We'll hold open auditions. And if we win the debate, the prize is 10,000 yuan per person." Xie Wanling added. Her words had barely left her mouth when a ripple of gasps rippled through the classroom. After all, 10,000 yuan was a significant sum for college students. At that moment, a girl with a bun hairstyle in the front row raised her hand. "President, do you need to participate in the selection too?" "Of course," Xie Wanning replied with a smile. "The competition must be fair and impartial. Naturally, those with the ability will be prioritized and I'm no exception." Seeing everyone fall silent, she smiled and said, "If there are no further questions, you may all leave. Go back and think carefully about your arguments, how to move and persuade your audience." After the meeting, everyone left the classroom to prepare for the debate. The girl with the high ponytail whispered to her friend as they walked, "Gao Xinyue is going to challenge the president again this time." Overhearing this, the other girl whispered back, "Gao Xinyue wanted to be student council president back then too, but she didn't get elected. Then they competed for the national scholarship spot in our department, and she lost that too. This time, we're in for a show." No sooner had they finished speaking than they saw the girl with the bun hairstyle storming over. She stopped in front of Xie Wanning and spat out a threat, "Xie Wanning, you're only a little prettier than me, what's there to be so smug about? This debate contest is all about skill. I'm definitely better than you. We'll see who comes out on top." Xie Wanling merely smiled faintly in response. "I look forward to seeing what you can do." Her eyes brimmed with confidence and composure. After everyone had left, Wanwan approached Xie Wanning, tilting her little face up with concern. "Mommy, that lady just now seemed so mean." Xie Wanning gazed out the window, gently taking Wanwan's hand. "She's just a bit stubborn. Let's go home." With that, she picked up Wanwan and walked out the classroom door. Chapter 33, Saving for Wanwan's dowry now? That evening, bookstores in and around the metropolis quietly stocked storybooks written by Lin Muheng. At that moment, Zhang Meiyan, a mother, was walking home from the park, holding her 2 children's hands. Passing by a brightly lit bookstore, her pace slowed involuntarily. Lately, her little daughter had been pestering her for bedtime stories every night. But the stories online were either too cliché or too long. The little one was picky, always fussing for a while before finally falling asleep. The thought of another bedtime story battle tonight gave Zhang Meiyan a headache, and a weary, resigned smile spread across her face. "Mommy, let's go to the bookstore," her older daughter exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the store's sign. The younger one bounced up and down with joy. Zhang Meiyan considered it. If she couldn't find satisfying stories online, perhaps she'd find a surprise in person. So she nodded and led the children into the bookstore. The faint scent of books filled the air as Zhang Meiyan scanned the shelves, searching for children's literature. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as a familiar pen name caught her attention: Zhong Qianni. Her heart leapt with joy, and she quickly picked up the storybook. Zhang Meiyan flipped open the pages, and the very first story felt strangely familiar. She felt a twinge of doubt. Wasn't this the very story she had published on Tongxu? She remembered how both she and her daughter had been captivated by it. Little did she expect to encounter the physical book here. She flipped to a random page. The story was captivating, brimming with imagination and childlike charm, exactly the kind of tale young readers adore. Without hesitation, Zhang Meiyan carried the storybook to the front desk to pay. The shopkeeper, seeing this, smiled and said, 29.9. How much? Zhang Meiyan froze, her face filled with surprise. In her mind, such a beautifully crafted storybook should cost at least several dozen yuan, right? The shopkeeper's expression darkened. You think that's expensive? If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. He muttered to himself that this batch of books was cheap, and he hadn't even wanted them in the first place, afraid they weren't good enough to sell. If it weren't for the promise of a return policy if unsold, he wouldn't have kept them at all. Zhang Meiyan quickly waved her hands, her smile tinged with awkwardness and explanation. I'm not complaining about the price. It's not too expensive. As she spoke, she quickly pulled out money to pay, afraid the owner might change his mind. After paying, she pulled her two daughters along and cheerfully walked out of the bookstore. Back home, after helping her daughters wash up, Zhang Meiyan sat on the bedside and began telling a story. Her youngest daughter lay on the bed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Perhaps today's story particularly suited her taste, for the little one listened with rapt attention, so engrossed that she drifted off to sleep without realizing it. Zhang Meiyan gazed at her daughter's peaceful sleeping face, a warm wave of emotion washing over her. She gently closed the storybook, her face glowing with a satisfied and contented smile. Truth be told, Zhang Meiyan was truly grateful to Zhong Qianni. His stories not only delighted the children but also saved her, as a mother, a lot of trouble. Stepping out of her daughter's room, Zhang Meiyan opened her WeChat group chat and saw the other moms still complaining about the lack of good storybooks. Her eyes lit up. She quickly snapped a photo of the storybook and posted it in the group. Sisters, I've got great news, Zhong Qianni has published a physical book, she excitedly announced in the group. The moment the photo appeared, the group erupted. Zhong Qianni actually published a book? Where can we buy it? One mom asked urgently. Where are you from? Where did you buy it? Another mom pressed impatiently. Seeing everyone so eager, Zhang Meiyan quickly replied, I bought it at a bookstore near my house. It was only 29.9 yuan, such a steal. The moms immediately chimed in, there's a bookstore near my place, I'll go check right now. I'll go too, my daughter's been pestering me for stories. Before long, moms in the group started posting photos of their newly purchased books to show off. I was just hoping to get lucky, and guess what? The bookstore downstairs actually had it. I got mine too. So happy my daughter has stories to listen to now. However, one mom frowned and complained, where are you all from? Why isn't it available at our local bookstore yet? That's not fair. Her face was filled with disappointment and envy. While some moms in the group were overjoyed and others were upset, thanks to their word-of-mouth promotion, the book sold a staggering 90,000 copies overnight. This news left everyone utterly stunned. The bookstore owner, who had previously complained about the low price, called the publisher first thing the next morning, urging them to rush the delivery. His initial 100 copies had sold out yesterday, leaving his shelves bare and in urgent need of restocking. The next day at work, the manufacturer relayed the bookstore's explosive sales to Hu Lili. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she heard the news, her face a mixture of shock and delight. She couldn't believe her ears, the book was selling so well. Immediately, she dialed Mr. Lin's number, eager to share the good news with him. But Lin Muheng was in class. He glanced at the caller ID, it was Hu Lili's number. The moment he hung up, he received a WeChat message from Hu Lili, boss, all 90,000 storybooks sold out last night. Bookstores are placing orders left and right. Lin Muheng stared at his phone screen, a smug smile spreading across his lips. He believed his book would be a hit, but he never imagined it would be this big of a hit. He crunched the numbers. After deducting costs, labor fees, and other expenses, he had made 1 million yuan in a single night. He set aside 500,000 for the studio's operations and development, instructing Hu Lili to transfer the remainder to his personal account. The sound of the bank notification message brought an inexplicable sense of security to his heart. He wouldn't have to live in constant fear anymore. He could buy anything his daughter wanted. At lunchtime, Wanwan noticed her father's beaming smile. The little one was incredibly perceptive. Tilting her little head, she asked curiously, Daddy, why are you so happy today? Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Lin Muheng affectionately ruffled Wanwan's hair and smiled, because something wonderful happened today. Seeing him so cheerful, Xie Wanning felt her own spirits lift. Suddenly remembering something, she turned to him and said, I transferred the money for meals and shopping. Please accept it. Lin Muheng waved his hand, smiling. No need. Keep it for yourself. With his current assets of $500,000, he could certainly support his wife and child. Xie Wanning stubbornly shook her head. No, we agreed on this before. She wasn't the type to depend on a man, she wanted to contribute her share to this family. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled helplessly. He knew he couldn't win this argument, so he said, then save the money. Put it aside for Wanwan's dowry. Xie Wanning froze at this suggestion. After a moment, she thought to herself, isn't it a bit early to be saving for a dowry? Chapter 34 Your Zhongqiani? Over the past few days, thanks to enthusiastic sharing among moms, Lin Muheng's storybook had sold 300,000 copies. This figure was an achievement any author would be proud of. Yet Lin Muheng knew deep down that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Many remote cities still lacked bookstores stocking his stories, meaning the true sales volume far exceeded 300,000 copies. The publisher had ramped up production, printing, and binding day and night, yet even so, many moms were still complaining on social media about not being able to get their hands on a copy. It could only be said that this storybook had become unexpectedly popular, so popular that it had caught everyone off guard. It had even begun to gain traction on short video platforms, and the pen name Zhongqiani had become a sensation among mothers, breaking out of its niche. Numerous mothers have taken to the internet to suggest reading Zhongqiani's stories online. These requests have flooded in like a tidal wave, making the name Zhongqiani even more prominent across the web. Lin Muheng, who had previously submitted Zhou Shudong's work, saw the comments and his eyes lit up, as if he had glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Sitting at his computer, his fingers tapped lightly on the desk as a surge of impulse welled up inside him. Major websites were now banning Zhongqiani. If he could publish her stories on his own site, wouldn't that attract a huge audience? The more Zhou Shudong thought about it, the more promising it seemed. He could already envision his website's traffic skyrocketing thanks to Zhongqiani's story. He quickly grabbed his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Muheng. Hello, Zhongqiani. I saw the storybook you published and would like to discuss a potential collaboration. Would you be available to talk? After sending the message, Zhou Shudong nervously clutched his phone, dreading that the other party might reject him because of the previous rejection. On the other end, Lin Muheng froze upon receiving the message. He hadn't expected the other party to approach him for a collaboration. This was practically a business opportunity delivered right to his doorstep. Why wouldn't he take it? He promptly replied, I'm available. Online communication proved inconvenient, so they quickly arranged an in-person meeting. Zhou Shudong was so excited he barely slept all night, imagining the scene of meeting Lin Muheng and feeling incredibly thrilled. Finally, the appointed day arrived. Zhou Shudong arrived at the coffee shop first and took a seat by the window. He kept glancing toward the entrance, eagerly awaiting Lin Muheng's arrival. Soon, the doorbell chimed, and a handsome, sunny-looking young man walked in. Dressed simply in a white t-shirt and jeans, he looked like an ordinary college student. Seeing this person, Zhou Shudong instinctively felt this couldn't possibly be Zhongqiani. The Zhongqiani in his mind should be a middle-aged man with rich life experience and profound writing skills. How could it be such a young guy? He shook his head, turned his gaze back to the window, and continued waiting. But then, a clear voice rang out beside him. Are you Zhou Shudong? Zhou Shudong turned his head and was stunned to see the young man he had just observed. Then, utterly astonished, he asked, You're Zhongqiani? His eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes, it's me. Lin Muheng smiled as he sat down across from him. Zhou Shudong remained utterly astonished, staring wide-eyed at Lin Muheng as if he were a monster. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure and gave an awkward chuckle. Seeing this, Lin Muheng chuckled. Your website didn't want to publish my work, right? So why are you suddenly seeking my collaboration? Zhou Shudong scratched his head awkwardly, forcing a bitter smile. It's not Tree Baby seeking your collaboration, it's me. His eyes betrayed sincerity and anticipation. Ha? Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow, his expression turning puzzled. He hadn't expected Zhou Shudong to say that, and curiosity began to stir within him. Zhou Shudong took a deep breath and slowly explained, I resigned from Tree Baby and secured some investment to launch a website. Today, I'm here to ask you to grant us the rights to your stories. Name your price. Lin Muheng grinned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Zhou Shudong to quit his job and start a business. He looked at Zhou Shudong with admiration and said, Aren't you afraid other websites will gang up on you and try to shut you down? Zhou Shudong nodded, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes. I've thought it through. We're a new site, far behind others, but I'm willing to take the gamble. I believe your stories will attract enough users. All right. Lin Muheng nodded, impressed by Zhou Shudong's boldness and initiative. He smiled in agreement. Fine, I accept. How much can you offer for the agency fee? Zhou Shudong scratched his head awkwardly. 300,000. He knew the price was low after all. Lin Muheng had 50 stories, and the market rate for a year's worth was at least 500,000. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. All right, 30,000 it is. You get exclusive rights for 3 years. His eyes conveyed trust and support for Zhou Shudong. I won't license these stories to other websites. After all, they've all blacklisted me. I won't collaborate with them. I hope your site can keep going, Lin Muheng said earnestly. A wave of warmth washed over Zhou Shudong. He looked at Lin Muheng gratefully and said, "Thank you. I won't let you down." Back home, Lin Muheng immediately received Zhou Shudong's payment notification. The 300,000 yuan had arrived, bringing his account balance to 1.3 million yuan. Moreover, book sales continued to climb steadily, promising even greater earnings ahead. Staring at the numbers on his phone screen, a profound sense of accomplishment welled up within him. Meanwhile, Song Qianyu, the editor-in-chief of Tongxu, also saw the video online. Sitting in her office, she clenched her teeth, a flash of anger crossing her eyes. She never imagined that the story of Zhong Qianyi would become such a sensation, causing a stir on short video platforms. Now she finally understood why he hadn't begged for mercy under her pressure but instead remained smug. He had already secured a backup plan by shifting to offline book sales. Song Qianyu keenly sensed the business opportunity within. Though she yearned to crush Zhong Qianyi underfoot, profit compelled her to bow to reality. She resolved to seize Zhong Qianyi before other websites could react. Soon, Song Qianyu picked up her newly purchased phone and dialed Lin Muheng's number. Seeing the unlabeled number, Lin Muheng hesitated before answering. To his surprise, the voice on the other end belonged to someone he detested. "Zhong Qianyi, this is Song Qianyu from Tongxu. I'm calling to discuss a partnership." Chapter 35, The Caterpillar app goes live. Lin Muheng's lips curled into a cold smile. "If you're here to discuss licensing my storybook, forget it. I won't give it to your Tongxu network," he said firmly. His tone was resolute and unwavering. A man must have his principles. Tongxu network had behaved disgracefully before. Even if they offered an astronomical sum, Lin Muheng wouldn't give in. He had no desire to partner with a website that valued profit above all else. Yet Song Qianyu seemed undeterred. With smug satisfaction, she countered, "Don't be so absolute. Hear my offer first." Her voice brimmed with confidence. "We're willing to pay 2 million for a 3-year licensing agreement for your fairy tales. After 3 years, we'll have priority rights to your future works." Song Qianyu had indeed offered a price well above market value, believing this would sway Lin Muheng. Yet Lin Muheng replied with unwavering resolve, "No." His tone held no hesitation or wavering. Upon hearing the refusal, Song Qianyu's brows furrowed, and an inexplicable surge of irritation rose within her. Still, she suppressed her temper and said in a conciliatory tone, 2.5 million. "This is the highest offer our website can make. No other site will ever match this." "Still no. I won't give it to you." "Give up on that idea," Lin Muheng said coldly. Seeing this, Song Qianyu's forehead veins bulged as she shouted angrily, "Zhong Qianyi, you're really refusing the wine and choosing the punishment. Are you determined to fight our website to the bitter end?" Her voice became sharp and piercing with rage. Lin Muheng didn't respond. He simply hung up the phone. When dealing with a madwoman, the best approach was to treat her like she wasn't even there. Back in the office, Song Qianyu heard the persistent dial tone and, overcome with rage, slammed her foldable phone onto the floor. Her eyes blazed with fury and resentment, as if she could devour Lin Muheng alive. Little Li watched, feeling immense pity for the phone on the floor. True to its triple-fold design, it seemed to land on a flat surface no matter how it fell. After Zhou Shudong returned, a hint of anticipation on his face, he began preparing for the launch of the Zhong Qianyi story. The story had been entered into the database, and the voiceover had undergone countless adjustments until it finally reached perfection. His children's book website was still small and relatively unknown. Seeing how popular video channels were at the moment, he furrowed his brow, a plan forming in his mind. He quickly registered a video channel and posted a video. In the video, his expression a mix of nervousness and excitement, he announced, "Good evening, dear readers. The thrilling story by the author of Zhong Qianyi will premiere exclusively on the Caterpillar app tonight at 8 p.m. We sincerely invite you to tune in on time, don't miss it." Perhaps because the term Zhong Qianyi was trending, the video's views skyrocketed like a rocket after launch. Comments, follows, and likes flooded in like a tidal wave, leaving her heart racing long after. Below the video, responses from moms surged like a rising tide. Some beamed with joy, fingers flying across their screens. "I just wished this morning to see Zhong Qianyi's story online, and now it's launching tonight? That's so fast. I absolutely have to support it." Others, however, expressed skepticism, furrowing their brows as they wrote, "Moth app? Is this a new platform? Never heard of it before. Could it be a scam or just a traffic baiting gimmick?" Still others couldn't wait to hear the stories, their faces lighting up with anticipation as they quickly replied, "I haven't managed to buy the storybook yet, but being able to listen online is great too. I'm downloading Caterpillar right now." Most moms, however, were overwhelmingly supportive. "I'm in. I absolutely have to support Zhong Qianyi's stories. I love his work so much." Half an hour after posting, Zhou Shudong stared wide-eyed at the 99+ notification in the backend, his face frozen in disbelief. He never imagined his video would attract so much attention, feeling both thrilled and anxious. After paying Lin Muheng's endorsement fee, his account was nearly empty. Out of desperation, he'd resorted to this method to drive traffic, and the results were unexpectedly fantastic. Zhong Qianyi truly was his lucky star. Much later, a knock sounded at Zhou Shudong's door. A technician entered, his face radiating unmistakable delight. Mr. Zhou, in less than 2 hours, our app has already been downloaded by 10,000 people and the numbers keep climbing. Zhou Shudong sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Excellent. Excellent. It's almost 8 o'clock. Make sure the backend is stable. I'm worried it might lag with so many users. The technician nodded, his face beaming with satisfaction, then stepped out. At exactly 8 p.m., moms across the city opened the Caterpillar app. Fortunately, Zhou Shudong had prepared in advance by increasing server capacity. Otherwise, such a large influx would have certainly caused lag. Upon entering the homepage, the bold words Zhongqiani appeared at the top. The moms were thrilled to see it. Some moms even jumped up excitedly at home, shouting, "This is great! Finally, we can see the story of Zhongqiani." One mom even took a screenshot of the homepage and commented under Zhou Shudong's video post, "I checked it out on a whim, never expecting it to be real. From now on, I'm sticking with Caterpillar. That Tongsu network? Screw it. You're right. From now on, I'm only using the Caterpillar app. I'm deleting all the others," another mom chimed in. Zhou Shudong sat at his computer, his heart racing as he read the flood of glowing comments. A triumphant smile spread across his face, his gamble had paid off. At 8 p.m., Lin Muheng also opened the Caterpillar app to take a look. Moments later, he sent Zhou Shudong a WeChat message, "Great job on the app. Keep it up, I'm rooting for you." Upon receiving the message, Zhou Shudong was taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhongqiani to have visited his site, and a wave of warmth washed over him. He quickly replied, "Thanks. I won't let you down." That night, Zhou Shudong tossed and turned in bed, too excited to sleep. The thought of more users visiting his site tomorrow filled him with anticipation. Meanwhile, Song Qianyue lay awake, her heart heavy with frustration. Zhongqiani felt like a curse in her life, constantly thwarting her every move, and she was powerless to stop him. The next day, Song Qianyue arrived at the company looking utterly exhausted. The moment she stepped through the door, employees swarmed around her, delivering one piece of bad news after another. Chapter 36, Sending a Legal Notice to Song Qianyue. Editor-in-Chief, last night our website lost 2/3 of its users. Editor-in-Chief, last night saw the highest number of app uninstalls in our history, a staggering 20,000 users. Editor-in-Chief, a site called Caterpillar stole a lot of our users last night. Editor-in-Chief, the author of Zhongqiani is exclusively on Caterpillar's site, and user numbers on other platforms are also declining. Hearing her staff's reports, Song Qianyue felt her head was about to explode. She raised her hand to stop them. One at a time. Her brows knitted tightly, her eyes flickering with agitation and unease. After hearing this barrage of bad news, Song Qianyue's mood plummeted to rock bottom. Her face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. Just then, the elevator doors slid open. A courier in a red uniform stepped out and called out loudly, "Who here is Song Qianyue?" Song Qianyue lifted her head, her voice weak and hollow. "It's me." Her eyes were vacant and lifeless, as if all her strength had been drained away. Seeing this, the courier smiled and handed her a document. "This is for you. Please sign here." Song Qianyue took the pen, her hand trembling slightly as she signed her name on the paper. Her lips pressed tightly together, betraying her extreme nervousness. At that moment, Xiaoli caught sight of the words Caterpillar written prominently on the document. His face clouded with confusion as he speculated. "Editor, this can't be a document sent by Caterpillar, can it?" His brow furrowed even deeper, his eyes filled with unease. "What could he possibly send us?" Xiaoli muttered to himself, his mind swirling with questions. Upon hearing this, Song Qianyue opened the document directly. Inside was a blank sheet of paper. Her eyes froze instantly. Written on the paper were the words, "Lawyer's letter." Song Qianyue glanced at it briefly before tearing it to shreds in anger. "Fine, Zhongqiani, Caterpillar, I'll remember you." She then ordered, "Take down the 3 stories published by Zhongqiani on the website immediately right now." Upon hearing this, Xiaoli tried to reason, "Editor-in-Chief, those 3 articles have driven a lot of traffic. If we take them down..." His voice trailed off hesitantly, his eyes flickering with reluctance. Before Xiaoli could finish, Song Qianyue whipped her head toward him, her eyes blazing with fury so intense they seemed capable of killing. Was this something she wanted? The lawyer's letter was already in their hands. If they didn't take them down, the company would face compensation. Seeing the editor-in-chief's murderous glare, Xiaoli hurriedly complied. No sooner had one crisis subsided than another arose. Song Qianyue had barely sat down when the phone on her desk rang again. She picked up the receiver with a sigh of exasperation and snapped, "What is it now?" Her voice carried a hint of weariness and impatience, her brows furrowed into a deep frown. Hearing her tone, the caller frowned and said in a low voice, "Come to my office." Hearing her boss's voice, Song Qianyue felt a chill run down her spine. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes before she obediently replied, "Yes, Mr. Zhang." Stepping into the boss's office, the atmosphere felt thick with tension. She stood before the desk, waiting for him to speak. Mr. Zhang drummed his fingers on the desk. After a moment, he looked up and asked, "Xiaoyu, how many years have you been working at Tongsu?" His gaze was deep and stern. Since graduating from university 15 years now, Song Qianyu replied softly. After she finished, Mr. Zhang angrily flung the documents on his desk at her and roared, "You've been here all these years, and you still can't handle such a minor task?" Seeing this, Song Qianyu lowered her head, a flicker of guilt in her eyes. "Mr. Zhang, I made a mistake. I caused losses to the company. I'm sorry." Mr. Zhang flicked open his lighter, exhaled a puff of smoke, and mused, "Your biggest mistake was not crushing them completely. You gave them a chance to bounce back. Now they've grown strong enough to threaten us." His eyes flickered with sharp intelligence and sternness. Song Qianyu pleaded earnestly, "Mr. Zhang, give me one chance to make amends." Seeing Zhang's eyes tightly shut, saying nothing, she knew this was her only chance. Stepping out of the office, Song Qianyu's eyes darted around as she quickly devised a plan. She dialed a number and chatted cheerfully with the person on the other end. These past 2 days, Xie Wanning had been busy preparing for the debate competition. After all, the prize money was a hefty 10,000 yuan. After class, she headed to Lin Muheng's house. As soon as she opened the door, Wanwan came running over with a smile, throwing herself into her arms. "Mommy, what have you been so busy with lately? Why haven't you had time to play with me and Daddy?" Wanwan asked in her sweet, baby voice, her little eyes blinking so innocently it made you want to kiss her. "Do you know how much Daddy and I miss you?" The little one's words melted Xie Wanning's heart. Smiling, she held Wanwan close and said tenderly, "Sweetheart, Mommy's been busy preparing for a debate competition. Once these few days are over, Mommy won't be so busy anymore. Then I'll spend time with you, okay?" Her eyes brimmed with love and adoration. "Yay! Then can Mom and Dad take me to the amusement park? I want to ride the pirate ship." Wanwan bounced her little feet excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Sure, if Daddy agrees, Mommy promises." Xie Wanning glanced at Lin Muheng as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately ran into her father's arms, tugging at his sleeve and pleading, "Daddy, please say yes. Wanwan wants to go to the amusement park, please." Her little face was etched with earnest supplication. All right. Shaken by his daughter's clinging, Lin Muheng felt dizzy, yet his eyes brimmed with doting affection. Wanwan was overjoyed. She was finally going to the amusement park with her mom and dad. A little while later, as the little one was intently playing with building blocks, Xie Wanning approached Lin Muheng and tentatively asked, Are you free tomorrow? Our club is having a small debate tournament. Would you like to come watch?" Her eyes flickered with anticipation and nervousness, as if she feared rejection. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. "Sure." He added, "Me and Wanwan will come cheer you on." "Great." Xie Wanning beamed with happiness. With 2 important people attending, she had to prepare thoroughly for the debate and secure her spot. Meanwhile, Song Qianyu had reserved a private dining room in advance. She waited inside as people trickled in one by one. Soon, the room was full, 8 people in total, including her. Seeing everyone she'd invited arrive, Song Qianyu felt thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, a woman in a white blouse spoke up first. "Song Qianyu, what do you want by gathering all of us here?" Chapter 37. Little brat, see how Daddy deals with you. The private dining room was filled with editors-in-chief from major websites. The woman who spoke was Zhang Anren, the new editor-in-chief of Tree Baby and Zhou Shudong's protege. Song Qianyu responded with a cold laugh. "Zhang Anren, you make it sound like I have ulterior motives. I called you all here for the survival of our websites. As far as I know, with Zhong Qianyi and Caterpillar teaming up, your user churn rate must be skyrocketing." Zhang Anren's mouth twitched slightly. After all, she couldn't deny the truth. Since yesterday, their website's traffic had plummeted dramatically. If this continued, the site would likely have to shut down. She gave a wry smile, trying to salvage some dignity. "Your Tongxu network must be losing even more users. Let's not beat around the bush, we're both in the same boat. Get to the point, why did you call us here?" At this, the editors present all turned their gaze toward Song Qianyu. They knew that if she had called them together, she must already have a solution. Song Qianyu flashed a triumphant smile, brimming with confidence. "As long as everyone follows my plan, Caterpillar is nothing to fear." After hearing Song Qianyu's strategy, everyone raised their glasses, their faces beaming with triumphant smiles, as if they could already see Caterpillar closing its doors for good. As night fell, Lin Muheng carefully filled the bathtub with warm water. Testing the temperature with his hand, he found it just right and gently called out, "Wanwan, come on over. It's bath time." Coming, Wanwan's voice rang out, clear and cheerful. She pulled Xie Wanning's large hand and walked in with a smile. The bathtub was filled with adorable little rubber ducks and colorful ocean balls, all Wanwan's favorites. Standing in the bathroom, she couldn't wait any longer. In her babyish voice, she called out to her mother, "Mommy, hurry up. Wanwan wants to play with the little ducks." "Okay." Xie Wanning nodded gently, then carefully helped Wanwan undress. Once completely undressed, the little one stepped into the tub. Her eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the white bubbles, radiating pure joy. She played with the little duck while blowing at the bubbles, her little face glowing with an innocent smile. Soon, a mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. Taking advantage of her dad's distraction, she blew a bubble right onto Lin Muheng's face. After succeeding, Wanwan laughed until she was doubled over, pointing at her dad and teasing, "Daddy looks like he has a white beard on his face. So funny. You little rascal, just wait till Daddy deals with you," Lin Muheng said affectionately, then blew bubbles at his daughter in return. Seeing this, the little one scrambled behind Xie Wanning, whining, "Mommy, Daddy's picking on me. You have to help me." Lin Muheng burst into laughter upon seeing this, calling for "Mommy won't help, Daddy's coming for you." The bathroom was filled with the joyful laughter of the three of them. After a while of playful chaos, Wanwan reluctantly climbed out of the bathtub. Daddy wrapped her in a towel and carried her out, her little face still beaming with reluctance. Seeing his daughter's pouty lips that could hold a scale weight, Lin Muheng gently comforted her, "Sweetie, the water in the tub has gotten cold. We'll play again next time. And I'll put in lots of little rubber ducks for you, okay? Okay." At those words, the little one's smile finally returned. At that moment, Lin Muheng was busy drying the little one off, while Xie Wanning went to fetch the body lotion and other items she'd bought for the child. Watching her mother walk in, Wanwan tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Mommy, what are you wearing underneath? It looks like glasses." Her words carried a hint of curiosity. "Huh? Why are these glasses pink?" the little one chirped, then jumped up happily. "Grandma bought me a pair of pink glasses when we went traveling before. Too bad I don't have them with me now. But now I really miss Grandpa and Grandma, and I miss my maternal grandparents too." The little one chattered away, completely oblivious to the awkward expressions on her parents' faces. Xie Wanning glanced down at herself. Her chiffon blouse was soaked through, clinging tightly to her skin, yet she hadn't even noticed. What made it even more embarrassing was that the glasses her daughter referred to were actually her bra, now being stared at by both her daughter and Lin Muheng. Xie Wanning felt like she could crawl into a hole from embarrassment, especially given the pink, frilly style of her undergarment. She was so ashamed her face felt like it could bleed. Her heart raced as her hands clutched the hem of her shirt. Her feet felt like they were glued to the floor, and she didn't know what to do. Seeing her state, Lin Muheng spoke gently, "Go change your clothes. I'll put Wanwan in her pajamas." His words carried a hint of tenderness and consideration, attempting to ease Xie Wanning's embarrassment. "Okay." Xie Wanning nodded, then took the towel and walked into the next room. Only when she began removing her clothes did she realize there were none of her own here. The wet dress she'd been wearing was practically see-through. Putting it back on would only make things more awkward. Just as she felt helpless, Xie Wanning heard Lin Muheng's footsteps approaching. She called out shyly through the door, "Lin. Lin Muheng?" Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and unease. I'm here." Hearing her call, Lin Muheng approached the door of the guest bedroom and answered. Then, Xie Wanning hesitantly asked, "Could I borrow one of your shirts?" Fearing he might misunderstand, she quickly explained, "My clothes got wet and I don't have any spare clothes here." Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. "Of course. Just wait a moment." He returned to his room, grabbed a white t-shirt, and knocked on the guest bedroom door. "I'll leave the shirt on the doorknob. I'm going to heat some milk, just open the door to grab it." "Okay." Hearing Lin Muheng's footsteps receding, Xie Wanning covered her chest and shyly opened the door to retrieve the shirt. She clutched the white t-shirt tightly, her heart racing. She lowered her head to inhale the fabric, then smiled softly. It smelled like Liddy laundry detergent. After putting on the shirt, she shyly emerged from her room, just as Lin Muheng approached carrying the milk. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't meet Lin Muheng's eyes. Clutching the hem of her shirt, Xie Wanning said gratefully, "Thank you for lending me clothes. I'll wash them and bring them back to you." Okay." Lin Muheng nodded. After they entered the room, Wanwan noticed Xie Wanning's outfit while drinking her milk and chirped, "Mommy, why are you wearing Daddy's clothes? Is Daddy's shirt pretty?" The little one tilted her head in thought. After a moment, she shook her head excitedly and declared, "Oh, I know. Daddy must like seeing Mommy wear his clothes, especially when she sleeps, right?" Chapter 38. The kid actually told the truth. After saying this, Wanwan blinked her big eyes, eagerly awaiting her mother's affirmation. Lin Muheng lifted his head at her words, meeting Xie Wanning's gaze directly. Seeing her blushing cheeks as red as apples, he hurriedly explained, "Wanwan must be talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." His voice carried a hint of awkwardness and helplessness, while inwardly he muttered, "This little cotton pad is leaking air, what a pain." Wanwan wasn't buying Dad's explanation. She crossed her arms defiantly, stamped her little foot, and declared stubbornly, "I didn't make it up. Dad, don't you like seeing Mom wear it?" She tilted her head, glaring at him accusingly. Lin Muheng's face flushed with embarrassment. He inwardly groaned, why did this child have to speak the truth? He cleared his throat, trying to change the subject. "Sweetie, it's time for bed. If you don't go now, Daddy won't make you Xiaolong Bao tomorrow." With that, he reached out and pulled Wanwan into the blankets. At the mention of steamed buns, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She loved her dad's steamed buns the most. So she obediently lay down, her little fingers clutching the corner of the quilt as if afraid it might run away. Then, blinking her eyes playfully, she looked at Xie Wanning and said, "Mommy, will you tell me a story tonight? Please?" "Sure," Xie Wanning replied with a gentle smile. She sat on the edge of the bed and softly read the story from the phone Lin Muheng handed her. Watching this scene, Lin Muheng couldn't help but think to himself, he'd just published a storybook, yet here she was reading from a phone. How pitiful. Within 15 minutes, Wanwan had fallen asleep. Xie Wanning tenderly tucked the blanket around the little one before quietly slipping out of the room. Handing the phone back to Lin Muheng, she praised, "This story you found is really wonderful." Wanwan loved listening to it. Lin Muheng grinned without replying, silently escorting Xie Wanning to the elevator. Only after the elevator doors closed completely did he turn back to his room to prepare for bed. But just then, he was startled to see the story on his phone marked as discontinued. He furrowed his brow, filled with confusion and bewilderment. He refreshed the page several times, but it remained unchanged. Lin Muheng frowned, puzzled. What on earth is going on? To get to the bottom of things, he dialed Zhou Shudong's number. Zhou Shudong was swamped with work at the moment. Spotting Lin Muheng's call, he stepped into a quiet corner to answer. He knew the call was about the story's removal, and sure enough, Lin Muheng asked about it immediately. After listening, Zhou Shudong sighed and explained, "I got a call from the broadcasting bureau tonight. They said some of the scenes in your story were described as cruel. Stories involving such content must be taken down. They can only be reposted after the revisions are approved." Lin Muheng was utterly baffled. How could he possibly write a cruel story? As a father himself now, he understood how fragile and innocent children's hearts were. He asked in confusion, "What parts are cruel?" Zhou Shudong replied indignantly, "They said you wrote about the big bad wolf eating the little white rabbit. How could you eat such a cute little rabbit?" His voice carried a mix of sarcasm and resignation, as if recounting an utterly absurd tale. "Some moms say their babies get really upset after hearing that part, so they complain and report your stories," Zhou Shudong said, his tone thick with resignation. Lin Muheng was so exasperated he laughed bitterly. He'd never been more speechless. Though furious at the reason, he knew this wasn't a simple matter. Someone was undoubtedly stirring the pot behind the scenes. He immediately said, "We're definitely being targeted. No need to guess who it is." Zhou Shudong nodded inside. "This time it's not just Tongxiu. I've heard word that several well-known websites have joined forces to take us down. They're determined to destroy us. Today it's these articles causing trouble. Tomorrow they'll find another excuse to target the rest, and they won't stop until they've ruined our site's reputation," Zhou Shudong continued, his voice brimming with anger and resentment. Lin Muheng smiled wryly upon hearing this. "Since Tongxiu Network made the first move, don't blame us for not holding back. But this way." Zhou Shudong looked puzzled. "Will they even listen to us?" His heart was still filled with worry. "Don't worry," Lin Muheng said confidently. After hanging up, Zhou Shudong began contacting the relevant personnel one by one. Though he wasn't entirely convinced by Lin Muheng's plan, there was no other option now. From the moment she woke up that morning, Xie Wanning had been busy with the debate competition. As the student union president, she bore the heavy responsibility of organizing this event. At that time, the venue for the debate had already been confirmed as Lecture Hall 101. To ensure fairness and impartiality, the school had specially selected 50 students from various grades to serve as judges for the debate. The contestants were also ready, each brimming with energy and fighting spirit. Before the event began, participants drew lots to determine their speaking order. 12 students were participating in total. Xie Wanning was fortunate to draw the last spot. She had been busy arranging matters up front while her classmates made their final preparations. At that moment, a figure slipped quietly into the backstage area. She stealthily opened Xie Wanning's backpack, pulled out the laptop, and swiftly scanned through the debate materials. After reading, her eyes filled with envy and jealousy. She hated herself for working so hard this time yet still not being as outstanding as Xie Wanning. Jealousy distorted her features. She noticed the cup in her hand water she'd just filled from the water cooler. Without hesitation, she unscrewed the cap and poured the water over the laptop. Watching the screen gradually dim, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction welled up inside her. After completing her act, she emerged from the backstage area, elated. Her heart swelled with anticipation. This time, first place would be hers, and she would be the debate team captain. At that moment, Xie Wanning stood at the classroom door, eagerly looking up. Soon, she spotted the father and daughter approaching. Wanwan, dressed in a pink puffy skirt with 2 little bows tied on her head, skipped and jumped toward her. She looked like an adorable little angel, making one want to hug her. Mommy, do I look pretty today?" Wanwan ran up to Xie Wanning, tilting her head up with a beaming smile. "You look beautiful. Our Wanwan is the most beautiful." Xie Wanning pinched Wanwan's little cheeks affectionately before leading them both into the classroom. Chapter 39, Wanwan cheers for mom. They reached the window seat. Lin Muheng took Wanwan's small hand and gently lifted her into the seat. Once seated, the little one buzzed around like a busy bee, struggling to pull her small backpack from behind her onto the desk. As soon as she set it down, a cloud of dust rose from the desk, leaving traces of grime on her delicate little hands. She picked up the bag and saw the bottom was already filthy. Instantly, her little face scrunched up in a frown, her lips pouting in displeasure. "Ha! My bag is dirty? How could this happen?" Her voice carried a mix of hurt and confusion, making one want to comfort her. Seeing this, Xie Wanning gently patted Wanwan's little head and soothed her softly. Mommy will go get you a wet wipe. It'll be clean after a wipe. Don't be sad. Wanwan nodded obediently at her mother's words, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. She sat perfectly still on the chair, waiting patiently, looking utterly adorable. Xie Wanning turned toward the backstage area, picked up her bag, and began rummaging through it for wet wipes. Suddenly, her brow furrowed, her face filled with confusion and surprise. She muttered to herself in confusion, "Why is my bag so wet? What's going on?" Xie Wanning silently grumbled to herself, "There's no water in the bag, just wet wipes and my laptop. And the wipes are in a small packet, there's no way they could have soaked through this much." She hurriedly emptied the contents of her bag and discovered her laptop was covered in water stains. Her heart sank. She frantically pressed the power button, but the laptop remained unresponsive, its screen stubbornly black. Her heart sank. The competition was about to start. What was she to do? If the laptop was broken, all her drafts were inside. Xie Wanning paced frantically, finally grabbing the laptop and rushing out from backstage. Gao Xinyue witnessed this scene, a smug smile curling her lips. She gloated inwardly, "Xie Wanning, let's see how you compete with me now." Xie Wanning approached Lin Muheng, her face etched with anxiety. Clutching the laptop tightly, her voice trembling slightly, she asked, "My computer's broken. Can you fix it?" Lin Muheng took the laptop and examined it closely. Water stains were still visible on the surface. The main unit had clearly gotten wet. Minor issues he might have tinkered with, but water damage to the main unit? He couldn't guarantee a fix. This one needed a professional. Seeing Lin Muheng's furrowed brow, Xie Wanning knew her hopes were dashed. Besides, taking it out for repairs now meant it wouldn't be ready in time for her presentation. Lin Muheng looked at Xie Wanning with deep regret, about to apologize, when a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding! System detects Xie Wanning in emergency situation. Immediately dispatching accelerated computer repair training and repair tools. The moment the system finished speaking, a flood of computer repair knowledge surged into his mind, while the repair tools mysteriously appeared in his pocket. Lin Muheng pulled it out of his pocket. The repair tool was just a palm-size 3-in-1 utility knife, but it seemed sufficient for the task. Just as Xie Wanning was about to leave with the laptop to seek other solutions, Lin Muheng stopped her. "Why don't I give it a try? But I can't guarantee I'll fix it." A glimmer of hope flashed in Xie Wanning's eyes as if she'd grasped a last lifeline. She nodded eagerly, "Okay, go ahead and try." Soon, the debate commenced amid a tense atmosphere. Contestants took turns presenting their arguments on stage as time ticked away second by second. At that moment, Gao Xinyue stepped down from the podium, her eyes brimming with smug pride. So far, she held the highest score in the entire competition, 91 points. She was convinced she would win first place, leading her school to compete against the rival school and become the pride of her institution. Backstage, she encountered Xie Wanning and smugly whispered in her ear, "Your computer's broken. Let's see how you'll compete with me this time." Hearing this, Xie Wanning's expression shifted. She turned to confront Gao Xinyue, demanding, "Did you sabotage my computer? You really will stop at nothing to achieve your goals." Gao Xinyue shrugged innocently. "I never said I did it. Don't go accusing innocent people." With that, she patted Xie Wanning's shoulder and strode off. Watching her retreating figure, Xie Wanning clenched her fists, silently vowing, "Not until the very last moment. I hope you'll still be laughing then." The outcome now rested entirely on Lin Muheng. Xie Wanning didn't know why, but she trusted him implicitly, as if an inexplicable sense of faith was sustaining her. Soon, the 11th contestant took the stage. She had 5 minutes left before her own performance. Xie Wanning paced anxiously backstage, her turn approaching rapidly. Just then, Lin Muheng hurried into the backstage area, computer in hand. Spotting Xie Wanning, he gave a satisfied little smile. "The laptop's fixed. Take a look." Lin Muheng handed the device to Xie Wanning. As she watched the screen light up, she suddenly embraced Lin Muheng, her voice slightly choked with emotion. "I knew you could do it. Thank you." Caught off guard by Xie Wanning's sudden warmth, Lin Muheng smiled slightly, savoring the softness of her embrace. Coming to her senses, Xie Wanning shyly released him and exclaimed excitedly, "It's almost my turn to go on stage. I'd better get ready." With that, she bounded away from the backstage area like a young deer. Lin Muheng waved goodbye, grinning widely, then walked over to Wanwan. Wanwan sat quietly on her chair, engrossed in a picture book. Her earnest little expression was utterly endearing. Lin Muheng gently closed the book and whispered, "Wanwan, Mommy's about to go on stage. Shouldn't we cheer her on?" "Yes." Wanwan nodded her little head like a jackhammer, then waited quietly for her mom to take the stage, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. Soon, Xie Wanning walked toward the podium carrying her notebook. Dressed in a white dress with her hair pulled back into a neat bun, she looked poised and professional. Applause erupted from the audience, especially from Wanwan, whose chubby little hands clapped enthusiastically, her face beaming with pride. Gao Xinyue watched the scene unfold, a flicker of panic and unease darting through her heart. She clenched her fists tightly, murmuring to herself, impossible. I saw her computer break with my own eyes. How could she have fixed it so quickly? She must be making a last-ditch effort. Yes, that must be it. She tried to reassure herself, but deep down, she felt extremely anxious and uneasy. Chapter 40 Finding a Stepmother for Wanwan? Watching her mother command the stage with such ease, Wanwan excitedly leaned close to Lin Muheng's ear and whispered, Daddy, Mom is so amazing up there. I want to be just like her someday, standing on stage, shining brightly, and having everyone clap for me. Lin Muheng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He gently tickled the tip of her little nose, his eyes brimming with affection as he replied, Then you'd better work hard, okay? Daddy believes in you. Wanwan nodded vigorously, clenching her little fist with determination. Daddy, don't worry. I'll definitely work hard. As they spoke, both father and daughter turned their gaze back to the podium. There stood Xie Wanning, speaking eloquently and confidently. Lin Muheng found himself utterly captivated. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly, marrying the school beauty as his wife seemed like an absolutely brilliant choice. As Xie Wanning's speech progressed, the atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly charged. When she concluded her speech with a powerful statement, thunderous applause erupted throughout the classroom. Finally, the judges announced the scores. Xie Wanning achieved first place with an impressive 96 points. Wanwan jumped up excitedly in the audience, clapping her hands and cheering. Gao Xinyue watched the scene, her lungs nearly bursting with rage. She clenched her teeth, her hands tightening into fists, her heart filled with resentment and fury. She had worked so hard, prepared so meticulously for this competition, even going so far as to sabotage her opponent's computer to stop her from speaking, yet why was she still being trampled upon? Was she destined to be the eternal runner-up? She refused to accept it. She absolutely refused to accept it. Just then, Xie Wanning stepped forward to announce the list of contestants for the debate competition. Besides Gao Xinyue, 2 male students had also been selected. As the crowd applauded and congratulated them, Xie Wanning suddenly wrapped her arm around Gao Xinyue's shoulder and whispered softly in her ear, What goes around comes around. You reap what you sow. You're talented too, why insist on digging your own grave? I'll let this one slide, but I hope you know better. Gao Xinyue stiffened at the words, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions, unsure how to respond. After all, there were no cameras backstage, one's guesses couldn't be proven. Besides, Xie Wanning didn't want the other person to keep making mistakes. The debate concluded, and everyone streamed out of the classroom. Wanwan skipped along, holding Lin Muheng's hand. Daddy, let's hurry and congratulate Mom. She's so amazing. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to lead Wanwan forward to offer congratulations, a man suddenly stepped out of the classroom. Tall and wearing a basketball uniform, the man beamed with delight as he called out, Ning Ning, congratulations. Wanwan turned her head curiously, blinking at the unfamiliar uncle and asking, Daddy, who is he? Why does he call Mom so affectionately? Lin Muheng's heart tightened. He didn't know who this man was either, but hearing him call her so affectionately and seeing Xie Wanning's happy expression when she saw him made him feel inexplicably uncomfortable. He crouched down, gathered Wanwan into his arms, and whispered softly, That's one of Mommy's friends. She's busy right now, so let's not disturb her. Daddy will take you to get something to eat, okay? Okay, Wanwan nodded reluctantly but obediently, then followed her father away. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning ran up to the man, excitedly calling out, Big brother Ditsong, what brings you here? The man, Sutsong, was Xie Wanning's neighbor and older brother figure. Currently pursuing his doctorate, he was also a close friend of Xie Wanning's brother, treating her like a cherished younger sister. I heard you were hosting a debate competition, so I came to take a look. I never expected our Ning Ning to be so impressive. You silenced everyone the moment you opened your mouth, Sutsong praised with a smile. Xie Wanning waved modestly, though her face beamed with happiness. Brother Tsong, you flatter me. By the way, I want to introduce someone to you. She turned to look around the classroom. Aside from the two of them, the room was completely empty. She murmured, Where did they go? They were just here a moment ago. Sutsong smirked at her reaction. Don't tell me you're trying to set me up with your boyfriend? If your brother found out, he'd fly back from overseas in a heartbeat. Xie Wanning blushed bright red at the teasing. She quickly changed the subject, Of course not. He's just a regular friend. He probably had something come up and had to leave. I'll introduce you next time. Sure, Sutsong nodded. They chatted for a while longer before parting ways. Shouldering her backpack, Xie Wanning walked out of the classroom and checked her phone. She found no new message from Lin Muheng. A pang of disappointment washed over her as she hesitated, wondering whether to call him. However, as she passed the cafeteria, she was astonished to see Lin Muheng there, laughing and chatting animatedly with a girl while eating. And beside them was his precious daughter Wanwan. Seeing this scene, Xie Wanning's expression darkened instantly. She stomped her foot in anger. Her eyes widened as she stared at the girl, jealousy boiling inside her. Xie Wanning muttered to herself, Well done, Lin Muheng. Already looking for a stepmother for Wanwan? You're something else. Oomph. She'd been working non-stop until now, her stomach growling with hunger. She'd planned to celebrate her victory with lunch, but seeing this instantly killed her appetite. Xie Wanning stormed off, her heart brimming with hurt and resentment. Inside the cafeteria, Lin Muheng watched Hu Lily across from him, somewhat speechless. She was wolfing down her food as if she hadn't eaten in days. "Slow down, no one's trying to steal your food," Lin Muheng couldn't help but tease. His mind was still preoccupied with Xie Wanning, adding to his irritation. Hu Lily, unfazed, countered with praise, "Mr. Lin, your school cafeteria food is amazing. You should try takeout, it's 100 times worse." Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly. She probably hadn't experienced the struggles of office workers ordering takeout, so she couldn't truly empathize. He smiled and said, "Then why not just order something better?" Hu Lily blinked her eyes, her voice brimming with expectation. "But the good stuff is too expensive. How about you give us a raise, Mr. Lin?" Lin Muheng was instantly speechless. Good grief, she was waiting for this moment. He gave a wry smile. "Next payday, I'll give everyone a bonus 10,000 yuan each." With 30-odd employees, that added up to over 300,000 yuan. Though it stung his wallet, Lin Mu understood their struggles. Besides, everyone had been working overtime to meet the storybook deadline. They deserved this reward. "Mr. Lin, you're so generous. I thank you on behalf of everyone," Hu Lily said gratefully. Lin Muheng waved it off with a smile before continuing, "How's the task I asked you to prepare?" Chapter 41: The misunderstanding between Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng. Hu Lily glanced up at Lin Muheng, a hint of resignation in her eyes. "You're such a heartless boss. At least let us finish our meal before talking work." Lin Muheng gave a wry smile. "Fine, eat. Go ahead and eat." Having navigated the corporate world for years, Hu Lily proved too much for the novice boss Lin Muheng to handle. Still, he cherished the ease and warmth in their interactions. Throughout the meal, Wanwan kept staring intently at Hu Lily, her big eyes brimming with affection. Hu Lily caught her gaze and asked with a smile, "Little one, why are you staring at Auntie?" Her voice was gentle, tinged with playful teasing. "Because you're so pretty, Auntie," Wanwan replied, batting her eyelashes playfully. Being called pretty made Hu Lily absolutely thrilled, especially coming from a child. After all, kids don't lie. "Sweetie, how adorable are you," Hu Lily said, looking at Wanwan with doting affection. Then, a spark of inspiration lit up the little one's eyes. Her soft, sweet voice chimed in again, "Auntie, do you have a boyfriend? My uncle is really handsome. Would you marry my uncle?" Hearing this, Hu Lily nearly choked on her rice. This tiny girl was already playing matchmaker? She cleared her throat twice and glanced sideways at Lin Muheng. His face flushed slightly, looking rather embarrassed. Lin Muheng quickly intervened, "That's just a child talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." Wanwan wouldn't let it go. She puffed out her little chest defiantly and declared, "Daddy, I'm not making things up. Uncle is handsome and considerate, but it's a shame he still doesn't have a girlfriend. Grandma and Grandpa are so worried about him." Hearing the word daddy, Hu Lily felt her brain couldn't process it. A college-aged father? A daughter about to start kindergarten? Playing role-playing games here? Still, she didn't pry. After all, he was the boss. As an employee, digging into his personal life would be asking for trouble. Hu Lily gave a small smile, ruffled Wanwan's hair, and teased, "Wow, your uncle sounds so great. Being his aunt wouldn't be a bad deal at all." Wanwan's eyes lit up at the words. She beamed and said, "Wow, Auntie, did you say yes? I'll tell Uncle as soon as I see him." Her voice brimmed with anticipation and excitement, as if she could already picture her uncle and aunt living happily together. "Sure," Hu Lily nodded cheerfully. After all, coaxing a child was no big deal. Yet, no matter how much she planned, she never imagined that this offhand joke would later drag her into trouble. "Seems like you really shouldn't make promises lightly." After eating and drinking their fill, Hu Lily began her report on recent work developments. After she finished, Lin Muheng nodded and said, "There's a dinner meeting tonight. You'll be joining me." "Sure, no problem." Hu Lily agreed readily before leaving. As she was leaving, Wanwan playfully called after her, "Auntie Lily, wait for me to bring Uncle to see you." "Sure," Hu Lily smiled knowingly before clicking away in her high heels from the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning returned to her dorm and sat on her bed, sulking. A bag of chicken feet clutched in her hand, she stuffed them into her mouth in large bites, as if venting all her frustration onto the snacks. When Xiao Xiao entered the room and saw her roommates sitting on the bed with that resentful look, she asked with a hint of gossip, "Ningning, didn't you make the debate team?" "No way." At this response, Xiao Xiao smirked, then sat down on the bed and teased, "So did you get into a fight with Lin Muheng?" "Of course not," Xie Wanning declared, her flustered manner giving away the lie instantly. Seeing Xiao Xiao covering her mouth and giggling, Xie Wanning stormed over and sat down beside her, her face clouded with worry. "We really didn't fight," she said, her voice tinged with helplessness and hurt. "Then what happened?" Xiao Xiao asked, puzzled. Xie Wanning hesitated for a moment before recounting the entire incident to Xiao Xiao in detail. After hearing it, Xiao Xiao confirmed indignantly, "He left the classroom without telling you, and he's eating with Wanwan, laughing and chatting with that girl?" She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. That jerk isn't actually trying to find Wanwan another stepmom, is he? Hearing her roommate's analysis, Xie Wanning's sense of crisis intensified. She admitted she was being selfish, but she simply couldn't bear to see Lin Muheng with another girl. She silently cursed herself. Could it be that she had actually fallen for him? But Lin Muheng must already have someone he likes. Thinking of all this, she suddenly felt so sad, so terribly sad. Xie Wanning's eyes glistened with tears, but she fought back the tears, refusing to let them fall. Seeing her roommate looking so downcast, Xiao Xiao hurriedly comforted her. Ning Ning, you're Wanwan's real mom, you've got the advantage. Even if Lin Muheng has someone he likes, you two can still grow closer through spending time with the child. With your looks, you'll definitely win him over. Xie Wanning nodded, her heart filling with hope. After all, they'd spent so much time together as a family. She believed she had a chance to win Lin Muheng's heart. After Xiao Xiao's words, she felt much better. After class, as Xie Wanning was packing her books, her phone suddenly rang. Seeing Lin Muheng's name on the screen, her heart skipped a beat before she happily answered. Soon, his voice came through. Are you free right now? I have something to do tonight, and I might need to trouble you to take care of Wanwan. Sure, where are you? I'll come find you, Xie Wanning agreed readily. After hanging up, Xie Wanning headed toward the school gate. Soon she spotted a Dior car parked across from the school. The window was half open, and inside sat Lin Muheng and Wanwan. Spotting Xie Wanning, Wanwan waved excitedly and called out, Mommy, Mommy, Daddy and I are here. Xie Wanning hurried to the car. Little Wanwan cooed sweetly, Mommy, you're here. She happily jumped out of the car and threw herself into Xie Wanning's arms. Her tiny arms wrapped tightly around her mother's neck, as if afraid she might slip away. Mommy rushed over right after class. Was Wanwan a good girl? Xie Wanning gently asked while smoothing the little tuft of hair on Wanwan's head. Yes. Wanwan replied with a beaming smile. Though Xiao Xiao's analysis had been spot on, Xie Wanning still felt a bit awkward after meeting Lin Muheng. Perhaps she harbored lingering hurt and resentment. After all, seeing Lin Muheng and Hu Lili together had left her with a bitter taste in her mouth, like an overturned jar of mixed flavors. Lin Muheng felt the same way. Witnessing Xie Wanning and Su Tsung's seemingly intimate interactions felt like a thorn lodged in his heart. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his emotions before speaking. I might be back late tonight. I'll leave Wanwan in your care. No problem. Focus on your work, Xie Wanning replied softly, though her tone carried a hint of distance and formality. No sooner had they finished speaking than an urgent voice rang out. Chapter 42, Xie Wanning chooses daughter over father? Hu Lili appeared with a hint of apology, murmuring softly, Sorry I'm late. Not at all. Get in, Lin Muheng replied flatly. Seeing her boss seated in the driver's seat, Hu Lili hesitated before the car door. Her eyes scanned the interior. Should she sit in the back? That would make the boss her driver, wouldn't it? She pondered internally, but ultimately settled into the passenger seat, a look of relief crossing her face. Xie Wanning recognized the woman as the same girl who had been laughing and chatting with Lin Muheng at lunch. Jealousy flashed in her eyes. After Hu Lili settled in, Lin Muheng turned to Wanwan with a smile, his eyes brimming with affection. Sweetheart, Daddy will rush back to be with you as soon as I finish work. The little one nodded obediently, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. She waved her tiny hand and said sweetly, Bye-bye, Daddy. Bye-bye, Auntie Lily. Lin Muheng's gaze lingered on Xie Wanning for a moment, his expression complex and profound. In the end, he said nothing, merely gave a slight nod before driving away. Watching the car slowly disappear from view, especially seeing Hu Lili seated in the passenger seat, Xie Wanning felt a pang of sadness in her heart. A shadow of sadness flickered in her eyes. She bit her lower lip tightly, her heart filled with a tangled mix of emotions. Though Lin Muheng was Wanwan's father, in Xie Wanning's eyes now, he was merely a man who valued his lover over his daughter, someone who would leave Wanwan behind just to enjoy time alone with her. She stood rooted to the spot, unwilling to leave for a long while. Her eyes flashed with a resolute light, as if silently making up her mind, if Lin Muheng didn't have time, she could raise the child alone. As the saying went, leave the father, keep the daughter. In the car, Hu Lili chattered intermittently. Suddenly, curiosity piqued, she asked, Mr. Lin, who was that person with Wanwan just now? She's Wanwan's mother, Lin Muheng replied, his mind momentarily elsewhere. Hu Lili nodded in sudden understanding, chuckling, oh I see. No wonder she was giving me those strange looks. Her tone carried a hint of teasing, yet also revealed a touch of sharpness. What do you mean? Lin Muheng asked, puzzled, his brow slightly furrowed, clearly surprised by her response. Hu Lili blinked with a smile, her voice brimming with confidence. She sees me as a romantic rival. For some reason, hearing this made Lin Muheng feel inexplicably happy, a smile curling up at the corners of his mouth. He began to reflect on his own behavior. Could it be that he had truly misunderstood her? At that moment, in the private dining room of the restaurant, Zhou Shudong had summoned the editors-in-chief of all the websites except Hongxiu. Seated on stools, they exchanged puzzled glances, clearly baffled by Zhou Shudong's gathering. Their eyes betrayed equal parts confusion and curiosity. Mr. Zhou, why did you gather us all here? One editor-in-chief asked first, his tone tinged with impatience. You'd be better off revising your articles instead of wasting time here, another editor chimed in, his eyes flashing with mockery. Hearing this, Zhou Shudong inwardly cursed, so it was these bastards up to no good. But outwardly, he remained composed, smiling as he addressed the group. You'll understand why I called you all here shortly. We're almost at full attendance, they should be here any minute. The room buzzed with speculation about who the guests might be, with some even suggesting it could be people from Tongsu. Zhou Shudong smiled without comment. 5 minutes later, the private room door opened as Lin Muheng and Hu Lili walked in, both smiling. Their appearance startled the editors after all, this was a small circle where everyone knew each other. Surprise and curiosity flickered in their eyes as they scrutinized the two unfamiliar figures. Who are these two? Someone asked Zhou Shudong, a hint of confusion in their voice. He rose from his chair with a smile, approached Lin Muheng, and introduced him grandly. This is the author Zhong Qianyi, the one you all blacklisted. The editors looked at Lin Muheng, their eyes filled with disbelief. After all, someone capable of writing such exceptional children's stories couldn't possibly be this young. Seeing their confusion, Lin Muheng smiled and said, I am indeed the genuine Zhong Qianyi. I called you all here today through General Manager Zhou because I have a business deal to discuss with you. What kind of business? Zhang Anren was the first to speak, her eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Please sit down and listen. Lin Muheng sat down first before continuing. I know the launch of Caterpillar has had some impact on your websites. But one caterpillar gone doesn't mean all caterpillars are gone. We should still seek a way forward for our websites. Easy for you to say. If we could find a way out, we wouldn't be. One of the editors sneered, his eyes flickering with resignation. Lin Muheng waved his hand and smiled. Hey, you don't need to find that way out, I'm delivering it right to you. He looked confidently at the assembled group. Seeing their interest peaked, he continued, I know partnering with Tongsu wasn't your first choice. I understand. But as the industry leader, Tongsu must be putting a lot of pressure on you, right? Lin Muheng's words carried a sense of shared understanding, as if speaking for the editors themselves. The editors exchanged glances. After all, as small websites, they couldn't go head-to-head with the top players. Now there's an opportunity to surpass them. Are you willing to give it a shot? Lin Muheng's words were laced with temptation and anticipation, making everyone's hearts race with excitement. You'd better spell out what this opportunity is. After all, anyone can talk big, remarked one balding editor, his eyes flashing with skepticism. Lin Muheng grinned, inwardly thinking, old foxes, they won't release the hawk until they see the rabbit. He then looked at the group and said with a smile, there are so many children across the country, and kids don't just read one storybook. If you compile the most popular stories from your websites into story collections, there's definitely a market for them. Lin Muheng's words brimmed with confidence and anticipation. Today's parents care deeply about age-appropriate early education. Adapting popular stories into animated series would also be hugely popular. After finishing, Lin Muheng turned to Hu Lili and continued, this is Hu Lili, the editor-in-chief of Worry-Free Publishing. You can consult her about publishing matters. Hu Lili turned to the group with a smile. Our publishing house is actively seeking such collaborations. To demonstrate our sincerity, we're offering a 70% profit share on both the animated series and storybook sales. All you need to do is grant us the story rights. You won't have to worry about anything else, just sit back and collect your share of the profits. Is there really such a good deal in this world? The editors listened, finding it hard to believe, their eyes flashing with surprise and doubt. Chapter 43, sold out yet counting Lin Muheng's money. Hu Lili nodded, a confident smile curving her lips. Of course, we operate strictly by contract. If anyone still has doubts, just search online for Worry-Free Publishing House's reputation, it speaks for itself. Missing this opportunity means truly missing out. Once this chance is gone, it won't come back, and regret won't help then. Her words sent ripples through the minds of the editors present. They began discussing among themselves, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhang Anren broke the silence first. Rising to her feet, she replied with a smile, we at Tree Baby are pleased to collaborate with your publishing house. No sooner had she spoken than the other editors voiced their willingness to join hands with Worry-Free Publishing to forge a brilliant future together. Seeing everyone agree so swiftly, Zhou Shudong looked utterly astonished. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe his ears. Lin Muheng, noticing this, felt a quiet satisfaction. He raised his teacup and said with a smile, since everyone is so agreeable, I'll drink first to toast our cooperation. Cheers! Just as the conversation was heating up, Hu Lili promptly pulled out several pre-prepared contracts from her bag. She gently laid them flat on the table and smiled at everyone. If there are no objections, you can take these back for your bosses to sign. Our publishing house operates with great efficiency. Once a partnership is confirmed, we'll immediately begin production. The editors picked up the contracts and began reading them carefully. Hu Lili continued, once signed tomorrow, please mail the contracts back to our publishing house. Once we confirm the partnership, we'll swiftly produce the storybooks and age-appropriate animations. However, I must remind you that we have several websites to work with. We can't produce everything simultaneously, there will be a sequence. Whose contract arrives first will be prioritized. A sly smile played on her lips, as if hinting everyone should hurry. Hearing this, the editors present each had their own calculations. They quickly pulled out their phones to discreetly contact their bosses. Some even pretended to take the contract to the restroom, secretly instructing their assistants to deliver it to their executives. Lily watched the scene unfold, a satisfied smile curling her lips. She thought to herself, President Lin's move was brilliant. Not only did it successfully grab everyone's attention, but it also cleverly instilled a sense of urgency. Moments later, everyone returned to their seats in the private room. Lin Muheng smiled broadly as he began, now that we're partners, regarding Tongtsu. Before he could finish, an editor cut him off. Don't worry, we won't follow her orders. She thinks she's the big shot and bullies us little guys. Now that we have a new outlet, she's nothing. Another editor chimed in, exactly. We're not afraid of her anymore. With the backing of Worry-Free Publishing, we'll definitely create better content. Hearing their declarations, Lin Muheng felt even more triumphant. He smiled and nodded. With the matter resolved, there was no need for him to linger. Before leaving, he pulled Lily aside and said firmly, your work here is done. Head home immediately. I'll reimburse your transportation costs. Sure thing, thanks so much, Mr. Lin. Lily waved cheerfully and left. Just then, Zhou Shudong suddenly rushed out from the restaurant. He stammered awkwardly, Mr. Lin, could our website also collaborate with your publishing house? Lin Muheng paused, considered for a moment, then replied, I'd rather not. Why? Zhou Shudong asked, growing anxious. He couldn't understand why Lin Muheng would partner with others but not him. Could it be because he disliked his website for being small and lacking recognition? Seeing his confusion, Lin Muheng patiently explained, I set up a deal with those websites. While storybooks and age-appropriate stories can be profitable, the cash flow is slow and takes too long. Leasing the copyright outright is both hassle-free and lucrative. Got it this time? Oh, I see, Zhou Shudong nodded in sudden understanding. Mr. Lin, you're truly my benefactor. Lin Muheng waved it off. No need to thank me. Just keep working hard. Who knows? You might end up being the big boss in this industry someday. Alright. Zhou Shudong nodded happily. After getting into his car, Lin Muheng drove toward home, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Though his proposal seemed advantageous to those websites, the real profits would flow to the publishing house. He smirked inwardly, these websites were being sold off, yet they were still counting his money. Returning home, the apartment was dark. Lin Muheng flipped on the living room light and spotted Xie Wanning sitting on the sofa. She wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, her hair casually falling over her shoulders. Lin Muheng was startled. He hadn't expected Xie Wanning to be waiting for him here. After a moment, he asked, is Wanwan asleep? Machem, she's been asleep for a while, Xie Wanning nodded in response. She stood up from the sofa, slung her bag over her shoulder, and said, since you're back, I'll head out now. I'll come see Wanwan again tomorrow morning. Lin Muheng glanced at the clock on the wall and said with concern, it's so late. Don't go. You and Wanwan can sleep in the master bedroom. I'll take the guest room. Alright then. Xie Wanning nodded. Today happened to be Friday, so there would be no dormitory inspection. At that moment, Lin Muheng hesitated, wondering whether to ask her about the man in the lecture hall. But when he saw Xie Wanning already turning toward the master bedroom, the hand that had started to reach out to stop her retracted. His mind was in turmoil. Even if he did ask, in what capacity would he do so? As Wanwan's father? But they had agreed from the start not to interfere in each other's lives. The question of love was profoundly complex. Lying in bed, Lin Muheng tossed and turned, unable to sleep for a long time. In the master bedroom, Xie Wanning also struggled to sleep. Lying in bed, she stared wide-eyed at the ceiling, her heart filled with complex emotions. Lying beside Wanwan, she thought about so many things. Even if she were to leave her father and keep her daughter, she would need enough money to make it work. That night, she took on an urgent job, a cosplay event at an anime convention. Xiao Xiao had helped her land this gig, which paid 2,000 yuan a day. Though it might be exhausting, the thought of providing better living conditions for Wanwan made it all worthwhile. As dawn broke, Xie Wanning slipped out of Lin Muheng's home. Waking up to find the note she left, he felt a complex mix of emotions. On this sunny Sunday, Lin Muheng brought Wanwan to the playground to bask in the sun. Wanwan, dressed in a cute little dress, ran back and forth across the grass. Lin Muheng sat nearby watching her, his face radiating a happy smile. At that moment, a pair of eyes fixed on Lin Muheng. The person clenched their fists, their gaze filled with resentment. Chapter 44 Daddy, do you like mommy? The woman stormed over to Lin Muheng, her steps heavy with fury. Her eyes glared at him fiercely, as if they could spit fire, her tone dripping with reproach. Lin Muheng, are you planning to find Wanwan a stepmother? Seeing the visitor, Lin Muheng's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He studied the girl before him, finding her vaguely familiar. After a moment, he recalled she was Xie Wanning's roommate, that straightforward little Qiao. Yet, upon hearing her accusation, his face twisted in utter bewilderment. When did I ever say I was looking for a stepmother for Wanwan? Did Xie Wanning tell you that? He asked in confusion, inwardly muttering to himself. No wonder Xie Wanning had been distant toward him these past few days. She had misunderstood him. He felt deeply wronged, as if bearing a tremendous injustice. I never even considered it. How could she possibly think I'd want to find Wanwan a stepmother? Xiao Xiao's tone softened slightly upon hearing this, though she still felt indignant on her roommate's behalf. Hands on her hips, she declared with righteous indignation, remember the debate competition? You didn't wait for her. Instead, you were laughing and chatting over dinner with some other girl. Doesn't that prove it? Her eyes flashed with heartache for her friend, as if Lin Muheng were the faithless one. Lin Muheng immediately understood the situation. He sighed helplessly and explained, the person I was having lunch with was a colleague. We were discussing work matters that day. After speaking, a hint of resentment welled up within him. His brows furrowed as he added with a touch of complaint, on the day of the debate, Xie Wanning was chatting happily with a man. I didn't want to interrupt her. Seeing his jealous expression, Xiao Xiao gave a helpless smile, her eyes twinkling with teasing and mockery. That's Ningning's neighbor, the guy she grew up with. Besides, he has a girlfriend. Oh, I see. Lin Muheng brightened instantly, his frown smoothing out as a relieved smile touched his lips. Xiao Xiao continued, Ningning thought you were looking for a stepmother for Wanwan. She was heartbroken. It's clear she has feelings for you. And what about you? How do you feel about our Ningning? Xiao Xiao asked with a hint of gossip in her voice, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Muheng's ears instantly flushed crimson upon hearing this, as if scorched by fire. He shyly lowered his head, offering no reply. Though he said nothing, Xiao Xiao understood perfectly well both of them had feelings for each other. Since it was a misunderstanding, Xiao Xiao prepared to leave. Just as she was about to go, Lin Muheng suddenly stopped her, asking somewhat urgently, do you know what Xie Wanning has been busy with lately? His eyes were filled with concern. You didn't know? Xiao Xiao countered, assuming he was already aware. Then she answered, Ningning just picked up another part-time gig cosplaying anime characters at Green Plaza. Again? Lin Muheng repeated the word in confusion, a flicker of heartache crossing his eyes. Yeah, she took on another part-time gig last time dressing up as a bear mascot to hand out flyers. It's so hot out, I don't know how she manages to stick it out, Xiao Xiao said helplessly, her eyes brimming with sympathy. Hearing this, Lin Muheng felt a sharp pang of sorrow. So she too was silently striving for this family. He turned to call Wanwan, who was playing on the lawn, and smiled gently, sweetie, let's go find mommy. Holding Wanwan close, Lin Muheng looked at Xiao Xiao with gratitude and said sincerely, thank you. You're welcome. Just don't tell Ningning it was me, she'd be upset, Xiao Xiao cautioned. Don't worry, Lin Muheng nodded. Then, carrying Wanwan, he turned and headed home. After grabbing the car keys, father and daughter drove excitedly toward Green Plaza. Before long, Lin Muheng led Wanwan to the comic convention venue. The little girl seemed to have discovered a whole new world, her mouth agape in wonder and her eyes wide with amazement. Wow, Daddy, this place is so much fun. Those ladies even have white wings on their backs, so pretty, she pointed at the cosplay characters with her little finger, her eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity. After speaking, the little one tilted her head, suddenly looking puzzled at Lin Muheng. Blinking her big eyes, she asked, but Daddy, aren't we here to find Mommy? What are we doing here? Lin Muheng affectionately ruffled her hair and smiled. Because Mommy is here, Wanwan. Open your eyes wide and look for her. Okay. The little girl nodded obediently, then began scanning the venue, as if afraid to miss Mom's figure. Soon, father and daughter were wandering through the venue together. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning was posing for photos with anime-loving fans. Her striking looks and costume drew crowds eager for photos. She stood there cheerfully posing for everyone, her face beaming with a bright smile. Just then, little Wanwan suddenly pointed her chubby little finger toward the distance and exclaimed excitedly, Daddy, is that Mommy over there? Lin Muheng followed her gaze and indeed saw Xie Wanning standing there taking photos with others. Dressed in a gorgeous cosplay outfit with white wings on her back, she looked like a fairy from the heavens. He nodded happily and smiled, yes, that's Mommy. Shall we go find her? Okay. Wanwan nodded, her rosy little mouth adding, Mommy looks so pretty today. Daddy, do you like it? The little one asked sweetly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Muheng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He rubbed his nose and said, Sweetie, do you know what like means? I know. Wanwan nodded, her little face serious. It's just like how Wanwan likes looking at picture books. I get really sad when I can't see them. Her tone was full of innocence and purity. Hearing this, Lin Muheng's heart tightened. He hadn't expected his daughter to be more perceptive than he was. He smiled, ruffling Wanwan's hair as he praised, our little Wanwan knows so much. Daddy, you still haven't said if you like it or not, the little one asked curiously, her big eyes blinking eagerly as she waited for his answer. Lin Muheng smiled, pursed his lips, and nodded emphatically. I like it. Hee hee, of course Daddy likes it. Because it's Mommy. After saying this, the little one ran excitedly towards Xie Wanning. As she ran, she sweetly called out, "Mommy, mommy." Hearing the familiar voice, Xie Wanning looked up and saw her rosy-cheeked daughter running toward her like a little angel. Her heart tightened as she asked, "Sweetie, how did you get here? Where's Daddy?" Chapter 45. Wanwan takes a family photo with Daddy and Mommy. "Daddy's over there," Wanwan declared, her chubby little finger pointing toward Lin Muheng, who was slowly approaching. Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt an involuntary wave of relief wash over her taut nerves instantly relaxing. She had feared he'd abandoned their daughter again to enjoy a romantic getaway with another woman. Thankfully, he hadn't. Otherwise, she wouldn't have minded taking Wanwan away to raise her herself. Soon, Lin Muheng approached Xie Wanning, a gentle smile on his face. "I hope I'm not interrupting." "You are," Xie Wanning replied coolly. The events of the debate competition day were still fresh in her mind, so seeing Lin Muheng acting indifferent, even downright rude, didn't sit well with her. She crouched down and patiently explained to Wanwan, "Sweetie, Mommy's still working right now. Can you play with Daddy for a bit? I'll spend time with you once I'm done." "Oh, okay." The little one pouted, her face clearly showing reluctance, but she obediently nodded. After speaking, Xie Wanning turned to Lin Muheng, her tone tinged with coldness and detachment. "I need to work. You take Wanwan for a walk around here." "Okay." Lin Muheng nodded, feeling the chill in her attitude and a hollow ache in his heart. He knew the misunderstanding between them remained unresolved, but now wasn't the time to address it. He'd wait until they got home to explain things clearly to the school beauty. Xie Wanning continued posing for photos with tourists, her face adorned with a professional smile, though her gaze kept drifting toward the father and daughter. Only when Lin Muheng and Wanwan disappeared from her sight did she breathe a sigh of relief. Being watched by someone she knew made her extremely uncomfortable. Yet at the back of the line, Lin Muheng had taken Wanwan to join the queue. The little one blinked her big, sparkling eyes and asked curiously, "Daddy, what are we doing?" "Wanwan, would you like to take a photo with Mommy?" Lin Muheng crouched down, gazing into his daughter's bright eyes as he asked gently. "Yes." Upon hearing the question, Wanwan jumped up excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. Then, clinging to Lin Muheng's leg, she chattered excitedly, "Wanwan doesn't just want a photo with Mommy, I want one with Daddy too. Can we take a picture of all three of us together later?" Her little face was filled with anticipation and excitement. "Of course we can." Lin Muheng smiled warmly at her words. He glanced up at Xie Wanning, recalling her attitude toward him, then instructed Wanwan, "Sweetie, you should ask Mom about the photo. Dad's saying this won't count." His tone carried a hint of resignation. Wanwan pondered for a moment before nodding, her little face radiating seriousness and determination. "You're right. Daddy has the lowest status at home and no say in anything. I'll handle this, okay." She patted her chest, as if accepting a major mission. Lin Muheng froze upon hearing this. He'd intended for his daughter to be his wingman, but this response stung. The line moved swiftly forward, drawing closer to Xie Wanning. Next in line were the father and daughter. After snapping a photo of the previous tourist, Xie Wanning turned with a smile and said, "Hello." Wanwan immediately hugged her leg, batting her eyes playfully. "Mommy, it's us." Xie Wanning was startled to see them in the line. "What are you doing here?" Her voice carried a hint of confusion. "We want to take a picture with Mommy," Wanwan said sweetly, then urged Lin Muheng, "Daddy, hurry up and get your phone out." Her little hand tugged at the hem of his shirt, her eyes brimming with eagerness. "Oh, okay." Lin Muheng nodded, pulling out his phone and opening the camera app. Seeing this, Wanwan tugged at Xie Wanning's arm and pouted, "Mommy, let's take a family photo. You look so beautiful today, I want to capture this moment." Her tiny hand gently tugged at Xie Wanning's arm, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Truthfully, Xie Wanning wanted to refuse. Recalling Lin Muheng laughing and chatting with others made her feel deeply uncomfortable. She strongly resisted interacting with him and certainly didn't want to pretend affection in front of the camera. Lin Muheng sensed her inner conflict and reluctance. He adopted a step back to advance tactic. "Forget it, I won't take the photo. I'll just take pictures of you two, mother and daughter." Wanwan shook her head at this, frowning with obvious reluctance. "No. I want Daddy. I want Daddy." Her little hand clung tightly to Lin Muheng's. Lin Muheng was thoroughly pleased with his daughter's reaction, silently giving her a thumbs up. Seeing this, Wanwan made an okay sign behind her back, then blinked her big, watery eyes at Xie Wanning, as if tears were about to spill over any second. Facing her daughter's eyes brimming with expectation, Xie Wanning simply couldn't bring herself to refuse. She knew that for her daughter, having a photo taken with both parents was a profoundly happy occasion. So, she managed to force a faint smile and agreed to the suggestion. "All right, let's take a photo of the three of us." At those words, Wanwan's face lit up with a radiant smile, her cheeks dimpling as her lips curved upward. She jumped up excitedly, "Yay! We get to take a picture together." Lin Muheng held the phone, with Wanwan sandwiched between them, Xie Wanning standing on the right. Wanwan noticed her mother wasn't smiling through the phone screen. She immediately turned her head, poking Xie Wanning's cheeks with her chubby little hands. "Mommy, smile, we want to take a pretty picture." Her little face was filled with earnest pleading. Seeing Wanwan's adorable persistence, Lin Muheng thought to himself that he absolutely had to buy the little one an ice cream treat when they got home. Under her daughter's persistent urging, Xie Wanning finally managed a small smile. Though it felt a bit forced, she truly looked beautiful in that moment. Lin Muheng captured this moment on his phone, the three of them beaming with such pure joy and happiness. Lin Muheng felt deeply satisfied with this photo, and Wanwan was equally content. She knew this happiness was a gift from her parents, and it would become one of her most treasured memories. When Xie Wanning saw the photo, a flutter stirred in her heart. The three people in the picture were smiling so brightly, yet she felt a complex mix of emotions. Silently, she thought, if only the three of us could stay together forever. After taking the photo, she began to urge them on. Alright, you two go play. I need to get back to work. Alright, Wanwan and I will wait for you after work. We'll head home together, Lin Muheng said gently. Xie Wanning didn't respond, instead continuing to take photos with the tourists. Chapter 46, The Peeping Tom. Father and daughter then resumed their leisurely stroll through the comic convention. The venue buzzed with excitement. Cosplayers dressed as iconic anime characters weaved through the crowd, while DIY figurine workshops and other activities offered endless visual delights. When Wanwan spotted the exquisite display figures on the exhibition stands, her little eyes lit up instantly, brimming with intense curiosity. She tugged at Lin Muheng's hand and happily trotted forward, looking like a lively little bunny. Moments later, Wanwan pointed at one of the figures and giggled, "Daddy, look. This one looks just like Uncle." The man Wanwan called Uncle smiled and walked over. He was slightly overweight, wearing a kind smile, the shop owner himself. The figure Wanwan pointed to was his own model. Sensing a potential sale, he enthusiastically asked, "Little one, would you like to make your very own unique figurine?" Wanwan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. She nodded excitedly, yes. She turned to Lin Muheng and pouted, "Daddy, let's make one. Wanwan really likes it." "Sure, let's make one," Lin Muheng agreed readily, his face beaming with affection. The shop owner, hearing this, grew even more enthusiastic. "Little one, your daddy is so kind to you. So, what kind of figurine would you like to make?" Wanwan tilted her little head in thought. Moments later, her eyes sparkled as if she'd discovered a new world. "Can we do a family portrait?" she asked excitedly. "Absolutely no problem. As long as you have a photo, I can make it for you," the owner declared confidently, patting his chest. He looked utterly certain there was no figurine he couldn't create. At that moment, Wanwan nudged Lin Muheng beside her. "Daddy, hurry up and get your phone out. Open the photo we just took together." Lin Muheng pulled out his phone while asking, "Wanwan, do you really want a family portrait?" The little girl nodded playfully upon hearing this. "Yes." Her small face beamed with happiness. "That way, I can see Daddy and Mommy anytime." "All right." Lin Muheng gently stroked Wanwan's little head, saying affectionately, "We'll do as you wish." Hee, the little one grinned, revealing sweet dimples. She handed her dad's phone to the shop owner and said eagerly, "Uncle, we want to make this figurine." The shop owner happily took the phone, looked at the family photo, and smiled, "No problem. Just sit here and wait a moment. It'll be ready in under 30 minutes. His voice was full of confidence. "Okay, got it," Wanwan replied before sitting on a nearby chair to wait. The little girl waited with bated breath, her tiny eyes fixed on the workshop, though she couldn't see anything from outside. Modern equipment was high-tech. Barely 20 minutes later, the owner called out to them, holding the finished figurines, "Kids, your figurines are ready. Come take a look." Wanwan heard this and dashed over, moving faster than a little rabbit. When she saw the figurines in the owner's hands, the little girl was overjoyed. "Wow! The ones on top look just like my real mom and dad. And Wanwan too. Uncle, you're so amazing." Her little hands cradled the figurines, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Heh, not bad, huh?" The praised shopkeeper scratched his head with a sheepish grin. At that moment, Lin Muheng spoke up, "How much is it, boss? Usually I sell them for 400, but since you're such a sweet little girl, I'll let you have it for 360. The shopkeeper replied cheerfully. "Thanks, Uncle." Wanwan flashed a sweet smile, happily bouncing around with her new figurine. Lin Muheng promptly scanned the QR code to pay. After that, father and daughter continued browsing. The venue wasn't huge, but the variety of booths was dazzling, leaving them overwhelmed. Soon, they had explored the entire exhibition hall. Tired from walking, they sat down on a public bench next to Xie Wanning, waiting for her to finish work. Wanwan sat on the chair, her little feet dangling back and forth, looking relaxed and carefree. Every so often, she picked up the figurine to examine it, as if it were her most treasured possession. At that moment, Xie Wanning was busy working. She looked up and caught sight of the two figures. At that very moment, Lin Muheng also looked up at her, and their eyes met. Lin Muheng gave a slight smile, nodded, and greeted her. Xie Wanning felt a bit awkward at the sight. She quickly averted her gaze and joined the group photo with some discomfort. Afterward, she kept stealing glances at the pair out of the corner of her eye, only to find Lin Muheng staring intently at her. His gaze was intense and profound. Xie Wanning felt both annoyed and flattered, inwardly grumbling, this guy has his cake and eats it too, how shameless. She resolved to stop looking their way and focused on her work instead. Wanwan, sitting beside them, grew curious seeing her father constantly looking in one direction. Her chubby little hands turned Lin Muheng's face toward her as she asked in a babyish voice, Daddy, what are you looking at? Nothing, Lin Muheng waved it off, smiling at his daughter. Sweetie, what's the matter? Wanwan covered her tummy shyly, her voice soft with embarrassment. My tummy's hungry. When will mommy be done? Lin Muheng gently stroked her daughter's head with a tender expression. It won't be long now. Can we hang in there a little longer? Okay. Wanwan nodded obediently and waited patiently. She sat still in her chair, her little feet no longer fidgeting. Instead, she held her figurine quietly. Perhaps the little thing had run out of power and desperately needed a recharge. Just then, when Lin Muheng glanced at Xie Wanning again, she suddenly noticed something off about the man beside her. The man wore casual clothes and a pair of green sneakers. The shoes looked somewhat worn, yet the uppers were unusually clean. During the photo session, the man's shoes subtly shifted closer to Xie Wanning several times. The movement was discreet, yet it didn't escape Lin Muheng's keen observation. He glanced down at his own feet. When he was sure the camera had captured what he wanted, a lecherous grin spread across the man's face, a smile so repulsive it made one feel sick. Witnessing this, Lin Muheng suddenly recalled news reports he'd seen before about voyeurs who installed pinhole cameras in their shoes to spy under women's skirts. Observing the man's furtive behavior, Lin Muheng felt his suspicions confirmed. A surge of rage welled up inside him, his gaze turning icy cold. Instantly, he carried Wanwan to the man's front, grabbing his shoulders with force. His grip was strong, causing the man some pain. Seeing Lin Muheng suddenly charge forward and grab the tourist's shoulders, Xie Wanning asked in confusion, What are you doing? The man, noticing the commotion, turned to Lin Muheng with displeasure. What the hell are you doing grabbing my shoulders? Let go. Lin Muheng tightened his grip on the man's shoulder even more. His voice was cold as he replied, Are you going to hand it over yourself, or do I have to take it from you? What are you talking about? I don't understand, the man replied, feigning composure. Yet a flicker of panic crossed his eyes before he quickly masked it. He believed his plan was flawless. No one could possibly detect the hidden camera in his shoe. Little did he know, every move he made had been caught in Lin Muheng's sight. Chapter 47, A Power Couple. The man struggled fiercely, trying to break free from Lin Muheng's iron clamp-like grip, but each struggle only seemed to intensify the pain. When escape proved hopeless, a flash of viciousness crossed his eyes as he snarled, Let go of me now, or I'll call the police. Lin Muheng's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze unwavering and fearless. Go ahead. Let's see who the police come to arrest. Seeing this, panic flickered in the man's eyes before he swiftly composed himself. Adopting a pitiful expression, he turned to the crowd, his voice thick with feigned sorrow, Everyone, judge for yourselves. I don't even know this man. He's grabbing me and won't let go. What kind of nonsense is this? His tearful performance did stir sympathy in some passers-by. Stares of disbelief turned their way. Some began whispering among themselves, while others directly scolded, Young man, he says he doesn't know you. Why are you still grabbing him? Let go. Exactly. Even if you two have issues, talk it out. Why resort to violence? Chimed in a young man wearing glasses, his eyes betraying his displeasure toward Lin Muheng. Everyone's right. Let go of him. Seeing support for his stance, the man turned to Lin Muheng, his eyes flashing with smug satisfaction, as if this would make Lin Muheng release his grip. Xie Wanning stood nearby, her brows furrowed, eyes filled with confusion. She knew Lin Muheng wasn't impulsive. There must be a reason for his actions. She quietly approached Lin Muheng and whispered, Why are you grabbing him? This is getting out of hand. Security will kick you out, she tried to warn Lin Muheng, her eyes betraying a hint of anxiety. Lin Muheng, hearing this, retorted discontentedly into her ear, He was taking photos up your skirt. His voice was low, yet it carried an undeniable certainty. Ha! Xie Wanning's face flushed crimson instantly, a rush of heat surging to her head. She hurriedly lowered her head to adjust her skirt, her fingers trembling slightly as a mix of embarrassment and anger surged through her. Do you have proof? She asked timidly. After all, without evidence, it would be hard to believe such an accusation, especially since the man would surely deny it and refuse to cooperate. Lin Muheng shook his head, his gaze unwavering. No, but I'm certain there's a pinhole camera hidden in his shoe. He gripped the man's wrists tightly, wary that he might try to make a move. Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng exchanged a knowing glance. Her eyes darted over the man's body, finally settling on the shoe covering his right foot. The left shoe was visibly dirty, while the right remained spotless, clearly maintained to capture sharper images. As the man struggled to break free, she feigned carelessness, using her toes to gently flick his shoe aside. My apologies, she said apologetically, I'll go retrieve your shoe right away. Her tone was filled with regret, yet a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Seeing his shoe kicked away, the man instantly grew frantic. He tried to break free from Lin Muheng's grip to retrieve his shoe, yet no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't escape her hold. As the truth threatened to be exposed, the man grew increasingly frantic. His eyes widened as he bellowed, Let go of me right now. I need to put my shoes back on. His voice carried a hint of hysteria, as if he'd completely lost his composure. Lin Muheng, seeing this, let a smug smile curve his lips. He gripped the man's wrists tightly and drawled, "Didn't I say I'd bring them to you? Just wait." His tone dripped with mockery and teasing, especially as he watched the man's frantic expression, which only amused him further. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning, taking advantage of fetching the shoes, quickly crouched down to search for the hidden item inside. Her fingers gently probed inside, quickly encountering a small, hard object. Her heart leapt with joy as she swiftly pulled it out. It was indeed a pinhole camera. She held it up excitedly and called out to Lin Muheng, "I found the camera." "What's going on? What camera?" Those nearby froze upon hearing this, casting curious glances around, desperate to understand what was happening. Seeing the commotion, Lin Muheng hurriedly explained, "This man installed a pinhole camera in his shoe to secretly film up girls' skirts. He's a full-blown voyeur." "Ah!" The female students in the line gasped in horror. They clamped their legs together, their eyes filled with terror and rage. One girl stormed forward, clenched her fist, and slammed it into the man's chest. "You pervert! How shameless!" "Ugh," she spat angrily. After that, she fished his phone out of his pocket, unlocked it with his face, and opened the photo album. Sure enough, the gallery was filled with photos of the girl's underwear, every color imaginable. Seeing this, the man lost all will to resist. He lowered his head, a flicker of despair in his eyes. Lin Muheng took the phone and permanently deleted the most recent underwear photo. It belonged to Xie Wanning, and he didn't want any other guy to see it. The sheer volume of underwear photos was more than enough evidence to convict this voyeur. Without hesitation, Lin Muheng called the police. Officers arrived swiftly and arrested the voyeur. They cuffed the peeping Tom and escorted him to the police car. Since the officers needed to understand the situation, one of the burly men addressed Lin Muheng, "We'd appreciate it if you could come with us to the station to give a statement." Lin Muheng nodded. "No problem. It's the right thing to do." He turned to Xie Wanning and instructed, "I'll come pick you up after I finish the statement." "Wait for me." "Okay," Xie Wanning replied instinctively. Watching Lin Muheng's retreating figure, a warm feeling filled her heart. Suddenly, she slapped her own cheeks, reminding herself, he's just Wanwan's dad. Besides, he has a girlfriend. Picking me up is just on his way back. At the police station, Lin Muheng was led into a reception room. A female officer in uniform, her hair neatly pinned up, approached with a smile and asked, "Are you the one who just filed the report?" "Yes," Lin Muheng nodded. "Please follow me now. I need to document the details of the incident," the officer said earnestly, leading Lin Muheng into an interview room where she began asking detailed questions about what had happened. Lin Muheng sat in a chair and recounted the events at the comic convention word for word. The officer sat beside him, meticulously noting every detail. Moments later, the officer closed her notebook and said gratefully, "Thank you for cooperating with our investigation." "You're welcome," Lin Muheng waved his hand, his face radiating a modest smile. He knew he had only done what was right. Stepping out of the interview room, Lin Muheng spotted Wanwan waiting in the lobby. A happy smile spread across his face. "Wanwan." Hearing his voice, she turned and exclaimed excitedly, "Daddy." The little one skipped over and hugged his leg. Lin Muheng crouched down, smiling as he embraced his precious daughter. "Wanwan," he said softly, "let's go pick up mommy and bring her home." Chapter 48. Even Dad has no say. After leaving the police station, Lin Muheng drove Wanwan to Green Plaza. At that moment, staff members were beginning to dismantle the event venue. After circling the area, they finally spotted Xie Wanning sitting quietly on a public bench, engrossed in her phone. Wanwan's eyes lit up the moment she spotted her mother. She ran excitedly toward her, her little pigtails bouncing up and down as she went, sweetly calling out, "Mommy, mommy." "Hey," Xie Wanning responded happily upon hearing the familiar voice. But just then, a panel used to construct the stage suddenly tilted behind them, threatening to crash down on her. Lin Muheng's heart clenched in alarm. "Watch out," he shouted urgently. He sprinted to Xie Wanning's side. Just as the plank descended, he raised both arms and lifted it with every ounce of strength. The plank was incredibly heavy, but his gaze only grew more determined. Xie Wanning watched the scene unfold, her mind going blank. Moments later, she snapped back to reality and hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" "I'm fine." Lin Muheng shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He immediately instructed, "Get away quickly. Take Wanwan and go somewhere safe. This place isn't secure." "Okay," Xie Wanning nodded, quickly shielding Wanwan in her arms as she moved toward safety. Wanwan seemed startled by the sudden commotion too, her little face pressed tightly against her mother's chest, wide eyes filled with terror. Only after seeing both mother and daughter reach safety did Lin Muheng dare to set down the wooden board he carried with a heavy thud. The moment it hit the ground, a cloud of dust billowed up, causing him to cough a few times as the dust choked him. Seeing they were safe, Xie Wanning walked over with Wanwan, her eyes filled with worry. "Let me check if you're hurt. Don't try to fool me." "No, really, I'm not lying," Lin Muheng said casually. Xie Wanning didn't believe him, circling around him once. Finding no visible wounds, she finally relaxed. She pouted playfully, her eyes softening with affection. Why did you run over here? If you'd gotten hurt, I wouldn't have been obligated to take care of you. Though Xie Wanning's words sounded sharp, Lin Muheng recognized the underlying concern. Though they hadn't known each other long, he understood her well-sharp tongue, soft heart, always saying one thing and meaning another. Lin Muheng pressed his lips together in a smile, replying sincerely, if I hadn't run, I would have crashed into you. Oomph. Who asked you to save me? Xie Wanning snorted coldly, turning her head away, though the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve upward slightly. Deep down, she was truly touched, yet equally worried. If Lin Muheng had gotten hurt saving her, it would have broken her heart. Then, as if to mask her emotion, she deliberately pulled Wanwan along. Sweetie, what do you want to eat tonight? Mommy made a fortune today. How about I treat you to something delicious? Xie Wanning gazed at Wanwan with doting affection, her eyes brimming with tenderness. Yay! Wanwan bounced up with delight at the words. Then, pursing her lips, she adopted a pitiful little expression, batting her big eyes as she said, Wanwan's tummy is so hungry, I'm almost fainting from hunger. As she spoke, she deliberately rubbed her little belly, looking utterly adorable. Oh? That hungry? Then we absolutely must give Wanwan the very best food. Wanwan's smile grew even brighter at this. She gestured excitedly, Mommy, Wanwan wants meat, lots and lots of meat. After saying that, the little one tilted her head as if thinking of some delicious dish and continued, Mommy, can we have hot pot tonight? Wanwan wants hot pot. Of course. Whatever Wanwan wants. After all, our little cutie is practically starving. Watching their sweet mother-daughter interaction, Lin Muheng waved from behind, teasing, you could at least ask my opinion. Wanwan turned her head, made a little face, and giggled, Daddy doesn't get a say anyway. Asking you is pointless. Hearing this, Lin Muheng instantly lost his temper because his daughter was absolutely right. Soon, the family of three arrived at a renowned hot pot restaurant in Magic City. It was peak dining hour, and the place was bustling with diners. But luck was on their side, they were seated almost immediately. The waitress led them to a clean table, placed the menu in front of them, and smiled, you may order now. Xie Wanning nodded, then smiled at Wanwan and Lin Mu, generously saying, you two order. I made money today, so I'm treating you to a nice meal. Hearing this, Wanwan clapped her hands excitedly, her little face beaming with joy. Mommy's the best. Then she turned to Lin Muheng and said, Daddy, Wanwan wants meat, lots and lots of meat. Her little finger pointed at the pictures on the menu, her eyes full of anticipation. Sure, Daddy will order it for you, Lin Muheng agreed with a smile, carefully checking items on the menu. He selected one portion each of beef, lamb, and pork and deliberately chose some vegetables Wanwan loved. After finishing, he slid the menu towards Xie Wanning and said gently, I don't know what you like, so you can order the rest. Okay, Xie Wanning nodded, taking the menu and scanning it carefully. She marked several of her favorite dishes on the menu, then looked up at the waiter and said with a smile, one broth base should be clear soup, and the other mildly spicy. Certainly, the server nodded before taking the menu away. This hot pot restaurant served dishes quite quickly. Soon, the soup bases and various ingredients were brought to the table. The steaming hot pots gave off an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. Lin Muheng promptly placed the meats Wanwan wanted into the clear broth pot. The little one stared intently at the pot, her eyes wide with anticipation. Her little mouth kept swallowing saliva, she was clearly starving for it. He then stood up to fetch some dipping sauces. As he turned to leave, he glanced back at the mother and daughter and asked, would you prefer oil-based dipping sauce or sesame paste? Sesame sauce, they answered in unison. Hearing this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile wryly inside. He loved dipping his hot pot in oil sauce, but it seemed his daughter hadn't inherited that preference at all. While pouring the sesame sauce, he deliberately added some cilantro to both their bowls. He remembered clearly how their bowls had been covered in bright green cilantro when they ate noodles together before, proof of their fondness for the herb. When Xie Wanning saw the sesame sauce bowls placed before them, her eyes lit up with delight. She hadn't expected Lin Muheng to remember that she and their daughter loved cilantro, and it touched her heart in an inexplicable way. Yet whenever she recalled that night when he left with that girl named Lily, Xie Wanning couldn't help but inwardly grumble, he's a competent enough father, but he clearly favors his daughter over his own child. Chapter 49, The Ice Queen Has Descended? At that moment, Wanwan stared wide-eyed like a little dumbfounded child at the pot bubbling and gurgling away. When she finally saw the bubbling broth and tempting ingredients, the little one excitedly patted Lin Muheng's arm, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation. Daddy, can we eat now? Lin Muheng smiled and nodded, his voice brimming with affection. Yes, it's ready. Daddy will scoop some onto the little plate beside you. When you eat, just take from the plate. That way, you won't burn yourself, you little glutton. Hee hee, thanks, Daddy. Wanwan's eyes never left the meat, as if she feared it might grow legs and run away. The meat was generously coated with sesame sauce and cilantro, looking utterly tempting. The little one opened her mouth wide and popped the entire piece in at once. As the savory flavor hit her taste buds, Wanwan happily bobbed her little head from side to side. Her utterly contented expression filled Lin Muheng's heart with deep satisfaction. Take your time, sweetie. No rush. After you finish this meat, Daddy will get you some more. Lin Muheng affectionately brushed a strand of hair from Wanwan's forehead, his eyes brimming with tenderness so deep it seemed it could overflow. Daddy's the best. Wanwan blinked her big eyes, saying excitedly. Suddenly, the little one seemed to remember that today was Mom's treat. She turned to Xie Wanning with a sweet smile, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. Mommy's the best too. Wanwan loves you both. That way of pleasing everyone, like a master at playing both sides. Xie Wanning smiled happily, her eyes brimming with affection and contentment. Watching Wanwan's adorable little face, her heart felt warm and fuzzy. The little one ate happily. Noticing Xie Wanning seemed a bit stiff, Lin Muheng promptly placed a piece of meat into her bowl. The meat's ready, eat up. You must be exhausted after working an extra shift today. Thank you, Xie Wanning replied with a nod, a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Just then, the waiter approached carrying several plates of hard goods, smiling as he said, Sir, Madam, here are the brain and tripe you ordered. All your dishes are now served. Please enjoy your meal. Lin Muheng frowned slightly upon hearing this, looking puzzled at the hard goods on the plate. We didn't order these. Did they bring the wrong dishes? Seeing this, Xie Wanning felt a bit awkward and explained, I ordered them. No mistake. Thank you. She turned to the waiter and smiled her thanks. To be honest, Lin Muheng hadn't expected Xie Wanning to enjoy eating brain marrow and tripe. In his mind, the school beauty should be aloof and distant, keeping her distance from such heavy-flavored foods. But now, he had only one thought, had the aloof campus beauty descended from the heavens? Feeling Lin Muheng's scrutinizing gaze, Xie Wanning couldn't help but feel awkward. She murmured, if you don't like the taste, I'll add it to the pot after all the other dishes have been cooked. It's fine, I like it, really like it, Lin Muheng replied with a smile. He truly hadn't expected her to have such a down-to-earth side. He thought he knew her well enough, but now realized he only scratched the surface. However, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, it only strengthened his resolve to get to know Xie Wanning more deeply. Once the brain was cooked, Xie Wanning picked a small piece and placed it on Lin Muheng's plate, her smile brimming with anticipation. Try it. Lin Muheng stared at the brain-like substance, his brow furrowing slightly. Yet he summoned his courage, placed it in his mouth, and savored it carefully. Perhaps he genuinely disliked the taste, for an unnatural expression flickered across his face. Watching him feign enjoyment, Xie Wanning asked with a mischievous grin, is it good? Delicious, delicious. Lin Muheng nodded with a smile. He didn't want to disappoint Xie Wanning, so he forced himself to say it was good. If it's good, have some more. With that, Xie Wanning reached to add more brain flour to his plate. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly refused, no need, you eat it. His voice carried a hint of panic, afraid Xie Wanning would serve him more. Watching Lin Muheng stubbornly refuse, Xie Wanning couldn't help but smile. Just then, Wanwan puckered her little lips and looked at them with a smile. Daddy, Mommy, there's no more meat on Wanwan's plate. Lin Muheng responded with indulgent affection, alright, Daddy will serve you some. He praised her, my little Wanwan is so amazing, eating so quickly. Daddy is truly impressed. Wanwan flashed a wide grin, revealing her sweet dimples. Then, Wanwan placed her sesame sauce bowl in front of Lin Muheng, batting her big eyes as she said, Daddy, the sesame sauce in my bowl is all gone too. Can you get me some more? Sure, wait here. With that, Lin Muheng rose and headed toward the entrance. As he was scooping the sesame paste, a pair of eyes fixed intently on him from behind. The woman spotted him, and a flicker of excitement and surprise danced in her eyes. She couldn't help but call out softly, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Lin Muheng frowned, puzzled. Could someone be calling him? He turned to see Hu Lily waving cheerfully at him. What a coincidence, Mr. Lin. You're here for hot pot too? MHM. Lin Muheng nodded, glancing around and asking, did you come alone? Yes, I'm waiting for a table. Hu Lily replied with a smile. Not wanting to disturb him, she waved her hand and urged, Mr. Lin, please go ahead and eat. I'll be seated soon. Oh, all right. Lin Muheng nodded and turned back toward the restaurant. Yet as he walked, doubts began to stir within him. Xie Wanning misunderstands our relationship. Wouldn't this be the perfect chance to clear up the misunderstanding? The thought stirred a flutter of excitement within him. He quickened his pace to catch up with Hu Lily and said with a smile, since you're alone, why not join us for a bite? His voice brimmed with warmth. Hu Lily responded with a polite refusal, that wouldn't be appropriate, Mr. Lin. Yet her legs moved forward of their own accord. Nothing's wrong with it though you won't be eating for free, Lin Muheng waves dismissively, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Hearing this, Hu Lily inwardly scoffed, I knew there's no such thing as a free lunch. Anyone who becomes a boss must be a shrewd businessman. Then, her curiosity piqued, she asked, what's the condition? Tell me. During dinner, you need to casually clarify our relationship and what happened that night. That's all, Lin Muheng said with a smile. He hoped Hu Lily's explanation would clear up Xie Wanning's misunderstanding about him. Hu Lily listened intently, then pointed at Lin Muheng with interest. Oh Mr. Lin, you want me to clear up the misunderstanding for you in front of the boss's wife? No problem. She patted her chest confidently. Leave it to me. Chapter 50, The Misunderstanding Cleared. At the dinner table, the sesame sauce bowl had been taken away by Dad. Wanwan kept glancing back, her expectant gaze resembling a father watching stone. Finally, Lin Muheng came into view. Upon seeing him, Wanwan immediately puckered her rosy little lips, her voice tinged with playful reproach. Daddy, why did you take so long? I've been waiting forever. Lin Muheng walked over with a smile, replying gently, Dad ran into an acquaintance, so I was delayed. Oh. Wanwan nodded obediently. She picked up a piece of meat and popped it into her mouth. Chewing, she blinked her big eyes curiously and asked, who was the friend Daddy met? Just then, Lily stepped out from behind Lin Muheng, beaming at Wanwan. It was me. The little girl's face lit up with excitement the moment she saw her eyes sparkling like stars. Wow, it's Auntie Lily, quick, sit down. Sit right here. She patted the chair beside her with her little hands as she spoke, looking utterly adorable. Thank you. Lily smiled and nodded, then sat down beside Wanwan. Xie Wanning, who had been smiling moments before, froze upon seeing the visitor. Seeing her daughter's obvious affection for this woman made her feel particularly uneasy. She gripped her chopsticks tightly, a fleeting, complex emotion flashing in her eyes. But in front of Wanwan, she forced herself to remain composed. After everyone settled into their seats, Lin Muheng noticed Xie Wanqing's face was cold and expressionless. His heart sank. Oh no, she must have misunderstood again. He quickly stepped in to introduce, this is my colleague, Lily. Hearing this, Lily flashed a bright smile. She stood up, extended her hand towards Xie Wanning, and said warmly, Hello, madam. It's all thanks to Mr. Lin's kindness. He saw me waiting alone at the door for ages and invited me to join your table. Hearing this, Xie Wanning furrowed her brows, inwardly wondering, Madam? Is she referring to me? And did Mr. Lin mean Lin Muheng? She felt puzzled but kept her expression neutral. Regardless, the woman was smiling and chatting cheerfully, so it would be rude to brush her off. Xie Wanning forced a smile and replied, Hello. Are you one of his employees? She asked, sounding surprised. Lily nodded. Hearing this, the cloudiness on Xie Wanning's face instantly dissipated. Could it be that she had misunderstood Lin Muheng's intentions regarding finding a stepmother for Wanwan all along? She silently breathed a sigh of relief. Since this woman wasn't her romantic rival, there was no need to be so tense. Her demeanor instantly warmed. You've been waiting a while, haven't you? Dig in, we've got meat and veggies. Help yourself to whatever you like. Don't be shy. You're such a kind hostess, madam. I won't hesitate then. Lily said before promptly picking up her chopsticks and digging in. Hearing that title, Xie Wanning's face flushed instantly. She stole a glance at Lin Muheng and noticed he hadn't corrected her, which made her even happier. This thought made her feel a pang of guilt. She'd misunderstood him all along. Maybe she should apologize when they got back? Later, Lily casually brought up her visit to their school and accompanying Lin Muheng to the dinner gathering. After hearing all this, Xie Wanning truly realized how terribly wrong she had been. Reflecting on it, she couldn't help but feel apologetic. Hearing Lily repeatedly address her as boss lady, Xie Wanning felt a bit embarrassed. She smiled and said, Don't call me boss lady. You can call me Wanning or Ningning. This isn't the office, and I'm not your superior. Sure thing. I'll call you Ningning, and you can call me Lily. Lily replied cheerfully, secretly calculating, if I can win over the boss's wife, won't a promotion and raise be just around the corner? Just then, Wanwan, who had been quietly eating, suddenly looked up at Xie Wanning with a serious expression on her little face. Mommy, Auntie Lily said she'll be my auntie. Is Uncle busy lately? Can I ask Auntie Lily to take me to see him? The little one blinked her big eyes, looking utterly sincere. Xie Wanning's heart skipped a beat at her daughter's words. She quickly apologized, she's just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously. But Wanwan, upon hearing this, puckered her little lips in displeasure. Wanwan didn't say anything silly. Wanwan is an honest good girl. Aunt Lily really agreed to be Wanwan's auntie, right, Aunt Lily? She tilted her little head, looking up at Lily. Seeing this, Lily gently nodded. Of course I'd be happy to be your auntie. Wanwan is so adorable. She reached out to tickle Wanwan's nose with affection. Xie Wanning knew Lily was just coaxing Wanwan. She gave a helpless smile and replied, Uncle's been really busy lately. When he's free, Mom will tell you, okay? Okay, Wanwan nodded, then whispered softly into Lily's ear, Auntie Lily, my uncle is really amazing and handsome. You'll definitely like him when you meet him. Then when your uncle has time, we'll go visit him, Lily said with a laugh. She hadn't expected Wanwan to be so persistent. Since he was such a handsome guy, seeing him wouldn't hurt. After eating their fill, the group emerged from the hot pot restaurant feeling satisfied. Lily waved cheerfully, saying to Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng, Ningning, Mr. Lin, the subway station is just up ahead. I'll head out now. Thank you both so much for today's hospitality. Next time, I'll treat you. Xie Wanning waved back with a smile. You're welcome. Let's stay in touch. After spending time with her, she found Hu Lily refreshingly straightforward and genuinely pleasant to be around. If she really became her sister-in-law, that wouldn't be so bad. Back home, Xie Wanning looked at Lin Muheng sitting on the sofa and asked somewhat sheepishly, "I'm a bit dirty. Could I take a shower here?" Lin Muheng rubbed his temples, grinning sheepishly. "Of course. Make yourself at home. Use whatever you need." Xie Wanning smiled slightly, then turned and walked into the bathroom. On the other side of the city, within a towering skyscraper, the light in the editor-in-chief's office remained on. Song Qianyue sat alone in her chair, her face haggard, a hint of anxiety visible in her eyes. She stared at the story on the Caterpillar website still prominently displayed on her computer screen, stealing a significant chunk of her site's traffic. Her eyes burned with anger and resentment. Just then, Shaoli rushed in, his expression frantic. "Editor-in-chief, I just got word that several other websites have joined forces with Caterpillar. Our situation is looking grim." At this, Song Qianyue's expression turned frenzied. "Fine. They dare betray me? I'll make them pay." She picked up her phone and dialed a mysterious number, her voice cold as ice. "Taking jobs? I've got a big deal to discuss with you." Chapter 51, Is she wearing nothing underneath? In the living room, Wanwan hadn't seen her mother for a long time. Blinking her bright, lively eyes, she stared intently at the bathroom door, her little mind filled with confusion. "Daddy, why hasn't Mom come out yet? Did something happen?" The little one's face was etched with worry. Lin Muheng glanced at the clock on the wall. An hour had slipped by unnoticed, and worry began to creep into his own heart. "Go play for now. Daddy will go check." Inside the bathroom, Xie Wanning paced back and forth in the cramped space after her shower. She'd completely forgotten this was Lin Muheng's home, not the school's bathhouse. She had casually washed her undergarments while showering, only to suddenly realize she had no nightgown here. Xie Wanning mulled over how to broach the subject with Lin Muheng. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, Lin Muheng's concerned voice came from outside the door. "You've been in there a long time. Wanwan is getting worried. If you're okay, just give us a shout." Xie Wanning's heart tightened. She hurriedly waved her hand in response, her voice sounding slightly flustered through the door crack. "I'm fine, really." Her face flushed crimson as she gathered her courage to speak shyly through the door. Could you find me some clothes?" Outside, Lin Muheng breathed a silent sigh of relief before replying gently, "Sure, just wait here." He turned back to the bedroom, retrieved an oversized t-shirt from the wardrobe, and approached the bathroom door. His voice was soft as he offered, "Here's your clothes." Xie Wanning's heart raced at his words. She nervously swallowed, then cautiously opened the bathroom door a crack. One hand darted out frantically, snatching the shirt before she swiftly shut the door. Clutching the garment, she murmured gratefully, "Thank you." "You're welcome," Lin Muheng chuckled softly before turning to join Wanwan in the living room. Xie Wanning emerged from the bathroom, her figure swallowed by an oversized t-shirt, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her unease. She cautiously scanned the room, noticing that father and daughter were engrossed in their play and hadn't noticed her unusual state. She quickly grabbed her underwear, jogged to the balcony, and hurriedly hung the clothes out to dry. Just then, Wanwan heard a noise from the master bedroom and suddenly dashed from the living room. Upon entering, the little one spotted her mother on the balcony and excitedly ran over, clinging tightly to her thigh. As the little one drew close to her body, she took a deep breath and said with a look of pure delight, "Mommy, you smell so good." Xie Wanning lowered her head, gently stroking her daughter's little head as she smiled. "Wanwan smells nice too after her bath." At that moment, Lin Muheng, standing nearby, caught sight of the pink lingerie set in Xie Wanning's hand. His heart skipped a beat and a blush involuntarily spread across his cheeks. He quickly averted his gaze, inwardly questioning, "Does that mean she's wearing nothing underneath?" The thought barely registered before he shook his head, trying to banish these unwholesome ideas from his mind. To break the awkward silence, he cleared his throat and called out to Wanwan, "Sweetie, Daddy will take you to wash up. Then we'll go to bed." "Okay." Wanwan pouted her little mouth, obediently running to her daddy's side. Her tiny hand clasped his large one as she skipped toward the bathroom. After washing up, Xie Wanning dressed Wanwan in soft pajamas, and the little one happily burrowed under the covers. Xie Wanning picked up her daughter's dirty clothes, intending to wash them herself, but Lin Muheng gently stopped her. "I'll wash the clothes. You go rest." He thought she must be exhausted after working a full day at her part-time job today, and he felt a pang of guilt. "It's fine. You usually do it. I have time today, so I'll handle it." Xie Wanning insisted, her face showing a mix of stubbornness and gentleness. Over the clothes, the two began to battle for them. Suddenly, Xie Wanning's foot slipped, throwing her off balance. She fell backward, frantically grabbing the wall beside her. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng, propelled by momentum, lunged forward. Instantly, the distance between them closed. Lin Muheng instinctively raised his hand to steady himself, only to unexpectedly brush against the soft curve of Xie Wanning's chest. Though the sensation was delicate, its smoothness and warmth sent a jolt through him, causing his hand to tighten involuntarily. When Xie Wanning felt Lin Muheng's large hand, her mind went blank, as if struck by an electric current. Moments later, she snapped back to awareness. glancing down at her chest, then up at Lin Muheng. A deep blush spread across her face. Her eyes held both bashfulness and a hint of panic. Lin Muheng realized he'd touched the wrong place, his face flushing crimson. He quickly withdrew his hand, stammering an awkward explanation. I didn't mean to. I'm really sorry. His voice trembled slightly, clearly as flustered by the unexpected contact as she was. MHM. Xie Wanning nodded shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. I know you didn't mean it. Don't worry about it. Though she said this, the blush still lingered on her cheeks. Lin Muheng looked at her with sincere regret, his voice firm. You should go out first. I'll take care of washing Wanwan's clothes. All right then. Xie Wanning lowered her head and stepped out of the bathroom in small, hesitant steps, her heart pounding wildly inside. Recalling that brief moment of skin-to-skin contact, her heartbeat quickened once more, and a fresh flush spread across her cheeks. She silently scolded herself, Xie Wanning, you must be out of your mind. How could you ever long for something like this? After washing the clothes, Lin Muheng stepped onto the balcony. Spotting the pink outfit tucked in the corner, he couldn't help but glance at it again. So pink. Just as he was about to step out of the room, Wanwan suddenly pulled him close and pouted, Daddy, read me a story today. Sure, Lin Muheng replied gently, picking up his phone to begin reading. Wanwan clutched her father and mother's hands tightly, just like the little bear in the story, drifting off to sleep blissfully. Nestled between her parents, she seemed to possess the entire world. Yet beside her, Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng lay with eyes tightly shut, unable to drift off for a long while. Xie Wanning's heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. She couldn't help but start overthinking, does he dislike me because my breasts are small? These thoughts felt like tiny hands tugging at her heart, leaving her both shy and anxious. As for Lin Muheng, his mind was equally unsettled. Recalling the scene from earlier, an indescribable emotion welled up within him. Meanwhile, the children's book website was having a rough time. Just after midnight, it was attacked by unknown individuals and crashed. Song Qianyu watched the backend display nothing but a crawling caterpillar icon, along with Tree Baby and other sites, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. But soon, she received bad news. Chapter 52, Dad, looks like you're asking for a spanking. Xiaoli rushed in, his expression frantic and his brow furrowed. Editor-in-chief, our website has crashed too. Song Qianyu snapped her head up, disbelief flashing in her eyes before giving way to rage. She leaped to her feet, slamming both hands down on the desk. What? Who did this? Xiaoli flinched at the sudden outburst, lowering his head and whispering, I don't know, but it must be that caterpillar gang. They're coming at us hard this time, and we... Song Qianyu clenched her jaw, her eyes blazing with fury. Well done, she sneered coldly. They actually dared to mess with my website. Her clenched fists trembled slightly, and her anger flared even more when she saw Xiaoli still standing before her. What are you standing around for? Get moving and fix the website. At her command, Xiaoli nodded frantically, spinning on his heel and bolting out the door, desperate to avoid becoming her next punching bag. Meanwhile, inside Caterpillar Company, a scene of jubilant celebration unfolded. Employees gathered in a circle, cheering loudly with triumphant smiles. One of them exclaimed happily, we should teach Tongsu a lesson, show them that when the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Yeah, that really felt satisfying. A balding programmer waved his arms excitedly, his face beaming. They probably won't get it back up until morning. Zhou Shudong stood in the center of the crowd, smiling as he addressed everyone, great work, everyone. This operation was a complete success. Head back and rest now, they've got their hands full dealing with this. It turned out that several websites had joined forces earlier, using sophisticated technical means to directly take down Tongsu's back-end. They wouldn't be able to recover anytime soon. Meanwhile, the hackers Song Qianyu had recruited were thoroughly defeated, utterly powerless to retaliate. Their own site now faced a counterattack from all the other websites, truly a case of shooting themselves in the foot. Soon after, Song Qianyu received an anonymous call. The voice, distorted by a voice changer, sounded eerily sinister. There are too many of them. We can't win. But we agreed no refunds. At this, Song Qianyu slammed her fist on the table in fury, leaping to her feet and roaring, you took my money and now you won't deliver? Think you can get away with that? Her eyes blazed with fury, as if she could devour the person on the other end of the line. Aren't you a top-tier hacker? If you can't handle a simple task like this, what good are you to me? Realizing this wasn't the time to dwell on the matter, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She understood that restoring the website was the absolute priority now. Her tone softened. I won't ask for a refund. Fix our website, and I'll give you another 50,000. How about it? She expected an immediate yes, but instead came a firm no, no deal. After getting beaten by the other side, I can't meddle in either of your affairs. That's the rule. Find someone else. With that, the phone went dead. Song Qianyu gritted her teeth in fury, clenching her fists and slamming them hard onto the desk. All her painstaking efforts had ended in such a dismal failure. Resentment boiled within her. It wasn't until 6 in the morning that Song Qianyu received word the website was back online. She hadn't slept a wink all night, endlessly pondering where she'd gone wrong and how she'd ended up in this predicament. Recalling past events, her heart swelled with hatred. If not for Zhong Qianyi's interference, she wouldn't have stumbled at every turn. Her resentment toward Zhong Qianyi deepened further. Before the morning shift began, General Manager Zhang, having learned of the company's crisis, rushed over. His face dark as iron, he summoned Song Qianyu to his office. When Song Qianyu entered, her usual arrogance vanished. Head bowed, she stammered, "Mr. Zhang." Zhang Donlai, seeing this, glared at her with a look of frustration and disappointment. He slammed his fist on the desk and roared, "Qianyu. Qianyu. I gave you a chance, and this is how you repay me? Look at the mess you've created." Hearing this, Song Qianyu immediately pleaded, "Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Please give me another chance. I'll make sure those websites opposing us shut down for good." Her eyes flashed with pleading, but Zhang Donlai remained unmoved. He stared coldly at her, his voice thick with resentment. "I gave you chances, but you proved useless. You know the consequences. Get out." Hearing this, Song Qianyu knew her chance was gone. She looked around the place where she'd worked for so long, her heart filled with reluctance and resentment. Surveying the familiar surroundings, her resentment toward Zhong Qianyi deepened. If not for him, she would still be the esteemed editor-in-chief. Silently gathering her belongings, she walked out of the company. The moment she stepped outside, the industry knew she'd been kicked out of Tongsu. Due to her previous ruthless tactics and suppression, she was now blacklisted within the industry. Upon hearing the news, Zhou Shudong and others grinned from ear to ear. He immediately shared the news with Lin Muheng, but the latter's expression showed little excitement. Lin Muheng merely smiled faintly, thinking to himself, Song Qianyu's downfall was entirely her own doing. Just as he tucked his phone into his pocket, Wanwan's sweet, soft voice reached his ears. "Daddy, come quick. The flowers here are so pretty." The little one waved her hand before admiring the beautiful flowers, her big eyes sparkling with excitement. Suddenly, the little one looked up, blinking curiously. "Auntie, why are there so many uncles buying flowers? Who are they giving them to?" Her voice was full of childlike innocence and confusion. The shop owner looked at this adorable little bundle of fluff, and a wave of warmth washed over her heart. She answered gently, "Today is May 20th. Of course, they're for the people they love." 520? The little one's eyes widened as she pondered the words. A moment later, as if suddenly grasping the meaning, she exclaimed excitedly, "Does 520 mean I love you?" "That's right, sweetie. You're so smart," the shopkeeper praised, her eyes brimming with envy. She thought to herself, how wonderful it would be to have such a clever and beautiful daughter of her own. Wanwan, puffed up with pride at the praise, skipped over to Lin Muheng. Her little face set in earnest determination as she declared, "Daddy, today is 520, you know." Lin Muheng looked completely relaxed, clearly not giving the date a second thought. He casually asked, "What's so special about 520? Seeing her dad's nonchalant attitude, Wanwan couldn't help but feel a little flustered. She puckered her little lips and complained, "Dad, I think you're asking for a spanking. Of course you're supposed to give Mom flowers on May 20th. Lin Muheng suddenly realized his mistake. It seemed he had grown too accustomed to being single he'd even forgotten about this special holiday. Wanwan looked at her clueless dad with a look of disappointment, like she was scolding a child. Acting like a little adult, she said earnestly, "Dad, pick out a bouquet for Mom. She'll be so happy." Lin Muheng nodded, already scheming in his mind. If everyone else gave flowers, he would give something different. Chapter 53, a special 520 gift. Thinking that a gift should come from the heart, Lin Muheng pondered what Xie Wanning liked. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He knew of one thing that was undoubtedly her absolute favorite. He promptly took Wanwan's small hand and led her to the nearby store. The little one blinked her big eyes in confusion. "Daddy, why are we going to the convenience store? Did you run out of secret stash to buy flowers for Mommy?" After saying this, she puckered her little lips dramatically, adopting a "I know everything" expression. Lin Muheng found it rather amusing. After all, he was destined to live in the prestigious Tangchen second-class residence. Would he really need to hide pocket money? But seeing her sincere little expression paired with her chubby cheeks, he began to believe that his future self might indeed have less money than he had. Chub on his cheeks, perhaps it ran in the family. Seeing her dad's helpless expression, the little girl opened the backpack on her back with her chubby little hands and declared generously, "Daddy, here's my allowance. You can spend it." Standing on tiptoes, she stretched to hand Lin Muheng a 100 yuan bill, her eyes brimming with pride. Lin Muheng, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Daddy has money. You keep your allowance for yourself. If Daddy ever really runs out of money, I'll come ask you for some, okay?" "Oh, okay," Wanwan nodded, carefully tucking the money back into her little backpack. Stepping into the store, Lin Muheng began searching for that special gift. The dazzling array of goods was overwhelming, yet Lin Muheng's gaze remained unwavering. Soon, he found it on the farthest shelf: chicken feet. Yes, chicken feet. Last time he and Xie Wanning went to the supermarket, he saw her grab a bunch of them. She must really love them to buy so many. This time, Lin Muheng bought some of both the red and white varieties. After purchasing them, he approached the flower stall across the aisle and asked earnestly, "Ma'am, could you wrap these chicken feet inside the flowers for me?" The woman's eyes filled with confusion when she saw the chicken feet in his hands. Giving chicken feet to a girl on May 20th? What on earth did that mean? She couldn't help but glance at Lin Muheng a few times. Though puzzled, she was very supportive after all. Business delivered to her doorstep couldn't be turned down. The shopkeeper smiled and nodded. "No problem, I'll have it ready right away." Lin Muheng then selected a bouquet of pink roses, their petals lush and vibrant. Within 10 minutes, the shopkeeper had skillfully arranged the chicken feet supported by sticks among the flowers. "All done, young man." "Thanks," Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, then carried Hua and Wanwan home. At that moment, Wanwan stared at the unique bouquet and murmured softly, "Will Mom really like this chicken claw flower?" Then, the little one patted her chest and declared with a confident smile, "It's okay, Mom still has me." After lunch, Wanwan pulled Lin Muheng close and said in her sweet little voice, "Daddy, today is 520. I love Mom too, so I want to use my allowance to buy her a gift. Can you take me shopping this afternoon?" Her little eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if she were about to do something truly magnificent. "Sure," Lin Muheng replied with a smile, nodding. Though he hadn't received a gift himself, his heart felt warm. After her afternoon nap, Lin Muheng drove Wanwan to a nearby mall. Inside the mall, Lin Muheng looked tenderly at his precious daughter and asked, "Wanwan, what gift do you want to give Mom?" The little one tilted her head, deep in thought. After a moment, she exclaimed excitedly, "Let's buy Mom a water cup. That way, she'll think of me every time she drinks water." Her little face beamed with happiness. "Alright, we'll do as Wanwan says." Lin Muheng affectionately ruffled her hair before heading toward the accessories store. Upon entering the shop, father and daughter headed straight for the cup section. The shelves displayed an array of cups, dazzling and overwhelming to the eye. Wanwan's little eyes darted back and forth, seemingly comparing which one was better. She picked up this one to look, then that one to examine. Each one captivated her. But there were simply too many beautiful ones, and she couldn't make up her mind. At that moment, she looked at Lin Muheng with pleading eyes and asked, "Daddy, which cup do you think Mommy would like?" Lin Muheng carefully examined the cups on the shelf before pointing to a pink pig-shaped one. "This pink pig one," he said. "I think your mom would like this one." "Okay, then I'll take this one," Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. With that, the little girl carried the pink piggy cup to the front counter and said in her sweet, childish voice, "Hello, Auntie. I want this piggy cup." The cashier melted at the sound of the soft, sweet child's voice. She smiled and nodded, "Okay, I'll ring that up for you." After scanning the code, the cashier smiled as she placed the piggy cup into a bag. Bending down to hand it to Wanwan, she reminded her, "Little one, this piggy cup is fragile. Hold it carefully, okay?" "Thank you, Auntie. I'll be careful," Wanwan said, carefully holding the bag. Satisfied, she took her dad's big hand and walked out. This gift was bought with her own pocket money for her mom. Since they were already at the mall, Lin Muheng remembered that Xie Wanning didn't have any pajamas at home. He decided to buy a set to give her as a gift too. Soon, he pulled Wanwan up to the second floor. But as soon as they reached the second floor, Lin Muheng felt terribly embarrassed. The shops selling pajamas had lingerie displayed in their storefronts, especially the black lace ones, which made him so flustered he couldn't bear to look. Seeing his reaction, Wanwan asked curiously, "Daddy, what's wrong? Why are you so flushed?" Lin Muheng gave an awkward chuckle. "Nothing, I'm just a little hot." He fanned himself with his hand as he spoke, trying to hide his embarrassment. After circling the area, he still couldn't muster the courage to enter any shops. Seeing this, Wanwan asked curiously, "Daddy, what are we buying here?" "We're buying your mom a nightgown." No sooner had Lin Muheng finished speaking than Wanwan grabbed his large hand and steered him straight toward a nearby shop. The little girl's attitude made it seem like she was utterly unimpressed with her useless old dad. Truth be told, this was Lin Muheng's first time stepping into such a shop. After all, he was still a pure-hearted college student. The salesperson, noticing the customers, approached warmly and asked, "Young man, what can I help you with?" Before Lin Muheng could answer, Wanwan appeared before him holding a black lace camisole, her voice sweet and soft. "Daddy, you love seeing mommy wear this style." Feeling the salesperson's scrutinizing gaze, Lin Muheng wanted nothing more than to sink into a hole. This little brat was really digging his own grave. At that moment, Wanwan noticed her father's evasive gaze and approached him with a puzzled look. Tilting her little head, she innocently asked, "Huh? Daddy, don't you like it anymore?" Chapter 54, Wanwan sells out both dad and mom. "Strange, Daddy, why is your face so red? Are you sick?" The little one saw Lin Muheng's face as red as a monkey's bottom and looked worried. Not only that, Wanwan stood on tiptoes, straining to touch her father's forehead. Her chubby little arms were raised as if she intended to examine him herself, her expression both earnest and adorable. Hearing his daughter's words only deepened Lin Muheng's embarrassment. He gently patted Wanwan's little hand and said softly, "Sweetie, Daddy isn't sick. Please put your clothes back." Wanwan, however, looked deeply aggrieved. She pouted her little lips in a proud yet sulky manner, her face radiating reluctance. In her babyish voice, she protested, "No way. Mom really likes this style too. Let's buy this one for her. The little one couldn't help but question her dad's taste. She tilted her head, deep in thought, what if Mom didn't like the pajamas Dad bought? Then he'd have to sleep on the couch. Wanwan couldn't bear to see her dad so pitiful. So she clutched the lace camisole nightgown tightly, her little hands gripping it as if afraid it might be snatched away. Lin Muheng watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He wished he could vanish into thin air. He knew full well that if Xie Wanning were here to witness this, she'd blush bright red with embarrassment and hide from everyone. To prevent his little cotton coat from saying anything else shocking, he could only smile helplessly and nod, agreeing to Wanwan's request. He then turned to the sales clerk, offering an awkward smile and apologetically saying, "Could you wrap this up for me, please?" "Certainly." For the sales staff, such requests were routine after all. What man could resist the allure of a black lace camisole? Back home, Wanwan couldn't wait to give her carefully chosen gift to Mom. Sitting on the sofa, her small body fidgeted restlessly, her wide, expectant eyes sparkling. "Daddy, when will Mom be back?" "Probably soon," Lin Muheng replied while organizing the ingredients. Wanwan couldn't wait. She immediately hopped off the sofa, skipped over to the table, grabbed Lin Muheng's phone, and deftly swiped the screen with her little fingers. Soon, she dialed her mother's number. At the same time, Xie Wanning heard her phone vibrating in her bag and quickly pulled it out. Seeing Lin Muheng's call request, a wave of warmth washed over her heart. The moment she answered, Wanwan's sweet, soft voice came through. "Mommy, when are you coming home? Wanwan has a surprise for you." "Oh?" Xie Wanning's eyes softened at the words. She asked gently, "What kind of surprise? Can you tell Mommy?" "No way. If I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore." Wanwan shook her head, her little face radiating earnestness and mystery. Seeing this, Xie Wanning didn't tease Wanwan any further. She replied, "In about half an hour, Mommy will be back to spend time with you." "Okay." Wanwan nodded, then added excitedly, "Mom, Dad and I will pick you up. I'll let you in on a secret. Dad has a surprise for you too." "Huh?" Xie Wanning's eyes lit up instantly. Her heart began racing, pounding wildly like a frightened deer. She was overjoyed, yet also filled with curiosity and anticipation about the surprise Lin Muheng had prepared. After hanging up, Xie Wanning's excitement lingered long after the call ended. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng had already prepared the ingredients and was waiting for Xie Wanning to return so they could start dinner. As he stepped out of the kitchen, he spotted Wanwan clutching her phone, her little face beaming with excitement. "Sweetie, what are you doing?" Lin Muheng asked gently. "I was calling Mommy," Wanwan answered sweetly. She then ran to Lin Muheng, took his hand, and said, "Daddy, Mommy wants us to pick her up." "Let's go now." Lin Muheng felt a flicker of confusion. In his mind, Xie Wanning wouldn't proactively ask them to pick her up. He wondered if something was wrong. Without dwelling on it, Lin Muheng helped Wanwan slip on her pink sandals and prepared to head out. Just as he was about to close the door, the little one suddenly called out to him, "Wait, Daddy, I'll grab something." With that, she dashed into the living room like a whirlwind and emerged moments later, cradling a bouquet of flowers nearly as tall as she was. She looked up at Lin Muheng with a mischievous glint in her eyes, her expression full of exasperation. "Daddy, you have such a bad memory. We're supposed to give Mom flowers." Seeing the little one emerge with the flowers, Lin Muheng felt both amused and exasperated. "Wanwan, why don't we just wait until Mom gets home to give them to her?" He tried to persuade her, but the little girl was adamant. Wanwan sighed at his words, then patted her dad's shoulder like a little adult, speaking earnestly, "Daddy, you're so silly. If Mom holds the flowers, then no other men will have their eyes on her. That's how it always happens on TV." Lin Muheng froze in shock. He hadn't expected Wanwan to say something like that. Yet, upon reflection, he realized his daughter had a point. This was exactly what they should do. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Xie Wanning and 3 other student council members were discussing tomorrow's debate competition. Glancing at the wall clock, she addressed the group, "Everyone, you've worked hard today. Go get some rest, we've got a tough battle ahead tomorrow." The 2 male students waved goodbye and left first. Xie Wanning turned to Gao Xinyue, who remained behind. Expecting another attempt to intimidate her, she sighed and said with a wry smile, "We're on the same team now. Let's not start infighting." Gao Xinyue pursed her lips, shook her head, and replied sincerely, "I was wrong to deliberately break your computer last time. I'm sorry. It's fine. That's all in the past now, and besides, my computer's already fixed." Xie Wanning hadn't expected an apology and felt genuinely pleased that Gao Xinyue was owning up to her mistake. "Let's give it our all tomorrow. MHM. Gao Xinyue nodded with a smile. She'd taken to heart what Xie had whispered in her ear last time. She was clearly capable, so why dwell on trivial matters? She waved goodbye, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and stepped out of the classroom. Since voicing her true feelings, Gao Xinyue felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Soon, footsteps echoed outside the classroom door. Moments later, Lin Muheng and his daughter walked in. "Mommy, we're here to take you home," Wanwan exclaimed excitedly, fluttering into her mother's arms like a little bird. Xie Wanning held Wanwan tightly, her face glowing with happiness. Wanwan then turned to Lin Muheng behind her, waving excitedly. Daddy, come here quickly. Hearing this, Lin Muheng shyly presented the flowers to Xie Wanning, softly murmuring, Happy 520. Staring at the vibrant pink roses interspersed with red and white chicken claw flowers, Xie Wanning froze. A thought crossed her mind, what's the meaning of giving me chicken claws? Does he think my chest is too small? She couldn't muster any real joy, especially with Wanwan still present. Forcing a smile, she said, thanks. Chapter 55, Mom, close your eyes, no peeking. Lin Muheng watched Xie Wanning's lips tighten into a smile, feeling rather pleased with himself. He thought, catering to her preferences was indeed a wise choice. Then, Xie Wanning walked out of the school gates slowly, holding the bouquet of vibrant rose claw flowers Lin Muheng had given her. Passing students couldn't help but cast curious glances her way, some even whispering among themselves. Feeling the weight of their stares, Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed crimson. She quickened her pace, muttering to herself, this is so embarrassing. Seeing her mother walking so quickly, little Wanwan scampered after her on her stubby legs. She looked at Lin Muheng with a puzzled expression, blinking her big, watery eyes as she asked, Daddy, is mommy walking so fast because she's angry? Lin Muheng gently stroked Wanwan's head and reassured her with a smile, no, sweetie. Your mom must be starving and just eager to get home for dinner. He silently mused to himself that Xie Wanning must be so overjoyed she'd completely lost track of time, and her urgency. Wanwan furrowed her little brow at his words, murmuring to herself, really? She remembered Mom always walking this fast when she was upset. Confused, Wanwan pouted and sighed, the adult world is so complicated. Back home, Lin Muheng tied on an apron, looking every bit the chef. Before long, he served up steak and pasta Wanwan's special request. Mother and daughter were now full of praise for Lin Muheng's culinary skills. Every time he cooked, it was a feast for their taste buds. Seeing the visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious meal, Xie Wanning's mood instantly lifted. She sat down at the table, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. Savoring the delicious meal, her earlier displeasure vanished into thin air. She thought to herself, considering how delicious Lin Muheng's cooking was, she wouldn't hold it against him for bringing chicken feet. After dinner, Wanwan eagerly pulled Xie Wanning close, her little face beaming with excitement. Mommy, come here. I have something to give you. Sure, Xie Wanning replied gently, following Wanwan with eyes brimming with anticipation, wondering what delightful surprise this little one had in store for her. Wanwan led her to the sofa and sat down. Then, with her chubby little hands, she lifted Xie Wanning's hand up to her eye level, not forgetting to instruct, Mommy, close your eyes. No peeking. You can only take it down when I tell you. Her serious and earnest expression was utterly adorable. Okay, Mommy promises not to peek, Xie Wanning replied with a gentle smile. She waited quietly, her heart brimming with curiosity. Soon, Wanwan stood on tiptoes, carefully retrieving an exquisite cup from the bag behind her. She approached Xie Wanning with an air of mystery. Seeing her mother still covering her eyes, the little one beamed with satisfaction, revealing two adorable dimples as she chirped, okay, Mommy, you can open your eyes now. Xie Wanning lowered her hands, and her vision instantly brightened. There stood Wanwan, her chubby little hands cradling a pink cup adorned with a cute little pig. Mommy, I bought this cup for you. Do you like it? Seeing the pink piggy cup, Xie Wanning felt a warm glow in her heart. She said with emotion, Mommy loves it very much. Thank you, Wanwan, my sweetheart. She took the cup, examining it carefully, her eyes brimming with affection. Receiving this gift from her daughter made her truly happy. How fortunate she was to have such a thoughtful and sweet little girl. Her father, on the other hand, was such a clueless guy giving someone a chicken claw flower instead of actual flowers. Seeing her mother smile so brightly, Wanwan felt a surge of pride. She bobbed her little head and said in her baby voice, Mommy, you have to think of me every time you drink water, okay? Of course, my little princess. Xie Wanning kissed Wanwan's face repeatedly, as if no action could fully express the excitement and emotion welling up inside her. Holding Wanwan close, she asked affectionately, Sweetie, what made you decide to give Mommy a gift today? The little one tilted her head, her mischievous eyes sparkling. Because today is 520. I love Mommy, so I gave Mommy a gift. She blinked her big eyes, her expression utterly serious. Oh, I see, Xie Wanning nodded, having completely forgotten this special day. No wonder Lin Muheng had suddenly given her flowers, it was because of today's significance. She recalled that moment her attention had been entirely on the chicken claw, and she hadn't heard Lin Muheng say Happy 520. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto her lips, and her resentment melted away. Still, she was deeply curious, why had he chosen chicken claw flowers? Was he trying to remind her of something? Suddenly, Wanwan spotted Lin Muheng approaching. She jumped up excitedly and exclaimed, Daddy, hurry up and get the present for Mommy. Lin Muheng nodded, though his heart felt uneasy. Thinking about the gift he'd prepared, he had a bad feeling. He even worried, would she misunderstand his intentions? Seeing Wanwan's eager prompting, he quickly turned to fetch the gift. In the living room, Wanwan whispered with a smile into Xie Wanning's ear, Mom, the gift Dad got you is something you really love. Her little face glowed with a mysterious smile, as if she could already see her mother's delighted expression upon receiving it. Xie Wanning's heartbeat quickened at the words. She wondered silently, what could he possibly have given her? Then, the little one placed her chubby little hand over Xie Wanning's face, her voice sweet and childlike, "Mommy, you're not allowed to peek." Xie Wanning smiled, her eyes brimming with tenderness and affection. "I promise I won't peek." Soon, Lin Muheng returned with the box in his arms. Seeing this, Wanwan excitedly removed her hand. "Mommy, you can open your eyes now." Xie Wanning slowly lowered her head. Before her eyes was a red box tied with a beautiful ribbon. Her heart swelled with joy, yet a tinge of nervousness crept in. She carefully opened the box. Yet the moment she saw the style of the nightgown inside, her face flushed bright red all the way to her ears, even her neck turning crimson. She couldn't help but inwardly groan, a lace camisole nightgown? That's way too sexy. She glanced up at Lin Muheng, wondering silently, could he actually like this style? The thought made her cheeks burn even hotter. Xie Wanning shyly looked at Lin Muheng and whispered, "Thank you for the gift." She knew that while this gift was unexpected, it was a token of his affection. Just then, Wanwan tugged innocently at her mother's sleeve and said, "Mommy, hurry up and try it on." Chapter 56, Xie Wanning, do you like it? Xie Wanning gazed down at her daughter's chubby, rosy cheeks, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. Yet, a flicker of embarrassment quickly followed. She murmured softly, I won't try it on." Yet Wanwan wouldn't give up. She pouted, tightening her grip on her mother's arm as she tugged her toward the bedroom, her little face set with determination. "Mommy, just try it." Dragged along by Wanwan's tugging, Xie Wanning reluctantly followed into the bedroom. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng sat in the living room, his hands folded on his knees. He silently pondered how Xie Wanning would look in that black lace camisole nightgown. If nothing else, it would certainly make her skin appear fairer. The thought brought a faint smile to his lips, a hint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Inside the bedroom, under Wanwan's persistent urging, Xie Wanning finally changed into the lace camisole nightgown. Once on, she felt drafts everywhere. It was far too revealing. Having never worn anything like this before, she was too embarrassed to even step out of the bedroom. Seeing this, Wanwan beamed with delight. "Mom, you look gorgeous in this nightgown. Dad will love it. Let's go show him." With that, she took her mother's hand and led her toward the door. Xie Wanning hastily waved her hands in refusal. "No, I'd rather change back. I'm just not used to this kind of nightgown." But Wanwan tugged at her arm, a mischievous smile lighting up her little face. "Mommy, are you being shy? But you're the one who loves wearing pajamas like this the most." Xie Wanning froze. Seeing Wanwan's earnest expression, her cheeks flushed even redder. She couldn't imagine her future self actually liking this style. Weird. What's going on with Mom and Dad lately? They're acting so strange. Wanwan tilted her little head, furrowing her brow in a miniature adult-like contemplation. To the little one, if Mom was beautiful, she should probably show it off. Then she tugged at Xie Wanning's hand and pleaded, "Mom, just go out and show Dad. He'll be so happy." Faced with Wanwan's adorable charm offensive, she had no choice but to let the little one pull her out of the room. In the living room, Lin Muheng's eyes widened instantly at the sound of the bedroom door opening. He sat up straight, his gaze fixed intently on the bedroom doorway. The moment Xie Wanning came into view, he couldn't help but blurt out, "So white." Wanwan didn't catch what her dad said. Patting his arm, she asked curiously, "Daddy, what did you just say?" Lin Muheng quickly explained, "I said your mom looks really beautiful. This nightgown suits her perfectly." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning couldn't help but curve her lips upward, her heart pounding wildly. She shyly lowered her head and tentatively asked, "Do you like it?" Immediately after speaking, she regretted it. Wasn't this making her seem too forward? Lin Muheng froze upon hearing this, studying Xie Wanning intently. She was tall and slender, with perfectly proportioned features almost flawless except for her slightly smaller bust. Especially her open back top, accentuating her delicate frame. Combined with her long neck, defined collarbones, and a face as beautiful as a celestial being, she was truly blessed by heaven. How could he not like a girl like this? Lin Muheng nodded honestly, his eyes brimming with admiration. "Yes, I like it. I like it very much." The sincerity and intensity in his gaze left Xie Wanning even more flustered. She shyly lowered her head, then turned and ran back to the bedroom to change back into her clothes. Clutching the lace nightgown, a faint smile touched Xie Wanning's lips as an inexplicable happiness welled up inside her. Seeing that it was almost time, she knew she should head back to school. As she prepared to leave, Xie Wanning looked at Lin Muheng, her eyes flickering with reluctance. She spoke up, "Tomorrow our school has a debate competition against the school across the street. Would you like to come watch?" A flicker of delight crossed Lin Muheng's eyes. He replied gently, "Is it the one you selected last time?" "Yes," Xie Wanning nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "I'll be there to cheer you on." Lin Muheng encouraged her. Unconsciously, he too found himself looking forward to their daily meetings. Meanwhile, in a high-end residential complex in the metropolis, Song Qianyue sat alone in the spacious yet somewhat desolate living room. Staring at the mortgage notifications from her bank and the repayment reminders from Huabei on her phone, she felt as if a mountain had fallen on her, her mood sinking to its lowest point. Back then, driven by her desire for a higher quality of life, she had resolutely purchased this apartment. Now, however, she was unemployed and unable to afford the mortgage payments. Despite having savings accumulated over years of work, they were but a drop in the bucket compared to the 20-plus years remaining on the loan. To make matters worse, she was now blacklisted in her industry. No website would hire her, leaving her utterly unable to cover the massive mortgage payments. Song Qianyu sipped her drink, a bitter smile curling her lips. She recalled all the contributions she had made to the company, all the dirty and exhausting work she had done for Zhang Donglai, only to be kicked aside like this. Rage boiled within her. Her eyes burned with rage and resentment, as if she could devour the entire world. Raising her glass, Song Qianyu murmured coldly, "If you won't let me live in peace, I won't let you either. Zhang Donglai, Zhong Qianyi, I won't let you off the hook." She gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with hatred. Then, Song Qianyu picked up her phone and dialed a mysterious number. Once connected, she spoke coldly, "Look into two people for me. Money is no object." Inside the lecture hall, a bustling scene unfolded as Xie Wanning organized student council members to set up the venue, making final preparations for the upcoming debate competition. With just 1 hour left before the debate began, everything was proceeding smoothly. However, just then, Xie Wanning suddenly felt something was off with her body. A bad feeling washed over her. Glancing at the calendar reminder on her phone, she realized with a start today was the day her period was due, yet she had nothing prepared in her bag. Xie Wanning glanced at Gao Shenyue, who was nearby. Clenching her legs together, she approached shyly. She leaned close to Gao Shenyue and whispered in her ear, "Did you bring sanitary pads?" Gao Shenyue shook her head. Then she turned to Xie Wanning, her eyes filled with alarm. "You didn't bring any?" Xie Wanning gave a bitter smile. "It just started. I didn't expect it to come so suddenly." Her voice carried a hint of resignation. Seeing Xie Wanning's anxious expression, Gao Shenyue felt a surge of sympathy. As a fellow woman, she understood completely. She comforted her, "Don't panic. I'll give you some toilet paper for now. I'll go buy you sanitary pads immediately. I should make it in time." Since the incident with the computer last time, Gao Shenyue's attitude towards Xie Wanning had changed significantly. She no longer harbored any hostility towards Xie Wanning. Instead, she felt a kind of mutual understanding. Honestly, Xie Wanning was deeply touched by these words. However, the lecture hall was quite a distance from the school supermarket. A round trip would take over 50 minutes, meaning neither of them would make it back in time for the debate competition. So the suggestion was rejected. At that moment, Gao Shenyue pressed on, "Think carefully. Is there anyone coming this way now? Ask them to grab it for you." Ah, who would be around at this hour? But the moment the words left her lips, a figure flashed through her mind. Chapter 57, Asking a Guy to Buy Feminine Products? Xie Wanning trusted this person completely. With that thought, she hurried to the side and dialed Lin Muheng's number. The call was answered almost the instant it rang. Her voice trembled slightly with nervousness as she shyly asked, Could you please buy me a pack of sanitary pads and bring them over? I really need them right now." Her voice was barely above a whisper, clearly embarrassed by the request. Hearing Xie Wanning's request, Lin Muheng froze on the other end of the line. He never imagined she'd ask a guy to buy feminine products for her. For a moment, his cheeks flushed slightly. "Huh? Well, okay. Don't worry, I'll bring them over right away." Though slightly embarrassed, Lin Muheng agreed without hesitation upon hearing Xie Wanning's urgent tone. After hanging up, Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes and asked playfully, "Daddy, was that mommy calling?" "Yes, Mom needs us to buy something." "Let's hurry," Lin Muheng said gently, then scooped Wanwan into his arms and rushed out of the house. Fearing Xie Wanning was growing impatient, he jogged all the way with Wanwan in his arms. Soon, panting heavily, he arrived at the supermarket near the school entrance. It was break time, and the supermarket was bustling with noise. Lin Muheng pulled Wanwan along, awkwardly navigating through the crowded aisles until they reached the feminine hygiene section. Several girls nearby were also selecting sanitary pads. Seeing Lin Muheng, a big guy, suddenly appear there, they instantly felt embarrassed, their cheeks flushing red. They hastily grabbed one and fled. Watching their retreating backs, Lin Muheng wanted to call out and ask for advice on how to choose, but they were already gone faster than rabbits. Faced with the dazzling array of sanitary pads on the shelves, Lin Muheng felt a headache coming on. Having never used such products before, he had no idea how to choose. Scratching his head, he looked utterly flustered. With time running out, he finally grabbed a basket and, steeled his nerves, picked one of each of the pricier sanitary pads on the shelf before heading to the counter. Most of the supermarket cashiers were college students working part-time. Seeing the basket filled with sanitary pads, the girl couldn't help but glance at Lin Muheng a few extra times. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, he's quite handsome, but is he a weirdo? Still, she remained outwardly composed as she stated, "That'll be 128 yuan. Feeling the stares around him, Lin Muheng awkwardly scanned the items. Then, looking at the pile of sanitary pads, he sheepishly said, "Could I get a plastic bag, please?" The girl was thoughtful enough to hand him a black plastic bag, ensuring no one could see what he was buying. After packing the sanitary pads, Lin Muheng scooped up Wanwan and hurried toward the lecture hall. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning stood anxiously at the classroom door, glancing at her watch repeatedly. With only 20 minutes left before the debate began, time was tight, but she trusted Lin Muheng would deliver them on time. Soon, two figures came running toward the entrance. Xie Wanning focused her gaze and recognized Lin Muheng and Wanwan. She rushed over, her face lighting up with excitement. "You're here." Lin Muheng nodded, handing her the plastic bag and stammering, "I didn't know what kind you liked, so I just grabbed a few." Xie Wanning looked down at the contents of the bag. Various sanitary pads caught her eye, and her face flushed slightly. A warm wave of gratitude surged through her. "Thank you so much," she said gratefully, then pointed toward the classroom. "Take Wanwan inside. The debate is about to start." "All right." Lin Muheng nodded, carrying Wanwan into the classroom. Holding the heavy plastic bag, Xie Wanning felt a wave of warmth wash over her before hurrying to the restroom to take care of business. When the debate commenced, she appeared punctually at the lectern. With the school leader's signal, a thrilling debate unfolded. Watching Xie Wanning on stage, full of spirit and eloquence, Lin Muheng's eyes were filled with admiration. Though Wanwan couldn't understand the debate, seeing her mother stand to speak made her wave her little hands excitedly, calling out, "Daddy, it's Mommy." Her innocent, carefree expression was utterly endearing. Soon, the debate concluded. As expected, Xie Wanning's team emerged victorious, a triumph built on their collective effort. Clutching the 10,000 yuan prize money tightly, she felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After the match, people began leaving the classroom one by one. Lin Muheng carried Wanwan over to Xie Wanning and said cheerfully, "Congratulations to you all." "Thank you," Xie Wanning replied with a smile. Wanwan immediately threw herself into her mother's arms, cooing, "Mommy, I knew you'd win." Xie Wanning smiled softly, kissed Wanwan's cheek, and said with pure happiness, "Oh? Our Wanwan's prediction was spot on." At that moment, Lin Muheng smiled at the two of them. "Come on, let's go home. I'll cook something delicious for you." At the mention of food, Wanwan's eyes lit up. "Daddy, Wanwan wants meat." "All right, Daddy will make it for you." Lin Muheng affectionately tickled the little one's nose, radiating pure happiness. At that moment, the three of them were a blissfully happy family. However, in the corner of the classroom, a gaze as sharp as an eagle's locked onto Lin Muheng. The man turned to the person beside him and asked, "Who's that kid next to the school beauty?" "Brother Zhang, I don't recognize this guy," the man beside him said grudgingly upon recognizing Zhang Fucheng. Watching the school beauty smile so happily at other men, Zhang Fucheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. "Kid, you dare set your sights on the school beauty? Think I'm dead?" After returning home, Lin Muheng prepared a lavish lunch to celebrate Xie Wanqing's victory in the competition. The table was laden with delectable dishes that looked and smelled amazing, making one's mouth water. This time, mother and daughter truly indulged their palates, eating with relish. However, only after they were full did Xie Wanning remember the matter at hand. She looked at them and said, "After the debate competition, the school allocated 5,000 yuan for us to celebrate on our own. We discussed it and decided to hold a celebratory barbecue tonight at the restaurant across from campus. Family members are welcome. Would you and Wanwan like to join us tonight?" After speaking, Xie Wanning felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing Lin Muheng might decline. To her surprise, Lin Muheng agreed readily, "Sure. Wanwan the little glutton has been craving skewers anyway. We'll just pig out for free." Wanwan overheard their conversation and was instantly captivated by the thought of meat skewers. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked up at Lin Muheng. "Daddy, are we having meat tonight?" "Sure, Wanyan can have as much as she wants," Lin Muheng replied with a smile. Hearing this, Wanwan's little eyes widened into perfect circles and she nearly jumped up with excitement. "Ha! I can eat as much as I want? Then I'm going to eat lots and lots." She waved her little hands, gesturing a wide circle, her mischievous expression making anyone smile. Just then, the phone in Lin Muheng's pocket suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID Zhou Shudong, a flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Could Tong Xiu be up to its old tricks again? He pressed the answer button immediately, and in an instant, a jaw-dropping piece of news came through on the other end. Chapter 58, You're next. "Mr. Lin, Tongxiu Network's CEO Zhang Donglai has been killed by Song Qianyu," Zhou Shudong said urgently, his voice trembling slightly. He truly hadn't expected a woman to become so reckless when driven mad. Now, he couldn't help but feel a chill of dread. If he was on her list of targets, would he meet the same fate? The stabbing occurred at noon, the scene gruesome beyond description. Zhang Donglai hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Within an hour, the news had spread throughout the industry. Upon hearing the news, the editors-in-chief of various websites were terrified, some even collapsing to the ground. They feared becoming Song Qianyu's next target. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Shudong immediately notified Lin Muheng. He knew the long-standing feud between Lin Muheng and Song Qianyu wasn't something that had developed overnight. He feared Song Qianyu's next target might be him. When Lin Muheng heard the news, he froze, a wave of intense shock washing over him. He never imagined Song Qinyu would go so far as to kill someone for revenge. Hearing no response on the line, Zhou Shudong urgently asked, "Mr. Lin, did you hear me?" His voice brimmed with anxiety and concern. "I'm listening," Lin Muheng replied, his voice deep and composed as he regained his composure. Zhou Shudong immediately urged, "Mr. Lin, after killing Zhang Donglai, Song Qinyu fled. The police still haven't caught her. You must be extremely careful during this period. It's best to lay low." Lin Muheng paused briefly before replying, "I understand. Thank you for informing me. I'll be cautious." "No problem. You've helped me before, and this is nothing major," Zhou Shudong replied sincerely. He was fundamentally straightforward. A drop of kindness deserved a spring of gratitude. Moreover, the website's current success owed much to Lin's assistance. Though Zhou Shudong had warned Lin Muheng to be cautious, the fact that Song Qinyu remained at large continued to unsettle everyone. To be honest, Zhou Shudong was deeply concerned for his own safety. After all, his website was a thorn in Song Qinyu's side. These days, he planned to hole up in the office, even having his assistant bring him meals. He wouldn't risk losing his life over a moment of carelessness. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muheng frowned deeply, lost in thought. He wasn't afraid of Song Qinyu. If it were just him, he'd have nothing to fear. But with Wanwan and Xie Wanning by his side, he couldn't bear the thought of them getting hurt because of him. Yet hiding indefinitely wasn't a solution. You could be a thief for 1,000 years, but you couldn't guard against thieves forever. Lin Muheng knew he had to find a way to lure Song Qinyu out and capture her in one fell swoop. He couldn't let this madwoman remain at large, threatening his and his family's safety. Lin Muheng reasoned that tonight's celebratory banquet presented the perfect opportunity. She might very well be lurking in some corner, watching him, waiting for her chance to strike. It must be said, Lin Muheng's hunch was spot on. At that very moment, beneath his apartment building, a woman wearing a baseball cap and white sneakers lurked behind the bushes. Her eyes were dark and vicious, fixed intently on the entrance to Lin Muheng's building. This woman was Song Qinyu. She had been waiting here for an hour, all for the chance to see Lin Muheng emerge. Staring at the photo on her phone, Song Qinyu seethed with rage. She never imagined that the Zhong Qinyi she despised was still just a college student. The thought of being dethroned by this greenhorn made the rage in her eyes seem ready to erupt. She clenched her fists so tightly her nails dug deep into her flesh, yet she felt no pain, only the raging inferno of fury burning within her. Song Qinyu's eyes fixed on the apartment door with fierce determination. The moment Lin Muheng stepped out, she would follow him, find a secluded corner, and... At dusk, Xie Wanning glanced at the wall clock and smiled at the father and daughter. "I'll go reserve a table. You two just come over at 7. Wanwan tilted her little head, her big eyes blinking at her mother as she asked in a babyish voice, "Mommy, what are you going out to do now?" "Mommy's going to reserve a table, otherwise Wanwan won't get to eat her meat." Xie Wanning affectionately ruffled Wanwan's little head. The little one immediately grew anxious at the thought of missing out on meat, clinging tightly to her mother's leg, afraid she wouldn't be taken along. "Wanwan wants to go with Mommy." Her little mouth puckered up so high it could hold a bottle. Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile at Wanwan's expression. He thought about how Wanwan might not be safe with him, so he agreed, "Since Wanwan wants to go with you, then you take her." "Alright then," Xie Wanning nodded, then instructed, "Go put on your shoes. Mommy will take you." "Hee hee mommy, I love you," the little one said sweetly, then obediently slipped her tiny sandals on while perched on the small stool. While putting them on, he kept glancing up at his mother, afraid she might leave without him. Once ready, Xie Wanning emerged holding Wanwan's small hand. The child waddled along like a little penguin, swaying from side to side as she followed her mother. Lin Muheng stood at the doorway, smiling as she reminded her, "Sweetie, you have to listen to your mommy, okay?" "Okay," Wanwan nodded her little head, her pigtails bouncing like a cute little fairy. The elevator arrived. Eagerly pulling her mother's hand, she stepped inside and cheerfully called out to Lin Muheng, "Bye, Daddy." Lin Muheng waved happily, watching the elevator doors close. Watching the sun sink toward the western horizon, he planned to wait until nightfall to leave the house, creating the perfect opportunity for Song Qinyu. When someone emerged from the building entrance, Song Qinyu glanced up, her eyes brimming with disappointment. She cursed under her breath before ducking back into hiding. "Zhong Qinyi, I refuse to believe I won't catch you." Before long, mother and daughter arrived at the barbecue shop across from the school. This barbecue shop was a small structure built with corrugated steel sheets. Though simple, it was exceptionally bustling. By then, numerous small tables and stools were already set up outside. Groups of people sat chatting and enjoying their grilled food. Xie Wanning settled Wanwan onto a small chair and smiled at the owner. "Uncle, could you set up a table for us?" "About 10 people. They'll be here soon." "Sure thing, no problem," the owner replied cheerfully, then began arranging the tables. He worked swiftly, and soon a large table was assembled. Once the table was set, Wanwan looked around with wide eyes and asked curiously, "Mommy, when can we eat the meat?" Her little mouth was pouted high, as if she couldn't wait any longer. "Sweetie, we have to wait until everyone is here before we can eat meat. That's basic etiquette, Xie Wanning said gently to her precious daughter. Wanwan nodded as if she understood. Oh, okay. Then Wanwan will wait a little longer. What a good girl, our Wanyan. Xie Wanning affectionately tickled Wanyan's nose before settling down with the little one to look at a picture book. Before long, someone sat down beside Xie Wanning. Chapter 59. This is my boyfriend Lin Muheng. Gao Xinyue plopped down, her gaze immediately landing on the soft, fluffy little bundle beside Xie Wanning. The little bundle wore a delicate pink dress, her hair tied into two adorable pigtails adorned with sparkling bows. Seeing such an adorable little one, Gao Xinyue's eyes sparkled with delight. Ning, this must be your little sister, right? She's so cute. After speaking, she extended her slender fingers and gently pulled Wanwan closer. Her voice brimmed with affection as she asked, Little sister, what's your name? Wanwan smiled, her lips parting to reveal two dimples. My name is Lin Wanwan. Her voice was sweet and childlike, instantly endearing. Gao Xinyue smiled warmly, ruffling Wanwan's hair before pulling a lollipop from her pocket. Here, have this candy. Wanwan's eyes widened instantly. Her chubby little hands eagerly tore open the wrapper and popped the candy into her mouth. The candy was sweet, and the little one's heart was sweet too. She closed her eyes contentedly, looking like a little glutton. Recalling the name the little one had just mentioned, Gao Xinyue exclaimed in surprise, Ning, your family is so trendy your little sister takes after her mother. Xie Wanning heard this and smiled helplessly. What takes after her mother? Wanwan is my daughter. Though she knew no one would believe it, her heart was filled with happiness and pride. Seriously? Gao Xinyue scrutinized the two of them, utterly incredulous. Xie Wanning said with genuine sincerity, really? But Gao Xinyue still found it hard to believe, though she didn't press the matter. Recalling something important she needed to tell her, she patted Xinyue's shoulder and urged. Ning, I heard from someone else that Zhang Jinfu and the others have planned to take turns getting you drunk tonight. I'm worried they might have ulterior motives. You absolutely must not drink with them. Gao Xinyue's voice was filled with concern. She didn't want to see Xie Wanning get hurt. A chill flashed in Xie Wan's eyes, as icy as frozen water, sending a shiver down one's spine. Yeah, thank you for telling me. I won't drink with them. She knew Zhang Jinfu well, friendly on the surface but full of malice inside. She'd been guarding against him for a long time. No sooner said than done. Soon, Zhang Jinfu and several student union members approached. They arrived in a large group, their faces twisted into malicious grins. Spotting Xie Wanning, Zhang Jinfu approached with a cheerful smile, though it held a hint of cunning. Little Ning, you're here early. Were you waiting impatiently? Xie Wanning didn't even glance at him. Her reply was as cold as ice. Don't you dare call me Ning. We're not that close. Her voice held not a shred of warmth, like the biting winter wind, piercing and icy. His warm face met a cold buttock. Discontent flashed in Zhang Jinfu's eyes as he muttered inwardly, acting all high and mighty. I'll sleep with you tonight. He glared at Xie Wanning with a look filled with possessive rage. The group then sat across from her. The men exchanged sly grins, their expressions tinged with cunning. President Xie once said, today our student union has truly made a name for itself. We must celebrate properly, we won't stop until we're drunk, haha. They all knew exactly what they were up to, get Xie Wanning drunk tonight and then take advantage of her. Having anticipated their scheme, Xie Wanning refused without batting an eyelid. I'm terribly sorry, but I've been battling a cold lately. I took some antibiotics before coming out. You guys enjoy yourselves. Zhang Jinfu's smile froze upon hearing this. His carefully laid plans had gone down the drain, and his eyes burned with fury. He gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, how dare she ruin my plans? The atmosphere suddenly grew quiet. Wanwan looked around at the crowd gathered around the table. Tilting her head curiously, she asked Xie Wanning, Mommy, are all the uncles and aunts here? My tummy's growling. She placed her small hand over her stomach, looking a bit embarrassed. Xie Wanning glanced at the time. It was already the agreed upon hour. She smiled and said, all right, let's dig in. She then called the waiter over to place their order. However, the men exchanged glances, their eyes settling on Wanwan with a hint of surprise. After placing the order, Zhang Jinfu urgently inquired, Chairwoman Xie, is this little girl by your side your daughter? Yes, is there a problem? Xie Wanning retorted irritably, her eyes flashing with a hint of disdain and coldness. Zhang Jinfu waved his hand dismissively, muttering to himself, damn it, she's no longer a virgin. Who's she trying to impress with that aloof act? If others can sleep with her, so can I. His heart brimmed with resentment and dissatisfaction towards Xie Wanning. At the dinner table, everyone wore different expressions. Only Wanwan focused intently on eating her meat. With each bite, her little face lit up with pure, unadulterated satisfaction. Truth be told, youth meant freedom from worries. Her happiness was so simple and pure. Midway through the meal, Wanwan suddenly remembered something important. She looked at Xie Wanning, her big eyes sparkling with confusion. Mommy, why isn't Daddy here yet? Did he forget? Her voice carried a hint of anxiety and unease, afraid her dad might miss out on the delicious meat. No way, Xie Wanning murmured doubtfully, reaching for her phone to call him. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Sorry I'm late." "Daddy, you're here." Upon hearing his voice, Wanwan skipped over, pulled him down to sit beside her, and clung to him like a little fairy. Seeing this, Xie Wanning smiled and shook her head. Not late at all. The skewers just arrived, still piping hot. At that moment, Gao Xinyue whispered in surprise at her ear, "Ningning, isn't this handsome guy from our student union? I've never seen him before." Her voice carried a hint of curiosity and surprise as her gaze lingered on Lin Muheng. "He really isn't," Xie Wanning replied softly. Then, in front of everyone, she introduced, "This is Lin Muheng, my boyfriend." She fluttered her eyelashes at Lin Muheng, who nodded in response with a smile brimming with affection and tenderness. "Hello, everyone. Thank you all for looking after my Ningning." The girls present, seeing such a handsome guy, enthusiastically clapped. Only Zhang Jinfu looked as if he'd swallowed a fly leg, feeling utterly miserable. He slammed his wine glass down on the table, the clanging sound jarringly loud. "Anyone can spout nice words," he snapped impatiently. "Show some sincerity, drink a glass yourself first." His sidekicks chimed in immediately, "Exactly. He stole our campus beauty, he better drink up." Seeing everyone deliberately picking a fight, Xie Wanning said coldly, "My boyfriend can't drink. If you want to drink, drink yourselves." Zhang Jinfu, seeing this, turned his challenging gaze toward Lin Muheng and continued, "A coward hiding behind a woman? I really have to question our president Xie's judgment. Don't you agree?" His eyes brimmed with contempt and mockery, clearly aiming to provoke a reaction. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. "I'll drink with you." He'd noticed someone following him on the way here and was certain it was Song Qinyu. He'd been wondering how to lure her out, and now she'd practically walked right into his trap. Perfect timing. By then, Lin Muheng already had a plan in mind, one guaranteed to apprehend Song Qinyu. Chapter 60, Mom, I saw Grandma. Lin Muheng's deep eyes then slowly settled on the bottle of baijiu beside him. A faint smile touched his lips, revealing a hint of ease. One glass shows no sincerity. I'll drink a whole bottle, dare you keep up? With that, he tilted his chin slightly, his face radiating smug satisfaction. Keep in mind, he was talking about baijiu. An ordinary person would likely be reeling and staggering after just one glass. Downing an entire bottle would send them straight to meet their great-grandmother. Hearing Lin Muheng's challenge, his sidekicks perked up instantly. They crowded around Zhang Jinfu, chattering all at once, "Brother Zhang, this kid's just bluffing. He can't possibly handle it. Let's take him on." "Exactly. It's not about the money, it's about the pride. Show this kid what you're made of." Zhang Jinfu heard every word the minion said. He gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and forced a smile. "Fine, I'll drink with you. But you go first." "No problem." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, tinged with disdain. He thought to himself, "You're not even worthy of challenging me to a drinking contest." Seeing the two men tense up, ready to explode at any moment, Xie Wanning looked at Lin Muheng with worry, her eyes filled with anxiety and concern. She didn't want anything to happen to him because of her stubbornness. If it did, she'd feel guilty for the rest of her life. But when their eyes met, his gaze seemed to say, "Don't worry, I know my limits." In the end, Xie Wanning swallowed the words on the tip of her tongue, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her shirt tightly. Without haste, Lin Muheng picked up the bottle of baijiu from the table. With a light twist of his fingers, the cap popped open with a sharp click. He lifted the bottle directly to his lips, tilting his head back and gulping it down. His Adam's apple bobbed with each swallow, as if he were drinking not liquor, but the most ordinary water. Those around him watched his drinking style, swallowing hard as their eyes widened in disbelief. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jinfu couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. His mind raced with doubts. This man isn't drinking liquor, he's drinking water. His henchmen, sensing their boss's fury, fell silent and lowered their heads. Throughout the process, Xie Wanning kept her eyes fixed on Lin Muheng, not daring to relax for a moment, afraid he might feel any discomfort. Soon, the bottle of liquor was empty. Lin Muheng looked triumphantly at Zhang Jinfu, a faint smile playing on his lips. "I'm done. Your turn." Intimidated by his opponent's confidence, Zhang Jinfu stammered, You didn't just fill this with water, did you? How else could you finish it so fast? You're cheating. I'm out." The moment he spoke, the girls in the room erupted in an uproar. They protested indignantly, "Zhang Jinfu, you guys brought the liquor. How could he have tampered with it? I think you're just too scared to compete." "Exactly. If you can't drink as much as her, just admit it. Making up all these excuses is just embarrassing." Gao Xinyue and her friends stood with their hands on their hips, shaking their heads in mockery, their faces full of contempt. Zhang Jinfu's face flushed red then drained pale as shame and fury churned inside him. Gritting his teeth and stamping his foot, he roared, "Who said I'm not drinking? I'm drinking." With that, he grabbed the full bottle of liquor, furrowed his brow, and began drinking with a pained expression. After just a few sips, his brow furrowed even tighter, his face contorted in discomfort as if he were drinking poison, not liquor. Yet before he could finish much, his stomach began churning violently. Lin Muheng, seeing this, sneered, "With your pathetic tolerance, you're just embarrassing yourself. Don't ever claim you can hold your liquor again, I'm embarrassed for you." Yu Zheng Jinfu started to retort, but a sudden wave of nausea hit him. He clutched his mouth and dashed into a nearby alleyway. His minions, witnessing this, hurried after him. At that moment, Xie Wanning could no longer hold back. Her voice trembled with concern as she asked, "Are you feeling sick from all that baijiu? I'm so sorry. It's because of me that they're picking on you." Her eyes brimmed with guilt and heartache. Lin Muheng smiled and waved it off, his expression relaxed. "It's fine. That amount of alcohol is nothing to me. You shouldn't blame yourself. Besides, you're Wanwan's mother, it's only right that I protect you." Xie Wanling nodded with a smile, though a peculiar emotion stirred within her. Wanwan's mother, huh? But she doesn't just want to be Wanwan's mother. Next, Lin Muheng devoured the grilled meat in big bites, eating with such relish. Soon, the others arrived. Zhang Jinfu's face was as red as a monkey's butt, and he staggered as he walked, clearly drunk. He promptly collapsed face first onto the table and fell asleep. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Song Qianyu watched Lin Muheng intently from her corner. Watching him leisurely devour the grilled meat, she couldn't help but swallow hard as her stomach growled loudly. She hadn't eaten a single bite since tailing Zhang Donglai that morning. She was truly starving. She waited silently, her eyes filled with resentment as she muttered under her breath, "Zhongqiani, enjoy your last meal." At 9 o'clock that evening, Lin Muheng noticed the alley had thinned considerably. He rose, preparing to reel in the big fish. Xie Wanning noticed and asked with concern, "What are you going to do?" Her eyes were filled with worry, and her hands unconsciously gripped the hem of Lin Muheng's clothes. "Taking care of some personal business," Lin Muheng replied softly. Hearing this, Xie Wanning blushed instantly, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, and quickly let go. Just then, the little minions saw Lin Muheng rise from his seat and grew excited. They patted Zhang Jinfu urgently, "Brother Zhang, wake up. That Lin Muheng guy went into the alley. Let's go teach him a lesson." Zhang Jinfu opened his bleary eyes. Hearing this, he perked up instantly, sitting bolt upright. "Fine. He made me look like a fool. I'll break your legs. Let's go." With that, the group roared to their feet and marched toward the alley. Seeing this, Xie Wanning's heart sank. "They're not going to cause trouble for my boyfriend, are they?" Her eyes filled with worry and unease. "Probably not. She's probably just drunk and feeling nauseous again." Gao Xinyue patted her shoulder reassuringly, and Xie Wanning didn't dwell on it. Yet a lingering unease settled in her heart, like a stone pressing down on her chest. Once they reached the alley, Lin Muheng feigned drunkenness, staggering unsteadily before finally crouching down to vomit. While acting, he kept a watchful eye on his surroundings out of the corner of his eye, his gaze alert. He noticed a figure creeping toward him, footsteps light as if afraid of being detected. Closer still, the figure lunged forward, a sharp dagger in hand, thrusting it viciously toward Lin Muheng with a look of utter resolve. Immediately after, Song Qianyu's voice rang out, hoarse and desperate, "Zhongqiani, go to hell." Her vengeance fulfilled, she opened her eyes and stared at the figure before her. Song Qianyu was utterly bewildered. "Who the hell are you?" Chapter 61, What the hell is this kid following me for? Truth be told, Zhang Jinfu, the stabbed victim, was equally bewildered. His eyes widened in confusion, with so many people around, how did he end up right in the line of fire? A wave of excruciating pain surged through his body, spreading like a tidal wave. His vision darkened, and then he lost consciousness, collapsing unconscious. At that moment, the henchmen surrounding Zhang Jinfu saw their boss stabbed multiple times, blood gushing out relentlessly. They turned deathly pale with fear. Panicked, they fled toward the intersection, screaming at the top of their lungs, "Murder! Murder! Run for your lives!" Hearing this, Xie Wanning instantly clutched Wanwan tightly to her chest. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes filled with terror. Hearing the shouts, nearby people scattered to hide. Only when the area grew quiet did they cautiously peek into the alley. At that moment, Xie Wanning suddenly remembered that Lin Muheng had gone into the alley and hadn't come out yet. Her heart clenched tightly, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. Her eyes brimmed with worry, her hands clenching unconsciously. She promptly pushed Wanwan into Gao Xinyue's arms and said urgently, "Yeah, watch Wanwan for me. I'm going to check. Ningning, it's dangerous in there." "Don't go," Gao Xinyue frowned, her face full of concern as she tried to dissuade her. Yet Xie Wanning's retreating figure was resolute. At that moment, Lin Muheng seized an opportunity nearby. His eyes sharp, he fixed his gaze on the dagger in Song Qianyu's hand. Seizing the moment when she wasn't paying attention, he lunged forward in a single swift step. With a powerful strike of his stick, he knocked the dagger from her grasp. Immediately after, he delivered a kick to Song Qianyu's abdomen. She let out a piercing scream and crashed heavily to the ground. Lin Muheng swiftly bound Song Qianyu using pig tying techniques. His movements were practiced and efficient, securing her tightly in no time. Then, he pulled out his phone and dialed the emergency hotline. Seeing Lin Muheng unharmed, Song Qianyu screamed hoarsely, "Zhongqiani, I'll kill you. I'll kill you." Her voice was filled with hatred and rage, as if she wanted to devour Lin Muheng alive. Hearing her vicious voice, Lin Muheng frowned. He slowly walked up to Song Qianyu, pulled the hat off her head, rolled it up, and stuffed it into her mouth. He curled his lips in disdain. You're so damn noisy. Looking at Zhang Jinfu lying in a pool of blood on the ground, Lin Muheng shook his head and sighed. Why did this kid have to follow us? Heaven didn't want you dead, but you went looking for it. His eyes betrayed a hint of helplessness. At that moment, Xie Wanning paid no heed to the pleas of those around her. Her gaze was unwavering, her mind consumed by a single thought, find Lin Muheng. She dashed recklessly into the alley, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. As she ran, she prayed silently, Lin Muheng, please don't be hurt. The alley was pitch black, so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. From afar, Xie Wanning vaguely made out a tall, dark figure. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and her footsteps grew more urgent. As she drew closer and recognized Lin Muheng, she could no longer contain herself. She threw herself into his arms. You scared me to death. I thought, sniff. I thought. Xie Wanning wept, her voice choked with emotion. What did you think I'd done? Lin Muheng smiled faintly, patting her back gently. I'm perfectly fine. Stop crying. I was just worried about you, Xie Wanning pouted playfully. She lifted her tear-filled eyes to look at Lin Muheng, then playfully patted his chest as she complained. After composing herself, Xie Wanning took Lin Muheng's arm, turning him to face her. Are you hurt? Did Zhang Jinfu try to attack you? No, he's a victim too. Lin Muheng shook his head, then pulled Xie Wanning out of the alleyway. He didn't want her to see Zhang Jinfu's bloody state, lest it haunt her in nightmares. Soon, ambulances and emergency responders arrived at the scene. Doctors swiftly loaded Zhang Jinfu onto a stretcher and rushed him to the hospital. Those around them frowned at the sight of his blood-soaked body, a lingering sense of dread settling in their hearts. That's just too brutal, someone murmured softly, their eyes filled with fear. At that moment, the police cuffed Song Qianyu and led her away. As she left, Song Qianyu glared viciously at Lin Muheng, her eyes burning with hatred as if she hadn't gotten her revenge. Soon, the officers approached Lin Muheng and asked, Did you call the police? Could you come with us to the station to give a statement? Yes, I can. Lin Muheng nodded, then turned to instruct Xie Wanning, take Wanwan home first. All right. Xie Wanning nodded, her eyes brimming with reluctance. At the police station, Lin Muheng truthfully recounted how Song Qianyu had been stalking her and the deep resentment Song harbored toward her. The officers listened intently while taking down her statement. When they heard that Zhang Jinfu was merely an innocent bystander, the officers' eyes filled with pity. How tragic. Earlier, they had received a call from the hospital. The killer had struck Zhang Jinfu's major artery, and his multiple organ injuries were fatal. The officers' moods grew heavy. They hadn't anticipated the situation would be so severe. To be honest, Lin Muheng felt deeply saddened by the news. It just goes to show that if people were kind-hearted, such a tragic outcome could have been avoided. After leaving the police station, Lin Muheng dialed Zhou Shudong's number. Zhou was currently living and working at the company. He had just laid out his sleeping mat when the call came in. Mr. Lin, is there something you need this late? Mr. Zhou, Song Qianyu has been arrested by the police. You can go home and sleep soundly now, Lin Muheng said calmly. What? Really? Zhou Shudong was stunned by the news. He hadn't expected the police to act so swiftly. He sat bolt upright on the floor, eyes wide. Still, curiosity got the better of him. Mr. Lin, where did you hear this? Lin Muheng replied casually, as if it were an insignificant matter, the police arrested her right in front of me. She really was after me. Zhou Shudong nodded upon hearing this. After a moment, he asked with concern, Mr. Lin, you weren't hurt, were you? No, I'm fine. We'll talk another time. After hanging up, Zhou Shudong notified his circle that everyone could finally get some rest. Upon arriving home, Lin Muheng turned on the living room light and found Xie Wanning sitting on the sofa waiting for him. He smiled and asked, why aren't you resting? Chapter 62, 3 Tag-alongs. Xie Wanning lifted her head, her eyes brimming with concern. I was worried about you. I couldn't sleep. Recalling the look that woman had given Lin Muheng when the police took her away, a flicker of doubt surfaced in her mind. She pressed, was that woman after you? Do you have a grudge against her? Seeing there was no point in hiding it, Lin Muheng nodded helplessly. Hearing this, Xie Wanning's heart clenched sharply. She felt both worried and frightened, but seeing he was unharmed, she relaxed slightly. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Lin Muheng. Did you sense danger tonight when you asked me to bring Wanwan over first? Yes. Lin Muheng hadn't expected her to be so perceptive. Tears instantly streamed down Xie Wanning's cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Her voice trembled with worry as she pleaded, you're Wanwan's father. You absolutely cannot do anything this dangerous again. I don't want anything to happen to you, and Wanwan can't be without your companionship. Do you understand? Seeing how worried she was, Lin Muheng quickly shook his head and promised, yes, I won't do it again. Xie Wanning gave a playful pout and said, you'll sleep in the guest room tonight. Take some time to reflect on your actions. I'm going to bed first. With that, she turned and walked toward the bedroom. Lin Muheng watched her retreating figure, feeling utterly helpless. He thought to himself, just last night she was sweetly calling me her boyfriend, and now she's acting like she doesn't even know me? The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto the dining table. Xie Wanning glanced up at Lin Muheng and asked, "Are you free anytime soon? You promised to take Wanwan to the amusement park after the debate competition." "I'm free. How about tomorrow? I don't have class." "What about you?" Lin Muheng considered for a moment before replying. Xie Wanning nodded in agreement. "Sounds good." Seeing her parents discuss it, she exclaimed excitedly, "So we're going to the amusement park tomorrow?" Wanwan is so happy. "Daddy, Mommy, you're both so good to me. I love you." With that, Wanwan fluttered like a cheerful little bird into their arms, planting a kiss on each of their foreheads. Her big, watery eyes sparkled with anticipation as her little hands clung tightly to her parents, as if afraid they might change their minds. That afternoon, both Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning had classes, but since Muheng only had one session, he brought Wanwan along to class. Wanwan sat quietly beside her father, her small backpack on her back, her eyes curiously taking in everything around her. Soon, Zhao Zijuan, Lu Xiaorong, and Wang Kailuan approached, chatting and laughing as they sat down beside him. As soon as Wang Kailuan sat down, he turned to Lin Muheng and teased, "Ahen, we never see you outside of class. What's got you so busy lately?" "Taking care of my kid," Lin Muheng replied sincerely, cherishing every moment spent with Wanwan. At that moment, Zhao Zijuan's eyes twinkled mischievously as he teased, "Hey, Ahen, you've managed to win over the school beauty, yet you haven't introduced her to us? That's not very considerate of you, is it?" "Exactly. Hurry up and introduce your wife to us. We're still single, man. You gotta help us out here," Wang Kailuan chimed in, egging him on. Lin Muheng was both amused and exasperated. Though Xie Wanling wasn't officially his girlfriend yet, she was Wanwan's mother and it was about time she met his close friends. He replied, "Fine. Come over for dinner later. I'll cook for you guys myself." However, upon hearing this, Lu Xiaorong immediately frowned, looking puzzled. "Ahen, is your cooking even edible? You're not going to make us suffer from diarrhea for days after we get back, are you? Don't worry, it won't poison you. It'll actually help cleanse your systems," Lin Muheng said with a sly grin. His cooking skills had indeed been unreliable in the past, but now he was a completely different person, a culinary master whose skills were sure to win them over. The trio, always unconventional, found themselves intensely curious to taste his cooking after hearing Lin Muheng's words. Though that wasn't their real motive, their true interest lay not in the food, but in the cook. After class, 3 tailgaters followed closely behind Lin Muheng. Wanwan glanced back at the scene, her little head tilting in curiosity. "Daddy, why are those weird uncles still following us?" "Because these 3 strange uncles are coming to our house for dinner," Lin Muheng said happily, pinching Wanwan's nose. "Oh, I see. Will their sons be coming too?" "Wanwan wants to play with them," Wanwan said playfully, pouting her little lips with eager anticipation. Hearing the little one's words, Lin Muheng quickly replied, "Sweetie, you'll have to stay away from their son in the future." He certainly didn't want his roommate's son to steal away his precious daughter, otherwise, they'd gloat about it forever. "All right then." Wanwan tilted her little head, clearly puzzled, but she nodded obediently, following her dad's instructions. After buying some vegetables and meat from the supermarket downstairs in the residential complex, Lin Muheng led the group home. Upon opening the door, Zhao Zijuan and the others were utterly envious of the cozy little apartment before them. The decor was quite nice, warm and comfortable. No wonder his good buddy didn't want to go back to the dorm. If he had the choice, he'd never go back either. Lin Muheng turned to the 3 of them and said, "Make yourselves at home. Don't be shy. I'll get dinner started." "Sure," they nodded, settling onto the sofa, some scrolling through their phones, others flipping through the TV channels. Since Dad was cooking and couldn't play with her, Wanwan started entertaining herself. She played with her dolls for a while, then with building blocks. Perhaps it was in her nature to love water, because soon she wandered into the bathroom to play. The faucet on the sink was still out of her reach, so she could only touch the water inside the toilet bowl. Then Wanwan noticed a small cup nearby. Her eyes lit up. She picked up the cup and scooped water from the toilet, playing happily. Her little hands stirred the water, splashing tiny droplets everywhere, her face beaming with an innocent smile. Soon, the little one grew tired of playing in the bathroom. She carried her cup over to the coffee table. Zhao Zijuan looked at the little teacup before him and thought the little one had specially brought him water. His eyes lit up. He picked up the cup and looked at the 2 of them smugly, saying, "Look, this is water Wanwan brought me. You didn't get any, did you? I just can't help being so likable to little kids." With that, he downed the water in one gulp. Then, smiling at Wanwan, he said, "Sweetie, would you pour Uncle another cup?" Wanwan nodded at his request, grabbed the cup, and scampered off. Her little legs bounced as she scampered toward the restroom, looking utterly adorable. Zhao Zijuan only saw Wanwan dash off, not where she went. Smiling broadly, he remarked, "Look at the treatment I get, then look at the 2 of you. Oh well, what can I do? Wanwan just adores me." Wang Kailuan and the others glared at each other, seething with frustration at his smug expression. Lu Xiaorong couldn't help but snark, so what if he drank a cup of water? Big deal. Chapter 63, Thanks to Wanwan, I spent the afternoon drinking toilet water. Soon, Wanwan's round little face appeared, her cherry-like lips pressed together as she held her cup with both hands. Yet the water inside swayed gently with each step, as if it might spill out at any moment. She took each step with extreme caution, her eyes fixed on the cup, afraid the water inside might spill and make Uncle drink one sip less. Zhao Zijuan had been sitting on the sofa chatting with Lu Xiaorong and Wang Kailuan. He looked up to see Wanwan toddling toward him on her little legs, like a little angel. He jumped up with an excited smile, took the cup with both hands, and declared triumphantly, "Wanwan, you're such a good girl." "Uncle thanks you." "No problem." Wanwan shook her head, looking utterly adorable. Immediately, Zhao Zijuan held up the cup, waving it in front of Lu Xiaorong and Wang Kailuan. With a smug look, he declared, "See how thoughtful Wanwan is? But what's the point telling you guys who don't have any water?" With that, he tilted his head back with a grin and downed the entire cup in one gulp. After finishing, he deliberately smacked his lips and declared with satisfaction, "This water is so sweet." Watching Zhao Zijuan's smug display, Lu Xiaorong and Wang Kailuan felt a wave of resentment wash over them. Just then, Wang Kailuan's eyes twinkled. With a broad smile, he waved at Wanwan and called out gently, "Sweetie, Uncle is thirsty too. Could you pour Uncle a glass of water?" "Sure, Wanwan will get it for you," she chirped in her clear voice before hopping away like a playful little rabbit. Seeing this, Lu Xiaorong also smiled and called out, "Pour Uncle a glass of water too." "Okay, got it," the little one replied in a soft, sweet voice that was utterly adorable, melting hearts at the sound. Lin Muheng, busy in the kitchen, couldn't help but smile at the sound. Through the glass door, she watched Wanyan's lively, adorable figure and felt deeply gratified. His Wanwan was such a good girl, knowing to help daddy take care of guests. Still, he felt a twinge of confusion. There was no water where Wanwan was heading. Lin Muheng pondered, maybe the little one is going to find a cup. Just then, Lin Muheng suddenly remembered an important matter. His 3 roommates were coming over for a visit, and he should have informed Xie Wanning beforehand. Otherwise, with several unexpected guests suddenly in the house, she might feel uncomfortable. He quickly opened his WeChat chat window and sent her a message, "My roommates are coming over for dinner today. Hope that's okay with you." Xie Wanning felt her phone vibrate. Opening the message, a faint smile touched her lips as she replied, "No problem. Then come straight home after class. We'll eat together," Lin Muheng said happily. Reading his message, a wave of warmth washed over Xie Wanning. She felt Lin Muheng's respect for her. After class, Xie Wanning hurried back to the dorm with Xiao Xiao in tow. Watching the campus beauty frantically rummaging through drawers, Xiao Xiao chuckled helplessly, "Ning, what are you doing? You dragged me back here, you're not making me help you find clothes, are you?" Xie Wanqing didn't respond. She simply picked up a pink dress, held it up to herself, and asked with a smile, "Xiao Xiao, do you think this dress looks good on me?" "Of course. Ning is the campus beauty of Magic City University. Even in a burlap sack, you'd look stunning." Xiao Xiao leaned back in her chair, laughing as she replied. Xie Wanning frowned slightly, puffing out her cheeks in exasperation. "Xiao Xiao, seriously now? Does this dress really look good on me?" You look great. Xiao Xiao nodded firmly. After all, with that face, she could pull off anything. Noticing her unusual behavior, Xiao Xiao tilted her head and asked excitedly, "Ning, did Lin Muheng ask you out?" Xie Wanning shook her head, her voice tinged with coyness. "His roommate is coming over for a visit. I can't exactly embarrass him, can I?" Hearing this, Xiao Xiao pulled Xie Wanning close, exasperated yet determined. "Come on. You're the campus beauty of Magic City University, you'd only make him look better. But Ning, have things progressed between you two? Has he confessed or anything?" Xiao Xiao asked curiously. Xie Wanning's face flushed instantly at the question. "No," she replied shyly. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao quickly took her hand and advised, "Ning, guys often don't cherish girls who come too easily. You need to be a bit more reserved." "Huh? Is that how it works?" Xie Wanning pondered silently. Besides, she'd never dated before and didn't really understand these things. She turned to Xiao Xiao and asked with a smile, "How come you know so much about this?" "Of course. I've been through countless men without a single one sticking to me." Xiao Xiao's eyes darted around, her tone growing increasingly uneasy. Seeing this, Xie Wanning chose not to call her out. She slipped into a pink dress and applied light makeup with care. Turning to Xiao Xiao, she gave her a knowing wink. Xiao Xiao instantly understood, nodding with a smile. "You look absolutely stunning. Lin Muheng will definitely be head over heels for you." Hearing this, Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed crimson, as if they might bleed. Blushing profusely, she fled in embarrassment, tossing back over her shoulder, "Xiao Xiao, you're so mean." Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Xiao pursed her lips in a smile and murmured to herself, "I must have been reincarnated into the wrong body. I'm so wicked, yet women absolutely adore me." Meanwhile, Wanwan was thoughtfully helping her father tend to several uncles. She darted back and forth like a little spinning top, fetching water and thoroughly enjoying herself. She'd bring water to one uncle, then another, her adorable little figure darting back and forth. Just then, the sound of the door opening reached them, and Xie Wanning walked in. Hearing the movement at the door, Wanwan's eyes lit up. She rushed toward her mother with a smile. Mommy, you're back. Zhao Zijuan and the others quickly sat up from the sofa and approached Xie Wanning with smiles, greeting her. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, sister-in-law. Hello, everyone. Seeing their warm welcome, Xie Wanning waved back with a smile. But inside, she was even happier because these young men had addressed her as sister-in-law. Hearing the commotion from the living room, Lin Muheng emerged with a smile. You're back. Let me introduce you. This is Zhao Zijuan, and this is Wang Kailuan. Xie Wanning nodded to each in turn. Lin Muheng continued, now that we're all here, let's head over to eat. The table was laden with an array of dishes, their enticing aromas making everyone's mouths water. Just then, Zhao Zijuan placed the 3 small cups on the table. Seeing their cups empty, Wanwan's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled and said, Uncle, Wanwan will get you some water. Thank you, sweetie. Seeing Wanwan so well behaved, Zhao Zijuan and the others were filled with affection. However, Lin Muheng watched Wanwan head toward the inner part of the room and wondered, the water dispenser is right over there. Why is the little one going that way to get water? A sense of foreboding washed over Zhao Zijuan and the others, especially when they saw Wanwan heading toward the bathroom. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. They followed closely behind Wanwan, tiptoeing silently. Sure enough, they found her scooping water from the toilet bowl with her little cup. Lin Muheng froze at the sight, then burst into laughter as he addressed his roommates. Sorry, guys. My family's poor, nothing fancy to offer. Guess you've been drinking toilet water all afternoon. He couldn't help but laugh at his own words. Chapter 64, Trouble at Home. Zhao Zijuan and the other 2 heard this and immediately gagged. Wang Kailuan, in particular, grumbled irritably. Zhao Zijuan, what kind of taste do you have? Calling this water sweet? Ugh. You 2 were chugging it down just fine, and now you're picking on me? Zhao Zijuan replied helplessly, thinking to himself, I wonder who was the one begging Wanwan to pour the water in the first place. Watching the trio bicker, Lin Muheng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. You 3 are all equally guilty, none of you have the right to complain. At that moment, Wanwan seemed to realize she'd done something wrong. Standing beside the toilet, she fidgeted nervously with her little fingers, stealing glances at the others from time to time. Afraid of being scolded, she stood frozen in place, her little mouth puckered as if ready to burst into tears at any moment. She looked like a frightened little rabbit, utterly pitiful. Seeing this, Lin Muheng gently pulled Wanwan close to him. Before he could say a word, the little one burst into loud sobs, her mouth wide open. She looked utterly wronged, almost as if the bully was crying foul first. Seeing Wanwan's teardrops the size of beans fall, Lin Muheng's eyes filled with heartache. He gently patted her back and soothed, Wanwan, the uncles aren't blaming you. Keep crying and you'll turn into a little kitten. The little one sniffled, her pitiful expression tugging at everyone's heartstrings. Zhao Zijuan and the other 2 watched her weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, suddenly at a loss. Wang Kailuan quickly chimed in, Wanwan, it's okay, we were just joking. Seeing this, Lu Xiaorong chimed in, exactly. Wanwan has been hosting us for so long without a single complaint. Exactly. The water in the toilet is water too, it's perfectly clean. Zhao Zijuan said with a grin. As he spoke, he actually convinced himself, nodding earnestly. Hearing this, Wanwan gradually stopped crying and said with a pout, Uncles, I didn't know this water wasn't drinkable. I'm so sorry. It's okay. This water is drinkable. Who said it wasn't? It's just not meant for regular drinking, Zhao Zijuan replied cheerfully. To comfort Wanwan, they were truly going to great lengths. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's smile blossomed like a spring flower. Seeing this, Lin Muheng carried Wanwan to the water dispenser and instructed the little one, Sweetie, next time the uncles come, remember to get water from here, okay? Wanwan remembers, the little one nodded emphatically, looking utterly serious. Lin Muheng then fetched several clean cups. As if to make up for her mistake, Wanwan hopped down from the stool. Clutching a cup in her chubby little hands, she walked to the water dispenser to fill it. After filling them, she carefully carried the cups to the adults and said in her sweet little voice, Uncle, please drink water. Zhao Zijuan's heart melted at the sight. He thought to himself, if he had such an adorable little angel, he'd gladly drink toilet water every day. As everyone began eating, Lu Xiaorong was astonished by Lin Muheng's culinary skills. Muheng, I never knew you were such a great cook. Your wife is truly blessed. Xie Wanning's face flushed instantly at the compliment. She gave a shy smile and nodded. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly placed a piece of meat into Lu Xiaorong's bowl, teasing him with a smile, hurry up and eat. You can't even keep your mouth shut. After eating their fill, Zhao Zijuan and the others reluctantly prepared to leave. As they were leaving, they grabbed Lin Muheng's hands and pleaded, Ahen, your cooking is absolutely amazing. Can we come over for free meals every day? Get lost, Lin Muheng snapped, inwardly thinking, if they came every day, wouldn't those huge light bulbs be on all the time? Seeing the uncles standing by the elevator doors, Wanwan hid behind Xie Wanning and said shyly, Goodbye, uncles, next time, Wanwan won't give you toilet water to drink. Alright, bye, Wanwan. The 3 nodded cheerfully, their eyes brimming with affection. Once inside the elevator, the thought of Lin Muheng's cooking lingered, leaving them all wanting more. A single question occupied their minds: how could they manage to eat here every day? Before bedtime, Wanwan lay in her blankets as Lin Muheng told her a bedtime story as usual. Suddenly, she tilted her little head and looked at her dad, asking, "Daddy, I miss Grandpa and Grandma. When can we go back to see them?" The mention of his parents stirred a pang of guilt in Lin Muheng. Lately, he'd been so busy with childcare and work that he hadn't called home in ages. He wondered how they were doing. He pondered. The Dragon Boat Festival was just a few days away, and since Wanwan missed her grandparents, it would be the perfect time to visit. They would surely be delighted to see such a well-behaved, adorable little granddaughter. Meanwhile, in an old residential complex on the outskirts of the metropolis, Lin Zhongtian, wearing a striped vest, quietly pulled his wife Xie Wanning up the stairs. The stairwell was permeated with a musty, stale air, dimly lit by faint, yellowish light. Reaching the third floor, the sight of the words "Pay back the money" scrawled in red paint on the western door filled the elderly couple's faces with bitterness and resignation. Lin Zhongtian quietly opened the door. Once inside, he carefully closed it behind them, as if afraid to make even the slightest sound. Yet even inside, they dared not turn on the lights. In the moonlight, Xie Wanning saw only worn-out furniture left in the house. The pent-up emotion she'd been holding back erupted instantly. She glared at Lin Zhongtian, her voice low and angry. "Look at what you've done. At our age, you had to stir up trouble. You've ruined a perfectly good home. How are we supposed to live like this now?" Wiping away tears, Xie Wanning continued, "A Han will graduate from university in a few years. That's when he'll need money most. How are we supposed to afford a house for him or help him marry?" Her voice grew more agitated as tears fell steadily. At that moment, Lin Zhongtian was filled with regret, repeatedly slapping himself. Seeing this, Xie Wanning embraced him tenderly, comforting him, "As long as our family stays together, we'll get through this." Lin Zhongtian nodded slightly. After a brief pause, he lifted his head, his gaze fixed on her as he spoke slowly. "Has a hen called you these past few days? Whatever you do, don't mention our family matters to him." "No, he hasn't. Perhaps his studies are too demanding. The child has no time," Xie Wanning replied softly, shaking her head. Suddenly remembering something, she added, "The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon. Ah Han will definitely come home for the holiday. What will we do then? Won't the truth come out?" Lin Zhongtian fell deep in thought upon hearing this. After a moment's pause, he said, "Tomorrow, we'll give a hen a call and tell him we're traveling." That's a good idea. Let's do it." Xie Wanning nodded in agreement. Chapter 65, Returning to the Hometown. The next day, before the first hint of dawn had touched the sky, while the world still lay shrouded in silent darkness, Lin Zhongtian and Xie Wanning slipped out of their home as stealthily as thieves. Now, whenever daylight came, a crowd would gather at their front door, the building entrance, and even the community gate, all with one purpose: to demand repayment. After sunrise, Xie Wanning glanced at her watch, estimating her son should be awake by now. She pulled out her phone and dialed Lin Muheng's number. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng, who was preparing breakfast, saw his mother's name flash on the screen. His eyes lit up with joy as he eagerly answered the call, his voice cheerful. "Mom, I've been pretty busy lately and haven't called you. You're not mad at me, are you?" Lin Muheng said with a hint of apology. "Of course not." Hearing her son's familiar voice, Xie Wanning fought back the tears welling in her eyes. "Students have their priorities, studies come first. Mom understands." Hee. Lin Muheng chuckled awkwardly before continuing, "Mom, I'm coming home for Dragon Boat Festival. I've got a surprise for you then." "No." Xie Wanning refused flatly upon hearing this. Lin Muheng sensed something off. "Mom, you always wish I'd come home more often. Why won't you let me come back for Dragon Boat Festival? Did something happen at home?" he asked anxiously. No, Xie Wanning forced a smile, afraid her son would overthink it. "Everything's fine at home. Your father and I signed up for a tour group over the holiday. We're planning to get away for 2 days. You wouldn't want to interrupt our time together, would you? We really don't want you tagging along." Xie Wanning forced a light tone, though her voice trembled faintly. Lin Muheng's brows knitted tightly. "Are you serious?" "Of course it is. We're leaving this afternoon." Xie Wanning nodded, forcing her voice to sound normal, hoping her son wouldn't notice anything unusual. Though Lin Muheng felt a pang of helplessness, he nodded. "All right, then. Have fun with Dad. Remember to send me the tour details. There are plenty of scams these days. I'll check if it's legitimate." "All right." Xie Wanning replied softly. After hanging up, Xie Wanning could no longer hold back. She threw herself into Lin Zhongtian's arms and wept, "Old Lin, I miss our son." Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian's eyes welled up with tears. He gently patted Xie Wanring's back and comforted her, "Once we handle everything, we'll bring our son home." After speaking, Lin Zhongtian glanced at his phone and said, "Our meeting partner should be arriving soon. Let's go check." After hanging up, Lin Muheng felt increasingly uneasy. Especially during the call, he thought he'd heard sobbing. Moreover, a sense of foreboding kept gnawing at him. Could something truly be wrong at home? Lin Muheng's suspicions grew stronger, especially when he saw the tour group photo his mother had sent. It only reinforced his hunch. The tour dates in the photo had already passed. His mother must have found the image out of concern for him and sent it without realizing the dates were written at the bottom, likely an oversight. Seeing this, Lin Muheng knew he had to go home immediately. Just then, the bedroom door opened. Wanwan, dressed in a pretty little dress, came walking over with cheerful steps. She threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms and said in a babyish voice, "Daddy, Mom and I are ready. Let's go to the amusement park." Seeing Wanwan's excited eyes, Lin Muheng frowned, his heart filled with guilt. He bent down and apologized. "Wanwan, I'm sorry. Daddy's going to have to break his promise this time." He patiently explained, something might have happened back home. "Daddy needs to go see Grandpa and Grandma. Once everything's taken care of, Daddy will take you to the amusement park, okay?" Wanwan's previously excited little face instantly dimmed. Yet she quickly composed herself, nodding obediently in her childish voice, "It's okay, Daddy has work to do." Wanwan understands. "We'll just wait until Daddy's done before going." At that moment, Xie Wanning looked at Lin Muheng with concern and asked, "What happened at your home? Is there anything I can do to help?" Lin Muheng shook his head. "I don't know. My parents probably didn't tell me because they were afraid I'd worry." He then shifted his gaze to Wanwan and said softly, "Over the next few days, I'll need you to take care of Wanwan. I'm sorry to trouble you." "It's fine. Go ahead without worry. I'll take good care of Wanwan," Xie Wanning replied gently, for Wanwan was also her daughter. Lin Muheng quickly returned to his room to pack a small bag before preparing to leave. Just then, Wanwan suddenly ran up behind him, clutching his leg tightly and refusing to let go. Her big, round eyes looked up at Lin Muheng, filled with longing. "Daddy, Wanwan wants to go back with you too. I miss Grandpa and Grandma." Seeing the little one's pleading gaze, Lin Muheng felt torn inside. He feared something might happen at home, leaving him unable to care for Wanwan, yet he truly didn't want to refuse her request. Seeing this, Xie Wanning bit her lip before finally speaking up, "I don't have classes these next couple of days. How about Wanwan and I accompany you home?" Fearing he might misinterpret her intentions, she added, "I mean no offense. Wanwan wants to see Grandpa and Grandma. I don't want her to be disappointed." Lin Muheng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He was deeply grateful. A short while later, mother and daughter emerged from their room with a few changes of clothes, and the family of three set out. Worried about the situation at home, Lin Muheng drove as fast as he could safely while ensuring their safety. His home lay in the suburbs of the metropolis, about a 2.5-hour drive from the school. Seeing Lin Muheng's anxious expression, Xie Wanning comforted him, "Don't worry so much. Maybe nothing really happened at home." "In Meicham," Lin Muheng murmured softly. If that were the case, it would be the best outcome possible. Soon, the 2.5-hour drive was completed in just 2 hours as Lin Muheng arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. A large crowd had gathered at the entrance, most of them unfamiliar faces. Seeing the gate barrier, Lin Muheng honked once. Soon, someone emerged from inside and asked, "Whose residence is this vehicle for?" "Unit 302, Building 5, Block 1. Lin Zhongtian." At that, the crowd at the gate instantly surrounded Lin Muheng's car. The leader wore a white t-shirt, his arms covered in tattoos. He approached the driver's side, impatiently tapping on the window and snarled, "Kid, get your ass out of the car." Chapter 66. Don't worry, I won't run. Inside the car, Wanwan had been sitting quietly in her seat. Through the window, she saw the crowd surrounding the vehicle. The little one instinctively burrowed deeper into Xie Wanling's embrace, her tiny body trembling slightly. Her voice trembled with fear as she asked, "Mommy, what are those people doing?" Wanwan is so scared. Wanwan's little face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with terror as her chubby little hands clutched tightly at Xie Wanling's skirt hem. Seeing her daughter's frightened state, Xie Wanning's heart ached. She gently patted Wanwan's back and comforted her, "Don't be afraid, Wanwan. Mommy will protect you." After speaking, she gently tucked Wanwan's head into her embrace, shielding her with her own body to block the view outside the car, preventing Wanwan from seeing the people outside. At that moment, Lin Muheng sat in the driver's seat. He didn't need anyone to tell him the tense atmosphere and the expressions on those people's faces already made him sense that something major had happened at home. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion as he racked his brain. His parents were just ordinary workers, honest and hardworking people. Why would these individuals come looking for them? The immediate priority was to understand the situation and uncover what had truly happened at home. Lin Muheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He turned to look at Xie Wanning and Wanwan in the backseat and instructed, "I'm getting out to check. You and Wanwan stay in the car. No matter what happens, don't get out." Xie Wanning's heart filled with worry. Unable to let go, she called after him, "Be careful." Lin Muheng nodded, giving Xie Wanning a reassuring look before stepping out of the car. Fearing these people might cause trouble for the mother and daughter, he quickly locked the car doors after exiting. His gaze swept coldly over the crowd as he demanded, "What are you all doing surrounding my car?" From the crowd, a tall man with intricate tattoos covering his arms strode forward. His gaze lingered on Lin Muheng before a knowing smile touched his lips. "I hear Lin Zhongtian has a son in college. You must be him." Moments later, the tattooed man turned to the crowd, his face breaking into a broad smile. Everyone, this is Lin Zhongtian's son. Hearing this, a flicker of light instantly passed through the crowd's eyes. Then, excitement flared in the tattooed man's eyes. If we can't corner your parents, cornering you will do. As long as you're here, I refuse to believe they can hide forever. What have my parents done to you? Lin Muheng's face was etched with worry as he fixed his gaze on the tattooed man, searching his expression for clues. Kid, you're still in the dark, the tattooed man sneered, his tone vicious. Your parents owe our wages. We're here today to demand answers. The statement sent the crowd into an uproar. Faces twisted with fury, they echoed in unison, we haven't been paid in months. How are we supposed to live like this? If we don't get paid today, we're not leaving, a short, dark-skinned man shouted at the top of his lungs. Right. We're not leaving, the others joined in, the scene erupting into a cacophony of noise. Watching the crowd's righteous indignation, Lin Muheng felt nothing but confusion. He pondered, his parents were just ordinary office workers, how could they afford to run a factory? What was really going on? A bold thought suddenly struck him, could my parents actually be secret millionaires who've been pretending to be ordinary people to raise me? Am I really a rich kid or an heir to a fortune? But the moment the thought surfaced, he dismissed it. After all, his parents lived frugally day in and day out, they simply didn't look like wealthy people. Before Lin Muheng could dwell on it further, a series of urgent honks sounded from behind him. It turned out his car was blocking the entrance to the residential complex, drawing the ire of the drivers behind him. The drivers behind him honked incessantly, their faces twisted with impatience and anger, cursing under their breath. To get to the bottom of the situation, Lin Muheng put on a sincere expression and solemnly said, blocking the entrance like this isn't going to solve anything. I'll drive in, and we can talk inside. No sooner had Lin Muheng finished speaking than a bespectacled, frail-looking man beside the tattooed arm man stepped forward. He wore a wrinkled shirt, his hair disheveled, giving him an overall scruffy appearance. Casually pushing his glasses up his nose, he said, so what if it's backed up? That's none of my problem. If you drive off, who are we going to get our money from? Guys, we can't let him drive off with that car, he shouted, waving his arms at the surrounding crowd. Lin Muheng looked helpless, patiently explaining, there's only one entrance to the complex. Where could I possibly run once I drive in? You want to find my parents, right? Once I get the car inside, I'll call them and have them come back. He reasoned that he needed to understand what was happening at home before he could resolve the situation. Besides, his parents couldn't hide from these people forever. The tattooed man pondered for a moment, rubbing his chin. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but he finally nodded. Pointing at Lin Muheng, he warned menacingly, kid, don't try any tricks. Our people are everywhere in the complex and at the entrance. You won't get away. Don't worry, I won't run, Lin Muheng promised solemnly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Only then did the tattooed man step aside, allowing Lin Muheng to enter the car. The noise outside was too loud for Xie Wanning to make out what those men were saying. Seeing Lin Muheng return to the car, she asked with concern, how did it go? Did they give you a hard time? No, Lin Muheng shook his head, forcing a smile to reassure Xie Wanning. He then started the car and drove it to the building's entrance. At that moment, the tattooed man and his group followed suit. The people waiting below the building saw the tattooed man approach and gathered around, asking in confusion, brother son, why are you all here? Is there news about Lin Zhongtian? The man called brother son was none other than Sun Daong, the tattooed man. He grinned at Lin Muheng and said smugly, no, but his son is in our hands now. I don't believe those two old folks won't show up. Sun Daong continued, kid, call your parents right now. Tell them to come pay up. If you don't make that call, with your delicate skin and soft flesh, don't blame us for being rude. He waved his fist threateningly in front of Lin Muheng, his eyes filled with menace. Fine, I'll call. Lin Muheng nodded. It wasn't that he was intimidated by these men, he was mainly worried about his parents. Seeing these men's menacing expressions, he knew his parents must have been suffering lately. As their son, he couldn't even help them bear the burden, it felt like a sin. Just then, the bespectacled man whispered into Sun Daong's ear, brother son, we can't get through to the old couple's phone. Can this kid reach them? Don't worry. They'll definitely pick up. Sun Daong's eyes flashed with confidence. Soon, Lin Muheng pulled out his phone and dialed the number in front of everyone. Sun Daong immediately snatched the phone, switched it to speaker mode, and fixed his gaze on the screen. After a few rings, the call actually connected. The bespectacled man's eyes flashed with excitement. It really went through. Seeing his parents answer, Lin Muheng hurriedly said, Dad, Mom. Chapter 67, the debt belongs to the debtor, and this one belongs to his father. Before he could finish, Sun Daong snatched the phone away, snarling, your son is with us now. If you two don't show up, who knows what we might do to him. Su Wanru's expression instantly tightened. Her eyes filled with terror and worry as her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her shirt. She pleaded urgently, we'll come back. We'll come back right now. Don't hurt my son. Take it out on us instead. We'll see you soon then, Sun Daong said before hanging up abruptly, a smug grin spreading across his face. Listening to the dial tone, Su Wanru's tears streamed down her face. Her body trembled slightly as she spoke in a choked voice, a hang is in those people's hands now. We have to hurry back. It must be because we called our son this morning. He must have sensed something was wrong and rushed back. Lin Zhongtian sighed heavily. The thought of dragging their son into this filled him with self-reproach. He slapped himself hard across the face, his eyes filled with regret. I must have been possessed by some demon back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have caused all this trouble. It's no use dwelling on that now. Su Wanru fought back tears, gently taking his hand and soothing him. Let's hurry. If we're late, I fear they might harm a Hung. They exchanged anxious glances, nodded in unison, and hurried toward their home. Meanwhile, downstairs at the apartment building, Lin Muheng was tightly surrounded by a group of people, determined to prevent his escape. But gazing up at the blazing sun overhead, Lin Muheng addressed the crowd. It's scorching out here. Waiting around isn't going to solve anything. Why don't we head back to my place first? His main concern was that the mother and daughter in the car might overheat and suffer heatstroke. The bespectacled, frail man's eyes lit up at this suggestion. He promptly tugged at Sun Dayong's arm and replied truthfully. Brother Sun, most of us are strapped for cash. Many can't even afford 2 meals a day. Standing out here in the sun, I'm worried everyone might get heatstroke. How about we? Howsy, you've got a point. Besides, with so many of us here, how could we let that greenhorn kid get away? Sun Dayong spoke with brimming confidence, his face twisted in contempt. He then turned to Lin Muheng and said, Kid, you go up front and open the door. As long as you do as we say, we won't hurt you. These men were factory workers, simply seeking to reclaim the wages they'd earned through their labor. Lin Muheng nodded, thinking to himself, if these guys just want money, this will be much easier to handle. He unlocked the car door, pulled open the back door, and addressed the two inside. It's okay now. You can get out. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning stepped out of the car, cradling Wanwan in her arms. Seeing the crowd still surrounding them, the little girl buried her head fearfully into her mother's embrace, her body trembling slightly. Let's go home, Lin Muheng said softly, following behind the mother and daughter. Sun Dayong and the others quickly followed them upstairs. Opening the door, the sight inside the house hit Lin Muheng like a ton of bricks. The house was empty, with only the worn-out sofas remaining. Anything of value had long been taken, probably by these very people. Everything had been fine when he last visited, yet now the place was unrecognizable. As the son, he felt utterly guilty for being unaware of such a major incident at home. He silently blamed himself. If only he had called more often, could he have discovered this sooner? After entering the house, Lin Muheng led Xie Wanning and the others to his room. His expression turned serious as he instructed, stay inside with Wanwan. If you hear anything, don't come out, understand? Xie Wanning nodded, her eyes brimming with worry. She added anxiously, be careful yourself. Got it. Lin Muheng forced a smile, nodded, then turned and walked out of the room. The door closed behind him. Wanwan sat on the bedside, her small eyes brimming with worry. In her childish voice, she said, Mommy, those uncles look so scary. Will Daddy be okay? Xie Wanning's expression instantly tightened upon hearing this, but she forced herself to remain calm as she reassured Wanwan, Daddy is so capable. He'll definitely be fine. Wanwan nodded vigorously. In her mind, Daddy was an all-powerful hero. But the little one quickly added, if Daddy gets bullied, Wanwan will definitely rush over to protect Daddy. And I'll protect Mommy too. Her chubby little face was completely serious. Xie Wanning watched her, a gentle smile curving her lips as warmth filled her heart. Yes, our Wanwan is such a little adult now, already knowing how to protect Daddy and Mommy. You're amazing. Wanwan grinned widely before happily settling onto the bed. She took down the little backpack she always carried and pulled out her drawing book, looking at it intently. This little one seemed to have a natural love for learning, immersing herself in the book the moment she picked it up. Watching her precious daughter lost in her own little world, Xie Wanning's heart brimmed with hope, wishing she could grow up carefree like this forever. Outside, the front door was already shut. 2 people remained stationed inside, guarding the entrance to prevent Lin Muheng from escaping. Seeing everyone's tense expressions, Lin Muheng waved his hand and smiled reassuringly. You really don't need to guard me like this. I called my parents here to discuss solutions. After speaking, he turned to the tattooed man and asked, just how much money do my parents owe you guys? Sun Dayong glanced up at him and replied, your parents owe us several months' worth of wages. For all the employees combined, it's close to 2 million yuan. He emphasized, we're just reclaiming what we've earned through our labor and sweat. This money rightfully belongs to us. At this, the others in the room murmured indignantly, what's wrong with us getting back our own money? Your parents look so honest and simple, but who knew they wouldn't even pay their workers' wages? The richer they are, the stingier they get. Who'd have thought such big shots like you would still live in this rundown place? Who are you trying to impress? If we weren't starving, who'd want to waste their days at your place? Anyway, you're paying up today whether you like it or not. Otherwise, my wife's going to divorce me. A bespectacled, slightly frail man approached Lin Muheng, his words brimming with anger. Had Sun Dayong not intervened, he might have already laid hands on Lin Muheng. Howsy, wrongs have their perpetrators, debts have their creditors. You should take this up with his father. Sun Daeong said, pulling Zhou Changhao aside to sit down. Hearing everyone's words, Lin Muheng felt puzzled but understood. Still, he found it hard to believe his family could actually afford to support so many workers. Moreover, his parents definitely weren't the kind of people who deliberately pretended to be poor while actually being wealthy, like the characters often portrayed in novels. Lin Muheng was convinced there must be some hidden truth to this. Once his parents returned, everything would become clear. Chapter 68, Son, don't blame Dad for being heartless. Ever since discovering the investment was a scam, the elderly couple, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru, had been slipping out before dawn each day. They would sit in the park all day long, only daring to return home cautiously after night had fallen and the world had grown quiet. After receiving their son's call, the elderly couple hurried from the park and soon arrived at the community gate. At the entrance, two men puffed on cigarettes, their eyes fixed intently on the gate. One of them, with his hair dyed a garish yellow and a slightly plump build, impatiently tapped the man beside him upon spotting familiar figures. Old Zhang, look! Isn't that Lin Zhongtian and his wife? Zhang Dehua immediately scanned the direction indicated, a flicker of excitement crossing his eyes. He nodded in confirmation. Yep, it's them. That old bastard kept us waiting. The dyed-hair man stubbed out his cigarette, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and chuckled smugly. Call brother Sun right away and tell him Lin Zhongtian is back. The two immediately began tailing Lin Zhongtian and his wife, ready to intercept them at the first sign of escape. At that moment, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru hurried home, their hearts heavy with worry for their son. They soon reached their doorstep. The moment they opened the door, they were roughly pulled inside by the men waiting in ambush. Inside, Su Wanru's eyes darted around the room until they finally found her son's figure by the window. Seeing Lin Muheng safe and sound, the weight lifted from her heart, and her eyes welled up with tears. Lin Muheng, seeing his parents return, was desperate to rush forward but was coldly blocked by Sun Daeong. A sinister smile curled Sun Daeong's lips as he coldly declared, now that your parents are back, it's time we had a proper discussion with them. With that, Sun Daeong shot Lin Muheng a dismissive glance and continued, you little brat, go stand over there. This doesn't concern you. Zhou Changhao was even more blunt, shoving Lin Muheng aside with a dismissive push, his eyes brimming with contempt. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian feared they might harm his son and urgently pleaded, don't touch my son. Take it out on me instead. Sun Daeong sneered coldly, speaking slowly, we came here today with one purpose, to reclaim what we're owed. Lin Zhongtian's mouth twitched as he bitterly replied, I've told you we're victims too. Besides, we simply don't have the money you're demanding. Sun Daeong laughed in disgust, sneering, you had the money to buy our factory, but you can't pay us our wages? Do you take us for fools? If you can't produce the money today, don't blame us for being rough with your son. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian frantically waved his hands, his eyes pleading. Don't hurt my son. This is my fault. I'll sell my liver and kidneys to pay you back. Please, don't touch my son. Sun Daeong's mouth twitched. As a father himself, he understood children were their parents' lifeblood. But for his own child, he had no choice. Lin Muheng watched his father plead desperately to shield him from the situation, his heart twisting in agony. He stepped forward, his voice firm. The money my father owes you, I'll repay it. Don't trouble my parents. Muheng, what nonsense are you spouting? If you dare utter another word of this rubbish, I'll kick you out of this house. Lin Zhongtian's eyes blazed with fury. He desperately hoped his son wouldn't sacrifice his entire future over his mistakes. He looked at his son with a face full of regret, his eyes seeming to say, son, don't blame me for being heartless. I only want what's best for you. Sun Daeong watched the scene unfold, his heart filled with mixed emotions. How pitiful the love of parents truly was. As a parent himself, he understood Lin Zhongtian's feelings. But remembering his own child still needed money to save his life, he steeled his heart and coldly declared, today, you must give us an explanation. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. At that moment, Su Wanru hurriedly chimed in, my husband is absolutely right. If you'll just let my son go, we'll pay you back even if it means selling our blood or kidneys. If you don't believe us, we can go to the hospital right now and give you every penny we get from selling. Truth be told, these words moved everyone present. Yet each held their own stance. Without recovering their hard-earned money, their own livelihoods would crumble. So, neither group was truly at fault. The blame lay squarely with whoever had set this trap. Hearing his parents' words, Lin Muheng's eyes filled with heartache. As their son, how could he abandon them? His tone firm, he addressed the crowd, I have money. I can repay you. Negotiate with me. Kid, your parents owe a hefty sum. Are you really willing to take this on? Sun Daeong stared at Lin Muheng with admiration. He hadn't expected this kid to be so responsible. Lin Muheng nodded, undaunted by the crisis. As long as you can prove this debt belongs to my parents, I'll repay it and the funds will be transferred today. The workers in the room heard this and their eyes flashed with surprise and delight. If they really got paid today, they could finally give their families some closure. Just then, Zhou Changhao leaned close to Sun Daeong and whispered, Brother Sun, this kid just started college. How could he possibly have the money to repay? Is he trying to scam us? Hearing this, Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian both looked utterly incredulous. Lin Zhongtian, in particular, feared his son might resort to high-interest loans or online credit to cover the debt. If that happened, his son's entire future could be ruined. He looked at the others earnestly and said, "My son just started college. Where would he get that kind of money? You want the money? I'll contact the real estate agent right now to sell this house. As soon as the sale proceeds come in, I'll repay you immediately. I can also ask relatives for loans. Give me time to raise the funds. I'm not asking for much, 5 days, no, 3 days. I'll give you every penny I can get. Is that acceptable?" Meanwhile, Xie Wanning rushed back to her room and retrieved the gold she had secretly stashed away, about 50 grams, saved as a dowry for her future daughter-in-law. After finding it, she placed the jewelry box on the coffee table and pleaded desperately, "Take this gold for now. Consider it interest. My husband and I will definitely find a way to raise the money in the next few days. If you don't trust us, you can send someone to watch us. We won't sneak away." Seeing Sun Daeong and his group visibly moved, Xie Wanning quickly turned to her son and said, "Hurry back to school, there's no need for you here." Lin Muheng replied firmly, "I'm not leaving." He then gathered the jewelry box from the table and tucked it into his coat pocket. Turning to Sun Daeong, he said, "I know you don't trust me. Come over and take a look at something. You'll see whether I have the ability to negotiate with you." Oh? Sun Daeong was taken aback. He wondered inwardly, could this kid actually have the means to repay? Chapter 69, I didn't do anything. Sun Daeong approached Lin Muheng with skepticism. Zhou Changhao, seeing this, quickly grabbed Sun Daeong's arm, his face filled with concern. "Boss, this kid might have ulterior motives. We need to be careful, it could be a trap." Sun Daeong shook his head firmly. "It's fine." With that, he strode purposefully toward Lin Muheng. Seeing Sun Daeong approach, Lin Muheng's lips curved into a faint smile. He extended his hand, handing over his phone and saying, "You can count the zeros on this carefully. See if it's enough to pay all your workers." Sun Daeong's eyes locked onto the string of numbers on the phone screen, unblinking. He counted them earnestly. After one pass, fearing a mistake, he counted them several more times. After a moment, Sun Daeong's face flushed with excitement as his voice trembled. "All right," he replied. "We won't negotiate with your parents. We'll negotiate with you." Standing nearby, the elderly Lin Zhongtian couple watched the scene unfold, their eyes filled with worry. Watching Sun Daeong's reaction, they grew even more perplexed. Could their son really have that much money? Xie Wanning felt her heart race with anxiety. She thought to herself, if this money came from various online loans her son had taken out, she would risk her life to stop him. "Fine." Lin Muheng nodded readily. "As long as you can prove this money belongs to my parents to repay, I'll settle it with you." Sun Daeong grinned, then pulled a contract from his bag and handed it to him. "This is the contract your parents signed to purchase the factory. A few months ago, your father bought this factory from our boss. Now he's our new boss and should be paying our wages. Your company account has no funds?" Lin Muheng frowned upon hearing this. Logically, factories should always keep an emergency reserve. Sun Daeong clenched his teeth and snarled, "You'd better ask your old man about that." Lin Zhongtian hurriedly waved his hands, his face filled with terror. "I didn't do anything. I'm being framed. I know nothing about these matters. I'm a victim too." Hearing his father's words, Lin Muheng understood there must be some hidden truth behind this. He pulled his parents to sit on chairs beside him and began asking about the details. "Dad, how could our family possibly afford to buy such a huge factory? What's really going on here?" Lin Muheng's mind was filled with confusion, his brow furrowed. Now that his son knew about it, Lin Zhongtian saw no point in hiding anything. He slapped his thigh, sighed deeply, and said, It's all my fault for being blinded by greed and listening to slander." He continued, "Our land was expropriated by the state, and we received about 10 million yuan in compensation. I heard from someone that I could invest in a factory, receive dividends, and my principal would be completely risk-free. The moment they mentioned it, I was tempted. I mulled it over for days, thinking about how much money you'd need after graduating college for a house, a wife, so I poured every last penny into it. Little did I know I was signing a dual contract. When I signed it, the contract stated it was an equity purchase agreement, but when I received it, it had been changed to a factory purchase contract. I never caught this discrepancy, it wasn't until they came knocking that I found out." After finishing his explanation, Lin Zhongtian looked at everyone with a helpless expression. "Everyone, I truly didn't mean to withhold your wages. I lost my entire nest egg in this scheme. I genuinely have no money left now." Hearing Lin Zhongtian's words, the crowd sighed in sympathy. However, the fact remained that their wages hadn't been paid. People are inherently self-interested. Everyone would naturally prioritize protecting their own interests first. Zhou Changhao, unimpressed, curled his lip and retorted, "You're our boss now. Paying us is your obligation. Otherwise, all this work would have been for nothing." Sun Daeong shot Zhou Changhao a fierce warning glance before turning to Lin Muheng. "Now that things are clear, can we get paid?" At that moment, a crisp system notification suddenly rang out in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! System detects host facing crisis. Assigning task, take over factory. Reward, electric tricycle 3-wheeler advanced manufacturing technology. Hearing the system's task notification, Lin Muheng furrowed his brow, inwardly pondering, is the system really asking me to take over this mess? However, he quickly reconsidered. Regardless of whether he accepted the task, he had to properly resolve the situation with these workers before him. Otherwise, they would never let it go. Lin Muheng turned to his father, Lin Zhongtian, beside him and said, "Dad, get out that contract you signed earlier. I need to take a look." After all, over 2 million yuan was no small sum. He had no intention of being the sucker who paid it out of nowhere. He would only bear the cost without hesitation if the law determined it was his responsibility. The contract was quickly retrieved. After carefully reviewing it, Lin Muheng photographed the contents and sent them to Hu Lili. Due to copyright issues, the publishing house maintained an ongoing partnership with a law firm. Before long, Hu Lili replied, "Mr. Lin, the contract is perfectly valid. The workers' wages must indeed be covered by Lin Zhongtian." Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng understood immediately. He turned to all the workers and solemnly promised, "I will pay your wages today." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Sun Daong and asked, "What position do you hold in the factory? Do they all take orders from you?" Hearing they would receive their wages today, excitement flashed in Sun Daong's eyes as he quickly replied, "I'm the factory's general manager. They're all my subordinates." Lin Muheng nodded. "Very well. Have them bring the payroll records. I will distribute the wages according to the actual figures." However, the employees immediately protested, "You want us to fetch the payroll records? What if your entire family secretly slips away? Then we'd be left with nothing. We know exactly how much each of us should be paid. Just pay us what we say." Zhou Changhao spoke, a barely perceptible glint of calculation flashing in his eyes. He thought this would allow him to inflate his reported wages. Lin Muheng scanned the group, a chill in his eyes. "You can send a representative to retrieve the pay stubs. If I pay exactly what you claim, wouldn't I be the one getting ripped off? I advise you not to play clever tricks. If you want the money, bring the pay stubs to exchange with me." Lin Muheng's stance was unwavering. This was his bottom line. Chapter 70, Caught in a Trap. Sun Daong nodded slightly upon hearing this, a flicker of agreement in his eyes. His voice grew solemn. "Very well. I'll send someone to retrieve the pay stubs. I hope you won't go back on your word. That would only make things unpleasant for everyone." Lin Muheng's gaze remained unwavering as he replied without hesitation, "Rest assured, I keep my word." "Absolutely not." Sun Daong then dispatched Zheng Dehua and the young man with the yellow hair back to the factory to retrieve the pay stubs. Zhou Changhao frowned at the sight and promptly volunteered, "Brother Sun, those two are too impulsive and unreliable. Let me handle it. You can trust me to get it done." Sun Daong understood Zhou Changhao's ulterior motives. He didn't want Zhou to have any opportunity to pull strings, because getting everyone paid smoothly was the priority right now. He firmly declined, "No need. Let them go. I've got this covered." Zhou Changhao was left with egg on his face, standing dejectedly to the side, his heart filled with reluctance and his eyes glinting with a hint of resentment. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng approached Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian. Seeing the worry etched on his parents' faces, he offered a gentle reassurance, "Mom, Dad, I need to step out for a bit. You two stay home and wait for me. Don't worry." Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. He hurriedly asked, "Son, do you really have that much money? If you borrowed from loan sharks, we'd never be able to live with ourselves. How could I go on living?" Seeing his father's anxious expression, Lin Muheng patiently reassured him, "Dad, don't worry. This money isn't from loan sharks. I earned it through my own hard work. You two just stay home and wait." After calming his parents, Lin Muheng turned to Sun Daong. His gaze was resolute, his tone firm. "Now, I'm going out. Make way." Sun Daong raised an eyebrow, demanding, "Where do you think you're going? None of you are going anywhere until we get the money." Lin Muheng replied calmly, "To withdraw money from the bank. How else am I supposed to pay your wages?" The moment these words left his mouth, the room erupted with excitement. The thought of receiving their paychecks soon ignited a fire within them, filling them with overwhelming excitement. Even the two guards stationed at the door couldn't help but step aside, their eyes brimming with anticipation. "Brother Sun, just let him go," one employee suggested. "His parents are still in our hands. He won't dare pull any tricks." "Exactly. With all of us here, they won't dare cause trouble," another employee chimed in. As they chattered on, Sun Daong frowned and barked, "Quiet." He then approached Lin Muheng, scanned the room, and instructed solemnly, "I'm going with him to the bank to withdraw the money. You all stay here and guard this room. Don't let them leave. Got it?" Sun Daong's gaze lingered on Lin Zhongtian as he spoke. The employees nodded in unison, signaling their understanding. As they left, Lin Muheng watched his parents' frail figures and felt a pang of sadness. Fearing they might be targeted, he turned to the others and declared sternly, "Guarding the place is fine, but if you lay a finger on my parents, you won't get a single penny from me." Sun Daong patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry. We only want the money. We won't harm the elders. Leaving the house, Lin Muheng drove the Dior car, taking Sun Daeon to a nearby bank. All the way there, Sun Daeon kept a close watch on Lin Muheng, his eyes filled with wariness. In less than 15 minutes, they arrived at the bank entrance. Lin Muheng took a number and sat down nearby, appearing calm on the surface, but his mind was racing, constantly thinking about his father's situation. Lin Muheng knew deep down that this was definitely someone else's scheme, and it was undoubtedly connected to someone close to him. After all, only a handful of people knew about his family's compensation from the demolition. His parents were honest and upright people who had never once raised their voices at anyone. How could they have made enemies? Adding to the puzzle, the factory's account held not a single penny. The former owner must have transferred the money away before they discovered it. Lin Muheng couldn't help but inwardly sigh. The factory was like a hot potato now, yet the system still wanted him to take it over. What on earth was this system thinking? To further uncover the full story, Lin Muheng turned to Sun Daeong and asked, "What was the name of your factory's previous owner? Also, how exactly did that contract end up in your possession?" Seeing that the other party had agreed to repay the debt, Sun Daeong figured he ought to know something about the factory's affairs and began his account. Our previous boss was Ren Da-jin. He wasn't from around here, but I couldn't tell where his accent was from either. Sun Daeong scratched his head and continued, "We're just workers. When the boss pays us, we work." At first, the wages were paid on time. But this time, it's been months with no sign of our pay. We went to his old place to find him, and he just tossed the contract at us, telling us to find the new boss. That's when we realized the factory had changed hands. And when he saw us, he didn't seem surprised at all. It was like he'd been waiting for us there, Sun Daeong stated his observations. Upon hearing this, Lin Muheng's brow instantly furrowed. He silently pondered. It seemed there really was a meticulously planned scheme behind all this. Soon, it was his turn to withdraw the money. Lin Muheng carried a large burlap sack, methodically stuffing the stacks of cash handed to him by the teller into the bag. Those around him watched as he stuffed bundle after bundle into the bag, their eyes filled with envy. They couldn't help but wonder how wonderful it would be to have that much money themselves. This time, Lin Muheng withdrew 3 million yuan in cash. The sum encompassed both the previous copyright fees and the entirety of the proceeds from the storybook's subsequent sales. After withdrawing the money, only 10,000 yuan remained in his account. After all, he couldn't bear to let his precious Wanwan suffer hardship alongside him. Staring at the bulging backpack, Sun Daeon, usually a rough and tumble tough guy, couldn't take his eyes off it. With a simple, honest smile, he said, "This time, the brothers will all get what they deserve." Lin Muheng's lips curved upward slightly at the words, revealing a faint smile. Though Sun Daeon looked fierce, he was principled in his dealings and cared deeply for his employees. No wonder everyone willingly followed him. Lin Muheng firmly believed that the tough exterior was merely a means to reclaim what rightfully belonged to them. There was never any intention to harm anyone. It seemed people really couldn't be judged by their appearance, and the sea couldn't be measured by a bucket. Seeing Sun Daeong still standing there dumbfounded, Lin Muheng turned and said with a smile, "Hurry up and follow me." "Coming." Sun Daeong chuckled as he hurried over. Soon, the two returned home. Su Wanru watched her son enter carrying a heavy backpack and hurried to his side, her voice filled with concern. "Son, you didn't really borrow this money from loan sharks, did you?" Chapter 71, You Never Know What to Expect. "Mom, don't worry. I withdrew this money from the bank." Lin Muheng's voice was gentle yet firm. He gently wrapped an arm around his mother's shoulders, trying to soothe her anxious heart. "Just relax. Your son has made something of himself now." Hearing this, Su Wanru's heart finally settled a little. Now was clearly not the time to press him further about the money's origin. Even if things were as dire as they feared, the elderly couple had long braced themselves for the worst. Inside the room, all eyes instinctively focused on the bulging backpack in Lin Muheng's hands. Employees gathered around Sun Daeong, voices hushed, eyes brimming with curiosity. "Brother Sun, is that kid really carrying cash in his bag?" Sun Daeong's lips curled upward, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He nodded vigorously, his voice booming, "That's right. It's real. Everyone will get paid today and go home happy." The words sparked waves of cheers from the crowd, each face radiating unmistakable joy. The money, they would finally get their hands on it. Just then, the young man with the yellow hair and another companion rushed out of the factory, breathless. They clutched the payslips tightly in their hands and handed them to Lin Muheng. "We've got the payslips. Can we get paid now?" Lin Muheng smiled faintly, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Of course." He surveyed the crowd and raised his voice, "Is the factory's finance officer here?" "Here." A bespectacled man stepped slowly out of the crowd. Dressed in a navy blue short-sleeved shirt and black shorts, he appeared neat and meticulous, every detail in place. "Are you usually in charge of distributing the wages?" Lin Muheng inquired, raising an eyebrow. Seeing the man nod in confirmation, he smiled and said, "All right then. Please compile the wages for all employees. Once you finish one, I'll pay that person." "Understood," Lu Pingchuan replied, immediately burying himself between his notebook and calculator to begin meticulous calculations. Before long, he had compiled a list of names and corresponding pay amounts, handing it to Lin Muheng. Lin Muheng took the list and called out loudly, "Zheng Sanpo, come get your pay." He swiftly pulled out the money from his pocket, counted it carefully, and then solemnly handed it to Zhang Sanpo. Zhang Sanpo clutched the money, his heart brimming with indescribable joy. Thinking of his daughter's eager eyes, he grinned and said, "My daughter's been begging for meat for ages. I'm off to buy some now, so her mom can stew it up." Haha, with that, he left in high spirits. Watching Zhang Sanpo walk away contentedly with his money, the employees who hadn't yet received theirs were filled with anticipation. The room gradually emptied, each face now radiating hopeful smiles. Finally, it was Sun Dayong's turn to collect his wages. Lin Muheng handed him the money and smiled, saying, "Here's your pay. Also, I plan to take over this factory and want you to continue as general manager. Are you willing? You want me to keep working here?" Sun Dayong's eyes widened in disbelief. He rubbed his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "After what I did to you, you're still willing to hire me?" "Yes." Lin Muheng nodded, patting his shoulder. "I know you're a man of few words but a kind heart, someone trustworthy. So, will you work for me?" "Yes, yes." Sun Dayong nodded eagerly. After all, finding work these days wasn't easy, especially with his daughter needing money for her life-saving treatment. Hearing this, Lin Muheng was overjoyed. He continued, "Then help me contact the previous employees. Anyone who wants to work can come back." "No problem." Sun Dayong agreed readily. After discussing a few more details about the factory, he left feeling satisfied. At that moment, only the family of three remained in the living room, the room unusually quiet. Su Wanru couldn't contain her urge any longer. She pulled Lin Muheng close, her eyes brimming with concern and worry. "Son, where did you get all this money? Tell mom the truth, did you get it through legitimate means?" Lin Muheng couldn't help but chuckle at his mother's vivid imagination. He smiled as he took Su Wanru's hand, gently reassuring her, "Mom, don't worry. This money is from legitimate sources. I secretly started a business while in college and made a little money. A mother knows her son best." Seeing the sincerity in her son's eyes, Su Wanru knew he wasn't lying. Her heart swelled with pride. Her voice trembling with emotion, she turned to Lin Zhongtian, "Old Lin, our son has really made something of himself. Our Lin family's ancestral graves will be smoking with pride." But when Lin Zhongtian didn't respond, Su Wanru frowned, quickly stepping beside him and gently patting his shoulder. "Lin, I'm talking to you. What are you thinking about?" Lin Zhongtian looked up, his expression desolate. He turned to Lin Muheng with self-reproach, his voice low, "Son, your father is useless. Not only did I fail to help you, but I lost all the money you worked so hard to earn. I can't even face you." He sighed deeply, filled with regret. Why had he let himself get carried away? Hearing this, Lin Muheng's heart tightened. He hurried to his father's side, gently patting his shoulder to comfort him. "Dad, what are you saying? We're family, we share both the good times and the bad. Besides, someone's targeting our family. You couldn't have foreseen this." "Son, what are you saying? Someone's targeting our family?" Lin Zhongtian snapped his head up, his eyes brimming with confusion. He couldn't make sense of his son's words. Su Wanru, equally startled, leaned in and asked, "Ahen, are you saying all this was orchestrated?" "Yes, that must be it." Lin Muheng nodded, his expression turning serious. He then looked at them and asked, "Who knew about our family receiving the compensation money? Why didn't you tell me about this?" Lin Zhongtian's mouth twitched slightly as he awkwardly replied, "Your mother and I were afraid that if you knew our family suddenly had such a large sum of money, you might slack off. That's why we didn't tell you." Lin Muheng was speechless. In this moment, he felt like humming, "Listen to me, thank you, because of you." "Then who else did you tell about this?" he pressed. Lin Zhongtian pondered for a moment, his brow furrowed. "The village handled the land deal, so quite a few people probably know about it. I'm not entirely sure who specifically is aware." "Then this won't be easy to trace," Lin Muheng murmured, pursing his lips and letting out a long sigh. Yet deep down, he vowed silently to uncover the mastermind behind it all. Whoever it was, they'd set such a massive trap for his family. Once uncovered, they'd receive a generous gift in return, a token of gratitude. Chapter 72, Grandpa, Grandma, Wanwan misses you so much. Recalling her son's conversation with Sun Dayong, Su Wanru was filled with worry. She asked softly, "Muheng, from what you said earlier, you're seriously considering taking over that factory? Are you sure you can handle it at your age? I think we should sell it if we can." Having weathered this storm, Lin Zhongtian still felt uneasy. He quickly chimed in, "Son, it's not that your mom and I don't believe in you. It's just that running a factory is no simple matter. At this stage, your mom and I simply can't handle any more setbacks. All we hope is that you live a healthy and happy life. We don't ask for great wealth or prestige, just that you never have to worry about basic necessities." Lin Muheng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He listened intently, fully understanding that his parents' worries stemmed from their love for him. Yet, to expose the mastermind behind the scheme, uncover the truth, and earn a living, he must confront these challenges head-on. He forced a light-hearted tone. Mom, Dad, I wouldn't dare do this if I didn't have a plan. Relax, I'll make this factory a huge success. Everyone will envy you for having such a great son. Seeing their son's resolve, the elderly couple exchanged a glance and no longer tried to dissuade him. Su Wanru patted her son's shoulder and said, I don't need everyone to envy us. All I want is for you to live a happy life. Lin Muheng felt warmth in his heart. His parents' love was selfless and profound. Though they didn't fully approve of his decision, as parents, they would support him wholeheartedly if he needed anything. With that matter settled, it was time to discuss other things. Lin Muheng watched his parents' expressions change abruptly on the sofa and began his lecture. Comrade old Lin, comrade old Su, how could you not tell me sooner about such a major family matter? Am I not your son anymore? I'm an adult now, capable of handling things on my own. If something like this happens again, I won't be coming back. Lin Muheng deliberately emphasized his words, hoping his parents would understand that no matter where or when, he would always be their strongest pillar of support. Despite being lectured by their son, Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru felt a warm glow in their hearts. Their son was their greatest source of strength. Alright, we'll take your advice to heart. Surveying the mess in the house, Lin Muheng pulled out 100,000 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Take this for now. If it's not enough, let me know. Enough, Lin Zhongtian nodded hastily, then took out 10,000 yuan and pushed the remainder back toward his son. We'll just take this 10,000 to tide us over. Don't worry, your mother and I still have jobs. We're not short on money. Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly, pushing another 40,000 yuan toward them. It's not much, but you must take it. Don't skimp on yourselves to save for me, I can earn my own money. Understand? MHM. The Lin Zhongtian couple nodded. At that moment, Lin Muheng pulled a jewelry box from her bosom and handed it to Su Wanru. Mom, this gold is for you. She accepted it with a smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I must keep this. It's gold jewelry I've been saving for my future daughter-in-law. The thought of her son marrying and starting a family in the near future filled her heart with joy and anticipation. Inside the house, sunlight streamed in, warming the room. The little one had been on the road all day and fell asleep shortly after entering the house. The room seemed well soundproof. Xie Wanning heard nothing from the living room and soon drifted off into a deep sleep herself. At that moment, Wanwan stirred groggily, sitting up in bed and rubbing her sleepy eyes with her chubby little hands. A rustling sound reached her ears. Xie Wanning looked up to see Wanwan wiping her eyes, as if she were sobbing. She quickly sat up, pulled Wanwan into her arms, and asked softly, Sweetie, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Wanwan hugged her mother's neck, her little mouth pouting as she said, Mommy, I had a nightmare. I was so scared. What kind of dream? Tell Mommy about it, okay? Xie Wanning asked gently, trying to open the little one's heart. Wanwan nodded, her little mouth still pouting. I dreamed Grandma got hit by a car. She looked like she was in so much pain. After saying this, she quickly added, Wanwan doesn't want Grandma to get hurt. Mommy, this dream is so scary. I don't want dreams like this. Xie Wanning looked at Wanwan earnestly and comforted her, Sweetie, dreams are the opposite of reality. Grandma is perfectly fine now and won't get hurt. Really? Wanyan blinked her big, round eyes, asking earnestly. Of course it's true. Mommy would never lie to Wanwan. Xie Wanning gently stroked the little one's head, as if dispelling the gloom in her heart. Hearing this, Wanwan's furrowed brows relaxed, and she even let out a long sigh, as if shedding the weight of that heavy dream. Then, the little one looked around the room and asked in her sweet, childish voice, Mommy, where's Daddy? Have Grandpa and Grandma come back yet? Xie Wanling frowned, feeling a pang of worry for Lin Muheng. She had no idea what was happening outside, but since she hadn't heard any loud arguments, things probably weren't as bad as she feared. She got out of bed and pressed her ear against the door, but couldn't hear a single sound from outside. Xie Wanning felt puzzled. Logically, an old house like this should have poor sound insulation. How could she not hear a single sound? Her worries deepening, she approached Wanwan and said, Sweetie, stay here and read for a bit. Mommy's going to check outside, okay? Huh? Where are you going, Mommy? Wanwan grew anxious, remembering those people. The little one clung tightly to her mother's arm. Don't leave me alone, Mommy. Wanwan wants to go with you too. Seeing her daughter's anxious expression, Xie Wanning lifted her into her arms and said softly, Alright, Mommy will take you with me. After that, Wanwan tugged at her mother's skirt hem, staying close by her side, while Xie Wanning gently slid the door latch open. As the door creaked open, Xie Wanning's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, the people sitting on the sofa frowned upon hearing the sound, their eyes filled with confusion. Seeing this, Lin Muheng chuckled, Dad, Mom, could there be mice in our house? Could be, Su Wanru nodded, then turned to scold Lin Zhongtian, I told you to buy rat poison, but you always forget. Let's see if you remember this time. At that moment, the two people by the door heard the voices from the living room. There was no tense atmosphere, and Xie Wanning's heart finally settled. However, upon hearing the voices, Wanwan suddenly dashed out from behind her mother and sprinted straight toward the living room. Seeing this, Xie Wanling anxiously tried to grab the little one, but Wanwan ran too fast and slipped away. Hearing the patter of little feet, the elderly couple Lin Zhongtian and his wife sensed something was amiss. Lin Muheng suddenly realized he'd overlooked something busy all morning. He'd completely forgotten about his wife and child. By then, Wanwan had already reached the living room. Spotting the two figures on the sofa, she ran excitedly toward them, calling sweetly, "Grandpa, Grandma, Wanwan missed you so much." The elderly couple looked at the sudden appearance of the little girl and the pretty young woman, their eyes filled with confusion. "Who are you?" Chapter 73. The granddaughter is family, and so is the daughter-in-law. Xie Wanning scanned the living room. She noticed a faint resemblance between Lin Muheng and the two elders on the sofa, and it suddenly clicked they must be Wanwan's grandparents. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable nervousness, like an unmarried daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws for the first time. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and a wave of shyness crept into her heart. Visiting someone else's home, it was only proper to greet the elders. With a shy glance, Xie Wanning gently greeted the elderly couple, her voice soft and timid. "Hello, uncle." "Hello, auntie." "Ah, hello." The elderly couple gazed at the lovely young girl before them, their smiles stretching wide with pure delight. Especially Xie Wanru. She turned to Lin Muheng, feigning annoyance. "Ahen, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and introduce her." Lin Muheng snapped out of his daze and quickly said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, this is my friend, Xie Wanning." Xie Wanru paused slightly at her son's introduction. Just a friend? Not a girlfriend? She wondered silently, could it be that he's afraid we'll be upset if we find out he has a girlfriend? Xie Wanru didn't dwell on it. She rose, took Xie Wanning by the hand, and led her to sit beside her. With a warm smile, she praised, "What a lovely name you have. From now on, may I call you Ningning?" "Sure," Xie Wanning replied shyly, nodding. Yet deep down, she felt an inexplicable sense that this moment was unfolding in a subtly awkward direction. Seeing that Daddy had only introduced Mommy and not mentioned her, Wanwan immediately puckered her little lips, crossed her arms over her chest, and stomped her feet in a huff. Lifting her little head, she looked at Lin Muheng with obvious reluctance, her voice still babyish. "Daddy, why didn't you introduce me?" "Oomph. Am I not your little treasure anymore?" Wanwan pouted, her voice thick with grievance. "Daddy?" Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian and Xie Wanru exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Frankly, they even doubted their own ears. How could their son have such an older daughter? Had he gotten into trouble so soon after starting middle school? Though they believed their son wasn't the reckless type, they couldn't fathom any other plausible explanation. However, determined to keep this promising daughter-in-law before them, Xie Wanru quickly took Xie Wanning's hand and explained, "Ningning, our Aheng is a man of excellent character and deeply filial. As for this child, we'll take care of him ourselves. You two just focus on enjoying your life together." "Ha?" Xie Wanning frowned, growing more confused by the minute. The more she listened, the less sense it made. Thinking she was displeased, Xie Wanru scolded Lin Muheng, "You youngster. Stop fooling around and explain everything to Ningning right now." Faced with his mother's reaction, Lin Muheng felt like crying. She must think he was some kind of reckless troublemaker. Regardless of whether his parents believed him, Lin Muheng felt he had to defend himself. "So," he said earnestly, "Wanwan is my daughter, and she is also your granddaughter. But it's not what you think." Listening to her dad's long-winded explanation, Wanwan was filled with confusion. She then burrowed into Xie Wanning's arms and asked in her baby voice, "Mommy, what's Daddy talking about? Wanwan is his daughter, and she's also Grandpa and Grandma's granddaughter. You both know that." The little one's words instantly gave the elderly couple a headache. The little bundle called their son Daddy and their chosen daughter-in-law Mommy. So was Wanwan their child? At that moment, Lin Zhongtian and Xie Wanru finally sorted out their thoughts. Their granddaughter was their own flesh and blood, and their daughter-in-law was also their own. That was right. For a moment, they'd feared the child was fathered by their son with another woman. Thankfully, that other woman was their own daughter-in-law, otherwise, they'd have no idea how to market their single, child-rearing son. Immediately, the elderly couple's gaze refocused on Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng. According to their son's account, hadn't their biological granddaughter been born years ago? At that moment, the couple's gaze towards Xie Wanning was filled with remorse. Xie Wanru, in particular, clutched Xie Wanning's hand tightly, her voice filled with heartache. "Ningning, raising a child alone all these years must have been incredibly hard for you. From now on, I'll make sure Mooching makes it up to you tenfold. If he dares disobey you, we'll be the first to object. We'll make sure he's thoroughly disciplined and obedient before handing him over to you." Honestly, Xie Wanning was filled with confusion. Had uncle and auntie misunderstood again? She hastily waved her hands, her expression bitter as she explained, "It's not what you think. I don't feel any hardship at all. No, this situation isn't." Before Xie Wanning could finish, Lin Zhongtian cut her off urgently, "Ningning, you don't need to defend that good for nothing. Rest assured, we'll definitely stand up for you." Immediately, Lin Muheng felt his father's piercing gaze, sending a chill down his spine. He knew that if he couldn't explain this properly, his parents would definitely enforce the family rules. He couldn't admit to something he hadn't done. Lin Muheng looked at his parents with sincere eyes and said, "Dad, Mom, it's not what you think. Wanwan came from a parallel universe. What nonsense are you spouting? That's impossible. Su Wanru waved her hand dismissively, the first to express disbelief. In her view, there was no such thing as parallel universes in this world. Lin Muheng tried to persuade his father to believe him, but Lin Zhongtian snorted coldly, refusing to acknowledge him. Left with no other choice, it seemed he would have to bear this unfounded accusation. Seeing his helpless, defenseless expression, Xie Wanning felt a pang of pity. She then turned to the elderly couple and declared solemnly, "Uncle, Auntie, everything he said is true. Wanwan is the child born to me and Lin Muheng after we married in the parallel world. Yet in this world, we didn't know each other at first. It was because of Wanwan that we came together. How absurd is that?" Su Wanru looked utterly bewildered. Though she found it hard to believe, gradually, her heart accepted this reality. To her, as long as her granddaughter and daughter-in-law were part of their family, nothing else mattered. Seeing the elderly couple finally accept the truth, Lin Muheng felt a lump in his throat. His own son's words held less weight than those of outsiders, leaving him filled with a sense of defeat. After piecing together the entire story, the couple's gaze settled on Wanwan. They had been wondering when they would hold a grandchild, and now their dream had come true so quickly it felt almost miraculous. Gazing at Wanwan's chubby little face, topped with two adorable pigtails, the elderly couple felt an overwhelming surge of affection and adoration. Lin Zhongtian spread his arms wide, his voice brimming with anticipation. "Come here, sweetheart, come to Grandpa." Chapter 74, For Wanwan, I will definitely try my best. Su Wanru wasn't about to be outdone. With a smile as bright as a flower, she opened her arms wide and warmly beckoned Wanwan, "Come to Grandma. Let Grandma spoil you rotten." Seeing both Grandpa and Grandma opening their arms to her, Wanwan pursed her little lips, her tiny brow slightly furrowed. Her face was filled with worry as her big, round eyes darted back and forth, as if she were seriously pondering this big dilemma. She looked just like a little adult, utterly adorable. Moments later, Wanwan's eyes lit up as if she'd found a solution. She scampered over on her little legs, happily landing in Lin Zhongtian's arms. Tilting her head up, she sweetly called out, "Grandpa smack." With that, she planted a big, smacking kiss right on Lin Zhongtian's cheek. The soft touch instantly made Lin Zhongtian's eyes crinkle into a smile, the wrinkles at the corners gathering together. He held Wanwan tightly, as if cradling the most precious gift. Kissed by his beloved granddaughter, Lin Zhongtian's heart overflowed with happiness. He felt an immense surge of energy, as if he could run a half marathon without breaking a sweat. He shot a triumphant glance at Su Wanru, his eyes practically screaming, "See? My granddaughter still loves me best." Seeing his smug expression, Su Wanru snorted coldly, seething inwardly, "So what if she kissed you once? What's there to brag about?" She crossed her arms defiantly, her face brimming with indignation. No sooner had she finished muttering than Wanwan wriggled free from Lin Zhongtian's embrace. Like a cheerful little bird, she scampered into Su Wanru's arms. Her little head nestled against Su Wanru's chest as she cooed. Grandma, her voice was sweet enough to melt anyone's heart. Ah, Su Wanru nodded vigorously with delight. She could never get enough of that sound. She gazed at Wanwan expectantly and said softly, "Sweetheart, say it again, just 2 more times." Wanwan blinked her big eyes, revealing shallow dimples, and innocently replied. Twice her pure, childlike expression was utterly endearing. Hearing the little one speak, everyone around couldn't help but smile. Lin Muheng crouched down and patiently explained to Wanwan, "Sweetie, Grandma wants you to say Grandma a few more times." She didn't mean 2 more times. Wanwan nodded, looking as if she half understood, then turned to Su Wanru with a soft gaze and said in a babyish voice, "Grandma, Grandma, Grandma." Each call was sweeter than the last, as if drizzled with honey, leaving Su Wanru beaming from ear to ear. With each little cry from the child, she responded in kind, her happiness radiating from her face. Su Wanru then cradled Wanwan, kissing her chubby cheeks again and again, as if she could never get enough. But just then, an unexpected sound broke the moment. Wanwan shyly covered her tummy, sticking out her tongue and saying awkwardly, "Oops," baby's tummy thundered. Her playful and adorable expression was irresistibly funny. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian grinned and said, "Wanwan, what do you want to eat? Let Grandma make it for you. I want something delicious. I want lots and lots of meat." Though Wanwan was a little girl, she had a particular fondness for meat. Hearing his granddaughter's reply, Lin Zhongtian nodded happily. "All right, Grandma will cook you lots and lots of meat." Then he remembered they had nothing at home. He turned to Su Wanru and said, "Old woman, let's go buy some meat now. We'll make something delicious for our granddaughter." "All right." Su Wanru nodded, then approached Xie Wanning with concern. "Ningning, what would you like to eat? Mommy will make it for you." Truth be told, she already regarded the girl as her own daughter-in-law. Hearing this, Xie Wanning was clearly taken aback, her little face flushing slightly. She lowered her head shyly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly pulled Su Wanru close and whispered, "Mom, Xie Wanning and I are currently co-parenting Wanwan. This is the present, not the future. She isn't my wife yet, nor is she your daughter-in-law. Watch what you say, don't make her uncomfortable." Su Wanru didn't respond but countered, "Son, Ningning is Wanwan's biological mother. Besides, it's better for parents to be the original spouses." As for you, what are your thoughts? Caught off guard by his mother's question, Lin Muheng shifted uncomfortably. Pressing his lips together, he forced a smile. For Wanwan's sake, I'll definitely try my best. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Satisfied with her son's assurance, Xie Wanning felt relieved. She certainly didn't want such a wonderful daughter-in-law to belong to someone else. Meanwhile, Lin Zhongtian had retrieved the compact shopping cart from the corner. Turning to Xie Wanning with a warm smile, he said, "Old lady, everything's ready? Let's head out now." "Alrighty," Xie Wanning nodded with a smile, following him with light steps. Just then, Wanwan spotted her grandparents about to leave and perked up instantly. Waddling along on her little legs, she trotted after them, cooing sweetly, "Grandpa, Grandma, Wanwan wants to come with you too, please." Alright. Lin Zhongtian and Xie Wanning looked at the little one's adorable expression, their hearts melting at her cuteness. How could they possibly refuse? Seeing her grandparents agree, Wanwan's face lit up with joy. She turned her head playfully toward Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning, her voice sweet and childlike. "Daddy, Mommy, you two be good and stay home, okay? We'll be back soon. Go ahead." Xie Wanning smiled softly, her heart filled with warmth. In an instant, the room was left with only Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning. The silence was so profound they could almost hear each other's heartbeats. Recalling the group from earlier that morning, Xie Wanning asked with concern, "How did things go? Did you need any help?" Lin Muheng waved her off, his voice tinged with gratitude. "No need. It's already taken care of." Thinking of the factory restart and the pile of tasks awaiting him, he paused for a moment before saying, "I might need to stay here for a few days. If you have things to do, you can go back to school first. My parents will take care of Wanwan." Xie Wanning felt an inexplicable tightness in her chest at his words, a pang of sadness washing over her. "Are you trying to get rid of me?" Lin Muheng immediately waved his hands, flustered. "No, that's not what I meant. I just thought you might have things to attend to, that's all. I truly didn't mean to push you away." Truthfully, he hoped Xie Wanning would stay. Now, even a single day without seeing her left him feeling hollow inside. Seeing his flustered expression, Xie Wanning couldn't help but laugh. She tilted her lips in a knowing smile and said softly, "I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I don't have much to do these days. Besides, I'm worried Wanwan will miss me. I'd rather stay and keep her company." After a moment's thought, Xie Wanning came up with a plausible excuse, though truthfully, she herself was reluctant to leave. Lin Muheng felt an inexplicable surge of joy wash over him. "Alright, then once things are settled, we'll go back together." Chapter 75, "I'm Grandma, you should call me Mom." The outer perimeter of the residential complex was a bustling commercial street. Street vendors lined both sides of the road, selling steaming hot-cooked foods, fresh fruits and vegetables, and all kinds of snacks. The enticing aromas filled the air, drawing people to stop and linger. Wanwan's big, watery eyes sparkled with curiosity before the dazzling array of food carts. She tiptoed on her toes, then tilted her little head to one side, utterly adorable. Just then, an enticing aroma wafted into Wanwan's nostrils. She couldn't help but wrinkle her tiny nose, sniffing carefully. The scent seemed to have a magical pull, guiding her straight to its source. On the grill, several rosy-hued sausages lay resting, their skins baked to a golden crisp. Wanwan couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight. Though her heart yearned for those sausages, Wanwan remembered her parents' warnings. The little one stubbornly resisted the temptation and didn't ask for any. Yet her curiosity, like a kitten's claws, gently tugged at her heart. So she turned around, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she looked at Lin Zhongtian, her voice tinged with a hint of petulance. "Grandpa, what kind of sausage is that? Is it tasty?" Lin Zhongtian followed Wanwan's gaze, his eyes brimming with affection. He answered gently, "That's a starch sausage. It should taste pretty good." Wanwan nodded upon hearing this, yet a hint of reluctance lingered in her eyes. She tried to tear her gaze away from the grilled sausages, but their aroma clung to her heart like invisible threads. Lin Zhongtian saw this and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He gently took Wanwan's small hand, walked to the sausage stall, bought 2 grilled sausages, and handed them to her, saying affectionately, "Sweetheart, if you want to eat something, just tell Grandpa. Grandpa will buy it for you." Wanwan gazed at the fragrant sausages in her hands, her brow furrowing slightly as hesitation crept in. "Daddy and Mommy said these are junk food and won't let me eat them. Grandpa, you should have them instead." Lin Zhongtian's heart melted at Wanwan's thoughtful words. He quickly reassured her, "It's okay. One time won't hurt. Grandpa won't tell your mom and dad." Just then, Xie Wanning walked over. Seeing Wanwan's pitiful expression, she smiled reassuringly, "Grandma won't tell either. Go ahead and enjoy it, Wanwan." Only then did Wanwan take the grilled sausage with relief. She took a bite, and her satisfied expression seemed to make the whole world turn sweet. The little one munched away happily up front, while the elderly couple followed behind, their faces beaming with joy. But Xie Wanning couldn't resist chiming in, "Who was it who said once we had grandchildren, we wouldn't spoil them? Talk about eating your words." Lin Zhongtian replied smugly, "My granddaughter is much more sensible than other kids. It's just a grilled sausage, what's the harm in letting her have one?" Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he spotted a toy store nearby. He smiled at the little one and said, Wanwan, would you like Grandpa to take you to buy a toy? Huh? Really? Wanwan's eyes lit up at the suggestion. She bounced up and down excitedly, like a cheerful little rabbit. Seeing this, Lin Zhongtian quickly cautioned, Sweetie, don't jump. Be careful, the skewer pricks you. Okay. Wanwan nodded obediently, then clung tightly to her grandfather's arm and said sweetly, Grandpa, you're so good to me. Wanwan loves you so much. Lin Zhongtian was so flattered by Wanwan's praise he was completely flustered. He thought to himself, today, whatever Wanwan wants, he, Lin Zhongtian, would buy it all. An hour later, rustling sounds came from the doorway. Hearing them, Lin Muheng rushed over in 2 strides to open the door. The door swung open to reveal his parents laden with packages of all sizes, their hands also clutching several bulging plastic bags. Lin Muheng was puzzled and couldn't help asking, Dad, Mom, what did you buy? Someone who knows you might think you went to the market for groceries, but someone who doesn't know you might think you went to the wholesale market to stock up. After saying this, he hurriedly reached out to take the items from his parents. Xie Wanning, hearing the commotion at the door, hurried over to help. When he saw the Barbie doll images printed on the packaging boxes, Lin Muheng frowned and asked, Why did you buy so many toys for Wanwan? Well, it's because my precious granddaughter loves them, isn't it? Su Wanru replied with a smile, adding emphatically, We bought these toys for Wanwan all on our own initiative. Don't blame my precious granddaughter, you hear? I wouldn't dare. Lin Muheng gave a wry smile, thinking to himself that indeed, grandparents are closer to their grandchildren. His own son might as well have been adopted. Back home, Su Wanru immediately dove into the kitchen to prepare lunch. Seeing this, Xie Wanning hurried in and offered help. Auntie, let me assist you. No need, no need. I can manage on my own. You should go rest, Su Wanru declined. She couldn't bear to have her future daughter-in-law do any work, anything she could handle herself, she would never let her touch. However, Xie Wanning felt it was improper to eat and stay at someone else's home without contributing. She insisted on doing whatever she could manage. Seeing her firm resolve, Su Wanru couldn't refuse any longer. With a smile, she said, Then help me sort the vegetables. Sure, Xie Wanling nodded obediently before carefully sorting through the vegetables. Soon, a table laden with sumptuous dishes was ready, and everyone gathered around. Wanwan's tummy had been rumbling with hunger for ages, and even the 2 sausages she'd snuck earlier hadn't satisfied it. Her eyes were fixed on the spare ribs on the table. As soon as Grandpa picked up his chopsticks, the little one eagerly grabbed a piece and popped it into her mouth. Chewing contentedly, she praised, Grandma, your cooking smells so good. But it's not as good as Dad's. Huh? Su Wanru's brows furrowed at the remark. A nagging doubt crept into her mind. Was her precious granddaughter implying her cooking wasn't as good as her son's? Had she gotten it backwards? She didn't dwell on it, but Lin Muheng's heart skipped a beat. He feared exposing his own cooking skills. Explaining it later would be too troublesome. He quickly picked up a piece of meat and placed it in Wanwan's bowl, saying thoughtfully, Eat more, sweetie. Seeing her son preoccupied with his own plate, Su Wanru jabbed his arm playfully, scolding affectionately, Ningning can't reach the dishes far away. Help her out. Oh. Lin Muheng nodded, then picked up several pieces of meat and placed them in her bowl. Seeing this, Xie Wanling's face flushed with a hint of shyness as she softly murmured, Thank you. Noticing Xie Wanling eating very little, Su Wanru feared she might be too shy to help herself and thoughtfully added some food to her bowl. Xie Wanning was deeply touched. Auntie, thank you, but you don't need to take care of me. I can reach it myself. Just then, Wanwan's little head snapped up as if equipped with radar, turning towards Xie Wanning with a puzzled expression. Mommy, you got that wrong. Tilting her head, the little one organized her words before answering earnestly, I call her Grandma. You should call her Mom. Chapter 76, Dad, do you have to be so hypocritical? Seeing her mother lower her head in silence, Wanwan thought she might have said something wrong. She hurriedly patted Lin Muheng's arm and asked in her sweet, childish voice, Daddy, was I right just now? Lin Muheng noticed Xie Wanling's face flushed crimson, clearly embarrassed. He gave a helpless smile, thinking to himself how sharp kids were these days, not easy to fool at all. He quickly reached out to ruffle Wanwan's hair, saying gently, Our Wanwan was absolutely right. Come on, eat your ribs. With that, he picked up a piece of spare rib and placed it in Wanwan's bowl. With the delicious food before her, Wanwan instantly forgot all about the earlier incident and happily dug in. Watching her precious granddaughter so clever and adorable, Su Wanru couldn't help but glance at Lin Zhongtian. They shared a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with joy. With Wanwan around, Ningning the daughter-in-law probably won't be able to escape. After eating her fill, the little one began playing happily on the floor. It had been ages since her last visit to Grandpa and Grandma's house. Her bright, wide eyes sparkled with curiosity as she peered here and there. Just then, Wanwan suddenly spotted a small gourd under the living room coffee table. The gourd was about the size of her hand, and it wasn't the usual yellow color. Instead, it was a deep brown with a glossy sheen. Wanwan picked it up, turning it over and over in her chubby little hands. Never having seen such a thing before, she hopped over to Lin Muheng, tilted her little face up, and asked curiously, Daddy, what's this called? It's so pretty. Lin Muheng looked down at the small gourd in Wanwan's hands. He was startled by what he saw. Quickly snatching the gourd from her grasp, he said sternly, "Sweetie, this is your grandfather's most treasured possession. You mustn't play with it carelessly." "Huh? Why?" The little one's eyes widened in bewilderment. In her tiny world, she couldn't fathom how such a small gourd could possibly be her grandfather's most precious possession. Just then, Lin Zhongtian emerged from the kitchen. The moment he saw his son holding the small gourd he'd spent over a decade polishing, his expression instantly turned stern. He scolded loudly, "Why did you touch my gourd again? I've spent so long polishing it. You might ruin the patina just by touching it." "It wasn't me." Lin Muheng truly couldn't explain himself. Ever since his father started polishing the gourd over a decade ago, he'd never touched it again after getting scolded. How could it be again? He knew his father treasured this gourd above all else and wouldn't want to make things worse. Seeing her father scolded, Wanwan felt inexplicably sad. If it weren't for her, Grandpa wouldn't be so angry. Though she feared Grandpa's scolding, she remembered her parents' teaching that brave children own their mistakes. So she gathered her courage, looked up at Lin Zhongtian, puckered her little lips, and said apologetically, "Grandpa." Wanwan took the gourd. "It wasn't Daddy's fault. If you're going to scold someone, scold me." Wanwan braced herself for the scolding. Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian, who had been grieving over the gourd, looked down at Wanwan. His eyes softened with tenderness. He asked gently, "Wanwan, do you want to play with this little gourd? Come, Grandpa will let you play with it." Lin Zhongtian stopped polishing the gourd and handed it to Wanwan instead. In his heart, nothing mattered more than his granddaughter's happiness. He thought to himself, "It's just a gourd I've been polishing for over a decade. If need be, I'll polish another one." Hearing his father's words, Lin Muheng frowned, his expression filled with astonishment and deep displeasure. He couldn't help but inwardly grumble, "Dad, do you have to be so blatantly two-faced?" Wanwan listened, then waved her hands repeatedly, her voice trembling slightly. No, Wanwan doesn't want to play anymore. The little girl could tell this gourd meant a lot to Grandpa. She didn't want her carelessness to make him even sadder. She carefully placed the gourd into Lin Zhongtian's arms, but perhaps she held it wrong. The little gourd rolled right off his body, clattering to the ground with a clunk. Seeing this, Wanwan felt an immediate pang of heartache. Her big eyes filled with tears, brimming over as if ready to spill at any moment. She blamed herself intensely, her mind filled with self-reproach over her carelessness. Heartbroken and dejected, Wanwan crouched down, carefully picked up the little gourd, and handed it back to Lin Zhongtian with both hands, her voice trembling with tears. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I didn't hold it properly just now." Seeing the little one's self-blaming and aggrieved expression, Lin Zhongtian felt even more heartbroken. He scooped his precious granddaughter into his arms and whispered soothingly, "It's okay, it's all right. Grandpa doesn't blame you." But children are like that. The more you tell them it's fine, the more their sense of injustice grows. Wanwan couldn't hold back any longer. She burst into tears, her tears falling like beads from a broken string. Lin Zhongtian gently patted Wanwan's back while soothing her softly. "Don't cry, Wanwan. Grandpa knows you didn't mean to. This gourd is sturdy, it'll be fine after a fall." Lin Muheng, standing nearby, couldn't help but inwardly scoff. "Dad, could you at least listen to yourself? I barely touched the gourd and got an earful from you. How come when it comes to your granddaughter, your standards just keep dropping? There's no limit to it." For some reason, he suddenly missed his own grandfather. Yet Wanwan continued to sob uncontrollably. She felt she'd caused a terrible disaster, shattering Grandpa's most cherished gourd, and her heart was filled with guilt. Su Wanru had just finished tidying the kitchen and was slowly pacing toward the room when she suddenly heard her precious granddaughter's heart-wrenching sobs. Her heart skipped a beat and she instantly tensed up. Rushing over in 2 strides, she asked anxiously, "What's wrong with my granddaughter? Why is she crying so bitterly?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than Su Wanru's face darkened with resentment. A surge of anger welled up inside her as she shot a piercing glare at Lin Zhongtian, demanding, "What did you do to make our Wanwan cry like this?" Hearing this, Lin Zhongtian looked utterly innocent. He hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything. This really has nothing to do with me." Watching his father scramble to clear his name, Lin Muheng couldn't help but chuckle. He thought to himself, how the tables have turned. Never imagined Dad would end up like this. Lin Zhongtian had no intention of taking the blame for nothing. He quickly turned to his son with pleading eyes, hoping the boy would step in and clear his name. Lin Muheng caught his father's desperate, hopeful gaze. A sly smile touched his lips as he patted his father's shoulder and declared to Su Wanru, "Mom, your precious granddaughter was made to cry by my dad." Chapter 77, The taste of being wrongly accused sucks, doesn't it? This sudden twist made Lin Zhongtian's eyes widen instantly, his face frozen in disbelief. He whipped his head around, glaring fiercely at his son with eyes that seemed to shoot flames, silently demanding, "Why did you frame me?" Lin Muheng merely pursed his lips into a smile, a hint of mischief in his eyes, as if replying, "You're the one who framed me. How does it feel to be wrongly accused?" Lin Zhongtian sighed helplessly. He truly was reaping what he had sown. Hearing her son's testimony, Su Wanru glared at him in fury, her eyes rolling. She declared firmly, "You'll sleep in the living room tonight. You're not allowed back in your room. With that, she gently cradled Wanwan in her arms, soothing her softly, Sweetie, don't cry. Grandma will take you out to play. Shall we go dance in the square? Hearing this, Wanwan lifted her sniffling head from her grandmother's shoulder. Her little eyes were red from crying, making her look like a wronged little rabbit, utterly heartbreaking. Seeing the little one like this, Su Wanru's heart ached so much it felt like it was breaking. Unable to hold back, she shot Lin Zhongtian another fierce glare, her eyes seeming to say, look at the mess you've made. The moment Wanwan heard her grandmother was taking her out to play, the tears threatening to spill instantly vanished, as if the little crybaby moments ago wasn't her at all. All traces of guilt toward her grandfather vanished instantly, replaced by eager anticipation lighting up her chubby little face. It must be said, children's moods truly change in the blink of an eye. Wanwan roughly wiped her tears with her chubby little hands, then skipped over to Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning. Blinking her big, watery eyes, she cooed, Daddy, Mommy, come play with us too, okay? Her soft, sweet voice seemed to carry endless magic. Xie Wanning gently stroked Wanwan's head, softly tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear as she replied tenderly, sure. Leaving the house, the family walked ahead. Lin Zhongtian, having been a bit slow closing the door, fell far behind. He waved anxiously from behind, shouting at the top of his lungs, wait for me. Behind them, a figure watched the family silently. The man clenched his fists, his eyes filled with resentment. Suddenly, his phone rang sharply in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID showing his brother-in-law, the man's expression changed instantly. He quickly plastered on a fawning smile, bowing and scraping as he answered the call, respectfully calling out, brother-in-law. Don't call me brother-in-law. I don't have a stupid brother-in-law like you, came the furious roar from the other end of the line. Moments later, the man let out a long sigh and gritted his teeth, replying, get your ass over here right now. Bombarded by a torrent of abuse, the man couldn't get a word in edgewise. Completely bewildered by the tirade, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, what the hell is that old bastard on about? Does he really think I'm his punching bag? After hanging up, he couldn't help but curse at the phone, it's just a pile of stinking cash. Otherwise, how could my sister have ever set her sights on you? His gaze turned dark and menacing as he watched the Lin Zhongtian family's retreating figures, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. The man stormed into the car, his mind racing, could it be that my brother-in-law is furious over the Lin family affair? As this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The workers who had been lurking outside the residential compound had vanished without a trace, and the Lin family was no longer hiding. What on earth was going on? Soon, he arrived at a small villa. Though modest in size, its market value still exceeded 10 million yuan. Hearing movement downstairs, a familiar figure slowly descended the stairs. It was none other than the factory's former owner, Ren Dajin. Seeing the visitor, Ren Dajin sat down heavily on the sofa with a stern expression. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sharp sip, as if trying to swallow the rage burning within him. Until his brother-in-law spoke, the man could only stand by, his demeanor utterly submissive. At that moment, Ren Dajin lifted his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, fixing directly on the man. Wanwan, how could you have sworn to me back then that the Lin family's money was all invested? How can they afford to pay the workers' wages now? The man flinched under that piercing gaze, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His face twisted in disbelief, his voice trembling. Brother-in-law, you mean they paid the workers' wages? Seeing the fury in his eyes, Xie Wanning shook his head in confusion, murmuring, that's impossible, brother-in-law. I really did my homework beforehand. They only have so much money. There's no way they could pay the workers' wages. Did you get it wrong? Ren Dajin's face turned ashen with rage. He slammed both hands down on the table so hard the teacups jumped. No mistake. I verified it myself. The other side had already resolved the issue, while they were only just finding out. Ren Dajin was furious beyond words. Glaring at Xie Wanning, he roared, do you have any idea how many millions I've lost because of you? I should never have listened to your suggestion back then. Ren Dajin was filled with regret. It seemed that scheming to frame others would inevitably bring retribution. Anger was useless now. At this point, he could only try to minimize the losses and reclaim the factory. Staring at Xie Wanning furiously, he bellowed, what are you standing there for? Go check what's going on. Xie Wanning, terrified by his brother-in-law's glare, scrambled away, nearly tripping over himself before slinking off dejectedly. Watching her brother dash away, Chen Wenjing wanted to ask what was wrong, but he hurried off, afraid of being scolded by his brother-in-law. Upon entering the house, Chen Wenjing swayed her hips over to Ren Dajin and asked in a sweet, soft voice, Dajin, what did Wanwan do to upset you so much? Seeing Ren Dajin's stiff expression and silence, Chen Wenjing angrily grabbed his arm and scolded, listen to me. He's my only brother. You can't just ignore him like this. Watching this sister who doted on her brother like a madwoman, Ren Dajin frowned, his face brimming with impatience. Furious, he slammed his teacup onto the floor, sending shards flying everywhere. He stood up, pointed an accusing finger at Chen Wenjing, and roared, do you have any idea how much money your brother's stupid ideas cost me? Millions. If I get pushed too far, I won't even care about you anymore. With that, Ren Dajin stormed upstairs, leaving Xian Wenjing standing there in a daze. Watching the heartless man disappear upstairs, resentment filled Xian Wenjing's heart. Clenching her fists, she gritted her teeth and muttered, "Ren Dajin, if you dare be heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless." Recalling the words just spoken, Xian Wenjing's eyes darted around. She thought to herself, with the family losing so much money, I need to make plans early. Meanwhile, after leaving the villa, Chen Wanguang wasted no time. He retrieved the employee roster. His eyes lit up upon spotting a familiar name. He immediately dialed the number. It's me. Chapter 78, This is my granddaughter. Arriving at the square near the residential complex, Wanwan instantly perked up. Several grandmothers had already begun dancing to the music. Wanwan excitedly grabbed Su Wanru's hand and bounced forward. "Grandma, come dance with us," her clear voice brimmed with anticipation. After saying that, Wanwan stayed close beside Su Wanru, her eyes fixed on the grandmother leading the dance. Her little head bobbing to the rhythm, she looked utterly adorable. Before long, the little one began dancing along with all the right moves, her tiny arms and legs moving with surprising agility, as if she were a natural-born dancer. Su Wanru watched, her eyes brimming with affection, a smile naturally curving her lips. Whether it was innate talent or simply a fresh, eager mind, the little one learned remarkably fast, soon keeping pace with the group. Standing beside Su Wanru was a slightly plump woman named Deng Xiaotsui. With her woolly curls, she wore a red top paired with black pants and white sandals, giving her a rather refined look. She was Su Wanru's dance partner. Seeing her arrive today, her face lit up with delight. "Wanru, you finally made it. What's kept you so busy lately? You haven't been coming to dance at all." Su Wanru's expression shifted slightly, betraying a hint of unease, yet she answered calmly, "Things have been hectic at home lately, so I haven't been going out much. But now that I have some free time, here I am." Deng Xiaotsui nodded in understanding, then her gaze shifted to Wanwan. Watching the little one dance with such grace and poise, her face lit up with delight. "Wanru, who's this little girl with you? She dances beautifully." "Ha, this is my granddaughter." Su Wanru beamed at the compliment, which pleased her even more than praise directed at herself. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning stood nearby, watching Wanwan's lively and adorable performance. They couldn't hide the smiles on their faces. Who knew Wanwan would take to square dancing so naturally? Looks like she's got a knack for it. "My own clumsiness must have come from you," Lin Muheng said with a self-deprecating chuckle. Xie Wanning blushed slightly upon hearing this, her mind involuntarily drifting to sweet visions of the two of them welcoming a little bundle of joy. Realizing her thoughts were a bit embarrassing, she hastily shook her head, trying to shake off those unspeakable images. Noticing her peculiar behavior, Lin Muheng gently inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" No, Xie Wanning waved her hands frantically, terrified her thoughts might be read. Just then, Lin Muheng's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to see it was Sun Daeong calling. The square dance music was rather loud, so after informing Xie Wanning, he moved to a relatively quiet spot to answer the call. Sun Daeong's voice came through quickly, "Mr. Lin, I've checked with all the factory workers. Only 20 are willing to continue working." Truth be told, Sun Daeong felt uneasy. After all, a forward-thinking boss was the key to the factory's future, and the man on the other end of the line was barely 20. Whether he could get the factory running again was still an unknown. If it weren't for the time needed to find new work and the constant pressure from the hospital to pay bills, he wouldn't have wanted to stay here at all. As for the others staying, he guessed they probably found this job relatively easy. Hearing Sun Daeong's response, Lin Muheng showed no surprise. He replied calmly, "Notify everyone to report to the factory before 9 tomorrow morning." "Understood, Mr. Lin." After hanging up, Sun Daeong began contacting each worker willing to continue working. Soon after, in the hospital room, the little girl Kong Kong heard the door open and immediately lit up with a bright smile. Weakly yet sweetly, she called out, "Daddy." "Ah," Sun Daeong responded tenderly, hurrying to the bedside. He gently stroked his precious daughter's head and smiled, "Soon, our Kong Kong will be discharged. Then Daddy will take you to the amusement park." Kong Kang's face lit up with a smile upon hearing this. But when she saw the hole in her father's clothes, her eyes filled with heartache. Immediately, Kong Kong said self-reproachfully, "Daddy, if I hadn't run off, maybe none of this would have happened and Mommy wouldn't have left home?" Sun Daeong hurriedly comforted her, "Sweetheart, it's not your fault. Just having you by my side makes me perfectly content." He continued, "Daddy will work hard to earn money so we can get Kong Kong out of the hospital sooner." "Do you believe in Daddy?" "I do." Kong Kong nodded vigorously. Sun Daeong held her tightly in his arms, his eyes brimming with hope. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning held her phone, intently recording Wanwan. She wanted to capture the adorable scene of the little one dancing to the square dance music. Unbeknownst to her, a bicycle shot past like lightning from behind, ridden by a boy of 12 or 13. His face beamed with excitement, clearly relishing the sensation of speed. Under his control, the bicycle weaved nimbly through the crowd, darting left and right, drawing the attention of passers-by. Just as the boy was immersed in the thrill of his ride, disaster struck. A figure suddenly appeared ahead, blocking his path. At the critical moment, Lin Muheng witnessed the scene. His heart leapt into his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted forward and pulled Xie Wanning into his arms. Had he been a second slower, the speeding bicycle would have slammed into Xie Wanning with devastating consequences. The little boy was also scared pale by this sudden turn of events. In his panic, he had slammed on the brakes, but the force was too great, causing him and the bike to topple over. Fortunately, the boy reacted swiftly. As the bike toppled, he braced himself with his legs, preventing himself from hitting the ground. Lin Muheng was frantic with worry. He quickly scanned Xie Wanning from head to toe, and only after confirming she was unharmed did the weight on his heart lift slightly. Then, his anger flaring, he turned to the boy and shouted, "Riding so fast. Didn't your parents teach you to watch where you're going?" At that moment, Lin Muheng's mind was consumed with worry for Xie Wanning's safety. Had he been a second later, the consequences were too terrifying to imagine. The sudden outburst made the boy flinch. Realizing he'd caused trouble, he apologized earnestly, "I'm sorry, big brother. I'll ride slowly from now on." Though anxious, Lin Muheng wasn't unreasonable. Realizing his tone had been harsh, he softened his voice and said, "Who should you be apologizing to?" The boy immediately looked at Xie Wanning and said sincerely, "Sister, I'm sorry." Xie Wanning smiled gently and whispered softly, "It's okay. Just go slower next time. Go play." After all, children love thrills, and he had already recognized his mistake. By now, the crowd had gradually dispersed, leaving only Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning behind. Chapter 79, Maybe Wanwan has an idea. Recalling the moment he had shielded her behind him, Xie Wanning pressed her lips together in a smile, a warm wave surging through her heart. Once he'd calmed down, Lin Muheng realized he'd been overly emotional earlier. Worried he might have frightened Xie Wanning, he said somewhat sheepishly, I was just too anxious earlier, so my voice got a bit loud. I hope I didn't scare you." After speaking, Lin Muheng waited nervously for Xie Wanning's response, dreading she might see him as an emotionally unstable man prone to domestic violence. Xie Wanning shook her head gently and replied gratefully, "If it weren't for you, I would have been in danger today." "I can't thank you enough." Lin Muheng grinned, a huge weight lifting from his chest. He waved it off casually. "No big deal. Just glad you didn't find me scary." With that, they shared a smile, both feeling a flutter in their hearts. Today, Wanwan's exercise quota was more than met. She danced non-stop from the moment she arrived at the square until the square dance session ended. While dancing, everyone noticed the little girl's presence. Seeing her tiny figure moving with such grace and rhythm, everyone's eyes filled with delight. As the square dance concluded, everyone gathered around Wanwan, their faces beaming with kind smiles and their eyes brimming with affection. Then, the lead dancer holding the speaker walked over to Wanwan with a beaming smile. She gently crouched down and said softly, "Sweetie, how old are you? You danced so beautifully." Hearing the praise, Wanwan replied in her sweet, childlike voice, "Grandma, I'm 5.5 years old today." Her voice was clear and pleasant, carrying that soft, childlike quality. The little one showed no sign of stage fright. Instead, she puffed out her little chest, her face beaming with pride. Hearing that sweet voice, the hearts of the grandmothers melted, and their smiles grew even brighter. They all thought to themselves, how wonderful it would be to have such a lively and adorable granddaughter of their own. One auntie couldn't resist reaching out to pat Wanwan's little head, smiling as she said, "This child is truly adorable." The sudden addition of this fresh blood to the square dance group filled everyone with delight. Especially the lead dancer, who was utterly charmed by this soft, cuddly little bundle. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she asked Wanwan, "Sweetie, will you come back tomorrow?" Wanwan glanced up at her grandmother standing nearby and replied obediently, "If Grandma comes, I'll come." Her little expression was utterly adorable, making everyone want to scoop her up and shower her with affection. Su Wanru, noticing all eyes on her, beamed and said, "We'll be here tomorrow." Her tone brimmed with pride, as if showcasing her most precious treasure. The ladies' eyes lit up with excitement as they all chimed in. It settled then. Clearly, everyone was eagerly anticipating Wanwan's arrival. Back home, Wanwan's cheeks were rosy, and a few glistening beads of sweat clung to her forehead. She sniffed the air, as if sensing something unusual. The little one spotted the figure on the sofa, a mischievous grin curling her lips. She then skipped over to Lin Muheng, batting her big, watery eyes as she cooed, "Daddy, come smell. Does your little treasure smell sweet?" Lin Muheng was amused by his daughter's sudden display of affection. He pretended to be utterly enchanted, sniffing the air dramatically before replying tenderly, "Sweet, of course my little princess smells sweet." Seeing her father truly take the bait, Wanwan couldn't help but giggle. She announced triumphantly, "Ha, Daddy, you fell for it. I'm actually stinky." Lin Muheng pretended to be annoyed, slapping his forehead. "Oh dear, I guessed wrong." Seeing his daughter's smug little expression, he feigned a fierce tone, "Oh really? You little rascal, daring to trick Daddy? Just wait till I deal with you." With that, he lunged at Wanwan, arms flailing. Wanwan, seeing this, let out a startled shriek and darted around like a frightened little rabbit. When she realized her dad couldn't catch her, a triumphant smile spread across her little face. Just then, Xie Wanning peeked out from the bathroom. Seeing the father-daughter chase, her face lit up with a happy smile. She called softly, "Wanwan, come here. Mommy's going to give you a bath." Coming, Wanwan replied, then skipped happily over to Xie Wanning. With mom nearby, the little one even wiggled her tiny bottom at dad triumphantly, her eyes seeming to say, "Daddy, come hit me." That defiant little expression made Lin Muheng both exasperated and amused. Gazing at Wanwan's bright smile, he was completely captivated, unable to help but sigh. Having a daughter is truly wonderful. After her bath, Xie Wanning carried Wanwan into the master bedroom with a clean towel and dressed her in cool pajamas. At that moment, she suddenly realized the sleeping arrangement issue. Their two-bedroom apartment simply wasn't spacious enough. Moreover, her son had told her about his situation with Xie Wanning earlier that day. Though she desperately wanted the girl to become her daughter-in-law, she couldn't force the issue. At this thought, Xie Wanning's brows unconsciously furrowed slightly, a faint, almost imperceptible worry stirring in her heart. How would they sleep tonight? Wanwan sat obediently on the bed, letting her grandmother handle her. Suddenly, the little one spotted a problem. Her brow furrowed as she tapped Xie Wanning's shoulder repeatedly, saying, "Grandma, what are you thinking about? You've buttoned it all wrong." Xie Wanning glanced down at the extra layer of fabric and apologized. Grandma really wasn't paying attention. Wanwan has such sharp eyes spotting such a tiny detail. He flattered. Wanwan flushed with a shy smile, her heart brimming with joy. Then the little one noticed Xie Wanning seemed distracted. "Grandma, did something happen? Wanwan can fix it for you." She mimicked an adult's gesture, patting her own little chest with an earnest yet adorable expression. Hearing this, the gloom in Xie Wanning's heart seemed to be gently blown away by this pure warmth. She gently stroked Wanwan's little head and smiled. "Sweetie, this isn't something you can fix." But Wanwan wouldn't give up. She pouted, tugging at her grandmother's hand and pleading, "Grandma, just tell me what it is. Maybe I can help." Looking into her granddaughter's eyes brimming with expectation, Xie Wanning smiled helplessly yet fondly, finally sharing her thoughts. "Sweetie, how about you sleep with Grandma and Mommy tonight?" "Huh? Why?" Wanwan's brow instantly furrowed into a little mountain of confusion. She mumbled, "But I always sleep with Daddy and Mommy at night." "Grandma, why are you suddenly saying this?" Hearing this, Xie Wanning looked utterly astonished. "What? You sleep with Mom and Dad at night?" Chapter 80, The Factory Visit. "Yes, is there a problem?" Wanwan blinked her clear, watery eyes, utterly perplexed. In her little world, this was the most ordinary thing in the world. Why did Grandma seem so surprised? The little girl tilted her head, racking her brain but unable to figure it out. She decided to let it go. Xie Wanning's eyes, which had been slightly dim, instantly brightened at those words. A smile spread across her lips, one she couldn't hold back, her voice trembling with joy. That's wonderful." In her heart, it was only a matter of time before her son and his future daughter-in-law came together. At that moment, Wanwan saw her grandmother clapping her hands excitedly and forgot all about her curiosity. Her little mouth opened slightly as she yawned repeatedly, her tiny head nodding sleepily as she murmured in her baby voice, "Wanwan, so sleepy, so sleepy." At that moment, Xie Wanning brought Wanwan's freshly washed clothes to the master bedroom balcony to hang them out to dry. Seeing this, Wanwan's eyelids felt as heavy as lead. With barely any energy left, she said, "Mommy, Wanwan wants to sleep, will you tell Wanwan a story?" Xie Wanning felt a wave of tenderness wash over her. "Sure, Mom will hang up your clothes first, then tell you a story, okay?" "Okay." Wanwan nodded in her babyish voice, sitting obediently nearby, her little hand propping up her chin as she waited quietly. Seeing this, Xie Wanning hurriedly pulled a light green quilt from the cupboard. With a smile, she turned to Xie Wanning and said, "Ningning, Wanwan mentioned you two share a room. In that case, I won't make other arrangements. Here, take this quilt." Xie Wanning's face instantly flushed as red as a ripe apple. She understood perfectly the deeper meaning behind those words. Taking the quilt, perhaps fearing misunderstanding, she hastily explained, "Wanwan sleeps in the middle. She shares a blanket with me." "Alright, then go to sleep." Xie Wanning nodded with a smile, then gently picked up Wanwan and carried her to the guest bedroom. At that moment, Lin Muheng had just finished his bath. The little one spotted his dad at the doorway and waved excitedly, calling out, "Daddy, hurry back to the room. We need to turn off the lights." Seeing this, Xie Wanning shyly chimed in, "Wanwan is sleepy. Let's go to bed quickly." "Okay," Lin Muheng replied, his voice trembling slightly with emotion. He hurried back to the room and closed the door softly. Having danced for hours at the square dance, Wanwan was completely exhausted. Before the story had even reached the 3-minute mark, her steady breathing softly filled the air. Yet the two people on either side of the bed tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Xie Wanning might have been unsettled by the new surroundings, while Lin Muheng was consumed by worry about the factory. He couldn't shake the feeling that tomorrow would bring trouble. A strong premonition gripped him: tomorrow's factory visit would not go smoothly. Inside the villa, Xie Wanning stood respectfully to one side, reporting cautiously, "Brother-in-law, I've confirmed it. The one paying the workers' wages is Lin Zhongtian's son, Lin Muheng. I hear that kid is still in college. No idea where he got the money." Seeing Ren Dajin's silence, Xie Wanning continued, "I also heard that kid plans to take over the factory and has already notified the workers to report tomorrow." Ren Dajin's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. His mouth twitched involuntarily and his brow furrowed deeply. He spoke coldly, if that factory starts up, how are we supposed to buy it back cheap? Wouldn't all the money I invested go down the drain? Ran Dajin's gaze sharpened as he looked up at Xie Wanning, his tone firm. We must prevent him from running this factory. Understand? Understood. Xie Wanning nodded reluctantly, already formulating a plan in his mind. Sabotaging a factory? That was right up his alley. Ran Dajin continued his warning, if you can't handle something this trivial, don't blame me for showing no mercy to you two siblings. Rest assured, brother-in-law. I'll make sure you're satisfied, Xie Wanning said with a forced smile before stepping out of the villa. Gazing at the villa bathed in light, Xie Wanning's expression darkened. He curled his lip and spat out angrily, just wait till I'm richer than you. See if you'll still strut around like that in front of me. Reality, however, was harsh. For now, he still relied on Ran Dajin to maintain his relatively comfortable life. So he dialed the same number again, speaking smugly, as long as you do as I say, you'll get your share of the benefits. A respectful voice answered from the other end, Brother Qian, rest assured. I'll follow your lead. Xie Wanning hung up with satisfaction, a cold smile curling his lips. Lin Muheng, huh? This is my first big gift to you. Hope you like it. After breakfast, Lin Muheng was about to head to the factory to investigate. Just as he stepped over the threshold, Lin Zhongtian hurriedly called out, Muheng, wait for me. I'll go with you. Curiosity consumed Lin Zhongtian. He wanted to see what the factory he'd bought with his entire fortune looked like, determined to understand it all, come what may. A faint smile touched Lin Muheng's lips as he nodded gently. All right. He then patiently waited by the side while his father gathered his belongings. 40 minutes later, Lin Muheng and Lin Zhongtian stepped out of the car together. Before them stood the factory gates bearing the sign Dajin Auto Shop. Lin Muheng surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly as a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. The factory appeared newly constructed. Upon entering, he glanced at the equipment. It seemed barely used. The scale of the facility was also substantial, sparking layers of doubt within him. Dad, how much did you pay for this contract? Lin Muheng asked. Less than 11 million, Lin Zhongtian replied. Noticing the astonished expression on his son's face, he quickly pressed, Son, did you notice something amiss? This factory, it must be worth far more than that, right? Lin Muheng sighed softly, his eyes flickering with contemplation. Building this factory, plus purchasing all the equipment and such, it must have cost at least 30 million. Dad, you got a huge bargain here. What? Lin Zhongtian's face registered utter disbelief at the news, then excitement spilled over. So you're saying I really stumbled upon a treasure? Exactly. Lin Muheng confirmed with a smile, his mind already forming a bold theory. He surmised that the other party might have deliberately set up a scheme, selling the factory to his father for 10 million yuan, knowing full well his father was strapped for cash and unable to pay the workers' wages. Then, when the pressure became unbearable, they'd buy it back at a low price, pocketing a huge profit from the difference. Lin Muheng silently pondered that the mastermind behind all this was likely connected to the factory's former owner, Ran Dajin. Meanwhile, Sun Daong had been waiting respectfully at the entrance for quite some time. Spotting the two men, he greeted them with utmost deference, Mr. Lin, young Master Lin. Recalling Sun Daong's earlier menacing demeanor, Lin Zhongtian felt a surge of anger welling up inside him. Yet, witnessing his current deference, the anger inexplicably dissipated somewhat. A smug smile curved his lips as he responded with a light Lin Muheng scanned the surroundings and found the factory empty except for Sun Daong. His face instantly turned ashen. He glanced at his watch, his tone tinged with irritation. Where are the others? Chapter 81, These people are so gullible. Sun Daong frowned deeply at the scene, a flash of awkwardness crossing his face. Scratching his head, he stammered, They haven't arrived yet. Lin Muheng's expression instantly darkened. He took a deep breath, struggling to suppress his inner frustration. He knew this factory visit wouldn't go smoothly. Seeing this, Sun Daong quickly stepped forward. Mr. Lin, please don't be angry. I'll contact them right now and have them hurry over. With only the two of them left, Lin Zhongtian sighed deeply and said earnestly, Ahen, look at those workers. They don't take you seriously at all. Management isn't that simple. Neither of us is cut out to be bosses. Why don't we just sell the factory? At least we'd recoup some of our investment. What do you think? Lin Mu, who always relished a challenge, shook his head at this. A confident smile touched his lips as he reassured his father, Dad, like son. Just watch, I'll show them what I'm made of. Flattered by his son's indirect praise, Lin Zhongtian couldn't bring himself to dwell on the gloom. He nodded, though inwardly he muttered, this kid won't learn until he hits a brick wall. Oh well, it's good for young people to make mistakes. He could only console himself this way. Meanwhile, outside the factory, a group of people arrived late. Lu Pingchuan looked at Zhou Changhao, his eyes filled with concern. Howsy, you told everyone to come later. Do you think that kid might have fired us all in a fit of anger? At this remark, all eyes turned to Zhou Changhao. A barely perceptible sly smile touched his lips. He chuckled and said, Don't worry. He wouldn't dare. If that kid wants to get the factory up and running, where's he going to find that many people on short notice? Zhou Changhao declared confidently. Just watch my queue later. I guarantee everyone's wages will get a nice bump, he continued. Huang Mao, Lu Zhiliang, heard this and a flicker of excitement passed through his eyes. Young and ambitious, with high expenses and monthly financial support from home, doubling his wages would be a dream come true. He grinned, patting Zhou Changhao on the shoulder and flattering him. Brother Hao, you're full of ideas. We're all with you. All right. Zhou Changhao grinned, his heart brimming with smug satisfaction. He scanned the faces around him with contemptuous eyes, inwardly sneering with satisfaction. Bunch of idiots. You actually believe everything I say. TSK, this money comes way too easy. Soon, the group marched in a large procession into the factory. Not long after, they spotted Lin Muheng and the others waiting nearby. As fellow factory workers, perhaps conditioned by daily routines, they immediately felt as if they'd done something wrong upon seeing Lin Muheng. Heads bowed, they dared not breathe loudly, let alone speak. Sun Daon, seeing that everyone he'd contacted yesterday had arrived, frowned deeply and demanded angrily, "Didn't I tell you to be here at 9 yesterday? Look at the time now. Do you even want to keep your jobs?" His voice carried a palpable edge of fury. Zhou Changhao snorted derisively. "Sun Daon, you're so eager to round us all up. Did someone bump up your pay? We want to work, but you have to raise our pay. Everyone should be treated equally, right?" He looked at Sun Daon defiantly. After Zhou Changhao finished speaking, he signaled to the others with his eyes. Faced with the lure of money, the group chimed in unison, "Right. We demand a raise. Raise our pay. Raise our pay." Witnessing this scene, especially with Zhou Changhao leading the charge, a sharp pang of pain pierced Sun Daon's heart. Once merely a junior associate by his side, Sun had taken him everywhere, impressed by his diligence and eagerness to learn. Never did he imagine this man would become a dagger thrust into his own back. Though heartbroken, Sun Daon dismissed his sincerity as wasted effort. He immediately clarified, "General Manager Lin hasn't raised my salary." "Where did you hear that?" Given Zhou Changhao's understanding of Sun Daon, he knew the man was telling the absolute truth. But so what? Even if it wasn't true, he was determined to make it real. He continued to stir the crowd. "Impossible. Knowing you, would you be running errands like this without a raise?" His gaze fixed on Lin Muheng as he declared, "Mr. Lin, our demand is simple, give us a raise. Also, to avoid repeating the wage disputes of the past, you must prove you can afford to pay us a month's wages up front. Otherwise, after working our tails off for a month, we'll get nothing. Wouldn't that be another wasted effort? Everyone, isn't that right?" Brother Hao is absolutely right. He really thought this through. Lu Zhiliang chimed in first. "This way, even if the factory goes under, we'll still get our money." One after another, the second, third, the crowd echoed his words. Watching their eager, hard-working expressions, Zhou Changhao felt an uncontrollable surge of smug satisfaction. These people are so easy to fool. These days, money was hard to earn and survival tough. Outside, people willing to do this kind of work were a dime a dozen. With just a little training, they could become qualified labor. A smug smile curled his lips as he shot a defiant glance at Lin Muheng. He secretly hoped his harsh demands would push the other man over the edge, preferably to the point of firing everyone. That would mean his mission was accomplished. At that moment, Lin Zhongtian's face was etched with worry. His eyes scanned the angry crowd, his heart pounding with fear. He dreaded that the slightest misstep refusing their demands would lead to him and his son being beaten senseless. Having spent his entire life working for others, he had never encountered such a scene before. He was already terrified and flustered. Lin Zhongtian urgently grabbed Lin Muheng's arm, his voice trembling as he asked, "Son, what should we do?" Seeing his father's distress, Lin Muheng gently patted his arm and reassured him, "Dad, don't worry. Watch me." Faced with the crowd's pleas, Sun Daon made no attempt to stop him. After all, if he didn't get the money, Kong Kang's medical expenses would be left unresolved. He also wanted to use this opportunity to see if this seemingly young man had the capability to pay wages and handle these troublesome employees. At that moment, Lin Muheng stepped forward, positioning himself at the front of the crowd. His gaze was piercing as he fixed it directly on Zhou Changhao. Under Lin Muheng's piercing gaze, Zhou Changhao shuddered involuntarily, a strange fear rising within him. But seeing the frown etched across Lin Muheng's brow, Zhou Changhao silently urged, "Yes, get angry. Get angry. Best to drive us all away, not a single one left." He imagined Lin Muheng storming off in anger, a strange excitement welling up inside him. To his surprise, Lin Muheng broke into a grin, clapping his hands together. "Fine, I agree." Zhou Changhao was stunned by this response, inwardly grumbling, "Is this guy stupid? He's got cheap labor at his disposal, yet he insists on raising everyone's wages? He couldn't make heads or tails of it." Chapter 82, Lin Muheng offers incentives, not coercion. Seeing Lin Muheng agree to the pay raise so readily, the employees stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with confusion as they exchanged bewildered glances. Even Zhou Changhao muttered to himself, "We haven't even played our trump card yet, and he's already throwing in the towel?" Though everyone was thrilled inside, a moment's reflection brought them back to reality. Capitalists never empathized with their workers, let alone give up profits easily. There must be some hidden trick here. Lu Pingchuan adjusted his glasses on his nose, his brow furrowed, eyes brimming with caution. He demanded loudly, Mr. Lin, are you genuinely offering us a raise? This isn't some kind of joke, is it? Lin Muheng heard this and let a faint smile touch his lips. He spread his hands, shrugged helplessly, and said, do I look like I'm joking with you? Not only am I willing to raise your salaries, but I'm also willing to cover your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. To be honest, Zhou Changhao's heart skipped a beat at the mention of these benefits, his interest peaked. But then he remembered the trouble the other party had gotten into. Even with such great benefits, it was probably just a bad check that would never materialize. He decided it was better to get the money in front of him first. The employees present erupted into a frenzy upon hearing this, their faces flushing with excitement. Sun Daon, in particular, stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape in utter disbelief. He never imagined that this young man, Lin Muheng, would be so adept at winning people over. After all, their previous boss, Ren Dajin, had never even paid for the 5 social insurances for his employees, not even the 3 basic ones. Although the government consistently emphasized the requirement for companies to contribute to employees' social insurance upon hiring, many firms still failed to comply. If the new boss truly followed through on his promises, Sun Daon would be the first to pledge his unwavering loyalty. Zhou Changhao watched as these workers were about to be won over by Lin Muheng. His eyes darted around as he silently grumbled to himself, this won't do. I absolutely cannot let him succeed so easily. He turned to Lin Muheng, his gaze laced with provocation, and pressed on, Mr. Lin, anyone can make big promises. You need to show us your capital first. Only then can we feel secure working for you. At this, the workers, though visibly uneasy, chimed in unison, Mr. Lin, we're all terrified of being cheated out of our wages. Just show us what you've got so we can feel secure. Lin Zhongtian's heart sank at the words. He urgently grabbed Lin Muheng's arm, his face flushed with anxiety as he whispered, son, you didn't bring the cash. What are we going to do? It's fine, Lin Muheng reassured him softly. He then calmly unlocked his phone, pulled up his bank balance, and showed it to everyone. I have 1 million in my account, more than enough to cover everyone's wages. Rest assured, I won't shortchange you. Seeing the balance, everyone's eyes lit up instantly, as if they'd glimpsed hope for their future. With higher wages and 5 social insurances covered, where else could they find such a great job? Immediately, everyone excitedly declared, we'll follow Mr. Lin's lead and work our hardest. As long as you don't mind, we'll follow you for life. Their simple, earnest faces radiated unwavering resolve. Seeing everyone so delighted, Lin Muheng felt immense joy welling up inside him, and a smile naturally spread across his lips. He then turned his gaze toward Zhou Changhao, his eyes brimming with mockery. Inside, he muttered to himself, if it weren't for you, I'd have no idea how to win everyone over. Zhou Changhao felt uneasy under this sudden scrutiny, returning an awkward smile while inwardly wondering, could this kid have already figured out I'm here to cause trouble? At this thought, his brow furrowed slightly, a hint of worry surfacing in his mind. He shook his head lightly, trying to dispel these distracting thoughts, reassuring himself, I'm disguised so well, he definitely can't tell. Then, the entire group marched into the operating room. Lin Muheng paced slowly, scrutinizing every detail. After all, he wasn't professionally trained and knew little about factory operations. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! System detects host taking control of factory. Advanced manufacturing blueprints for electric tricycle Sanbangzi have been released. Please check and receive. Additionally, to better assist the host in creating an epoch-making tricycle, the system specially rewards the host with relevant knowledge about electric tricycles. The moment the system's voice faded, Lin Muheng felt a warm current surge through his mind as a tidal wave of knowledge flooded in. Moments later, he discovered to his astonishment that he now possessed intimate knowledge of every piece of equipment in the factory, even mastering their operation. He swiftly pulled the blueprints from his pocket and examined them closely. Moments later, he couldn't help but exclaim, these blueprints are absolutely brilliant. They could easily outclass any tricycle currently on the market. Then, Lin Muheng walked up to a machine and addressed all the employees with excitement. Everyone, the electric tricycle I'm building is nothing like traditional tricycles. How are they different? The workers looked at him curiously. After all, in their view, the primary function of an electric tricycle was to haul goods. Meeting basic needs was already quite good. Did he really need to add all these fancy features? Seeing an employee ask, Lin Muheng excitedly explained, I'm building a smart electric tricycle with strong battery life that can withstand the cold northern climate. It will also feature GPS tracking and remote monitoring. Users can check vehicle status in real time via a mobile app, locate and prevent theft, and receive fault alerts. This is just my initial concept. We'll flesh out the specifics later. Hearing their boss's lengthy speech, the employees exchanged bewildered glances. After all, they were just ordinary workers responsible for assembly and welding. What the boss was describing sounded like the domain of an R&D department, but this factory didn't even have one. Seeing the puzzled expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Muheng frowned and asked with concern, didn't you understand? Everyone shook their heads in unison. Even Sun Daeong, usually the most level-headed, looked utterly bewildered. Lin Muheng scanned the room and asked softly, "Does our factory have an RD department?" "No," Sun Daeong shook his head. Though he couldn't grasp the boss's technical jargon, he understood it must represent the future trend. Electric tricycles would only grow smarter, and the outdated models they were currently assembling would inevitably be phased out by the market. Hearing this, Lin Muheng's brow furrowed deeply, and the words he'd been about to speak died on his lips. The silver lining was that he'd identified this problem early. After all, a factory without RD capabilities would inevitably be left behind by the times. At that moment, Lin Muheng lowered his head and thought, "Where should I go to recruit talent?" Chapter 83, Wanwan is being watched. After the factory tour, Lin Muheng had formed a preliminary understanding and plan. Standing there, his gaze slowly swept over each employee. Seeing the excitement radiating from their faces, he couldn't help but curve his lips into a gentle smile. Then, with a wave of his hand in a calm yet authoritative tone, he said, "All right, everyone, get back to work. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we'll work our hardest." The young man with the yellow hair, Lu Zhilian, grinned broadly in response. As soon as Lin Muheng's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, the employees instantly surrounded Zhou Changhao, crowding him tightly. Lu Zhilian slapped his shoulder hard, his face brimming with admiration. "Brother Hao, you really know how to get things done? Not only is Mr. Lin giving us a raise, but he's also covering our social insurance and housing fund contributions. This is truly great news." Hearing this, Zhou Changhao's mouth twitched involuntarily, his expression instantly stiffening. Quickly regaining his composure, he waved his hand modestly. "It's nothing, really. Nothing at all." Seeing his modest demeanor, everyone teased him playfully, "Brother Hao's just being shy, haha." "Alright, everyone, let's get back to work. Tonight, we'll treat Brother Hao to a proper feast to celebrate." Lu Zhilian's shout was met with immediate agreement from all the employees, who nodded in unison. Zhou Changhao's expression darkened considerably. He inwardly cursed, "Bunch of idiots. Who wants to eat with you lot?" His original plan was to force Lin Muheng to fire them all, but through a twist of fate, he'd ended up securing benefits for the entire team. This boss? He wasn't playing by the rules at all. Watching the entire crew fall into line at the new boss's mere words, a wave of crisis washed over Zhou Changhao. He quickly pulled his phone from his pocket and sent a discreet message to Xie Wanning, "Plan failed." At that moment, Lu Zhiliang spotted Zhou Changhao standing still and called out cheerfully, "Brother Hao, time to get to work." "Coming." Zhou Changhao replied irritably, inwardly cursing, "Damn. This job sucks. I'm demanding extra pay after this is done." When Xie Wanning received the message, he was comfortably reclining on a massage bed. Glancing at the reply, he smirked and muttered smugly, "Already done?" However, upon reading the message's contents, his expression instantly darkened. He felt an overwhelming urge to hurl his phone to the floor. He scrambled to his feet, frantically pulling on his pants, and shouted at the woman, his face twisted with rage, "Get the hell out of here." The woman stormed out of the room in a rage. Now, only Xie Wanning remained in the room. He immediately grabbed his phone and sent a reply, "Job done. I'll add another 20 grand. Meanwhile, Zhou Changhao, upon seeing the message, let a barely perceptible smile touch his lips. Recalling the crucial information he'd just received, he silently calculated, perhaps he could exploit this opportunity. Back in the office, Sun Daeong stood respectfully by, awaiting Lin Muheng's instructions. Lin Muheng pondered briefly before speaking slowly, "Start organizing the employee records. Starting this month, enroll all staff in the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Additionally, raise each employee's salary by 1,000 yuan. As for your salary, increase it by 2,000 yuan. Sun Daeong listened in utter disbelief. He never imagined the boss would actually follow through on his word. This sudden change left him momentarily flustered and at a loss. Seeing Sun Daeong's prolonged silence, Lin Muheng looked up and asked with concern, "Is there a problem?" Sun Daeong snapped out of his daze, waving his hands hastily. No problem at all." He offered a sheepish smile and said, "I'll go sort things out right away." Lin Muheng nodded in satisfaction, then called after him, "If anything comes up at the factory, call me anytime. I'm free now, go ahead and get back to work." "Yes." Sun Daeong nodded in response, then exited the room, closing the door softly behind him. Just then, Lin Zhongtian entered. His face full of confusion, he asked, "Ahong, why did you raise their wages and start paying for their 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? What if they become greedy? Aren't you just aiding and abetting them? Did all that studying make you lose your mind?" Lin Zhongtian was a factory worker himself, earning just 7,000 yuan a month. While he had the 5 insurances, he had none of the housing fund. Now his son had raised the workers' wages to 9,000 yuan and added the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund benefits. To him, this was pure waste of money. He believed it would be better to save that money and hire college graduates who only demand 3,000 yuan a month. They'd surely be more obedient. Lin Muheng merely smiled wryly at this. He pulled Lin Zhongtian to sit on the nearby sofa and asked softly, "Dad, do you know what kind of company can last long?" "No idea," Lin Zhongtian shook his head. After all, he wasn't a boss and had never pondered such matters. Seeing this, Lin Muheng explained with a smile, feed your employees grass, and you get a herd of docile sheep. Feed them meat, and you get a pack of fierce wolves. For a company to thrive long-term, it must prioritize both material and spiritual rewards for its employees. Only then can it achieve sustained profitability. Lin Zhongtian looked at his son with surprise. He hadn't expected his son to articulate such insights. He wondered inwardly, could his son truly become a major business leader someday? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Zhongtian shook his head, inwardly sighing, if that were to happen, it wouldn't be a matter of ancestral graves emitting green smoke, it would be ancestral graves exploding. Just as they settled into the car to head home, Lin Muheng's phone buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out to find a video call from Xie Wanning. A smile spread across his lips, his eyes brimming with happiness. When the call connected, he saw Wanwan's chubby, porcelain-like face. Her baby voice asked, "Daddy, when are you coming home?" Lin Muheng laughed in response, "We'll be home soon. Is our little glutton feeling hungry again?" Caught out by her father's insight, Wanwan playfully stuck out her tongue and giggled shyly, "Daddy, you really know me too well. I want strawberry cake." "Alright, Daddy will bring some home for you," Lin Muheng said affectionately. After hanging up, Wanwan's face glowed with happiness. She beamed at Xie Wanning and said, "Mom, I'm going to play on the swing now." "Go ahead," Xie Wanning said gently, stroking Wanwan's little head. Yet, from a shadowy corner in the distance, two pairs of eyes as sharp as hawks fixed their gaze on Wanwan. The man turned his face and whispered to the old woman beside him, "Go. Lure her over here for me." Chapter 84, Encountering Child Traffickers. The sun shone brightly today, and a gentle breeze blew without any harshness. The park bustled with activity, children playing energetically everywhere on the grass, by the flower beds. As for Wanwan, she sat on the swing, rocking back and forth with a joyful, contented smile lighting up her face. Suddenly, a slightly aged and somewhat anxious voice sounded beside Wanwan, "Little one, Grandma got lost. Do you know where the restroom is?" Wanwan stopped swinging her feet and turned her head curiously. Beside her stood an elderly woman in her 60s. She was petite, her silver hair glistening in the sunlight. The wrinkles on her forehead resembled ravines carved by time, yet her face bore a kind smile, radiating warmth and kindness. "I know." Wanwan nodded vigorously, her chubby little face beaming with enthusiasm. She pointed her tiny finger toward the small house in the distance and said in a clear, crisp voice, "That's where it is." Wanwan knew because Xie Wanning had just taken her there. Seeing the little girl's innocent face, the old woman quickly scanned her surroundings. Satisfied that no one was paying attention, a barely perceptible flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. Then, adopting a pitiful expression, her hands trembling slightly, she pleaded, "Little one, Grandma's legs aren't so steady. Could you help me walk over there?" The little one tilted her head, her round eyes darting rapidly in their sockets like two lively black gems. Her little mind raced through what her parents had taught her: adults don't ask children for help. That person might be bad. At that thought, Wanwan's eyes instantly hardened with resolve. Without hesitation, she shook her head, her childish voice firm and unwavering, "No way. I haven't finished playing yet." Then she called out loudly toward the distance, "Mommy, come push me." "Okay, Mommy's coming." Xie Wanning had just finished her phone call when she heard Wanwan's call. She immediately put down her phone and hurried over. Seeing the little one wasn't falling for her trick, the old woman flashed a look of embarrassment before slinking away. However, she didn't seem ready to give up. Her eyes darted across the square, quickly locking onto another little girl. As Xie Wanning approached, she noticed an elderly woman who had been standing beside Wanwan moments before. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She quickly crouched down and asked softly, "Wanwan, what did that old lady say to you just now?" "She said her legs were weak and asked me to help her to the restroom," Wanwan answered truthfully. Xie Wanning's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Her instincts screamed that the woman was likely a child trafficker. She never imagined that in the brief time it took her to make a phone call, someone would set their sights on her daughter. A cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. Her heart still pounded with fear as she thought about it. If Wanwan hadn't called out to her in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Still, curiosity got the better of Xie Wanning. "Sweetie, why didn't you help the old lady?" she asked. Wanwan blinked her bright, big eyes and smiled, "Because Daddy and Mommy told me adults don't ask kids for help. They're probably bad people, so I called Mommy right away." Xie Wanning listened, then beamed with joy as she pulled Wanwan tightly into her arms, her eyes brimming with affection. "Wanwan, you're such a good girl. You did wonderfully. Next time something like this happens, remember to call Mom and Dad right away, okay?" I know," the little one replied sweetly, her face beaming with happiness. Soon, Lin Muheng and Lin Zhongtian arrived at the park. Wanwan spotted her dad and grandpa instantly, especially when she saw the tempting strawberry cake they were carrying. Her eyes lit up immediately. She bounced happily, scampering over like a little rabbit, her voice sweet enough to melt hearts as she called out, "Daddy, Grandpa, Wanwan missed you so much." Hearing this, Lin Muheng's lips curved into a doting smile. He gently tickled Wanwan's nose and teased, "Sweetie, I don't think you missed us, you missed your strawberry cake, didn't you?" No way, the little one's eyes darted nervously, a hint of guilt showing. Then, before her dad could react, she snatched the cake triumphantly, grinning like a mischievous kitten. Just then, Xie Wanning approached carrying a bottle of water. Spotting the father and son, surprise filled her eyes. "You're back pretty quickly. Did things go smoothly?" "It went smoothly," Lin Muheng nodded with a smile. Seeing his son's carefree expression, Lin Zhongtian felt a pang of heartache. Parents and children alike always shared the good news but kept the troubles to themselves. He couldn't help but think to himself, my son has truly grown up. Seeing everyone gathered, Xie Wanning quickly recounted the incident to warn them to keep a close eye on Wanwan in the future. Lin Zhongtian listened, his brow furrowing as he clenched his fists. Furious, he cursed, those damn human traffickers. They should be shot on sight. How could they have the heart to target a child? I curse them to have children born without anus. The thought of Wanwan nearly falling into their clutches made him curse uncontrollably, trembling with rage. Xie Wanning gasped in horror. She had just stepped away to buy water and had wandered a bit too far. She silently cursed herself. From now on, when taking Wanwan out, she must keep a constant watch and never let her out of her sight. Lin Muheng felt the same way. Since becoming a father, he couldn't bear to see children suffer. These traffickers would stop at nothing for profit. If he ever caught them, he wouldn't let them off lightly. As lunchtime approached, Lin Muheng's family headed toward the park's exit. Just then, Wanwan's eyes lit up as she spotted a familiar figure. An elderly woman was holding hands with a little girl, who looked about 3 or 4 years old, happily sucking on a lollipop. Spotting this, Wanwan tugged urgently at Lin Muheng's sleeve and exclaimed, "Daddy, that's the old lady I met." Lin Muheng looked up and saw the old lady leading the little girl toward the exit. At that moment, a white sedan was parked by the roadside. A man stood beside it, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He kept glancing around suspiciously. Looking shady and not like a good person. Seeing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Lin Muheng. He thought to himself, these child traffickers are about to succeed. Once the child falls into their hands, finding her again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Muheng lunged forward. Just as they were forcing the little girl into the car, he grabbed the man and the old man by the arms and barked, "Stop." Chapter 85, The Scheming Xie Wanning. Fearing the traffickers might escape, Lin Zhongtian swiftly rushed to his son's side. Together, they swiftly subdued the two men. He stared straight at them, snorting coldly. "Where do you think you're running, you two traffickers?" The old woman, caught red-handed, instantly adopted a pitiful expression. She flailed her hands wildly and screamed, What are you saying? I don't understand." She immediately adopted a feeble, pitiful demeanor, feigning tears as she wailed, "Let me go. I need to take my granddaughter home." Seeing this, the man's eyes darted nervously around like a frightened rat. Perhaps he'd committed too many crimes, fearing his cover would be blown. But then he thought better of it, they had no solid proof and his courage returned. Raising his voice deliberately, he snarled with a menacing expression, "Who the hell are you? What gives you the right to treat us like this?" Then he turned to the old woman behind him, feigning urgency as he shouted, "Kid, let go of my mom. I'm telling you, she's in poor health. If anything happens to her, I'll make you pay dearly, you'll lose everything." He then gave the old woman a discreet nod. The old woman immediately understood. Her body trembled violently as she clutched her chest tightly, feigning labored breathing. Her face flushed crimson as she gasped, "Let go of me. I can't breathe. This is going to kill me." Lin Muheng sneered coldly at the sight, his grip not loosening an inch. He stared intently at the two and sneered, "Your acting is so fake. At best, you could only play a corpse." Seeing this tactic fail, the man's eyes narrowed dangerously. Forcing himself to remain calm, he shouted, "This is illegal detention. If you don't let go now, I'm calling the police. Let them decide who's in the right." The old woman chimed in, her voice shrill and piercing. The once benevolent face had transformed into a sharp, bitter expression, a complete reversal from before. Stamping her feet on the ground, she yelled, "Yes, call the police. Let them judge this. See how you disrespect the elderly. Call the police? Who's afraid of who?" Xie Wanning shot her a look of disgust, her eyes brimming with contempt. The next second, she pulled out her phone without hesitation, ready to dial. Realizing she was in the wrong, the old woman, perhaps frightened, turned pale instantly. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably as she pleaded repeatedly, "Don't call the police, please don't call the police." Her eyes darted around rapidly. After a moment, she came up with a perfect excuse and said resentfully, "I mistook this child. She's not my granddaughter. My eyesight's failing me these days. I didn't recognize her at first. She just looked like my granddaughter, so I was going to take her home. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." After speaking, the old woman shot a discreet glance at the man. The man immediately feigned indignation, huffing, "Mom, how could you bring home someone else's child without checking properly? People will think we're child traffickers. It's all your fault, always causing me trouble. At your age, your eyesight's failing. I won't pick up your granddaughter anymore. You're getting useless with age." The man grumbled, acting as if he'd suffered the greatest injustice. The two believed their act was flawless, but if the people before them let them off, they were being far too naive. Lin Muheng silently resolved, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one slip through. If they were released, other children might suffer. He chuckled darkly, a sly expression crossing his face as he said in a sarcastic tone, so that's how it is. Looks like we misunderstood you, huh? Exactly. It was all a misunderstanding. Thank goodness we cleared it up, otherwise, we'd have been labeled criminals, the man retorted, his face plastered with an obsequious smile. Lin Muheng's expression darkened instantly. He smacked the man hard on the back of the head and snarled, "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Trying to pull this cheap trick on me?" Turning to Xie Wanning, he fixed her with a resolute gaze. "Call the police. Let them interrogate these scoundrels and see what lies they can concoct next." Xie Wanning nodded resolutely and swiftly dialed the emergency number. The man's face instantly turned pale with terror when he saw her pick up the phone. His mind raced, if the police show up, I'm done for. All my past crimes will come spilling out. Desperate to avoid jail, the man violently jerked his arms, trying to break free from Lin Muheng's grip. But those hands were like iron clamps, holding him down so tightly he couldn't escape. Trapped, he glared viciously at Lin Muheng, gritting his teeth. "Kid, let me go right now. I'll pretend this never happened. Otherwise, once I'm out, I'll sell your whole family to northern Myanmar." Seeing Lin Muheng unmoved, the man switched tactics, plastering on a fake smile and coaxing, "Heh, scared? If you're scared, then let us go right now. From now on, you don't know us, and we don't know you. How about that? No deal." Lin Muheng replied coldly, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. Seeing negotiation was futile, the man lashed out like a cornered beast in a last-ditch struggle, all to no avail. At that moment, Xie Wanning lifted the little girl, who was sucking on a lollipop in the car, out of the vehicle. Bending down slightly with a gentle smile, she asked softly, "Little one, where are your mom and dad?" The little one blinked her wide, round eyes, glanced around, then shook her head. Though she could speak, her words were unclear, a classic case of knowing nothing. Seeing the child was still a bit shy, Xie Wanning turned to Wanwan, her eyes filled with expectation. "Sweetie, would you mind playing with the little girl for a bit? Children naturally bond easily, and perhaps this would help ease the little one's fears." Wanwan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She nodded cheerfully and said in her babyish voice, "No problem." With that, her chubby little hand tugged the little one over to a nearby bench seat. She pulled the strawberry cake out of its box. She carefully scooped a small piece of cake with her little fork, placed it gently on a plate, and then offered the plate to the little girl in front of her. "Here, you can have my strawberry cake," she said sweetly. "Thank you." The little girl's eyes lit up, her mouth watering as she politely thanked her. Seeing such a sweet, innocent child nearly fall prey to a kidnapper, Xie Wanling's anger flared instantly. She swiftly raised her foot and delivered a hard kick to the man's thigh. Then, feigning surprise, she said, "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I accidentally kicked you. I've apologized, so you won't be angry with me, right?" Xie Wanning crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow, and flashed a hint of defiance in her eyes. Chapter 86, Trading Bonuses for Connections, a Deal Worth Making. The man knew she'd done it deliberately, yet when he saw the sincere yet sly gleam in Xie Wanning's eyes, all words choked in his throat. Not a single syllable escaped. In this moment, he felt like a fish on a cutting board, utterly at her mercy. Beside them, Lin Muheng's gaze was fixed on Xie Wanning. Seeing her mischievous, triumphant expression after her scheme succeeded, he silently marveled, who would have thought the campus beauty of Magic City University had such a cunning side? Her style of operation appealed to him greatly. Lin Muheng suddenly realized that even this side of her held a certain charm, sending ripples through his heart. Just then, the wail of sirens grew louder as police officers, responding to the emergency call, swiftly arrived at the scene. Within 10 minutes, the patrol car pulled up beside the white vehicle, surrounded by a crowd. A seasoned officer in his 40s, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanned the crowd and asked in a deep voice, "Who called the police?" Lin Muheng stepped forward. "I did." His gaze shifted to the two people before him, his eyes brimming with indignation. "Officer, these two are human traffickers. They almost kidnapped this little girl." He pointed to the girl on the chair, her face smeared with cream. The remark immediately provoked the old woman's indignation. She put on an innocent expression, tears welling in her eyes as if she'd suffered the greatest injustice. Her voice trembling with feigned sorrow, she protested, "Officer, we're truly good people. My eyesight is failing, and I mistook this child for my granddaughter. It's all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Seeing this, the man quickly chimed in, "Officer, this is all my mother's fault. Please, for her age's sake, don't hold it against her. Just let us go." The veteran officer studied them from head to toe, his piercing gaze seeming to see right through them. Under the officer's scrutiny, both men appeared distinctly uncomfortable, their eyes darting nervously, hands and feet seemingly at a loss for where to place themselves. Just then, a young officer noticed something and hurried over to the veteran officer, whispering a few words in his ear. The veteran officer's gaze grew even colder. Fixing his eyes on the pair, he said icily, "Anything you have to say, you'll have to tell us at the station. Officer, we're truly innocent, officer. No matter how they protested, it couldn't change their fate of being led to the police car. The veteran officer turned to the little girl, his tone softening considerably. "Little one, do you know where your home is?" The little girl seemed deeply shaken by this series of events. She clung tightly behind Wanwan, her chubby little hands gripping Wanwan's clothes, her eyes filled with terror. Seeing this, the veteran officer understood immediately there was no getting any information out of the child anytime soon. He then turned to Lin Muheng and his group, his voice filled with gratitude. "Thank you for reporting this. However, we still need you to come with us to the police station to give a statement." After speaking, the veteran officer looked back at the little girl curled up in the seat, his eyes softening with concern. "This child is quite wary of strangers. So, I'd like to ask you to take care of her and bring her to the police station. Once there, we'll arrange for an officer to look after her and attempt to contact her family." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, his tone firm. "No problem." Inside the police station, Wanwan was playing with the little girl. Suddenly, a man in his 30s rushed into the station, his face etched with panic and anxiety, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Gasping for breath, he shouted, "Officer, did a little girl get lost and get brought here just now?" The officer looked up and pointed toward two children playing in the distance. "Yes, there is a little girl, about 3 or 4 years old. Right over there." Hearing this, the man immediately looked in the direction the officer pointed. When he saw that familiar little face, he was so overcome with emotion he nearly jumped up. He took 3 steps in 2 strides, rushed over, and pulled his daughter into his arms. His voice trembled as he said, "Tongtong, Daddy finally found you." When Tongtong recognized her father, her eyes lit up with excitement. In her sweet, childish voice, she cried out, "Daddy." "Ah!" The man's eyes reddened with emotion, tears welling up at the corners. He held his precious daughter tightly, as if afraid she might vanish again if he loosened his grip. Just then, Wanwan noticed the man too. Her little face puffed up instantly as she huffed indignantly, "You're such an irresponsible daddy. That little girl almost got taken away by bad people." Only then did the man notice the little girl standing before him. She appeared slightly older than his own daughter, her bright eyes fixed on him. Hearing this, the man felt ashamed. He recalled the police officer mentioning on the phone that kind people had rescued their daughter. It must be this little girl and her family. Bending down, he said gratefully, "Uncle understands." "Where are your family?" Wanwan responded, gesturing with her chubby little hands. "They were all taken inside. They said they were doing something though still young," she was trying her best to explain. The man instantly understood. Thinking they might be taking statements, he held his daughter and waited quietly nearby. Just then, the officer approached the man and began questioning him. "Are you the child's father? What's your name?" The man immediately stood up and replied, "My name is Zhou Zhenfeng. My daughter is Zhou Zitong." As the officer recorded the information, he cautioned, "Make sure to keep a close eye on your child from now on. Kidnappers are becoming increasingly brazen, using ever-changing methods. Never let your child out of your sight. Otherwise, you might not be so lucky next time." Zhou Zhenfeng nodded vigorously in agreement. "I understand. I'll make sure to tell my family. Thank you, officers. You've worked hard." His voice was filled with gratitude. Soon, Lin Muheng finished her statement and stepped out of the room, bumping into the veteran officer head-on. The veteran officer's face beamed with joy. Seeing this, Lin Muheng secretly speculated that perhaps there had been a major breakthrough in the case. He intended to walk past nonchalantly, but unexpectedly, the veteran officer called out to him, patted his shoulder with a smile, and said, "Thank you for your report. We've successfully apprehended the human trafficker who'd been on the run for years. Once the case is closed, I'll present you with a commendation banner on behalf of the police department. Additionally, there's a reward for assisting in the investigation and helping capture a major criminal." Lin Muheng was utterly taken aback. He hadn't realized those two had committed such heinous crimes. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, they'd be lucky to get a peanut for their crimes. He quickly waved his hands and politely replied, "I just felt something was off about those two. I didn't do much, so please don't give me a reward. I'll be perfectly happy with the commendation banner." Seeing the young man before him so considerate and sensible, Wu Zhenghao felt nothing but admiration. He smiled warmly and said, "All right. If you ever need anything in the future, don't hesitate to reach out. Here's my phone number." "All right." Lin Muheng nodded, calculating silently, trading the reward for connections? Not a bad deal at all. Chapter 87, Direct Hire by the Boss. In the police station lobby, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly upon spotting a familiar figure. Like a playful little rabbit, she bounded toward him excitedly, calling out, "Daddy, my little sister's daddy is here." Hearing the commotion, Lin Muheng swiftly scooped Wanwan into his arms. He lifted his gaze slightly, meeting the man standing before him. Zhou Zhenfeng approached with a flushed face and hurried steps, his gratitude palpable. "Young man, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, my daughter would have been snatched by those criminals." After speaking, Zhou Zhenfeng pulled a wad of cash from his bag and held it out to Lin Muheng with both hands. "It's not much, but it's my way of showing my appreciation. Please accept it. Otherwise, I truly don't know how else to thank you." Just then, Su Wanru and her group happened to walk over. Spotting the cash, Su Wanru swiftly snatched it away. Zhou Xinfeng was stunned by this turn of events. Who was this woman? Without a second thought, Su Wanru rolled up the money and placed it back into his bag, smiling as she said, "This was just a small favor. We couldn't possibly accept money from you." Lin Muheng was pondering how to politely decline when his mother, Su Wanru, abruptly snatched the money away. Seeing it returned, he breathed a sigh of relief. He chimed in, "We're all parents. No one would stand by indifferently if they saw a child being abducted. You should keep this money. We won't accept it." But... Hearing this, Zhou Xinfeng's face clouded over, his brows furrowing deeply. He genuinely wanted to express his gratitude. His child was his entire world. Saving a life was worth more than building 7 tiers of a pagoda. Since the other party refused the money, he still needed to express his gratitude for the favor. He then knelt down slowly before everyone, holding his daughter Tongtong in his arms. His voice choked with emotion as he said, "Thank you so much. I'll kowtow to you both to express my gratitude for saving my daughter." "What are you doing? Get up quickly." Seeing this, Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian hurried forward. One supported Zhou Xinfeng while the other held Tongtong, helping them to their feet. "We did this without expecting anything in return. Please don't do this. Your family must be worried sick. Take your child home now," Lin Muheng urged, fearing Zhou might kneel again. Zhou Xinfeng nodded repeatedly, his eyes brimming with gratitude, then left carrying Tongtong. After lunch, Lin Muheng wasted no time. The factory lacked RD personnel, which meant the latest electric tricycle 3-wheeler couldn't be developed. If this continued, the factory would eventually shut down. He understood the urgency of the situation. The immediate priority was to assemble an RD team. He downloaded Boss Direct Hire and meticulously listed his requirements. The requirements were demanding, but the monthly salary was equally generous. While similar positions in Shanghai offered 100,000 yuan, he directly quoted 120,000 yuan, truly a high-paying recruitment. However, perhaps because the conditions were too demanding, Lin Muheng's backend remained eerily quiet after posting. Not a single message came through. He couldn't help but frown, pondering, if he couldn't recruit anyone, would he really have to compete with those big tech companies for talent? But in his current situation, he simply couldn't compete with them. Moreover, for the factory to sustain long-term development, funding must be secured. Yet Lin Muheng's total available capital amounted to less than 2 million yuan. That was a drop in the bucket for sustaining the factory. The previous million had been transferred by Hu Lili, but he couldn't keep relying on the publishing house to prop up the factory. His focus was now entirely on the factory. The dog system only provided technology, not funding. Ultimately, he'd have to figure it out himself. Lin Muheng buried his face in his hands, his expression deeply troubled. He murmured to himself, "What if I sold the worry-free publishing house?" After a moment's deliberation, he steeled his resolve and made a decision: sell the publishing house to raise funds for the factory. He took a deep breath and dialed Hu Lili's number. Meanwhile, in a high-end residential complex, Zhou Xinfeng was playing with his daughter Tongtong in the living room. However, this tranquility was quickly shattered. Moments later, the woman slammed the front door shut and stormed into the living room, her face twisted with fury. "Zhou Xinfeng, I heard from Mom that Tongtong was almost snatched by human traffickers today? What kind of father are you?" Su Rongfang stood beside him, her eyes filled with reproach and disappointment. Seeing him remain silent, her anger intensified. "You can't hold down a job, you can't look after our child, what else are you good for?" Su Rongfang's words came like a barrage of bullets, each one striking Zhou Xinfeng's heart like a heavy blow. Ever since her husband was laid off from his job, she couldn't find a single thing about him that pleased her. She even found herself wondering, how could she have been so blind to fall for a man like this? Exhausted from a full day's work, Su Rongfang had no energy left to argue with Zhou Xinfeng. So she scooped up Tongtong and walked into the bedroom without looking back. The door slammed shut with a loud bang, leaving Zhou Xinfeng alone in the living room, his face etched with helplessness and bitterness. Facing layoffs in middle age, Zhou Xinfeng felt deeply wronged. He was naturally awkward, socially inept, and incapable of flattery. Coupled with his relatively high salary, he had inevitably landed on the layoff list. Nowadays, companies could hire several obedient young graduates for the same salary as one of him. Anyone could see the obvious choice. Finding work at this age was no easy task. Either age restrictions blocked opportunities, or the meager wages offered were barely enough to support a family. Deeply frustrated, Zhou Xinfeng opened the Boss Direct Hire app and began scrolling through job listings. Suddenly, a high-paying position caught his eye. Most crucially, there was no age restriction, the salary was absurdly high, and the job description seemed tailor-made for him. Zhou's hands trembled with excitement as he immediately messaged the employer. "Hello, would it be possible to schedule an interview for tomorrow?" "Absolutely. Meet me tomorrow at Blue Note Cafe, don't be late." Receiving the reply, Zhou Xinfeng nearly jumped for joy. He couldn't wait for tomorrow to arrive. At midnight, under a pitch-black sky with a howling wind, a man lurked near the factory gates, a flashlight in hand, cautiously scanning his surroundings. After confirming the area was deserted, he pulled out the key he'd stolen from security guard Zhang Sanpo, unlocked the factory gate, and slipped inside. Once inside the factory workshop, he began meticulously sabotaging the machinery. Eventually, every machine ground to a halt. Surveying his masterpiece, the man chuckled smugly. With the machines out of commission, he thought, let's see how you'll manage. The thought of the new boss's helpless rage filled him with satisfaction. After confirming he left no trace, he departed the factory satisfied. The next day, at the coffee shop, Zhou Zhenfeng stood dressed in a crisp suit, briefcase in hand, looking impeccably formal. He hadn't slept a wink the night before, his heart filled with both anticipation and trepidation, so he arrived at the cafe early to wait. At that moment, Lin Muheng parked his car outside the cafe, glanced at a notification on his phone, and walked straight up to the man. Both froze upon seeing each other. Zhou Zhenfeng, overcome with excitement, stood up abruptly, exclaiming in disbelief, "You're from Tianheng Factory's HR?" Lin Muheng smiled and shook his head. "I'm the owner. I don't handle HR." Chapter 88, A Mole Has Emerged? The moment the words left his mouth, Lin Muheng's brow furrowed slightly. He muttered to himself, "Why does this feel like I'm cursing myself?" A strained smile tugged at his lips as he gestured for the man to sit. "Please, take a seat." Zhou Zhenfeng nodded slightly and sat down slowly. He then took his resume from his briefcase, handed it to Lin Muheng with both hands, and looked at him sincerely. "Mr. Lin, my name is Zhou Zhenfeng. This is my resume. Please feel free to ask me any questions." Lin Muheng nodded lightly, took the resume, and began reviewing it carefully. When his eyes landed on the words senior or D engineer at a major tech firm, his face lit up with surprise. As his eyes moved down the page, taking in the candidate's academic background, achievements, and that impressive string of research accomplishments, Lin Muheng felt a surge of excitement. This was precisely the kind of talent he had been desperately seeking. Though it felt a bit presumptuous, Lin Muheng still wanted to ask, "Mr. Zhou, your resume is impressive. Why did you choose to leave the major company?" Zhou Zhenfeng's lips twitched slightly. A bitter smile touched his face as he replied slowly, "The company's performance has been poor. I ended up on the layoff list." He added with a self-deprecating chuckle, "My salary alone was equivalent to several employees' combined pay. That's how things ended up." Lin Muheng nodded gently, his eyes filled with regret not only for Zhou Zhenfeng's situation, but also for the factory's reckless dismissal of such talent. Just then, the phone in Lin Muheng's pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out and saw it was Sun Daong calling. For some reason, a bad feeling washed over him. Could something have happened at the factory? He quickly answered the call. Sun Daong's urgent voice came through, "Mr. Lin, it's a major crisis." Lin Muheng frowned, then asked incredulously, "All the machines are broken?" After hanging up, he looked at Zhou Zhenfeng with an awkward expression and said apologetically, "Sorry, I have an urgent matter to attend to. Let's talk on the phone." Seeing Lin about to leave, Zhou Zhenfeng felt a surge of anxiety. He didn't want to let this rare opportunity slip away. Rising to block his path, he asked, "Mr. Lin, I'm terribly sorry I overheard your conversation. Could you tell me what's wrong with the machines?" Seeing the other man nod, Zhou Zhenfeng's face lit up with hope. He volunteered, "Mr. Lin, I know a thing or two about fixing machines. Why don't I come with you to take a look?" Lin Muheng considered this for a moment before nodding. "I'd appreciate it." Though not a professional technician, Lin Muheng agreed upon seeing the sincerity in Zhou Zhenfeng's eyes. Within half an hour, the two hurried to the factory workshop. Sun Daong, spotting his boss, hurried over to Lin Muheng. His brow furrowed, his face etched with worry as he reported, "Mr. Lin, we contacted the maintenance engineer, but he's out of town and can't get here in time. What should we do?" Seeing his boss remain silent, Sun Daong frowned and muttered under his breath, "This is really strange. These machines were just purchased not long ago. They were working fine yesterday, but today they're all broken. Could it be that the machines are defective?" Hearing this, Lin Muheng's frown deepened. Beyond the possibility Sun Daoyong mentioned, there was another reason the factory machines had shut down. Someone didn't want his factory to continue operating. But the factory hadn't even turned a profit yet, it posed no real threat. Why had it become such a thorn in someone's side? The more he thought about it, the angrier he grew. Suddenly, a name flashed through his mind, only the person would want the factory shut down. Fury blazed in Lin Muheng's eyes as he thought to himself, "Very well. I haven't even come looking for you yet, and you've come right to me. Don't blame me for being ruthless." He turned to Zhou Zhenfeng beside him and asked, "Can you repair these machines?" Zhou Zhenfeng pushed his glasses up and replied solemnly, "I'll need to assess the situation first. I can't guarantee I can fix them." Meanwhile, in a corner of the workshop, Zhou Changhao was secretly observing everything. Seeing everyone standing helplessly by, his eyes brimmed with smug satisfaction, and a sinister grin spread across his lips. "You'd be lucky if you could fix these machines. Otherwise, I'd have wasted my time." He gloated inwardly, already envisioning the factory shutting down for good. At that moment, Zhou Zhenfeng began meticulously inspecting every machine. He crouched down to examine the undersides of the machines, then stood up to observe their moving parts. Soon, he pinpointed the problem. He swiftly pulled out screwdrivers, wrenches, pliers, and other tools from his toolbox and began tinkering with the machine. Sun Daeong watched the scene with mounting concern. He leaned close to Lin Muheng's ear and whispered, "Mr. Lin, this guy isn't a professional. Are we really letting him tinker with equipment worth millions?" Honestly, watching the man's seemingly rough movements made his heart ache. Lin Muheng pursed his lips and smiled faintly, offering reassurance, "The repair technician isn't here. We'll just have to try anything we can." He silently watched Zhou Zhenfeng's every move, a hint of hope flickering in his eyes. In less than half an hour, Zhou Zhenfeng pressed the machine's start button, and the roar of the motor filled the workshop. The employees cheered instantly. "Already fixed? Mr. Lin, you're amazing. How did you find such a skilled person?" At that moment, Zhou Zhenfeng strode over to Lin Muheng, exhaled deeply, and smiled. "Mr. Lin, these machines of yours all have similar issues. I'll have them all fixed in no time." "Great, thank you for your hard work." Lin Muheng patted his shoulder with a satisfied smile. Truthfully, the moment he saw Zhou Zhenfeng's resume, Lin Muheng had been certain he had to hire this man. Now, witnessing Zhou Zhenfeng repair the machines, he felt even more certain of his choice. Meanwhile, Zhou Changhao watched in fury as the machines he'd sabotaged were repaired one after another, grinding his teeth in resentment. "Damn it! I got up in the middle of the night to sabotage this place, and it was all for nothing. How can he fix it so fast?" Zhou Changhao muttered angrily, his frustration boiling over. Just then, Zhou Changhao's phone pinged with a message, "How's the job going? Has the factory declared bankruptcy yet?" Xie Wanning, who had been waiting impatiently for Zhou Changhao's reply, was now burning with anxiety. The living allowance Rin Dajin had given him this month was already completely gone. If he failed to deliver, not only would he get nothing, but he'd also be subjected to a tirade of abuse. This time he'd learned his lesson. He thought, if I pull this off, maybe my brother-in-law will be in such a good mood he'll give me extra living expenses. Zhou Changhao was already in a foul mood. Seeing Xie Wanwan's message only made him more irritated. He replied curtly, "No. I don't know where that kid found someone, but they fixed all the machines I sabotaged." Worried Xie Wanwan would demand his money back for failing to deliver, he hastily added, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to shut down his factory." Chapter 89, Trade Secrets. The moment Xie Wanwan learned the mission had failed again, his face flushed crimson with rage. Clenching his fists, eyes bulging with fury, he slammed his fist into the wall and cursed, "Damn it! That kid's luck is just as good as it was when he was a kid." Time and again, the other party had botched the job. Xie Wanwan's eyes were filled with disappointment. He slumped into his chair, hands clasped over his head, his heart brimming with helplessness and rage. But considering Zhou Changhao was still an employee at the factory after all, the lamp is darkest beneath its own shade, and how convenient it would be to handle things internally, he forced himself to suppress his anger. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his phone and replied in an icy tone, "I'm giving you one last chance. If you screw this up again, you won't get a single penny." Inside the office, Zhou Zhenfeng stood before his desk, his expression tense. His hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of his shirt as he hesitated, words on the tip of his tongue. After a long moment of hesitation, he finally gathered his courage and asked, "Mr. Lin, have you offended someone?" Lin Muheng looked up in surprise, his eyes filled with confusion. He turned to ask, "What have you discovered?" Zhou Zhenfeng cautiously scanned the room, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, before lowering his voice. "These machines didn't break on their own. I suspect they were sabotaged by the same person." Lin Muheng frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he said, "All right, I understand. Keep this quiet." Through this report, Lin Muheng now knew for certain there was a rotten apple in the factory. If they didn't find it, sooner or later it would spoil the whole batch. After his thoughts settled, Lin Muheng sat on the sofa and gestured beside him. Zhou Zhenfeng, noticing the invitation, sat down on the sofa with some restraint. He looked at Zhou and said, "Your work experience is extensive, which is why you were hired. You can start today. Welcome to Tianheng." Zhou Zhenfeng's eyes widened instantly at these words, his face flushing with excitement. He could scarcely believe his ears, stammering, "Mr. Lin, you really want me?" "Yes, I do." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile. Zhou Zhenfeng jumped up in excitement, then grabbed his hand enthusiastically. "Mr. Lin, I'll work my hardest from now on and live up to your trust." Seeing this, Lin Muheng waved his hand. He then pulled out the advanced manufacturing blueprints for the electric tricycle Sanbangzi gifted by the system from his pocket and handed them to Zhou. "Take a look first. Can you develop this according to the blueprints?" Zhou Zhenfeng took the blueprints, his hands trembling slightly. He studied them intently, his eyes filled with focus. Moments later, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, this design is truly ingenious. May I ask, did you design these blueprints yourself?" Lin Muheng cleared his throat and nodded, acknowledging the credit. "This design is truly ingenious," Zhou Zhenfeng praised, his voice brimming with excitement. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, he continued, "Rest assured, Mr. Lin. Developing the latest tricycle model based on these drawings is no problem." However, his expression immediately turned troubled as he frowned at Lin Muheng, hesitating to speak. "Speak freely. Developing this design alone will take too long. You'll need to keep hiring. Zhou Zhenfeng stated frankly. Despite his extensive experience, the limitations of working solo were undeniable. Alright, then continue recruiting. Lin Muheng nodded upon hearing this, his hands crossed over his chest, his expression calm. Any factory in its early stages burns through cash. Problems that money can solve aren't really problems. At this moment, Zhou Zhenfeng glanced at Lin Muheng and stammered, Mr. Lin, my former colleagues were also laid off. If you're hiring, could you consider bringing them on? Fearing accusations of favoritism, he hastily added, rest assured, their qualifications and skills are top-notch. I vouch for them personally. Lin Muheng waved him off with a smile. No need. I trust you. Just bring them all here. Their salaries and benefits will match yours. Once they join, you'll become chief R&D engineer, with your monthly salary increasing by 10,000 yuan. Zhou Zhenfeng listened in disbelief. Overwhelmed, he sprang to his feet, clenching his fists tightly. Thank you, President Lin, for your trust. I'll give my all for this factory. Enough with the formalities. I don't do empty talk. Just do your job well, and I won't shortchange you in the future. Lin Muheng stepped forward, patting his shoulder with an encouraging look in his eyes. Seeing Zhou still frozen in place, Lin Muheng turned to him, a smile playing on his lips. Aren't you coming? If you're not eager to eat, there's something wrong with your attitude. Alright, I'm coming. Zhou Zhenfeng, grinning like a child, bounced and skipped over. After work resumed that afternoon, Lin Muheng gathered all the workers together. Once everyone was present, he called Zhou Zhenfeng to his side and announced in a booming voice, This is Zhou Zhenfeng, our factory's chief R&D engineer. Give him a warm welcome. The moment he finished, thunderous applause erupted. Seeing such enthusiasm, Zhou Zhenfeng felt slightly flustered. His face flushed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he managed to say, I hope everyone will take good care of me. His slightly shy demeanor drew continuous laughter from the crowd. After the introductions, Lin Muheng scanned the room and announced, Chief Engineer Zhou will conduct training this afternoon, providing a detailed explanation of the factory's latest three-wheeled vehicle technology. With that, he solemnly handed the blueprints to Zhou Zhenfeng in front of everyone and sternly cautioned, these blueprints are strictly confidential. After your training session, you must keep them secure. If they go missing, this factory will shut down for good. Lin Muheng's words carried such gravity that the workers sucked in their breath, their tension palpable. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will safeguard them carefully, Zhou Zhenfeng replied solemnly, his tone unwavering. At that moment, Zhou Changhao stood in the corner, his frustration reaching its peak. Suddenly overhearing their conversation, he snapped to attention. His eyes instantly lit up, and a subtle, cunning gleam appeared on his previously gloomy face. Based on what he'd just heard, his eyes darted around rapidly. Soon, a scheme to frame someone took shape in his mind. A sinister smile curled his lips as he silently vowed, this time, I'll make sure your factory shuts down for good. Quitting time arrived. Zhou Zhenfeng, holding the blueprints, strolled back to the R&D office at a leisurely pace. At that moment, a pair of small eyes by the window watched his every move intently, their gaze betraying greed and calculation. When Zhou Changhao saw Zhou Zhenfeng place the blueprints into a drawer beneath his desk, his face lit up with smug satisfaction. He grinned, nearly shouting with excitement, You gave me this opportunity, don't blame me. After completing this, Zhou Zhenfeng exited the factory. Seeing no one around, he dialed Lin Muheng's number. Mr. Lin, the net is cast. Chapter 90, Sneaking Through the Cornfield with Xie Wanning. After dinner, the sky gradually darkened, as if a vast curtain were slowly descending. To catch the rat in the factory, Lin Muheng approached Su Wanru and said calmly, Mom, I'm heading to the factory. I might be back late, so don't wait up for me. Su Wanru frowned with concern. It's already dark. You're going now? The factory area was already quite remote, and she worried her son might encounter trouble. She quickly asked, Can't you wait until tomorrow? No. Lin Muheng shook his head. If he waited until tomorrow, he wouldn't catch the culprit red-handed. Nearby, Xie Wanning overheard their conversation and approached. She recalled the incident at the barbecue stall near the school gate earlier and couldn't help but feel uneasy. Could he be planning something dangerous again? The thought had barely formed when her brows knitted tightly, her eyes brimming with worry. She asked cautiously in a whisper, Could I come with you to the factory? Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, afraid he might refuse her request. Lin Muheng flashed a hint of surprise at her words, thinking, why does she want to see the factory? Could it be she's worried about me? Though pleased she cared about him, Lin Muheng refused for her safety. Wanwan can't be without you. You should stay here. Next time, I'll take you and Wanwan together. Su Wanru could see Xie Wanning's concern for her son. She snorted impatiently, hands on her hips. I've been dying to hold my granddaughter while she sleeps. Let Wanwan stay with me tonight. If Ningning wants to see the factory, you take her. Su Wanru deliberately adopted a stern expression, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Muheng. If you don't take her, I'll seriously suspect you're hiding something from us. Fine, I'll take her. I'll take her. Lin Muheng sighed helplessly. Why did she always have to use her status to pressure him? Fortunately, Wanwan hadn't overheard their conversation. Otherwise, she'd insist on tagging along, and Lin Muheng would be utterly unwilling. Even though they were just catching a rat, if something went wrong, it would be a huge mistake. Upon arriving at the factory, Lin Muheng parked the car at a distance. After both got out, he skillfully shone his flashlight, leading Xie Wanning to the factory entrance. Seeing him stop without any intention of entering, Xie Wanning looked puzzled, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Aren't we going in?" "No," Lin Mu replied, gently taking Xie Wanning's wrist and turning toward the cornfield. With her wrist held out in the open, and crucially, completely alone, Xie Wanning couldn't help but recall a scene from a TV drama. Her face flushed instantly, turning as red as a ripe apple. She lowered her head coyly, her voice soft as a breeze. "You, bringing me to a place like this isn't quite right, is it? Aren't we moving too fast? Maybe we should take it step by step?" Her hands clutched the hem of her shirt tightly, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it might leap out of her throat. Though nervous, a flicker of anticipation danced in her eyes, her gaze shyly sparkling. Seeing Lin Muheng didn't respond, Xie Wanning shyly lifted her head, her gaze filled with longing. "This is my first time. What about you?" Her voice trembled slightly, tinged with coyness. Lin Muheng was completely unaware that the scene was shifting towards something suggestive. He hadn't been paying attention to her earlier words. Hearing Xie Wanning ask again, he casually replied, "It's my first time too." After all, coming to a cornfield late at night was a first-time experience for most people. After finding a good vantage point, Lin Muheng gently pulled Xie Wanning down onto the road. The dense corn leaves provided perfect cover, no one would ever suspect two people were hiding here. Xie Wanning lay still, her body trembling slightly. Her cheeks remained flushed, her eyes a mix of nervousness and curiosity. After navigating the cornfield, Lin Muheng felt itchy all over from the scratches of the corn leaves. He grumbled under his breath, "Damn it, if I catch whoever's double-crossing us, I'll beat the crap out of them to vent my anger." Meanwhile, Xie Wanning lay nearby, lost in her own thoughts. The flush hadn't faded from her cheeks, and a faint sense of anticipation stirred within her. Seeing Lin Muheng crouched nearby, his gaze fixed intently on the road, Xie Wanning's heart instantly leapt to her throat. She was so nervous she couldn't help but wonder, why hasn't he made his move yet? After a moment, she asked, filled with confusion, "What exactly are we doing here?" Lin Muheng's lips curved into a faint smile as he explained, "We're catching rats." The words barely left his mouth when he noticed Xie Wanning's expression darken. Thinking she was upset, he quickly added, "I didn't want to bring you along, but you insisted on coming. I really had no choice." Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt a surge of irritation welling up inside her, yet she had nowhere to vent it. She had thought. The more she thought about it, the more her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and the more her frustration grew. Xie Wanning stood by, distracted and lost in thought, while Lin Muheng remained utterly focused, his gaze fixed intently on the outside world, not relaxing for a moment. Seeing this, Xie Wanning's irritation flared even brighter. She was, after all, the campus beauty of the Magic City. With all the advantages of time and place on her side, did she really hold so little appeal? Thus, the two waited by the roadside for an hour. Finally, a shadowy figure appeared in their line of sight, moving furtively with a flashlight in hand. The man cautiously approached the factory gate, glanced around to make sure no one was nearby, then unlocked the gate with a stolen key and slipped inside, crouching low. Witnessing this scene, Xie Wanning was filled with confusion and couldn't help but ask, "Is he an employee of your factory? Why is he here in the middle of the night? He's definitely up to no good." Lin Muheng retorted, then leaped like an agile cheetah from the cornfield onto the road. He reached out and pulled Xie Wanning up beside him. "Come on, let's follow him." With that, the two quietly tailed him. When they saw the man enter the RD office, a barely perceptible smile touched Lin Muheng's lips. Inside the RD office, Zhou Changhao held a flashlight in his mouth while his hands frantically searched through drawers, meticulously hunting for design blueprints. Soon, he found the blueprints at the very bottom of a drawer. After confirming they were the right ones, he excitedly tucked them into his pocket, his face beaming with satisfaction. "Ha! This factory is finished for sure. Of all the people you could have crossed, you had to pick Xie Wanning. His brother-in-law is a big shot. Wiping out your factory would be as easy as squashing an ant." Zhou Changhao grinned widely. "Ha, lucky you crossed him, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten my hands on this windfall." Meanwhile, outside, Lin Muheng had already recorded the entire scene on his phone. Chapter 91, Forgot to Refuel. Perhaps feeling it wasn't enough, Lin Muheng slid his finger lightly across the phone screen, opening the camera again to take more photos as evidence. The instant he pressed the shutter button, the flash erupted with a sharp whoosh, followed by a piercing click that echoed jarringly through the silent night. Zhou Changhao shuddered violently at the sudden light. He whipped around, his eyes filled with terror and tension, his hands clenching into fists unconsciously. Forcing himself to stay calm, he shouted, "Who's there? Come out now. I've seen you." His voice echoed through the empty room, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. As he shouted, he cautiously approached the door, each step heavy and deliberate. Lin Muheng watched, a barely perceptible smile curling his lips. He silently plotted how to repay Zhou Changhao for making him wait an hour in the cornfield. Soon, an idea formed in his mind. As Zhou Changhao's footsteps drew nearer, he seized the moment, deliberately shining the flashlight beam onto his own face before slowly leaning out the window. Zhou Changhao's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. "Ghost!" he screamed in terror. His legs buckled, and he fell flat on his back with a dull thud. When he came to, he found himself bound hand and foot, unable to move. His eyes darted around in terror. When he spotted Lin Muheng, shock and confusion flooded his face. "Mr. Lin. How are you here?" Unable to move his limbs, Zhou Changhao felt a wave of fear wash over him. "Why am I tied up? Mr. Lin, what's going on here?" Soon, Zhou Changhao realized he had been exposed, and terror surged through him like a tidal wave. Lin Muheng's gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Zhou Changhao, his tone carrying an unquestionable demand, "I won't beat around the bush. Tell me who sent you here?" Zhou Changhao remained silent, a flicker of hesitation and struggle crossing his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Muheng held his phone in front of him. The screen displayed a video recording footage of Zhou Changhao stealing the factory design blueprints. He smiled faintly. "No need to say anything. I have proof you stole the factory's blueprints. That's theft of trade secrets, a crime punishable by jail time. Since you..." Before he could finish, Zhou Changhao turned deathly pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He immediately pleaded, "Mr. Lin, I'll tell you everything. Just don't send me to jail." He sighed deeply, adopting the air of an innocent victim. "Mr. Lin, it was Xie Wanning, the brother-in-law of the former factory manager Ren Dajin, who ordered me to do this. I had nothing else to do with it. Please, don't send me to the police station. I have an 80-year-old mother and a 3-year-old son. If you send me away, my whole family will be ruined." Zhou Changhao's voice trembled with tears, his eyes filled with despair. At the mention of Xie Wannings's name, Lin Muheng's brow furrowed slightly, a complex wave of emotion surging within him. He knew this man all too well. They were from the same village and had played together often as children. He couldn't fathom why this man would target him. They had no history of enmity or grievance. Lin Muheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Now that he knew who was trying to frame him, things would be easier. It was time to give that person a taste of their own medicine. Caught in the act for the first time, Zhou Changhao was terrified. He curled up on the ground, his body trembling slightly. Suddenly, a pungent urine smell filled the air. Lin Muheng caught the scent immediately, his brow furrowing. He didn't want Xie Wanning to witness such an awkward scene. He turned and walked over to the other man, speaking softly, "I need to ask him a few things privately. Go wait for me in the next room." After Xie Wanning left, Lin Muheng asked coldly, "How much did Xie Wanning offer you?" Zhou Changhao answered in a trembling voice, He gave me 30,000 yuan. He promised another 20,000 after the job was done." His voice carried a hint of tears, clearly broken by sheer terror. Lin Muheng snorted coldly. To abandon a stable job for a few tens of thousands, this man truly had a short-sighted vision. He then untied Zhou Changhao's bonds and said coldly, "Rest assured, I won't hand the video over to the police. But I won't delete it either, just in case you ever try to harm the factory's interests again." Zhou Changhao nodded frantically, fawning, "Mr. Lin, you're so magnanimous. I promise I'll never dare to do it again." Lin Muheng didn't respond but continued, "Furthermore, your actions make you unsuitable to remain at the factory. Submit your resignation tomorrow. Let's part ways amicably." Hearing this, Zhou Changhao's face lit up with gratitude as if he'd been granted a pardon. "Thank you, Mr. Lin. From now on, I'll be a model employee and never cause trouble for you or the factory again. I'll keep my distance from you all henceforth. I promise not to be a thorn in your side." He spoke while bowing and scraping, fearful the other might change his mind. Just as he turned to leave, Lin Muheng called him back. "Finish mopping the floor before you go." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhou Changhao's face, but he quickly regained his obsequious grin and hastily replied, "Yes, Mr. Lin." He grabbed the mop and began scrubbing the floor with renewed vigor. Once finished, he bolted out of the room as if fleeing for his life. After Zhou Changhao left, Lin Muheng turned and entered the adjacent room. His gaze fell upon Xie Wanning, who was sound asleep with her head resting on the desk. A wave of pity welled up in his heart. He approached her softly, concerned her arm might have gone numb from sleeping in that position. "Xie Wanning, wake up," he murmured gently. "Xie Wanning." Xie Wanning lifted her head from the desk, her eyes still heavy with sleep and confusion. Hearing her name, she instinctively stood up and hurriedly protested, "Teacher, I wasn't sleeping in class. I was listening the whole time." Lin Muheng couldn't help but chuckle at her response. He asked with interest, "What did the teacher just explain? Tell me." The familiar voice jolted Xie Wanning awake. Her face flushed crimson as she frowned, utterly flustered. How embarrassing. Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile at her adorable expression. He took her arm and said, "Come on, let's go home and sleep." After getting into the car, Lin Muheng started the engine. But just as they began moving, the car suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. Xie Wanning gazed out the window at the desolate wilderness and a wave of worry washed over her. Did the car break down? Probably. Lin Muheng sighed helplessly. Just as he was about to get out to fix it, he noticed the fuel gauge on the dashboard was completely empty. Staring at the empty gauge, he felt utterly speechless. How could he have forgotten to refuel? He swore to heaven it wasn't intentional. Chapter 92, Squeeze in, Make do for one night, votes needed. Seeing no hope of returning home, Lin Muheng frowned slightly. Reluctantly, he pulled his phone from his pocket and sent a message to Xie Wanning. Mom, the car ran out of gas. We probably won't make it back tonight. You guys rest first, no need to wait up for us. Minutes ticked by, but the message sank without a trace. He muttered to himself, did Mom already go to sleep? Little did Lin Muheng know that after the elderly couple returned home with Wanwan, Xie Wanning had locked the door from the inside. When it came time to sleep, she turned off both her own phone and Lin Zhongtian's. There was no way her son and future daughter-in-law would be coming back to sleep here. The night was as dark as ink, and a chill crept over Xie Wanning, making her shiver involuntarily. She leaned slightly toward Lin Muheng, her body trembling as she asked, what should we do now? Lin Muheng looked at her worried expression and reassured her, don't worry. We'll find a hotel to stay in first. Tomorrow morning, we'll have Sun Daeong bring us some gasoline. Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded softly. Oh, all right. Her heart was both excited and shy, and her little mind had already started wandering. Following the navigation, they walked for 20 minutes in the night before finally spotting a hotel sign. Xie Wanning was exhausted and sleep-deprived, her mind focused solely on taking a hot shower and getting a good night's rest. At the front desk, a young woman in her 20s leisurely cracked sunflower seeds while glued to a TV drama. Spotting the guests, she sprang to her feet, her face breaking into a warm smile. Hello, are you two here for a room? Stepping inside, Lin Muheng suddenly remembered he'd forgotten his ID. Hesitantly, he asked, yes, but we left in a hurry and didn't bring our IDs. Could you make an exception and give us a room? The young woman scanned them with a dismissive glance before replying flatly, no. This is a legitimate hotel. No ID, no room. Seeing this, Xie Wanning quickly pulled her ID card from her pocket and handed it over. Is that acceptable now? Seeing her carry her ID at all times, Lin Muheng was taken aback. He leaned close to her ear and teased softly, why do you always carry your ID? Could it be, you've been planning to sleep with me all along? Xie Wanning's face flushed crimson instantly. She shot him a furious glare before retorting irritably, don't flatter yourself. How could I possibly want to sleep with you? I'm the campus beauty of prestigious Magic City University. If anyone has ulterior motives, it's you. She lifted her chin haughtily and turned her head away. Though a tiny spark of thought had indeed crossed her mind, admitting it was absolutely out of the question. To prove her innocence, Xie Wanning turned to the young woman at the front desk, batting her eyelashes with a hint of expectation. Can I book 2 rooms with one ID? The front desk girl caught the signal instantly, understanding perfectly. A faint smile touched her lips as she replied with feigned seriousness, I'm afraid we only have 1 room left. All others are fully booked. Watching the playful banter between the two, she felt a quiet delight welling up inside. A smile slipped onto her lips. This game of cat and mouse between a woman pursuing a man was her favorite spectacle. Xie Wanning frowned upon hearing this. She glanced at the front desk girl, who was winking at her. A thought crossed her mind, did she misunderstand me? Lin Muheng, seeing this, chuckled inwardly. He gently patted Xie Wanning's shoulder and soothed her, never mind. 1 room is 1 room. Worst case, I'll sleep on the floor. Xie Wanning felt a wave of warmth wash over her at his words, though she stubbornly refused to concede. Who said you could sleep on the floor? The young woman at the front desk couldn't help but interject as she watched the two banter playfully, why don't you just squeeze in together for one night? Xie Wanning's cheeks grew even hotter at his words. She stole a glance at Lin Muheng, only to find him smiling at her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Seeing her bashful expression, Lin Muheng spoke softly, let's take a look at the room first before deciding. Opening the hotel room door, a sense of simplicity hit them. The room wasn't large, with a 1.5-meter bed placed in the center, barely enough space for 2 people. Fortunately, the room came with an attached bathroom, a small consolation. At least they could shower and use the toilet, satisfying basic hygiene needs. However, when Xie Wanning's gaze fell upon the bathroom's glass partition, her expression instantly darkened. The transparent glass exposed everything inside the bathroom. Whatever someone was doing in there was completely visible to anyone outside. Xie Wanning, who had originally planned to relax with a shower, now found herself in a quandary. Her brows furrowed, and a faint blush spread across her cheeks. Clearly, she found this transparent bathroom deeply embarrassing. Lin Muheng scratched his head awkwardly. If he took a shower, wouldn't he be completely exposed? But his body was itching unbearably. Not showering would drive him mad. He glanced at Xie Wanning and forced a calm tone. I'm going to take a shower. Hearing this, Xie Wanning lifted her chin haughtily and pouted, don't worry, I'm not interested in you. I wouldn't bother watching. With that, she flopped onto the bed and pulled the blanket over herself. Though she'd been utterly exhausted moments ago, sleep now eluded her completely. The sound of water splashing in the bathroom made her heart race like a frightened deer. She felt an urge to roll over, but something told her it wasn't quite right. So she quietly reassured herself, I'm uncomfortable sleeping on my right side. Turning over to sleep on my left is perfectly reasonable, right? She chuckled to herself before carefully turning over. However, when her gaze fell upon the scene before her, she froze in shock. The transparent bathroom was completely fogged up with steam. Xie Wanning couldn't see anything from the outside, only a vague silhouette moving inside. Seeing this, Xie Wanning's eyes widened in fury, and she silently cursed her luck. She had been hoping for a sneak peek, but this was the outcome. As the sound of running water filled the air, Xie Wanning's agitated mood gradually calmed. She slowly drifted off into sleep. Yet in her dream, she saw Lin Muheng wrapped in a towel around his waist, his upper body bare. His 8-pack abs were sharply defined, and droplets of water fell from his hair. She couldn't help but swallow hard, inwardly marveling, that physique, absolutely perfect. Early the next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains into the room. Xie Wanning's brow furrowed slightly as she felt weak in her limbs and sore all over. Dazed, she fumbled for her phone but suddenly brushed against something hard. Curious, she gave it a squeeze. It was springy and felt surprisingly good. At that moment, Lin Muheng's expression darkened. He lifted his eyes to Xie Wanning and said, Have you finished touching it? Chapter 93, You're having a little brother or sister for me? Hearing this, Xie Wanning instinctively jerked her hand back as if electrocuted, her eyes darting frantically around the room. Lin Muheng was staring right at her, his face ashen. He was covered only by a loosely draped bath towel, his bare upper body revealing smooth lines and taut muscles. Xie Wanning found her gaze drawn to him involuntarily. Her throat involuntarily rolled, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she inwardly wondered, I wonder how it feels. Seeing him barely covered, an inexplicable panic quickly surged within Xie Wanning. She instinctively pulled back the covers and quickly scanned her own body. Upon confirming her clothes were still intact, a strange sense of disappointment unexpectedly welled up inside her. The next moment, she forced herself to sound calm as she addressed Lin Muheng, What are you doing in my bed? And just now? I really didn't mean to. She lifted her chin, her eyes flashing with a touch of defiance. After all, she was the one who booked the room. Lin Muheng watched her assertive demeanor and felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He was clearly the victim here, yet why did she show not a shred of remorse? He furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Didn't you say last night we could squeeze in? You want to back out now? Oh. Xie Wanning murmured softly in response. Last night had indeed been like that. Noticing his persistent stare, Xie Wanning unconsciously crossed her arms over her chest, chin lifted slightly, her tone brimming with pride. What are you looking at? Touching you won't make you lose any flesh. Don't be so stingy. Lin Muheng's lips curved into a playful smile. He thought to himself, if that's how she wants it, he wouldn't be polite. Suddenly, he reached out, swept Xie Wanning onto the bed, and leaned in slightly, his voice laced with amusement. You said it yourself, touching doesn't make you lose any flesh. So I'm just touching you back. Ha? Lin Mu, what are you doing? Xie Wanning lay on the bed, staring at the man before her with terror in her eyes, yet a barely perceptible flicker of excitement flickered beneath her gaze. She was the aloof campus beauty, how could she show it so obviously? So she huffed indignantly, I'm warning you, don't get out of hand, or else. Otherwise what? Lin Muheng arched an eyebrow with amusement, then slowly lowered his head. Their faces drew closer and closer, on the verge of a kiss. Xie Wanning nervously closed her eyes, her lips involuntarily pouting as her heart pounded wildly in her chest. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smirked triumphantly, his eyes brimming with teasing. What? Are you that eager? Xie Wanning snapped her eyes open to find him staring at her with a playful expression. She instantly realized she'd been toyed with, a wave of shame and indignation surging through her. She was the renowned campus beauty of the Magic City, she was the one who toyed with others, never the other way around. Gone was the gentle, virtuous wife and motherly figure she presented before Wanwan. Instead, she resembled a feral kitten, claws out and ready to pounce. She flipped over abruptly, attempting to pin Lin Muheng beneath her. But her center of gravity shifted, sending her crashing directly onto him. To make matters worse, their lips unexpectedly met in a kiss. Xie Wanning felt her mind go completely blank. A scene straight out of a romantic drama had just unfolded before her eyes. Her eyes widened as she stared at Lin Muheng, now mere inches away. An unprecedented wave of panic surged through her. All those bold thoughts she'd harbored vanished without a trace. Just then, Lin Muheng's phone on the nightstand suddenly rang. He looked at Xie Wanning's flushed face, crimson enough to bleed, and a teasing smile curved his lips. Get off me. You want me to do unspeakable things to you? Like hell I would. Xie Wanning glared at him indignantly before scrambling off him in a fluster. Lin Muheng answered the call. Sun Dayon's voice came through the receiver, Mr. Lin, I'm already downstairs at the hotel. The gasoline is ready. Got it. Lin Muheng nodded, hung up, and began changing clothes. At the front desk, the young woman noticed the faint blush on Xie Wanning's cheeks and couldn't help but smile. She handed over the ID card with a cheerful wave. Here you go. Hope to see you again. Once seated in the car, Sun Daeong glanced at the rearview mirror, observing the two figures in the back seat. His eyes were filled with confusion as he couldn't help but wonder, how did Mr. Lin end up here? And this pretty girl, could she be his girlfriend? Despite being a grown man, Sun Daeong's curiosity was no less than any woman's. By now, several versions of the story were already playing out in his mind. A sly grin spread across his face. His expression suggested he'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Soon, the car reached the spot where they had broken down yesterday. Sun Daeong skillfully poured the fuel into the tank. Mr. Lin, the fuel's topped off more than enough to get you to the gas station. Alright, I got it. Just submit the fuel expense to finance for reimbursement. If anything comes up at the factory, remember to notify me promptly. With that, Lin Muheng turned and got into his car. Sun Daeong nodded eagerly, waved, and pledged earnestly, yes, Mr. Lin. Take care, and have a safe trip. Leaving the gas station, Lin Muheng drove straight to his apartment building. Upon reaching the third floor, he reached for the door handle but found it stubbornly locked. His heart sank. Could mom and dad not be home? That shouldn't be possible. He knocked on the door and called out loudly from outside, Dad. Mom. Soon, the door creaked open. Seeing her son and future daughter-in-law return so early, Su Wanru was completely taken aback. Nevertheless, she kept her composure, speaking in a calm tone, You're back. Dinner's ready, the food's still warm. Wanwan, who had been sitting on a stool, instantly jumped up with excitement the moment she heard her parents' voices. She scampered over on her little legs, like a joyful little rabbit, and threw herself into her mother's arms. Lifting her little head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, she asked in confusion, Daddy, Mommy, you weren't home last night. Where did you go? I thought you didn't want me anymore. The little one pouted, her face filled with sadness, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly crouched down and comforted her gently. How could Daddy and Mommy ever abandon Wanwan? Don't think such silly things. As he spoke, he softly stroked her little head. Oh. Wanwan nodded obediently, but curiosity still crawled like a little bug in her heart. She continued to ask curiously, Then what did you and Mom go do? Did you go on a date? Wanwan tilted her little head, suddenly struck by a thought. With an innocent expression, she blurted out, You didn't go to make a little brother or sister for me, did you? Chapter 94, Dragon Boat Festival. Xie Wanning's ears rang with those offhand words. In an instant, crimson blush spread like a tide across her delicate cheeks. Then, a sudden, uncontrollable cough seized her. She covered her mouth, coughing relentlessly. Wanwan watched her mother's reaction with wide-eyed curiosity. She turned her little head towards Xie Wanning and asked eagerly, Mommy, did I guess right? Are you really going to give me a little brother or sister? That would be so awesome. Then I could play all kinds of games with my little brother or sister, like playing house together. Wanwan's little face glowed with excitement. She waved her chubby little hands in the air, gesturing as if she could already picture the joyful scenes of playing with her sibling. Seeing her daughter's overjoyed expression, Xie Wanning momentarily felt at a loss, unsure how to respond to her precious daughter's innocent, hopeful gaze. She shot a reproachful glance at Lin Muheng beside her, her eyes brimming with playful scolding. It's all your fault for not trying harder. Ugh, for not putting in more effort. Lin Muheng gazed at Xie Wanning's face, flushed crimson like a ripe apple, and couldn't help but curve his lips into a tender smile. He reached out and gently ruffled Wanwan's fluffy little head, speaking softly, Sweetheart, as the ancients said, no talking while eating, no chatting while sleeping. Now, be a good girl and eat up, or your food will get cold. Okay. The Wanwan still wondered when her little brother and sister would arrive at this home. Seeing her father's slightly stern expression, the little one dared not say another word. She obediently lowered her head, focusing solely on eating her meal. The sight was both adorable and heart-wrenching. Meanwhile, Xian Wanguang waited anxiously for news from Zhou Changhao. His brow furrowed as he paced back and forth in the room, periodically checking his phone, but the screen remained silent. Yesterday, Ren Daijin had specifically asked him about the progress of the matter. If he couldn't get it done in the next couple of days, he was bound to get a scolding. Xian Wenguang's heart raced as his fingers flicked rapidly across the screen, dialing Zhou Changhao's number again and again. Finally, the call connected. Xian Wenguang's temper flared instantly. He raised his voice, shouting in frustration, Zhou Changhao, what's the status? Why didn't you answer my calls? Zhou Changhao's voice on the other end was dripping with contempt. Who do you think you are? He sneered coldly. What gives you the right to expect me to answer your calls? Gone was the fawning and flattery of before. After all, the scheme had been exposed, and the final payment was undoubtedly out of reach. Since the other party was no longer the big shot he needed to curry favor with, why should he continue groveling like a servant? Xian Wanguang froze upon hearing this, his mind filled with confusion. Did Zhou Changhao no longer want the money? Gritting his teeth, he snarled, Do you even understand the situation? I'm your sugar daddy now. You think I won't hand this over to someone else? Zhou Changhao, hearing this, adopted a devil-may-care attitude. Fine, that's great. I've already been exposed anyway. Recalling how terrified he'd been last night, so scared he'd nearly wet himself, his anger flared. He erupted, cursing, "Damn it. I almost ended up in jail for this measly sum. Don't ever call me again, or I won't be polite." Without hesitation, he blocked Xie Waning's phone number and Weixin account. When Xie Wanning tried calling again and heard the number you dialed is currently busy message, he gritted his teeth in fury, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this kid's really grown wings, talking back to me like that. Recalling his earlier conversation with Zhou Changhao, Xie Wanning suddenly froze, muttering to himself, could it be that he's exposed, which is why he dares to challenge me like this? But Wen Guang had no time to dwell on Zhou Changhao now. His mind was consumed with plans to destroy Lin Muheng's factory. If he couldn't attack from within, he'd strike from the outside. He swiftly dialed a number and spoke in a deferential tone. "Hello? Brother Dao? I've got a major deal I'd like to discuss with you." Factory operations were proceeding smoothly, gradually getting back on track. Now, all that remained was for Zhou Jinfeng to complete development of that groundbreaking electric tricycle. After a few days' stay in their hometown, today marked the final day of the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. Tomorrow, Lin Muheng and his family would return to the metropolis. Thinking of her son's family leaving tomorrow, Su Wanru carefully carried the soaked glutinous rice and bamboo leaves from the kitchen to the dining table. Wanwan spotted her grandmother carrying so many things, her little eyes darting around with curiosity. Her chubby little hands rested on the edge of the chair as she stared wide-eyed, her face full of confusion. "Grandma, what are you doing? Are you making something delicious?" Her soft, sweet voice seemed to melt hearts. Su Wanru's face immediately lit up with a kind smile. She nodded gently and answered patiently, "Grandma is making zongzi because we eat zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival." Wanwan tilted her head, her face full of confusion. In her babyish voice, she asked, "Huh? Why do we have to eat zongzi on Dragon Boat Festival? Can't we just eat meat or dumplings?" She looked like a curious little angel. Su Wanru racked her brain, but the reason for eating zongzi slipped her mind. She frowned slightly, then called out to Lin Zhongtian, "Lin, come here for a moment." What is it?" Hearing his wife's call, Lin Zhongtian immediately trotted over, his face plastered with an obsequious smile. "What are your orders?" Su Wanru lifted her chin triumphantly. "Our Wanwan asked why we eat zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival. You explain it to her." "Oh, sure." Lin Zhongtian nodded, then gently cradled Wanwan in his arms and spoke softly, "Sweetheart, we eat zongzi during the Dragon Boat Festival to commemorate someone. This person." Wanwan listened intently, her little head bobbing rhythmically. Now, she finally understood why they ate zongzi. Suddenly, Wanwan noticed how simple wrapping zongzi seemed. She raised her little hand and volunteered, "Grandma, I want to wrap a zongzi too. Can I?" Her expression was full of eager anticipation. "Of course you can," Su Wanru smiled fondly, then handed the bamboo leaves to the little one. Wanwan imitated the process perfectly. With her chubby little hands, she carefully placed the glutinous rice inside, adding quite a bit of meat. Perhaps she'd added too much, for when she tried to roll it up, grains of rice spilled out with a clatter. Seeing this, the little one pouted sadly. "Oh no, why did they all fall out?" Her expression was utterly aggrieved. Chapter 95, Registering Our Marriage. Su Wanru smiled softly, gently patting Wanwan's little hand as she comforted her, "Sweetie, you put in too much. If you add less, the rice won't spill out." Wanwan pouted, reluctantly glancing at the bulging glutinous rice ball in her hand. Finally, she gritted her teeth and scooped out some of her most cherished meat filling. Frowning, she carefully rolled the bamboo leaf, her little hands busily working. Soon, a slightly smaller but perfectly shaped rice dumpling took form. Though smaller than the others, at least it didn't leak rice. Wanwan gazed at her creation, her eyes sparkling with satisfaction. A delighted smile spread across her lips. Just then, Lin Muheng noticed the bustling crowd gathered around the dining table and curiously approached, asking, "What are you all doing?" Hearing her father's voice, Wanwan immediately turned her head, batting her big, watery eyes playfully. "Daddy, we're wrapping zongzi." Her eyes twinkled mischievously as a sudden idea popped into her head. She was going to test her dad. Placing her hands on her hips, she asked triumphantly, "Daddy, do you know why we're eating zongzi today?" Lin Muheng pretended to be stumped, scratching his head and feigning confusion. "Oh dear, Daddy really doesn't know." "Why is that?" "Because today we commemorate a man named Xu Yuan." Seeing her father stumped, Wanwan beamed with pride, her little face glowing with satisfaction. Lin Muheng watched his precious daughter's triumphant expression, his heart brimming with warmth. Yet, his brows soon furrowed slightly. He realized there was something he must handle before they returned to the downtown area of Magic City. As he pondered, a figure came to mind. Perhaps he can help. By noon, a rich aroma filled the air. Wanwan couldn't contain her excitement any longer and dragged Su Wanru's hand toward the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with swirling smoke, resembling a fairyland. Wanwan bounced excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she called out, "Grandma, are the zongzi ready? I can't wait to eat them." "They're ready, they're ready. Grandma will take them out now," Su Wanru said with a face full of affection, then gently lifted the pot lid. In an instant, the aroma of the rice dumplings exploded like a bomb, instantly filling the air and permeating the entire kitchen. Soon, a full plate of rice dumplings appeared on the dining table. Wanwan's eyes lit up the moment she saw it, and she excitedly called out, "Dinner's ready!" The delicious, steaming hot rice dumplings are out of the pot. At her call, Lin Muheng and the others gathered around the table. When Xie Wanning saw the rice dumplings, her face lit up with delight. She hadn't expected to enjoy such delicious dumplings this year. Su Wanru, noticing this, picked the largest rice dumpling and placed it in Xie Wanling's bowl, saying warmly, "Ningning, it's a holiday today. Try the rice dumplings." "Thank you, Auntie," Xie Wanning said gratefully, then carefully peeled back the wrapper. She took a bite, but her brow suddenly furrowed, a look of confusion crossing her face. Noticing her grim expression, Su Wanru grew concerned and quickly asked, "Is it undercooked?" She glanced at the time, muttering to herself, "It should be cooked through. I steamed it for several extra minutes on purpose." Lin Muheng, noticing the situation, quickly picked up a rice dumpling and took a bite. He chewed it thoroughly, then replied after a moment, "Mine tastes fine. It's cooked through and quite tasty." At that moment, all eyes turned to Xie Wanning. Her head dipped slightly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks as she asked, somewhat embarrassed, "Why is this rice dumpling salty?" "Ha? Aren't all zonzi savory?" Lin Zhongtian looked puzzled, furrowing his brow slightly as he responded with a look of confusion. Xie Wanning quickly waved her hands, a gentle smile on her face as she explained, "No, where I'm from, the rice dumplings are sweet." Lin Muheng, sitting nearby, heard this and suddenly remembered that Xie Wanning was from the north. A smile touched his lips as he explained to everyone, "Mom, Dad, it's a regional difference. Northerners eat sweet zongzi with ingredients like red dates and bean paste, while we Southerners have savory ones with salted egg yolks and meat." Su Wanru's eyes widened in realization, filled with regret. She quickly turned to Xie Wanling and said, "Ningning, I truly didn't know. If I had, I would have made you some sweet rice dumplings." Xie Wanning shook her head gently, her face still bright with a smile. "Auntie, no need to be so polite. Actually, I'm happy to try savory rice dumplings today. To be honest, I've never had them before." Taking a deep breath, she mustered her courage and took a big bite. After just a few chews, her brow furrowed involuntarily, and a fleeting look of distaste crossed her face. It turned out that the large bite she'd taken contained a substantial piece of fatty meat. The greasy sensation spread in her mouth, making her inwardly grumble, "Sweet rice dumplings are still better." Nevertheless, she maintained a cheerful smile, forced down the food, and even praised, "Savory rice dumplings are also very delicious." Lin Muheng had been watching Xie Wanning closely. He noticed she kept chewing without swallowing and hadn't taken another bite. He understood she clearly didn't like it but was too polite to say so. He smiled indulgently, then reached out to take her bowl, declaring imperiously, "See how big your rice dumpling is? Let me try it." He then grabbed a bowl filled with plain rice from nearby, pushed it over with feigned aloofness, and said, "Wild boars can't handle delicacies. You can have this instead." Xie Wanling felt a wave of warmth wash over her as she saw the rice being pushed toward her, her heart brimming with gratitude. But the thought of him calling her a pig made her heart swell with indignation, and she couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Who's the one who eats a lot, huh?" In the afternoon, after everyone woke up, Lin Muheng took Wanwan and Xie Wanling out. Along the way, Xie Wanling gazed out the window at the unfamiliar scenery, her heart brimming with curiosity. When she saw Lin Muheng pull the car into the police station, her eyes widened instantly. She looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Why did you bring us here?" Lin Muheng's lips curved upward as he teased, "To register our marriage." After speaking, he stepped out of the driver's seat, walked around to the passenger side, and gallantly opened the door for Xie Wanning. At his words, Xie Wanning's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, her heart pounding wildly. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Lin Muheng, thinking, "Did he just say he wants to register our marriage? He must be out of his mind." Though she couldn't help muttering under her breath, deep down, Xie Wanning was secretly thrilled. She might just agree to his request in her excitement. After stepping out of the car, she put on an aloof front, crossing her arms over her chest. "If you want to marry me, you should at least propose properly." Chapter 96, Wanwan finally isn't an illegal resident. Lin Muheng's eyes flickered with surprise at Xie Wan's words. His gaze locked onto hers as the corners of his mouth lifted into a playful smile. He wondered silently, could she have actually taken me seriously? He lowered his head, letting out a soft chuckle as he leaned in close to Xie Wan's ear. His voice was deep and magnetic as he murmured, "You really want to marry me?" Xie Wanning was startled by this sudden move, her heart pounding wildly like a frightened deer. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks. She turned her head away in flustered denial, stubbornly insisting, I didn't." Though her heart was exposed, she was too shy to admit it. Admitting it was absolutely out of the question. She lifted her chin defiantly, her voice brimming with indignation. "If it weren't for Wanwan, I wouldn't want to be with you at all. If I'm lying, may lightning strike me down." As she spoke, a wave of hurt washed over her, her eyes welling up slightly. Her voice trembled with suppressed tears. "And you called me a pig." The moment the words left her mouth, Xie Wanning regretted them. She silently pleaded, "Heaven, I just lied. Please don't take it seriously." Watching Lin Muheng's increasingly amused smile, Xie Wanning felt as if he'd seen right through her thoughts. He was clearly doing this on purpose, just to see her blush and look embarrassed. With that thought, Xie Wanning shot Lin Muheng a resentful glare, her heart brimming with irritation. She silently cursed, "How can a man be so mean?" Lin Muheng found her puffed up, flustered expression utterly amusing. He quickly waved his hands in explanation. "I didn't call you a pig, you're the one jumping to conclusions." Truthfully, he'd also been testing Xie Wanning's feelings toward him. So, feigning seriousness, he continued, "But seriously, if I just went and got a marriage certificate with you, your parents would probably want to skin me alive." Xie Wanning stiffened slightly at his words, but quickly regained her composure. She lifted her chin haughtily and gave a dismissive snort. "Good to know." Then, pulling Wanwan along, she strode into the police station without looking back. Yet inside, her heart felt like a tranquil lake disturbed by a pebble, rippling with waves of emotion. She silently thought to herself, "If you really proposed something like that, I might actually refuse." She felt that for a woman, getting married without a romantic proposal, just going straight to the registry office, lacked any sense of ceremony. Besides, marriage was likely a once-in-a-lifetime event, and she truly didn't want to have any regrets. The thought of Lin Muheng teasing her filled Xie Wanning with a surge of anger. She whipped her head around and glared at him fiercely, her eyes brimming with reproach. She silently vowed to herself, "Just you wait. Someday, I'll make you get down on one knee and beg me to marry you." Watching her parents bicker affectionately, Wanwan covered her mouth and giggled quietly, her heart brimming with joy. To her, this was how a family should truly be. Before, her parents had always been so polite and formal, making her feel a bit distant. She much preferred this warm and playful atmosphere. Entering the police station, Lin Muheng approached the front desk reception area. "Hello, I'm here to see Officer Wu Zhenghao." The officer looked up at him and inquired, "You're here to see our chief? What brings you here?" Lin Muheng paused, taken aback. He hadn't expected the man to get promoted after catching two ruthless human traffickers. He quickly regained his composure and replied with a smile, "I spoke with him on the phone. He asked me to come see him." "Oh, okay. The chief's office is at the end of the second-floor corridor. It's easy to find," the officer said warmly, offering directions. "Thank you," Lin Muheng politely acknowledged before leading Xie Wanning and Wanwan toward the second floor. Knock knock knock. Wu Zhenghao sat in his office, intently processing documents. Hearing the knock, he lifted his head and called out with a full, resonant voice, "Come in." Lin Muheng slowly pushed open the door, his face beaming with a bright smile as he greeted, "Chief Wu, I hope I'm not interrupting." "Not at all, not at all." Wu Zhenghao's eyes flashed with delight upon recognizing the visitor. This was the very person who had helped propel him to his current position. He immediately stood up from his seat with a warm smile, stepping forward to greet him. Seated on the sofa, Wu Zhenghao wore a faint smile as he looked at Lin Muheng with concern. "Your tone sounded urgent on the phone," he said slowly. "It seemed you needed my help. What is it about?" Lin Muheng's gaze softened as it rested on Wanwan beside him. "Director Wu," he replied, "I'd like to register my daughter's household registration." "Your daughter? This is your daughter?" Wu Zhenghao's gaze was instantly drawn to the delicate little girl in the middle, his eyes filled with astonishment. He narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the figures on the sofa. The little girl bore an uncanny resemblance to the beautiful young woman beside her, as if carved from the same mold. Yet, her lively eyes faintly reflected Lin Muheng's essence. However, what astonished him most was Lin Muheng. Wu Zhenghao silently pondered, this young man is so young, yet he already has such a grown-up daughter? Noticing the confusion in Wu Zhenghao's eyes, Lin Muheng hastily explained, Director Wu, you see, my parents were very young when they married. I was born soon after. To get me registered, they lowered my age by a few years. Actually, I'm already 23. After speaking, he silently grumbled to himself, Dad, Mom, I really had no choice but to pin this on you. Surely you wouldn't want your precious granddaughter to be an undocumented citizen, right? Wu Zhenghao nodded slightly, silently acknowledging the explanation. After all, falsifying birthdates was far from uncommon in those days. He then patted Lin Muheng's shoulder lightly and said with a smile, it's no big deal. I'll get it sorted for you today. Thank you so much, Director Wu, Lin Muheng said gratefully, inwardly marveling at how much smoother things went when you had connections at the police station. Without the chief's connections, given the current age gap between father and daughter, who knew how many documents they'd need to prepare or how many unnecessary trips they'd have to make? Soon, Wu Zhenghao rose and walked to his desk, picking up the phone to dial a number. Moments later, the office door opened quietly, and a young man stepped inside. Wu Zhenghao looked at the young man and said with a smile, Zhang, could you help them register their household? Yes, Director Wu, the young man replied respectfully, nodding. Half an hour later, when Lin Muheng saw Lin Wanwan's name appear in their household register, his heart swelled with emotion. His precious daughter was finally no longer undocumented. Chapter 97, This is all thanks to you and my dad. Gazing at her daughter's name now inscribed within the crimson-hued cover, ripples of emotion spread through Xie Wanning's heart. In a daze, she felt a strange illusion as if she had been carrying the child alone for years, only to have the child's father acknowledge her identity, finally bringing her daughter home to her rightful family. Xie Wanning chuckled to herself. She must have watched too many short dramas, letting her thoughts run wild. Recalling Wanwan's mention of her age, Xie Wanning furrowed her brow slightly. After a moment's thought, she spoke slowly. At Wanwan's age, she should be entering the senior class of kindergarten. Lin Muheng nodded slightly and replied, kindergarten will be on summer break soon. Let's enroll Wanwan when the new semester starts in September. At the mention of school, Wanwan's eyes lit up like the brightest stars in the night sky. She eagerly tugged at Lin Muheng's sleeve, tilting her little face up and asking, Daddy, when can Wanwan go to school? Lin Muheng was taken aback. In his experience, most children weren't particularly keen on kindergarten. Why was Wanwan so excited? He crouched down to meet her eye level, asking curiously, Wanwan, do you really want to go to school? Wanwan nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with anticipation, as if she could already see the other children her age at kindergarten. Then why do you want to go? Lin Muheng pressed, his eyes brimming with affection. Wanwan tilted her head, pursed her lips and thought for a moment, then answered in a sweet, childish voice, there are lots and lots of little kids at kindergarten. Wanwan can play with them. After speaking, she puckered her little lips, a hint of sadness flickering across her face. Her eyes blinked rapidly, as if tears might spill at any moment. All the other kids have big brothers or sisters, or little brothers or sisters. Wanwan has none. Daddy, Mommy, Wanwan feels so lonely. Can you give me a little brother or sister? Or maybe a puppy would be okay too. Wanwan tugged at their hands, shaking them pitifully. Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with helplessness and amusement. The first request might be manageable with some effort, but the second was simply impossible, no matter how hard they tried. The moment Lin Muheng stepped through the door, his phone buzzed insistently. He pulled it out to see Sun Daong's name on the screen. His brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of unease rising in his heart. Could trouble be brewing at the factory again? Answering the call, he asked first, what's the situation at the factory this time? Sun Daong's hearty laugh came through the line, Mr. Lin, you really are prescient. But rest assured, I've already taken care of it. Oh? Lin Muheng was taken aback, yet his curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Then why are you calling? Mr. Lin, I need to tell you someone's got their sights set on our factory. Sun Daong paused, his tone suddenly turning serious. A few thugs showed up today demanding protection money. I had them beaten off. From what they said, the one pulling the strings is the brother-in-law of the factory's former owner, Ren Dajin. After saying this, he slammed his fist on his thigh in anger, then urgently asked, Mr. Lin, just give the word, and I'll go deal with that bastard right now. Lin Muheng's brow furrowed even deeper. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Xie Wanning to be such a cockroach he wouldn't rest until this factory was ruined. After a moment's thought, he ordered in a deep voice, you do this. Sun Daong nodded silently, his eyes brimming with admiration. You're truly formidable, Mr. Lin. I'll handle it immediately. The moment Lin Muheng hung up, he turned and found Su Wanru standing silently behind him, her gaze fixed on him like a piercing torch. This sudden stare made his heart skip a beat. He instinctively took a step back and exclaimed, Mom, how come you walk without making a sound? You could scare someone to death. Su Wanru didn't respond, but asked with genuine curiosity, what exactly did you take Ningning and Wanning out for? I thought you'd slipped away without a word and headed straight back to the city. Truthfully, she wasn't genuinely worried they'd leave without a word. Rather, she feared her carefully prepared delicacies hadn't been taken, especially Wanwan's favorite meat-stuffed rice dumplings, which she'd deliberately saved. If they hadn't taken them, it would have been a real shame to disappoint Wanwan's eager little mouth. Lin Muheng's lips curved into a smug smile at her words. He then slipped his arm around Su Wanru's shoulder, pulled a bright red household register from his pocket, and said cheerfully, Mom, take a look. What do you think this is? Su Wanru's eyes lit up instantly as she exclaimed excitedly, did you and Ningning go get married? Before she could finish, her smile broadened like spring sunshine. She couldn't help but pat Lin Muheng's shoulder, showering him with praise, Son, you're such a clever boy. You managed to bring your bride home so quickly? Mom, you're overthinking it. What kind of daydream are you having? It's not what you think, Lin Muheng replied, his brow furrowing slightly as he looked awkward. Huh? Then what is it? Su Wanru looked utterly perplexed, her mind racing but unable to find any other plausible explanation. Seeing her reaction, Lin Muheng's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Just open it and see for yourself. You'll understand. Su Wanru nervously flipped open the household register. The first few pages contained the identity information for the 3 family members. When she reached a brand new page, she froze in shock. There, in bold characters, were the words Lin Wanwan. It suddenly clicked for her, and she laughed, so you took the household register to register Wanwan. I thought. Seeing her reaction, Lin Muheng quickly joked, alright, Mom, don't worry. Your son will work hard. Alright then, Su Wanru nodded, saying no more. Moments later, as if remembering something, she asked, Son, you're only 18, and Wanwan is just 6 this year. Didn't the police ask about that? After speaking, a wave of dread washed over her, and she muttered softly, they didn't arrest you for being some pervert abusing a minor, did they? Mom, can't you just hope for the best for your son? Lin Muheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Realizing her slip, Xie Wanning quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Then, her curiosity piqued, she pressed, so how exactly did you get Wanwan registered? Lin Muheng grinned, looking at his mom and saying, hee, I have to thank you and dad for that. What do you mean? Xie Wanning was completely baffled, her forehead creasing into a worried frown. Lin Muheng calmly recounted the entire story from start to finish. After hearing it, Xie Wanning instantly felt 3 black lines appear on her forehead. Fuming, she flung off her slippers and chased after Lin Muheng, muttering curses under her breath, you little rascal. When your father and I got married, we didn't pull this whole pregnant before marriage stunt. You've ruined the good reputation we've built up over all these years. Lin Muheng ran ahead, glancing back with a cheeky grin. Mom, you and Dad are the heroes who got Wanwan registered. A little inconvenience is nothing. Xie Wanning was momentarily speechless. While registering Wanwan's household registration was indeed a good deed, the fire burning in her heart refused to die down. She needed to vent her frustration somewhere. Glancing around, her gaze finally settled on Lin Zhongtian, who was playing with his phone on the sofa. She snapped angrily, look at you. Your hair looks like a dog licked it, utterly hideous. Lin Zhongtian looked up with a resigned expression, glancing from Xie Wanning to Lin Muheng. He thought to himself, great, I'm the punching bag again. Chapter 98, The Revenge Squad. Neon lights flickered, and amidst the neon lights, a bustling scene of prosperity and noise unfolded. Yet behind this glitz, in a dimly lit alleyway, the atmosphere was starkly different. Several figures lurked in the shadows, some standing, some crouching, each clutching a cigarette between their fingers. Through the swirling smoke, their eyes fixed intently on the entrance of the disco not far away. Brother son, that kid's been inside for hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? The speaker was the young man with yellow hair, Lu Zhiliang. He scratched his head, his face etched with anxiety. Sun Daong exhaled a smoke ring, his gaze fixed intently on the club entrance. Don't worry, he said in a deep voice. He'll come out eventually. The story began that afternoon when a group of unwelcome visitors suddenly arrived at the factory, causing trouble with brazen arrogance. Only then did everyone realize the factory had been under covert attack all along. With the factory offering good wages, benefits, and perks, no one wanted to lose their jobs. Thus, everyone united in their shared grievance. Several even volunteered to teach the troublemaker Xie Wanning a lesson. Zhang Dehua, Lu Zhiliang, and Sun Daong formed this revenge squad of 3. They staked out the disco entrance ahead of time, waiting for Xie Wanning to show up. Time ticked by, people came and went at the club entrance, but Xie Wanning was nowhere to be seen. Lu Zhiliang grew impatient, muttering, damn it, that bastard's been inside forever. Why isn't he coming out? Sun Daong remained unmoved. He narrowed his eyes and patted the other man's shoulder reassuringly. Suddenly, a cold smile touched his lips. He's out. A frail figure emerged from the nightclub entrance, the very person they'd been waiting for. By then, Xie Wanning was already drunk, staggering out of the entrance with unsteady steps, likely overcome by the urge to urinate. Glancing around, he spotted a dark, narrow alleyway. A smirk touched his lips as he swayed his head and headed toward it. The bastard's finally out. Should we move now? Lu Zhiliang's eyes flashed with excitement. Wait a bit longer, Sun Daong stopped him. He glanced at the dense network of surveillance cameras surrounding them, calculating silently that acting now would surely leave traces. Then, Xie Wanning entered the alley. Just as he was about to relieve himself, he suddenly felt a powerful tug. Instantly, he found himself enveloped in pitch darkness, as if tightly wrapped by something. A chill ran down his spine. A terrible premonition washed over him, sobering him up almost instantly. He struggled desperately to break free, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Xie Wanning thrashed inside the sack, shouting, do you even know who I am? Kidnapping me? Are you tired of living? Listen up. I'm the brother-in-law of Ren Dajin, a big shot around here. Get me out of this now, or I'll make you regret it. Sun Daong grinned, crouching down and patting the sack. Ren Dajin? He's nothing. Besides, we're so familiar with each other, how could I not know who you are? Didn't you just call me up today to curse at me? Hearing this, Xie Wanning froze, then shouted in fury, You're Zhou Changhao? Who else could it be? Sun Daong's lips curled into a mocking smile. He knew full well that everyone was already aware of Zhou Changhao's deliberate sabotage to ruin the factory. When he processed his resignation today, he became a pariah, shunned by everyone. Even so, he felt deeply resentful. After all, he had been someone Sun Daong had treated with genuine sincerity, only to be betrayed in the worst way. But after today, their debts were settled. Seeing the other man admit it, Xie Wanning snarled, You bastard. Let go of me right now. You think I won't make sure you can't survive in this city? I'm already screwed anyway, so whatever, Sun Daong shrugged indifferently. But since you're the root cause of all this, I owe you a proper payback. His excitement grew with every word, his eyes flashing with a mad gleam. He had to admit, the thrill of committing evil deeds under someone else's guise was incredibly satisfying. What are you going to do? Xie Wanning felt a wave of dread wash over him. He tried to break free, but the bag held him tight, leaving him unable to move. Pay you back, of course. Sun Daeong grinned, revealing his stark white teeth. He waved his hand, signaling Lu Zhiliang and Zhang Dehua to join in. The trio closed in, raining punches and kicks down on Xie Wanning inside the sack. The barrage of blows made him howl in agony. Brother Hao, please stop. It's all my fault. Xie Wanning pleaded tearfully. Here, take 10,000 yuan. Just let me go now, and I won't pursue this matter. Deal? Sun Daeong smirked. I don't give a damn about 10,000. Today, I'm beating you so badly your parents won't recognize you. With that, he swung his fist, smashing it hard into Xie Wannings's face. Soon, the sack fell silent. Sun Daeong and his crew stopped, panting heavily, satisfied grins spreading across their faces. Lu Zhiliang watched with furrowed brows, his face filled with worry as he looked at Sun Daeong, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Sun, did we beat the kid to death? Sun Daeong shook his head slowly, his eyes steady. Patting Lu Zhiliang's shoulder, he reassured him, no way. We didn't hit any vital spots. He's probably just knocked out. After a moment's thought, he added, you two, pull him out of the sack and toss him aside. The two men responded with a grunt and swiftly dragged Xie Wanning out of the sack. Xie Wanning was beaten to a pulp, his face swollen and bruised, his entire body limp and lifeless. Before long, he was carried into a dark corner. Sun Daeong deliberately walked over to Xie Wannings's nose, reaching out to touch it. Feeling a faint breath, he finally relaxed. As they were leaving, Lu Zhiliang stood watching Xie Wanning lying on the ground, his rage still unabated. His eyes darted around, and suddenly, a vicious scheme formed in his mind. He leaned close to Sun Daeong and whispered, beating him up is too easy on him. How about we? Sun Daeong's lips curled into a lecherous grin as he nodded eagerly. Yeah. Let's do it. Zhang Dehua stood nearby, his face also twisted into a sinister grin, even rubbing his hands together excitedly. The next day, the sun had just risen, its gentle rays bathing the earth. Xie Wanning slowly opened his eyes, feeling an excruciating ache throughout his entire body. Every muscle protested against the slightest movement. The moment he moved, piercing pain surged through him like a tidal wave, making him suck in a sharp breath. Soon, he discovered something even worse. Chapter 99, Men watching porn is normal. Soon, he discovered something even worse. Xie Wanning suddenly realized he was lying completely naked by the roadside, with several passers-by holding their phones and frantically filming him. Seeing this, Xie Wannings's instinctive reaction was to cover his face. His face flushed crimson as he shouted, "Stop filming! Do you believe me when I say I'll smash your phone? I told you to stop filming." But his shouts not only failed to stop him, they drew even more people to the scene. They stared at him with the fascination one might reserve for a monkey, occasionally bursting into waves of laughter. Ashamed and furious, Xie Wanning endured the pain, clutching his face tightly while frantically covering his lower body. He awkwardly retreated into a corner. The thought of his utter humiliation made Xie Wanning grind his teeth. He clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the wall, as if that could vent the rage burning inside him. Soon, a pained groan escaped him. His brow furrowed tightly as the agony made him jump up, cursing incessantly, "Zhou Changhao, you just wait. I'll make you taste my pain." After that, Xie Wanning dragged his aching body through the trash heap. After much effort, he found 2 tattered garments and managed to pull them on. The stench clinging to his skin deepened the hatred in his eyes. He silently vowed to make Zhou Changhao pay. Meanwhile, Su Wanru was busily stuffing bags and packages of snacks into the car. The trunk was soon packed to the brim, leaving not a single gap. Lin Muheng watched this spectacular scene, gave a helpless smile, and hurried over to comfort her. "Mom, you don't need to go to all this trouble. We'll be back during summer vacation. We won't even be able to finish all this stuff." Su Wanru rolled her eyes at this and pouted, "Oomph. Who said it was for you? I'm packing these for Wanwan and Ningning, you're not getting any." Hearing this, Lin Muheng felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his heart, instantly leaving him half frozen. Great, so he'd been overthinking it. Inside the car, Wanwan was pressed against the window, her big, watery eyes blinking as she gazed out at Lin Zhongtian and Su Wanru with a sweet, childish voice. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm leaving now, but don't worry, I'll miss you both." Lin Zhongtian felt a pang of reluctance and quickly replied, "All right, good girl Wanwan. When you come back, Grandpa will take you to buy lots and lots of delicious treats and fun toys." After spending these past few days with his granddaughter, he had grown accustomed to the lively chatter and bustling atmosphere at home. With his precious granddaughter leaving, the house would surely feel much quieter. Su Wanru quickly chimed in, "Sweetie, you must listen to mommy, okay? If daddy ever picks on you, come tell grandma I'll stand up for you." "Okay, thank you." Grandma Wanwan's eyes instantly sparkled brightly, as if she'd been handed a royal warrant. She looked triumphantly at Lin Muheng, her gaze seeming to say, "Daddy, if you dare bully me, you're in big trouble." Su Wanru then approached Xie Wanning, took her hand, and said earnestly, "Ningning, I feel completely at ease leaving Wanwan in your care. Also, although a hen seems cold on the surface, he's actually very warm-hearted. If he does anything to upset you, please bear with him. Once you two return, I'll definitely stand up for you." Xie Wanning smiled slightly and thanked her sincerely. I know, thank you, auntie. Finding himself suddenly the target of everyone's criticism, Lin Muheng felt utterly helpless, as if he were some utterly despicable villain. He shook his head helplessly with a bitter smile, then got into the car. Rolling down the window, he called out to his parents outside, Dad, Mom, we're leaving now. You two go back. Alright, drive safely. Watching the car gradually disappear into the distance, Su Wanru and Lin Zhongtian felt a hollow emptiness in their hearts. With the window open, Wanwan gazed excitedly at the passing scenery. But before long, like a toy running out of batteries, her eyelids began to droop. Slowly, she nestled into Xie Wanning's arms and drifted off to sleep. Gazing at Wanwan's sweet sleeping face, Xie Wanning's heart was filled with tenderness. Suddenly, an important thought struck her. She turned to Lin Muheng, who was driving, and asked softly, yesterday, what you said at the police station, was it true or false? Lin Muheng looked puzzled. Which statement, he asked. He had said so much that he couldn't pinpoint which one she meant. Xie Wanning replied curiously, the part where you said you're 23 now, is that true? She pondered inwardly, if they ended up together, and his stated age was accurate, then this wouldn't be a relationship between an older woman and a younger man. Lin Muheng grinned. False. Just an excuse I made up. Oh. Xie Wanning nodded, silently thinking to herself, so what if it's an age gap relationship? A woman 3 years older is like a gold brick, you should just be happy about it. Just as they arrived home, Lin Muheng's phone suddenly received a video share. Curious, he tapped to open it. The video showed a man with his entire body pixelated. Immediately after, Sun Daeong sent another message, Mr. Lin, this is Xie Wanning. How about that? Feels good, right? Lin Muheng grinned at the message, surprised these guys had beaten Xie Wanning so badly. But he felt no sympathy for Xie Wanning. He just thought that seeing such a video first thing in the morning was a bit too much for the eyes, it could easily give someone a sty. Beside him, Wanwan saw her dad smiling so happily and immediately skipped over, curiously peering down at the phone. Seeing the completely naked person in the video, her little face instantly flushed red. Lin Muheng, noticing this, quickly turned off the screen, afraid of corrupting the child's eyes. Though he acted swiftly, Wanwan still caught a glimpse. Now, the little one tilted her head, her face full of confusion, silently wondering to herself, why isn't the person in the phone wearing clothes? How embarrassing. Seeing Wanwan seemed puzzled by something, Xie Wanning hurried over and asked with concern, Sweetie, what are you thinking about? Can you tell mommy? Wanwan pondered for a moment, then pointed her little finger at Lin Muheng and said in a babyish voice, Mommy, there's someone in Daddy's phone who isn't wearing any clothes. How embarrassing. Xie Wanning turned to look at Lin Muheng, a peculiar gleam in her eyes. She walked up to Lin Muheng, gave his shoulder a light pat, and whispered in his ear with a half-joking tone, it's perfectly normal for men to watch some videos, but you really should hide it from the kids. Lin Muheng? He was done for. He couldn't wash this off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Chapter 100, My gender is male, my hobby is you. After Wanwan's afternoon nap, Xie Wanning tiptoed out of the room. In the living room, she spotted Lin Muheng staring intently at his phone. She gave a helpless chuckle, then walked over to him, patted his shoulder, and teased, easy on the action in broad daylight. I'm outta here. Hearing this seemingly random remark, Lin Muheng looked utterly bewildered at first. After a moment, he realized Xie Wanning must have mistaken him for watching adult films. If he didn't clear this up, Xie Wanning might start looking at him through tinted glasses. He couldn't take the blame for that. Just as Xie Wanning turned to leave, Lin Muheng quickly grabbed her hand and explained, Come on, let me show you what Wanwan was talking about. Fumbling with his phone, Lin Muheng opened the video Sun Daeong had sent, zoomed in on the text below, and declared, the person in this is a man. Ha? Xie Wanning stared at Lin Muheng in utter shock. Truth be told, she was starting to question his sexual orientation. She couldn't help but wonder inwardly, could he possibly think of me as a sister? Seeing her astonished expression, Lin Muheng felt utterly helpless. He had explained it clearly enough, how on earth had she managed to twist his words like this? He couldn't help but inwardly grumble, what kind of brain does this person have? How can she jump to such wild conclusions? As a man, he'd rather break than bend. He had to set the record straight. With fury etched across his face, Lin Muheng grabbed Xie Wanning's hand without a word and strode purposefully toward the guest bedroom. Suddenly, he flung her arm out, slamming her hard onto the soft mattress. Still reeling from the shock, Xie Wanning lifted her eyes to see Lin Muheng tearing at her t-shirt with his bare hands. The sheer determination in his expression made her instantly realize his anger had reached its peak. Yet, when she inadvertently caught glimpses of his taut muscles straining beneath the fabric as it ripped, an inexplicable flutter surged through her. Unconsciously, she swallowed hard. Lin Muheng braced his hands against the bedside, his upper body slightly suspended. Their gazes locked in that moment, the air thick with an indescribable, ambiguous tension. They could distinctly feel each other's faint breaths at their noses, every inhale and exhale seeming to leave a trace in the air. Lin Muheng slowly lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Xie Wanning's ear. His deep, magnetic voice murmured close to her ear, You doubted my sexual orientation, didn't you? Now, I'll prove it to you properly. Xie Wanning's heart tightened at his words. Her brows furrowed, a flicker of panic darting through her eyes. She waved her hands frantically, her tone tinged with pleading. Your orientation is fine. Really, it's fine. I was overthinking it. Really? A wicked smile curved Lin Muheng's lips. He gently lifted Xie Wanning's chin, his gaze brimming with teasing and amusement. Really? I know you're male and you like women. Xie Wanning forced a smile, silently calculating that if she didn't appease him now, today might not end well. Lin Muheng shook his head softly at her words, a fleeting, almost imperceptible tenderness and affection flickering in his eyes. His tone then turned both ruthless and deeply passionate. You're wrong. I am male, but my preference is you. He gazed into Xie Wanning's eyes, sparkling with light, and at her slightly flushed, thin, tempting lips. For a moment, he found himself utterly mesmerized. The desire surging within him was like a raging tide, yet he managed to suppress it with all his strength. Still, he couldn't hold back and voiced his truest thoughts. Then, Lin Muheng slowly rose from Xie Wanning's embrace, his voice tinged with reluctance. Aren't you going to be late for class? You should hurry. Oh. Xie Wanning nodded, clutching her heart as she hurriedly fled the scene. Sitting in the classroom, Xie Wanning remained distracted, her mind replaying the moment she and Lin Muheng had locked eyes. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. She could hear her own heart pounding wildly, as if it might burst through her chest. She couldn't help muttering under her breath, what did he even say at the end? His voice was so soft, I couldn't make it out at all. After speaking, she angrily pounded her thigh in frustration, berating herself. Xie Wanning. You're usually so talkative. Why did you chicken out at the crucial moment? You're nothing but a coward who only talks big. Just then, Xiao sauntered into the classroom with a light step. Spotting Xie Wanning, she plopped down beside her. Spotting Xie Wanning's troubled expression, she leaned in curiously. Ning, what's wrong? Did your future-in-laws give you a hard time? Of course not. Xie Wanning shot her a disapproving look and sighed deeply. Suddenly realizing the implications of her own words, she quickly corrected with feigned pout. Xiao, what nonsense are you talking about? You know our relationship better than anyone. Yeah, right, Xiao nodded, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. It's just that you love him, and he loves you back. Hearing this, Xie Wanning's eyes lit up instantly. Since Xiao already knew about her feelings for Lin Muheng, she decided to drop all pretense and ask directly. Xiao, I have a friend who's been flirting with someone for ages, but they just won't make the first move. How can she get him to confess his feelings? Xiao pursed her lips in a smile, gently nudging Xie Wanning with her shoulder. Sounds like you're making friends out of thin air. Oh, come on, seriously. Do you have any good advice? Xie Wanning lowered her head shyly, a blush spreading across her cheeks, as if she couldn't wait to hear the answer. Seeing her best friend's gloomy expression, Xiao pondered for a moment before replying with deadpan seriousness. This is dead simple. Guys are all visual creatures. Your friend just needs to wear black stockings and parade around in front of him every day. What man could resist that temptation? Xie Wanning listened, her face brimming with disbelief. She looked at her friend questioningly and asked, Xiao, are you sure this plan will work? Of course it is. Xiao patted her chest emphatically. After all, who could resist the allure of black stockings? If that didn't work, she suggested switching to white ones. Xie Wanning was skeptical. Setting aside whether this plan would work, the idea of her wearing black stockings was unimaginable. Wasn't that intention a bit too obvious? Seeing her friend's bashful expression, Xiao wrapped an arm around her shoulder and grinned. Ning, just do as I say, and you'll win him over sooner or later. That's not temptation, it's seduction. Xie Wanning chuckled helplessly, feeling her friend was a bit unreliable. Who cares what it is? As long as it works. Ha? Is that how it works? Xie Wanning felt deeply conflicted, even daydreaming about black stockings during class. A surge of impulse welled up inside her. Maybe she should give it a try later? Chapter 101, Poached? Inside the villa, Ren Dajin reclined lazily on the sofa, eyes half closed. He gently rolled the prayer beads in his hand, seemingly reciting the Heart Sutra silently. A sound drew his attention. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw a figure standing before him, wrapped up so tightly it resembled a walking rice dumpling. His heart sank. When he recognized the figure as his good-for-nothing brother-in-law, his brow instantly knotted in frustration. What the hell is this? He snapped, his voice dripping with disappointment. Lin Wanwan looked utterly aggrieved, sniffling and teary-eyed as he complained, Brother-in-law, that Zhou Changhao kid started it. You have to stand up for me. Zhou Changhao? Ran Dajin's eyebrow shot up. The name flashed through his mind. Wasn't this the mole his brother-in-law had planted in the factory? Logically, they were all on the same side, why would they come to blows? But such trivial matters could wait. What truly concerned him was the progress of that other matter. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed urgently, what about the factory? Has it gone under yet? Lin Wanwan instinctively shrank back, his voice barely audible. It hasn't gone under. At those words, Ren Dajin's eyes instantly flashed with anger, the earlier pang of concern completely vanishing. He snapped impatiently, you can't even handle such a minor task. What else can I expect from you? Enough. Stay out of this. And keep out of my sight from now on. Ran Dajin waved his hand impatiently, then closed his eyes, his expression cold and distant. Xie Wanning wanted to argue a few more points, but seeing his brother-in-law's closed-door stance, he swallowed his words before they could escape his lips. He walked out of the villa with his head hanging low, a complex mix of emotions churning inside him. After much deliberation, he dialed his sister Xie Wanjing's number. Her gentle voice came through the phone almost immediately. Wanwan, what do you need, sis? Running out of money again? Yes. Xie Wanwan nodded, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. I just got a real scolding from my brother-in-law. He probably doesn't want anything to do with me anymore. Sis, I'm your only little brother. You can't just watch me suffer. Don't worry. You're the only one we have left. I'll never abandon you. I'll transfer some money to you right now. Use it for now. Xie Wanjing said affectionately, her voice brimming with care. Great. I knew you'd be the best sister ever. Xie Wanwan flashed a fierce look after receiving the money. Zhou Changhao, you just wait. Every bit of suffering I've endured, I'll make you pay back double. In the park, Wanwan sat happily on the swing, her tiny feet lightly tapping the ground with each sway. Her silver bell laughter echoed through the air. Meanwhile, on the nearby park bench, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning sat in silence. Perhaps because earlier that day in the spare bedroom, their eyes had met in an atmosphere so charged it had nearly sparked something, they now both wore awkward expressions, unsure how to break the silence. Watching Wanwan's innocent smile in the distance, Lin Muheng suddenly remembered the promise he'd made to his daughter. He turned to Xie Wanning, hesitating slightly before speaking, are you free tomorrow? Xie Wanning shook her head gently, her bright eyes blinking as she looked at him, curiously asking, what are your plans for tomorrow? I promised Wanwan I'd take her to the amusement park, but things kept getting in the way. I want to take her tomorrow, Lin Muheng said sincerely, his eyes brimming with affection for his daughter. Sure, no problem. Xie Wanning nodded with a smile, and then silence fell between them once more. Time slipped by unnoticed. Lin Muheng watched his daughter in the distance and called out, Wanwan, it's time to go home. Okay, got it. Wan Yan heard him and bounded over to her parents like a little rabbit. Lin Muheng noticed Wanwan holding a beautiful red rose. He asked curiously, Wanwan, where did you get this flower? That little boy gave it to me. Wanwan turned her head and pointed to a little boy wearing a plaid short-sleeved shirt. The boy, seeing Wanwan looking at him, waved happily, his face beaming with joy. Seeing this, Lin Muheng's face darkened instantly. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, guys in plaid are all secretly flirtatious. Flirting with girls at such a young age, he'll definitely grow up to be a total jerk. He snatched the rose from Wanwan's hand, then crouched down and looked intently at his daughter. Sweetheart, if a boy ever gives you something, you mustn't just take it, understand? Okay, Wanwan replied, though she didn't understand why her dad was acting this way. Still, she knew listening to him was always the right thing to do. Then, Lin Muheng took Wanwan's chubby little hand and walked toward home. The red rose was casually tossed onto the ground, likely already trampled beyond recognition by passers-by. Xie Wanning watched Lin Muheng's flustered expression, unable to suppress a soft chuckle. Do all fathers with daughters act like this? Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Xie Guangshan sat in a wicker chair in his living room, newspaper in hand. A sudden sneeze caught him off guard, followed by an indescribable pain shooting up from his tailbone. Beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. He rose slowly, removing his reading glasses from his nose and raising his voice toward the bedroom. Out Xiuli, has Ningning called you these past couple of days? No, why? Li Xiuli poked her head out from the kitchen, looking puzzled. Nothing. Just wondering what she's been up to lately. Didn't even call home during the Dragon Boat Festival. Though Xie Guangshan's words carried a hint of complaint, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable longing. Seeing this, Li Xiuli couldn't help teasing him, if you miss our girl, just say so. Why beat around the bush like some coy woman? Xie Guangshan was called out, but he stubbornly insisted, I'm not thinking about her at all. She doesn't even think to call her own father. Why should I call her first? No way. Meanwhile, Xie Wanning was carefully changing her daughter's pajamas when the phone on the bed suddenly vibrated, buzzing softly. Mommy, your phone's ringing. Wanwan blinked her big eyes and patted Xie Wanqing's shoulder to alert her. Xie Wanning hurriedly fastened the last button on her daughter's nightgown before walking briskly to the bedside to pick up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wanwan exclaimed excitedly, wow, it's Grandpa calling. Mommy, I miss Grandma and Grandpa too, they love Wanwan so much, Wanwan said in her sweet, childish voice, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Xie Wanning gently stroked her daughter's head and said softly, they must miss you too, but Mommy needs to talk with Grandma and Grandpa. Can we let you chat with them next time? She knew explaining Wanwan's existence now would only fuel the elderly couple's worries. She pondered for a moment, deciding to bring Wanwan home during summer vacation. Perhaps seeing their granddaughter in person would help the elderly couple better accept this sudden joy. Okay, Wanwan nodded obediently. Xie Wanling turned toward the balcony, her fingertips lightly tapping to initiate a video call. On the other end, Xie Guangshan's previously tense face instantly broke into a radiant smile. He asked cautiously in a soft voice, Ningning, did I interrupt you? It's all your mother's doing. She insisted she missed you and made me call to check. Chapter 102, Future Son-in-Law Visits. Any dos and don'ts? Hearing Xie Guangshan's words, Xie Wanning couldn't help but chuckle. She thought to herself, Dad's skill at shifting blame is truly masterful. She didn't call him out on it, merely smiled and went along with his line of questioning, no, not at all. She glanced at the time on her phone and asked, you guys are still up this late? Then she launched into a tirade, you guys are getting older, you can't handle this kind of stress. At your age, you need to take care of yourselves. Early to bed, early to rise makes the body strong. Xie Wanning chattered on like a little loudspeaker. On the other end, Xie Guangshan could only nod reluctantly like a child in trouble, repeatedly agreeing, okay. We'll go to bed right after this call. Only then did Xie Wanning give a satisfied little smile. A moment later, Xie Guangshan hesitated before tentatively asking, Ningning, where did you go for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday? Do you have enough money? If not, Dad can transfer you some more? Xie Wanning's expression froze slightly at the question. Images from Lin Muheng's home flashed unbidden through her mind, and she couldn't help but curve her lips upward. She shook her head and replied cheerfully, I went sightseeing around the Magic City. My living expenses are fine, don't worry about it. After hearing this, Xie Guangshan suddenly remembered something and asked, Ningning, your mom asked me to find out when your summer vacation starts. How about we come pick you up then? Xie Wanning quickly waved her hands in refusal. No need. I can get back on my own. I wouldn't feel right having you drive all that way to pick me up. I'll let you know once the exact dates are set. Xie Guangshan nodded with a resigned smile, but inside he was beaming. His daughter was such a thoughtful little angel, even worrying about how tiring the drive would be for him. After chatting idly for a while longer, Xie Guangshan reluctantly ended the call. After hanging up, he bellowed into the house, Xiuli. Our girl says early to bed, early to rise makes a healthy body. Get back to bed now. Li Xiuli rolled her eyes in exasperation. I could sleep, but what about you? Xie Guangshan stiffened his neck and retorted with a touch of pride, I can sleep just fine. But after taking just a few steps toward the bedroom, fine beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and the pain made him grimace. Li Xiuli watched his stubborn expression, shook her head helplessly, and urged, I think you should just get the surgery done quickly. It'll save you all this suffering. Xie Guangshan snorted and stubbornly insisted, it'll just come back even after surgery. I'll tough it out. With that, he flopped sideways onto the bed. Li Xiuli watched his stubborn expression, both exasperated and amused. She muttered under her breath, you deserve every bit of that pain. At that moment, Xie Wanning had just hung up the phone when she turned and saw Lin Muheng standing at the bedroom door, having appeared there unnoticed. Lin Muheng looked at her apologetically and asked, did I interrupt you? Xie Wanning waved her hand and replied with a smile, no, I've already finished my call. After a moment's thought, her eyes brimming with anticipation, she added, school's about to break for summer vacation. I want to take Wanwan home to meet my parents. Lin Muheng nodded, though a pang of disappointment flashed through his heart. The thought of not seeing his precious daughter and Xie Wanning for a while left him feeling hollow inside. Still, he forced himself to remain composed, smiling as he said, of course. That's only right. At that moment, Wanwan, lying in bed with furrowed brows, suddenly sat up and looked at Xie Wanning, her eyes brimming with confusion. Mommy, isn't Daddy coming with us to Grandma and Grandpa's house? No sooner had the words left her mouth than Wanwan turned to grab Lin Muheng's hand, her face a picture of bewilderment. Daddy, why aren't you coming with us? Wanwan misses Daddy so much. I really want Daddy to come with me and Mommy. Then, she winked mischievously and added, Grandma and Grandpa would be so happy if they saw Daddy. Lin Muheng froze slightly at her words, thinking to himself, seeing me now probably won't make them happy. But the thought of being with Wanwan made him give the little one a knowing look. Wanwan understood immediately and dashed to Xie Wanning's side, pouting, Mommy, please let Daddy come with us. Don't you love being with Daddy the most? After saying this, she added with feigned magnanimity, fine, I won't fight you for my husband anymore. Daddy can stay with me during the day, and he'll be all yours at night. Hearing this, Xie Wanning's face flushed instantly, overcome with embarrassment. Besides, she wasn't the clingy type at all. Wanwan must be making things up. She patiently hugged Wanwan and soothed her softly, sweetie, everyone has their own responsibilities to fulfill, and Daddy is no exception, right? The factory can manage without me. I'm free during summer break, Lin Muheng interjected with a smile, cutting off Xie Wanning's words. Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately cheered, Mommy, Daddy isn't busy. With both Daddy and Mommy here, Wanwan is so happy. Seeing Wanwan's delighted expression, Xie Wanning ultimately said no more. Still, her gaze kept drifting toward Lin Muheng, wondering what he was really thinking. Seeing his daughter's enthusiastic reaction, Lin Muheng couldn't help but silently give her a mental thumbs up. Then, he couldn't help but start pondering, when the future son-in-law comes to visit, are there any things I should be aware of? By morning, Lin Muheng had already prepared Wanwan's snacks and water cup, yet the bedroom remained utterly silent, not a sound to be heard. He gently pushed open the door to find the little one still clinging to her bed, wrapped tightly in her blanket, clearly reluctant to get up. Lin Muheng smiled helplessly yet dotingly. He sat beside Wanwan and called out softly, "Sweetie, time to wake up. The sun's already shining on your bottom. Daddy, my blanket is still little. It can't leave me," Wanwan mumbled sleepily, rubbing her drowsy eyes. She rolled over and drifted back into a deep slumber. Lin Muheng couldn't help but laugh at his daughter's adorable expression. He leaned close to Wanwan's ear and whispered again, "If your blanket needs you to take care of it, then mommy and I will have to go to the amusement park without you." "Ha? The amusement park?" Those words seemed to hold magical power. Wanwan instantly perked up, jolting upright with wide, sparkling eyes full of excitement. "Daddy, you and mommy are taking me to the amusement park?" "Yes, but because someone slept in, we won't be going today." Lin Muheng deliberately feigned regret, frowning as he spoke. Wanwan immediately grew anxious. She shook her dad's arm, whining, "Daddy, I'm a big girl now. I don't need you to take care of me anymore. I'll get up right now. Let's go today, okay?" Lin Muheng felt like his arm was about to fall off from all the shaking. He pinched Wanwan's nose affectionately and smiled, "Alright, then hurry up and get dressed, wash up, and we'll head out right away." "Yay Daddy, I love you," Wanwan cheered excitedly, jumping off the bed and scrambling to get ready. Before long, Wanwan was dressed in a pretty little dress, her hair styled into two adorable pigtails adorned with pink bows, looking like a cute little angel. Sitting in the car, Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes and asked curiously, "Daddy, isn't mommy coming with us? Why can't I see her?" "Mommy will be out soon. Let's wait for her at the school gate," Lin Muheng patiently explained. "Oh. Wanwan, sit tight. Let's hurry and go pick up mommy." Wanwan's little face flushed with excitement. She loved family outings the most. Soon, they arrived at the school gate, where a striking figure stood waiting. Wanwan looked puzzled and asked, "Daddy, why is there a man standing next to mommy? Is he coming to the amusement park with us too?" Chapter 103, Taking Wanwan to the Amusement Park. Lin Muheng's lips tightened slightly at the words, his gaze sharpening like a blade as he fixed it on the man. He felt like a vinegar jar had been smashed open inside. His grip on the steering wheel tightened unconsciously, knuckles turning white from the pressure. Not far away, Xie Wanning remained oblivious. Today, she wore a pink new Chinese-style qipao that seemed tailor-made, perfectly accentuating her slender waist. The skirt fell just above her calves, lending her an air of gentle charm, as if she had stepped out of a Zheng Nanning painting. A few strands of hair cascaded down her temples, while the rest was gathered into a low bun at the nape of her neck. The remaining locks fell naturally over her right shoulder, evoking the image of a noble lady emerging from an ancient inner chamber, a beauty impossible to look away from. Beside her stood a man in a black suit, his hair slicked back to a mirror-like shine. To Lin Muheng, he looked exactly like an insurance salesman. Lin Muheng suppressed his jealousy, slowly pulling the car to a stop beside Xie Wanning before stepping out as if nothing was amiss. Xie Wanning, noticing this, flashed a sweet smile and introduced Lin Muheng. "This is my senior, Xin Guoshang, who also served as the previous student union president." "Hello," Xin Guoshang said with a slight smile, extending his hand for a shake. Lin Muheng acted as if he hadn't seen it, saying, "Senior, shouldn't you be off on your graduation internship? Why are you still hanging around campus?" His hostility toward the man before him was palpable, and his words were anything but kind. Xie Wanning detected the jealousy in his tone and felt a quiet triumph inside. She quickly interjected, "Senior, he's straightforward and blunt, no offense intended. He's just concerned about your job." Xin Guoshang pursed his lips, a barely perceptible flicker of awkwardness crossing his face. He forced a smile and said, "Oh, thanks for your concern, Junior. I've already received an offer from a major company and will be reporting for duty in a couple of days." He then turned to Xie Wanning, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "And who might this be?" Before Xie Wanning could answer, Lin Muheng beat her to it, grinning as he introduced himself. "I'm Ningning's boyfriend, Lin Muheng." Upon hearing this introduction, Xie Wanning's eyes widened instantly, her face brimming with disbelief. She silently muttered to herself, "I never asked him to pretend to be my boyfriend." Still, hearing those words stirred a surge of joy within her. She secretly hoped, wondering when this fake arrangement might become the real thing. Lin Muheng smugly took Xie Wanning's hand, his lips curving upward as he said, "Senior, we have things to attend to. We'll be leaving now." After speaking, he opened the passenger door. Xie Wanning hesitated for a moment before slowly sliding in. Lin Muheng returned to the driver's seat and carefully fastened Xie Wanning's seatbelt, each motion radiating tenderness. Xie Wanning smiled and waved, saying to Qin Guosheng, "Senior, let's meet again sometime." As the car drove off, for some reason, she felt the air pressure inside growing heavier and heavier, suffocating her. Then Lin Muheng spoke up, "You and that senior seem pretty close." His tone carried a hint of sourness. Xie Wanning nodded, catching the hint of jealousy in his words. A faint, triumphant smile touched her lips as she replied, "Back in the student council, he looked out for me as a senior." "Oh." Lin Muheng responded curtly, inwardly muttering, more like using guidance as an excuse to get close and take advantage. Lin Muheng drove while glancing at Xie Wanning from time to time, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He couldn't fathom why he felt so enraged. Seeing Xie Wanning standing with another man made his heart ache as if clawed by a cat. Yet he feared that confessing his feelings might shatter even their current relationship. Perhaps the more he cared, the more he feared losing her, and the more he hesitated to speak. Soon, the colorful gates of the amusement park came into view. Wanwan's big, watery eyes lit up instantly at the sight before her little face brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Like a bird newly released from its cage, she bounced excitedly, pointing inside and shouting at the top of her lungs, "Wow, Dad, Mom, look! This place looks so much fun! Let's go in," Lin Muheng replied with a smile. Wanwan clutched her mother's hand with her left and her father's with her right, her little feet bouncing as she skipped along, utterly adorable. After buying tickets and stepping into the amusement park, the dazzling array of rides and attractions left Wanwan's eyes wide with wonder. Her big eyes darted around until suddenly, the spinning swings caught her attention. Her little face flushed bright red with excitement, like a ripe apple. Her tiny hands tapped her father Lin Muheng's arm impatiently as she pleaded, "Daddy, Daddy, I want to ride that spinning swing." Her voice brimmed with anticipation, as if she might burst into tears the moment her father refused. Lin Muheng gazed at his daughter's adorable expression, gently pinching her tiny nose with affection. "All right," he said softly, "Daddy will take you right now." With that, he carefully placed Wanwan onto the wooden board of the rotating swing. Soon, other children took their seats, and the swing began to turn slowly. Xie Wanning couldn't help but remind her from the side, "Wanwan, you have to hold onto the ropes tight, or you'll fall off." Wanwan nodded earnestly, gripping the rope tightly as she savored the magical sensation of spinning. Lin Muheng wasn't idle either. He pulled out his phone and started snapping away at Wanwan, calling out repeatedly, "Wanwan, look at Daddy here. Smile for me." Hearing her dad's call, Wanwan immediately turned her head. She made a peace sign with her fingers, stuck out her pink little tongue, and smiled so widely her eyes crinkled into slits. After the spinning swing, Wanwan was drawn to the children on the trampoline nearby. She took off running toward it. On the trampoline, Wanwan bounced with such joy, her little face flushed rosy from the activity, as if she'd applied blush. Watching her daughter's adorable expression, Xie Wanning said tenderly, "Sweetie, come have a drink. Look at you, all sweaty from playing." Wanwan gulped down her water, her eyes darting around as if searching for the next exciting attraction. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Pointing to the small roller coaster in the distance, she exclaimed excitedly, "Daddy, Mommy, let's go on that one. It looks so thrilling." With that, she darted off like a little rocket, leading the way. Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng watched their daughter's lively, adorable figure, exchanged a smile, and quickly followed after her. Seated in the rabbit-shaped rocking car, Wanwan waited with eager anticipation. But after a long while, the car still hadn't moved. Turning her head in confusion, she looked at her parents and asked in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, why isn't this car moving yet?" Chapter 104, Hurry up and wipe your husband's sweat. Lin Muheng also found it odd. He looked around and soon spotted the facility notice nearby. Turns out this roller coaster was powered by human effort. Someone had to pedal a bicycle beside it to get the ride going. To make his daughter happy, Lin Muheng didn't hesitate to hop on the bike. At first, pedaling felt incredibly strenuous. Yet seeing Wanwan's car finally inch forward slowly filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Gritting his teeth, he pedaled harder. Wanwan's rocking car began gliding up and down like a windmill. But happy times are always fleeting. Within seconds, the bike came to a stop. Wanwan hadn't had enough yet. She puckered her little lips, tugged at her dad's hand, and whined, "Daddy, this is so much fun. Wanwan wants to play again." That pitiful little expression made it impossible to refuse. Lin Muheng nodded and smiled, "All right, sweetie, let's keep going." With that, he began pedaling the bicycle with renewed effort. The hot weather combined with the exercise soon soaked his shirt through with sweat, clinging tightly to his skin. But seeing Wanwan having such a wonderful time, he felt it was all worth it. Yet Wanwan seemed hooked, tugging Lin Muheng back to the starting point. Xie Wan watched Lin Muheng's sweat-soaked shirt with a pang of tenderness. She gently took Wanwan's small hand and said softly, "Sweetie, let's play something else for a bit. Give Daddy a chance to rest, okay?" Wanwan tilted her little head, her big eyes blinking innocently. "Huh? Is Daddy already out of steam?" Her innocent words left Lin Muheng both amused and exasperated. He forced a smile, saying, "Sweetie, let's keep going. Daddy's got plenty of energy left." "Never mind, I suddenly feel like playing something else." Wanwan shook her little head and playfully stuck out her tongue. She didn't want Daddy to get too tired. Seeing the sweat beading on her dad's forehead, she turned to Xie Wanning, batting her big eyes and saying, "Mommy, hurry up and wipe your husband's sweat." After saying this, she thoughtfully pulled a pack of tissues from her little purse and handed it to Xie Wanning. Lin Muheng beamed inwardly. His little angel was so thoughtful. He sat there, brimming with anticipation. Xie Wanning accepted the tissues, a flicker of awkwardness crossing her face. Yet, in front of her child, she made an effort to maintain the appearance of a loving couple. She tiptoed lightly, carefully wiping Lin Muheng's forehead before gently gliding the tissue down his cheeks to his neck. Suddenly, their eyes met. A blush instantly spread across Xie Wanning's lovely face, as shy as peach blossoms blooming in spring. You can wipe the inside yourself. Okay, thanks, Lin Muheng murmured with a grateful smile. The amusement park was vast. After lunch, they continued exploring with Wanwan in tow. The little one was absolutely thrilled today. Her smile never left her face. Suddenly, Wanwan pointed at a distant slide and exclaimed excitedly, "Daddy, I want to go on that one. Can you catch me at the bottom?" "Of course I can." Lin Muheng smiled affectionately. He crouched down, helped Wanyan adjust her clothes, then watched as she carefully climbed step by step. Reaching the top, Wanwan peered over the edge and called down, "Daddy, I'm sliding now. You have to catch me, okay?" "Okay." Lin Muheng nodded firmly, spreading his arms wide below and keeping his eyes fixed on Wanwan. Soon, Wanwan's figure glided down the tube like a cheerful little bird. With lightning reflexes, he caught her securely at the bottom, immediately pulling her tightly into his arms. "Daddy caught you," he said affectionately. Hee Wanwan smiled, her lips pressed together, revealing two sweet dimples. She looked utterly adorable. Watching their tender father-daughter moment, Xie Wanning's eyes sparkled with warmth. She thought to herself, he really is a wonderful dad. After a day of playing together, Xie Wanning noticed Wanwan seemed particularly drawn to slightly thrilling rides. Just then, she spotted a motorized roller coaster nearby, the kind that didn't require manual pedaling. "Sweetie, come here. Mommy found something fun." Xie Wanning held her precious daughter close and pointed excitedly at the distant ride. "Look at that. Would you like to try it?" "Wow, I do." Wanwan nodded, but a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. "Daddy's already so tired. Maybe I should play something else." Xie Wanning could tell Wanwan really wanted to ride it. She gently patted her head and reassured her, "Daddy doesn't have to pedal that one. It's automatic." Hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded excitedly, "Then I want to ride it." "Come on, Mommy will take you," Xie Wanning said, taking Wanwan's small hand and walking toward the motorized roller coaster. They settled into a frog-shaped car. Wanwan looked around excitedly, her little face full of anticipation. Nearby, Lin Muheng stood below, watching them with happiness, his eyes filled with tenderness. A crisp bell chimed as the roller coaster slowly began to move. The car started bumping and swaying, sending Wanwan into a frenzy of excitement. As the car plunged down from the heights, she let out a thrilled shriek. Seeing Wanwan having such a wonderful time filled Lin Muheng with joy too. However, he soon noticed a very serious problem. The frog-shaped car carrying Wanwan and Xie Wanning had been traveling smoothly along the tracks, but now it seemed to be gradually veering off course. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Muheng. He tried to shout for the staff to stop the ride, but the car had already begun to tilt. It was too late. Watching helplessly as the two girls in the car plunged off the tracks, Lin Muheng's heart clenched violently. He scrambled to prepare for a catch beside the track. Spotting them tumbling out of the car, Lin Muheng lunged forward in a single bound, swiftly shielding Xie Wanning and Wanwan in his arms. Immediately after, the three of them rolled several times on the ground. To be honest, Xie Wanning was completely dazed at that moment. When she recognized the person beneath her as Lin Muheng, she asked anxiously, "Are you hurt?" Lin Muheng slowly rose to his feet, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze then turned anxiously to Wanwan and Xie Wanning as he asked with concern, "What about you two? Are you hurt?" Both shook their heads. After all, Lin Muheng had shielded them during the fall, otherwise, they would have been covered in bruises by now. Seeing how Lin Muheng had risked his own safety to protect her and her daughter, Xie Wanling's eyes welled up with tears. With a hint of playful reproach, she said, "It was so dangerous just now. Why did you have to rush out? Thank goodness you're safe. Otherwise, what would we do?" Xie Wanning said, unable to hold back as she threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms and began sobbing. Chapter 105, Reborn. Seeing her mother weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, Wanwan immediately burst into loud sobs herself. Her little shoulders shook as she choked out, "Daddy, I really won't play that game again. Wanwan doesn't want you to get hurt." Lin Muheng gazed at the tearful mother and daughter in his arms, his heart aching. He hurriedly whispered soothingly, "I'm perfectly fine, not a scratch on me. Besides, I'm a man. Protecting you two is my responsibility. It's what I'm supposed to do." His voice was gentle yet firm, carrying a soothing power that calmed the soul. Xie Wanling felt a wave of warmth wash over her as she listened to Lin Muheng's words, yet her tears flowed even more freely. At that moment, a system notification suddenly sounded in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! System detects a change in Xie Wanning's affection level toward the host. Current affection level, 65. Can use 20 affection points to unlock reward, rebirth transformation. The moment the system finished speaking, Lin Muheng felt his body begin to undergo subtle changes. A warm current surged through his veins, and he could distinctly feel his bones slowly lengthening. This extraordinary sensation filled him with both astonishment and delight. Originally, saving the mother and daughter had inevitably left him with some pain. Yet now, that pain vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Lin Muheng was utterly astonished. This system's reward was truly extraordinary. After all, health was the foundation of everything, something no amount of money could ever buy back. Just then, a stranger's concerned voice echoed in Lin Muheng's ears. Sir, I'm the amusement park manager. Are you injured? Should I call an ambulance? He snapped back to reality to find a middle-aged man in a suit standing before him. The man had dark skin, a short stature, and a slightly plump build. The few strands of hair left on his head clung tightly to his scalp, giving him a somewhat comical appearance. Lin Muheng responded with a slight wave of his hand and a faint smile. I'm fine. No need for an ambulance. Oh. The manager nodded quickly, secretly sighing in relief. After all, if a customer got hurt, the amusement park would be liable for compensation, and that would be a huge headache. To ensure the customer wouldn't dwell on the incident, the manager beamed with a sincere smile as he handed 10 tickets to Lin Muheng with both hands. Sir, we sincerely apologize for the unpleasant experience you and your family endured. These tickets are a small token of our amusement park's appreciation. Please accept them. Seeing the sincerity in their attitude and realizing he hadn't suffered any real harm, Lin Muheng casually accepted the tickets. After all, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. I hope this incident serves as a wake-up call for your amusement park. These attractions must be inspected regularly. If something truly happens, regret will come too late. Yes, sir. We will certainly heed your advice. The manager bowed again in apology before slowly walking away. All the while, Wanwan had been staring intently at the ticket in Lin Muheng's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The lingering fear in her eyes had vanished without a trace, replaced by pure excitement. Daddy, with these tickets, can we come play here next time? She asked excitedly. Of course. Whenever Wanwan wants to play, Daddy and Mommy will bring you here, okay? Lin Muheng said with an indulgent smile, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Wanwan nodded happily, her little head bobbing like a bobblehead. Yes. Daddy and Mommy are the best. Wanwan loves you. With that, the little one planted a sweet kiss on each of her parents' cheeks, looking utterly adorable. Spotting several more amusement rides she hadn't tried yet in the distance, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She waved her little hands excitedly at Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning, her voice soft and sweet as she coaxed, Daddy, Mommy, Wanwan hasn't seen those yet. Let's go play together. Sure. Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng exchanged a smile, their eyes brimming with affection as they followed Wanwan. At that moment, the three of them were the very picture of a happy family. Only as dusk gradually settled in did Wanwan reluctantly follow her parents home. Perhaps exhausted from a day of endless fun, Wanwan drifted off to sleep on the sofa shortly after dinner. Her little face flushed with warmth, she slept soundly and peacefully. Lin Muheng watched the scene unfold, his heart aching with tenderness. He gently lifted her up, carefully settling her down, then tenderly tucked the quilt around her. He placed a soft kiss on Wanwan's forehead, his eyes brimming with affection as he murmured softly, Sleep well, my darling. In the living room, Lin Muheng sat on the sofa when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up to see it was Zhou Zhenfeng calling. On the other end, Zhou Zhenfeng spoke excitedly, Mr. Lin, I've brought all the colleagues who were laid off earlier to Tianheng factory. There are 4 of them in total. Everyone is now in place. I guarantee you, within less than a month, we will definitely develop the revolutionary electric tricycle. Lin Muheng listened, his heart filled with anticipation. After hanging up, he pondered, he must sell worry-free publishing immediately, or else the factory would fall into the hands of certain people. Inside worry-free publishing, employees trickled into the office, beginning their workday. At the entrance, a woman in her 50s caught the receptionist's attention. She wore a black floral chiffon blouse and patterned trousers, peering furtively into the building as if searching for something. Noticing her unusual behavior, the receptionist approached and politely inquired, Ma'am, who are you looking for? Wu Xiufen looked the young woman over from head to toe, then flashed a smile that was part warmth, part flattery. She tentatively inquired, I'm looking for Hu Lily. Does she work here? The young woman smiled upon hearing this. Oh, you're here to see our editor-in-chief Hu. She works here. After saying this, she looked at the woman in front of her and asked curiously, what's your relationship with her? I'm her mother, Wu Xiufen said excitedly, exhausted from the morning's ordeal. That morning, she had followed Hu Lily to the building, only to discover it housed so many companies. She'd wandered around like a headless fly, searching for ages before finally finding her way here. Oh, it's you, Auntie. You're here to see editor-in-chief Wu? Yes, I need to speak with her. Could you please call her out? Wu Xiufen asked in a conciliatory tone, though her smile concealed a barely perceptible hint of malice. The receptionist nodded with a smile and replied, Auntie, please take a seat. I'll go get her right away. All right, thank you, Wu Xiufen replied gratefully. As the receptionist walked away, a vicious glint suddenly flared in her eyes. Gritting her teeth, she muttered, You little, I'll see where you can hide now. Inside the office, Hu Lily sat at her desk, focused on processing documents. Suddenly, the phone on her desk rang. The shrill ringtone cut through the quiet office like a sharp blade. She picked up the receiver. Upon hearing the message, she sprang to her feet, her eyes wide with terror. How did she find me? Chapter 106, The Uninvited Guest at the Publishing House. Hu Lily forced herself to remain calm, though her voice still carried a barely perceptible tremor. She replied in a measured tone, "Alright, I understand." After hanging up, she took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil within her, and slowly walked out of the office. The moment Wu Xiaofan saw her, a smile that seemed kind but was actually insincere appeared on her lips. She greeted her warmly, "Lily, I hope I'm not interrupting anything." The receptionist, sensing the mother and daughter needed privacy, discreetly smiled and stepped away. Editor-in-Chief, please continue your conversation with Auntie. I'll get back to work. MHM. Wu Lily nodded. Once the girl was out of earshot, she glanced warily around before pulling Wu Xiaofan toward the stairwell. Lowering her voice, she spoke with a mix of hurt and accusation. "How did you find my company?" "By following you, of course." Wu Xiaofan's lips curved into a smug smile, radiating the satisfaction of a scheme gone perfectly right. Gone was the tender motherly demeanor from moments before, replaced by eyes gleaming with greed and selfishness. Hearing this, Wu Lily's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice rising slightly. "You followed me? Who told you not to give me money?" "I had no choice but to resort to this." Wu Xiaofan stood with her hands on her hips, her face thick with shamelessness, as if stalking her daughter was perfectly justified. She looked like a greedy wolf, determined not to relent until she got her money. "Didn't I tell you? I have no money. Besides, why should I pay for my brother's wedding? I have no obligation." Wu Lily said coldly, her eyes filled with determination and resignation. From childhood, her family had favored sons over daughters. Her brother was the family treasure, while she was merely a girl to be commanded at will. If not for the kindness of strangers who sponsored her university education, she would likely have been forced into marriage long ago. Hearing this, Wu Xiaofan's eyes instantly turned vicious, like they'd been dipped in poison. She snarled, "You worthless brat. What's wrong with contributing to your brother's wedding? You're a Hu by birth and will be a Hu in death. Besides, you earn money, so you should support us." In her mind, her daughter was nothing but the family's cash cow. If she didn't squeeze every last penny out of her, how else would her son ever marry and give her grandchildren? Wu Lily scoffed coldly, her eyes brimming with scorn. "Didn't I send every penny I earned to you before? I truly have no money left now." Her heart was filled with sorrow. All these years, she had been nothing but an ATM, giving everything to her family yet never receiving a shred of warmth in return. To make Wu Xiaofan give up her demands, she said with feigned hurt, "You saw where I live, it's smaller than a bathroom back home. What money could I possibly have?" As she spoke, tears welled up in Wu Lily's eyes and spilled over her lashes. "You never care how I'm doing in this big city, whether I'm being mistreated, if I'm eating enough or staying warm. Besides demanding money, what else do you ever do?" Wu Xiaofan seemed to realize she was in the wrong and instantly lowered her head. But soon, that sense of guilt vanished completely. She curled her lips, sizing her up from head to toe, and murmured, "But you're living it up, aren't you? All glitz and glamour." Recalling the earlier scene, a flicker of greed crossed her eyes before she plastered on a fawning smile. "Lily, I just heard that young girl call you editor-in-chief. That's quite a high position, isn't it? You must be making good money. And this is the Magic City, a bustling first-tier metropolis. Old Zhang next door says monthly salaries here run into the tens of thousands." Her expression abruptly soured as she continued, her voice dripping with resentment. "You earn that much every month, yet you only send us 10,000? Have you no conscience? I didn't ask for much, just 50,000 for your brother's wedding dowry and house purchase. That's a drop in the bucket for you. Why are you so unwilling? You ate and drank off us growing up, what's wrong with asking you for a little money now?" Wu Xiaofan grew angrier by the second. In her rage, she clamped down hard on Wu Lily's arm to vent her fury. At that moment, a cold smile curled at the corner of Wu Lily's lips. She wrenched free from Wu Xiaofan's grip and shouted angrily, 500,000? You call that a lot? Do you think I'm an ATM? Where am I supposed to get that kind of money? I only have 20,000 on me right now. Go home now, and I'll transfer it to your card immediately." Her eyes were filled with despair and rage. All these years, she had given everything to this family, yet never received a shred of gratitude in return. She couldn't help but ask herself, why did she have to be stuck with parents like this? She longed to be loved too. Trying to brush me off with a measly 20,000? No way. Wu Xiaofan snarled, her eyes burning with greed and resentment. She was determined her daughter had to give her 500,000 yuan. Otherwise, she wouldn't let it go. The standoff had reached its peak. Wu Lily was utterly fed up and had no desire to waste any more words on Wu Xiaofan. Her brows furrowed, her eyes brimming with impatience, and she turned to leave. But Wu Xiaofan clung to her like a piece of chewing gum that just wouldn't come off, gripping her arm tightly and refusing to let go. Just then, the receptionist approached with a smile. "Editor Hu, Mr. Lin is here and wishes to see you." Though Wu Xiaofan had thoroughly irritated her, Wu Lily forced a smile and replied, "All right, I'll be right there." Seeing her about to leave, Wu Xiaofan clung to her again. Wu Lily's gaze instantly sharpened like a blade as she fixed Wu Xiaofan with a cold, threatening stare. "Fine," she said. "If you don't want me to go, I won't. But if I lose my job, you won't get a single penny." At those words, Wu Xiaofan shuddered in fear and quickly let go. In her mind, her daughter was the family's cash cow. If her daughter lost her job, where would she find the money for her son's dowry? But as Hu Lili turned to leave, Wu Xiaofan suddenly grabbed her arm and snarled, "If I don't get my money, I'll just stay put in Shanghai and never leave. And now that I know where you work, you can forget about hiding from me." Staring at this cold-hearted, money-obsessed biological mother before her, Hu Lili felt a chill deep in her heart, tears welling up in her eyes. She screamed inwardly in agony. Was she not her flesh and blood? She took a deep breath, forcefully wiped away her tears, and tried to steady herself before stepping into the office with measured strides. "Mr. Lin, you requested to see me," Hu Lili said respectfully. Lin Muheng lifted his gaze to meet hers. His eyes inadvertently fell upon the red marks covering her arms, causing his brow to furrow slightly. Concerned, he inquired, "What happened to you?" Chapter 107, Can I stay here for a few days? Hearing this, Hu Lili instinctively looked down at her arms, a flicker of panic crossing her mind. But she quickly regained her composure, patting her arm as if nothing was wrong and answering with a smile, "Nothing, just a few mosquito bites." Lin Muheng nodded lightly. Seeing she didn't wish to elaborate, he didn't press further. Immediately after, Lin Muheng handed a contract to Hu Lili and said with a serious expression, "I intend to sell this publishing house. You go find potential buyers." Hu Lili's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. She asked in confusion, "Mr. Lin, this publishing house is profitable. Why would you want to sell it?" Lin Muheng paused briefly before replying, "I've taken over the family factory. My focus will now be entirely on tricycle manufacturing. The factory's operations require capital, so selling the publishing house is necessary." Though Hu Lili wanted to persuade Mr. Lin to reconsider, he was ultimately the boss. Having made this decision, he must have weighed the options carefully and thought it through thoroughly. She could only comply with his orders. "Understood, Mr. Lin. I'll begin making arrangements immediately." "Alright, thank you for your efforts," Lin Muheng said, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. As usual, Xie Wanning waited until Wanwan was sound asleep before quietly slipping out of Lin Muheng's home. However, as she stepped out of the residential complex gate, an inexplicable chill suddenly washed over her. Her keen senses detected a pair of eyes fixedly watching her from behind. Her heart tightened. Without a moment's hesitation, she instinctively quickened her pace, hurrying toward the familiar school gate. Just then, a soft voice called out from behind her. Ning. The voice was both familiar and strangely unfamiliar. Xie Wanning's heart trembled. She slowly turned around, watching a figure grow closer and clearer. "Lily?" Xie Wanning asked in surprise. "Was that you following me just now?" Hu Lili nodded, her expression tinged with apology. "Sorry for making you worry." Xie Wanning waved it off with a smile, her concern evident. "What brings you here? Were you looking for Lin Muheng?" Hu Lili shook her head hastily, her voice low. "No, I'm looking for you." "Me?" Xie Wanning was filled with confusion. She never imagined Hu Lili would seek her out at this moment. Hu Lili took a deep breath and mustered her courage. "I'm in Shanghai. I don't have many friends here. Could I stay with you for a few days?" Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning instantly understood. Hu Lili must have encountered some hardship to be humbling herself like this and asking for her help. Without a moment's hesitation, she readily agreed, of course. Although the school enforced strict dormitory inspections, accommodating one extra person posed no real challenge for Xie Wanning. She led Hu Lili through the campus paths to the girls' dormitory. Their major assigned 2 students per room, and her roommate was Xiao Qiao. Upon entering the room, they found Xiao Qiao leisurely applying a face mask while her fingers flew across her phone screen, engrossed in a game. Seeing this, Xie Wanning introduced her roommate, Xiao Qiao. "This is my friend Hu Lili. She'll be staying in our dorm for a few days." "Hello, sorry for the trouble," Hu Lili said with a hint of apology. "No problem." Xiao Qiao waved her hand with a smile, her eyes never leaving the phone screen as her fingers continued their busy dance across the keys. After entering, Hu Lili scanned the room with curious eyes. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This girl's dormitory was over 3 times larger than her own cramped living space. Thinking of how she'd sent money back to her parents to save expenses while living in such cramped quarters, a pang of regret washed over her. But now, she had come to terms with it. Even if she donated all that money, she wouldn't give her parents or younger brother a single penny more. Xie Wanning was extremely warm and welcoming, helping her find slippers and rummaging through pajamas, leaving Hu Lili feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed. Hu Lili expressed her gratitude wholeheartedly. "Ning, thank you so much. If you hadn't brought me back, I might have ended up on the streets." "It's nothing. Don't worry about it," Xie Wanning reassured her softly. She didn't pry into other matters, afraid of touching on painful memories. Just then, Hu Lili's phone rang. Seeing it was an old acquaintance calling, she stepped out onto the balcony to answer. "You're saying you want to buy out Worry-Free Publishing?" Hu Lili asked in surprise. "Alright, I'll inform Mr. Lin. We'll schedule a meeting later." After hanging up, she turned and saw Xie Wanling standing behind her. Overhearing the conversation, Xie Wanling asked curiously, "Lily, did you just say someone wants to buy the publishing house?" "Yes," Hu Lili nodded, then asked in surprise, "Didn't Mr. Lin tell you? He wants to sell the publishing house." Xie Wanning shook her head, then asked curiously, why would your boss want to sell the publishing house? For a factory. He's probably short on funds right now, Hu Lili said bitterly. In such a short time, the publishing house had changed hands several times. To the uninformed, it must seem like a hot potato. After hearing this, Xie Wanning nodded thoughtfully, already forming a decision in her mind. Just then, Xiao Xiao turned her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked Xie Wanning, Ning, isn't the school about to hold its summer sports meet? Xie Wanling gave a slight nod, a sudden thought flashing through her mind, winning the competition could earn prize money, this might be a good opportunity. She turned to Xiao Xiao, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. Has our class started signing up yet? Yes, they have. Which events do you want to enter? I'll fill them in for you, Xiao Xiao replied enthusiastically. Sure. Xie Wanning picked up the event list, scanned it carefully, and decisively checked off several events where she felt she had a shot at placing in the top 3. Xiao Xiao took the list she handed over and couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. Ning, why did you sign up for so many events? Jump rope, standing long jump, 100-meter dash, 3,000-meter run, and shot put? Are you trying to be Superman? Can you even handle all that? Xiao Xiao's eyes were filled with concern. Xie Wanning waved confidently at the remark, most of these events don't overlap, some are in the morning, some in the afternoon. And the sports meet lasts 3 days. I can totally handle it. She patted her chest, radiating self-assurance. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. You're a modern-day Iron Lady. You rock. Truthfully, Xie Wanning had never been enthusiastic about sports meets before. She usually served as a reserve player, stepping in only when her class needed extra participants. This time, her unusual decision to sign up for multiple events naturally piqued Xiao Xiao's curiosity. Ning, you're going all out like this, there must be a reason. Come on, spill it. What's it for? Xiao Xiao hooked her arm around Ning's shoulder, asking with gossipy curiosity. What else could it be? Of course it's because I love sports. A flicker of panic crossed Xie Wanning's eyes, but she quickly masked it. Seeing her best friend stubbornly refuse to admit anything, Xiao Xiao gave up. However, Hu Lili, who had been listening quietly nearby, knew exactly what was going on. Chapter 108, Your figure is just right. As the first light of dawn broke, Hu Lili opened her eyes, sleep completely gone. She rose from the bed with quiet, careful steps, each one deliberate, afraid of disturbing Xie Wanning, who was still fast asleep beside her. After changing her clothes and a quick wash, she was about to leave when Xie Wanning's sleepy voice reached her ear. Lily, you're up so early? Hu Lili turned around, a gentle smile spreading across her face. She replied softly, can't help it, got to go to work. She paused, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Ning, thank you for letting me stay. I'll be off now. Xie Wanning waved sleepily, then collapsed back onto the bed. However, barely a moment after closing her eyes, Xie Wanning suddenly remembered she'd signed up for the school sports meet. If she wanted to win the prize money, she needed to start training her stamina now. The thought instantly banished all sleepiness. She shot up from the bed, swiftly changed into her gym clothes, and hurried out the door. Meanwhile, Hu Lili trudged heavily toward the company building. Spotting a familiar face, she took a deep breath and immediately broke into a smile, radiating energy. Entering the lobby, she spotted a man in his 50s dressed in work clothes standing alertly by the elevator entrance. Hu Lili smiled warmly as she approached him, greeting him enthusiastically, Good morning, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Guangjuan recognized her and returned the warm smile, asking with concern, Little Hu, why are you here so early today? Hu Lili slightly furrowed her brow and feigned distress, some company matters needed my attention, so I had to come in early. Her eyes darted around as she reached into her bag, pulling out a pack of Huazi cigarettes. Seizing a moment when no one was looking, she slipped it into Zhang Guangjuan's arms and said with a smile, Uncle Zhang, a client gave me these. I'm just a girl and don't smoke myself. They just go to waste at home, so could you help me out and take care of them? Zhang Guangjuan's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of the Huazi cigarettes. He didn't have many hobbies, just smoking and drinking, but he usually stuck to the cheapest cigarettes, costing less than 10 yuan. But these were Huazi cigarettes, the kind he'd never smoked in his life. Hearing Hu Lili's words, he grinned so widely the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled together. He quickly replied, Sure, I'll take care of it for you. Zhang Guangjuan clutched the Huazi cigarettes as if they were precious treasures, then secretly slipped them into his clothes. Seeing this, Hu Lili's eyes sparkled with amusement. Satisfied he'd accepted the cigarettes, she adopted a pouty expression and began complaining to Zhang Guangjuan. Uncle Zhang, lately people keep pretending to be my mother and coming to the office building. My mom is perfectly fine at home, how dare these people do such things? I'm just a young girl from out of town, I can handle a little trouble, but please don't let it affect the company. Zhang Guangjuan immediately chimed in, yeah, the company really frowns upon that sort of thing. He quickly realized she was telling him this specifically. Feeling obligated to help, he patted his chest and solemnly promised, Little Hu, don't worry. I guarantee those scammers won't get past this gate. A flicker of relief crossed Hu Lili's eyes as she sincerely thanked him, Thank you, Uncle Zhang. After handling everything, she breathed a sigh of relief, hoping only that Wu Xiufen would back down and return home soon. At the breakfast table, Wanwan and Lin Muheng fixed their concerned gazes on Xie Wanning. Wanwan broke the silence first, her tiny brow furrowing with concern as she asked in her childish voice, "Mommy, why are there so many beads of sweat on your face? Are you feeling unwell?" Xie Wanning gently stroked the little one's head, her face softening into a doting smile as she explained softly, "No, I just finished my morning run, that's why I'm sweating so much." "Oh, I see," Wanwan nodded, her understanding half formed. She then picked up a steamed dumpling and popped it into her mouth, her cheeks puffing out round and full, looking just like an utterly adorable little hamster. Today, Xie Wanning wore a black tracksuit, her hair pulled up into a sleek high ponytail. She radiated youthful energy, glowing with vitality. Lin Muheng frowned slightly upon hearing this, silently wondering, was she dieting? He lifted his gaze to meet hers, his eyes lingering on Xie Wanning's slender figure. Slowly, he said, "You're not fat. Your figure is just right." "Huh?" Xie Wanning paused slightly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. Secretly delighted, she wondered, is he showing concern for me? To avoid any misunderstanding, she hastily explained, "I'm not trying to lose weight. I signed up for an event in the school's summer sports meet and wanted to start training early." "Oh." Lin Muheng nodded, saying no more. After finishing their meal, he turned his gaze to her and said, "I need to step out for a bit. I'll leave Wanwan in your care." "Go ahead, I'll take care of her," Xie Wanning replied with a smile. Her mind drifted back to Hu Lily's words from yesterday, and her hand instinctively searched inside her pocket only to find nothing. A chill ran through her as she suddenly remembered she hadn't placed that item in this particular outfit. Xie Wanning silently cursed herself, "Looks like I'll have to find another opportunity." Meanwhile, Hu Lily hadn't returned home the previous night. Wu Xiufen arrived early the next morning to stake out her daughter's workplace. The office building was vast. Illiterate and unsure of where to go, her furtive behavior immediately drew attention. Zheng Guangjuan noticed she was unfamiliar in trying to enter the restricted area without a pass. He swiftly intercepted her. "Non-company personnel are prohibited from entering this building. If you don't heed my warning, I'll call the police," Zheng Guangjuan said sternly. Wu Xiufen's eyes widened in disdain. She raised her voice and retorted, "Humph. What's so great about being a gatekeeper? I'm not even trying to get in right now." She shot Zheng Guangjuan a vicious glare, curled her lip, and stormed off. But she hadn't gone far. Instead, she found a spot to sit near the building's entrance, her eyes gleaming with greed and determination. Just then, a person wrapped up tightly emerged from the building. Though the face was obscured, Wu Xiufen recognized the outfit it belonged to her daughter, Hu Lily. With her hands on her hips, she declared triumphantly, "No matter how tightly that little wraps herself up, I still recognized her in an instant." Her triumphant moment was short-lived. She hurried after her, but it was too late. Hu Lily had already climbed into a taxi and driven away. Wu Xiufen watched the taxi grow smaller in the distance, stomping her feet in frustration. Just then, another taxi pulled up behind her. She waved it down urgently and said, "Driver, follow that car up front." Chapter 109, Caught Red-Handed. "Got it," the driver replied, stepping on the gas to follow. Soon, the taxi slowed to a stop in front of an antique-style tea house. The moment Wu Xiufen stepped out, the driver reached out to stop her, demanding payment. Her mind was racing with thoughts of how to settle the score with Hu Lily she had no intention of paying. She tried to slip away. But the driver was quick as lightning, grabbing her shoulder and bellowing, "Trying to ride for free? Pay up now." "How much?" Wu Xiufen frowned, her eyes filled with reluctance. 87, the driver replied coldly. "What? That much? That could buy 9 pounds of meat." Wu Xiufen reluctantly pulled out the money, muttering curses under her breath. Staring at the meager cash left in her pocket, she gritted her teeth and muttered viciously to herself, "You little, making your mother suffer so much. I'll make you pay for this." Wu Xiufen looked up at the tea house before her, its interior decorated in a simple, elegant style. She patted herself down, then strode purposefully inside. However, her rustic attire and coarse demeanor clashed sharply with the refined atmosphere inside. Soon, the staff ushered her out. "Where did this stinking beggar come from, daring to beg here? Get out immediately. Don't dirty our place." Humiliated, Wu Xiufen flew into a rage. She jumped up, hands on her hips, pointing at them and shouting, "You're the stinking beggar. You snob. I don't even want to set foot in your shabby place. What kind of rip-off is this? 380 for a cup of tea? Why don't you just rob a bank?" She stomped her feet in fury as she ranted, her shrewish nature laid bare. After her tirade, the hatred in Wu Xiufen's eyes deepened. Gritting her teeth, she muttered to herself, "That little brat. She dares to come to such an expensive place and then cry poverty to me? Just you wait, I'll tear off your mask and expose your true colors." Inside the tea house, the air was filled with the lingering scent of sandalwood, while the antique wooden tables and chairs gleamed with a warm, polished sheen. Upon receiving word of Lin Muheng's arrival, Hu Lily had been waiting in the lobby for some time. Soon, Lin Muheng's figure appeared at the tea house entrance. She hurried forward with a warm smile plastered on her face. Ms. Lin, the other party has arrived and is waiting in the private room. Lin Muheng gave a slight nod, walking while asking, have you found out who they are? Hu Lily's lips curved into a mysterious smile as she deliberately teased, an old acquaintance of ours. You'll see when you meet them. With that, she gently pushed open the private room door and stepped aside to let Lin Muheng enter first. Inside the private room, the aroma of tea filled the air. The silhouette of a man came into view. Lin Muheng stepped inside. When he clearly saw the man's face, he paused slightly. It truly was an old acquaintance. Mr. Zhou. Lin Muheng spoke first, a hint of surprise in his tone. The man before him was none other than Caterpillar boss Zhou Shudong. He never imagined that the person seeking to acquire his publishing house would be Zhou himself. Zhou Shudong turned around, his face beaming with a bright smile as he greeted him warmly, Mr. Lin, long time no see. Lin Muheng smiled in response, it has been a while. It seems Caterpillar is doing quite well. His gaze drifted to the expensive watch on Zhou Shudong's wrist. Zhou Shudong nodded, his eyes brimming with pride. Yes, quite well. We recently acquired Tongsu. The mention of Tongsu Network stirred a wave of emotion within Lin Muheng. The scene of his own banishment from the platform remained vividly etched in his memory. Yet now, in such a short span, everything had changed beyond recognition, a truly bittersweet realization. Congratulations, Mr. Zhou, Lin Muheng said sincerely, then shifted the conversation. So now you're looking to expand into the real economy? Zhou Shudong pondered for a moment before replying slowly, we aim to develop both the real economy and the internet simultaneously. We were planning to establish a publishing house when we received industry news that you were considering selling worry-free. What a coincidence. Lin Muheng smiled slightly, glancing at Hu Lily. I trust Lily has already shared my asking price with you, Mr. Zhou. What are your thoughts? Zhou Shudong frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, he stated firmly, regarding the price, it's too low. We're willing to pay 83 million to acquire the publishing house. At this, Hu Lily froze, unable to contain her surprise. Mr. Zhou, are you certain it's 83 million? Yes. Zhou Shudong nodded emphatically, his eyes radiating unwavering resolve. Lin Muheng was also taken aback and quickly interjected, Mr. Zhou, business is business. You don't need to inflate the price because of our personal relationship. I'm already grateful you're not driving the price down. Zhou Shudong waved his hand with a smile. Mr. Lin, you're being too modest. I'm offering this price because I recognize the potential and value of worry-free publishing house. Besides, you were willing to grant me exclusive rights to that storybook for 300,000 yuan. Am I, Zhou Shudong, the kind of man who forgets kindness? This money is what you deserve. Lin Muheng was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected the other party to remember this matter so clearly. It seemed his decision back then had indeed been the right one. He gave a slight nod, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In that case, I'll gladly accept your offer. Zhou Shudong nodded and continued, I'll start raising the funds immediately upon returning. As soon as the payment clears, we'll sign the contract. Very well. I'll await your good news, Lin Muheng replied with a smile. After a handshake, Zhou Shudong excused himself to attend to other matters. Left alone in the room, Hu Lily offered her sincere congratulations, Mr. Lin, congratulations. Truthfully, though Lin Muheng felt reluctant, he understood that his focus had shifted entirely to the factory. For everyone to follow him now offered less promise than following Zhou Shudong. So he gently patted Hu Lily's shoulder and reassured her, don't worry. I've already discussed it with Mr. Zhou. The publishing house will remain unchanged, it's just a new owner. MHM. Hu Lily nodded softly. To her, this was the best possible outcome. After all, she was just an ordinary worker. Working for one employer was no different from working for another. Lin Muheng added, keep up the good work. I trust Mr. Zhou won't shortchange you. Hu Lily nodded again, then walked out of the tea house alongside him. Just then, a figure suddenly rushed forward, grabbing both Hu Lily and Lin Muheng's arms tightly. Seeing the person, Hu Lily was utterly astonished. She frowned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Mom, what are you doing here? Chapter 110, My daughter has a big butt perfect for childbearing. Of course I followed you here, Wu Xiaofan said with a smug smile, her voice sharp. If I hadn't followed you, how would I know you're living it up like this, completely ignoring the family's well-being? I'm not. I didn't. Hu Lily's voice suddenly rose, tinged with urgency and hurt. In her heart, anyone could say such things except her own family. She rose before dawn every day and worked until after dark, living in that cramped rental apartment where every penny was carefully accounted for. After covering rent, food, and commuting expenses, she sent most of her remaining money back home and donated a portion to charity. Honestly, she had very little left for herself. Hu Lily couldn't understand why her mother refused to believe her when she was telling the truth. You little brat. I caught you red-handed, and you still say you didn't. Wu Xiaofan, furious, dug her fingernail into Hu Lily's arm, instantly leaving a trail of red marks. Lin Muheng witnessed this and instantly recalled the injuries on Hu Lily's arm from that morning. He thought to himself, so that's how it happened. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, she was his employee. He rushed forward to intervene. You're her mother. Can't you just talk to her? Why resort to violence? Hearing this, Wu Xiufan's gaze instantly shifted to Lin Muheng. She scrutinized him from head to toe, her eyes gradually clouding over with greed. A sycophantic smile twisted her lips. You little. So you've got a boyfriend now, huh? No wonder you won't give us money. Since you won't give us money, I'll just ask your man for it. With that, she grabbed Lin Muheng's clothes tightly and snarled, I'm Hu Lily's mother. You're dating my daughter, aren't you? Her tone suddenly softened as she smiled sweetly. I don't ask for much. Just give me 2 million yuan and I'll give you my daughter. Fearing she might miss out on such a golden opportunity, she quickly pulled Hu Lily close and praised her. My daughter is young, beautiful, and capable. 2 million isn't too much at all. Besides, she's got a big but perfect for bearing children. She'll definitely give you a son. Hu Lily's face instantly drained of color. She trembled with rage. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? This man is my boss, not my boyfriend. She turned to Lin Muheng, frantically explaining, Mr. Lin, my mother is talking nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. I'll take her away right now. Where do you think you're going? I'm not finished yet. Wu Xiufan yanked Hu Lily's arm away. The moment she heard the word boss, Wu Xiufan's eyes flashed with shrewd calculation. Leaning closer to Lin Muheng, she whispered, my daughter is your mistress, right? Well, that means the price needs to go up. Back in the day, a lover was just a concubine, something people would whisper about behind your back. But, since you two are clearly into each other, I won't stand in your way. As long as the money's right, do whatever you want. Even if you ruin her, it's no big deal. Her face twisted into a savage grin, as if discussing the most ordinary of transactions. Beside her, Hu Lily heard her mother's words and felt the tiny flame of hope for family love within her heart instantly extinguished. She was utterly disillusioned. Lin Muheng felt his ears burn at the filth of her words. He never imagined a mother could exist who cared so little for her daughter's life, who would even offer her up for a man to play with at will. His gaze turned as cold as frost, fixing on Wu Xiufan with a look of pure venom. He immediately called Hu Lily over and asked with concern, what's going on here? Hu Lily's face flushed with shame and indignation as she apologetically explained, my mother came from our hometown demanding money to pay my brother's dowry. When I said I had none, she just kept causing trouble. I never expected her to follow us today, and she even mistook you for my boyfriend. Mr. Lin, I'm truly sorry. It's fine. Lin Muheng waved it off, asking with concern, is there anything I can do to help? Hu Lily shook her head, her heart filled with gratitude. No, thank you. This is something I have to handle myself. Mr. Lin, you should go ahead. Lin Muheng sighed deeply. All right. Call me if anything comes up. Seeing this ATM about to leave, Wu Xiufan grew frantic. She broke into a run, chasing after him while shouting, Mr. Lin, let's talk it over again. These terms can still be renegotiated. Her eyes burned with greed and reluctance, as if one more push could secure a fortune. Hu Lily's eyes were vacant, yet her body seemed infused with boundless strength as she firmly blocked Wu Xiufan. Biting her lip, her voice trembling yet firm, she said, Mom, stop this nonsense, okay? Lin Muheng's car gradually faded into the distance. Wu Xiufan watched helplessly as the opportunity she'd had within her grasp slipped away, trembling with rage. Then, like a madwoman, she raised her hand and smacked Hu Lily hard across the face. Hu Lily's head buzzed and darkness clouded her vision. Compared to the pain in her heart, the sting on her face was nothing. Her heart turned to ashes, her eyes filled with utter resolve. Wu Xiufan, I'm laying down the law today. You won't get a single penny from me unless I'm dead. With that, she covered her swollen cheek and walked away, heartbroken. Wu Xiufan watched Hu Lily run away so quickly, her tone so resolute, and felt both furious and anxious. That damn girl, she really is heartless. Muttering to herself, she pulled her phone from her pocket and dialed a number. Soon, a man's voice came through, tinged with urgency, well? Did you get the money? Wu Xiufan sighed heavily, her voice thick with resignation. No. That little refuses to give it. She even said she'd only hand over the money if she were dead. Hu Jigang on the other end exploded with rage. She actually said that? That ungrateful little. You should have strangled her back then. Our family would have had more food to spare. So what do we do now? Wu Xiufan frowned, her voice tinged with urgency. Hu Jigang pondered for a moment before laughing darkly on the other end of the line. You know the address of her company, right? You should do this. He laid out his plan in detail. After listening, Wu Xiufan shook her head, her eyes filled with worry. No, if she stops working, who will give us money? Hu Jigang snorted coldly, his voice tinged with smug satisfaction. Exactly. She stops working, and that's when we make our money. Once she loses her job and has nowhere to turn, then we'll. Wu Xiufan's eyes lit up at this. She nodded in agreement, a sly smile spreading across her face. Alright, our Gangzi is the smart one. Let's do it your way. Hu Jigang urged from the other end of the line, hurry back after you're done. Without you here, no one's going to cook for me. Wu Xiaofan nodded quickly, sweetly replying, okay, I'll make you some meat when I get back. Recalling her own empty wallet, Wu Xiaofan cautiously suggested, Gangzi, Shanghai is so expensive. Mom barely has money for food anymore. Why don't you transfer some over? Wu Jigang snapped impatiently, skipping one meal won't kill you. Once you bring my sister back, we'll have meat every single meal. With that, he slammed the phone down. Chapter 111, New Oriental Training. After returning from the tea house, Lin Muheng pushed open his front door. A thick cloud of smoke surged toward him like a beast, stinging his eyes until tears welled up. His heart sank. A terrible premonition instantly gripped him. Could the house be on fire? Without a second thought, he sprinted toward the kitchen. The moment he reached the kitchen doorway, the scene before him froze him in place. Xie Wanning stood there, wearing protective goggles. One hand held a pot lid like a shield, while the other wielded a spatula, frantically stirring the contents of the pot. As Lin Muheng drew closer, his brow instantly knotted like a rope when he saw the charred, unrecognizable mess in the pot. He swiftly turned off the gas stove, his movements crisp and decisive. Seeing the flame extinguished, Xie Wanning looked puzzled. Ha? Is the stove broken? It's not broken. I turned it off. Lin Muheng turned around, staring at Xie Wanning in utter disbelief. What on earth is in that pot? It's completely burnt. Xie Wanning's eyes widened in disbelief at Lin Muheng's words, muttering, huh? Burnt? As the thick smoke gradually dissipated, she finally got a clear look at the contents of the pot. Inside lay what resembled a piece of charcoal, black and shiny. Her face instantly flushed with embarrassment, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She stammered awkwardly, I probably didn't control the heat well enough. It just burned by accident. Lin Muheng watched her expression and couldn't help but curve his lips upward. It's fine. Burnt is burnt. At least the house didn't catch fire. With that, he turned and flung open all the windows in the room. A gust of wind swept through, gradually dispersing the lingering smoke. Just then, he suddenly realized someone was missing. His voice turned anxious as he asked, Where's Wanwan? Xie Wanning lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt as she replied softly, The smoke was too strong in the living room, so I had her stay in her room reading picture books. Lin Muheng smiled helplessly at her words, his expression brimming with affection. He strode purposefully to the master bedroom and gently pushed open the door. Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly at the sight of her father. Like a playful little fawn, she dashed over and threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms. Daddy, you're finally back. Mom's cooking is absolutely terrifying. Wanwan tilted her little face up, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Xie Wanning blushed crimson with embarrassment and shame at her daughter's words, lowering her head even further, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Lin Muheng watched her expression, smiled slightly, then gently pinched Wanwan's little nose, his eyes brimming with affection. You little glutton, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Daddy will make it for you. Wanwan nodded vigorously before turning to glance at Xie Wanning. In her babyish voice, she declared, Mommy hasn't cooked in so long, her skills are rusty. Daddy's much more reliable. Xie Wanning was rendered speechless by her daughter's words. Was she really being rejected by her own child? Lin Muheng turned to look at her next, his eyes carrying a hint of reassurance. Play with our daughter for a bit. I'll cook now. It won't take long. Okay, thank you. Xie Wanning lifted her head, her eyes filled with gratitude as she murmured softly. Stepping into the kitchen, he was greeted by a chaotic mess of pots, pans, and utensils scattered everywhere. Seeing the kitchen turned into a complete shambles, Lin Muheng thought to himself, looks like it's best to keep Xie Wanning out of the kitchen from now on. He promptly tied on an apron and began cooking with practiced ease. He cooked while tidying up the kitchen, his movements flowing as smoothly as water. Soon, a series of visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dishes were served on the table, fragrant braised pork belly, vibrant sweet and sour spare ribs, and a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables so green they looked almost edible. Truth be told, Xie Wanning's palate had been spoiled by Lin Muheng's cooking lately. Even the cafeteria food outside school now tasted bland to her. She even began to worry, what if they never got married? What would she do with her palate? Xie Wanning shook her head silently. No, she had to make her move now. Or should she follow Xiao Chao's advice and parade around in black stockings in front of him? Watching the mother and daughter wolf down their food with identical enthusiasm, Lin Muheng felt utterly content. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Didn't you two eat breakfast already? If outsiders saw you like this, they'd think I'm mistreating you both. Wanwan's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons, revealing dimples as she gushed. It's all because Daddy's food is just too delicious. Exactly, Xie Wanning chimed in. Then she tilted her pretty face, her dark eyes like two black gems fixed on Lin Muheng as she asked curiously, How did your cooking skills improve so much in such a short time? Did you go back to New Oriental for training? Lin Muheng shook his head, a faint, proud smile touching his lips. Maybe I was a chef in a past life. This time around, the skills just suddenly came back. Xie Wanning nodded in agreement. It seemed entirely plausible to her after all, her daughter had traveled from the future to the present. What else couldn't be possible? At that moment, Lin Muheng recalled the kitchen's disastrous state and quickly added, "From now on, I'll handle all the dirty work like cooking. You just focus on eating, just like Wanwan. Got it?" Oh, Xie Wanning nodded softly. Watching Lin Muheng's domineering yet tender expression, her heart fluttered wildly, as if a little deer were galloping inside her chest. In that moment, she suddenly understood why her future self would marry him. That evening, the Lin family of three strolled to the nearby park, basking in the summer night breeze. Xie Wanning held a jump rope and began skipping lightly. Seeing her mother so skilled, Wanwan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Clinging to her father's broad back like a little kangaroo, she asked in her baby voice, "Daddy, what's mommy doing? It looks so fun." Lin Muheng smiled gently and explained, "Sweetie, that's a jump rope. Mommy is exercising." Wanwan blinked her big eyes. Seeing her mother pause to rest, she immediately fluttered over like a cheerful little bird, clinging tightly to her mother's leg and cooing, "Mommy, Wanwan wants to jump too, please." Xie Wanning dotingly ruffled her daughter's hair and smiled, "Of course you can. Our little princess always comes first." She pulled Wanwan to stand opposite her and patiently instructed, "Sweetie, when mommy says jump, you jump up high, okay?" Wanwan got it. The little one nodded vigorously, her chubby cheeks brimming with earnestness. She perked up her little ears, listening intently to her mother's instructions. The moment jump was uttered, Wanwan leaped high like a little rabbit. Watching the rope sweep beneath her feet, she clapped her hands and laughed excitedly, "Wow, this is so much fun." Then, her eyes lit up with curiosity as she looked up at Xie Wanning. "Mommy, how many people can jump together with this rope?" Xie Wanning thought for a moment before answering, 4 or 5 should be fine. Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She excitedly ran to her dad, grabbing his hand and shaking it. "Daddy, come jump with us." Chapter 112, What, you want to keep me? Lin Muheng's lips curved into a gentle smile as he shook his head softly. "You and Mom can jump together. With 3 of us, this jump rope might be a bit crowded." We can. Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes innocently, her face full of expectation as she looked at her dad. She pouted her little mouth. "Mom just said 4 or 5 people could jump together without any problem. We can definitely do it too." Under his daughter's soft, adorable coaxing, Lin Muheng half-heartedly walked over to stand before Xie Wanning. The 3 of them pressed tightly together. Xie Wanning could distinctly feel Lin Muheng's warm breath gently brush against her forehead. That faint, almost imperceptible touch felt like an electric current, making her heart race involuntarily, as if a little deer were galloping wildly inside her chest. Just then, Wanwan's clear voice rang out beside her, tinged with excitement. "Daddy, when mommy says jump, you have to jump really high, okay?" Lin Muheng nodded affectionately, gently stroking Wanwan's fluffy head as he smiled and replied, "Yes, of course. Daddy will definitely try his best." Soon, a crisp command rang out, and all 3 leaped up in unison, the jump rope gliding effortlessly beneath their feet. Wanwan's little face flushed with excitement at the sight. Finding it novel and fun, she tugged her parents' hands for several more jumps. Only when she was panting from exhaustion did she plop down onto the chair, her rosy cheeks still flushed, her little hands fanning herself non-stop. Xie Wanning didn't stop there, continuing her exercise routine. Only after a long time did she finally achieve her goal of 2,000 jumps. Exhausted and panting, sweat dripping down her face, she finally collapsed onto a nearby public bench. Beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, adding a unique charm to her appearance. Wanwan's eyes sparkled brightly. Seeing her mother sweating, she immediately patted Lin Muheng's shoulder and whispered in his ear with a childish voice tinged with mischief, "Daddy, mommy's all sweaty. If you don't wipe her now, she'll say you don't care about her. She might even make you kneel on the washboard." Lin Muheng couldn't help but inwardly scoff, is the school beauty really this bossy? Still, he obediently took the tissue and began wiping her forehead. His movements were gentle and meticulous as he wiped her back. When Xie Wanning noticed, she slowly turned her head, her gaze settling on him. Watching his focused expression, she found herself captivated, her eyes brimming with affection. "Mommy, why are you staring at Daddy like that? Is there a flower on his face?" Wanwan tilted her little head, her face full of confusion. Her playful, adorable expression made one want to pinch her rosy cheeks. Only then did Xie Wanning snap out of her daze. Her face instantly flushed crimson, like a ripe apple, and she shyly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Muheng's eyes. She took the tissue from Lin Muheng's hand with a hint of embarrassment and murmured softly, "Thank you, I can manage this myself." After a moment, Xie Wanning turned her head slightly toward Lin Muheng and asked softly, "Did you sign up for any events at the school sports meet?" "I did," Lin Muheng replied, a bitter smile curling his lips. "No one signed up for the 3,000-meter long distance run in our class. That roommate of mine, he snuck in my name while I wasn't looking. I only found out later." Honestly, he silently cursed Zhao Zijuan's ancestors 100 times in his mind. That guy was utterly heartless, signing him up for such a grueling event. Xie Wanning couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. She offered comfort, "I signed up for the 3,000-meter race too. Don't worry, we'll have company." Lin Muheng looked at her in astonishment, scanning her up and down with utter disbelief. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Xie Wanning noticed the peculiar expression on his face as he stared at her, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. You're so petite and slender, how could you possibly run 3 kilometers? If you can't do it, maybe someone else should take your place. Lin Muheng couldn't help but worry, his brow furrowing slightly as his eyes filled with concern. Xie Wanning leaned closer to him, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Are you concerned about me? She asked softly. No, I'm worried you'll collapse halfway from exhaustion. Wanwan and I would have to lug you back down, Lin Muheng replied half-jokingly, though his tone was tinged with genuine concern. Xie Wanning lifted her chin haughtily, looking like a proud little peacock. Oomph. Who do you think you're underestimating? I won't give you the chance. Lin Muheng's lips curved upward as he chuckled softly. Fine. On the day of your competition, Wanwan and I will cheer you on. We'll make sure you feel like you have divine assistance. Just don't hold me back, Xie Wanning teased, her lips curving into a sweet smile. Just then, Wanwan came running happily from afar, burying herself in her mother's arms. Her round eyes fixed intently on the jump rope in Xie Wanning's hand as she cooed in her baby voice, Mommy, can I play with this? Of course you can, Xie Wanning replied with a gentle smile. She carefully adjusted the rope to fit Wanwan's height and placed it softly in her small hands. Go play, but be careful, okay? Mommy's the best. Wanwan bounced happily like a playful little rabbit, then dashed off toward the other children with the jump rope in hand. However, just as Lin Muheng was still lost in his own thoughts, an inadvertent glance over his shoulder made his eyes widen instantly. Not far away, a little boy with a mushroom-cut hairstyle was tightly holding Wanwan's small hand. This scene struck him like a bolt from the blue, sending his blood pressure soaring and filling his heart with an indescribable sense of urgency. He took 3 steps in 2, rushing over and pulling the 2 apart without hesitation. Feigning sternness, Lin Muheng fixed the boy with an unwavering gaze. You 2 play like this, he said, but no holding hands. From a distance, Xie Wanning watched Lin Muheng's flustered expression and found herself both amused and exasperated. She couldn't help but think to herself, just wait until you have a son of your own, what will you do then? Back home, Xie Wanning carefully bathed Wanwan. Before the bedtime story could begin, the little one had already drifted off into a sweet slumber. After tucking the little one in, the 2 of them tiptoed out of the room. Xie Wanning walked over to the sofa, pulled something out of her small handbag, and handed it to Lin Muheng, saying softly, this is for you. Lin Muheng took it and saw it was a bank card. A faint, amused smile touched his lips as he teased, What, are you trying to keep me? Chapter 113, Is there no other way? Xie Wanning had never dated before. When Lin Muheng's teasing words, tinged with playful mockery, reached her ears, her fair face instantly flushed crimson, like the dazzling sunset sky. Even her speech became stuttered, You, don't talk nonsense. I wouldn't do that. Lin Muheng's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Blinking his bright eyes, he leaned in closer, his voice laced with lazy indifference, Then why did you give me your bank card? Xie Wanning kept her head down, her hands fidgeting nervously with the hem of her shirt, unable to meet his gaze. Her voice was barely above a whisper, You said you needed money recently. There's 10,000 yuan in this card, it's the prize money I won from the debate competition last time. Hearing this, Lin Muheng felt a warm current gently wash over his heart, leaving it pleasantly flushed. Yet a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. How did you know I needed money? Xie Wanning looked up, her voice urgent. You're preparing to sell the publishing house, of course you need money. Lin Muheng frowned slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. How did you know I was planning to sell the publishing house? To spare his family and her from worry, he had never discussed the publishing house in front of them. Xie Wanning glanced at him cautiously and whispered, I'll tell you, but don't make things difficult for them. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. All right. Only then did Xie Wanning truthfully explain, Lily told me. Not directly, though I overheard her talking on the phone. Oh, I see, Lin Muheng nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, as if realizing something, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes before he countered, How did you overhear her phone call? Lin Muheng pondered. They'd only shared a hot pot meal last time, logically, they shouldn't have much interaction. Xie Wanning bit her lip, feeling a bit embarrassed as she explained, She stayed over at my dorm last night. Lin Muheng's lips tightened. He murmured under his breath, Looks like her mother pushed her into a corner. Xie Wanning lifted her head, her eyes brimming with concern. What happened to Lily? Lin Muheng recounted everything he had witnessed that day in meticulous detail. As Xie Wanning listened, her frown deepened and her small fists clenched tightly, as if trying to crush all her anger. After hearing it all, she exclaimed indignantly, How could a mother be like that? Lily is so pitiful. Tears welled up in her eyes as she spoke. A moment later, Xie Wanning looked at him expectantly. Can we help her? Lin Muheng smiled wryly and shook his head helplessly. How could we? Legally, they're mother and daughter. We're outsiders. It's not our place to get involved. Ha? Xie Wanning's lips pouted in heartbreak. Isn't there any other way? Lin Muheng silently thought to himself, There is a way, but it's rather cruel. I wonder if Lily could bear it. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, spilling onto the dining table as the family of 3 enjoyed a warm breakfast together. Suddenly, Lin Muheng's phone rang, shattering the tranquility. "Mr. Lin, there's been an incident at the publishing house. You need to come immediately," came the anxious voice on the other end. Lin Muheng frowned and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Editor whose mother came to the office causing a scene. "She's turned the place upside down," the other person said urgently. Lin Muheng's eyes instantly sharpened, a cold glint flashing. He never imagined she would come to the company to cause trouble. This was practically ruining his daughter's future. After hanging up, his face darkened to a terrifying shade of gloom. Noticing his unease, Xie Wanning asked with concern, "What's wrong? Has something serious happened?" Hu Lily's mother went to the publishing house to cause trouble, Lin Muheng sighed helplessly. Xie Wanning heard this and flew into a rage. She leapt to her feet, slammed her hand on the table, and roared, "She actually has the nerve to come here? How despicable." Having grown up in a pampered environment, she couldn't stand such behavior. Fuming, she declared, "Are you heading to the company? I want to go with you." "Sure." Lin Muheng nodded. Just then, Wanwan saw her parents getting ready to leave and grew anxious. She hurriedly asked, "Daddy, Mommy, where are you going?" "Wanwan wants to go with you too." "Of course we're taking you," Xie Wanning said gently. She crouched down, looked Wanwan straight in the eyes, and said earnestly, "Someone bullied your Aunt Lily. We're going to help her fight the bad guys." "Okay. Wanwan will protect you and chase the bad guys away," Wanwan declared earnestly, her little fists clenched tightly. Soon, the family of three stepped out the door. Meanwhile, at the publishing house entrance, Wu Xiaofan sat sprawled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Her hair was disheveled, her face twisted with defiance, as she screamed incessantly, "You heartless people, bullying an old woman like me." Wu Lily stood nearby, her face etched with helplessness, her brows furrowed, her eyes betraying deep exhaustion and disgust. "If you're going to make a scene, don't do it here. This is a company. How am I supposed to work here after this?" Wu Xiaofan, far from backing down, grew even more smug. A sinister grin spread across her face as she sneered, "So? Scared? If you're scared, just hand over the money. I'll take it and leave immediately. It's not much, just $500,000. I've already told you I don't have any money. And even if I did, I'd never give it to you." "Give up that idea," Hu Lily declared firmly, her eyes flashing with resolve. Hearing this, Wu Xiaofan flew into a rage, leaping to her feet and pointing her finger right at Hu Lily's nose. "You ungrateful brat," she screamed. "I raised you from a child. Do you think that was easy? Now I just ask for a little money, and you're this heartless? Have you no humanity left?" Seeing the crowd of onlookers growing larger, Wu Xiaofan's eyes darted around as a plan formed in her mind. She feigned the role of the aggrieved party, sobbing with snot and tears streaming down her face. "Listen to this. Is this how a daughter should speak? I raised her with such hardship and sacrifice, and now she won't even give me a little money. My life is so bitter." Playing the victim, Wu Xiaofan pleaded desperately, "Lily, you live the high life in the metropolis, while look at me, ragged and worn. How heartless you are. Must I, your own mother, kneel before you'll give me a penny?" Sure enough, as soon as she said this, people around them began pointing fingers at Hu Lily, their eyes filled with reproach. Wu Xiaofan, seeing this, felt a surge of secret delight. She immediately doubled down, dropping to her knees before Hu Lily with a thud and wailing, "Lily, have mercy on your mother. Give me some money, I beg you. Please?" Hu Lily stared expressionlessly at her biological mother kneeling before her, feeling nothing but utter disgust. Chapter 114, Are You Her Real Mother? In contrast, Wu Xiaofan felt triumphant inside. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk of cunning played at the corners of her mouth. Deep down, she even hoped Hu Lily would lash out at her violently in front of everyone. She calculated that once Hu Lily struck, the situation would escalate. Surely no company would hire an employee who assaulted their own mother. That would ensure Hu Jigang's plan proceeded smoothly. At that moment, Hu Lily's icy gaze fixed on Wu Xiaofan. She silently took a few steps back, her face etched with disgust, and coldly declared, "Who are you trying to fool with this act?" The surrounding employees, seeing Hu Lily remain unmoved by her biological mother kneeling before her, could no longer bear the sight. The young receptionist rushed forward, carefully helping Wu Xiaofan to her feet. Her face flushed with indignation as she pointed at Hu Lily and shouted, "Editor Hu, is your heart made of stone? Your own mother is kneeling before you, why can't you grant her request?" Another employee chimed in, "Exactly. Her own mother came begging for money. Allowing her to fulfill her filial duty is only right. Who would have thought she could be so cold-hearted?" Another person raised their voice, shouting, "Such an ungrateful person has no place in our publishing house. When General Manager Lin arrives, we must insist he get rid of her and restore a clean environment to our workplace." Listening to the chorus of accusations, Wu Xiaofan felt a surge of satisfaction. Her head bowed, yet the corners of her mouth curled upward slightly as she schemed silently. Hu Lily wouldn't withstand this pressure. She'd either hand over the money willingly or be publicly disgraced and sent back to her hometown. Either way, it was a win-win situation. No matter what happened, she would get her money. Inside the publishing house, accusations and curses surged like a raging tide, crashing over Hu Lily. Hu Lily merely gave a cold laugh. Facing the crowd's accusations, she took a deliberate step forward, her gaze fixed squarely on Wu Xiaofan as she demanded, "Do you know what you wanted the money for?" Her derisive laugh cut through the air like a sharp blade. "To marry off my brother and buy him a house." The words fell like a bomb, silencing the clamor instantly, as if someone had pressed pause. With more women than men in the publishing house, many hailing from small towns, some female colleagues felt a pang of empathy, their faces clouding with complex emotions. Wu Xiaofan, seeing this, instantly turned vicious. She snapped her head up, eyes bulging like copper bells, snarling, "What's wrong with you, the older sister, spending a little money on your brother? Especially when you earn so much, does it really hurt you to chip in a little?" Her voice was shrill and piercing, as if it could rupture eardrums. Wu Xiaofan grew increasingly agitated as she spoke. "You're the only one earning money in this family. I'm too old to work anymore. You can't just let your brother remain a bachelor forever. Do you actually want the Wu family line to die out?" Tears welled in her eyes, not from sorrow but to heighten the drama. Hu Lily, surprisingly calm, slowly walked to a nearby stool, sat down gracefully, opened her phone's memo app, and began speaking in a steady tone. "Ever since I started working, I've sent you money every month. At first, when I earned less, only 8,000 a month, I sent you 5,000. Now I make 30 or 40,000 a month, and I send you 20,000 every month. That's not bad, is it?" She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone present, and continued, "My hometown is a small, third-rate city. Many families there only earn 20,000 yuan a year. Haven't I been good enough to you?" Wu Xiaofan's face flushed alternately pale and crimson. She hadn't expected Hu Lily to air these matters in front of so many people. Her mouth opened to protest, but no words came. But then she remembered this was her own daughter, giving her money was only natural. Wu Xiaofan stiffened her neck, hands on her hips, and launched into a tirade, spit flying from her mouth. "You earn such a high salary now, what's wrong with helping your brother get married? 500,000 isn't a huge sum for you. You must have saved quite a bit over the years. It'd be a piece of cake for you to chip in." Wu Lily laughed bitterly in anger, a cold sneer curling her lips as her voice dripped with sarcasm. "After sending you money every month, what's left for food, rent, and commuting? How could I possibly have money to give you?" Her eyes blazed as she spoke, her lips curling into a resolute smile. "I've been sending you so much money every month, all told, it's been 300,000 or 400,000. I've done more than my fair share. Why should I have to pay for my brother's wedding? I refuse to give a single penny. Do whatever you want." Hu Lily had already thrown caution to the wind. Since Wu Xiaofan had come to the company to cause a scene, she knew she couldn't stay here anymore. She might as well lay everything out clearly. The surrounding employees felt a wave of guilt wash over them upon hearing Hu Lily's words. Especially the young receptionist, her eyes red and brimming with tears. "Editor Hu, I'm so sorry. I criticized you without understanding the situation. I apologize. I never imagined you'd suffered so much. I was just acting on impulse back then. Editor Hu, please don't hold what I said against me." Other employees gathered around, their faces filled with remorse as they spoke. Hu Lily looked at them, gave a faint smile, shook her head gently, and said, "It's okay. You didn't know the truth either. I don't blame you. After all, everyone has a tendency to be fooled by appearances." At that moment, all eyes turned to Wu Xiaofan, their gazes filled with fury. "Editor who has already done more than enough. How could you still pressure her like this? I seriously doubt you're her real mother," a young employee exclaimed indignantly. "As an older sister, she has no obligation to find a wife or buy a house for her younger brother. Besides, editor who gives you all so much money every month, haven't you saved any yourselves?" another employee chimed in. Wu Xiaofan's mouth twitched, the fleshy lines on her face trembling. The money Hu Lily sent her had long been used to transform their village house into a small Western-style bungalow. Now, her home was the most impressive in the surrounding villages. Besides, Hu Jigang was lazy and good for nothing, spending his days loafing around, indulging in smoking, drinking, and gambling. How could he possibly have any spare cash? Hu Lily hadn't returned home since graduating from college, so she naturally had no idea about the family's real situation. She had naively believed that as long as she sent enough money, her mother would care more about her. Had Wu Xiaofan not come all the way to the metropolis to demand money, she would never have seen through her mother's years of insincere affection. The moment she refused to meet her demands, her mother turned her back on her, utterly indifferent to her well-being. Last night, sitting by the riverbank, Hu Lily's mind raced with thoughts all night long. At worst. Chapter 115, it's time to settle the score. Wu Xiaofan, the target of everyone's accusations, felt her head buzzing like a swarm of bees darting around her ears, the pain throbbing fiercely. Her brows knitted tightly, her lips turned down in a frown, her face radiating impatience and fury. She glared at the crowd and snapped. "This is our family business. Why do you need to stick your noses in? Go find somewhere else to cool off." With that, she planted her hands on her hips and began shoving everyone away, her posture as fierce as a fighting rooster. Startled by her sudden outburst, everyone recoiled in fear of being blamed, scrambling backward. Seeing Hu Lily's defiant, "what's the point" attitude, Wu Xiaofan's anger flared up instantly, the flames threatening to consume her entirely. Furious, she lunged forward, her hands like iron pincers as she yanked Hu Lily's hair. You won't pay up, huh? You're my flesh and blood, but I'll beat you to death today, she screamed, curses pouring from her mouth. Wu Xiufen raised her arm as she spoke, her face contorted with fury, her eyes gleaming with endless cruelty. She looked as if she intended to beat Hu Lily to death. Just as her arm was about to strike, a commanding voice suddenly rang out from behind her, "Stop!" The command thundered through the air like a crack of lightning, freezing Wu Xiufen's movement instantly. Immediately after, a clear voice rang out, according to the criminal law of Manhwa, intentionally causing bodily harm to another person is punishable by up to 3 years imprisonment, criminal detention, or probation. If you insist on proceeding, you will bear legal responsibility. The voice was steady and powerful, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. The newcomers were Lin Muheng and his family of 3, accompanied by a young man in a suit named Wang Munfei. Carrying a briefcase, he approached with measured steps, his refined demeanor matching the voice that had just spoken. From the moment he opened his mouth, it was clear this man was a lawyer. Wu Xiufen's eyes flashed like 2 sharp blades as she glared viciously at the group. "Who the hell are you? What business is it of yours if I discipline my daughter? I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs, or I'll beat you all too." Her voice was shrill and piercing, dripping with menace. Wang Munfei remained expressionless, his eyes revealing only cool composure. According to Article 42 of the People's Republic of China's Public Security Administration Punishment Law, verbally threatening another's safety is punishable by up to 5 days detention or a fine not exceeding 500 yuan. Please mind your words. Each syllable struck Wu Xiufen's heart like a sledgehammer. At the mention of detention and fines, Wu Xiufen instantly fell silent. Her earlier arrogance evaporated, and her raised hand dropped like a puppet whose strings had snapped. Fear and panic flickered in her eyes. Seeing this, Xie Wanning hurried forward, pulling Hu Lily close with concern in her eyes. "Are you hurt?" "No, thank you both." Hu Lily forced a smile. Though her face still bore traces of lingering terror, the warmth of others' concern filled her heart. Watching the others stand by, Wu Xiufen seethed with anger, especially at the obnoxious man before her. His constant references to legal statutes only fueled her frustration and helplessness. Recalling how he'd helped her daughter, a devious thought struck her. She immediately approached Wang Munfei, plastering on a fake smile. "Are you my daughter's boyfriend?" she cooed. "For just 1 million, I won't oppose your relationship. Whatever you want to do is fine by me." Wang Munfei frowned slightly and replied honestly, "Auntie, please don't say such things. This is the first time I've ever met her." Wu Xiufen didn't believe a word of it. She curled her lip and shrieked, "Who would believe that? If you don't even know each other, why would you help her like this? You two must have some shady dealings going on." Wang Munfei's brow tightened, and he immediately adopted a stern tone. "Auntie, please watch your words. According to Article 246 of the Manhwa Criminal Code, publicly insulting or fabricating facts to defame someone under serious circumstances." Stop. Wu Xiufen felt her head spinning. Seeing Hu Lily surrounded by so many defenders, plus a young man who knew the law standing before her, the situation looked extremely unfavorable. Her eyes darted around as she muttered inwardly, You got lucky today. I'll come back another time to deal with you." However, as she turned to leave, Lin Muheng blocked her path. A grim smile curled his lips as he said, "Auntie, don't go. We still have some accounts to settle." The smile appeared gentle, yet it carried a bone-chilling coldness. Wu Xiufen's lips twitched. "Ha? What accounts? I don't even know you. There's nothing to settle." She tried to push him aside and make a quick escape. But Lin Muheng wouldn't give her that chance. He shifted his stance, firmly blocking the doorway. Truth be told, when he uttered those words, not only was Wu Xiufen stunned, but Xie Wanning was too. The scene hadn't been scripted when they arrived. Lin Muheng's lips curved into a smile, as sinister as a smiling tiger, sending a chill down one's spine. "Of course, it's about the impact you caused today when you came to our company and caused a scene." Wu Xiufen's eyes darted rapidly as she quickly formulated her response. Her tone hardened, "I didn't come to cause trouble at your company. I only came to find my daughter, Hu Lily." Though her voice was loud, it lacked conviction. "Oh, I see." Lin Muheng nodded, his expression turning meaningful. "In that case, let's discuss your daughter, Hu Lily." His gaze then shifted to Hu Lily standing nearby. "Your daughter's personal affairs have caused significant disruption to the publishing house," he stated flatly. "Therefore, our company has decided to terminate Hu Lily's employment. Due to the significant impact she has caused the company, she is being dismissed without any compensation." To be honest, upon hearing these words, Hu Lily felt a sense of release wash over her. Her head bowed, her eyes dull and lifeless, her hands hanging limply at her sides, her heart filled with guilt and self-reproach. Even if Mr. Lin hadn't fired her, she wouldn't have had the face to stay here any longer. Hu Lily bit her lip and murmured softly, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. I'll process my resignation immediately." Wu Xiufen's eyes lit up with delight at the words, her smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. She never imagined her little scene would directly ruin Hu Lily's job prospects. What an unexpected windfall. She gloated inwardly, "This time, that little will have to come back to my hometown with me." She could already envision stacks of cash beckoning her, her smile growing ever brighter. No compensation? Fine, no compensation. Wu Xiufen glared at Hu Lili, her eyes practically shooting flames. What are you standing there for? Go pack your things. Lin Muheng waved his hand, smiling cheerfully. No rush. We haven't settled our accounts yet. What accounts? Didn't you fire her already? Wu Xiufen frowned, utterly perplexed. Chapter 116, Blame the right person, seek recompense from the right source. The damages she caused the company, of course. Lin Muheng's lips curved into a meaningful smile, his eyes brimming with amusement as he spoke slowly. Right now is the critical delivery period for several projects. Because of her personal issues, the company had to delay delivery. According to the contract terms, she alone must bear the penalty fees of full 10 million. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. We've just reviewed her financial situation. She simply cannot come up with that amount. As her guardian and mother, we have every reason to seek repayment from you. The words struck like thunder, exploding in Wu Xiufen's ears. Right? Lin Muheng finished, turning to Wang Manfei beside him with a questioning look. Wang Manfei immediately understood, nodding hastily before clearing his throat and launching into a rapid-fire recitation of relevant provisions from Longhua's legal code. Wu Xiufen felt only a buzzing in her ears, barely registering a single word. Her mind was consumed by the thought of Hu Lili owing the company money and demanding repayment from her. Her face instantly drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet of paper, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. She never imagined that her outburst would not only cost her the family's cash cow but also bring such immense trouble upon them. She was filled with such regret she could have kicked herself. Moreover, from their conversation, she sensed that if the debt couldn't be repaid, the company would surely seize her family's valuables. Her eyes darted around as fear gripped her. If that happens, she thought bitterly, won't we lose our house in the village? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. Not only had she failed to profit, but now she had to shoulder the debt of that money-losing daughter. What kind of misfortune was this? At this moment, she couldn't care less about Hu Lili's fate. Her immediate priority was to distance herself from the situation and protect her family's home. Wu Xiufen pointed at Hu Lili with vicious fury, her teeth grinding audibly. That little has been kicked out of the Hu family. She's not my daughter, and I'm not her mother. With that, she instantly switched to a fawning smile, turning to Lin Muheng. It's her debt to you. Go after her for it. This has nothing to do with me. Desperate to distance herself from the fallout, her eyes darted about as she offered a sinister, self-satisfied grin, proposing what she deemed a brilliant solution. Well, since she can't repay you, I have an idea, make her sell herself. Given enough time, she'll surely pay it all back. Xie Wanning, standing nearby, trembled with rage at these words, her fists clenched so tightly she could barely control herself. She wanted nothing more than to strangle the woman right then and there. She couldn't fathom how a mother could utter such vicious, inhumane words. The surrounding colleagues, upon hearing these words, wore expressions of utter disgust, all regretting having spoken up for such a person. As for Hu Lili, her face remained utterly expressionless, probably because she'd been hurt too deeply. At that moment, Wu Xiufen flashed a smile brimming with flattery. Hee, now that everything's clear, you can go after her for the money. Since I'm not involved, I'll be on my way. With that, she turned impatiently, eager to flee this place that filled her with dread and unease. But just as she turned, Lin Muheng grabbed her arm and yanked her back. Terror washed over Wu Xiufen's face. Her brows knitted tightly, her eyes filled with deep confusion as she protested loudly. Didn't I make it perfectly clear? Go to her for money. I have nothing to do with her now. Lin Muheng let out a cold smirk, snorting lightly through his nose as he folded his arms across his chest. Your empty words mean nothing. Argue all you want, but what if you go out and unilaterally restore your mother-daughter relationship? Where would we go to seek justice then? We wouldn't even have a place to cry. Wu Xiufen's frown deepened, impatience spreading across her face like a rising tide. She snapped, then what do you want? Lin Muheng spread her hands wide, speaking slowly and deliberately. Sign a pledge to sever our parent-child relationship. Then I'll believe you, and this matter won't implicate you. Debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. I'll only make Hu Lili repay this money. Wu Xiufen's eyes widened, her face frozen in disbelief. Is it that easy to wash your hands of it? Lin Muheng nodded slightly, explaining patiently, of course. This agreement is legally binding. Once you sign, nothing concerning her will involve you, and nothing concerning you will involve her. She won't be responsible for your retirement or anything else in the future. A flicker of urgency crossed Wu Xiufen's eyes. She eagerly snatched the document, signing her name swiftly without a moment's hesitation, as if this agreement were her lifeline to freedom. After signing, Wu Xiufen's face beamed with a triumphant smile as she declared proudly, I have a son. She won't have to take care of me in my old age. Then, with a look of disgust, she muttered, that burden will only drag us down. Then, she turned to Lin Muheng with a cheerful smile, eager to ask, can I leave now? Lin Muheng gave a slight nod and replied softly, yes, you may leave. Hearing this, Wu Xiufen felt a weight lift off her shoulders and trotted away. Lin Muheng then walked over to Hu Lily, holding the signed documents Wu Xiaofan had just signed. He handed them to her. Take these. You're free from now on. Hu Lily's eyes welled up with tears. Mr. Lin, thank you so much for helping me. I could never have gotten this agreement on my own. As she spoke, she slowly bent down and bowed deeply. Gently wiping the tears from her eyes, she added gratefully, Mr. Lin, I'll pack my things and leave immediately. I'm sorry for the trouble I've caused you, the company, and all my colleagues. After speaking, Hu Lily bowed deeply once more to everyone. She knew in her heart that her time at this company had come to an end. It was time to leave. The employees who witnessed this scene felt a wave of heartache and reluctance wash over them. All eyes turned to Lin Muheng, pleading looks filling their gazes as they began to intercede for her. Mr. Lin, editor who is also a victim in this situation. Could you please reconsider firing her? Yes, Ms. Lin. Editor-in-chief who is diligent and hardworking. Are you really willing to let such a valuable employee go? If it means keeping editor Hu, I'll forego my bonus this month. Please seriously consider it, Ms. Lin. Everyone chimed in, hoping Lin Muheng would change his mind and keep Hu Lily. Chapter 117, The Publishing House Sold. Seeing everyone pleading on her behalf, a wave of warmth washed over Hu Lily. Her eyes glistened slightly, her gratitude evident. She knew Mr. Lin had already done so much for her and truly didn't want to put him in a difficult position. Taking a deep breath, she looked at everyone with a determined gaze and spoke slowly. Thank you all so much for pleading on my behalf. Honestly, I feel deeply guilty for causing the company such trouble. I truly can't bear to stay here and work alongside you all anymore. This is my own decision, but I feel incredibly fortunate to have met such wonderful colleagues as you. Xie Wanning stood nearby, watching Hu Lily's resolute expression, her heart filled with reluctance. She bit her lip lightly and tugged discreetly at Lin Muheng's sleeve, her eyes pleading as if she too wished to speak on Hu Lily's behalf. Lin Muheng caught Xie Wanning's subtle gesture, his lips curving into a faint smile. He then turned to the group, his expression deepening as he spoke. When did I ever say I intended to dismiss editor-in-chief Hu? That was all just a performance for the moment. Ha? Hu Lily stared in disbelief, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. Mr. Lin, you mean I can still stay and work at the company? Naturally. Lin Muheng smiled faintly, his gaze gentle as he looked at Hu Lily. Don't you want to make up for the losses you caused the company? Of course I do. Hu Lily's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded vigorously, her face brimming with eagerness. Mr. Lin, I promise to work diligently from now on. I absolutely won't cause any more trouble for the company. MHM. Lin Muheng nodded with satisfaction, then turned to the others and waved his hand. Alright, everyone, back to work. At that moment, Wang Manfei suddenly stood up beside him, straightened his suit, and said, Mr. Lin, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Attorney Wang, thank you for coming today. Lin Muheng smiled, extending his hand to shake Wang Manfei's firmly. No need to thank me. It's my job. Contact me if anything comes up. Wang Manfei responded politely before turning to leave. After Wang Manfei departed, Xie Wanning turned around, hands on her hips, and looked at Lin Muheng with a pout. You really scared me just now. I thought you were actually going to fire Hu Lily and make her pay a huge penalty for breach of contract. Hearing this, Lin Muheng deliberately adopted a hurt expression, furrowing his brow slightly with a look of deep grievance in his eyes. Is that really how you see me? After speaking, he deliberately leaned against Wanwan's body, his frame trembling slightly as he sought his precious daughter's sympathy. Wanwan, Daddy's so sad that Mommy misunderstands him. Ha? Wanwan sat on a small chair beside them, tilting her little head in confusion. She tilted her head, blinking her big eyes. After a moment of thought, she seemed to grasp something. Like a little adult, she reached out her small hand and gently stroked Lin Muheng's head, offering comfort in her babyish voice. Daddy isn't sad. I'll make Mommy apologize to you. The little one finished speaking and stormed over to Xie Wanning. But when she reached her, she turned as docile as a little rabbit, gently tugging Xie Wanling's hand and leading her over to Lin Muheng. Wanwan extended her chubby little hand, grabbed her father's large palm, and raised it high. With a soft smack, she gently tapped Xie Wanling's bottom. The unexpectedly springy sensation caught Lin Muheng off guard. He paused slightly, yet a smile inevitably curved his lips as he savored the moment. Xie Wanling flinched at the sudden tap, her entire body stiffening as if electrified. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, creeping up to her ears. Yet her eyes sparkled with both bashfulness and excitement, as if she thoroughly enjoyed the sensation. Nevertheless, she feigned anger, glaring at Lin Muheng with her face flushed crimson and her lips slightly pouted, a hint of feigned indignation lingering. Seeing this, Lin Muheng frowned and glanced at Wanwan, his expression seeming to say, this wasn't my idea, Wanwan did it. Then, Wanwan threw herself into her father's arms, tilting her innocent little face up and asking curiously, Daddy, are you still angry? Lin Muheng looked puzzled, then asked with a smile, Sweetie, why did you spank Mommy's bottom? Wanwan pursed her lips, two dimples appearing on her cheeks as she beamed happily, because Daddy gets happy when he spanks Mommy's bottom. Lin Muheng was momentarily speechless. It seemed, upon reflection, that this was indeed the case. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning's face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, the blush spreading all the way down to her neck. Unbidden, her mind conjured some scenes unsuitable for minors. Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, and her gaze grew slightly hazy. Several days later, in an antique-style tea house, Lin Muheng and Zhou Shudong sat facing each other, the atmosphere solemn yet harmonious. Hu Lily, dressed in an elegant cheongsam, gracefully brewed tea nearby. The aroma of tea wafted through the air. Zhou Shudong broke the silence first, fixing his resolute gaze on Lin Muheng. "Mr. Lin," he said, "I've secured the funding on my end. When might we formally sign the contract?" Lin Muheng gave a slight nod, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, then turned his gaze to Hu Lily. Hu Lily understood the gesture. She retrieved the contract from her handbag, placed it gently on the table, and slid it toward Zhou Shudong. "Mr. Zhou," she said softly, "here is the contract. Please review it." Zhou Shudong took the contract, his expression focused as he scrutinized every word and clause, leaving no detail unchecked. After confirming everything was in order, he picked up a pen and signed his name with a flourish. Immediately after, he retrieved an 83 million yuan check from his briefcase, solemnly presenting it to Lin Muheng. "Mr. Lin, here is the check. Please take it." Lin Muheng accepted the check, nodded, and promptly slipped it into his pocket. He thought to himself, this sum would be enough to carry the factory through a difficult period. The two men exchanged smiles and said in unison, "Here's to a successful partnership." At that moment, Zhou Shudong glanced at his watch, his expression turning apologetic. "Mr. Lin, I'm terribly sorry, but urgent matters at the company require my attention. Let's reconvene another day." Lin Muheng responded with a smile, "All right, take care of it first." Zhou Shudong then turned his attention to Hu Lily, his tone gentle as he instructed, "Lily, keep everything running as usual at Worry-Free Publishing. If anything comes up, call me anytime." Hu Lily nodded respectfully. "Yes, Mr. Zhou. You can count on it." After Zhou Shudong departed, Hu Lily looked at Lin Muheng, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Recalling that day, she'd been too busy handling publishing matters to thank him in person. This time, seizing the opportunity, her voice slightly choked as she said, "Mr. Lin, if you hadn't stepped in to help, I might have given up on myself. I truly can't thank you enough." Lin Muheng waved his hand lightly, his expression relaxed. "It was nothing more than a small favor. Besides, if your mother's situation hadn't been handled properly, it could have affected the publishing house's business. It was simply my duty. You needn't dwell on it." Yet Hu Lily silently etched this kindness deep within her heart. She privately resolved that when the right opportunity arose, she would repay him in full. Chapter 118, To Help or Not? After a moment's thought, Hu Lily cautiously spoke up, "Mr. Lin, I've recently moved into a new home and would like to invite your family of 3 over for a visit. Would that be convenient?" Lin Muheng's lips curved into a slight smile as he nodded gently. "Sure," he replied softly. He thought to himself that Wanwan and her mother would surely be overjoyed to hear this news. Seeing Lin Muheng's agreement, Hu Lily's smile broadened. She promptly asked, "Would Saturday work?" Her eyes brimmed with anticipation. "Sure." Hearing this, Hu Lily's face lit up with excitement. She climbed into her car, waving cheerfully as she called out, "Mr. Lin, see you on Saturday." Watching her excitement, Lin Muheng smiled slightly, hoping she could leave behind the wounds of her past family and embrace a new beginning. Stepping out of the tea house, he instinctively touched the large check in his pocket. Thankfully, it was still there. Lin Muheng dared not carry such a valuable item with him. He immediately drove to the bank, intending to transfer the money to the factory account. Due to the large denomination certificate of deposit, he was received directly by the bank president, making the entire process remarkably swift. Shortly after, he dialed Sun Daong's number. Sun Daong's voice came through promptly, "Mr. Lin, how can I assist you?" His tone was deferential. Lin Muheng remained calm as he said, "I've transferred funds to the factory. Go check with finance to see if the money has arrived." "Yes, sir," Sun Daong promptly replied before hurrying off toward the finance department. Meanwhile, Lu Pingchuan, the finance department head, sat at his desk. Suddenly, he saw a massive sum deposited into the company account. His eyes widened instantly, and he rubbed them in disbelief. His fingers darted across the screen as he muttered, "Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. He looked every bit the miser counting his treasure. When he finally made out the sudden appearance of 83 million in the account, shock and delight washed over him, his smile stretching almost to his ears. But then a thought flashed through his mind, could this be a transfer error? His heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly got up, drew the curtains, and quickly grabbed his phone, ready to call Lin Muheng. But the line was busy. Frantic, he paced back and forth in his office. Just as he was anxiously waiting, Sun Daong came rushing over. Seeing the curtains drawn in the finance office, his heart skipped a beat. He thought Lu Pingchuan was up to no good inside. He kicked the door open, ready to catch him off guard, only to find Lu Pingchuan standing nearby. Seeing this, Sun Daong couldn't help but grumble, "Why draw the curtains in broad daylight? Up to no good, are you?" Startled by the sudden noise, Lu Pingchuan hastily waved his hands and said, "Nothing, nothing." Then, glancing outside to make sure no one was around, he locked the finance office door from the inside. He then approached Sun Daeong, his face beaming with smugness as he boasted, "Listen to this, there's a huge sum in the company account now, 83 million yuan. No idea which idiot made a mistake and transferred it to us." He chuckled smugly as he spoke, convinced that Mr. Lin couldn't possibly have pulled this off. His excitement grew with every word, his face unable to hide his thrill. "We have to tell Mr. Lin about this right away. He'll be thrilled." But just as he was about to dial the number, Sun Daeong's phone suddenly rang. "No need to tell me. I know about it. Because, that fool is me." With that, he hung up. Lu Pingchuan stood there dumbfounded, eyes wide as saucers, asking in disbelief, did Mr. Lin just call himself a fool? Sun Daeong rolled his eyes in exasperation, smacked him on the head, and fumed. Those 83 million were transferred to the company account by Mr. Lin himself. Only someone as generous as him wouldn't hold it against you for calling him a fool. Ha! Lu Pingchuan finally snapped out of it, panic instantly setting in. He grabbed Sun Daeong's shoulder anxiously and asked, "Sun, should I apologize to Mr. Lin?" Sun patted his shoulder reassuringly. "No need. Mr. Lin isn't that petty. Alright, get back to work." Lu Pingchuan finally exhaled in relief. But just as he sat down, Sun Daeong kicked open the door with a loud bang and strode in. Frowning, he pointed at the curtains beside him and bellowed, "Why the hell are the curtains drawn in broad daylight? Open them immediately. Someone might think you're watching porn." Lu Pingchuan nodded hastily and scrambled to pull the curtains open. Staring at the computer screen, he silently deleted several software programs, inwardly grumbling, "Brother Sun must be giving me the cold shoulder." Meanwhile, Lin Muheng emerged from the bank after finishing his business. He walked for a long time under the scorching sun before finally reaching his parking spot. But just as he was about to open the car door, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye 2 or 3 meters away. A gray-haired old man lay motionless on the ground. This person happened to be blocking his path. Lin Muheng frowned and hurried over. A crowd had already gathered around, but they were all just watching coldly, not a single person stepping forward to help. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with this man? Why is he lying motionless on the ground?" Seeing that no one was willing to help lift him up, and realizing his car couldn't move without doing so, after a moment's thought, Lin Muheng decided to help the old man to a shady spot. Just then, an elderly woman from the crowd suddenly grabbed his arm and cautioned him kindly, "Young man, don't go helping him. He might try to scam you." Her words were immediately echoed by several other women. "That's right, young man. You mean well, but some elderly people these days are too cunning. They don't want to pay medical bills, so they try to scam their saviors. We see this kind of thing all the time on TV. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything and hurry along." With that, the women dispersed, chattering among themselves. Lin Muheng stared at the elderly man lying on the ground, his heart filled with mixed emotions. If he didn't help, he couldn't get his car out, but if he did, he feared it might truly land him in trouble. Suddenly, his grandfather's words echoed in his mind. As a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine, you cannot stand by and watch someone die. Though Lin Muheng wasn't a doctor, his grandfather's words still rang in his ears. Gritting his teeth, he decided saving the man came first. To be safe, he first stopped a passerby to record video evidence and confirmed that nearby surveillance cameras had captured his actions. Only then did he carefully lift the old man into his car and speed him to the hospital. At the hospital, Lin Muheng rushed the elderly man to the emergency room. Upon seeing him, the doctor immediately ordered him into the operating room. Lin Muheng intended to leave, but a nurse stopped him. "Family member, please go pay the fees immediately." "I'm not." Lin Muheng began to explain, but the nurse had already turned and walked away. He sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "Oh well, might as well see it through. Might as well see it through to the end. Consider it building merit for Wanwan." He then went to the outpatient clinic, paid a 5,000 yuan deposit, and only then left with peace of mind. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Liang Ruifei was intently reviewing documents on his desk when the phone suddenly rang. He answered, his expression immediately turning grave. "Alright, I'll head over immediately." After hanging up, he grabbed his coat from the rack and hurried off to the hospital. Chapter 119, Xie Wanning's counterproductive help. The hospital corridor was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Liang Ruifei sat across from the doctor, his hands unconsciously clasped together, knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. He asked anxiously, "Dr. Liu, how is my father?" Dr. Liu removed his glasses and gently wiped the lenses as he replied slowly, "Fortunately, the patient was brought in promptly. He's out of immediate danger now and will be transferred to a regular ward soon." Hearing this, Liang Ruifei's taut nerves instantly relaxed. He exhaled deeply, leaning back slightly in his chair. His voice trembled slightly as he replied, "Well, that's good." Then he looked up, his eyes filled with confusion. How did my father get to the hospital?" Dr. Liu recalled, "It seems a young man brought him in. He even paid a 5,000 yuan deposit." Liang Ruifei's brow furrowed slightly as a wave of gratitude washed over him. He nodded. "I see." The doctor gave him some additional instructions, which Liang Ruifei listened to attentively. Stepping out of the office, he pulled out his phone and swiftly swiped across the screen, dialing a number. "Xiaoli, could you look into?" After hanging up, Liang Ruifei slowly approached the ward door and looked through the glass at his father lying in the hospital bed. The elderly man lay pale and still, various tubes attached to his body. A wave of sadness washed over Liang Ruifei. He felt fortunate that he could still fulfill his filial duties. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng, the man at the center of it all, was leisurely playing with blocks alongside Wanwan. His gaze was tender and focused as he watched her intently stack the pieces, his heart brimming with happiness. At that moment, Xie Wanning emerged from the bathroom wearing the black lace camisole Lin Muheng had bought for her. Her hair was dripping wet, droplets sliding down her strands, tracing her fair neck, trickling down to her chest, and disappearing beneath her clothing. Lin Muheng's eyes widened instantly at the sight. His throat involuntarily rolled, a wave of heat surging through him. Under Lin Muheng's intense gaze, a faint blush spread across Xie Wan's cheeks. She shyly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her nightgown as she murmured softly, "I didn't bring my pajamas, so I had to wear this." Lin Muheng pressed his lips together in a smile, his voice tinged with hoarseness. It suits you well." Suddenly, he felt something on his lips, a faint metallic taste and a sticky texture. He touched it with his finger, it was blood. His expression darkened instantly, and he inwardly cursed. Wanwan was intently stacking blocks when she suddenly felt something drip onto her building pieces. Looking up in confusion, she saw 2 streaks of blood running down Lin Muheng's nose. Seeing this, Wanwan's chubby little face filled with worry. Her eyes instantly welled up with tears, her small mouth pressed tightly together. She began to sob softly. "Daddy, why are you bleeding?" Wanwan is so scared. She clung anxiously to Lin Muheng's arm, whimpering softly, "Daddy, you're not going to die, are you?" "Wanwan doesn't want you to die. I haven't bought you any snacks yet." Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Muheng's tense mood instantly lightened. A smile crept onto his lips as he gently ruffled Wanwan's hair. "Don't worry, sweetie. Daddy just has a nosebleed. It's nothing serious." Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes at Lin Muheng, her voice still tinged with tears. "Really?" Lin Muheng smiled affectionately, his eyes brimming with love. "Of course it's true. Daddy wants to see Wanwan grow up safe and sound, healthy and strong." At that moment, Xie Wanning saw Lin Muheng's nose bleeding profusely and felt a pang of worry. She quickly grabbed several tissues and hurried to his side, her voice gentle and concerned. "Why did you suddenly get a nosebleed?" She bent slightly, crouching halfway in front of Lin Muheng, her face etched with worry. She carefully wiped the blood from Lin Muheng's face with the tissues. Then, she looked up, her eyes serious as she instructed, "Remember, don't stuff paper into your nostrils. Otherwise, the blood might flow backward into your chest cavity, which is very dangerous." With that, she took Lin Muheng's hand and placed it over his own nose. "Pinch your nostrils tightly with your thumb and index finger. Hold it for 10 to 15 minutes, and the bleeding should stop." Lin Muheng nodded and obediently followed her instructions. However, just as Xie Wanling bent down to stand up, the hem of her skirt sagged, revealing the openwork design on the upper part of her dress. The view beneath was completely exposed. Lin Muheng happened to look up at that moment. The sight caught him off guard, and the blood that had nearly stopped gushing from his nose instantly began flowing uncontrollably once more. He silently cursed his luck. "Is this what you call helping more than you're helping?" Only after standing up did Xie Wanning realize she'd just exposed herself. Her face flushed crimson to her ears, like a ripe apple. She spun around in panic and hurried away, her face a sea of embarrassment and awkwardness. Lin Muheng watched her retreating figure and shook his head with a wry smile. With the culprit no longer in sight, his nosebleed quickly subsided. He sighed softly, inwardly cursing, "Thank goodness I have such strong self-control, or I might have made a mistake." Just then, the phone in Lin Muheng's pocket suddenly rang. He pulled it out to see it was Zhou Zhenfeng calling. Zhou Zhenfeng's voice on the other end was thick with uncontrollable excitement. "Mr. Lin, great news. Our groundbreaking electric tricycle has been developed." Lin Muheng's pupils contracted slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He hadn't expected progress to be this swift. Zhou Zhenfeng's tone grew even more impassioned. "If tomorrow's test goes smoothly, we can start mass production immediately. Everyone has worked tirelessly these past few days," Lin Muheng murmured, his grip on the phone tightening unconsciously as a hint of excitement crept into his voice. "I'll be there in person tomorrow." He could almost see the wheels of history beginning to turn. "Got it, Mr. Lin. See you at the factory tomorrow." After hanging up, Lin Muheng remained immersed in the lingering excitement, his heart racing long after the call ended. Meanwhile, Ren Dajin sat in a luxurious private room, his eyes glinting with cunning as he schemed over his next move. Ever since Qian Wenguang had been taught a lesson by Sun Daong and the others, he still needed a cane to walk. After all, it takes 100 days to heal broken bones. Ren Dajin didn't expect his brother-in-law to accomplish much. To reclaim his factory, he'd have to take matters into his own hands. He had carefully strategized to shut down Lin Muheng's factory for good. He needed to employ some extraordinary measures, a single, decisive strike. These past days, he'd held his position, waiting for an opportunity. Today, that chance had finally arrived. Soon, the door to the private room swung open. Chapter 120, Real Name Report. Entering was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a gray horizontal striped plaid t-shirt. The fabric appeared ordinary, yet his aura lent it an air of distinction. His hair was slicked back in a sharp pompadour, every strand meticulously combed into place. Perched firmly on the bridge of his nose were a pair of glasses, their lenses reflecting a gleam of sharp intelligence. A silver watch glinted faintly on his wrist under the lights, and his entire presence radiated an imposing dignity that commanded respect. Seeing this, Run Dajin's already beaming face instantly grew even more fawning. He scurried over, bowing and scraping, looking every bit the sycophant. Smiling, he eagerly pulled out a chair beside him and flattered, "Commissioner Zhu, I'm truly flattered you accepted my invitation amidst your busy schedule." After speaking, he carefully retrieved a bottle of red liquor from a nearby case. Zhu Kaibin's gaze fell upon the bottle. Spotting the characters Maotai printed on it, the corners of his mouth lifted into a meaningful smile. "Mr. Rin is a renowned entrepreneur in our district," he remarked. "I certainly wouldn't dream of refusing your kind invitation. Commissioner Zhu, you flatter me. I have no standing whatsoever, it's you who've honored us with your presence." Ren Dajin beamed, his wrinkles crinkling together in a smile brimming with flattery. Soon, waitstaff streamed in, beginning to serve course after course of exquisitely prepared dishes. Before long, the serving concluded, and the waitstaff quietly withdrew, leaving only Zhu Kaibin and Ren Dajin in the private room. Ren Dajin picked up his wineglass, tilted his head back, and drained it in one gulp. He then furrowed his brow, pursed his lips, and adopted a troubled expression. "Commissioner Zhu, to be perfectly honest, I invited you here today because I have something to discuss. The situation is this: my factory has run into some trouble recently." Finishing his sentence, he placed a gift box of liquor beside Zhu Kaibin. His eyes fixed intently on the box as he gave it a light pat. "Commissioner Zhu, this is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you'll accept it." Zhu Kaibin glanced at the box, a flicker of greed crossing his eyes. His words, however, were feigned refusal. "This is too much, really." Yet his hands were quite honest as they accepted the gift. "Tenhong Factory, right? I'll have my people give it some special attention," Zhu Kaibin said with a cheerful smile, his eyes gleaming. Ren Dajin's face broke into a smug grin. He thought to himself, "Kid, your luck is about to run out." He promptly picked up the wine bottle, filled Zhu Kaibin's glass, and declared, "Commissioner Zhu, I raise this glass to you. I humbly request your continued favor in the future." Inside the factory, all testing equipment stood at the ready, prepared to evaluate core performance metrics like power and endurance. Soon after, Lin Muheng arrived at the factory. Under the eager gaze of the crowd, the highly anticipated, groundbreaking three-wheeler slowly started up, officially beginning its testing journey. The atmosphere was as tense as a bowstring drawn to its limit, every pair of eyes fixed intently on the three-wheeler. Time and again, it passed each test successfully, each achievement kindling a flicker of hope in the hearts of the onlookers. Finally, the much-anticipated final test arrived. The three-wheeler shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring, hurtling straight toward the wall. A thunderous crash echoed through the air. Eyes widened, hearts pounding in throats. The noise subsided, and Sun Daong rushed forward, circling the tricycle and the wall to inspect the damage. His brow furrowed in doubt. "Are these bricks defective?" The tricycle only left a few shallow scratches, but the wall caved in a huge chunk. "That's way too sturdy." Lin Muheng watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curling his lips in satisfaction. He had always yearned to build such a sturdy and durable three-wheeler. After all, as agricultural equipment, a three-wheeler could only stand out in the fiercely competitive industry and leave others far behind by possessing the qualities of excellent endurance, rugged durability, and ample horsepower. Just as everyone was basking in their joy, Zhou Jinfeng arrived at Lin Muheng's side with the entire RD team in tow. "Mr. Lin, we've succeeded in developing it." Lin Muheng responded with a smile, "Well done, everyone. You've worked hard." Amidst the laughter and warm camaraderie, a figure slipped away furtively from the edge of the group. The moment the task was completed, he pulled his phone from his pocket. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen as he composed a message, then sent it without hesitation. At that moment, a pair of eyes shadowed him, fixed firmly on his back. Once the figure had disappeared into the distance, he hurried forward impatiently to investigate. Yet the scene before him instantly froze him in shock. Lu Zhiliang wasted no time, urgently reporting the incident to Lin Muheng. In the office, Lin Muheng's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown upon hearing the news. Sun Daong, standing nearby, looked utterly perplexed and couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lin, he's acting so shady, he must have some ulterior motive. I'll bring him in for a thorough interrogation myself. I won't believe he won't confess." With that, he stormed toward the door. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly called him back. "We have no concrete evidence. He won't admit it. Besides, going now will only alert him. At this point, it's better to consider what his motive might be." The room fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, Lin Muheng seemed to recall something and pressed urgently, "You saw him moving junk out the back door?" "That's right. Just some old cardboard boxes." Lu Zhiliang nodded frantically in response. Lin Muheng's expression darkened instantly, his mind already grasping the reason behind the man's actions. It had to be said, this was a truly vicious move. Had it not been discovered in time, the entire factory might have been ruined. Lin Muheng motioned for the two men to draw closer, his voice lowered as he urgently instructed, "You must go immediately." At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a soft knock sounded at the factory gate. Zhang Sanpo heard the sound and hurried out from the security booth. Seeing the group standing at the entrance, he showed no surprise. Instead, he warmly welcomed them forward and ushered everyone into the factory. He then jogged back to the security booth and dialed the boss's office. "Mr. Lin, the fire department is coming to inspect the factory." "Got it." Lin Muheng hung up, straightened his clothes, and hurried to the factory entrance to greet them. "Good day, leaders. I'm Lin Muheng, the factory owner. May I ask what aspects you've come to inspect today?" Lin Muheng wore a humble smile, his demeanor exceptionally courteous. Leading the group was a man in his 30s named Xie Wanning. Dressed in black work clothes, his sharp eyes scanned Lin Muheng from head to toe as he stated coldly, "We received a verified report indicating significant fire hazards at your facility. We need to conduct an inspection." Chapter 121, the stage is set. "What? Serious hazards?" The moment the words left Lin Muheng's mouth, his previously composed expression instantly turned panicked. His eyes darted nervously, and he instinctively glanced back at Sun Daong. He then deliberately raised his voice and inquired, "Manager Sun, I entrusted you with full responsibility for the factory's fire safety. How could such a problem arise now? Did you not follow my orders?" As he spoke, he crossed his arms over his chest, chin slightly raised, adopting an accusatory stance. Sun Daong shuddered at the sharp tone, beads of sweat instantly forming on his forehead. He scrambled to put on an apologetic smile, stammering, "Mr. Lin. I've always followed your instructions. The factory's fire safety is absolutely fine. You can rest assured." After speaking, he discreetly wiped his forehead with his sleeve, his eyes filled with fear and unease. Then, turning with a fawning expression, Sun bowed and scraped toward Xie Wanning, saying ingratiatingly, "Sir, our factory places tremendous importance on fire safety. We conduct meticulous weekly inspections that are absolutely compliant with all regulations. Please, let's skip this inspection. Don't waste your precious time." Just then, a figure slowly emerged from the crowd. Dressed in a white traditional Chinese robe, his neck adorned with several strands of colorful beads that jingled with each step, he was none other than the former factory owner, Ren Dajin. He strode confidently before the crowd and remarked with a sneer, "Humph, looks to me like you're hiding something. Afraid to let the authorities inspect? Got something to hide?" Turning to Xie Wanning, Ren's eyes flashed with sudden confidence, as if victory were already assured. "I, Ren Dajin, have filed a formal complaint about severe fire hazards at Tianheng Factory. Leader, you must conduct a thorough inspection. Fire safety is no trivial matter. If something goes wrong, it could cost lives." Xie Wanning's expression remained stern and unyielding as he replied without a hint of humor, "Very well. We will strictly adhere to regulations and procedures. Not a single safety hazard will be overlooked." His gaze then turned coldly to Lin Muheng as he ordered firmly, "Mr. Lin, lead the way." Lin Muheng turned to Sun Daong and said, "Manager Sun, you know the factory best. Lead the way and guide our leaders through the inspection. Make absolutely sure nothing goes wrong." Sun Daong nodded repeatedly, his smile looking more like a grimace than anything else. He then gestured with a please and led the way. Ren Dajin watched this unfold, a smug smile curling his lips. Hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely behind the group. As he passed Lin Muheng, he deliberately slowed his pace, tilting his head slightly to whisper a threat into Lin Muheng's ear, "Kid, let me tell you you're finished today." Lin Muheng, however, showed no fear. His face remained cheerful as ever. "Oh? Then I'm looking forward to it." Watching the group's retreating figures, a smile touched his lips. The stage was set, the actors had appeared time to enjoy the show. Upon entering the factory, Zhang Sanpo spotted Ren Dajin from afar. His eyes lit up as he discreetly made a gesture only they could understand. Ren Dajin understood immediately, a barely perceptible smile touching his lips. He then strode quickly over to Xie Wanning, his face plastered with a smile as he said, "Sir, I'll tell you this, the fire extinguishers in this factory are all defective. They're completely useless. What if a real fire breaks out? What then?" "What?" Xie Wanning's expression instantly turned grave. His brows furrowed deeply, forming a character. He thought to himself, if this is true, the factory's fire safety is seriously compromised. The consequences of a fire would be unimaginable. He waved his hand decisively and ordered, "Go. Check it out." His subordinate immediately ran off to inspect. Seeing this, Sun Daong panicked. Veins bulged on his forehead as he lunged forward, spreading his arms wide to block the fire hydrant like a human wall. His face plastered with a smile, he hurriedly pleaded, "Sir, please don't listen to this man's nonsense. All our fire extinguishers are in perfect working order. Besides, we always put our employees' safety first. How could we ever risk their lives? There aren't many companies as conscientious as ours. Please don't believe the slander of such a petty person." As he said this, he deliberately shot Ren Dajin a fierce glare. Then, still wearing that apologetic smile, he patted his chest emphatically. "Sir, I guarantee these fire extinguishers work perfectly. No need to check them, it's just a hassle. Seeing this, Ren Dajin's expression darkened instantly. He snapped sharply, "Humph. I see you're clearly hiding something, which is why you're being so evasive and won't let our leaders conduct a proper inspection. If those fire extinguishers are truly flawless, you should be more than willing to accept scrutiny to prove your innocence." Sun Dayong's temper flared instantly. Pointing an accusing finger at Ren Dajin's nose, he glared and snapped, "Don't you know where you are? This is our factory. Who do you think you are, an outsider, pointing fingers and giving orders?" The Ren Dajin had once been the factory owner. His daily routine involved nothing but exploiting workers' time, a classic case of wanting the horse to run but refusing to feed it. The workers had long harbored resentment toward him. Faced with this rebuke, Ren's face flushed alternately red and white, his mouth twitching slightly. "I'm a concerned citizen now," he retorted. "I simply can't stand your disregard for employee safety." Sun Dayon spat venomously and retorted, "You're just a meddlesome busybody. Keep your nose out of this." Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Lin Muheng stepped forward. Raising a hand to signal Sun Dayon to calm down, he said in a deep voice, "Old son, clear the way. Since he insists we have something to hide, let's cooperate fully with their investigation. It'll clear our names." Sun Dayon, though deeply reluctant, dared not defy the order and reluctantly stepped aside. Meanwhile, the fire department personnel began meticulously inspecting each fire hydrant. Ren Dajin stood nearby, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He gloated inwardly, "Humph. Those fire extinguishers were all sabotaged by Zhang Sanpo. Let's see how you'll handle this mess now." Before long, the inspectors hurried back, approaching Xue directly and respectfully reporting, "Sir, after thorough inspection, all fire extinguishers are intact and within their expiration dates." As soon as Ren Dajin heard this, before the report was even finished, he became visibly excited, blurting out impatiently, "See? See? I told you something was fishy. Now you've been caught." Yet the moment the words left his mouth, he sensed something amiss. His brow instantly furrowed, his face frozen in disbelief as he stammered, "The fire extinguishers aren't broken? How is that possible?" Chapter 122, "You'll regret this later." "It's definitely not broken," the staff member replied with absolute certainty, his tone devoid of any hesitation. That unwavering assurance felt like a bucket of cold water splashing straight onto Ren Dajin's heart with a splash, leaving him with a sudden chill. His mouth twitched uncontrollably as his gaze instinctively shifted to Zhang Sanpo beside him, seeking a plausible explanation. Zhang Sanpo, however, was equally perplexed. His brow was furrowed so deeply it could trap a fly, his eyes filled with bewilderment. He muttered, "Huh? How is this possible? I went to great lengths to sabotage every single fire extinguisher. How come they're all still perfectly intact here?" He couldn't help but inwardly grumble, "Could it be I sabotaged the factory in a parallel universe? What the hell is going on here?" Just then, Sun Daong strode forward triumphantly, a smug grin on his face. "I told you so," he declared loudly, his tone tinged with boastfulness. "Our fire extinguishers are absolutely fine. Leaders, I don't think we need to continue the inspection any further." "One item passing doesn't mean everything else is fine," Xue replied sternly, his expression unwavering and his gaze radiating unquestionable resolve. Hearing this, Ren Dajin's eyes lit up instantly, as if he'd spotted a new opening. He immediately chimed in, "You're absolutely right, sir. Just because your fire extinguishers pass doesn't mean everything else will." As he spoke, he shot a discreet glance at Zhang Sanpo beside him, who swiftly returned a covert gesture. Ren Dajin understood immediately and raised his voice, "These fire hydrants look fine, and the extinguishers aren't broken, but whether there's actually water inside? That's another matter entirely." Zhang Sanpo calculated silently, he had secretly shut the water valve tight on the way over. Even if there had been water inside originally, it definitely couldn't be pumped out now. Xue heart sank upon hearing this. He quickly glanced at the team members beside him. The team members understood immediately, turned around, and hurried back to test it again. At that moment, Sun Dayon, quick-witted, stepped forward. His face plastered with a thoughtful smile, he began speaking while gently ushering everyone behind him. Seeing this, Ren Dajin frowned and asked with a puzzled look, "What are you doing?" "That's obvious. I'm worried water might suddenly spray out of the pipe. If it soaked all the leaders' clothes, that would be a real mess." Sun Daong explained with a laugh. "I don't think that's necessary," Ren Dajin snorted coldly, puffing out his chest with unshakable confidence. "I'll bet you anything there's absolutely no water in that fire hydrant." After speaking, he deliberately stepped forward a few paces and stood rigidly before the hose, his posture seeming to declare to everyone that trusting him was absolutely the right choice. Seeing this, Sun Daong shook his head helplessly, yet a smug smile crept onto his lips. "Ren Dajin, if you end up soaked to the bone like a drowned rat, don't blame us for not warning you." "Old son, don't speak so bluntly." Lin Muheng playfully scolded Sun Daong, tugging his arm. She then turned to the nearby staff member and pretended to offer thoughtful advice, "Hurry and find a towel. What if Mr. Ren catches a cold from the chill? That would be terrible." "No need. I trust my judgment, there's absolutely no water here." Ren Dajin quickly cut them off, convinced this was a smokescreen meant to intimidate him. Resolute, he stood motionless, ready to face whatever came. Lin Muheng couldn't help but let a smirk touch his lips. As the valve slowly opened, a powerful surge erupted from the pipe like a raging beast breaking free from its chains. In an instant, Ren Dajin was drenched to the bone by the sudden torrent, reappearing before everyone as a bedraggled, soaked-through figure. His pitiful state drew uncontrollable snickers from those around him. Ren Dajin stared blankly at the unfolding scene, seemingly unable to believe it was real. When he finally snapped back to reality, his eyes widened with fury and frustration. Lin Muheng watched the scene unfold, a playful smile curling his lips. "Mr. Ren," he remarked, "old son warned you repeatedly that water was hidden in that pipe. Yet you stubbornly refused to believe it, insisting on experiencing it firsthand. Truly, it proves the old saying, no amount of good advice can save a fool from his own doom." Before he finished speaking, a low, mocking chuckle rippled through the surrounding area. Ren Dajin's face instantly turned ashen. The hatred burning in his eyes seemed ready to erupt into flames, yet he found himself utterly speechless, forced to swallow his anger. Zheng Sanpo, standing nearby, saw the look in Ren Dajin's eyes, a gaze that seemed capable of devouring a man whole, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned away, pretending not to have seen anything. Yet his mind was filled with suspicion. He had personally closed the sluice gate. Where on earth had this water come from? A sudden gust of wind swept over Ren Dajin, soaking him to the bone. The icy water sent a shiver down his spine. Lin Muheng watched the scene, her smile growing brighter as her eyes crinkled into slits. "Mr. Ren," she teased, "you said you didn't need a towel earlier, so I didn't have anyone fetch one. I suppose you still don't need one now." After speaking, he deliberately looked up at the clear sky and said slowly, "Look, what a beautiful day it is, so sunny. Before long, your clothes will dry naturally." With that, Lin Muheng could no longer contain himself and burst into loud laughter, his chuckles brimming with smugness and mockery. Those around them joined in the uproar, their laughter rising and falling like sharp blades piercing Ren Dajin's heart. Ren Dajin's face darkened, his expression so grim it seemed ice could form on his skin. He gritted his teeth inwardly, "Laugh all you want. Soon enough, you'll be the ones crying." At that very moment, Xie Wanning led his team in meticulously inspecting the fire prevention facilities. Zheng Sanpo, sensing the moment was ripe, slithered like an eel and slipped silently beside Ren Dajin. The moment Ren Dajin spotted him, rage shot up like a rocket. His eyes widened as if they might spit fire. Lowering his voice, he demanded harshly, "Didn't you insist that fire extinguisher was defective, completely empty? Look at the mess I'm in now." Zheng Sanpo struggled to stifle his laughter, his face flushed crimson as he forced a stern expression. But the sight of Ren Dajin, soaked to the bone and looking like a drowned rat, made the corners of his mouth twitch uncontrollably. He frantically searched his mind for painful memories to suppress the laughter. Then, adopting a look of utter bewilderment and innocence, he declared solemnly, "Mr. Ren, I swear on my life, I did tamper with it. But what the hell is going on here? I'm genuinely clueless." Ren Dajin narrowed his eyes, suspicion clouding his gaze. Could this kid have known about today's fire inspection in advance and deliberately set this trap for me? But upon second thought, it seemed utterly absurd. How could such a coincidence exist? Could it be that the kid had just gotten incredibly lucky? Just as Ren Dajin was drowning in doubts, Zheng Sanpo suddenly pounded his chest and swore solemnly, "Mr. Ren, relax. I've made adjustments in more than one place. Just watch, I'll make sure that kid pays dearly for this. I'll shut him down for good." Hearing this, Ren Dajin's expression softened slightly. He gave a slight nod and said in a deep voice, "Fine, I'll trust you one more time. If you screw this up again, don't blame me for being ruthless and unforgiving." Chapter 123, I didn't do it, what law did I break? Before long, the fire department arrived at the back entrance of the factory and began a thorough inspection. The entrance was completely blocked by a chaotic pile of cardboard boxes of every shape and size. Scattered nearby were various odds and ends, discarded wooden planks, worn-out toolboxes, and other debris completely obstructing the once spacious passageway. Ren Dajin watched the scene unfold, a smug curve instantly forming at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with scorn and contempt. Crossing his arms, he deliberately drew out his words in a sarcastic tone, "Mr. Lin, you know this escape route can't be cluttered with junk, right? Surely you understand such basic safety rules?" He shot Lin Muheng a pointed, challenging glance. Clearing his throat, he adopted a feigned air of benevolence. "I'm just a kind soul," he said insincerely. "I couldn't bear to see your factory in trouble. That's why I volunteered to help you fix this mistake. Otherwise, if something truly happened, all these employees would be in danger." Lin Muheng snorted coldly through his nose, his gaze sweeping icily over the pile of clutter as his brow furrowed deeply into a shape. At that moment, Xie Wanning beside him wore a grim expression, his face as stern as frost in winter. He spoke deliberately, enunciating each word, "Mr. Lin, according to regulations, obstructing a fire escape route carries a 5,000 yuan fine." His voice was deep and authoritative, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. At these words, Lin Muheng's expression did an abrupt 180-degree turn. His furrowed brow smoothed out, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. He extended a hand in a halting gesture, speaking with deliberate calm, "Hold on. Who said I was blocking the fire escape?" His tone was so light it sounded like he was discussing a trivial matter. Ren Dajin's temper flared instantly. His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. His hands clenched into fists unconsciously, his body trembling slightly with rage. He lunged forward, jabbing a finger at the pile of clutter. "It's right here in plain sight," he roared, his expression seething. "You still deny it? Do you think we're blind?" "Of course I won't admit it," Lin Muheng replied, his expression unchanged. His gaze remained steady as he met Ren Dajin's eyes, his tone unwavering. Seeing this, Xie Waning's frown deepened, his brows drawn together so tightly they could have crushed a fly. His gaze bore into Lin Muheng as he coldly declared, "You violated the Dragon Nation's Fire Safety Act. The evidence is right before your eyes. Do you still intend to deny it?" Lin Muheng grinned, his smile tinged with devil-may-care insolence. "You've got that wrong," he chuckled. "I won't admit to something I didn't do. Don't you dare frame an innocent man." He deliberately winked, adopting an utterly innocent expression. Ren Dajin watched Lin Muheng's brazen demeanor, feeling both furious and exasperated, yet somewhat helpless. He stormed forward, slamming his fist hard on the cardboard boxes. "Kid," he bellowed, his voice thick with rage and frustration. "All this stuff is right here. You think we're fools?" Lin Muheng merely waved his hand dismissively, his face still bearing that faint smile. He turned to Ren Dajin with a smile and said slowly, "You're mistaken. The fool here is you." Seeing Ren Dajin about to retort, Lin Muheng quickly cut him off, deliberately raising his voice. "Who said this was an emergency exit? I didn't say it. Did you?" His gaze shifted to Sun Daong standing nearby, a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Sun Daong immediately broke into a broad smile. Shaking his head, he declared, "I can vouch for it, Mr. Lin never said that." His demeanor seemed perfectly synchronized with Lin Muheng, as if they were performing a flawless act together. At this moment, Xie Wanning was filled with confusion. Frowning, his eyes betrayed a hint of bewilderment as he inquired, "If this isn't the factory's emergency exit, then where is the real one?" Lin Muheng's face lit up with smug satisfaction. He pointed toward the distance and declared loudly, "Look across there." Several workers quickly moved to a concealed spot and forcefully pulled open a hidden sliding door. With a clatter, the entrance opened instantly, revealing a spacious, well-lit passageway before everyone's eyes. The door was ingeniously designed. When closed, it blended seamlessly with the surrounding walls, leaving almost no trace. Still, Lin Muheng had grid lines painted in front of the hidden door, just in case some employees had poor eyesight and couldn't make out the passageway's location. Observing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Muheng felt even more smug. He lifted his chin and declared, "The original escape passage was rusted shut, so we converted it into a storage room. No problem with that, right?" His tone brimmed with self-satisfaction and provocation. Xie Wanning examined it carefully, shook his head, and replied, "No, as long as there's an escape route." Lin Muheng's eyes narrowed into slits with delight. "Right," he said. "Then there shouldn't be any issues now." His gaze, however, fixed intently on Ren Dajin, brimming with the smugness of a victor. Ren Dajin watched Lin Muheng's smug expression, his heart filled with mixed emotions. When no one was looking, he shot a furious glance at Zhang Sanpo standing nearby. Soon after, the factory's fire safety inspection concluded successfully, with all procedures meeting standards. Xie Wanning looked at Lin Muheng and urged earnestly, "Passing one inspection is merely the beginning. Don't let your guard down because of this. You must constantly remind your employees to be vigilant about fire prevention." "Yes, we will hold ourselves to the highest standards," Lin Muheng replied solemnly. Just as everyone was about to board the vehicles to depart, a black sedan slowly approached from the distance. Xie Wanning glanced up casually. The moment he recognized the figure stepping out of the car, shock flooded his eyes. Mayor Liang? What on earth is he doing here? Confusion surged through him like a tidal wave. Without pausing to think, he hurriedly summoned his men and hastily departed the factory, as if fleeing from some raging flood or ferocious beast. Meanwhile, Ren Dajin, seeing his scheme had failed, was filled with resentment. He had intended to use today's fire inspection as an opportunity to shut down the factory entirely. He had believed this operation was foolproof, which was why he had personally taken charge. Yet, he never imagined that even an old horse like himself could stumble. Today felt worse than swallowing a fly for Ren Dajin. Glaring at the factory with eyes that seemed to spit fire, he snarled, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll make you return this factory to me, every last piece of it." Seeing Ren Dajin about to leave, Zhang Sanpo grew frantic. He rushed forward, grabbed him, and pleaded desperately, "Mr. Ren, what about what you promised me earlier? You can't go back on your word." Chapter 124, The Lifesaver. Ren Dajin now resembled a thoroughly enraged beast, his eyes wide and bloodshot, the veins on his neck bulging prominently. His face twisted into a hideous grimace as he violently knocked Zhang Sanpo's arm aside with such force it seemed he was venting every ounce of his rage through the blow. Then, he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Who knows if you're in cahoots with these scoundrels trying to screw me over? Want your stuff back? Forget it." With that, he flung his head back and strode away. Zhang Sanpo stood frozen in place, his eyes hollow and vacant, his face etched with utter despair. As if drained of all strength, he swayed precariously, on the verge of collapse. Sun Daong had been watching their every move. Seeing Zhang Sanpo try to slip away in the chaos, he lunged forward in a single stride. His arms clamped around Zhang like iron pincers as he barked, "Where you think you're going?" At that moment, Secretary Shaoli approached with a polite smile, asking softly, "Excuse me, is Lin Muheng here?" "Yes." Sun Daong glanced at the two men and nodded, his eyes brimming with caution. His voice was deep and measured as he demanded, "What business brings you to see our CEO?" Liang Rufei replied with a friendly smile, "We're here to discuss some private matters with him." "All right, follow me." Sun Daong spoke as he tossed the traitor Zhang Sanpo to a nearby employee. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. He then turned and led the two men to the factory manager's office. Upon entering, Sun Daong shifted slightly to the side, his gaze fixed on the two men. "Mr. Lin, these two are here to see you." Understood. "You may leave now." Lin Muheng gave a slight nod, then stood up. With a warm smile, he invited the two to sit on the sofa and inquired cheerfully, "What brings you here?" Hearing this, Liang Ruifei's eyes flashed with emotion. He quickly stood up, gripped Lin Muheng's hands tightly, and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Young man, thank you for saving my father's life. If you hadn't rushed him to the hospital, the doctor said he might have." His eyes reddened slightly, his voice catching in his throat. "Oh, so you're that uncle's son." Lin Muheng's eyes widened in surprise. He never imagined the man would come looking for him. He quickly waved his hand, a modest smile on his face. "It was nothing. Anyone would have helped." Seeing the other man downplay his actions, Liang Ruifei felt a surge of admiration. He then carefully pulled a neatly wrapped stack of envelopes from his shoulder bag. "Young man, thank you for saving my father. This is a token of my gratitude. I hope you'll accept it." Liang Ruifei held out the envelope to Lin Muheng, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Lin Muheng took the envelope, weighing it lightly in his hand. He was secretly startled it must contain 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. Honestly, he was already grateful that the family hadn't tried to extort him. He quickly pulled out a portion of the money from the paper bag and said, "This is too much. I'll only take what I deserve. Please take the rest back. Besides, the old man's treatment still requires funds." Seeing the young man's kindness, Liang Ruifei felt his affection for him grow stronger. He stood up, surveying the factory with curiosity in his eyes. "Is this factory yours? What do you produce?" Lin Muheng nodded and replied with a smile, "Electric tricycles." Liang Ruifei's face lit up with a smile. He glanced at his secretary, Shaoli, then spoke slowly, "The city is currently preparing for an agricultural machinery exhibition. Your factory might want to test the waters there." Lin Muheng's brows instantly knotted at this suggestion. His face twisted with bitterness. "You don't understand. That exhibition has incredibly high entry barriers. Only the city's most prominent and financially robust enterprises participate. Our little factory? We probably don't even meet the qualifications to enter." Liang Ruifei waved it off dismissively, his eyes brimming with approval. "Don't say that. In my view, your factory's capabilities shouldn't be underestimated." In truth, Liang Ruifei, occupying a high position, had encountered all manner of people in his daily life and understood the complexities of human nature. He silently calculated that revealing his identity now might invite unreasonable demands. Better to keep his true status concealed for now. After a moment's thought, he continued, "I have some connections in the city. Compile the product information for your factory and send it to me. I'll have someone pass it along for review. If it meets the standards for the exhibition, your factory could seize this opportunity to secure more orders." At these words, hope instantly lit up in Lin Muheng's eyes. Overwhelmed with emotion, he clasped Liang Ruifei's hands tightly and thanked him repeatedly, "Thank you so much. Whether we make it or not, I'm incredibly grateful for all you've done for our factory." Liang Ruifei waved his hand again, his expression calm. "I'm just passing along the materials. Don't worry about it. Compared to my father's situation, this is nothing." He added honestly, "The fact that I could help is also because your factory has its own merits." The two exchanged polite pleasantries, each taking turns to speak. Just then, Sun Daong hurried over, holding the latest product materials for the three-wheel tricycle. He handed them to Lin Muheng. "Mr. Lin, here are the materials." Lin Muheng took the materials, turned, and handed them to Liang Ruifei. "Uncle Liang," he said sincerely, "I'm truly grateful for your extra effort." After this exchange, the two had become considerably more familiar with each other. The title Uncle Liang had actually been suggested by Liang Ruifei himself, who genuinely admired the down-to-earth and hard-working young man before him. Liang Ruifei took the materials, patted Lin Muheng's shoulder with a smile, and said, "Ahen, I've got things to attend to right now. I'll notify you the moment I have any updates." "All right, Uncle Liang. Let me walk you out," Lin Muheng promptly replied, accompanying Liang Rufin to the door. Watching the car gradually fade into the distance until only a blurred silhouette remained, Sun Daong's brow furrowed deeply, his face etched with confusion and bewilderment. Noticing his expression, Lin Muheng hurried over and asked with concern, "Old son, what's wrong? Why the worried look?" Sun Daong's brow remained furrowed as he replied with a helpless expression, "Those two. I feel like I've seen them somewhere before, but no matter how hard I try, I just can't remember. Lin Muheng couldn't help but chuckle. Stepping closer, he patted Sun Daeon's shoulder and teased, "Old son, you think everyone you meet looks familiar, don't you?" "No, really. I have definitely seen them somewhere before," Sun Daeong insisted with absolute certainty. Seeing his stubbornness, Lin Muheng waved his hand with a smile, interrupting, "Alright, stop overthinking it. Come on, let's go meet Zhang Sanpo." Chapter 125, Dad says life lies in movement. In the office, Zhang Sanpo stood beside his desk like a frightened quail, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes darted nervously around the room, beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead and soaking his collar. Lin Muheng entered and left him standing there without a word. The art of interrogation thrived on this very psychological tug-of-war. Time ticked by, the office so quiet you could hear each other's breath. Zhang Sanpo felt like an ant on a hot pan, his agony unbearable. Guilty as charged, the other party's silence now felt like a thorn in his side. Finally, unable to contain his fear and panic any longer, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. Tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Mr. Lin, I was blinded by greed. I'm sorry to you, I'm sorry to the factory." All of this was orchestrated by Ren Dajin. Zhang Sanpo slapped his own face repeatedly, his face twisted with remorse. "I borrowed money from loan sharks for gambling. He threatened me, saying if I didn't do as he ordered, he'd give my home address to the loan sharks. I had no choice. I was truly forced into it." As he spoke, he kept banging his head on the floor, the thudding sounds echoing through the room. Soon, his forehead swelled and turned red. Lin Muheng felt genuine sympathy at the sight, yet he knew that while pitiable people often had their reasons, the deeds he had committed could not be erased. Taking a deep breath, he asked slowly, "What exactly did Ren Dajin make you do?" Zhang Sanpo answered truthfully, "He ordered me to tamper with the fire inspection before it happened, so the factory would be shut down for rectification or even closed for good." "That's all Ren Dajin had you do?" "Yes." Zhang Sanpo nodded and continued, "Honestly, Mr. Lin, that's all he asked me to do." "I understand." Lin Muheng slowly closed his eyes, his expression calm as he spoke softly, "Zhang Sanpo, I've said it before, one act of disloyalty makes you useless 100 times over. So I won't hold these actions against you. However, you can no longer remain at the factory. I hope you take care of yourself from now on." Sun Daeong then led Zhang Sanpo out. Seated on a stool, Lin Muheng's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he pondered silently that Ren Dajin has been thoroughly humiliated today. He won't let this go so easily. Meanwhile, in the bureau chief's office, Shu Kaibin lifted his head from a pile of documents and turned his gaze to Xue standing nearby, inquiring, "What's the latest on the Tianheng factory?" Xue looked uneasy, forcing himself to report truthfully, "The fire inspection met all standards. We simply couldn't find any grounds to pin anything on him." "What?" Shu Kaibin's brow instantly knotted into a tight knot. His face darkened so much it seemed like water could drip from it. He muttered impatiently under his breath, "Didn't you say it was foolproof? Now look at the mess we're in." He waved his hand impatiently. "Alright, you can go now. Get back to your work." Xue didn't turn to leave immediately. Instead, he hesitated, then gathered his courage and said, "Director Zhu, there's something I've been thinking about and feel I should bring to your attention." Shu Kaibin turned his head impatiently, giving him a glance. "What is it?" "Don't beat around the bush. I saw Mayor Liang enter the Tianheng factory," Xue blurted out. "What?" Shu Kaibin slammed his fist on the desk and stood up, a chill running down his spine. At the same moment, inside the luxurious villa, Ren Dajin had just finished changing when a sudden, urgent ringtone shattered the room's tranquility. Seeing Zhu Kaibin's name on the caller ID, his face instantly contorted into a fawning smile as he rushed to answer. Before he could exchange pleasantries, Zhu Kaibin's thunderous roar erupted from the other end. "Ren Dajin, you must be tired of living. Tianheng factory has the mayor backing it. You actually thought I'd help you take it down? You may want to die, but I want to live. Get over here and take your stuff back immediately. From now on, we'll pretend we never met." Director Zhu, let me explain." Ren Dajin tried to protest, but the line snapped to a click before he could finish, leaving him no chance to speak. Ren Dajin clenched the phone so tightly his knuckles turned white, his nails digging into his flesh. His eyes widened, blazing with fury, his expression grim and terrifying. "Lin Muheng, if I don't get that factory back, I, Ren Dajin, swear I'm no longer human." Early morning sunlight spilled gently as Xie Wanning emerged from the girls' dormitory building, her hair pulled into a high ponytail. She wore a delicate pink sun-protective top, radiant like spring peach blossoms in full bloom. Paired with form-fitting black yoga pants that accentuated her slender, straight legs, and white sneakers on her feet, she exuded vibrant energy. After taking just a few steps, her gaze was drawn to two familiar figures in the distance. Xie Wanling's eyes lit up instantly. She jogged excitedly toward them, tilting her head with a puzzled expression. "What are you doing here?" "Daddy said life lies in movement, so he dragged me out of my warm bed first thing this morning," Wanwan said, yawning as she spoke. Her round eyes fixed on Lin Muheng with a look of pure resentment, she looked every bit the sleepy little kitten roused from slumber. Hearing his precious daughter's complaint, Lin Muheng cleared his throat awkwardly. Then, with a smile in his eyes, he turned to Xie Wanning and explained, the morning air is fresh. Exercising outdoors is good for the body. This way, Wanwan won't get sick so easily. Oh, I see, Xie Wanning murmured with a faint smile, her eyes glinting with playful teasing. She studied Lin Muheng from head to toe, her expression half amused, half mocking. I thought you just wanted to go jogging with me. Caught red-handed, Lin Muheng's ears instantly flushed crimson. He quickly pretended not to hear, bent down to pick up Wanwan, and said cheerfully, come on, let's head to the park. Watching the father-daughter pair walk away, Xie Wanning followed with a smile. At the park, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning began their stretching exercises in earnest. Wanwan, meanwhile, was like a cheerful little penguin riding her balance bike and spinning in circles on the spot with a swoosh swoosh. Wanwan, glide forward for a bit. Daddy and mommy will chase you soon, Lin Muheng said tenderly, ruffling her fluffy little head affectionately. Okay then, you better catch up to me quickly. Wanwan smiled, her cheeks dimpling sweetly. Then, straining her little legs, she pushed off and glided forward. As the little one glided along, she kept glancing back over her shoulder, her expression seeming to say, you'd better hurry up and catch me. After a moment, Xie Wanning turned to Lin Muheng and asked softly, have you finished stretching? Yeah, done. Lin Muheng replied, and the two began jogging leisurely. Wanwan saw her mom and dad catching up, so she kicked her little legs even faster, like a tiny motor. But even so, they were soon right behind her. Lin Muheng teased her with a smile, Wanwan, Daddy and Mommy are going to run ahead first. You have to try your best to catch up. They deliberately slowed their pace, maintaining a steady lead ahead of Wanwan. But no matter how hard the little one tried, she could only watch helplessly as her parents stayed ahead, never within reach. Wanwan felt a bit discouraged now. She pouted, hopped off her balance bike, and her little face scrunched up like a little bun, filled with disappointment. Pulling her scooter, she called out anxiously, Daddy, Mommy, wait for your little darling. Chapter 126, Dog Pulled Balance Bike. When Lin Muheng turned to look, he saw Wanwan struggling to pull her balance bike, lagging 100 meters behind them. Her tiny figure seemed to struggle with every step. Lin Muheng's heart ached as he rushed forward. When Wanwan saw her parents approach, she suddenly plopped down onto the ground, her little face brimming with displeasure. She angrily flung the push-along car aside, and it clattered to the ground, toppling over. She crossed her arms tightly across her chest, her little mouth puckered so tightly it could hold a small oil bottle. Then, in her babyish voice, she pouted, humph. I'm never coming out with you guys in the morning again. It's so tiring. Seeing Wanwan throwing this little tantrum, Lin Muheng didn't get angry at all. Instead, his eyes were filled with tenderness and indulgence. He slowly crouched down, gently scooped Wanwan into his arms, and whispered soothingly, Sweetheart, did you get tired from walking? Wanwan's little mouth puckered, her brow furrowed, and tears glistened in her eyes as she pouted, Wah. Wanwan tried so hard to keep up with Daddy and Mommy, but you walk too fast. Wanwan can't catch up. Her pouting lips, on the verge of tears, were utterly heartbreaking. Lin Muheng gently stroked Wanwan's fluffy little head, a smile curling his lips. Sweetie, you're still little. Of course you can't keep up with Mommy and Daddy yet. It was Daddy's oversight not to consider your situation. So, would you give Daddy a chance to make it up to you? At the words, Wanwan's eyes instantly lit up, her frown gradually smoothing out. She nodded eagerly, her voice brimming with anticipation. Yes, yes. Daddy, how are you going to make it up to me? Are you going to bake me a delicious cake? Her hopeful gaze seemed to already see the tasty cake beckoning to her. Lin Muheng smiled and shook his head, saying mysteriously, No, how about Daddy takes you to play a super fun game? Okay, Wanwan nodded, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Lin Muheng carefully tied the rope from the rocking car around his waist, then gently lifted Wanwan and placed her securely inside. He reminded her gently, Honey, you have to hold the handles tight, okay? Otherwise, you might fall. Wanwan nodded earnestly, her little hands gripping the rocker's handles tightly, her eyes brimming with excitement and anticipation. Seeing this, Lin Muheng's lips curved into a smile as he said affectionately, Then Daddy's going to start running. Hold on tight. No sooner had he spoken than he began to stride forward, gradually picking up speed. As he moved, the push car behind him began to glide along. Wanwan instantly felt the breeze caress her face, as if all her fatigue had vanished with the wind. Her face lit up with contentment as she excitedly shouted, Daddy, this is so much fun. Wanwan loves it. As she spoke, she excitedly patted the scooter's handlebars, urging him cheerfully, Daddy, run faster. Just a little faster. Xie Wanning stood nearby, watching this warm and delightful scene. A smile spread across her lips, filled with happiness and contentment. Soon, Wanwan's soft, sweet voice reached her ears, Mommy, you have to catch up quickly otherwise, Daddy and I will leave you behind. Alright, Mommy's coming to catch up. Xie Wanning nodded with a smile, then picked up her pace, happily following behind. Along the park paths, elderly folks strolled leisurely, occasionally crossing their path. Spotting them, Wanwan waved excitedly and called out in her babyish voice, Hello, Grandpa, hello, Grandma. Her clear, ringing voice seemed to infuse the tranquil park with a burst of vitality. By the time the elders reacted to return the greeting, Lin Muheng had already pulled Wanwan far ahead. Still, watching this heartwarming scene, they couldn't help but smile, their eyes brimming with admiration. Look at that father and daughter. What a great idea, exercising while having fun with the child. Truly wonderful. No sooner had the words left their lips than the clanging of wheels echoed from behind, growing louder and clearer as it approached. Suddenly, a white and gray Alaskan Malamute shot past the elderly couple like a streak of lightning. The dog raced ahead joyfully, pulling a balance bike behind it. And sitting on that balance bike was a man. The man gripped the scooter's handles tightly, skillfully steering it in sync with the dog's pace. It was clear the dog was thoroughly accustomed to this task, effortlessly controlling turns at a speed unmatched by any human. Watching this scene, the elderly couple exchanged a smile and remarked, "These days, even dogs have learned to pull carts and play with their owners. How amusing." Before long, Wanwan heard a series of crisp, rapid tap-tap-tap footsteps beside her. Curious, she turned her head and spotted a large, fluffy dog. At first, it kept pace alongside Wanwan, but before she could get a good look, it shot past her balance bike like a gust of wind. Seeing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, her little face flushing bright red with excitement. She called out to Lin Muheng ahead of her, "Daddy, Daddy. That dog is so cute. Hurry up and pass it." Her babyish voice was filled with anticipation. Lin Muheng watched the dog's figure gradually recede into the distance. He tugged at the corner of his mouth helplessly, revealing an expression that was both doting and tinged with a wry smile. "Sweetie, Daddy just can't do it." By now, Xie Wanning's pace had slowed considerably until she finally came to a halt. Leaning on her knees, she gasped for breath in heavy, ragged gulps. She glanced up at Lin Muheng beside her. He remained perfectly composed, not even slightly flushed or out of breath, not a single bead of sweat on his forehead. A flicker of doubt crossed Xie Wanning's mind. How come he's not even tired? Truth be told, it was all thanks to the system. Lin Muheng felt completely refreshed at that moment. It seemed that regular exercise really did have its benefits. Glancing at Xie Wanning beside him, he resolved to make morning runs a daily habit. Xie Wanning, too exhausted to think much, plopped down onto the ground. Her hands fell limply at her sides as she gasped for fresh air. Seeing Xie Wanning seated on the ground, Lin Muheng hurried over, crouched down, and urged with concern, "Sitting like this, you'll catch a chill. Let's rest on the bench up ahead." Xie Wanning waved her hand weakly. No. I'll just rest here for a bit. You take Wanwan over there." Yet the very next moment, a pair of warm, strong hands gently swept beneath her knees. The next thing she knew, her body felt light as she was lifted off the ground and carried away. She instinctively narrowed her eyes, bit her lower lip, and flushed with a blush of embarrassment. Then, her hands gently rested on Lin Muheng's broad shoulders. Xie Wanning tilted her head slightly, her gaze settling on his sharply defined profile. His high, straight nose and deep, piercing eyes stirred something within her. Unconsciously, she leaned against Lin Muheng's shoulder, basking in the secure embrace of his sturdy arms. Lin Muheng held Xie Wanning securely with one arm while effortlessly carrying Wanwan's balance bike with the other. He turned back to instruct the little one, Wanwan, walk slowly ahead. "Don't wander off, okay? Got it, Daddy." Wanwan chirped in a clear voice, then bounded ahead like a cheerful little rabbit. Soon, Lin Muheng gently placed Xie Wanning on a park bench. Her cheeks flushed rosy, like a delicate peach blossom about to burst with color. She lowered her head and murmured softly, "Thank you." Lin Muheng smiled gently and said, "No problem. Rest here for a bit. I'll go check on Wanwan." Earlier, the little one had spotted the dog that had excited her so much. Her eyes widened instantly, and she took off running toward the dog. The dog, spotting Wanwan, happily circled around her, wagging its tail incessantly. Wanwan gathered her courage and approached the man standing nearby, timidly asking, "Uncle, can I pet this dog?" Hearing this, the man's eyebrows instantly furrowed into a shape, and he felt speechless inside. "I'm barely 18, do I look that old?" He pursed his lips, letting out a faint, resigned smile. Reaching out, he gently rubbed Wanwan's little head and said, "Call me Big Brother." Wanwan tilted her head, thinking earnestly for a moment before asking in her babyish voice, "Uncle, can I pet this big brother then?" Chapter 127, Daddy says little kids shouldn't lie. Wanwan's voice was sweet enough to drip honey, yet the man called Uncle twitched his lips. The man couldn't help but wonder inwardly, was it really that hard for this little girl to say Big Brother? He glanced at Lin Muheng beside him, who was stifling a laugh. His lips were pressed together, and his shoulders trembled slightly, clearly fighting back amusement. Lin Muheng cleared his throat, placing a hand on Wanwan's shoulder. "Sweetie," he explained, "we want you to call him brother, not that big dog." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's little brow instantly knotted into a tight knot. She scrutinized the man from head to toe, then shook her head earnestly and declared, "No way. Daddy said little kids shouldn't lie." Lin Muheng couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, while the man felt like crying. Seeing Daddy laughing like a flower, Wanwan innocently muttered, "Daddy, the grown-ups are called uncles, and the young ones are called brothers. I called him right." Her righteous little expression felt like an arrow piercing straight through him, leaving his smile bitter. He waved his hand helplessly, feigning magnanimity. "Little sister, go play with the big doggy." After Wanwan skipped away, Lin Muheng turned to the bearded man before him, his face flushed with embarrassment. He opened his mouth, but realized any explanation would pale in comparison to the child's innocent words. He could only offer an awkward smile. My daughter. Please don't take it to heart. The man waved his hand generously, his hearty laughter echoing from beneath his thick beard. No problem, no problem. Your daughter's got a refreshingly honest spirit, I really like that. He grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, though the smile looked more like a grimace than anything else. Meanwhile, Wanwan was having the time of her life playing with the big white dog. One moment she'd chase after it, the next she'd crouch down to gently stroke its soft fur. But happy times are always fleeting, and the man had to go home. Wanwan watched longingly as the man led the big white dog away, her tiny figure looking a bit lonely in the sunlight. But suddenly, the little one scampered after them on her stubby legs, calling out in a babyish voice, "Uncle, bye-bye. Big white, bye-bye." The man paused and waved. After turning away, he absent-mindedly stroked his full beard, muttering to himself, "Am I really that old?" Back home, Wanwan plopped down at the dining table, propping her cheek with her little hand. In her babyish voice, she asked, "Daddy, Mommy, are we going out to exercise again tomorrow?" Her eager little eyes seemed to hold all the stars in the world. Of course, Xie Wanning replied gently, reaching out to ruffle the little one's fluffy hair. "Why do you ask, Wanwan?" "Because I want to go with you tomorrow too." Wanwan's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling brightly. "I want Daddy to pull me on the scooter, and I want to see Big White again." "Alright, but you'll have to get up early tomorrow." Xie Wanning gazed at her daughter with indulgent affection, her eyes brimming with love. Wanwan nodded vigorously, looking utterly serious. Before bedtime, the little one looked at Lin Muheng and reminded him repeatedly, "Daddy, you have to wake me up tomorrow morning, okay?" Daddy knows. Now go to sleep." Lin Muheng replied gently, then thoughtfully tucked the little one in. As dawn broke, a cool breeze carrying the fresh scent of plants gently brushed against Lin Muheng's nose. He was already waiting below Xie Wanning's dormitory building, a barely perceptible hint of anticipation hidden in his eyes. Before long, that familiar silhouette appeared at the stairwell entrance. Xie Wanning wore a simple white tracksuit, her ponytail pulled high, with a few stray strands dancing lightly in the breeze. The moment she spotted Lin Muheng, a spark of delight flashed in her eyes. Her lips curved upward involuntarily, her smile as sweet and captivating as a blossom in spring. She hurried forward, gently patting Lin Muheng's shoulder as she asked softly, "Have you been waiting long?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Muheng turned around, rubbing his head with a slightly awkward smile. "I just got here myself." Xie Wanning's lively eyes scanned the area before she asked, puzzled, "Where's Wanwan? Didn't she say she'd come out with us this morning?" "When I tried to wake Wanwan this morning, she was fast asleep. She was clinging to her bed and refused to get up. I couldn't bring myself to call her again." Oh, Xie Wanning's lips curved upward into a sly smile. She deliberately leaned closer to Lin Muheng, batting her large, watery eyes as she teased, "You didn't purposely skip her, did you?" "Of course not." Lin Muheng's pupils contracted slightly as he hastily denied it, his voice rising involuntarily. Fearing Xie Wanning might catch on, he quickly grabbed her wrist and urged, "We should hurry. If we stay too long, Wanwan might wake up and not find us." Xie Wanning let Lin Muheng take her arm, her steps half reluctant, half willing as she followed. Yet inside, her heart fluttered like a little rabbit, beating wildly. Perhaps because they had arrived unusually early, the park was nearly deserted, with only a few people out for morning exercises or strolls. Xie Wanning ran alongside Lin Muheng, but before long, she began to tire. Her steps grew heavier, her breathing becoming rapid and uneven. Noticing her struggle, Lin Muheng halted, reaching out to steady her hand. His gaze held unwavering focus as he instructed, "I'll pull you along. Now, follow my lead." Feeling the warmth and strength of his palm, Xie Wanning felt her cheeks instantly flush, as if a fire had ignited within her. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest like a frightened fawn, thumping erratically. Just as she was lost in this subtle atmosphere, Lin Muheng's steady, commanding voice reached her ears, "Inhale. Exhale." Xie Wanning quickly drew in a deep breath and slowly exhaled, repeating the cycle. After a while, she was pleasantly surprised to find that running seemed genuinely less strenuous, and her steps gradually grew lighter. Under Lin Muheng's attentive guidance, Xie Wanning gritted her teeth and persevered step by step, completing a 3,000-meter run for the very first time. After finishing, she collapsed onto a park bench, gasping for breath. Her forehead was covered in beads of sweat, and her hair, soaked through, clung to her cheeks. Watching Lin Muheng finish his 3,000 meters looking as fresh as a daisy, as if nothing had happened, Xie Wanning asked with a puzzled look, "Don't you feel tired at all?" "Not at all." Lin Muheng shook his head with a smile, his eyes sparkling with confidence. "I only feel completely refreshed." Xie Wanning stared at him as if he were a freak, her eyes brimming with envy. "How did you train to this level? That's incredible." "Nothing special, just running until it becomes second nature," Lin Muheng replied with a smirk, feigning profundity. Truthfully, he knew it was largely thanks to the system's assistance, but that secret would remain buried deep within him. Watching Lin Muheng's slightly pretentious expression, Xie Wanning felt like crying. She silently grumbled to herself, why is the gap between people so huge? Just then, Lin Muheng casually noticed Xie Wanning's tense calf muscles trembling slightly. He crouched down in front of her, slowly drawing closer. Seeing this, Xie Wanning instantly tensed up. Her eyes darted around frantically as she stammered, there are people everywhere. What are you trying to do? Her cheeks flushed crimson. She felt both nervous and excited, but doing this in public felt utterly inappropriate, as if every move she made was being broadcast live. Seeing her flushed face, Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile inwardly. He simply placed his hand gently on her calf and began massaging it rhythmically, his movements soft and practiced. This is your first time running 3 kilometers today. Your legs will feel sore afterward. I'm helping you relax the muscles so you won't feel stiff tomorrow, Lin Muheng patiently explained. Oh, I see. I thought you were. Xie Wanning murmured softly, her voice barely audible, her face flushing with embarrassment. Seeing her little head had wandered off again, Lin Muheng's lips curved into a mischievous smile. He leaned closer, his eyes locked on hers, eyebrows raised playfully as he asked with a teasing tone, what did you think I was up to? Xie Wanning felt flustered under his gaze, quickly lowering her head, unable to meet his eyes. Her cheeks burned like ripe apples as she stammered, I didn't say. Lin Muheng curved his lips, his eyes brimming with amusement. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. How does it feel? Are you more comfortable now? Chapter 128, Dad, Mom, you two are so mean. Xie Wanning was immersed in the blissful massage. At first, the pressure was just right, stimulating her tense muscles with a pleasantly aching sensation, like electric currents coursing through her body. Gradually, an indescribable sense of ease spread through her, as if every ounce of fatigue was melting away with each stroke. She closed her eyes slightly in bliss, even secretly wishing in her heart that these hands would keep massaging forever. Just as she was lost in this blissful moment, Lin Muheng's magnetic voice reached her ears. Xie Wanning snapped back to reality, a blush instantly coloring her fair cheeks. She shyly nodded her head, her voice soft as a whisper, my calves feel so much less tense now. Thank you. Lin Muheng's lips curved upward as he waved his hand dismissively. No problem. No need to be so polite. It was nothing. After finishing the stretches, he lifted his head, his gaze gentle as he looked at Xie Wanning. Let's go, he murmured softly. There's somewhere we need to stop by before heading home. A moment later, Xie Wanning gazed at the bustling market before them, her delicate brows furrowing in confusion. She couldn't help but ask, what are we doing here? Lin Muheng's lips curved into a smile as he explained, Wanwan mentioned yesterday she wanted to eat wontons. We'll buy some wonton wrappers and some meat filling to make them for her at home. Oh. Xie Wanning nodded, then walked alongside Lin Muheng. Soon, they arrived at a stall. The stall owner was a burly, sturdy man, resembling a small mountain. One hand gripped a whetstone while the other held a knife tightly, skillfully stroking it back and forth. The sharp squeak of the blade against stone sent shivers down one's spine. Spotting customers stop, the vendor instantly paused his work, his face breaking into a warm smile. Young man, what kind of meat are you looking for? My stuff is the freshest around. Lin Muheng extended a slender finger, smiling broadly as he said, a pound of pork belly, chopped into mince. Sure thing, the owner replied with a hearty laugh. Before the words had even faded, a long strip of pork belly was neatly sliced and placed on the scale exactly 1 pound, not a gram more or less. Lin Muheng took the minced meat and smiled, I've transferred the payment, boss. Alright, come back again when you're done eating. Watching Lin Muheng navigate the grocery shopping with such ease, Xie Wanning felt her heartbeat quicken inexplicably. She couldn't help but draw closer to Lin Muheng, a hint of testing in her eyes. There aren't many men as domesticated as you. Whoever marries you will be very lucky. Lin Muheng tilted his head slightly, his gaze gentle yet deep as he looked at her. A hint of a knowing smile curved his lips as his deep, magnetic voice asked, are you happy? Caught off guard by the question, Xie Wanning froze, feeling as though an invisible hand had suddenly clutched her heart, making it pound wildly. She stared blankly at Lin Muheng. After a long moment, she opened her mouth but no sound came out. Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile at her adorable, flustered expression. He gently reached out, softly ruffling her hair as he teased, you're Wanwan's mom, I'm Wanwan's dad. In a way, haven't you already married me in the future? That's why I asked. Lin Muheng gently tapped Xie Wanning's forehead with a light touch. Are you letting your imagination run wild again? Hearing this, Xie Wanning slowly snapped back to reality. She bit her lip lightly, her voice tinged with a hint of shyness and flusteredness. No. I was just thinking about something else. Watching her reaction, Lin Muheng curved his lips into a smile. The market's crowded. Stay close to me, don't get lost. Okay. Xie Wanning nodded, watching Lin Muheng's retreating figure before murmuring softly, happiness. After buying wonton wrappers and other ingredients, the two walked side by side toward home. However, the moment they stepped out through the slightly worn iron gate of the market, Xie Wanning abruptly halted. She tilted her head slightly, as if suddenly remembering something important. Wait, there's one thing we didn't buy. Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow in confusion. What didn't we get? Cilantro. Wanwan absolutely loves cilantro. A doting smile touched Xie Wanning's lips, as if the mere mention of Wanwan could melt her heart. A flicker of smug satisfaction danced in Lin Muheng's eyes. He gently swayed the heavy plastic bag in his hand, held it up before Xie Wanning, and said with a smile, "I knew you two would love this. I bought it ages ago." Xie Wanning responded with a drawn-out "oh," her voice tinged with surprise and warmth. She hadn't expected Lin Muheng to remember such seemingly insignificant details. Though it might be because of Wanwan, this thoughtfulness still warmed her heart. Back home, I just slipped into my slippers when I spotted Wanwan emerging from the bedroom, barefoot and clad in cartoon-patterned pajamas. Her rosy little cheeks still bore the lazy, drowsy look of someone just awakened. Lin Muheng asked softly, "Sweetie, when did you wake up?" "Just now," Wanwan yawned, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Spotting her parents carrying a pile of things, the little one asked in surprise, "Did you guys come back from outside?" "Yes, we did," Xie Wanning replied with a gentle smile. She stepped forward, scooped her precious daughter into her arms, and sat down on the sofa. Teasing her playfully, she said, "Our little lazy kitty slept in today, so we didn't wait for you." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's previously smiling face instantly puffed up like two little buns. She pouted angrily, "I didn't sleep in. Stinky daddy didn't wake me up." Her expression resembled an annoyed little kitten, every hair on her body bristling. "Ha?" Xie Wanning looked at Lin Muheng with surprise. A flicker of unease crossed his face, and his eyes shifted away. Wanwan crossed her arms tightly across her chest, her pout so pronounced it could hold a bottle, glaring at Lin Muheng with hurt eyes as she continued her complaint. "Mommy, I told Daddy yesterday to wake me up, but he didn't on purpose." She sniffed pitifully, her eyes glistening with tears. However, upon hearing this, Xie Wanning silently pondered, Lin Muheng must want to be alone with her. At this thought, a smile spread across her lips. Seeing her mom smiling with pursed lips, Wanwan suddenly changed her tune and accused, "Did you two plan this morning to leave me out? Am I not your little treasure anymore?" The little one grew increasingly aggrieved, pouting her lips and wailing, "Daddy and Mommy are true love, but Wanwan is like trash picked up from the garbage bin, wha." With that, she turned away in a huff, her little head tilted to the side, deliberately avoiding their gaze. Even when Xie Wanning reached out to take her hand, Wanwan flicked it away with a sharp swoosh. Chapter 129, Unrealistically Skilled. Lin Muheng watched his daughter's adorable sulky expression, refusing to acknowledge anyone, and couldn't help but curve his lips upward, his eyes brimming with affection. He tiptoed over to Wanwan, slowly crouching down. Extending both hands, he gently cupped her tiny shoulders and explained softly, "Sweetheart, Daddy really did call you this morning. Maybe you were sleeping too soundly and didn't hear me." Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes, her long lashes fluttering like tiny fans, her gaze filled with disbelief. Still, the little one asked in her sweet, childish voice, "Really? Daddy can't lie to Wanwan, okay?" Seeing Wanwan's attitude soften, Lin Muheng immediately straightened his back, his face lighting up with sincere earnestness. He patted his chest emphatically. "Of course it's true. When has Daddy ever lied to Wanwan?" Noticing a lingering trace of doubt in Wanwan's eyes, he quickly added, "Didn't you say last night you wanted to eat wontons? Daddy can make them for you right now, okay?" The moment she heard dumplings, Wanwan's previously pouty little face lit up instantly, her eyes sparkling. Her little head bobbed up and down like a chick pecking at grain, her face flushing with excitement. Then, the little one put on a magnanimous air, folded her arms across her chest, and said lazily, "All right then, for the sake of the wontons, Wanwan will forgive Daddy this once. But Daddy, next time you go for a run, you have to wake me up, okay? You can't leave me behind again." Lin Muheng nodded hastily upon hearing this. Watching Wanwan's mischievous expression, he couldn't help but smile wryly inside. At her age, she was no longer so easily fooled. Next time, he simply couldn't leave her behind. After appeasing Wanwan, Lin Muheng got up and headed to the kitchen to prepare the minced pork filling. Wanwan loved pork and cabbage dumplings, so he skillfully chopped the cabbage into fine, tiny cubes. Once chopped, he poured the cabbage into the meat bowl, then added various seasonings one by one. He stirred continuously with chopsticks in a clockwise direction. Before long, a distinct, savory aroma began wafting from the meat filling. Wanwan, who had been playing in the living room, suddenly twitched her nose. Like a little foodie, she followed the scent and came over. She stood on tiptoes, eyes fixed intently on the bowl of meat filling, her little mouth smacking from time to time, as if she couldn't wait to taste those delicious wontons. At that moment, Lin Muheng picked up a wonton wrapper with practiced ease. He gently placed a dollop of meat filling in the center, moistened the edges with his finger, and with a deft twist of both hands, sealed it into a dumpling that resembled a golden ingot. Watching her dad work, Wanwan felt like she was witnessing magic. Her little eyes widened in wonder. Excitedly, she turned her head, waving her little hands and calling out, "Mommy, Mommy, come quick. Look how pretty Daddy's wontons are." Hearing Wanwan's voice, Xie Wanning curiously approached. When she saw Lin Muheng wrap a dumpling in just over 10 seconds, each one exquisitely formed, a look of astonishment spread across her face. She tilted her head slightly, a hint of doubt in her eyes, and asked softly, "Did you work at a breakfast shop before?" Lin Muheng smiled slightly and countered, "Why do you say that?" Xie Wanning tilted her head, her expression serious. "You're so skilled. It feels almost unreal, like you're a professional. Lin Muheng crossed his arms, his tone brimming with confidence. That's talent. You guys can't learn that. Before long, the wontons began dropping into the pot one by one. A few minutes later, steaming bowls of wontons appeared before everyone. Lin Muheng then carefully placed chopped cilantro into Wanwan and Xie Wanning's bowls. The rich aroma of cilantro instantly filled the air. Mother and daughter inhaled the scent, their faces lighting up with satisfied smiles. During the meal, Xie Wanning suddenly seemed to remember something important. She snapped out of her thoughts, set down her chopsticks, and looked up at Lin Muheng with a hint of urgency in her eyes. Today is Saturday, right? Lin Muheng, who had been eating with relish, looked up at her question, puzzled. Yes, what is it? Xie Wanning tapped her forehead in alarm. I almost forgot something crucial. We're supposed to go to Lily's house today. Lin Muheng set down his bowl, thought for a moment, then said, all right. Before we go to her place this afternoon, let's pick out some housewarming gifts. We can't show up empty-handed. Xie Wanning nodded, a relieved smile spreading across her face. All right, you really do think of everything. Knock knock knock. The crisp knocking sounded. Lily's ears twitched, and she dashed toward the door like a whirlwind. Opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Lin Muheng and his family of 3. Lily's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as she warmly welcomed them. Come right in. Please, this way. As they entered the room, Xie Wanning glanced around. Though not spacious, every detail of the room radiated warmth. Just then, Wanwan approached Lily with a gift bag in both hands, taking tiny steps. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, Auntie Lily, this is a gift Wanwan picked out just for you. Lily's eyes lit up with delight. She quickly took the gift bag and exclaimed, wow, so Wanwan picked this out for Auntie. Thank you, sweetie. Wanwan smiled, pursing her lips, and blinked her big, watery eyes, urging eagerly, Auntie Lily, hurry up and open it. Lily, her heart brimming with joy, unwrapped the box. Inside lay an exquisitely crafted crystal ball. Within the sphere stood a tiny princess, dressed in a magnificent gown, standing gracefully amidst a dreamlike scene. Wanwan tilted her head back slightly, a sweet smile curving her lips as she said in her clear, crisp voice, Wanwan hopes Auntie Lily can be like the princess carefree every single day. Lily felt a pang of emotion in her nose and a slight reddening in her eyes. She bent down, gently pulling Wanwan into a tight embrace, and said gratefully, thank you, Wanwan. Auntie truly loves this gift. After Wanwan introduced the gift, Lin Muheng lifted a small box from behind and placed it steadily on the table. Seeing this, Xie Wanning smiled. Lily, congratulations on your move. This is the projector we got you. Watch movies or binge-watch shows in your free time, it's perfect for passing the time. You guys are too kind. Why bring gifts? That's way too much trouble, Lily said sincerely. Next time, don't bring anything. Otherwise, I won't let you in the door. All right. Xie Wanning nodded with a smile. Soon, everyone settled into seats in the living room. After a moment, Xie Wanning asked with concern, later, they didn't contact you again, did they? Lily understood exactly who Xie Wanning was referring to. She curved her lips into a smile and shook her head. I changed my phone number and moved homes. Even if they wanted to find me, it'd be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Besides, they probably dream of cutting all ties with me. Hearing this, Xie Wanning quickly offered reassurance in a gentle voice, don't worry. From now on, we'll be your family. We won't let you be alone. Wanwan, overhearing this, sidled closer, her little head bobbing like a pestle in a mortar. Auntie Lily, you're my auntie-in-law. Don't worry, Wanwan will protect you too. Lily couldn't help but smile at Wanwan's adorable display, thinking to herself, this little smarty pants still remembers that. Meanwhile, in a remote mountain village thousands of miles away, a disheveled figure pushed open the security door. But the moment he stepped inside, he was knocked to the ground. You old thief, stealing right in my house? You must be blind as a bat. I'll beat you to a pulp. Jigang spotted the sneaky figure at the doorway and grabbed a broom nearby, smacking it down hard. Lying on the ground, the woman wailed in agony, Gangzi, stop hitting me. I'm your mother. Chapter 130, how did it come to this? I'm your father too. Jigang spat thick phlegm at the collapsed woman with utter disgust, lecturing her relentlessly, ask around, my mom dresses better than anyone in this neighborhood. Now look at yourself. The woman on the ground wore ragged, stained clothes full of holes, looking every bit the part of a street vagrant. What made it unbearable was the pungent stench of sweat emanating from her body, the odor assaulting his nostrils and making his head spin. Who knew how many days it had been since she last bathed to smell this foul? Jigang's brow furrowed in disgust. He quickly covered his nose with both hands, his eyes filled with revulsion. He kicked her thigh hard with his foot and bellowed in anger, his voice strained, get the hell out of here. Stop blocking our doorway like a dead dog, you're an eyesore. If you're going to die, at least do it somewhere else. Don't dirty my turf. With that, he turned and strode purposefully toward his home. But just as one foot was about to cross the threshold, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from behind him, Jigang, I really am your mother. The voice, brimming with boundless fury and grievance, pierced Jigang's ears like a sharp blade. Hearing that furious cry, Hu Jigang's heart skipped a beat. It felt strangely familiar. Frowning, he turned with a look of suspicion and slowly crouched down before the woman. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her face. The moment he recognized Wu Xiufan's haggard yet familiar features, his eyes widened in shock. His mouth gaped open wide enough to fit an egg. "Mom? Is it really you? What the hell happened to you?" Yet despite his surprise, he still frowned, his hand pinching his nose not loosening at all. His look of disgust made Wu Xiufan seem like some kind of terrifying monster. Seeing this, Wu Xiufan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, tears welling up in her eyes. "Ah. It's a long story." She sighed softly, her face pleading as her lips trembled slightly. "Gangzi, I really can't get up. Please help me up." Instead of stepping forward to help, Hu Jigang took another step back, as if terrified Wu Xiufan's stench might cling to him. Still pinching his nose, he frowned in disgust and snapped, "Mom, you stink too much. These clothes are brand new, don't ruin them for me. Get up using that stick yourself." With that, he casually tossed a wooden stick beside her, his gesture careless and cold. Wu Xiufan stared at the stick on the ground, gritting her teeth as she struggled to reach out and grasp it. Summoning every ounce of strength, she steadied herself and rose unsteadily to her feet. After finally making it home, Wu Xiufan rushed to take a hot shower and change into clean clothes, only then feeling somewhat more comfortable. Meanwhile, Hu Jigang sat on the living room sofa, legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, his face etched with impatience. Only when Wu Xiufan emerged, freshly groomed, did he slowly approach her, frowning as he asked, "Why did it take you so many days to get home? Did something happen on the way?" Wu Xiufan sat down on a nearby chair, her face etched with bitterness. She lowered her head slightly, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her shirt as if trying to wring out all her grievances. She sighed deeply and spoke slowly, "I took a train from the metropolis for 2 days and 2 nights just to reach the county. The train was packed like ants, so crowded I couldn't breathe. Then, as soon as I arrived in the county, I ran into a thief who snatched my wallet. I had not a penny left, exhausted and starving. I had to walk all the way back, it nearly killed me." Her lips trembled slightly as she spoke, her eyes brimming with weariness and helplessness. Her mouth grew drier with every word. She lifted her head, her eyes pleading, her voice catching slightly. "Gangzi, go get Mom a glass of water. I'm so thirsty my throat feels like it's on fire." Hu Jigang reluctantly stood up, muttering under his breath, "What a hassle." He slowly walked over carrying a glass of water. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he paused, frowned, and asked, "Why did you come back alone? Where's that ungrateful daughter? Didn't she come back with you?" At these words, Wu Xiufan's expression darkened instantly. Her eyes filled with venom, her gaze seemed capable of slicing someone into 1,000 pieces. Her hands clenched into tight fists as she gritted her teeth and spat, "That little is nothing but a disaster for our Hu family. Not a single good thing has happened since she was born. Our Hu family doesn't have such a person. Don't ever mention her again." Hu Jigang's brow instantly knotted into a tight frown, his impatience growing palpable. Stamping his foot, his face flushed with fury, he shouted, "If you don't bring her back, how are we supposed to sell her to old son's dim-witted son for the dowry? Mom, have you lost your mind? That's a fortune we're talking about." He pointed angrily at Wu Xiufan, his eyes brimming with reproach, as if demanding to know why she was being so foolish. Seeing this, Wu Xiufan hurriedly pulled her son down to sit beside her. She gently patted Hu Jigang's hand and said earnestly, "Son, forget about the dowry. If we bring that little back, we won't even be able to keep this family intact." "Huh? What the hell do you mean by that?" Hu Jigang's brow instantly knotted into a tight knot. His face was filled with confusion and bewilderment as he stared straight at her. Seeing this, Wu Xiufan sighed helplessly. "Well, it's all because I went to that company and caused a scene. Now look, that damn girl got fired, and the company's making her pay damages. A whole 10 million yuan. What? 10 million? Hu Jigang's eyes widened like saucers, his mouth gaping open so wide it took him a moment to close it. "If she can't pay it back, the company will come after us. We can't possibly cover that unjust debt for her, it's 10 million, not 1,000. Wu Xiufan stamped her foot in frustration. Hearing the whole story, Hu Jigang felt a surge of rage shoot straight up from his feet to his head. He trembled with fury, flung his hands out, and slammed the cup on the coffee table to the ground. The cup shattered into several pieces with a loud crack, sending water splashing everywhere. He pointed a finger straight at Wu Xiufan's nose and roared, "It's all your fault. You're useless at anything. Can't even handle a simple task. What about my wedding dowry? What am I supposed to use to marry a wife?" Faced with her son's tirade, Wu Xiufan's mouth twisted into a grimace, her eyes brimming with tears. She stammered, I only did what you told me to do. It's all that rotten company's fault for being so ruthless, making people pay back so much money. They're nothing but scum." Hu Jigang spun in circles, furious. "So what do we do now? I've already spent most of the dowry money the Sun family gave us. Where am I supposed to get that much money to pay them back?" Chapter 131, A Handful of Yellow Earth. "What? The Sun family's dowry?" Wu Xiufan's eyes widened instantly at the words, her face frozen in disbelief. She lunged forward in a single bound, yanking Hu Jigang's collar with both hands, her voice cracking. What did you say? When did you ask the Sun family for a dowry? Hu Jigang glared at her with resentment, roaring, it's all your fault. I was sure you'd bring that little back, so I took 100,000 yuan deposit from them first. The remaining 18,800 was supposed to be paid when the bride was delivered. How could I have known you wouldn't even bring her back? And besides, something this big happened, why didn't you tell me? Now everything's ruined. Her son's words hit her like a sledgehammer, leaving Wu Xiufen stunned. Seeing her son's furious expression, panic surged through her. She quickly took full responsibility, her face plastered with an apologetic smile. It's all Mom's fault. I didn't explain clearly enough. Don't blame yourself. It's all on me. Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes filled with guilt and self-reproach. But how are we going to pay back this 100,000? We don't even have 1,000 yuan between us. Wu Xiufen's brow furrowed, her eyes brimming with anxiety and helplessness. Before, Hu Lily sent money monthly, so mother and son never worried about food or drink. And with Hu Jigang around, they couldn't save a penny anyway. Now that Hu Lily had stopped sending a single penny, this 100,000 yuan felt like a mountain crushing them, leaving them breathless. As the two sat gloomily discussing how to handle the debt, a sudden creak sounded at the gate. Immediately after, shouts echoed from the courtyard, Sister Xiufen, you're back. Inside the house, Hu Jigang's expression changed instantly upon hearing the voice. He frantically scanned the room, his eyes darting around, then urgently signaled to Wu Xiufen, trying to get her to hide. Wu Xiufen started to move, but her legs were still sore from her son's kicks, slowing her down a few steps. Before she could hide, the owner of the voice had already reached the doorway. Seeing this, Hu Jigang shot her a resentful glare, his eyes seeming to say, you're good for nothing but messing things up. You can't do anything right. Bearing her son's reproach, Wu Xiufen's face twisted with bitterness. Her lips turned down slightly, her eyes brimming with helplessness and hurt. Soon, an elderly woman in her 60s entered the room. Her name was Wang Chuanxiu. Despite her age, she was nimble on her feet, her back straight as an arrow, and her whole demeanor radiated vitality. Spotting Wu Xiufen standing inside, the old woman's face immediately lit up with a bright smile. She greeted her warmly, Sister Xiufen, so you've been to the big city too? That place, the Magic City, must be so prosperous, right? Yeah, it's bustling and lively, much better than our place, Wu Xiufen replied, stealing glances at Hu Jigang's subtle signals. Her heart raced with anxiety, utterly baffled by her son's intended message. She could only grit her teeth and play along. Wang Chuanxiu scanned the room, her gaze sweeping around the space. She then smiled slowly and said cheerfully, I heard from your son that Lily came back with you. That's perfect, she can meet my son, Daniu. They can get to know each other. My Daniu is honest and hardworking. He'll definitely treat Lily well. Seeing the two of them exchange wry smiles without speaking, Wang Chuanxiu's expression hardened. She pressed anxiously, you've already accepted our 100,000 yuan deposit. Don't tell me you're going back on your word? That won't do. We won't agree to it. Her voice grew sharp, the smile vanishing from her face, replaced by a look of stern displeasure. Wu Xiufen's smile stiffened further. Forcing a broad grin, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Aunt Chuanxiu, Lily didn't come back with me this time. I'll let you know when she returns. Her voice carried a hint of pleading, her eyes filled with fear. Hearing this, Wang Chuanxiu's slanted eyes narrowed sharply. Her gaze, like poison-tipped blades, swept darkly over Wu Xiufen and her son. I see your Lily is dead set on never returning to this godforsaken backwater. I must have been possessed to believe your lies. Since you can't produce the girl, then hand over the money. We're all from the same village, we'll run into each other sooner or later. I don't want to push things too far, but if you refuse to cooperate, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, she swiftly pulled her phone from her pocket, her fingers furiously tapping the screen as she bellowed at the top of her lungs, everyone come to Wu Xiufen's house. After a moment, under the collective glare of stabbing stares, Wu Xiufen's legs began to tremble. She forced a smile uglier than crying and stammered, it's just 100,000 yuan. We can come up with it. Wang Chuanxiu, seeing her like this, planted her hands on her hips, eyes bulging like copper bells. She took a menacing step forward and bellowed, then hand it over. Hand it over, and we'll all be done with this. Stop stalling. Hu Jigang was pale as a ghost, beads of sweat the size of peas forming on his forehead. His hands clamped onto Wu Xiufen's arms like pincers as he whispered in her ear, Mom, what should we do now? There are so many of them. They won't really do anything to us, will they? Wu Xiufen took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She patted her son's hand and managed a faint smile to reassure him, don't be afraid. I'm here. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. But her palms were already drenched in cold sweat. She licked her parched lips and pleaded, we can't come up with that 100,000 yuan right now. How about this, I'll write you an IOU. As soon as I get the money, I'll pay you back immediately. Is that okay? Wang Chuanxiu's eyes nearly popped out of her head. She stiffened her neck and shouted, no way. We gave you the money just a few days ago. I don't believe you don't have any cash. If you sign an IOU and then disappear, who are we supposed to cry to? Seeing this, Hu Jigang steeled himself and blurted out, we really don't have the money. That money. I took it to gamble and lost it all. Just as he spoke, a clatter of footsteps echoed from afar, growing louder as a gang of thugs burst into the courtyard. The leader, a man with a toothpick in his mouth, a thick, shiny gold chain around his neck, and dark sunglasses covering his eyes, looked like a gangster straight out of a movie. Behind him followed a pack of henchmen, each with a menacing scowl and wielding clubs, standing aggressively in Hu Jigang's courtyard. Hu Jigang, when are you gonna pay back the 150,000 you owe us? The man's voice boomed like a rusty gong, jarringly loud and painful to the ears. Hu Jigang exploded with rage upon hearing this, his face flushing crimson as the veins in his neck bulged. Pointing a finger right at the man's nose, he bellowed hoarsely, Bull. I only borrowed 12,000 from you, how did it become 15,000? You're jacking up the price, taking advantage of my misfortune. The man remained unruffled, slapping Hu Jigang across the face with a smug grin. Borrowing from me comes with interest. You think it's free? Nothing in this world comes that easy. Hearing this, Wu Xiufen felt as if the sky had fallen. She hadn't even figured out how to repay the 100,000 yuan debt, and now her son had racked up another 150,000 yuan. Darkness flooded her vision, a buzzing sound filled her head, and she fainted. When she came to, she found herself lying on the ground, her face and body drenched in water, though she couldn't tell who had splashed it on her. Struggling to lift her head, she saw her son, Hu Jigang, beaten to a pulp. His face was swollen and bloodied as he lay on the ground, whimpering like a beaten dog. He screamed hoarsely for her help. Mom! They're beating me to death. Save me! If you don't help me now, I'll die. Debts must be repaid, it's only fair. So tell me, how do you plan to settle this? The man stood with his arms crossed, towering over Wu Xiufen. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, his smile dripping with menace. Seeing her son beaten to a pulp, his teeth scattered on the ground, a wave of excruciating pain shot through Wu Xiufen's chest, as if a knife were twisting violently inside her. Tears welled in her eyes as she glanced at the group of men surrounding her, fierce as wolves. Gritting her teeth, her voice trembling, she said, this house can fetch at least 300,000. Once I sell it, I'll pay you immediately. But selling takes time, please give me a little more leeway. At her words, the man's gaze swept the courtyard with the sharpness of a hawk's eyes. Then, he clapped his hands and declared, I'll buy this house. You owe me 150,000. I'll give you another 150,000, and the house is mine. In the end, Wu Xiufen, her heart filled with bitterness, trembling hands pressed her fingerprint onto the deed. The Wang Chuanxiu family eagerly snatched the 100,000 yuan that rightfully belonged to them from her grasp. Wu Xiufen stared at the mere 50,000 yuan left in her hands, feeling the world spin. A wave of heartache washed over her, drowning her completely. She fought back tears as she supported her son, his face bruised and swollen, his steps unsteady, slowly stepping out of the home that had once belonged to them. The moment Hu Xi stepped outside, he became like a madman. His hands clamped tightly onto Wu Xiufen's shoulders, shaking her violently. Mom, give me this 50,000 yuan first. I swear I can win back our house with interest. Just wait for my good news. Wu Xiufen stared at her son's frantic, stubborn expression, her heart filled with despair and helplessness. She tried to stop him, but it was like a mantis trying to stop a cart, utterly futile. She could only watch helplessly as her son took the money and vanished from sight without a backward glance. Wu Xiufen collapsed onto the floor, slapping her thighs with both hands. Tears streamed down her aged face as she cried out hoarsely, What sin have I committed? Heaven, why have you treated me this way? The night passed. Hu Jigang returned to the dilapidated old house, his eyes bloodshot and red as fire, his spirit utterly broken. His gaze was vacant as he muttered to himself in a low, despairing voice, Gone, all gone. Everything is over. Wu Xiufen watched her son's disoriented state, her heart filled with a complex mix of emotions. She forced back her grief, squeezing a smile from the corners of her mouth, a grimace uglier than tears. Turning away, she pulled a small packet of powder from her bosom and tremblingly sprinkled it over the prepared meal. Stirring it thoroughly with chopsticks, she placed the dish on the table and forced herself to sound calm as she comforted him, Gangzi, it's okay. Mom made you some meat. Eat first. Our days will get better. Hu Jigang sat down in a daze, mechanically shoveling food into his mouth. Not long after, a thud echoed as he collapsed to the floor. Wu Xiufen gazed at her fallen son, a resolute glint flashing in her eyes before she too slowly collapsed. By the time the mother and son were discovered, the room was already filled with a pungent stench. The funeral arrangements for the two were hastily handled by the village. Villagers dug a makeshift grave and buried them in a weed-choked mound. Upon hearing the news, Hu Lily remained expressionless and quickly immersed herself in her work. Chapter 132 Baby, you're too young to understand. Time flew by, and in just 2 days, the sports meet would commence. As student council president, Xie Wanning had been extremely busy these past few days. She darted across every corner of campus, meticulously inspecting preparations for the opening ceremony to ensure the event unfolded flawlessly. As night fell and the lights came on, a faint twilight shrouded the school playground. Lin Muheng arrived early at the edge of the field with adorable Wanwan, quietly waiting for Xie Wanning to head home together. They sat on the grass, a gentle breeze caressing them, creating an incredibly pleasant atmosphere. Just then, a faint yet tantalizing sound drifted toward them, like an invisible hand gently tickling their ears. Ah! Ha! The sound carried hints of breathy whispers and subtle allure, piercing the quiet night with startling clarity. It was followed by faint, almost inaudible murmurs and soft chuckles. Upon hearing the sound, Wanwan's innocent little face instantly furrowed with concern. Her wide eyes filled with confusion. She burrowed into Lin Muheng's embrace, tilting her head up and blinking her large, watery eyes as she asked in a sweet, innocent voice, "Daddy, is there an auntie hurt? Why is she calling out like that? It's so strange." Lin Muheng's brow instantly furrowed so tightly it could have pinched a fly. He instinctively tightened his embrace around Wanwan, a flicker of awkwardness and helplessness crossing his eyes before he softly reassured her, "No auntie is hurt, Wanwan. Don't worry." As he spoke, he swiftly stood up, carrying Wanwan to a spot farther from the source of the noise. He couldn't help but inwardly grumble, "What a world." "Oh," Wanwan nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the full meaning. Her little head darted around as she asked in a babyish voice, "Why isn't Mommy here yet? I miss her so much." Lin Muheng gently stroked Wanwan's little head and whispered soothingly, "Mommy will probably finish soon. She misses our Wanwan very much too." Soon, a familiar figure approached from the distance, growing clearer in the night's glow. Spotting father and daughter, Xie Wanning cried out excitedly, "Wanwan? Mommy!" At the sound of Xie Wanning's voice, Wanwan's previously dull eyes instantly lit up, sparkling like two little stars. Like a joyful little rabbit, she quickly wriggled free from her father's embrace and scampered straight into Xie Wanning's arms. Clinging tightly to her mother's neck, she whined, "Mommy, you haven't spent time with Wanwan in so long." Her voice carried a hint of hurt and a touch of petulance, stirring an irresistible wave of tenderness in anyone who heard it. Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt a wave of deep guilt wash over her. Holding Wanwan close, her eyes filled with guilt, she whispered softly, "Sweetie, I'm so sorry. Mommy's been too busy lately. To make it up to you, how about we go shopping tomorrow?" "Sure. As long as Wanwan can be with Mommy, I'll go anywhere," Wanwan said sweetly, her little face glowing with happiness. Then, the little one changed the subject, her eyes crinkling into slits as she beamed, "Mommy, can you buy me an ice cream tomorrow? Wan Yen hasn't had any in so long. I really want some." "You little glutton," Xie Wanling teased, pinching Wanwan's nose affectionately. "Sure, Mommy will get you some." After saying that, Xie Wanning looked up at Lin Muheng, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She asked softly, "Are you free tomorrow?" "Yes." Lin Muheng nodded. Hearing his answer, Xie Wanning's heart tightened instantly, as if a little deer were wildly pounding inside her chest. She forced down the fluttering joy in her heart and said calmly, "Then come shopping with us tomorrow. I need to buy a dress and would appreciate your advice." Her voice carried a hint of shyness and anticipation. "Sure." Lin Muheng gave a slight nod, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Truth be told, he needed to buy an outfit himself. For the opening ceremony of the sports meet, his class had assigned him a seemingly minor role holding a sign. Though it sounded easy, it came with a dress code, a suit and tie. Though a bit of a hassle, the extra credit made it well worth it to Lin Muheng. The next day dawned bright and sunny, the mall bustling with people. Wanwan fluttered like a cheerful little butterfly, tugging Xie Wanning's arm straight toward the beverage shop. Fearing her mother might refuse, she tilted her head up and said in her sweetest voice, "Mommy, you promised me ice cream yesterday. Going back on your word isn't very nice." Her tone carried a hint of petulance and a touch of threat. "Alright, Mommy will get you some right now." Xie Wanling stroked Wanwan's clever little head with a doting smile, her eyes brimming with endless tenderness. After getting the ice cream, the little one licked it contentedly, her tiny face beaming with happiness. Soon, Xie Wanning stepped into an elegantly decorated women's clothing boutique. Lin Muheng and Wanwan followed closely behind, holding her hand, like two little bodyguards. Her gaze swept over the racks as she strolled slowly, finally selecting several pieces she liked. She then glided into the fitting room. Wanwan was crouched in a corner of the store, completely absorbed in arranging the building blocks. Her nimble little hands were busily constructing the miniature world in her imagination. Lin Muheng stood quietly nearby, his posture as straight as a pine tree. Though his gaze appeared fixed on his daughter, his peripheral vision kept drifting unconsciously toward the fitting room, his eyes hiding a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. Moments later, the curtain of the fitting room slid open gently, revealing Xie Wanning's figure. She wore a strapless red gown, its vivid hue like a blazing flame that made her fair skin appear even more translucent and luminous. The hem swayed gently with each step, like a crimson rose blooming in the breeze, a sight so captivating it was impossible to look away. Xie Wanning turned slightly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks with a mix of shyness and anticipation. She gently patted Lin Muheng's back. "What do you think of this dress?" Lin Muheng felt a sudden brightness before his eyes, his gaze lingering involuntarily on her form. However, when Xie Wanning turned gracefully, revealing the openwork back design without reservation, his brows instantly furrowed. A wave of jealousy surged inexplicably within him. Deep down, he refused to let anyone else see Xie Wanning's snow-white, luminous back, not even another woman. He quickly pressed his lips together, feigning careful consideration before slowly shaking his head. This red doesn't suit you. It clashes with your natural aura. Change it. Wanwan, standing nearby, immediately whitened her large, watery eyes in confusion. Blinking innocently, she piped up in her childish voice, "Daddy, Mommy looks so pretty in this one. She looks absolutely gorgeous, like a fairy. Why does she have to change?" Her innocent gaze seemed to accuse, could Dad's eyes be broken? Lin Muheng felt a pang of guilt at his daughter's words, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. He quickly crouched down, gently ruffled Wanwan's hair, and said with feigned profundity, "Sweetie, you're still little. You don't understand." "Oh, okay," Wanwan nodded resignedly, her little mouth pouting slightly. Yet her eyes never left her mother, thinking to herself, Mom is the most beautiful. Over the next few minutes, Xie Wanning tried on several more outfits. Whenever she tried on anything with intricate cutouts, excessively high slits, or plunging necklines that revealed large swaths of skin, Lin Muheng dismissed them without hesitation. Perhaps he hadn't even noticed his own change. Finally, with only one dress left in the fitting room, Xie Wanning couldn't help but wonder, could it be that he doesn't like any of these? Chapter 133, could you help me zip this up? In truth, Lin Muheng loved them all, but he preferred to admire them alone. Just then, a faint, slightly bashful voice drifted from the fitting room. Through the curtain, Xie Wanning's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. "Lin Muheng, my zipper seems stuck. Could you come in and help me?" Lin Muheng nodded upon hearing this. "Oh, sure. I'll come in then." He pulled back the curtain and stepped inside, his gaze instantly drawn to the scene before him. Xie Wanning stood with her back to him, her fair skin appearing even more delicate under the soft lighting. The dress's zipper was awkwardly stuck midway, neither going up nor down. Seeing this, Lin Muheng felt his heartbeat quicken involuntarily. He gently grasped the garment and began pulling the zipper. At that moment, Xie Wanning was extremely nervous. When his touch grazed her back, an electric tingle instantly spread through her entire body, making her heart race. Soon, the stuck zipper slid smoothly upward. Lin Muheng murmured softly, "There." As they emerged from the fitting room, a faint blush still lingered on his cheeks. Facing the sales clerk's slightly teasing gaze, he hastily explained, "She couldn't zip it up, so I helped her. That's all." The saleswoman pursed her lips and smiled, saying nothing more, her expression saying she understood perfectly well. Soon, Xie Wanning emerged from the fitting room, her new outfit complete. She wore a purple strapless evening gown that was modest yet perfectly accentuated her grace and elegance. A subtle slit at the thigh swayed gently with each step, offering glimpses of her long, fair legs like blossoms unfurling in spring, both restrained and alluring. Lin Muheng's gaze lingered on Xie Wanning for a moment before he smiled and nodded. "This one. It suits you best." "Okay, that's fine." Stepping out of the boutique, she tilted her head slightly, her eyes meeting Lin Muheng's with anticipation. "Where shall we go next?" she asked softly. Lin Muheng tilted his head slightly, a relaxed smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I was planning to pick out some clothes myself. After we're done shopping, let's grab a bite to eat. How does that sound?" Her eyes lit up, and she smiled in agreement. "Sounds good." Before long, the trio arrived at a men's clothing store. Stepping inside, Lin Muheng scanned the displayed garments before turning to an attendant. "Could you please bring me a black suit to try on?" he asked politely. "Certainly, please wait a moment," the salesperson replied with a warm smile, hurrying to comply. As she spoke, the salesperson discreetly appraised Lin Muheng. He stood tall and straight, his height striking and proportions perfectly balanced. His figure was well proportioned and graceful, especially his face with its sharply defined features and undeniable handsomeness. He seemed born to wear clothes. Anything he put on was bound to look good. Soon, the salesperson retrieved a meticulously tailored black suit from the rack, presenting it to Lin Muheng with both hands. "Go ahead and try it on, young man," she said warmly. "If anything doesn't fit right, just let me know and I'll get you another one." Lin Muheng nodded slightly, took the suit, and stepped into the fitting room. Seeing this, the saleswoman turned to Xie Wanning beside her, chatting cheerfully with a smile. "Young lady, your boyfriend has the perfect build, a natural clothes hanger. Whatever you put on him is bound to look great." Xie Wanning's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Just as she opened her mouth to explain their relationship, the saleswoman continued unabashedly, "Are you two here to buy a suit for your wedding? Oh my, congratulations. Just wear our clothes, you'll look absolutely stunning." Xie Wanning felt flustered by the saleswoman's words, her face turning as red as a ripe apple. Strangely, however, a surge of inexplicable excitement and sweetness welled up inside her, as if touched by something beautiful. Just then, the curtain of the fitting room slid open gently. Lin Muheng emerged, wearing a perfectly tailored black suit. His demeanor instantly transformed into one of noble, cool elegance, every movement radiating boundless grace and composure. "What do you think? Does this suit me?" He stood before the mirror, turning slightly to the side, his gaze carrying a hint of inquiry and anticipation. Xie Wan stared at Lin Muheng's reflection, a flicker of awe and fascination dancing in her eyes. She nodded softly, her voice trembling slightly. "It looks good. Really good." But it feels like something's missing. She furrowed her delicate brows, a thoughtful flicker dancing in her lively eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, she walked straight to the counter beside them. Inside, various ties were neatly arranged. Her gaze swept over them before settling on a white one. She extended her slender fingers, gently picked it up, then turned to stand before Lin Muheng. Tiptoeing slightly, she held the tie up against his chest. Against his dark suit, the white tie looked exceptionally crisp and elegant. A confident smile touched her lips as she murmured softly, "This one suits you perfectly." The salesperson nearby immediately broke into a warm smile, approaching with light steps. Her voice was crisp and enthusiastic. "All our items are available for try-on. I'll open the packaging right away so you can try it on your boyfriend." With that, she deftly unwrapped the box and carefully handed the tie to Xie Wanning. At that moment, Xie Wanning's hand hovered mid-air. She paused slightly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She instinctively glanced at Lin Muheng, her eyes carrying a hint of hesitant shyness, as if she wanted to explain something. However, Lin Muheng spoke first, his voice tinged with playful ease. "True. You never know if it fits until you try." Xie Wanning nodded softly, took a deep breath, and slowly slid the tie over Lin Muheng's collar. But when the tie was finally in her hands, she suddenly felt flustered. She looked awkwardly at the salesperson, her voice barely above a whisper. How do you tie this? I've never done it before." "No problem, no problem. I'll show you," the salesperson replied, her enthusiasm undiminished. She picked up a tie and began demonstrating the steps with practiced ease. Her movements were light and her technique polished, explaining each step with meticulous detail. Xie Wanning watched intently, her eyes fixed on the saleswoman's hands. Before long, she grasped the essentials. She picked up the tie again and began carefully adjusting it for Lin Muheng. Her movements were a bit clumsy, but they were filled with concentration. Suddenly, she looked up and inadvertently met Lin Muheng's intense gaze. In that instant, her heart felt as if it had been gently plucked by an invisible hand. She became flustered, her cheeks growing increasingly hot. Seeing her flustered state, Lin Muheng's smile widened. "No need to be nervous," he reassured her gently, "take your time." Hearing this, Xie Wanning pressed her lips together in a smile, her earlier tension instantly dissipating. Taking a deep breath, she guided the tie to Lin Muheng's neck, adjusting it gently with both hands. Then, her face flushed with embarrassment, she said, "All done." "Thanks," Lin Muheng murmured with a faint smile. He turned to the mirror, studying his reflection and silently admiring his own work, not bad at tying a tie. Just then, a cheerful little figure bounded over like a fawn. Wanwan circled Lin Muheng once, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons as she gushed in her baby voice, "Daddy, you look so handsome in this outfit. When I grow up, I'm going to find a boyfriend as handsome as you." Hearing his daughter's praise, Lin Muheng's already radiant smile grew even brighter. But upon hearing the latter part of her statement, his brows instantly furrowed. He quickly crouched down, gently tickled Wanwan's little nose, and reassured her earnestly, "Sweetheart, there's no need for that. There aren't many guys as handsome as Daddy." Xie Wanning smiled faintly at his words, but the scene that unfolded next froze her smile mid-air. Chapter 134, Lin Muheng doesn't like this type. Lifting her gaze, she saw a woman dressed in a pure white sleeveless tank top paired with light blue floor-length jeans. Her beautiful hair fell casually over both shoulders, while a rose-gold necklace sparkled brilliantly around her neck. She affectionately hooked her arm through Lin Muheng's shoulder as they chatted animatedly, their laughter drifting over. Xie Wanning stood not far away, taking in the entire scene. In that instant, an unnamed fire surged from the depths of her heart. Her hand gripping the backpack strap tightened involuntarily, knuckles turning white from the force. She bit down hard on her lower lip, her pearly teeth leaving a faint mark, as if this action could crush the jealousy and resentment churning within her. Xie Wanning's gaze locked onto the woman, her eyes scrutinizing. She muttered under her breath, Lin Muheng definitely doesn't like this type." Yet seeing the two conversing so animatedly, she began to panic. After all, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Xie Wanning felt a wave of worry wash over her, her palms sweating profusely, even her face turning slightly pale. Lin Muheng casually lifted his gaze, his eyes sweeping over Xie Wanning. He saw her tugging at the brown teddy bear charm on her backpack. The once fluffy bear now had several bald patches where she'd yanked the fur, looking utterly comical. He paused, inwardly puzzled. Could she possibly be afraid the bear was too hot? Only then did Lin Muheng abruptly realize that he'd been so engrossed in catching up with others that he'd neglected Xie Wanning and Wanwan standing nearby. He quickly grabbed their arms and hurried over to the pair. Seeing girls beside his childhood friend, Wen Shanghai looked surprised. His almond-shaped eyes then scanned Xie Wanning from head to toe. As a woman herself, she could sense the hostility directed at her. Coupled with the dreamy gaze her good friend was casting her way, she understood instantly, friendship had deepened, but romance hadn't quite blossomed yet. She whispered into Lin Muheng's ear, "Watch me." He looked utterly confused. Meanwhile, when Shanghai pursed her lips in a smile, her eyes flashing a barely perceptible hint of challenge as she slowly said, "Hello there. I'm Wen Shanghai. I grew up with Ah Hong since we were kids. We're childhood sweethearts, innocent and carefree." As he finished, he deliberately leaned closer to Lin Muheng, his intimate posture seeming to declare his ownership to Xie Wanning. Hearing Wen Haishan's detailed introduction, Lin Muheng's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. He silently cursed under his breath, what the hell is this girl playing at? But then he remembered when Shanghai had always been this scatterbrained, her actions often unpredictable. Over the years, he'd grown accustomed to it and didn't dwell on it too much. Yet Xie Wanning grew even more furious upon hearing Wen Shanghai's words. Suppressing her anger, she forced a stiff smile and glanced up and down at Wen Shanghai, thinking to herself, this woman is clearly trying to intimidate me. As a competitive woman from Longwa, she lifted her chin slightly, pursed her lips into a smile, and said in a crisp voice, "Hello, I'm Xie Wanning. I'm his female friend." As she uttered the words female friend, she deliberately elongated the syllables, a sly glint flashing in her eyes as if deliberately teasing. Yet, when she caught the fleeting disappointment on Wen Xiaogong's face, confusion stirred within her. Could I be mistaken? Why does she look unhappy? Just as her mind was filled with questions, Wanwan's soft, childish voice suddenly reached her ears. The little one tilted her delicate, porcelain-like face upward, her large, watery eyes sparkling. She reached out with her chubby little hand, gently tugging at Xie Wanling's sleeve, and said in her babyish voice, "Mommy, you're wrong. You're Daddy's wife, not just some female friend." Mommy? Daddy? Wen Xiaogo froze in place upon hearing Wanwan's words. Her eyes widened as she stared in disbelief, shifting her gaze back and forth between Xie Wanning and the child. The little girl before her bore a striking resemblance to Xie Wanning 7 or 8 parts alike. That petite nose, those rosy lips, she was practically a miniature version of Xie Wanning. But what shocked her even more was Wanwan's address just now. When Shanghai felt utterly humiliated, like a clown, for his earlier wingman act. Moments later, she stared at Lin Muheng in utter disbelief, her voice trembling as she asked, "Muheng? When did you have this little girl?" And from what she said, Xie Wanling is her mother. Seeing Wen Shanghai's bewildered expression, Wanwan gave a sweet little nod before looking at her with innocent eyes and continuing, "Yes, Auntie Wan, didn't you know? Or have you lost your memory from being sick? Ha? Should I know?" Wen Shanghai felt her head buzzing as if struck by a thunderbolt, leaving her completely dazed. She stood there blankly, her eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment, even beginning to doubt whether she had truly lost a crucial part of her memory. Wanwan watched her puzzled expression, tilting her head and blinking her big eyes as she asked in a sweet, childish voice, "Didn't Uncle Zhao come with you? And didn't your little grape come either? Uncle Zhou? Little grape? Who are these people?" Wen Shanghai felt like she had two heads. At that moment, she felt as if she were lost in a fog, completely baffled. She silently lamented, "What on earth is this little girl talking about? I don't understand a single word." Lin Muheng saw that Wanwan's words had caused everyone to exchange puzzled glances. He quickly reached out and grabbed Wen Shanghai's arm beside him, smiling as he said, "This place is too crowded and noisy, it's really not a good spot for talking. Come on, let's find somewhere to eat and sit down to chat properly." Inside the grilled fish restaurant, warm yellow lights cast a cozy glow, and the aroma of grilled fish filled the air. Yet, the atmosphere among the group felt slightly awkward. When Shanghai sat with his hands folded in front of him, his eyes filled with confusion. She turned slightly, directing her inquiring gaze toward Wanwan, who was happily munching on a fruit platter beside her. A gentle smile spread across her face as she asked softly, "Little one, who exactly are this Uncle Zhao and little grape you mentioned earlier?" Wanwan was chewing a sweet slice of hammy melon, her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little hamster. Hearing the question, she slowly swallowed the fruit in her mouth, reached for another grape, popped it in, and mumbled, "Uncle Zhao is your husband, and little grape is your son." Her expression was innocent and pure, completely unaware of the waves her words had sent through the crowd. Xie Wanning, sitting nearby, felt her taut nerves instantly relax upon hearing this, like a bowstring suddenly released. So this girl wasn't her romantic rival at all. With that realization, the weight on her heart finally lifted. However, when Shanghai's reaction was entirely different. She shot up from her seat, slamming both hands on the table. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of shock. She was currently a proper single woman, without even a boyfriend in sight, let alone a husband or son. Lin Muheng watched Wen Shanghai's agitated state, then glanced at his daughter's innocent expression. He silently mused, his daughter must be talking about something that will happen in the future. He quickly reached out, gently pressing Wen Shanghai's shoulder to signal her to sit down. Then, turning to Wanwan, he asked in a gentle tone, "Wanwan, who exactly is this Uncle Zhao you mentioned?" Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes, tilted her head, and answered earnestly, "He's the uncle who teaches with Daddy." At those words, Lin Muheng instantly pictured Zhao Zijuan's face. Chapter 135, left unattended for a moment, and the house was burglarized? At that moment, when Xiaogong's attention was entirely focused on Lin Muheng. Her cold gaze, sharp as a blade in the frosty night, pierced straight through him. Her tone carried a hint of interrogation and curiosity. "Who exactly is this person the little girl mentioned? Do you have a photo I could see?" Lin Muheng paused slightly, then shrugged helplessly and answered truthfully, "It's my roommate, Zhao Zijuan. But I don't actually have a photo." After all, the photos stored in his phone album were all ugly pictures of his brothers. As for handsome ones, naturally, they were all his own. Though when Xie Gang didn't quite believe the 6-year-old girl Wanwan's words deep down, a girl's innate curiosity was like a seed buried in her heart. This remark instantly ignited it, causing it to take root and sprout rapidly. Placing her hands on her hips, she adopted a commanding posture and declared loudly, "Bring him out for me to meet one day. If he dares to have any improper thoughts about me, I'll beat him until he's crawling on the ground looking for his teeth." Lin Muheng heard this and sneered inwardly, though the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift slightly. He thought to himself, this isn't about beating someone up, it's clearly the prelude to falling in love. But then he thought, this might actually be a good thing. The school sports meet was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. As the MC, Xie Wanning would be hosting the opening ceremony, while he himself had to participate in the formation parade. Neither of them would have time to look after Wanwan. With this ready-made dehua delivered right to his doorstep, why wouldn't he seize the opportunity? At this thought, the smile on his face grew even broader, his eyes crinkling into slits as he enthusiastically invited, "Our school has a sports meet the day after tomorrow. You'll get to meet him then. Are you coming?" "Yes." Wanhaishi responded loudly and without hesitation, her voice crisp and decisive. Her gaze quickly shifted to the little girl before her, and her expression instantly softened. She asked cheerfully, "Little sister, what's your name?" "Auntie Wan, my name is Lin Wanwan," Wanwan answered reluctantly, pouting her little mouth. After all, in her world, when Shanghai wouldn't ask such a silly question. The little one tilted her head back, her wide eyes brimming with confusion. She couldn't help but wonder, how long had it been since they last met? How could she not remember her name? Then Wanwan looked at her, her face full of concern, and asked, "Auntie Wan, is your brain broken?" Faced with the little one's innocent remark, Wen Shanghai didn't get angry at all. Instead, she found the little girl utterly adorable. She gave an awkward laugh, her cheeks flushing slightly as she touched her head. "Auntie has a bad memory," she said sheepishly. "I tend to forget things easily." Lin Muheng watched his childhood friend's flustered state and couldn't help but suppress a smile. He then reached out his broad hand, gently rubbing Wanwan's little head with eyes full of affection. "Sweetie," he murmured softly, "remember to be polite when speaking to elders." I know." Wanwan nodded obediently, her demeanor so sweet it stirred an irresistible urge to cherish her. Before long, the complimentary popcorn on the table was completely devoured by the little one. Her chubby little hands clutched tightly onto Xie Wanning's as she skipped and bounced toward the exhibition booth. After they left, when Shanghai's confusion grew thicker, tangled like a ball of yarn he couldn't untangle. She hurriedly reached out, gripping Lin Muheng's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with urgency and curiosity as she pressed, "What on earth is going on here? How did you suddenly have such a grown-up daughter? And that beautiful girl earlier, what was that all about?" Lin Muheng watched when Shanghai's anxious expression and couldn't help but suppress a soft chuckle. "If I told you Wanwan traveled here from the future, would you believe me?" When Xie Gang heard this and pursed her lips in annoyance. Crossing her arms over her chest, she stared at him helplessly and scolded playfully, "I'd be an idiot to believe you. You actually came up with that nonsense." Seeing her disbelief, Lin Muheng spread his hands helplessly. "But that's the truth. That's how it is. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it." With that, he shrugged his shoulders, his expression utterly indifferent. Observing his utterly unconcerned demeanor, when Shanghai's heart stirred slightly. She began to ponder inwardly, could it be that he's telling the truth? Even if the story about Wanwan might be exaggerated, the stunningly beautiful girl before her couldn't possibly be fake. When Shanghai arched his delicate eyebrows, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze drifted toward Xie Wanning in the distance as he chuckled, "Honestly, you've hit the jackpot, landing a girlfriend as stunning as a goddess. And you actually had the nerve to trick her into having your child? If Aunt Sue and Uncle Lin ever found out, they'd break your legs." Her lips curved upward, the laughter tinged with mischief, like a sly little fox. Lin Muheng glanced up and met Wen Xiaogang's smug expression, shaking his head helplessly. He knew full well that this woman's imagination was like a wild horse running free, utterly unstoppable. Explaining would be a waste of breath, so he decided against it. However, Xie Wanning's identity did need clarification, lest this girl's loose tongue landed everyone in an awkward situation later. With that thought, Lin Muheng's expression turned serious as he stated firmly, "Don't go spreading rumors. She's not my girlfriend yet." When Xiaogang's lips curved upward in a playful smirk as he eyed Lin Muheng with a knowing look. "Oh my, the way you two gaze at each other, you could practically pull threads out of the air. You haven't made it official yet? Don't try to fool me." "We really aren't," Lin Muheng replied without denial, merely shaking his head with a wry smile, his eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. After all, they'd only known each other for a short time, barely a month at most. He'd been worried that if he brought it up now, Xie Wanning might misunderstand it was because of Wanwan, so he'd never dared to speak up. At this thought, when Shanghai's eyes twinkled, a sly smile spread across her face as she leaned in closer to Lin Muheng, lowering her voice. "So, need a little help? How?" Lin Muheng frowned, his expression wary. However, when he saw the mischievous smile on Wen Shanghai's face, a bad feeling instantly surged in his heart. He quickly warned, Peter Pan, I'm warning you, don't mess this up. If you screw it up, just wait till I get my hands on you. Just then, the mother and daughter approached cheerfully, holding complimentary snacks in their hands. Soon after, the steaming hot grilled fish was served at the table. Midway through the meal, when Shanghai had a sudden inspiration. She immediately dropped her usual gruff voice and spoke in a sweet, almost syrupy tone. Ahon, when you were little, you loved fish tales the most. Here, this tale is for you. With that, she extended her slender fingers, picked up a piece of fish tail, and gently placed it into Lin Muheng's bowl, her movements natural and intimate. Xie Wanning sat nearby, taking in the entire scene. Her brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. Her fingers tightened around her chopsticks, knuckles turning white from the pressure. She couldn't help but mutter inwardly, just left for a moment and my home's been stolen? Chapter 136, Lin Muheng, hear me clearly, I like you. Xie Wanning forced a smile, but it seemed strained and distant, as if squeezed out against her will. Lin Muheng caught the look, and a wave of resentment surged through him. He shot when Shanghai a fierce glare, his eyes brimming with reproach, silently accusing, look at the mess you've made. You've really done me in. But this resentment flickered only briefly. Lin Muheng swiftly switched to a beaming expression, picked up his chopsticks, and carefully searched the grilled fish. He selected a piece of flesh from the belly tender, with few bones, gently lifted it, and placed it steadily into Xie Wanning's bowl. Try this fish. It's incredibly delicious. Xie Wanning merely gave the fish in her bowl a faint glance, her expression cool and unruffled. Thank you, but I'm not particularly fond of fish. No sooner had she spoken than she picked up the piece of fish again, gently placing it into Wanwan's bowl. Her voice softened to a gentle murmur, sweetie, eat more fish, okay? It'll make you smarter. But be careful of the bones, don't prick your little mouth. The tenderness in her voice was almost palpable. I know mommy, I'll be careful, the little one, Wanwan, replied sweetly, tilting her rosy little face up with sparkling eyes. She then clutched the bowl larger than her own face tightly with both hands and began eating with a satisfying smacking sound. Lin Muheng watched the warm, sweet interaction between mother and daughter in silence, a strange pang of bitterness rising in his heart. He could clearly sense Xie Wanning's growing distance and coldness toward him. At this thought, he shot another resentful glance at Wen Shanghai, inwardly grumbling, this little daredevil must be here to ruin the mood. Xie Wanning ate very little of the grilled fish. She barely touched the fish itself, and even the side dishes were only given a token nibble. Soon, the group emerged from the restaurant. When Xie Gong remained glued to Lin Muheng's side, recounting amusing childhood anecdotes. Xie Wanning, wanting none of it, promptly pulled Wanwan along and walked ahead. Upon reaching the parking spot, Lin Muheng hurried to the passenger door, gently pulled it open with a smile, and warmly invited Xie Wanning, get in. He shifted slightly to the side, his eyes brimming with anticipation, hoping Xie Wanning would take the passenger seat. Xie Wanning merely shook her head politely, her tone icy as she replied, I'll sit in the back. I can keep an eye on Wanwan. With that, she walked to the rear door, gently opened it, and settled beside Wanwan. Wen Haishi, however, made no pretense. He strode boldly to the passenger seat, plopped down, and deliberately adopted a high-pitched, saccharine voice, Ahung, you've really gone out of your way today, driving me back to school. Thank you so much. As she spoke, she deliberately swayed her hips, her affected manner causing Lin Muheng to frown involuntarily. Looking at this overly dramatic woman beside him, Lin Muheng felt both irritated and helpless. If not for their decade-long friendship, he'd have loved to kick her right out of the car. He couldn't help but silently grumble, what kind of rotten idea was this anyway? After finally dropping Wen Shanghai off at the school gate, Lin Muheng felt a huge weight lift off her shoulders. She eagerly slammed her foot on the gas pedal, and the car shot away like an arrow released from its bowstring. She didn't even bother to wave goodbye to Wen Shanghai, as if lingering for another second would mean being cursed by this plague. Standing at the school gate, when Xie Gong watched the car vanish from sight, his face clouded with resentment. He muttered under his breath, I went out of my way to help you, and you don't even say thank you. How heartbreaking. If Lin Muheng could hear her inner thoughts at that moment, he'd surely retort, having you help me like this is truly my good fortune. By the time he got home, Wanwan was already fast asleep in the car, her little face rosy and a sweet smile still playing on her lips. Lin Muheng carefully lifted Wanwan out of the car and tiptoed into the bedroom. He gently laid Wanwan on the bed, carefully tucked the covers around her, then tiptoed out, afraid of disturbing the sleeping child. Entering the living room, Lin Muheng saw Xie Wanning sitting quietly on the sofa. Her face was as cold as ice, her eyes betraying an unmistakable hint of loneliness. He knew in his heart that Xie Wanning must be troubled by the matter involving Wen Haishi. Hesitating for a moment, he decided an explanation was necessary. Slowly, he began, Wen Shanghai is my childhood friend. I truly only have brotherly feelings for her. Please don't get the wrong idea. Xie Wanning's lips curved into a bitter smile, filled with helplessness and heartache. Her voice trembled slightly as she replied, you may not have feelings for her, but she certainly has feelings for you. Hearing this, Lin Muheng felt an inexplicable surge of excitement well up inside him, even a faint smile touching his lips. He leaned in slightly toward Xie Wanning, testing the waters with a question, are you jealous? His eyes flickered with a hint of anticipation, yet also carried a touch of caution. He had expected Xie Wanning to brush it off with some excuse, as she usually did, or simply change the subject. To his surprise, Xie Wanning was unusually candid this time. She slowly turned to face him, her gaze meeting his directly, filled with determination and honesty. She admitted plainly, "Yes, I am jealous. Seeing her so intimate with you makes me uncomfortable." As she spoke, her eyes glistened slightly, her voice catching with a hint of emotion. Xie Wanning closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, as if preparing to release all the pent-up emotions long buried in her heart in one go. In that moment, reason flew out the window. Unable to hold back any longer, she poured out the words she kept bottled up inside for so long. "I just can't stand seeing girls act so flirtatious with you. I don't know what's gotten into me lately, I feel like I'm possessed. Maybe, perhaps. I really do like you." The instant those words finally escaped her lips, she felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her heart, and her entire being felt lighter. But immediately afterward, a tidal wave of embarrassment washed over her, drowning her completely as her rationality swiftly returned. She muttered inwardly, oh no. How could I have said that? How am I ever going to face him now?" Xie Wanning bit her lip in frustration, her cheeks flushing crimson as panic and confusion filled her eyes. She desperately didn't want to hear any response that might make her feel even more embarrassed. Quickly regaining her composure, she put on an air of nonchalance and spoke in a voice as cold as a mountain spring, "I like you. That's my own business and has nothing to do with you. Since Wanwan is already asleep, I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." No sooner had the words left her lips than she hastily grabbed her bag and hurried out the door, her footsteps frantic as if some terrifying beast were chasing her from behind. Chapter 137, The Public Eye is Sharp. The moment she stepped outside that door, Xie Wanning's feet halted abruptly. She raised her hand to slap her own mouth, muttering to herself, "Why do I always blurt things out like that?" She bit her lower lip hard, her brows knitting into a deep frown. Her eyes brimmed with regret, as if she wished she could swallow back every word she'd just spoken. What am I going to do now? Her mind was filled with anxiety about their future interactions, conjuring up countless awkward scenarios that only deepened her panic. Even during the rehearsal for the opening ceremony of the sports meet, she was completely distracted, her mind elsewhere as if she'd lost her soul. Meanwhile, a series of mechanical tones surged through Lin Muheng's mind like a tidal wave. Ding! System detects fluctuation in Xie Wanning's affection value toward the host. Current affection value has risen to 80. You may use 15 affection points to fulfill one lottery draw condition. The sound struck like a sharp bolt of lightning, piercing deep into his mind with lightning speed. Lin Muheng's body stiffened slightly, a flash of unmistakable surprise darting across his eyes. Then, his lips slowly curled upward, forming a faint, almost imperceptible smile. He remained immersed in Xie Wanning's words, the smile deepening as the curve of his lips widened. He seemed lost in a sweet dream, smiling foolishly. Only when the system's slightly urgent prompt sounded again did it feel like a bucket of cold water, abruptly snapping him out of his dreamlike reverie and back to reality. Drawing. He took a deep breath, his voice tinged with anticipation and excitement. Moments later, the system's notification tone sounded once more. System initiating lottery. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the God-tier driving skill. Lin Muheng frowned upon hearing this, his smile vanishing instantly, replaced by utter disdain. He pursed his lips, his eyes brimming with disdain as he muttered, "This system reward skill is so lame. Besides, I already know how to drive, this is completely useless." He crossed his arms over his chest, leaning back on the sofa, radiating utter dissatisfaction with the reward. No sooner had he finished complaining than a massive surge of energy slammed into the top of his head. A flood of driving techniques poured into his mind like a tidal wave. His head throbbed with pain as images of navigating complex road conditions flashed before his eyes. Driving on a tightrope? Drifting on snow? He felt like he could do it all now. But to him, these skills were utterly useless. He shook his head in resignation, thinking, this system is messing around, giving me such a useless skill. Still, it was worth noting that with God-tier driving skills, he should handle unexpected situations with ease in the future. After all, car accidents happened every day. At this thought, a flicker of satisfaction returned to his eyes. Moments later, Lin Muheng's phone buzzed. Opening it, he saw a message from the Youth League Committee in the class group chat. Class meeting at 7 p.m. tonight. All students must attend. Absences will be reported to the counselor and result in credit deductions. Lin Muheng, as a member of this class, you. Lin Muheng glanced at it, his lips curling slightly in disdain. He dismissed the message with a casual swipe. Though the sender was annoying, it didn't dampen his good mood. That evening, in the classroom, soft light spilled into every corner. Wanwan sat beside Lin Muheng, eyes fixed intently on her drawing book. Her small hand occasionally traced shapes on the pages while she murmured softly to herself. After a while, she stretched lazily and happened to see Zhao Zijuan and the others approaching. As Zhao Zijuan passed by her, Wanwan's eyes lit up. Leaning forward with her hands on the desk, she blinked her big, watery eyes and asked, "Uncle Zhao, didn't Antwan come with you?" Her voice was sweet and childlike, tinged with curiosity and anticipation. Who's Auntie One? Zhao Zijuan froze, startled by the little girl's question. Scratching his head in confusion, he thought to himself, none of the girls I know have the surname One. Who on earth is this kid talking about? However, upon hearing this, Wang Kailuan and the others exchanged glances, grinning mischievously. Patting his shoulder, they couldn't help but tease, oh, come on. You little guy, prioritizing romance over friendship. Going behind our backs to get a girlfriend without telling us, huh? What girl is blind enough to fall for you? Lu Xiaorong couldn't help but mutter under his breath, arms crossed over his chest, curiosity written all over his face. Already feeling wronged, Zhao Zijuan exploded like a rooster with ruffled feathers. He suddenly straightened his chest, hands on his hips, eyes bulging like copper bells, and shouted, what's the matter? I'm pretty handsome too, you know. Look at your envious faces. His face flushed crimson, the veins on his neck bulging slightly clearly, he was furious. Upon hearing this, Wanwan placed her hands on her hips, tilted her head up, and interrupted the three, declaring with a touch of pride, enough with the comparisons. None of you are as handsome as my dad. Lin Muheng's eyes sparkled with amusement as he gently ruffled Wanwan's hair. Facing his roommate's disdainful stares, Lin Muheng spread his hands and chuckled, I never taught Wanwan to say such things. I suppose the public's eyes are sharp indeed. Zhao Zijuan and the others, seeing this, couldn't find a rebuttal and instead let out a chorus of shush sounds directed at Lin Muheng. Then, Wang Kailuan leaned back casually in his chair and lowered his voice to ask, hey, you guys know why we suddenly had a class meeting today? Lu Xiaorong, who had been idly twirling his pen, perked up instantly at the question. His eyes lit up as he turned to Zhao Zijuan, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Zijuan's our class monitor, he's bound to know. He even reached out to gently nudge Zhao Zijuan's arm, his gaze fixed intently on him as he urged, stop playing coy. Spill it already. Zhao Zijuan shook his head helplessly, spread his hands wide, and sighed heavily, his face etched with bitterness. Honestly, I have no clue this time. The counselor dumped all the arrangements on Guan Tianfu. I'm lucky got to sit back and enjoy the free ride, playing the hands-off manager. He shrugged, a self-deprecating smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What? That jerk. Wang Kailuan exploded upon hearing this, slamming his fist on the table. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he fumed indignantly, besides sucking up to people, what good can he possibly do? Zhao Zijuan suddenly seemed to remember something, his expression shifting slightly as he turned to look at Lin Muheng with concern. Muheng, that jerk specifically tagged you to come to the class meeting. He's probably cooking up something shady. You'd better keep your guard up. Lu Xiaorong chimed in beside him, his voice brimming with emotion. That guy's petty as hell, holding grudges over the smallest things. Remember the sign holding at the sports meet? He fought tooth and nail for it, but you ended up with more supporters and he got passed over. As if still seething, he continued, just look at that face of his, covered in those disgusting red bumps. Anyone would find it revolting. But you know what? He's probably blaming you for all of it. You really need to watch your back. With that, he gave Lin Muheng a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Lin Muheng listened quietly, nodding slightly. After all, in a world of crows, swans are always guilty. Chapter 138, Report, Classmate Lin Muheng has talent. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the classroom door creaked open with a loud squeak. A man dressed head to toe in designer labels, radiating an air of ostentatiousness, strode in with an air of self-importance. His face was covered in a dense forest of acne, enough to make anyone's skin crawl. This was Guan Tianfu, the youth league committee member of Civil Engineering Class 1. Trailing closely behind him were several men, his roommates, who surrounded him like stars clustering around the moon. The moment Guan Tianfu entered the classroom, his gaze swept the room. Spotting Lin Muheng seated at his desk, the already arrogant curve of his lips stretched wider. He turned to his roommates behind him, his eyes brimming with smugness. I told you he'd show up. Look, there he is, sitting right there like a good boy. Brother Guan, you're the man. His roommates fawned over him with beaming smiles, and he reveled in the attention. Guan Tianfu strode forward with an air of utter arrogance, his steps carrying an air of superiority as he approached Lin Muheng. Chin slightly raised, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt, he looked down on him and said, Lin Muheng, the sports meet is the day after tomorrow. Have you bought your suit yet? Don't end up scrambling around like a headless chicken, unprepared, and embarrassing our civil engineering department. Lin Muheng shot him a contemptuous glance, as if observing a mere clown, his lips curling slightly into a mocking smile. He spoke slowly and deliberately, you needn't trouble yourself. After all, you weren't selected. Why waste your breath fretting over this? His voice, though flat, carried an intangible force that struck Guan Tianfu right where it hurt. At those words, Guan Tianfu's mouth twitched violently. His facial muscles twisted instantly, like an enraged beast. He glared viciously at Lin Muheng, clenching his fists tightly as he gritted out, don't get cocky. Besides, all you've got going for you is your looks. What else can you do besides attract attention? In this world, money and connections are what truly matter. Oh. Lin Muheng nodded indifferently, the smile on his face growing even broader. He stood up, lightly patted Guan Tianfu's chest, and smiled wryly. Sure, I attract attention, and you can't. But you attract mosquitoes. Ha ha. At that remark, Zhao Zijuan and the others standing nearby couldn't hold back any longer and burst into loud laughter. Even Guan Tianfu's roommates behind him couldn't help but suppress their laughter, their lips twitching. Seeing this, Guan Tianfu's face twisted with fury, the veins on his forehead bulging. Just as he was about to react, a man with a receding hairline suddenly stepped forward at the front of the classroom. This was Li Jinhu, the counselor for Civil Engineering Class 1. With his bulging belly resembling a round leather ball, he slowly scanned the crowd. Seeing this, the roommates quickly pulled Guan Tianfu back. One whispered in his ear, "The advisor's here. Don't cause trouble. Just hold back for now." Guan Tianfu forced himself to suppress his rage, plopping down onto a bench. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Lin Muheng, filled with such fury it seemed he could devour the boy alive. He silently vowed to himself, "You dare mock me? I'll make you regret it." At the front of the classroom, Li Jinhu cleared his throat and began explaining the rules for the upcoming sports meet. Due to the sports meet, there will be no classes for the next few days. Hearing this news, the students' faces lit up with relief, and a small cheer echoed through the classroom. Then, Li Jinhu furrowed his brow and sighed deeply, looking as if he faced an insurmountable problem. Folding his arms across his chest, he sighed helplessly. One of our Civil Engineering Department performance team members got injured during rehearsals. Is there any student with a talent they'd like to showcase? A successful performance will earn 10 extra credits. His voice carried a hint of enticement, yet the classroom fell completely silent. Most were ordinary students from average families, lacking any special talents. Though tempted by the credits, they knew their own limits. Hearing the counselor's words, Lin Muheng sucked in a sharp breath. Those 10 credits were truly tempting. He calculated in his mind, holding signs at the sports meet only earned 2 credits. If he took on this task, he could gain 10 credits, meaning he wouldn't have to scramble for credits throughout his sophomore year. The thought made his heart race involuntarily, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Just as he debated stepping forward, Guan Tianfu suddenly rose. He glanced at Lin Muheng to his right, a sly smile playing on his lips, then turned to the counselor with a grin. "Brother Hu, I have a candidate. This student will definitely get the job done." "Oh? Who is it?" Li Jinhu's eyes lit up, his gaze radiating the hope of finding a savior. He immediately asked with a smile. He leaned forward slightly, hands braced on the lectern, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Guan Tianfu plastered a fake smile on his face, a smile as thin and uncomfortable as a cheap mask slapped on. Tilting his head with a hint of mockery, he grinned at Lin Muheng and drawled, "Lin Muheng, now that's a multi-talented student. He'll surely make our Civil Engineering Department shine brightly and steal the spotlight." His tone suggested he was already envisioning Lin Muheng making a complete fool of himself on stage. Zhao Zijuan, seated nearby, heard this and instantly furrowed his brows into a deep frown. He couldn't help but curse inwardly, this kid is definitely up to no good. He's probably dug another pitfall for a Hong to fall into. He shot to his feet, about to intercede for Lin Muheng, when he caught Li Jinhu nodding approvingly. "Lin Muheng," the man declared gleefully, "the responsibility for leading the formation performance falls squarely on your shoulders. Don't let us down. If you screw this up and make our Civil Engineering Department look like fools in front of the entire university, don't blame me for being unforgiving." His words were thick with menace. Lin Muheng remained calm, merely nodding slightly and responding indifferently, "Yes." The advisor had barely left when the class meeting dispersed. Zhao Zijuan approached Lin Muheng, his voice brimming with righteous indignation. "That bastard Guan Tianfu only knows how to play dirty tricks and pull underhanded stunts. I'm going to find Brother Hu right now and beg him to hand this rotten job off to someone else. We're not taking on this hot potato." Lin Muheng felt a warm surge in his heart, yet his face bore only a faint, grateful smile. He quickly grabbed Zhao Zijuan's arm and whispered, "Don't go. It won't do any good." "Ha? Then what are you going to do?" His roommates gathered around, each looking at him with concern. Seeing this, Lin Muheng's lips curved upward in a confident smile. "It's fine," he said cheerfully. "I already have a plan in mind." Pulling Zhao Zijuan close, he leaned in and whispered his plan into his ear. Zhao Zijuan listened, half believing, half doubting. His eyes widened as he asked, "Muheng, are you sure you can pull this off?" Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow, smugly replying, "Of course. I'm your daddy." Zhao Zijuan instantly flew into a rage, fuming and glaring. He planted his hands on his hips and bellowed, "Damn it, you're taking advantage of me again." Just then, Guan Tianfu strode over with a smug, sinister grin. "Lin Muheng, the weight of our department's performance rests on your shoulders. You'd better deliver and not let us down." Seeing no response, he grinned smugly. "Remember to submit the performance roster to the student council." "Good luck." Haha. With that, he led his group of roommates away, their shrill laughter echoing as they strutted off. Watching their unrestrained laughter, Ren Kailuan clenched his fists, ready to punch them out to vent his anger. But as soon as he took a step forward, Lin Muheng yanked him back. "Don't be impulsive," he soothed. "They won't be laughing for long." Chapter 139, If we must fight, it'll be for your eyes only. Lin Muheng observed the three still seething with anger and offered a cheerful reassurance. Alright, calm down. You guys should head back to the dorm. What about you? Where are you going? Zhao Zijuan asked. Ren Kairan stood nearby, arms crossed, a sly grin on his face. He winked and teased, what a question. Ara Heng is definitely going to find Miss Xie, the campus beauty. He deliberately winked at Lin Muheng and added with a mischievous grin, give our regards to our sister-in-law. Make sure to say plenty of nice things about us, our single status depends on you. Lin Muheng gave a slight nod, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. He took Wanwan's small hand and walked toward the playground. 8 minutes later, upon reaching the playground, Lin Muheng stopped. He pulled his phone from his pocket, his fingers swiftly swiping across the screen as he composed and sent a message. Where are you? I'm bringing Wanwan to the playground to meet you. After sending the message, he stared intently at the phone screen, his eyes betraying a mix of nervousness and anticipation. On the other end, the phone's ding notification made Xie Wanning flinch. Her hands trembled as she picked up the phone. Seeing Lin Muheng's message, her heartbeat surged. She instinctively pressed her hand to her chest, trying to steady herself, but the frantic pounding of her heart refused to slow. Xie Wanning bit her lip, her brows furrowed tightly as her heart pounded wildly inside her chest. What should I do? What do I say when he arrives? He wouldn't be here to reject me, would he? A whirlwind of thoughts swirled in her mind, leaving her increasingly flustered. She couldn't even recall when she'd replied to his message. 5 minutes later, Lin Muheng appeared before the podium, holding Wanwan's hand. Wanwan's large, dark eyes like two shining black gems scanned the area curiously, searching for that familiar figure. She furrowed her little brow, tilted her head up to look at Lin Muheng, and asked in a babyish voice, Daddy, why can't Wanwan see Mommy? Lin Muheng gently tickled Wanwan's little nose and smiled, Mommy must be busy. She'll be out soon. No sooner had the words left his mouth than faint footsteps sounded behind them. Lin Muheng turned to see Xie Wanning timidly approaching from behind, her eyes tinged with a hint of shyness and nervousness. Wanwan, with her sharp eyes, spotted Xie Wanning immediately. Her eyes instantly lit up like two sparkling little stars. She happily threw herself into Xie Wanning's arms, calling out in her baby voice, Mommy, you're here. Xie Wanning held Wanwan tightly, affectionately nuzzling her chubby little cheeks. Yet her eyes avoided Lin Muheng's gaze entirely. She tried to act nonchalant, but her slightly flushed cheeks and flustered eyes betrayed her inner tension. Lin Muheng watched Xie Wanning's flushed, bashful expression, his eyes softening with gentle amusement. Then, he pulled a small note from his pocket and held it out before Xie Wanning. Xie Wanning stared at the note in her hand, her mind going blank. Her heart sank violently as worry flooded her mind. Could this note contain his rejection? He must think rejecting me face to face is too cruel, so he devised this method to make me back down on my own. A flicker of disappointment and pain crossed her eyes, as if the entire world had turned gray. Gradually, she became more certain of her thoughts, convinced that Lin Muheng had chosen this method to reject her to spare her the embarrassment. Since she had guessed the note's contents, there was no need to open it. Doing so would only deepen her sorrow and make facing reality even harder. Xie Wanning felt utterly desolate, mechanically taking the note and slipping it into her pocket. However, Lin Muheng watched her entire sequence of actions with a puzzled expression. Aren't you going to open it? Xie Wanning's expression remained icy as she forced her voice to sound calm. It's unnecessary. I already know your meaning. Only she knew how deeply her heart ached and hurt in that moment, as if being pierced by countless needles all at once. Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow slightly at her words, inwardly grumbling, is this woman overthinking again? Could she really believe that note was my rejection? He carefully analyzed Xie Wanning's expression and reaction, growing increasingly certain his guess was correct. Then, he shook his head helplessly, a teasing smile playing on his lips. He gently tapped Xie Wanning on the head and quipped, what do you mean no need? That's the performance roster for our academy's sports meet. Aren't you the student council president? Handling it should be no problem for you. Xie Wanning's eyes widened instantly at his words. Her mouth fell slightly open, her face frozen in utter disbelief. After a few seconds, she finally snapped out of it, a flushed smile spreading across her face. She quickly pulled the note from her pocket, unfolded it, and studied it carefully. The words on the paper instantly lifted the weight from her chest, like dark clouds parting to reveal brilliant sunshine. As her emotions gradually settled, Xie Wanning's gaze fell upon the name written on the note in her hand. Her brows furrowed slightly, her eyes filled with surprise. She slowly lifted her head to look at the person before her and couldn't help but ask, you're performing at the sports meet? Yes. Lin Muheng remained calm. Seeing her incredulous expression, he raised an eyebrow slightly and countered, is there a problem? Xie Wanning forced an awkward smile and pressed, what talent do you even have? As she spoke, her gaze swept over Lin Muheng. After spending time with him, she knew he had no particular hobbies. His singing was off-key, his dancing stiff, and there wasn't a single musical instrument to be found in his home. Given these circumstances, she couldn't fathom what talent he could possibly have to showcase. Xie Wanning racked her brain, her gaze drifting unintentionally to Lin Muheng's chest. In that instant, something seemed to click. A smile spread across her lips, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she teased, "You wouldn't be thinking of." The words stopped abruptly on her lips. Seeing her expression, Lin Muheng instantly realized she'd jumped to conclusions again. He couldn't help but press, "What exactly were you going to say?" Xie Wanning glanced around guiltily. After confirming no one was nearby, a blush spread across her cheeks. Lowering her voice shyly, she whispered, "You're not planning to rip your shirt off in front of everyone at the sports meet to show off your 8-pack abs, are you?" Her eyes darted around as she spoke, as if already envisioning the scene. She continued, almost talking to herself, "Well, it's just showing off your physique. Nothing wrong with that. I doubt it would cause any trouble for the school." Listening to her wildly imaginative speculation, Lin Muheng finally understood why she'd been staring so intently at his chest earlier. For a moment, he found it both amusing and couldn't help but admire her imagination. Lin Muheng stepped closer to Xie Wanning, leaning in slightly. His warm breath brushed lightly against her ear. His voice dropped, tinged with playful teasing, "Rest assured, I wouldn't let anyone else get the benefit. If I were to tear it off, it would only be for your eyes alone." Chapter 140. Take that, you little seductress. Xie Wanning listened to Lin Muheng's words, his warm breath lingering at her ear like a spring breeze, stirring ripples across the calm waters of her heart. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, as if drenched in the evening glow, and she grew visibly flustered. Was he just flirting with me? The thought took root like wild grass, growing uncontrollably, impossible to suppress. Xie Wanning silently cursed him in her heart, her brows furrowing slightly as she muttered, "That jerk. I already confessed to him, and he just keeps stringing me along without giving a straight answer. Does that mean he agrees, or does he disagree? What the hell is he thinking?" The more she thought about it, the more irritated she grew. Her small hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her shirt, her gaze becoming restless and unfocused. Yet, recalling their earlier exchange, Xie Wanning's eyes twinkled mischievously as a sly smile curved her lips. Tilting her head, she looked at Lin Muheng with a beaming smile, her eyes seeming to hold countless little thoughts. Seeing her like this, Lin Muheng's heart skipped a beat, an ominous foreboding rising within him. His brows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with confusion as he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What's this girl up to now?" Xie Wanning raised an eyebrow, her face glowing with triumph. She glided over to Lin Muheng's side. Standing on tiptoe, she whispered softly into his ear, "What you said earlier, was that really true?" Caught off guard by her sudden move, Lin Muheng frowned deeply, struggling to recall. "What did I just say?" Before he could piece it together, a sudden tug on his arm sent him stumbling. Xie Wanning dragged him toward a dark corner beside the podium. Once they reached the corner, Xie Wanning shoved him hard against the wall beside the podium. She placed her hands on her hips, a lecherous grin spreading across her face as she stared intently at Lin Muheng. "Of course I'm here to check out your abs," she chuckled. She calculated silently that even if this guy rejected her confession, getting an up-close view of his 8-pack abs was a huge perk, a win-win no matter how you looked at it. Lin Muheng froze at her words, then a tender smile curved his lips. With a light flick of his wrists, he lifted his t-shirt, revealing his solid abs. He teased, "See? You dirty little minx." Xie Wanning hastily waved her hands, her face flushing with slight panic as she feigned composure. "Not me. You're the one who insisted on showing it to me. I'm only looking because I have to." Though her words protested, her eyes were like magnets, utterly captivated by those abs, unable to look away. But the lighting in front of the podium was far too dim. No matter how hard Xie Wanning strained her eyes, she could only make out a vague outline, unable to discern the details of those abs. A wave of regret washed over her. She puckered her lips so tightly she could have hung an oil bottle from them, silently berating herself, "Oh dear, what a miscalculation. If only I'd asked later. Now I can't see a thing, what a waste." But faced with this golden opportunity, so close she could almost touch it, Xie Wanning wasn't about to let it slip away. A faint blush spread across her cheeks once more, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The next second, her slender, fair hand slowly reached toward Lin Muheng's abs. His heart skipped a beat, as if an electric current surged through his entire body, causing an unusual reaction in a certain part of him. Lin Muheng quickly reached out, gently grasping Xie Wanning's wrist and pulling her small hand away. A playful smirk touched his lips as he teased, "That's going too far. That's an extra charge." With that, he swiftly pulled his t-shirt back down. Seeing this, Xie Wanning puffed out her lips even more, her face flushed with indignation. She placed her hands on her hips and protested indignantly, "You're so stingy. It's not like touching it makes it disappear." Just then, a soft, squeaky voice sounded beside them. "Daddy, Mommy, what are you doing here?" Wanwan's big, watery eyes scanned the surroundings curiously. Tilting her head, she innocently remarked, "It's so dark in here. Could it be, you two are doing something naughty?" After saying this, she symbolically covered her eyes with her little hands, but her fingers were spread wide apart, and her round, sparkling eyes were wide open. Xie Wanning's heart skipped a beat at the words, as if caught red-handed doing something wrong. She panicked instantly. Her eyes darted nervously, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt as she stammered, "Mom? Mom dropped something. Yes, she dropped something. Dad is helping Mom look for it. Wanwan blinked innocently and asked, Can you find it without turning on the light? This question left Xie Wanning momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing even redder. She inwardly groaned, this little one knows so much she's really stumped me. Do you want Wanwan to help you look? Wanwan asked sweetly, batting her big eyes. Xie Wanning quickly waved her hand and replied softly, no need, mommy found it already. Stepping out from behind the podium, Xie Wanning felt her cheeks burning, a tinge of embarrassment creeping into her heart. She lifted her eyes slightly, meeting Lin Muheng's deep gaze before quickly lowering them again. She cleared her throat lightly, regaining her composure before fixing her gaze back on Lin Muheng. What exactly are you all planning to perform during the opening ceremony? Lin Muheng's lips curved into a mysterious smile, his eyes glinting with mischief as he deliberately played coy, top secret. Xie Wanning's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she interrupted his air of mystery. That won't do. If you don't tell me what the performance entails, we won't be able to properly introduce you all during the opening ceremony. This isn't child's play, everything needs to be arranged in advance. Watching Xie Wanning's earnest expression, Lin Muheng's smile widened. He nodded slightly. After a moment's thought, he suddenly leaned closer to Xie Wanning and whispered softly in her ear, then let's call it a racing performance. His warm breath gently brushed against her earlobe, making her heart race. Her ears flushed crimson, and she instinctively took a small step back. Forcing herself to steady her nerves, she nodded. All right, I'll report it right away. Yet a wave of doubt surged within her. Biting her lower lip, she hesitated before finally asking, are you sure this performance is safe? Racing isn't something to joke about. Don't get hurt. Her worried gaze was unmistakable. Lin Muheng watched Xie Wanning's anxious yet caring expression, feeling a warmth in his heart. He patted his chest confidently and said, don't worry, absolutely no problem. Hearing his words, Xie Wanning's heart finally eased a little. She exhaled softly, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Muheng, her eyes holding a hint of an indescribable emotion. The atmosphere was unusually quiet. Xie Wanning's heart raced like a frightened deer. She desperately wanted to know Lin Muheng's feelings toward her. She slowly lifted her head, took a deep breath, and mustered her courage. About US, what are your thoughts? Chapter 141, The Sister-in-Law Arrives. Lin Muheng paused slightly, his lips parting as if to respond, when a sudden, frantic shout erupted beside him. Senior! Senior! It's your turn! A frantic student club member rushed over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, his eyes filled with urgency and impatience. Xie Wanning's expression instantly fell. The anticipation and nervousness that had filled her face were replaced by helplessness and disappointment. She opened her mouth slightly, as if to say something, but swallowed it back helplessly, responding only softly, oh, coming. The club member caught Xie Wanning's gaze and felt as if he'd been pierced by an icy blade. A chill ran down his spine. He muttered to himself, what's wrong with the senior? Her eyes are terrifying. Xie Wanning sighed inwardly. She forced herself to steady her emotions before turning to Lin Muheng and Wanwan beside him. Take Wanwan home first, she said softly. I'll probably be late after rehearsal. Lin Muheng nodded slightly, his eyes filled with understanding. He slowly crouched down to Wanwan's level. Sweetie, say goodbye to mommy. Wanwan pressed her chubby little hand to her mouth, puckered her lips, and gave a soft peck. Then, waving towards Xie Wanning, she said in her sweet, childish voice, Mommy, Daddy and I are heading home now. Love you. A blissful smile instantly blossomed on Xie Wanning's face. She waved vigorously in response, Mommy loves you too. After the two left, Xie Wanning paused beside the club member. She shot him a cold glance, her eyes tinged with reproach and displeasure, and huffed, you'll do the final inspection later. Don't you dare leave until it's done. The club member looked utterly bewildered, his mouth slightly agape. He couldn't help but mutter, did I offend the senior? He hurried after her, pleading desperately, Senior, please don't. Before we knew it, the day of the sports meet arrived. As a key showcase event in the Magic City University admissions brochure, the sports meet was a major occasion for the school, drawing extraordinary attention from the entire campus. At that moment, with 30 minutes left before the opening ceremony, the marching squads from each college stood in orderly formation outside the field, quietly awaiting the command to enter. Just then, Guan Tianfu strode over with an arrogant swagger, a smug, mocking smile on his face. Approaching Lin Muheng, he sneered, how's your preparation coming along? After the formations, it's your turn to perform. Don't embarrass civil engineering in front of the entire school. Ren Kailuan, standing nearby, heard this and furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. He gave a light snort, crossed his arms over his chest, and declared with absolute confidence, you might embarrass yourself up there, but we certainly won't. You can rest easy. Guan Tianfu was momentarily speechless at Ren Kailuan's retort, his face turning instantly ashen. He glared at Ren Kailuan through gritted teeth and coldly retorted, we'll see how long you can keep up that tough talk. Then, he angrily plopped himself down on the three-wheeled motorcycle behind him. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the rear of the formation. Ren Kailuan turned his head curiously to look. A striking figure was slowly approaching. His eyes locked onto her, and his face flushed with excitement. He slapped Lin Muheng's arm hard and shouted, Muheng! Muheng! Your sister-in-law is back there. Look! Lin Muheng's heart stirred at the words. Instinctively, he stepped out of the formation. He looked up and indeed saw Xie Wanning, dressed in an elegant purple gown, walking slowly toward them. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, strands gently swaying in the breeze, making her appear like a fairy descended from heaven. Her feet were adorned with exquisite white high heels, each step graceful and confident, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Upon learning that the formation to her right was comprised of first-year civil engineering students, a flicker of anticipation stirred within Xie Wanning. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze darting swiftly through the crowd as she searched intently for Lin Muheng's figure. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a young man noticed Xie Wanning's focused gaze and let a faint smile touch his lips. Summoning his courage, he deliberately called out loudly, "Senior, are you looking for me?" His voice carried a hint of teasing and anticipation. The remark immediately drew murmurs from nearby classmates, who turned their curious, slightly teasing gazes toward them. A gentle smile touched Xie Wanning's lips. She said nothing, merely gliding forward with graceful steps. Amidst the bustling crowd, a tall, slender figure suddenly caught her eye. He stood there, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, his posture as straight as a pine tree, standing out distinctly from the crowd. Though people flowed around them, Xie Wan's eyes seemed to hold room for only this one figure. Her gaze instinctively followed his figure, her steps growing lighter and quicker. As she approached Lin Muheng, a faint blush instantly spread across Xie Wanning's jade-like cheeks. Her lips pressed together slightly, yet a faint smile escaped her, carrying a touch of bashfulness and charm. She murmured softly, "The opening ceremony of the energy cultivation gathering is about to begin. Where's Wanwan?" Lin Muheng lowered his gaze to meet hers, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His voice was warm as he replied, "I've already entrusted her to Wen Shanghai's care. You can rest assured." Xie Wanning nodded lightly. "Alright, that's good. I have things to attend to. I'll be going now." With that, she raised her hand, gave a gentle wave, and continued walking forward. Meanwhile, Wanwan, dressed in a pink little dress with a cute little backpack on her back, clung to Wen Xiaogong's side like a well-behaved little kitten. Earlier that morning, Wen Shanghai had grabbed a quick bite near the school entrance. Perhaps it had been spoiled, because now her stomach felt bloated and uncomfortable. Frowning anxiously, she turned to Wanwan and asked softly, "Sweetie, do you know where the restroom is?" Wanwan pointed her chubby little finger toward the distant classroom building, her voice clear and cheerful. "There's a restroom over there. Mommy took me there before." When Xiaogong followed the direction of her finger, nodded, then swiftly scooped Wanwan into her arms and strode purposefully toward the building. At the staircase by the side entrance, Wen Shanghai carefully set Wanwan down. Crouching beside her, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders and said earnestly, "Sweetie, Auntie needs to use the restroom. Wait here nicely, okay? When I come out, I'll get you a lollipop, alright?" At the word lollipop, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She nodded repeatedly, excitedly saying, "Okay, okay. Wanwan will be a good girl." When Shanghai entered the first floor and hurried into the restroom. After a satisfying relief, she opened the restroom door and stepped out contentedly. However, the moment she stepped out, the scene before her eyes made her eyes whiten instantly. A surge of anger shot straight up into her heart. Chapter 142, Magic City University Sports Day. A man had entered the restroom, undone his belt, and was now pulling down his pants, a sight utterly unbearable for any girl to witness. When Shanghai's face turned deathly pale, then flushed crimson. She couldn't help but scream, "Ah! Pervert!" Rage instantly clouded her mind. Without a second thought, she punched the man hard in the face, continuing to strike him while snarling viciously, "You filthy pervert! I'll beat you to death! I'll beat you to death!" Her fists flew relentlessly, her eyes burning with fury and disgust. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, the man could only frantically shield his head. Perhaps exhausted from the beating, her rage gradually subsided. When Xiangxiao finally stopped, hurried out of the bathroom, swiftly scooped up Wanwan, and took off running, terrified the pervert would catch up. Wanwan was utterly bewildered by the sudden chaos. Her chubby little face was filled with confusion as she blinked her big eyes and asked in a babyish voice, "Auntie Wan, why are we running?" Still running, when Shanghai answered nervously, "There's a bad guy behind us." She kept glancing back over her shoulder to make sure no one was following. Only when she was certain did she breathe a sigh of relief and gradually slow her pace. After running for so long, when Shanghai was panting heavily, she set Wanwan down on the ground, pulled a lollipop from her pocket, and placed it in the little one's hand. Forcing a smile, she said, "Come on, Auntie will take you to the playground to watch the opening ceremony of the sports meet." Ye Wanwan happily took the lollipop, popped it into her mouth, and let Wen Shanghai take her little hand as they skipped and jumped toward the playground. Meanwhile, within the formation, the atmosphere was slightly tense. Lu Xiaorong's brow was furrowed, his eyes filled with urgency as he kept glancing back over his shoulder. "Where is Ji Jun? The opening ceremony is about to start. We can't afford to mess up at this critical moment." As if by magic, Lu Xiaorong's muttering seemed to work. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed from the rear of the formation, followed by a disheveled figure sprinting toward them. His hair was disheveled, and he was panting heavily. It was none other than Zhao Zijuan. The moment Lu Xiaorong spotted Zhao Zijuan, his heart, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly settled. He lunged forward in a single stride, his face a mix of urgency and reproach. You finally made it. We've been waiting for you. However, when his gaze fell upon Zhao Zijuan's face, his eyes widened in shock. A distinct scratch marred Zhao Zijuan's cheek, the wound still oozing faint droplets of blood that glinted painfully in the sunlight. Lu Xiaorong sucked in a sharp breath, his voice trembling as he asked, "What happened to your face? Why is it bleeding? Who did this?" They were so brutal. Lin Muheng and the others gathered around, their eyes filled with concern. Zhao Zijuan sighed deeply, his expression a mix of resentment and helplessness. Gritting his teeth, he fumed, "Don't even ask. I ran into some unreasonable crazy woman. She was the one who walked into the wrong bathroom, yet without any explanation, she accused me of being a pervert and started beating me up. What did I ever do to her?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Zhao Zijuan clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He silently vowed to himself, "Humph, don't let me catch you again, or else." Lin Muheng and the others nearby heard Zhao Zijuan's story. They paused in surprise before breaking into grins. They gathered around, patting his shoulders in consolation. "Tough break, bro." Just then, the distinct sound of microphone testing echoed from the podium. Immediately after, a commanding voice boomed, "Esteemed leaders and distinguished guests." The voice was clear and articulate, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "Dear teachers and students. Good morning, everyone. Spring unfolds its vibrant splendor, youth surges with dynamic vigor. In this season brimming with vitality and hope, we proudly welcome the 43rd Summer Games of Magic City University." Hearing that familiar voice, Lin Muheng couldn't help but curve his lips into a gentle smile, his eyes softening. Beside the podium, when Shanghai thoughtfully held an umbrella to shield Wanwan from the sun. Originally sitting quietly in her seat, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Xie Wanning's voice. She sprang up like a spring, waving her hands excitedly. "Mommy, that's my mom's voice." Though they were seated on the steps beside the podium, a considerable distance still separated them from the center stage. She stood on tiptoes, craning her neck, her eyes fixed intently on the direction of the stage. She kept murmuring, "Where is Mom? I can't see Mom." Wanwan could hear her mother's voice, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see her mother anywhere. Seeing Wanwan's lonely and aggrieved little face, Wen Xiaohai felt heartbroken. She gently comforted her, "Wanwan, sweetie, Auntie brought lots and lots of delicious snacks today, chocolate, potato chips, and your favorite candies. You can take whatever you like, okay?" At the mention of treats, Wanwan's dull eyes instantly lit up. The sadness vanished from her face, replaced by pure anticipation and excitement. She nodded vigorously, her voice sweet and childlike, "Okay." She was such a little foodie. As the sports meet proceedings unfolded, the solemn flag-raising ceremony and national anthem performance took place first. Following that, each leader seated on the podium was introduced one by one. After the introductions, the representative contingents from each college and class marched onto the field in perfect step, shouting loud slogans. "Now approaching is the College of Rehabilitation and Nursing, they." The announcer's passionate voice echoed across the field. At that moment, before the podium, a girl in a red formal gown glided forward like a blooming red rose, her steps elegant as she held aloft the blue college banner. 3 meters behind her, 3 students in white coats pushed a wheelchair with focused, careful attention. Seated in the wheelchairs were 3 students clad in hospital gowns, clutching canes and wearing a hint of nervousness on their faces. Halfway through the journey, a miraculous scene unfolded. The students slowly rose from their wheelchairs. Then, leaning on their canes, they proceeded step by step, moving with grace. The next instant, they suddenly raised their canes high, their strides becoming steady and powerful, moving as if completely free from the shackles of illness. This remarkable display drew applause and cheers from the surrounding students. The speed of their recovery was astonishing, truly befitting the rehabilitation college. Xie Wanning stood on the podium, her gaze meeting the scene. A faint smile touched her lips as she thought to herself, college students really know how to put on a show. If she remembered correctly, their college's representative contingent would be entering next. At that thought, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a faint surge of anticipation welling up within her. Chapter 143 Holy crap. That's genuinely pure white. After the rehabilitation and nursing college contingent gradually exited, the male MC at center stage held the microphone and announced the next contingent in a booming voice. Xie Wanning stood on the podium, looking down from above, and quickly spotted the figure she had been longing to see. Lin Muheng stood tall and straight, like a pine tree standing proudly in the wind. He strode steadily and powerfully toward the podium. His handsome features and every graceful gesture drew the admiring glances of many girls around him. However, the sight immediately following Lin Muheng caused Xie Wanling's eyes to widen in surprise, nearly making her laugh out loud. Behind him, another man in a crisp suit was slowly driving a 3-wheeled motorcycle. Seated on the vehicle was a young woman in a white dress, her hands clutching the sides tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. What was even more amusing was that behind the tricycle, two safety officers wearing green vests and hard hats were straining to push a small handcart. Xie Wanning watched the scene, her waist trembling slightly. She silently marveled, civil engineering truly stays grounded. Soon, Lin Muheng approached the podium, his gaze meeting Xie Wanning's unexpectedly. As their eyes locked, the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile as warm and captivating as the spring sun. Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly smiled and nodded in response, then shyly averted her gaze, afraid to meet his eyes again. She feared that one more glance would draw her in, leaving her utterly captivated. Moments later, Lin Muheng's squad marched in perfect unison past the VIP platform, then proceeded orderly toward the designated area pre-arranged by the school. At that moment, when Shanghai gently tapped Wanwan's arm beside him and whispered softly, "Sweetheart, your daddy's coming over." "Ha?" Wanwan puffed out her cheeks, her large eyes widening instantly as she scanned the area curiously. She quickly spotted Lin Muheng. She waved her little hand casually. When she saw her dad notice her, the little one plopped down onto a bench, pulled out some snacks from beside her, and began munching away with relish. Seeing her dismissive attitude, Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile bitterly inside, silently shaking his head. "Ah, it seems I've lost completely when it comes to competing with snacks." After reaching his designated spot, Lin Muheng handed the blue sign to the classmate behind him and then walked toward the end of the line. Since he and a few roommates would be performing shortly, he needed to make some preparations in advance. Guan Tianfu stood nearby, arms crossed, a mocking smirk on his face. He smugly remarked, "You guys better give it your all. Don't embarrass our civil engineering department." Zhao Zijuan's blood boiled at the remark. His fists clenched tightly as he lunged forward, intent on teaching Guan Tianfu a lesson. Lin Muheng acted swiftly, grabbing him by the arm and whispering, "Don't be impulsive. The performance comes first." Watching their retreating figures, Guan Tianfu lifted his chin smugly, his grin stretching almost to his ears. "Oomph. They've got no talent whatsoever. Going up there will just be an embarrassment. If anyone asks about them later, don't you dare admit they're from our civil engineering school." "Don't worry, brother Guan. We wouldn't dream of associating with such embarrassments," his roommate quickly flattered, his face plastered with a sycophantic grin. Guan Tianfu nodded in satisfaction at this response, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if he could already see the humiliating spectacle of their performance. Meanwhile, at the school parking lot, Lin Muheng's meticulously decorated Dior car stood ready and waiting. The four of them scrambled into the car, frantically changing into their performance outfits in the cramped space. Once dressed, Lin Muheng took a deep breath. "Guys, are you ready?" "Ready," the other three responded in unison. Lin Muheng then started the car and sped toward the entrance of the sports field. As this race car still not officially entered slowly approached the school playground, the previously boisterous crowd fell instantly silent. Every gaze was drawn to the dazzling vehicle, eyes brimming with excitement and awe. "Holy crap, this car is seriously awesome. I love it." As the car entered the field, the boy frowned in surprise. "Huh? Why is it just parked there? Could it be a prop for the show? Holy crap, I'm so hyped. This show is gonna be insane." Whispers and murmurs rippled through the crowd, everyone buzzing with anticipation for the upcoming show. While their classmates endured the sun and wind outside, inside the car, they comfortably enjoyed the cool air conditioning, quietly waiting for the signal. Several people leisurely watched the college contingent march in formation outside the window. Their demeanor stood in stark contrast to the crowd sweating profusely outside the vehicle. At that moment, a girl walked slowly past the front of the vehicle. She wore a pink skirt, its hem swaying lightly with each step, like a blooming pink rose. Ring Kailawan, sitting in the front passenger seat, suddenly perked up. His eyes widened, pupils sparkling with excitement. His mouth hung slightly open as he stared blankly at the girl, murmuring, "She's so beautiful." After a few seconds, he snapped back to reality, his face flushed with excitement. He turned to the others, his voice strained, "Guys, I really like her." Zhao Zijuan watched Ring Kailawan's impatient expression, a faint smile curving his lips. He reached out and gave Ring Kailawan a hearty slap on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with encouragement. "If you like her, go for it." Lu Xiaorong narrowed his eyes to slits as he studied the name tag on the girl's hand. "She's from the art school. Once the performance ends, you better hustle over and ask for her contact info. Don't let anyone else beat you to it." "Got it." Ren Kailawan slapped his thigh hard, his face radiating unwavering determination. But the scene that unfolded next made all four passengers in the car instantly widen their eyes. Their expressions froze, as if someone had pressed pause. "Holy! That's way too white." Lu Xiaorong couldn't help but curse. Two men were covered head to toe in white paste, looking like snowmen who'd just crawled out of a flower pile. They were pushed onto a small cart, their upper bodies bare, lower halves haphazardly covered by bath towels, and white wigs perched on their heads, blindingly bright under the sunlight. One student mimicked an archer's stance, leaning back slightly with one arm extended forward. The other posed as if painting, left hand holding a canvas, right hand clutching a palette, eyes fixed intently. The Art Academy had truly gone all out for this performance, producing two real plaster figures. The creativity was utterly laughable. The passengers in the car were stunned at first, then quickly caught on, bursting into applause. Awesome! This art college is seriously awesome. This performance is incredible. Ron Kailawan clapped while laughing so hard he was doubled over. The subsequent contingents continued their orderly entrance, but the rest were rather ordinary, nothing quite as eye-catching. Soon after, the familiar, passionate voice echoed from the podium. Next, let's welcome with thunderous applause the thrilling car stunt performance by students from the School of Civil Engineering and Architecture. Performers Lin Muheng, Zhao Zijuan, Ren Kairan, and Lu Xiaorong. Chapter 144, Move aside, it's my turn to shine. Hearing the voice from the podium, Lin Muheng's eyes lit up instantly. He swiftly pressed the start button, and the roar of the engine instantly shattered the quiet of the field. At that moment, the steel frames erected in the center of the field stood ready. Lin Muheng pressed the accelerator. The vehicle surged forward like a beast, its low growl echoing as it charged toward the steel frames. Wheels churned, kicking up fine dust. The next second, to the stunned gazes of the crowd, the car began to tilt, driving sideways. The entire student body erupted in screams. Witnessing a scene they'd only ever seen online playing out right before their eyes, how could they not be thrilled? On the podium, Xie Wanning stared intently at the car. Witnessing this perilous maneuver, her pupils dilated instantly, her eyes filled with shock. Yet, through the glass, she saw Lin Muheng's steady, confident expression and the car's smooth, stable motion despite driving on one side. Pride swelled within her. This guy always manages to surprise you in the most unexpected ways. Soon, the car approached the podium like a majestic lion, gliding smoothly to a stop. Inside, Zhao Zijuan, Lu Xiaorong, and Ren Kailawan could no longer contain their excitement. Dressed in sleek racing suits, they deftly climbed out of the windows. Standing tall on the windowsill, they gripped the vibrant five-starred red flag tightly with both hands, their faces radiating excitement and pride. They quickly formed a line, waving the five-starred red flag together as it fluttered powerfully in the wind. The students on the playground erupted into a frenzy at the sight. Their eyes widened like copper bells, faces filled with awe. Some students whistled loudly in excitement, the sharp notes echoing across the field, a resounding tribute to this spectacular performance. Counselor Li Jinhu had been standing casually to the side, arms crossed, inwardly muttering, "These kids are probably just putting on a half-hearted show. Hope they don't embarrass themselves." Yet, when he witnessed the explosive scene unfolding before him, his mouth instantly dropped open and his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen something utterly incredible. His slightly stooped posture straightened instantly, his face beaming with pride. He slapped his thigh excitedly and declared triumphantly, "I must say, I have excellent judgment. These kids have really made me proud." The school leaders on stage had been sitting sullenly in their chairs, engaged in serious conversation. Witnessing this scene, they all fell silent, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and delight. Especially the university's president, Xie Wanning, a radiant smile instantly spread across his face. Leaning forward slightly, he inquired with keen interest to the teacher in charge of the sports meet, "Teacher Zhang, our school's budget for this year's sports meet must be quite generous. With such an impressive event, I'm sure applications to our Magic City University will be overflowing this year." The female teacher hesitated upon hearing this, gently pursed her lips, and replied, "Principal, the students prepared all of this themselves. We merely provided the venue." Xie Xiaoyuan's expression grew even more astonished. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, then slowly declared, "These students treat the school like their own home. They've worked so hard we can't shortchange them. This is what we'll do, award each of them an extra 20 credits as a reward." The female teacher smiled and nodded. "All right, I understand." Below the stage, Guan Tianfu, standing within the formation, had been watching all this with a look of disdain, secretly mocking to himself, what tricks could these guys possibly pull off? However, when he saw the astonished expressions of his classmates around him, he quickly moved to the very front of the formation. The sight before him made Guan Tianfu's mouth drop wide open, his lips trembling slightly. He stammered, they actually. Shock rendered him speechless, a suffocating tightness gripping his chest. After standing under the sun for so long, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision, and he collapsed straight to the ground. His roommates, seeing this, panicked and rushed over. They frantically called out, "Brother Guan! Brother Guan! Wake up," while taking turns slapping his cheeks hard. Their desperate expressions seemed to suggest they'd lost everything. After slapping him repeatedly until their hands ached, Guan Tianfu still showed no response. They dared not delay any longer. They quickly lifted him up and rushed toward the infirmary. At the podium, Zhao Zijuan and the other two climbed back into the car. At that moment, Lin Muheng's lips curved into a faint, confident smile. He turned to his roommates and urged, "Hold on tight, the real thrill is just beginning." His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The next second, Lin Muheng yanked the steering wheel, sending the car into an instant sideways drift. The tires screeched against the pavement, emitting a piercing sound while kicking up a cloud of smoke. The car-loving boys watching this scene instantly went wild, their frenzied expressions even more exaggerated than girls seeing their idols. Lin Muheng spun the car several times across the field, the vehicle gliding through the smoke like a nimble dragon. Finally, the car came to a smooth halt in front of the podium. Inside, his roommates were already dizzy from the spinning, feeling as if the world was spinning around them, trapped in a massive whirlpool. Their faces were pale, hands clutching the interior handles tightly, fearing they might be flung out at any moment. Lin Muheng glanced at them with a helpless smile before opening the door and stepping out. He waved to the crowd. Seeing this, Xie Wanning pursed her lips in a smile. Clearing her throat, she announced in a clear, resonant voice, "Let us thank these students for their spectacular performance. With passion and fervor, they have delivered an unparalleled visual feast." Next up is the performance from the animation department. Lin Muheng then returned to the car and slowly drove it out of the playground. The moment the car reached the perimeter, Zhao Zijuan and his two friends could no longer contain themselves. They leaped out of the vehicle, stumbling toward the tree pit. There, they bent over, retching uncontrollably, looking utterly miserable. Ran Kailuan fared slightly better. Staggering over to Lin Muheng, he complained bitterly, "Ahen, you're so mean. Yesterday you guarded us like we were thieves, refusing to let us show off. That was just too sneaky." Lin Muheng's lips curved into a mischievous smile as he drawled, "If I'd shown it yesterday, today's performance would probably just be me up there on stage." Finishing his sentence, he batted his eyelashes innocently. "See how considerate I am? I even added 10 extra credits for you guys. Some people would kill for that," he teased with obvious satisfaction. The words had barely left his mouth when Lu Xiaorong, about to retort, couldn't help but retch. His miserable expression made it look like he was pregnant. Chapter 145, Lin Muheng, can you pick me up? On the sports field, after the performance ended, a series of thunderous boom, boom explosions suddenly split the sky, reverberating through the heavens. In an instant, multicolored fireworks shot skyward like arrows released from a bow. Brilliant light cascaded down, bathing the entire field in a dreamlike glow. This breathtaking visual spectacle drew the opening ceremony to a perfect close, under the eager gazes and rapt attention of the entire audience. Immediately afterward, the once orderly stadium erupted like a pot of boiling water, completely coming to a boil. The various events officially commenced, unveiling a spectacular series of competitions. On the podium, Xie Wanning carefully held the hem of her skirt, taking each step with caution, afraid she might trip and fall. Just then, a clear, sharp voice rang out from behind her, "Wanwan." The voice cut through the clamor like a sharp knife, causing Xie Wanning to freeze in her tracks. She slowly turned her head and saw teacher Zhang Rongrong, in charge of the sports meet, standing not far away with a warm smile on her face. A faint smile touched Xie Wanling's lips as she asked softly, "Teacher Zhang, is there something you need?" Zhang Rongrong shook her head with a smile and said softly, "I heard from other students that you submitted the list for the racing demonstration. Do you have the contact information for those students?" As she spoke, her expression turned serious, her brow furrowing slightly as if awaiting a crucial answer. Seeing teacher Zhang Rongrong's stern expression, Xie Wanning's heart skipped a beat. An ominous feeling washed over her. She lowered her head slightly, her eyes darting nervously. A thought flashed through her mind, could the school be dissatisfied with Lin Muheng and the others' performance? The thought made her fingers unconsciously grip the hem of her skirt, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. As her mind raced with speculation, her gaze drifted unconsciously to the rubber track in front of the podium. There, starkly visible, were rows of black marks that were particularly jarring to the eye. Xie Wanning's heart jolted. Without pausing to think, she hurriedly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with anxiety and concern as she pleaded with Zhang Rongrong. "Teacher Zhang, Lin Muheng and the others didn't mean to do it. Could you please not make them pay for the damage?" Her voice trembled slightly, her eyes pleading. Teacher Zhang Rongrong froze at the request, then asked with genuine confusion, "Huh? Compensation? Compensation for what?" She stared blankly at Xie Wanning, utterly baffled by the request. Seeing teacher Zhang Rongrong's reaction, Xie Wanning realized her assumption had been completely wrong. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She gave an awkward laugh and quickly changed the subject. "Teacher Zhang, was there something you needed from those students?" Ms. Zhang cleared her throat lightly and replied with a smile. The principal was very pleased with their performance and specially approved an extra 20 credits for them. Her tone was brimming with praise. "That many?" Xie Wanling gasped at the news. Her eyes widened in disbelief. After all, as student council members, they had worked tirelessly organizing this sports meet, running around non-stop, and had only earned 15 credits. The principal was being incredibly generous. Suppressing her astonishment, she forced a smile and nodded. "Oh, great. I'll go inform them right away." Zhang Rongrong nodded with satisfaction before turning to leave. Xie Wanning had just stepped down from the podium. Before she could take a few steps, a sharp snap echoed beneath her feet. Startled, she instinctively looked down to find the heel of one of her high heels had snapped off. Her balance was thrown, and she teetered precariously. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to grab the nearby railing, preventing a humiliating fall. Staring at the broken heel in her hand, her brows knitted tightly together, her face filled with helplessness and frustration. Xie Wanling pondered for a moment before fumbling with her phone, searching through her contacts for that familiar number. After a moment's hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to dial the number, her voice trembling slightly with anticipation. Could you come pick me up? Within 10 minutes, Lin Muheng appeared in the lounge beneath the podium, drenched in sweat. His hair was damp with sweat, plastered to his forehead, and his face was etched with urgency. The moment he entered, Lin Muheng called out loudly, "Xie Wanning?" Hearing the familiar voice, Xie Wanning waved her hand eagerly, her voice brimming with joy. "I'm here." Lin Muheng hurried toward the sound, finding Xie Wanning sitting pitifully on a bench. Her lips were pouted, her eyes brimming with hurt. "My shoe broke. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you." Seeing her like this, Lin Muheng felt a pang of pity. He shook his head with a smile and said softly, "No trouble at all." He crouched down, examining the worn-out shoes on the ground. Frowning, he added, "These shoes are beyond repair. So I guess I'll just have to carry you out. MHM. Xie Wanning nodded shyly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks as a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Lin Muheng carefully picked up her high heels, then slowly stood up. Leaning forward slightly, he slipped his arms gently around her knees and back, lifting her securely into his embrace. Xie Wanning nestled against his chest, feeling the solid warmth of his body and the steady beat of his heart, a wave of warmth flooding her heart. Lin Muheng carried Xie Wanning with the utmost care, slowly making his way away from the podium. 15 minutes later, he carried her all the way to the entrance of the girls' dormitory before gently setting her down. Seeing Xie Wanning's bare feet, Lin Muheng's brows instantly knitted together, his eyes filled with concern. He bent down slightly, his voice gentle. "Stay right here and wait for me." Without waiting for her response, he turned and hurried away, his footsteps urgent. Xie Wanning watched his receding figure, her mind swirling with confusion. She couldn't help but call out, "What are you going to do?" Yet, the only response was the sound of Lin Muheng's footsteps growing fainter and fainter. Though her mind was filled with curiosity and confusion, she obediently remained seated and waited. Before long, Lin Muheng returned in a hurry, clutching a plastic bag. He slowly knelt before Xie Wanning, gently lifting her foot. In that moment, Xie Wanning felt a wave of warmth spreading from her feet, the heat radiating from Lin Muheng's palm. Her heart began to race uncontrollably, thumping loudly, and a faint blush quietly spread across her cheeks. Lin Muheng took a pair of brand new slippers from the plastic bag and gently helped her slip them on. After she was settled, he lifted his gaze to meet hers, a reassuring smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "There. Now you won't have to worry about your feet getting cold." Watching this man bustling about for her, Xie Wanning felt a warm current flowing freely within her heart. Chapter 146, Daddy, you're truly my good daddy. Xie Wanning's fair face flushed crimson, her eyes brimming with bashfulness. She gently bit her lower lip and murmured in a soft, sweet voice, "Then I'll go upstairs to change first." Lin Muheng gave a slight nod, his gaze following her until her graceful figure gradually faded from view before he slowly withdrew his eyes. His roommates, hiding nearby, spotted Lin Muheng's tender expression and couldn't resist approaching to tease him with a touch of envy. "Muheng, your wife isn't going that far. Is it really necessary to be so reluctant to part?" Caught out, Lin Muheng shot them a disapproving look. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, his eyes lit up. He turned to them with a serious expression. "Got some good news. Want to hear it?" The roommates perked up instantly at the mention of good news. They crowded closer, their eyes sparkling with curiosity, and asked in unison, "What's the good news?" Lin Muheng's lips curved upward as he smiled. "Your sister-in-law just told me the dean plans to give us 20 extra credits." "What? 20? Did I hear that right?" Zhao Zijuan's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he'd heard some fantastical tale. To confirm he wasn't dreaming, he even gave Lu Xiaorong a hard slap on the cheek. The sudden slap stung, and Lu Xiaorong clutched his face, grumbling, "You bastard. Why hit me? Why not hit yourself?" Zhao Zijuan retorted with righteous indignation, "Of course. Hitting myself would hurt way more." His mouth stretched into a wide grin. Tilting his head, he stared at Lin Muheng with excitement and repeated his question, "Ahan, is this for real? Don't mess with us." Lin Muheng spread his hands wide, his face radiating sincerity as he solemnly declared, "It couldn't be more real. The teacher told your sister-in-law personally. How could it be fake?" Ren Kailawan, who had been standing nearby with a hint of skepticism, instantly widened his eyes at Lin Muheng's words. His heart surged with excitement as he muttered to himself, "If this is true, I'm going to hit the jackpot." Without hesitation, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around Lin Muheng's thighs. His face stretched into a fawning grin. "Brother Hung. From now on, you're my big brother and I'm your loyal little brother. Big brother, please accept my humble bow." He even bent his waist slightly. Caught off guard by this sudden display, Lin Muheng was momentarily flustered. He hastily waved his hands, a playful expression on his face as he humbly protested, No, don't call me that. I'm your dad, so this is way off base." No sooner had he finished speaking than the warm greetings of his brothers echoed around him. Just as the three were about to leave, Lin Muheng's phone buzzed a message from Wen Shanghai. He halted, his eyes lighting up. He quickly called out to Zhao Zijuan ahead, "Zijuan, wait up. I need to talk to you about something." Zhao Zijuan halted, still wearing that cheerful grin, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he blinked and asked, "What's up?" Lin Muheng's lips curved upward in a mysterious smile. "Something good, of course," he murmured, then slapped Zhao Zijuan's shoulder with a grin. "I'm setting you up with a girl." At that, Zhao Zijuan's eyes instantly lit up like stars twinkling in the night sky. He excitedly wrapped his arms around Lin Muheng's shoulders and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Dad! You're the best dad ever." His face was plastered with a smile so wide it nearly stretched to his ears. He leaned in eagerly, his voice thick with anticipation as he pressed, "Come on, tell me. Is she pretty? What year is she in?" His eagerness made him seem like he hadn't seen a girl in years. Lin Muheng crossed his arms over his chest, a faint, deliberately enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He drawled, "Don't rush, don't rush. She'll be here soon. You'll meet her in a moment." But inwardly, he couldn't help but wonder, what would their first meeting be like? Would it be love at first sight, or a collision of opposites? Before long, when Xiagang appeared in the distance, walking leisurely alongside Wanwan. From afar, she spotted the two figures. In that instant, her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, a surge of indescribable excitement welling up within her. After all, she had heard from Wanwan that the man was her husband. Though she harbored some doubts about this, she couldn't help but feel a growing anticipation about what he might look like. As they drew nearer, Wanwan spotted Lin Muheng. Her eyes instantly sparkled, her little face flushing with excitement. She abruptly let go of Wen Shanghai's hand and dashed toward Lin Muheng with all her might. As she ran, her childish voice called out, "Daddy, Daddy, Wanwan missed you so much." The sound was soft and sweet, like cotton candy, melting straight into one's heart. Hearing the voice, Lin Muheng slowly turned around. His gaze fell on Wanwan's face, smudged like a little flower-faced cat, his eyes brimming with affection. He crouched down slightly, extending a finger to gently tickle Wanwan's little nose. "Really? Daddy thought you'd forgotten all about me once you got your snacks." Wanwan's cheeks flushed slightly at the remark. She stuck out her tongue awkwardly, her eyes crinkling into slits as she giggled. "No way, Wanwan just missed Daddy the most." Beside them, Zhao Zijuan could no longer contain his curiosity. He quickly turned his head to look behind him, eager to see what the girl his brother had introduced looked like. However, the moment he recognized her face, his brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a look of pure anger and astonishment. "It's you?" Similarly, when Shanghai's eyes widened in utter shock. The memory of Zhao Zijuan's utterly sleazy demeanor during their previous encounter made her blood boil. A surge of rage shot straight from her heart to her temples. She instinctively clenched her fists, muttering curses under her breath. "You pervert! You followed me all the way here? Today, I'll make sure you don't get back alive." Zhao Zijuan stared at Wen Xiagang's furious, wide-eyed glare. Instantly, the memory of her brutal beating flashed through his mind, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Fear gripped his heart. He scrambled backward a few steps, his voice stuttering, "You don't do anything rash. This is a society governed by law." His voice trembled noticeably. When Shanghai's lips curled into a cold sneer. Her expression shifted abruptly as she planted her feet firmly on the ground. Like a raging lioness, she lunged viciously toward Zhao Zijuan. "Stop right there. If you've got the guts, don't run." Zhao Zijuan, however, responded with a smug grin. "You tell me to stand still? I'll stand still. Who do you think you are?" When Shanghai watched his arrogant, defiant posture, her rage burning fiercer by the second, consuming her reason. Gritting her teeth, she vowed silently, "I won't rest until I catch you today." Meanwhile, Lin Muheng gazed tenderly at Wanwan, basking in this heartwarming father-daughter moment. When he finally snapped back to reality and tried to introduce the two, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Meanwhile, when Xiagang and Zhao Zijuan had already tangled in a fierce scuffle, kicking up clouds of dust. Seeing this, Lin Muheng rushed forward in 3 strides, shouting, "Hit him harder. He's tough as nails, you won't hurt him." Chapter 147, "So I'm the clown, right?" When Xiagang paused mid-punch, his eyes filled with confusion as he turned to look at Lin Muheng. His expression seemed to say, "Bro, you've got to be kidding me." But the next second, she froze. Lin Muheng, quick as lightning, seized Zhao Zijuan's arm while Wen Shanghai was distracted and yanked him behind her. The motion was fluid and seamless, as if rehearsed countless times. When Xiagang watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in disbelief. Inside, he murmured, "So I'm the clown, huh?" Zhao Zijuan had narrowly escaped danger, yet he remained in a daze. After several seconds of stupor, he snapped back to reality. Overwhelmed with emotion, he wrapped his arms tightly around Lin Muheng's neck, his voice trembling slightly. "Muheng, I thought you were really going to stand by and do nothing. Turns out you were just waiting for the right moment to save me. Thank goodness you still have a shred of conscience and didn't abandon me." As he spoke, he playfully patted Lin Muheng's back. Lin Muheng smirked and whispered in Zhao Zijuan's ear, "Don't try to reason with women. We need to outsmart them." Oh, Zhao Zijuan drew out the syllable, nodding with a grin. "Brother, I'm taking your advice to heart." Then Lin Muheng turned to Wen Xiagang and pleaded, "Peter Pan, this whole thing, it's all a misunderstanding." "What misunderstanding? I saw it with my own eyes. How could that be fake?" Wen Xiaogang's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown, his face brimming with impatience. She raised her voice, her words dripping with resentment. I'm your childhood friend. How can you take his side? Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly pulled Wen Xiaogang to sit beside him, while Wanwan obediently sat across from her father. Zhao Zijuan, observing the scene, slowly made his way over and sat down across from Wen Shanghai. Their eyes met the moment they looked up, and both turned away haughtily, their faces brimming with indignation. Seeing they had calmed down slightly, Lin Muheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Turning to Zhao Zijuan, he introduced, this is Wen Shanghai, my childhood friend. She's a top student at Magic City Art Academy. Oh. Zhao Zijuan responded softly, his eyes still carrying a hint of disdain. Then, out of the blue, he remarked, aren't students from Magic City Art Academy supposed to be quite gentle? How did such a hot-tempered student come out of there? Is there something wrong with the school's reputation? His tone was dripping with sarcasm. When Haixiang's brows instantly furrowed, a flash of anger darting through her eyes. She quickly realized this wasn't the time for verbal sparring. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she scanned him up and down before replying coldly, you're Zhao Zijuan? Her voice carried a hint of accusation. I go by my given name. I am Zhao Zijuan. Zhao Zijuan leaned back slightly, his reply cool and aloof, his eyes holding a hint of challenge. Seeing his slacker demeanor, Wen Xiaogang felt a surge of irritation. She pursed her lips, shook her head helplessly, and inwardly cursed, did I go blind in my future? How could I have fallen for such a weirdo? Talk about bad luck. Zhao Zijuan studied the complex expression on Wen Shanghai's face, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why are you staring at me? Your eyes look weird. What? You don't like being stared at? You big pervert. Wen Shanghai stuck out his tongue, made a face, and said triumphantly, looking as if he had the upper hand. The moment Zhao Zijuan heard those words, his temper flared. He shot to his feet, bellowing, who are you calling a freak? I'm not the freak here. You're the one who walked into the men's room, and now you're turning it around on me. Ha? You say I went into the men's room? Clearly, you're the one who went into the women's room. Wen Shanghai replied calmly, his eyes brimming with contempt. Zhao Zijuan sneered coldly, does your women's restroom have urinals? Wen Shanghai's face flushed instantly as the memory of the incident flashed uncontrollably through his mind. Hearing that, it did seem like that restroom was a bit unusual, it really did have urinals. The thought made her face burn with embarrassment, as if a fire were blazing across her cheeks. Wen Shanghai lost her earlier defiance. Her hands unconsciously twisted together as she looked at Zhao Zijuan, her face flushed with embarrassment. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she stammered, I'm sorry. It was my first time at your school. I was in a hurry and went into the wrong one. I really didn't mean to. Her tone was filled with apology. Do you think an apology will make up for the beating I'm about to give you? Zhao Zijuan seemed to have her by the short hairs. He crossed his arms, leaned forward slightly, and said smugly, a hint of triumph in his eyes. How do you want to handle this? When Xiaogang lifted his head, his eyes flashing with stubbornness yet tinged with resignation as he asked. Zhao Zijuan feigned helplessness, exposing his reddened, swollen wound. Look what you did to me, he whined, you hit way too hard. This can't just be brushed off. You owe me an explanation, or I won't be able to let it go. He looked every bit the wrong child. Watching the two bargain with each other, surrounded by faint pink bubbles, Lin Muheng felt like a third wheel. She quickly pulled Wanwan away and tiptoed off. Just then, Xie Wanning emerged from the girls' dormitory building, dressed in a lightweight tracksuit. She wore her hair in a high ponytail, with a few stray strands dancing in the breeze. As soon as she stepped out of the dormitory building, she instinctively looked up into the distance and immediately spotted Wen Xiaogang standing not far away. Instantly, her brows knitted together in a frown, and she muttered under her breath, why is she here too? However, when her gaze casually swept past Lin Muheng and Wanwan beside the dormitory building, the gloom vanished instantly from her face. Her smile blossomed as brightly as flowers in spring. She quickened her pace, running toward them with joy. Hearing her footsteps, Lin Muheng turned around, a gentle smile on his face. He asked softly, do you have a competition later? Yeah, a standing long jump competition. Then let's go. Wanwan and I will cheer you on. With that, Lin Muheng took Wanwan's small hand and began walking forward. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning instinctively glanced toward Wen Xiaogang in the distance and deliberately raised her voice, isn't she coming with us? Truthfully, her words carried a hint of testing. Lin Muheng followed her gaze, a meaningful smile curving his lips as he replied slowly, no, she doesn't need us to accompany her now. She already has someone with her. Xie Wanning's heart instantly blossomed with joy. She couldn't help but whisper to herself, perfect. Now no one will compete with me for Lin Muheng. He. Upon entering the playground, the lively atmosphere hit them like a wave. Colorful flags fluttered everywhere, crowds bustled about, and cheers and shouts of encouragement rose and fell in waves. Chapter 148, Why are you staring at me? I can't eat it. Xie Wanning lifted her gaze to Lin Muheng and said softly, I'll be going now. All right. Lin Muheng gave a slight nod, his gaze following her retreating figure. Once she was out of sight, Lin Muheng took Wanwan's hand and navigated through the bustling crowd to the tiered seating beneath the podium. He gently brushed the dust off the seat before carefully lifting Wanwan and settling her securely onto his lap. Once seated, Wanwan's wide, round eyes scanned the vast playground with curiosity, her chubby little face filled with confusion. She reached out her tiny hand, tugging gently at Lin Muheng's sleeve, and asked in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, where's Mommy now? Why can't Wanwan see her?" Lin Muheng smiled, ruffling her hair before standing up and scanning the playground. After searching for a while, he finally spotted Xie Wanning's figure in the northwest corner of the playground. He lifted her chubby little hand and pointed toward the northwest corner, saying, "Sweetie, Mommy's over there. See her?" Upon hearing this, Wanwan turned her little head in the direction of Lin Muheng's finger. Spotting the familiar figure, she immediately became excited, waving her arms and jumping up and down. Yes, Wanwan sees her. At that moment, Xie Wanning stood before the starting line, feet slightly apart, knees slightly bent, arms swinging gently at her sides as she assumed her pre-jump stance. Watching her mother, Wanwan's little head filled with confusion. In her sweet, childish voice, she asked, "Is Mommy about to start the competition?" "Meishem," Lin Muheng replied softly, her gaze fixed intently on Xie Wanning, eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately clenched her tiny fists and declared in her sweet little voice, "Then I'm going to cheer for Mommy." With that, the little one waved her tiny arms and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Go! Go! Go!" Her sweet, childish voice rang out crisp and adorable amidst the bustling playground. Watching Wanwan's earnest little face, her voice soft and childlike yet utterly sincere, Lin Muheng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. A smile crept onto his lips, and he joined in the chant, "Xie Wanning, go for it. You're the best." On the other side of the field, Xie Wanning heard that familiar cheer, and a wave of warmth washed over her heart. She took a deep breath, focused her energy, and thrust her feet powerfully against the ground. Her body shot forward like an arrow released from its string, landing steadily in the sandpit. Moments later, the stadium announcer's voice echoed, "Results for the women's standing long jump. First place, Xie Wanning from the School of Accounting. Second place." Upon hearing the results, Lin Muheng couldn't help but feel happy for Xie Wanning. At noon, Xie Wanning stared at the lavish spread of dishes covering the table, her eyes widening slightly with surprise and confusion. "You made such a feast today? Will we even be able to finish it all?" Lin Muheng stood beside her, a gentle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He gently placed chopsticks and a porcelain bowl before Xie Wanning. "I thought you had another competition this afternoon. You need to eat well and be properly nourished to have enough energy for the event." Hearing this, Xie Wanning's heart gave a sudden jolt, as if a small deer were galloping wildly within her chest. A blush spread across her cheeks without her realizing it. Lowering her eyes, her long lashes fluttered slightly as she asked with a hint of concern, "So many dishes, did it take you a long time to prepare? Are you tired?" "Not at all." Lin Muheng smiled at her worried expression. "I'm not a vegetable. Stop looking at me and dig in while it's hot." With that, he picked up a golden brown, fragrant chicken drumstick and placed it carefully into Xie Wanning's bowl. Sitting nearby, Wanwan watched this unfold. Her little mouth puckered, her cheeks puffing out roundly in displeasure. Catching the scene out of the corner of his eye, Lin Muheng inwardly groaned. He quickly picked up another large drumstick and placed it in Wanwan's small bowl, teasingly adding, "Wanwan gets one too, you know." Wanwan's pouting lips instantly stretched into a wide grin, revealing two adorable little fangs. Her eyes crinkled into slits as she cooed in her baby voice, "Thank you, Daddy." Lin Muheng gave his chest a light pat and exhaled deeply, inwardly relieved at his quick reflexes. Otherwise, this little tyrant would have thrown another tantrum. At the afternoon sports meet, the sun blazed hot and dazzling. Xie Wanning participated in the jump rope and sit-up events, placing first in one and fifth in the other. It was to be expected. After all, she practiced jump rope every night, while the competition in sit-ups was fierce among the girls. She simply couldn't match them. Still, she was quite satisfied with her results. The first day of the sports meet had been quite exhausting. By the time evening finally arrived, after finishing dinner, Xie Wanning felt utterly drained, as if all her strength had been sucked out. She just wanted to collapse onto the sofa and never get up again. Meanwhile, Wanwan sat on the nearby rug, completely absorbed in building with her blocks. She skillfully picked up each piece, carefully constructing her own little world. Watching her focused expression, Xie Wanning couldn't help but curve her lips upward. Her heart filled with tenderness, she couldn't bear to disturb the little one and simply watched quietly as she played. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng was busy with something in the kitchen, taking a long time to emerge. Much later, Lin Muheng emerged from the kitchen, carefully carrying a basin of water in both hands. He placed it steadily before Xie Wanning. Xie Wanning stared at it. The water inside was pitch black, like a pool of thick ink, and it carried a faint herbal scent. She couldn't help but frown, asking in confusion, "What is this water for?" Lin Muheng's lips curved into a gentle smile as he softly replied, "It's for your foot soak. You've been so active today. Soaking your feet will ease your fatigue and help you sleep better tonight." As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes brimming with anticipation, gesturing for Xie Wanning to place her feet inside. Xie Wanning hesitated for a moment before slowly lowering her feet into the basin. The moment her feet touched the surface, a wave of heat washed over her. The scalding temperature made her gasp sharply, and she quickly withdrew her feet. Lin Muheng's face flashed with panic. Is it too hot? I tested it. He stood up and said, I'll go add some cold water right now. With that, he turned and strode quickly toward the kitchen. Moments later, he returned carrying a bowl of cool water. He carefully poured the cool water into the basin, even testing the temperature with his hand. Only after confirming it was just right did he say, it shouldn't be hot now. Try again. Xie Wanning dipped her feet back into the water. This time, the temperature was just right. Though still slightly warm, the soothing heat spread slowly from her soles throughout her entire body, bringing her immense comfort. She nodded gently. Yes, it's fine now. Lin Muheng smiled with satisfaction, sitting beside her and murmuring softly, You're so tired today. Soaking your feet will make you feel much better, and you'll sleep well tonight. Xie Wanning cast him a bashful glance, a warm wave surging through her heart. Gazing at this tender, considerate man before her, ripples of emotion stirred within her heart. Words long buried deep within her soul, like spring bamboo shoots poised to break through the earth, began to stir restlessly. Chapter 149, You're overthinking it. This is a proper massage. Xie Wanning sat stiffly on the sofa, her hands unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt as her mind felt tangled and chaotic. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze drifting toward Lin Muheng beside her, her eyes flickering with conflict. She silently debated, should I ask him now how he feels about me? If only I could know his true intentions. But the moment the thought surfaced, her brows furrowed tightly, her face clouded with worry. She bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes betraying a flicker of panic and unease. She murmured to herself, but what if, after asking, I discover he doesn't feel that way about me? Wouldn't that shatter this harmonious, warm atmosphere? What if this precious moment, so hard won, just vanishes like that? A torrent of questions surged through her mind like a rising tide, leaving Xie Wanning deeply conflicted. She stole a glance at Lin Muheng, bit her lip, and let a flicker of resolve flash in her eyes. She silently resolved, maybe I should wait a little longer, for a more suitable moment. A moment later, Lin Muheng turned to look at her, his eyes filled with concern. He asked softly, Is the water still hot? Would you like me to pour you some more? Xie Wanning nodded shyly, her cheeks flushing slightly as she murmured, Yes, please. As the hot water was added, a wave of warmth spread from her soles, as if a warm current surged up from her feet to her heart, filling her with a gentle warmth. Then, Xie Wanning saw Lin Muheng bring over a small stool and sit down steadily in front of her. She furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with confusion. What are you doing? Lin Muheng lifted his head, a gentle smile playing on his lips. His eyes brimmed with affection as he said, I'll give you a massage after you finish soaking your feet. Massage? Foot therapy? Xie Wanning gaped in disbelief, her eyes wide as saucers, her brows knotted in shock and confusion. As far as she knew, massages were always questionable. Her eyes lowered, revealing a hint of conflict and unease. Her hands unconsciously tugged at her shirt hem as she glanced at Lin Muheng, wrestling with her thoughts. Finally, she gathered her courage and asked in a small, trembling voice, Does it hurt the first time? Lin Muheng smiled gently, his eyes full of reassurance. He reached out and patted Xie Wanning's shoulder lightly, murmuring softly, It's okay. I'll be gentle. Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt her heart race wildly, its thumping echoing in her ears. A flicker of anticipation mingled with fear. After all, they said the first time hurt terribly. What if? She dared not think further, merely clutching the hem of her shirt tightly, her eyes betraying a hint of tension and unease. After soaking for another 5 minutes, Lin Muheng reached out and gently touched the water in the foot basin. Finding it had grown slightly cool, he carefully lifted Xie Wanning's feet out of the basin. He used the towel he'd prepared earlier to meticulously dry Xie Wan's feet. Feeling Lin Muheng's broad, warm palms rubbing her feet, Xie Wanning couldn't help but giggle. She laughed until she was doubled over, her eyes narrowing to slits, the blush on her cheeks growing even more pronounced. Fearing he might misunderstand, she hurriedly explained, her eyes filled with panic, My feet are ticklish. I just can't help laughing when touched. I wasn't laughing at you, I swear I wasn't. She looked like a child who'd done something wrong, desperately trying to prove her innocence. I know, Lin Muheng nodded, a faint smile curving his lips. He then rose and headed toward the kitchen. Watching his retreating figure, Xie Wanning couldn't help but mutter to herself, Guess it's time for the massage soon. Her eyes held a hint of anticipation and shyness, her cheeks flushing slightly. Just then, she caught sight of Wanwan beside her. Xie Wanning's heart tightened with worry. How awful for a child to witness such an awkward scene. She immediately called Wanwan over, gently placing her hands on the child's shoulders. Sweetie, she said softly, Daddy and Mommy need to talk for a bit. Would you take your building blocks to your room and play there, okay? Huh? Why? Can't Wanwan listen? The little one blinked innocently, her eyes brimming with confusion and puzzlement. No, sweetie. This is a secret between Daddy and Mommy, Xie Wanning said mysteriously, ruffling Wanwan's hair. Upon hearing this, Wanwan's bright eyes instantly dimmed. Her little head nodded dejectedly like a chick pecking at grain. Then, clutching the building blocks tightly, she took tiny steps, glancing back every few paces as she prepared to leave. Just then, Lin Muheng approached. Spotting his little girl's sullen expression, concern immediately filled his face. He quickly crouched down and asked softly, "Wanwan, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Seeing this, Xie Wanning's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively wanted to stop him. Her lips parted slightly, but she hesitated, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. After all, discussing this matter in front of the child felt rather embarrassing. But little Wanwan was as straightforward as a bamboo tube spilling beans. She chirped, "Mommy said she and Daddy need to talk about something." "Wanwan can't listen, it's a secret." "Ha? You have something to tell me?" Lin Muheng turned his head in confusion, his gaze fixed on Xie Wanning, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Hearing Lin Muheng's question, Xie Wanning's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing Lin Muheng's bewildered expression, her face flushed crimson in an instant. She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes darting away as she spoke in the most delicate tone possible. "Aren't you going to give me a massage later? It wouldn't be good for Wanwan to see." Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with an almost imperceptible blush of shyness. Lin Muheng shrugged indifferently, a carefree smile curling his lips. "Nothing wrong with that. If Wanwan wants to watch, let her watch." He promptly turned around and greeted Wanwan warmly, "Sweetie, you can play right here. No need to go back to your room if you don't want to." "Okay." Wanwan's dull little eyes lit up instantly at his reply. At that moment, Xie Wanning felt a pang of panic. She quickly reached out, gently tugging at Lin Muheng's sleeve to pull him closer, her voice tinged with reproach. "Wanwan is so young, isn't it inappropriate for her to watch massage?" "Of course not." Lin Muheng noticed the complex emotions on Xie Wanning's face and inwardly scoffed. What is this girl imagining now? Then, unable to resist, he reached out and flicked Xie Wanning's forehead lightly, teasing, "Watching too many dramas? I'm talking about proper massage." Seeing her face flush crimson, Lin Muheng leaned close to her ear, his voice low and teasing. "What's the matter? Want me to lend both my strength and my person?" Chapter 150, that first time. It really hurt. I didn't. Xie Wanning's porcelain-smooth face instantly flushed a vivid crimson. She had genuinely believed it was an improper massage, agonizing over it for ages and waging a fierce internal battle. Admitting it now would be like openly declaring her desire for him. That was out of the question. Xie Wanning panicked, hastily lowering her gaze. Her long lashes fluttered like delicate butterfly wings, trembling incessantly. She dared not meet Lin Muheng's eyes even for a moment, her entire demeanor radiating guilt. Lin Muheng watched her evasive manner, the corners of his mouth curving upward involuntarily. He didn't press further, instead reaching out to gently grasp Xie Wanning's delicate foot and slowly placing it upon his own thigh. Xie Wanning felt a wave of warmth wash over her ankle, followed by a gentle tug that made her body sway slightly. She let out a soft hum, the sound tinged with playful reproach and confusion. Lifting her large, watery eyes, she asked warily, What are you doing?" "Giving you a foot massage, silly," Lin Muheng replied, gazing at her with indulgent tenderness. As he spoke, he picked up the bag beside him and poured a small amount of white powder into his palm. Xie Wanning stared intently. The powder was as fine as snow. Curiosity welled up inside her. She tilted her head, blinking her large eyes as she asked, "What is that you're pouring?" "Cornstarch," Lin Muheng replied, lightly dipping his fingers into the powder before gently placing them on Xie Wanning's feet. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Xie Wanning with a hint of apology in his eyes. "We don't have any essential oil at home, so I had to use this instead. This way, the massage won't hurt." "Oh." Xie Wanning nodded softly, her gaze fixed on Lin Muheng's focused, earnest profile. His sharp brows were slightly furrowed, his gaze utterly focused. His long fingers moved deftly across her foot, each motion perfectly measured. Xie Wanning felt as if a pebble had been tossed into her heart, sending ripples of sweetness spreading outward. Even her lips curved upward involuntarily, revealing a shy yet sweet smile. However, this sweet atmosphere didn't last long. What had just been Lin Muheng's small warm-up gave way to the formal start of the massage. His gaze sharpened as his fingers pressed precisely into the Yongquan acupoint beneath her foot. In an instant, a tingling sensation spread through her entire body like an electric current. She shuddered, feeling as if countless tiny ants were crawling over her skin. Her brows knitted tightly as she bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth, yet she couldn't suppress a low, soft moan. The sound was soft and melodious, tinged with an indescribable mix of shyness and pain. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Wanwan was rummaging through drawers and cabinets, searching for her sketchbook. Just then, the phone on the bed suddenly rang. The crisp ringtone sounded particularly jarring in the quiet room. Startled by the sudden noise, Wanwan quickly sat up and approached the bed with curiosity. Her eyes lit up instantly when she recognized the familiar WeChat profile picture on the screen, her face brimming with excitement. She eagerly pressed the answer button, and a middle-aged woman in her 40s appeared on the screen. Seeing her, Wanwan sweetly greeted, "Hi, Grandma." "Oh, hello, my dear granddaughter." Su Wanru couldn't help but curve her lips upward at the sight of Wanwan's adorable face, her eyes brimming with affection and adoration. Beside her, Lin Zhongtian, who had been reading a novel, heard Wanwan's soft, adorable voice and instantly felt his heart melt. He hurried over. He squeezed into the frame, his voice soft and high-pitched. "Sweetie, it's Grandpa." "Hi Grandpa." Wanwan smiled, two dimples appearing at the corners of her mouth. Her smile blossomed like flowers in spring, sweetening the hearts of the elderly couple. Witnessing this scene, the elderly couple felt their hearts melting at the sight of their adorable granddaughter. They stared intently at the screen, wanting to soak in every moment of their precious granddaughter, as if they could never get enough. After a moment, Wanwan noticed Grandpa and Grandma staring at her without speaking. She furrowed her little brow and asked in her sweet, childish voice, "Grandpa, Grandma, did you need to talk to Daddy about something?" Had the little one not reminded them, they would have completely forgotten about Lin Muheng. Xie Wanning smiled at her words. "Nothing important. Just wanted to see how you've been lately. Has Daddy been treating you and Mommy badly?" "No, Daddy's really nice to us." Wanwan tilted her little head, thought about it earnestly, then grinned and said, "Well, that's good." Xie Wanning nodded, her eyes brimming with relief. She then gently set down the kitchen knife she'd been holding, her movements graceful and effortless. She smiled and asked again, "What are your dad and mom doing?" "Daddy's giving Mommy a massage." Wanwan pondered for a moment, then answered in a soft, sweet voice, her little mouth puckering. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a piercing scream erupted from the room. "Ah! Ha! SSH!" The sound seemed poised to shatter the roof. Xie Wanning and Lin Zhongtian froze upon hearing it, then exchanged glances. The smiles on their lips could no longer be contained. Combined with the massage their granddaughter had just mentioned, the elderly couple instantly understood. Their smiles grew even broader. At that moment, Wanwan blinked her dark, shiny eyes and offered helpfully, "Should I go get Dad's phone? My arms are getting tired holding it up." No, don't go." Xie Wanning hurriedly stopped her granddaughter, her expression filled with nervousness and concern, afraid of interrupting her son and daughter-in-law's special moment. Worried about tiring her precious granddaughter, she continued, "Well, Grandpa and Grandma won't keep you any longer. We'll hang up now." "Okay, Grandpa, Grandma, bye." Wanwan waved her hand knowingly, then placed the phone on the bed and stepped out of the room. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the living room had grown slightly awkward. Lin Muheng was intently applying pressure to Xie Wanning's acupoints. Perhaps he had hit an extremely sensitive spot, for fine beads of sweat gradually formed on Xie Wanning's previously fair and smooth forehead. Her brows knitted tightly into a deep character, her pearly teeth lightly biting her pink lips. Her body twisted slightly uncontrollably, her face etched with unbearable pain. Seeing Xie Wanning in such agony, Lin Muheng's heart ached. He quickly stopped his actions and said softly, "Let's stop here for today. You need to rest." "All right." Xie Wanning exhaled deeply, as if granted a reprieve. Her tense body instantly relaxed, and she slumped limply onto the sofa. Inside, she couldn't help but silently lament, this first time, it really hurt. Chapter 151, Better to Let Off Some Steam. At that moment, in the bedroom, Lin Muheng caught sight of his phone screen glowing. Startled, he turned to look at Wanwan, who had been in the room moments before, and asked, "Sweetie, did you touch Daddy's phone?" Wanwan nodded obediently, her little head bobbing like a garlic press, replying in her sweet, childish voice, "Grandma called Daddy, and I answered it." "Then why didn't you give the phone to Daddy?" Lin Muheng didn't sound the least bit reproachful, but his heart sank with unease, fearing his parents might have called about something urgent. Wanwan blinked her big, watery eyes at her father and said obediently, "Grandpa and Grandma said I don't have to call you Dad, so I didn't." "All right." Lin Muheng nodded slightly, musing to himself that perhaps his mother hadn't been calling for him. Still, he couldn't shake the worry about home, fearing something urgent might have happened. He picked up his phone and dialed Xie Wanning back. At that very moment, Xie Wanning saw the word "son" flash on her phone screen. Her previously relaxed expression instantly knotted into a frown. Hong, this child, how could he call back so quickly? A young man his age shouldn't finish his business this fast. She took a deep breath, her frown still etched on her face. Her voice carried a hint of caution as she asked softly, "Son, did you finish so quickly?" Lin Muheng nodded in response, detecting no unusual tone. Concerned, he asked, "Mom, did something happen at home? Is that why you called?" Xie Wanning shook her head repeatedly. "Everything's fine at home. Nothing happened. We just missed Wanwan and thought we'd give you a call." "Really nothing?" Lin Muheng pressed, still uneasy. Nothing. How many times do you want to ask, you little brat?" Xie Wanning's temper flared instantly, her expression practically screaming to rush over and give Lin Muheng a good thrashing. Hearing that familiar tone, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and the weight on his heart finally lifted. Sometimes, a gentle tone just doesn't work as well as a good old-fashioned outburst. Humans really are strange creatures. After a few more minutes of casual chatter, Xie Wanning saw her son about to hang up. The worry and concern welling up inside her could no longer be contained. Clutching the phone tightly, she tentatively reminded him, "Son, your health is your most valuable asset. At your age, there's no shame in taking goji berries. Eat more to nourish your body. Don't let a little pride make Ning Ning unhappy with you." After speaking, she exhaled deeply as if she'd accomplished a major task, though a trace of unease lingered in her eyes. Fearing she might embarrass her son, she waved her hands repeatedly. Alright, that's all I wanted to say. I'll hang up now. On the other end, Lin Muheng clutched the phone, utterly bewildered. His mind was a tangled mess. Before he could ask for clarification, all he heard was the persistent dial tone. Frowning, he muttered under his breath, what the hell was that all about? As for goji berries? Did he really need to eat that stuff? He didn't need it at all, okay? The day after the sports meet, perhaps thanks to yesterday's foot massage working wonders, Xie Wanning woke up feeling refreshed and invigorated. All her fatigue seemed to have been sucked away by a night's sleep. She stretched lazily, a contented smile curling her lips. Today's schedule was packed with events. One race finished, she'd dash straight to the next venue. But her efforts paid off handsomely. Her results were quite impressive, 2 first places, 1 second, and 2 thirds. Lin Muheng had no events today, so he focused entirely on handling the logistics. That evening, in the kitchen, he deftly stir-fried various ingredients. Before long, a table laden with visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious dishes was set. Watching Xie Wanning come rushing back, plop down on a chair, grab her chopsticks, and start wolfing down her food as if she hadn't eaten in days, Lin Muheng felt a pang of heartache. He furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes filled with concern. Looking up at Xie Wanning, he asked softly, what were you thinking when you signed up for so many events? Xie Wanning was in the middle of eating heartily when she heard this. Her hand paused mid-motion. She gave an awkward smile, lowering her gaze with a faint smile, while silently answering in her heart, silly, of course it was because of you. If she hadn't heard Lin Muheng mention selling the publishing house and realized he needed money, she never would have pushed herself so hard to win the top 3 prizes. But she'd done it all willingly. Besides, she didn't want Lin Muheng to know. She didn't want to add to his burden. Seeing Xie Wanning didn't want to talk about it, Lin Muheng didn't press further. He picked up the largest chicken drumstick and placed it in her bowl, saying gently, eat more. Xie Wanning nodded with a smile, then picked up the drumstick and began gnawing on it heartily. After eating her fill, Xie Wanning stretched out on the sofa like a lazy cat, resting. Just like yesterday, Lin Muheng brought over a basin of steaming, dark water, its surface still rising in wisps of heat and carrying a faint herbal scent. He crouched down, placed the basin beside her feet, and said thoughtfully, soak your feet again today to ease the fatigue. I'll give you another massage later. At the mention, Xie Wanling's brows instantly furrowed. The vivid memory of yesterday's massage, the tingling sensation flashed through her mind, making her body shudder involuntarily. No need, she protested, her tone brimming with reluctance as if dodging a catastrophe. Lin Muheng sensed she might be worried about causing him trouble. He quickly waved his hand and smiled, it's fine. It won't take long. No need to feel awkward. Well, fine. Seeing there was no escaping it, Xie Wanning nodded bitterly. However, today's massage felt distinctly different from yesterday's. Lin Muheng's technique was more skilled, and the pressure was just right. Xie Wanning didn't feel any pain anywhere. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The next moment, she was lying on the sofa, fast asleep. Her sleep was incredibly deep and peaceful, a faint smile playing on her lips as if she were dreaming sweetly. It took him a while to realize she had fallen asleep. He gently tapped her shoulder and called softly, Xie Wanning? Xie Wanning? But she showed no response, still immersed in her sweet slumber. Lin Muheng smiled helplessly, carefully lifting her onto the bed with movements as gentle as if handling a priceless treasure. Just then, Wanwan followed curiously, her childish voice asking Lin Muheng, Daddy, is mommy asleep? Shoo! Lin Muheng placed a finger to his lips, then took Wanwan's small hand and gently led her out of the room. He gently instructed, Sweetie, mommy's very tired today. Let's not disturb her sleep, okay? Wanwan nodded her little head, her eyes sparkling brightly. She quickly covered her own little mouth, looking utterly adorable. Chapter 152, the couple takes the stage. Step aside, everyone. Time flew by, and before they knew it, the final day of the sports meet arrived. After breakfast, Lin Muheng took Wanwan's hand and walked toward Xie Wanning's competition venue, intending to cheer her on. Just then, a familiar figure caught Lin Muheng's eye. Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow, a playful curve touching his lips as he spoke with a hint of teasing, Peter Pan, what brings you here again? When Xiaogung had been clenching his lips tightly, his face radiating reluctance. Hearing Lin Muheng's words, she followed his gaze and spotted the person behind him. Sighing helplessly, she declared, I'm not here for you. I'm here for him. Lin Muheng turned her head to follow the gaze. There stood Zhao Zijuan, waving his arms cheerfully, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. When Shanghai's eyes widened like saucers, as if fire might shoot out of them, her hands clenching into tight fists. In the next instant, she flung her arm forward, hurling the entire pile of fruit at Zhao Zijuan. There! I bought all the fruit you wanted. Don't dare use me as an excuse to pick on him anymore. When Shanghai spat out, her voice thick with resentment. Hit by the fruit, Zhao Zijuan froze for a moment. Then, his eyes darted around as he instantly transformed into a drama queen. Clutching his chest with both hands, he put on an expression of excruciating pain while whining relentlessly, ouch. We were even, but now look, you hit me with that fruit. My chest hurts like hell. You're responsible for this. The tone was utterly infuriating. When Xiagang heard this and clenched his teeth so hard they ground together, his knuckles turning white from the force. She glared at Zhao Zijuan with venom, bellowing at the top of her lungs, Zhao Zijuan, don't push your luck. You think I won't beat you black and blue? Watching the two of them bicker and flirt, Lin Muheng couldn't help but suppress a smile. She thought to herself, the sparks of love are definitely flying. After lunch, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning entrusted Wanwan to win Shanghai before hurrying off. That afternoon, they had a race, a 3,000-meter long distance run with the men's and women's groups starting simultaneously. At that moment, Wanwan watched Wen Shanghai and Zhao Zijuan standing back to back, clearly ignoring each other. Her chubby little face was filled with confusion. Then, tilting her little head, the little one asked in a babyish voice, staring at the two of them, Uncle Zhao, Auntie Wen, why is a little grape here again? Little grape? Who's that? Zhao Zijuan looked utterly bewildered, his brow furrowing slightly as confusion filled his eyes. Little grape is Uncle Zhao and Auntie Wen's son. Wanwan furrowed her tiny brow, puffing out her little lips in a pout as she answered with innocent sincerity. She shook her little head gently, muttering to herself, what's wrong with everyone lately? It's like they've all lost their memories. They don't even remember little grape anymore. Ha! Zhao Zijuan instinctively felt a tightening in his chest. His disappointment was palpable, a fleeting look of unmasked dismay flashing in his eyes. He silently grumbled to himself, why isn't it a daughter? Daughters are so well behaved and adorable. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his brows instantly knotted. He slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Wen Xiagang. His face was etched with displeasure, his eyes silently questioning, she's supposed to be my future wife? What kind of joke is this? He crossed his arms over his chest, refusing to believe it, muttering, there's no way I'm with this shrew. Absolutely not. Never. When Shanghai was always straightforward, her temper flaring up and cooling down quickly. But seeing Zhao Zijuan so resistant now, she instantly flew into a rage. She rolled her eyes dramatically, hands on her hips, and snapped, marrying me would be you climbing the social ladder. Look at yourself, skinny as a bamboo pole. I'd never go for someone like you. Her tone dripped with contempt and disdain. Zhao Zijuan stomped his foot in frustration. How am I like a bamboo pole? Have you ever seen such a handsome bamboo pole? Wanwan watched the two bickering back and forth, shaking her little head helplessly. She let out a long sigh, muttering under her breath, Uncle and Auntie really haven't changed a bit. They still love bickering just as much. Then, Wanwan covered her ears with her chubby little hands, propped her elbows on her knees, and fixed her wide, round eyes on Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning in the distance. At that moment, all the male and female participants in the 3,000-meter race on the field had taken their positions, each one rubbing their hands together, ready to go. Just then, Lin Muheng stepped beside Xie Wanning and whispered softly in her ear, just follow right behind me during the race. It'll make things much easier. Don't worry, I'll pace you. Hearing this, Xie Wanning's fair little face instantly flushed crimson, like a perfectly ripe red apple. She gave a slight nod, her voice barely above a whisper, okay. Thank you. Soon, a crisp, piercing gunshot split the sky, signaling the official start of the race. Lin Muheng shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, his legs moving swiftly in rapid succession as he sprinted ahead with agile grace. The race began, and every competitor was on high alert, nerves taut. A palpable sense of urgency hung heavy in the air. When they saw Lin Muheng surge ahead like a whirlwind, their eyes instantly ignited with competitive spirit. Gritting their teeth, they hurried their pace, surging toward him like a tidal wave from all directions. Caught in this sudden ambush, Lin Muheng felt a bit helpless. His brow furrowed slightly as he couldn't help but mutter under his breath, this is a long-distance race, not a sprint. If you're rushing forward so frantically now, will you even have the strength left for the second half? As the race progressed, the situation gradually became clear. Although Xie Wanning had maintained her morning runs and possessed decent physical conditioning, many of the competitors on the track were professional runners. Their light, steady strides and professional running form and rhythm immediately highlighted the gap between them and Xie Wanning. Watching Lin Muheng fall behind the other boys as he adjusted his pace to accommodate her, Xie Wanning felt deeply guilty. She forced a faint smile, her voice tinged with bitterness. You go ahead and run your best. Don't worry about me. At my level, I doubt I'll even make it into the top 3. Her eyes were filled with disappointment as she spoke. Lin Muheng turned his head, his gaze tender yet resolute as he looked at Xie Wanning. A faint smile touched his lips, revealing confidence and reassurance. Then take it easy for now. I'll catch up with you later. Chapter 153 Promise to be there for you, can't break my word. His gaze instantly sharpened as his legs surged with power. Like a swift cheetah, he accelerated forward. His form sliced through the air like a gust of wind, darting swiftly along the track. Soon, he left the original front-runner far behind, first by half a lap, then a full lap, and finally by a staggering 2 laps. His blistering pace left everyone watching utterly speechless, their gasps of astonishment filling the air. Keep in mind that one lap around the track at Magic City University measured 400 meters, meaning the 3,000-meter race required 7.5 laps. Lin Muheng raced like the wind, successfully pulling away from the pack by a full 3 laps. When he reached Xie Wanning's side, she was struggling to keep pace. Seeing his lightning-fast speed and then watching him deliberately slow down to run beside her, her eyes filled with surprise and concern. She anxiously asked, "You started off so fast. Are you out of energy now?" Lin Muheng was slightly out of breath, his gaze tenderly fixed on Xie Wanning as he replied, "No. I promised to run with you, so I can't go back on my word." Hearing this, Xie Wanning's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Her heart began pounding uncontrollably, as if it might leap out of her throat. Yet, seeing Lin Muheng give up the chance to sprint for first place, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. She urged him again, "Go ahead and run your hardest. You really don't need to wait for me. I don't want to hold you back." Lin Muheng remained utterly relaxed, smiling as he replied, "No rush." Tilting his head slightly, he fixed his gaze on Xie Wanning and instructed softly, "Now follow my rhythm." Inhale-exhale, he demonstrated the pattern rhythmically as he spoke. Xie Wanning followed his instructions, striving to adjust her breathing in stride. Gradually, she was pleasantly surprised to find her body growing lighter, her steps less heavy. Her pace steadily increased, and the distance to the female runner ahead slowly closed. Soon, at the finish line, the PE teacher stood eagerly awaiting, his gaze fixed intently on the track. Lin Muheng approached at a leisurely pace. Seeing this, the PE teacher grew anxious inside. "Come on, pick up the pace." Finally, as Lin Muheng crossed the finish line, the teacher swiftly pressed the stopwatch. Cupping his hands around his mouth, he bellowed, "First place. 8 minutes, 30 seconds. Behind him, the other boys, seeing the finish line within reach, suddenly surged forward like they'd been injected with adrenaline, sprinting with all their might. By the time they reached the finish line, they could no longer keep going. They stopped abruptly, hands braced on their knees, heads bowed, gasping for breath. The PE teacher frowned slightly, his face filled with confusion. He hurried over and asked, "Are you just going to rest here? Not running anymore? Planning to quit?" Among them, the boy who had stopped right behind Lin Muheng looked up blankly at the question, his eyes wide like copper bells and his mouth slightly agape. "Ha? Teacher, didn't we just finish?" he asked in astonishment. Just then, another group of boys trailed in behind them, stopping one by one. They staggered about, gasping for breath. The PE teacher scanned the scene, unable to suppress a wry smile. His laughter carried both resignation and teasing. "Look at yourselves. They've already lapped you once, and you still haven't finished your own lap. Quick, quick. Get moving already, no dawdling." The PE teacher waved his arms and bellowed in encouragement. The boys responded with obvious reluctance, grumbling under their breath, but they still dragged their heavy feet and slowly started running again. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng didn't stop just because he'd taken first place. Seeing this, the PE teacher hurriedly called out Lin Muheng's bib number from behind, "Number 8, you're done. You don't need to run anymore, number 8. But Lin Muheng seemed oblivious, his stride not faltering in the slightest. The PE teacher gave a helpless smile, plopping down onto a nearby chair. He folded his arms across his chest, shaking his head with a wry grin as he muttered, "This kid really thinks he's just here to pace the field." At that moment, on the sidelines of the track, Xie Wanning watched Lin Muheng with concern etched on her face. Seeing the fine beads of sweat already glistening on his forehead, she hurriedly urged, "You've already run the entire distance. Stop following me. Go rest for a bit, I'll be done soon." Her eyes overflowed with heartache. Lin Muheng, however, wore a solemn expression. His gaze was fixed intently ahead, his voice low and commanding, "Hush! Don't speak. Conserve your energy. We only have half a lap left before the final sprint." His tone brooked no argument, though inwardly he thought, "There's no way I'm letting you run alone. I have to be with you." Xie Wanning's eyes hardened with resolve as she fixed her gaze on the track. Drawn by Lin Muheng's presence, she felt an immense surge of strength coursing through her body. Gritting her teeth, she pushed forward with all her might and finally crossed the finish line. After completing the race, Xie Wanning plopped down onto the grass, her chest heaving heavily. The thought of earning another bonus instantly lit up her face with a radiant smile. She turned her head slightly, her heart brimming with gratitude as she looked at Lin Muheng, who stood nearby with an expression of calm detachment. Xie Wanning said sincerely, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have gotten third place." Lin Muheng waved his hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "No need to thank me. You earned it through your own hard work. I didn't do much to help." Xie Wanning felt a warm surge in her heart, thinking to herself, "A man this wonderful, I absolutely cannot let him slip away." After all the events concluded, the closing ceremony commenced. Thanks to her outstanding performance, Xie Wanning's total prize money from all events amounted to 8,000 yuan. She clutched the stack of cash tightly, her fingertips trembling slightly with excitement. Then, unable to resist, she stole a glance sideways at Lin Muheng beside her. The thought that she could now support him filled her with a surge of joy, and her lips curved upward without her realizing it. As the games concluded, the crowd streamed out of the field. When Xiaohai and Zhao Zijuan had been waiting for quite some time with Wanwan. The little one spotted her parents instantly. Bouncing toward them, she called out in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, Mommy, Wanwan was cheering for you just now." Her soft, honeyed tones seemed to melt hearts. Xie Wanning's heart swelled with joy. She bent down gently, softly stroking Wanwan's fluffy little head as she murmured, "Our Wanwan is so thoughtful. No wonder Daddy and Mommy did so well in the competition today. It was our little treasure cheering us on from behind the scenes." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's little face flushed bright red like a ripe apple. She shyly buried her head in her mother's embrace, looking utterly adorable. At that moment, Lin Muheng turned to Wen Shanghai and Zhao Zijuan, extending a sincere invitation. "Thanks so much for watching the little one today. Come over for dinner tonight, let's all catch up properly." Chapter 154. With a wife like this, what more could one ask for? Your place? That's way too far. When Shanghai thought they were heading to Lin Muheng's hometown, he shook his head like a rattle, his face full of reluctance. The thought of the back-and-forth hassle made him decide against it. By the time they got back to campus, it would be late at night. Far? What do you mean far? Zhao Zijuan widened his eyes, utterly baffled. New's place is right across the street. Driving to your school? If you hurry, you'll be there in 10 minutes flat. How is that far? Ha? Your house is across the street? When Shanghai heard this and was struck as if by lightning, he whipped his head around, staring at Lin Muheng with utter astonishment. Before Lin Muheng could respond, she felt as if pulled by some mysterious force, and before she knew it, she was following the others into that cozy little home. The moment she stepped inside, when Shanghai was stunned by the scene before her. The small house was decorated warmly and elegantly. Her eyes widened as if she'd discovered a new continent. Staring at Lin Muheng in disbelief, she stammered, Lin Muheng, is this really your home?" Lin Muheng watched her expression, smiling helplessly. A faint curve touched his lips as he gave a gentle nod. Meanwhile, when Shanghai was scanning the room from top to bottom, left to right, suddenly, her gaze was drawn to some feminine hygiene products. Her eyes lit up instantly, and her curiosity flared like a raging fire. With a mischievous grin, she leaned close to Lin Muheng, narrowing her eyes and lowering her voice. "Lin Muheng, come clean, are you living with your girlfriend?" After speaking, she stole a glance at Xie Wanning beside them, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Muheng watched her gossipy expression, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. He neither confirmed nor denied it outright, merely offering a meaningful smile that seemed to imply tacit acknowledgement. Deep down, he knew half of that answer was embellished. But in his heart, he was certain it would all become reality sooner or later. Before long, a table laden with delectable dishes, steaming hot and bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, was set before them. When Xiagang stared at the mouth-watering delicacies before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth fell open, his face frozen in astonishment. She blurted out, "Lin Muheng, you really are full of surprises. We grew up together, and I had no idea you were such an amazing cook." "Enjoy yourselves and eat up," Lin Muheng said cheerfully. Zhao Zijuan, witnessing this scene, instantly fixed his eyes on the meat on the table. His gaze was like a starving wolf spotting its prey. His chopsticks darted like lightning, swiftly snatching a piece of meat and shoving it into his mouth. As he wolfed it down with relish, he crowed triumphantly, "Ah Hang's cooking skills are no joke. If I could come here every day to pig out, I'd be in heaven." When Xiagang shot him a disapproving look and grumbled, "Just eat your own food. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating. You're like a starving ghost reincarnated, don't you worry about overeating?" Throughout the meal, the two bickered like a pair of lovable rivals, their banter rising and falling without pause. Back and forth they went, neither yielding an inch, both stubbornly refusing to concede a single word. Lin Muheng watched their lively interaction, a faint smile curling his lips. He thought to himself, truly, blood is thicker than water. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhao Zijuan slumped contentedly in his chair, slowly rubbing his round belly before letting out a thunderous belch. "So stuffed. Feels like my stomach's about to burst." When Shanghai, sitting beside him, shot him a disgusted look. She glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was getting late. Hurrying to her feet, she called out to Lin Muheng, "Ahen, I'm heading out. Let's get together another time when we're both free. How are you getting back?" Lin Muheng's face instantly clouded with concern at the question. When Shanghai's lips curved into a relaxed smile. "I'll just take a taxi. It's not far, I'll be at school in no time. Don't worry about me." Lin Muheng, upon hearing this, promptly reached out and tugged Zhao Zijuan, who was casually lounging with his legs crossed beside him, to his feet. He grinned, "It's not safe for a young lady to take a taxi late at night. Let Zijuan escort you back to campus. That way, I'll feel much more at ease." "Ha? Have him walk me? Forget it." When Xiagang curled her lip, her face brimming with disdain, her eyes hiding a hint of contempt. Zhao Zijuan, who had been sitting cross-legged and relaxed, suddenly perked up at those words. A sharp, defiant gleam flashed in his eyes. He sprang to his feet, his voice brimming with indignation. "What's wrong with me? I'll be damned if I don't walk you back tonight." Turning to Lin Muheng, he declared with a broad grin, "Ahen, we're heading out. We'll make sure she gets to school safely." "Alright, be careful on your way," Lin Muheng instructed before smugly closing the door. Back inside, the warm yellow light spilled softly, yet it couldn't dispel the subtle tinge of jealousy lingering in the air. Xie Wanning stood with her arms crossed, her lips turned down slightly as she spoke with a sharp edge. If you're so worried, why didn't you walk your childhood friend home yourself? Hearing this, Lin Muheng felt a chill run down his spine. That tone was identical to the one his mother used when scolding his father. His mind raced, and he realized Xie Wanning was jealous. He quickly offered an apologetic smile and explained, it wasn't my turn to walk them home anyway. I was deliberately creating an opportunity for them to be alone. Ha? An opportunity? Xie Wanning raised an eyebrow, her eyes filled with confusion. Lin Muheng nodded frantically, his eyes sparkling with sincerity. Wanwan said it herself, they're going to be husband and wife someday. As their brother, it's only right to help them along and create chances for them to spend time together. Oh, Xie Wanning's eyes crinkled slightly as she gave a light nod. Her gaze lingered on his anxious, flustered expression, and a smile unconsciously spread across her lips. Was he acting this way because he feared she might misunderstand? After tidying the room, Xie Wanning carefully retrieved an envelope from her backpack and presented it to Lin Muheng with both hands. This is for you. The amount isn't large, but I hope it eases your immediate need. Seeing Lin Muheng about to refuse, she quickly interjected, no arguments. This is my sincere gesture. Lin Muheng took the envelope and immediately recognized it as prize money from the school sports meet. His heart tightened instantly. Remembering how exhausted Xie Wanning had looked during the competitions these past few days, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. A thought quietly surfaced in his mind, could it be that she was pushing herself so hard in the competitions for my sake? At that thought, Lin Muheng could no longer contain his emotions. He instinctively pulled Xie Wanning tightly into his embrace. His head rested lightly on her shoulder as his voice was low and tender, thank you. Caught off guard by the sudden, warm embrace, Xie Wanning froze, her mind going blank. When she finally regained her senses, a faint blush spread across her cheeks. A smile touched her lips as she softly replied, you're welcome. I'm just happy I could help you. Hearing this, Lin Muheng unconsciously tightened his arms, pulling Xie Wanning closer into his embrace. He silently marveled within himself, to have such a wife, what more could one ask for in this life? Chapter 155, You are our family's great benefactor. Just then, an abrupt and ill-timed ringtone shattered the surrounding tranquility. Both Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning flinched at the abrupt ring, their bodies trembling before they regained their composure. Xie Wanning's face flushed crimson in an instant, as if scorched by a raging fire. In her flustered panic, she hastily withdrew the arm draped over Lin Muheng's shoulder. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Lin Muheng's face. His lips twitched slightly, as if 1,000 words were churning in his throat, yet he couldn't find the right words to speak. After a moment's hesitation, he awkwardly picked up his phone, waved it toward Xie Wanning, and forced an apologetic smile. Xie Wanning watched him, momentarily startled, then smiled gently and nodded softly. Go answer it. Lin Muheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He exhaled a long breath, then quickly walked toward the balcony with his phone in hand. Standing at the balcony edge, he took a deep breath, trying to steady himself before glancing down at the phone screen. When he saw the caller ID displayed as Uncle Liang, excitement surged uncontrollably across his face. He wondered inwardly, could it be news about the exhibition? He pressed the answer button, and a robust voice boomed through the receiver. Ahun, your factory's certification has been approved. Lin Muheng felt a buzz in his head, his voice tinged with disbelief. Really, Uncle Liang? Thank you so much. On the other end, Liang Ruifei laughed heartily and waved his hand. No need to thank me. It's all down to your factory's solid capabilities. The exhibition is this Saturday, so you'd better prepare well in advance and aim to shine brightly at the event. Got it, Uncle Liang. Rest assured, we'll give it our all. After hanging up, he quickly dialed Sun Dayang's number, instructing him to make all necessary preparations for the exhibition. When Lin Muheng stepped out from the balcony, Xie Wanning had already packed her bag and was standing by the door. She tilted her head slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. The school will close soon. I should be going now. Lin Muheng watched her, a wave of reluctance washing over him. He quickly offered, let me walk you out. Under the dim streetlight, they walked side by side, their shadows stretched long and thin, like a warm painting. Reaching the school gate, Xie Wanning paused, turned around, and waved with a smile. I'll head inside now. MHM. Lin Muheng gave a slight nod, his gaze following her like a shadow. He watched her receding figure until that slender silhouette vanished completely into the campus night before slowly withdrawing his lingering gaze. The next day, the hospital was filled with the pungent smell of disinfectant. Wanwan clutched Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning's hands tightly, her large, dark eyes cautiously scanning everything around her. The hospital bustled with people, a cacophony of noise. Wanwan's little face instantly crumpled like a frightened little flower. She squeezed tightly between her parents, her tiny body trembling slightly. Clearly, she was terrified of this hospital filled with the smell of disinfectant. Her large, dark eyes, like dark grapes, filled with confusion as she turned to Lin Muheng beside her, her childish voice asking brightly, Daddy, why are we at the hospital? Lin Muheng's eyes softened at her question. We're visiting a grandfather. Last night, he'd learned from Uncle Liang that the old man had regained consciousness, prompting his decision to visit today. Ha! Wanwan's already furrowed little brow nodded even tighter at this, her tiny lips pouting high as worry spread across her face. Is Grandpa sick? Wanwan doesn't want Grandpa to be sick. Being sick is so uncomfortable. Lin Muheng realized his precious daughter had misunderstood him. He quickly picked Wanwan up and patiently explained, Sweetie, this Grandpa isn't the one from our hometown. Oh, I see, Wanwan nodded, half understanding. Her little head nestled softly against her father's shoulder as she said in a sweet, soft voice, then Wanwan doesn't want this Grandpa you're talking about to be sick either. Grandpa needs to get better soon. Our Wanwan is the most sensible girl. Grandpa will definitely get better soon. Lin Muheng gazed at his daughter with eyes full of affection, planting a gentle kiss on her rosy little cheek. Before long, the group arrived at the hospital room door. Lin Muheng pushed open the door. Inside, an elderly man with entirely white hair lay quietly in the hospital bed, his complexion still tinged with pallor. Beside the bed, a woman in her 60s, full of vitality, sat on a stool. She was the elderly man's wife. Hearing the door open, she instantly stood up, her eyes filled with alertness as she scanned the visitors. Who are you looking for? Lin Muheng stepped forward quickly, a gentle smile on his face. We're here to visit the old gentleman. We heard he was transferred out of the ICU, so we thought we'd come by. As he spoke, he gently placed the fruit basket he was carrying on the nearby table. Just then, Wanwan poked her little head out from behind her father, her big eyes sparkling as she called out in a sweet, childish voice, Hi, Grandma. Oh, my sweet child. The old woman's lips curved upward unconsciously as she gazed at the adorable little girl with her twin ponytails. The wary look that had been on her face moments before vanished without a trace, replaced by a warm, welcoming smile. She promptly welcomed them warmly, Quick, sit down and rest. Noticing the old woman still frowned, a trace of doubt lingering on her face, Lin Muheng took the initiative to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Lin Muheng. I was the one who saw the old gentleman collapse by the roadside earlier and rushed him to the hospital. He paused briefly, a hint of apology flickering in his eyes before he continued. I should have come to visit much sooner, but since the old gentleman was in the ICU, I didn't dare disturb him. It wasn't until Uncle Liang called me yesterday that I learned he'd been transferred to a regular ward, so I took the liberty of coming today. Hearing Lin Muheng's sincere words, the old woman's furrowed brows instantly relaxed. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, quickly replaced by delight. Her eyes, brimming with gratitude, seemed to sparkle with light. She hurriedly stood up, gently wiping her hands on her skirt hem before striding over to Lin Muheng. Her demeanor instantly transformed into one of warm enthusiasm. Grasping Lin Muheng's hand, her voice trembling slightly, she exclaimed, So you're the young man Ruefei spoke of. Her grip on Lin Muheng's hand tightened as her eyes welled up with tears. If you hadn't stepped in to help, old Liang would have been in serious trouble this time. Young man, you're a great benefactor to our entire family. Chapter 156, Dad must be tired. Lin Muheng felt slightly embarrassed by the old woman's sudden warmth. He quickly waved his hands, a modest smile on his face. You're too kind. It was just a small thing. Anyone who saw that situation would have helped. Fearing she might go on thanking him endlessly, he gently slipped out of her grasp and turned his gaze toward the frail old man in the hospital bed, his eyes filled with concern. How is the old gentleman doing now? The old woman followed Lin Muheng's gaze, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Yet she forced a faint smile and replied, He's regained consciousness. The doctor said as long as he rests well now, he'll gradually recover. Lin Muheng nodded, feeling a slight relief wash over him. That's good. We won't disturb the old gentleman's rest then. He had been worried that their presence might disturb the old man's rest. Now that his intentions had been conveyed, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. Overhearing this, Wanwan lifted her little face with a childish voice, blinking her big, watery eyes as she said to the old woman, Grandma, Grandpa will get better soon. Don't worry, okay? Her soft, sweet voice seemed to carry a healing power. Hearing these innocent words, the old woman's lips curved upward involuntarily. She smiled gently, her eyes brimming with tenderness. All right, Grandma isn't worried. Thank you, sweet child. Then, standing at the hospital room door, she watched Lin Muheng and the others gradually walk away, her gaze gentle and warm. Back in the ward, the elderly man in the hospital bed had opened his eyes at some point. Seeing this, the old woman's lips turned down slightly as she feigned reproach. You old man, she said, why didn't you sleep a little longer? You need to rest and regain your strength. The old man struggled to lift his hand, gently patting the back of Wei Shufen's hand, weathered by time. A gentle smile spread across his face as he reassured her, lying here day after day, my bones are turning to mush. If I sleep any longer, I'll end up as senile as a fool. After speaking, the old man turned his slightly sluggish eyes toward the elderly woman and asked with a hint of confusion, Shufen, did someone come by just now? I thought I heard some noise. Wei Shufen nodded slightly and replied slowly, yes, it was the young man who brought you to the hospital earlier. He came specifically to see you. Hearing this, the old man, who had been half reclining on the bed, seemed pulled by an invisible force. Overcome with emotion, he tried to sit up abruptly, but his weakened body gave way, and he fell heavily back onto the bed. His brow furrowed tightly, his face filled with frustration. He shot Wei Shufan a slightly reproachful look and sighed deeply. They laughed? Why didn't you wake me up? Wei Shufan quickly leaned down, gently stroking his chest with a look of heartache. She explained softly, you were sleeping so soundly. I couldn't bear to disturb your rest. Hearing this, a flicker of resignation passed through the old man's eyes, but it quickly dissolved. He knew his wife had always been this thoughtful and considerate, always putting his needs first. Regaining his composure, he asked, did Ruifei go to thank them? She did, Wei Shufan replied while adjusting the height of the hospital bed. The old man nodded with satisfaction, his voice tinged with lingering fear. The doctor said if that young man hadn't arrived in time, my old life would have been over long ago. How could I have enjoyed my golden years then? That young man truly is a great benefactor to our family. Wei Shufan gave a slight nod, her eyes brimming with agreement. The old man then slowly reclined, closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment. Opening them again, his gaze grew resolute as he declared, when I'm discharged, we absolutely must invite our benefactor over for a simple meal. I must thank him properly in person. We can't forget this kindness. Wei Shufan watched the old man's earnest expression, a smile creeping onto her lips. She nodded repeatedly. All right, I'll do as you say. But now, you should rest. Don't talk anymore. Just focus on getting well. Once we're discharged, we'll thank him properly. All right. The old man nodded and closed his eyes once more. With the exhibition fair approaching on Saturday, Lin Muheng had been juggling his factory, school, and home non-stop lately. As night slowly fell, Wanwan and Xie Wanning finished their outing in the park and returned home hand in hand. But the moment they pushed open the door, the house was pitch black. Seeing this, Wanwan's previously cheerful little face instantly fell. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her lips pressed tightly together. Her large, watery eyes lifted to meet Xie Wanning's with a look of helplessness. Her voice carried a hint of hurt and longing as she asked, Mommy, why isn't Daddy home yet? Xie Wanning looked at her daughter with a pained heart. She gently crouched down, softly stroking Wanwan's little head as she comforted her in a soft voice. Wanwan, sweetie, Daddy's been a bit busy these past couple of days. It'll be better once these 2 days are over. Wanwan nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping the full meaning. She tilted her little head, thought deeply for a moment, and then said in her sweet, childish voice, then Daddy must be really tired. I really hope these 2 days pass quickly. That way, Daddy can rest well and spend more time with me. Her innocent words were filled with concern for her father. No sooner had she finished speaking than a beep sounded from the entrance, signaling the door unlocking. Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She bounced excitedly, her little legs carrying her swiftly toward the doorway. When she saw the tall, imposing figure appear at the doorway, Wanwan's little face flushed crimson, like a ripe apple. Spreading her arms wide like a joyful little bird, she flung herself into Lin Muheng's embrace, sweetly calling out, Daddy, you're back. Wanwan missed you so much. Lin Muheng gazed at his adorable little daughter in his arms, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly into a doting smile. He effortlessly held Wanwan in one arm, gently nuzzling her cheek as he said affectionately, Daddy missed you too. After speaking, he extended a finger and gently tickled Wanwan's tiny nose, smiling as he asked, Did you listen to Mommy today? Wanwan nodded her little head like a chick pecking at grain, her eyes sparkling brightly as she replied earnestly, Yes, Wanwan was very good. I did everything Mommy asked me to do. I was so obedient. Watching this heartwarming scene, Xie Wanning couldn't help but curve her lips upward. She stepped forward and praised with a smile, Wanwan has been so understanding today. But she keeps thinking about you and keeps asking me when Daddy will come back. Hearing this, Lin Muheng's face grew even more apologetic. He gently placed Wanwan on the sofa, cupping her small shoulders with both hands, his eyes brimming with remorse. Sweetheart, Daddy hasn't had much time to spend with you these past few days. Are you upset? Chapter 157, The Trade Show. Wanwan shook her head vigorously, her voice sweet and childlike. I know Daddy went to make money. Wanwan isn't upset, just doesn't want Daddy to get too tired. Daddy, you have to take care of yourself, okay? Those thoughtful words warmed his heart like winter sunshine. He pulled Wanwan tightly into his embrace, inwardly marveling, this little angel truly is his own little cotton jacket. Then, Wanwan skipped behind Lin Muheng, stretched out her chubby little hand, and gently placed it on his shoulder. Daddy, you must be so tired today, she said sweetly. Wanwan will give you a shoulder massage. Though her hands were small and her touch gentle, each tap felt like it struck the very core of Lin Muheng's heart. Feeling that gentle pressure, Lin Muheng felt his heart melt. He closed his eyes slightly, a blissful smile spreading across his face as he murmured to himself, having a daughter is truly wonderful. In the blink of an eye, the day of the agricultural machinery exhibition arrived. At the first light of dawn, Lin Muheng arrived early at the factory. Wanwan and Xie Wanning followed him over. Today was Saturday, so they didn't have classes. Spotting his boss from afar, Sun Daong quickly jumped down from the parked truck and jogged over to Lin Muheng. Mr. Lin, all the electric tricycles for the exhibition are securely loaded onto the truck. We're ready to go anytime. Lin Muheng gave a slight nod and replied decisively, "Good. Let's depart now." The agricultural machinery exhibition was being held in the suburbs of the metropolis. Driving there, the group reached the exhibition entrance in less than half an hour. After parking the truck securely at the entrance, Lin Muheng began methodically organizing his staff to unload the electric tricycles. Just then, a familiar figure slowly approached from the distance, calling out as they walked, "Lin Muheng." Hearing his name, Lin Muheng instinctively turned his head. Recognizing the figure, his face lit up with surprise. "Brother Li, what are you doing here?" The man wore a navy blue suit, his posture straight and upright, with a staff ID badge hanging from his neck. He was none other than Li Fengda, Liang Ruweifei's secretary. Smiling, he quickly approached Lin Muheng and said, "I'm in charge of this exhibition." Noticing the group's heavy lifting, he quickly raised a hand in a stopping gesture. "Hold off on that for now. I'll escort you inside shortly, it'll save you the effort." Lin Muheng's eyes lit up at the prospect of such a favor, and he thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you so much, Brother Li." Li Fengda waved his hand dismissively. "No need to thank me. It's my job." But inwardly, he muttered to himself, after all, this was personally ordered by the mayor. After speaking, Li Fengda turned and walked over to the security guard. He whispered something to the guard, occasionally gesturing in Lin Muheng's direction as he spoke. The guard nodded repeatedly, then swiftly moved the barrier at the entrance aside. Li Fengda then strode back to Lin Muheng, gestured toward an attendant, and said, "Everything's settled. Follow him inside. I've other duties to attend to. Call me if anything comes up." "Got it." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, then led his staff following the guide toward the exhibition hall. Upon entering the exhibition hall, the guide pointed to a highly conspicuous spot in the center and said, "Your booth is right there. You can start setting up now." Lin Muheng followed the direction of the guide's finger and saw that the spot was spacious and bright, undoubtedly the prime location in the entire exhibition hall. A surge of delight flashed through him, though he maintained a calm exterior. Nodding, he replied, "All right, thank you." Sun Daong surveyed the surroundings while carrying boxes, unable to resist remarking, "Mr. Lin, you must have connections up there. This is the best spot at the entire exhibition. Just look at all the foot traffic around us, business is bound to be great." Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly with a wry smile, a hint of self-deprecation on his face. "I don't have any connections. Maybe we just got lucky." Nearby, Xie Wanning felt awkward standing idle while everyone else was busy helping. She stepped forward and picked up a few items she could manage. Seeing this, Wanwan followed Xie Wanning's example and strained to carry a small stool. Lin Muheng spotted the two girls and hurried over, snatching the items from their hands. He deliberately adopted a stern expression and said seriously, "You two go play over there. This kind of light work doesn't need your help. Don't tire yourselves out." With that, he took both their hands and led them to sit down nearby. He then grabbed a bag from the side and tossed it in front of them, saying, "It's full of your favorite snacks. Eat whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly, her little eyes sparkling. She quickly reached out to open the bag. When she spotted her favorite potato chips, the little one's hands waved excitedly. Xie Wanning, however, looked unhappy. Her brow furrowed slightly, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Because she spotted numerous chicken feet inside the bag, red, white, Sichuan pepper flavored, boneless, sour and spicy in a wide variety of flavors. She thought to herself, "Silly girl, I don't eat chicken feet because I like them. How stupid." Though she felt a bit upset, the thought of Lin Muheng going out of his way to buy her so many different flavors of chicken feet made her lips curve upward despite herself, revealing a sweet smile. Before long, the display area for Tianheng Factory's three-wheeled vehicles was fully set up. About an hour later, Lin Muheng glanced around. Seeing that all the display points were neatly arranged, he turned and called out to Sun Daong, "Old Sun, come with me to walk around the venue." "Right away, Ms. Lin." Sun Daong beamed, hurrying to follow her. The entrance bustled with activity as merchants pushed their carefully prepared products, signaling the imminent opening of the grand exhibition. It had to be admitted this exhibition was truly massive. The array of products on display was dazzling and diverse, leaving one overwhelmed. As they walked, Sun Daong curiously scanned the surrounding booths and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Lin, you asked me to come with you, what exactly are we looking for?" Lin Muheng scanned the area, his expression steady. "To see how many companies are selling electric tricycles at this exhibition. After all, know thy enemy and know thyself, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. We need to understand the selling points and unique features of their products to clearly assess the competitiveness of our own offerings." "Oh, makes sense," Sun Daong nodded, silently thinking to himself, "No wonder he's the boss." After weaving through the exhibition hall for a while, Lin Muheng suddenly stopped in his tracks, his gaze drawn to a booth ahead. "Tianfu Factory?" Lin Muheng murmured the name on the sign, a strange sense of familiarity welling up inside him. Just as he furrowed his brow in thought, a familiar figure slowly approached from across the aisle. The person spotted Lin Muheng, paused in surprise, then widened their eyes in shock. "Lin Muheng? What are you doing here?" Chapter 158, An Invitation? Not needed. The person was none other than Guan Tianfu, Lin Muheng's classmate. His hair was slicked back to a mirror-like shine, and his entire demeanor radiated an unnerving greasiness. The familiar voice reached Lin Muheng's ears, causing him to pause slightly. His gaze lifted to recognize Guan Tianfu, and he gave a dismissive smirk. No wonder I felt a sense of familiarity when I heard the name of this factory earlier. It turns out to be owned by an acquaintance. Lin Muheng spread his hands, a carefree smile playing on his lips as he spoke leisurely. It's obvious, isn't it? I'm here to participate in this exhibition. Guan Tianfu feigned sudden understanding, nodding his head vigorously like a garlic press. He deliberately drew out his words. Oh, you're here for a side gig? What a coincidence. My factory is short on temporary workers right now. Why don't you come work for me today? As he spoke, he scrutinized Lin Muheng from head to toe, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain, as if Lin Muheng should be grateful for this gift. Since we're old classmates, I'll give you a generous daily wage $250 a day. Not bad, huh? Guan Tianfu deliberately emphasized the words 250, his face twisted in mockery as he stared at Lin Muheng. Sun Daon, listening nearby, twisted his brow into a tight knot. His eyes widened like copper bells as he pointed an accusing finger at Guan Tianfu, roaring with fury. Who do you think you're insulting? Someone like you deserves to be called a classmate? Being in the same class as you is the worst luck I've ever had. Seeing Sun Daon intervene, Guan Tianfu's expression instantly darkened. The earlier fake smile vanished completely, replaced by a look of utter impatience and contempt. Crossing his arms over his chest, he eyed Sun Daon askance and sneered, "Mind your own business. Who gave you the right to interrupt my conversation with my classmate? You're just sticking your nose where it doesn't belong." With that, he immediately switched back to a phony smile, turning to Lin Muheng and continuing, "We're classmates after all. I won't shortchange you. Just help me attract customers here. You can earn $250 a day. What a bargain." Lin Muheng shook his head gently. "No need. You should keep that money for yourself." With that, he turned to leave. But how could Guan Tianfu let this chance to humiliate Lin Muheng slip away? He lunged forward in a single stride, blocking his path firmly. His previously mild-mannered face twisted into a hideous grimace as he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Lin Muheng, don't be so ungrateful. Don't think you're hot stuff just because you made a splash at the sports meet. I kindly offered you a job because I saw how hard you were working part-time and wanted to help you out. Yet you show no gratitude. How heartbreaking." Guan Tianfu grew increasingly agitated, spittle flying everywhere as he spoke. Sun Daon, standing nearby, finally understood the situation. So this kid had mistaken his boss for just another part-time student worker. He turned to Lin Muheng, his eyes brimming with amusement. "Mr. Lin, is this kid brain dead, or does he think he's the most important person in the world?" Lin Muheng pulled a wry smile from the corners of his mouth. He slowly raised his head, his gaze calm and steady as he fixed it on Guan Tianfu. "I don't need it, so there's no need to flatter me. Now move aside. A good dog doesn't block the path." Hearing Sun Daon's words moments earlier, Guan Tianfu felt a sudden buzzing in his head, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He froze instantly, rooted to the spot, completely oblivious to Lin Muheng's words. He stood rooted to the spot, muttering to himself, "Mr. Lin? That man just called him Mr. Lin? How could that be?" His eyes were filled with terror and confusion, as if he'd heard the most unbelievable thing in the world. As far as he knew, everyone in their class was ordinary. He had already thoroughly investigated Lin Muheng's background. In his eyes, Lin Muheng was merely a bit good-looking with an average family background. How could he suddenly transform into a boss? Guan Tianfu's face was etched with utter disbelief. Suddenly, it clicked. He raised his hand and slapped Lin Muheng's arm hard, bursting into loud laughter. "Lin Muheng, where did you find this actor? He's quite convincing. Mr. Lin? This is child's play." His shrill laughter echoed through the exhibition hall, drawing strange looks from the surrounding crowd. Guan Tianfu swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes brimming with smug satisfaction. "Do you even know where you are? This is an exhibition. Not some place for con artists like you. If it weren't for the fact we were classmates, I would have fallen for your scam." Sun Daon nodded firmly upon hearing the remark. "Mr. Lin, this guy must be out of his mind. Stop spouting nonsense. I'm perfectly healthy, no illness." Guan Tianfu's face flushed crimson as he bellowed at the top of his lungs. His gaze then shifted, fixing a vicious glare on Lin Muheng. "Since you're not here looking for work, this exhibition isn't a place for uninvited guests like you. Before you manage to scam anyone, get the hell out of here. I'll be magnanimous and not report you to the staff." Guan Tianfu crossed his arms, his face dripping with contempt. "If you stubbornly refuse to leave, don't blame me for not warning you. When you get expelled from school, you'll have only yourselves to blame." Guan Tianfu's lips curled upward into a sinister grin, his face brimming with unrestrained smugness. Lin Muheng watched this unfold, tugging at the corner of his mouth in resignation. He muttered inwardly, "This guy's thought process is truly bizarre and incredibly self-important." His expression remained composed as he slowly pursed his lips, a faint smile playing on his face. "Thank you for your kind warning, but we were invited to attend this exhibition. You won't be able to kick us out." Ha? Invited? Guan Tianfu's eyes darted around rapidly as doubt crept into his mind. After all, his father had shelled out a whopping 300,000 yuan just to secure entry to this exhibition. And here was Lin Muheng brazenly claiming they were invited guests? Didn't he fear his tongue would get twisted by the wind? Clearly, he had no clue what kind of heavy hitters were attending today's exhibition. Guan Tianfu curled his lip, his face dripping with scorn as he eyed Lin Muheng. You? A penniless nobody like you got an invitation? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? Hearing this, Lin Muheng and Sun Daong exchanged bewildered glances. Invitation? What invitation? Lin Muheng furrowed his brow, asking blankly. The invitation to this trade show, of course. Guan Tianfu snorted, pulling an envelope from his pocket with a smug look. He waved it in front of Lin Muheng, boasting, "See this? Without this, you wouldn't be able to get into the show." Seeing their bewildered expressions, Guan Tianfu added with schadenfreude, "You don't happen to not have one, do you?" He was right. Lin Muheng didn't have the invitation. Sun Daong's heart sank at the news. Worry instantly washed over him as he leaned close to Lin Muheng and whispered urgently, "Mr. Lin, what are we going to do? Are we really going to get kicked out?" Chapter 159, Leniency for Confession, Severity for Resistance. Lin Muheng remained composed upon hearing this, shaking his head slightly with a steady gaze. He patted Sun Daong's shoulder lightly and murmured reassuringly, "Don't panic." He silently reasoned that since Li Fengda had made the arrangements, there must be a sound reason behind it. There was no need to worry about the invitation matter. However, Guan Tianfu's sharp eyes had precisely caught the fleeting panic on Sun Daong's face. A secret thrill surged through him, and his lips curled upward involuntarily, forming a smile thick with scheming. He feigned surprise, widening his eyes dramatically as he looked at the two men. He even raised a hand to his mouth, letting out a strange chuckle, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Oh my. I thought you were just pretending, but it turns out you really don't have an invitation." Guan Tianfu wore an expression that screamed, "I knew it all along," smugly declaring, "I knew you wouldn't have them. With your credentials, you think you can get into this exhibition? You probably can't even touch the threshold." He folded his arms across his chest, chin thrust high, his eyes brimming with contempt and arrogance. His haughty demeanor made one want to punch him in the face. Lin Muheng took a deep breath, steeled himself, and met Guan Tianfu's gaze with unwavering resolve. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant. "We were invited. Naturally, we don't need an invitation." Poof. Guan Tianfu let out a cold laugh, sharp and piercing like a blade stabbing straight into Lin Muheng. "You think you're invited? More like you snuck in when the staff wasn't looking. Don't you dare overestimate your worth and act like a big shot here." Just then, Guan Tianfu spotted a staff member approaching from afar. His eyes lit up. He immediately waved his arms wildly and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Hey, buddy! These two don't have invitations, they snuck in. Get them out of here fast. We can't let rule breakers like them ruin the exhibition." His face brimmed with excitement and smug satisfaction, as if he could already see Lin Muheng and Sun Daong being rudely escorted out. Hearing the commotion, the staff member quickened his pace and approached Lin Muheng and Sun Daong. His face was stern, his expression serious, and his eyes held a hint of wariness as he asked in a stiff tone, "How did you get in without invitations? Where are your products displayed? This exhibition isn't open to just anyone." Sun Daong's face instantly contorted into a fawning smile as he pleaded, "Bro, we were invited in by someone. They personally escorted us through. Please, cut us some slack." The staff member's brow furrowed deeply, forming a character, his expression growing even more stern. "Who brought you in? What's their name? Don't try to pull a fast one here. This exhibition has strict rules. If anyone abuses their authority, it'll cause major trouble." During the exhibition's preparatory phase, higher-ups had repeatedly emphasized a strict prohibition against anyone abusing their authority to bring in merchants without invitations. This was to uphold fairness and justice, allowing genuinely capable businesses to shine. Standing nearby, Guan Tianfu took in the entire scene, a deeper smirk curling his lips, a smirk dripping with schadenfreude. Hands on his hips, leaning back slightly, he eyed Lin Muheng with arrogant disdain and drawled, "Lin Muheng, you'd better come clean. Who brought you in here? Confess now and get leniency, resist and face harsher punishment. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. If you end up getting kicked out in disgrace later, your face will be lost to the ends of the earth. What are we gonna do?" Sun Daong looked at Lin Muheng with worry, his eyes filled with anxiety and helplessness. "Should we tell them Li Fengda brought us in? Maybe they'll cut us some slack for his sake." "No, absolutely not." Lin Muheng shook his head without hesitation, his eyes flashing with unwavering resolve. He bit his lower lip tightly, silently resolving, even if he was kicked out of the exhibition, he would never betray Li Fengda. He couldn't risk causing him any trouble because of his own actions. Seeing the two remain silent, the staff member's face darkened as if it could drip with water, his eyes filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Raising his voice sharply, he barked, "Don't think you can get away with this by staying silent. If you don't explain yourselves clearly today, don't even think about leaving here easily." In the distance, Li Fengda was leading government officials on an inspection of the exhibition site. Suddenly, he noticed a commotion in the distance. A crowd gathered in a chaotic huddle, as if something had happened. His brow furrowed slightly, his expression instantly turning grave. He halted, turning to the people behind him. What's going on? Could someone be causing trouble? The mayor is about to arrive for an inspection. This situation absolutely cannot be allowed. Come on, let's go see what's happening. Li Fengda said, his brow tightly furrowed, his eyes filled with concern, his pace unconsciously quickening. The government officials behind him immediately quickened their pace to keep up, tension evident on their faces. When Li Fengda pushed through the crowd and spotted Lin Muheng and Sun Daeong, a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He strode forward and asked with concern, "What are you doing here? What's going on?" His voice carried both worry and puzzlement as his gaze darted between the two men. Guan Tianfu, noticing Li Fengda's impeccable attire, immediately guessed he was a high-ranking city official. His face instantly contorted into a fawning smile, brimming with flattery and sycophancy, like a tail-wagging lapdog begging for scraps. He bowed and scraped, saying, "Sir, you see, these two didn't have invitations. Whoever dared bring them in, I reported them the moment I spotted them. Such people can't be allowed at the exhibition, it would ruin the event's standards." Seeing this, the staff member quickly chimed in, secretarially, "It was our oversight. We failed to screen them properly. I'll escort them out immediately and ensure they cause no further disruption." His face was etched with terror, his eyes darting with panic. He was deeply unsettled, more worried about losing his job than anything else. Li Fengda raised his hand to stop him. "No need." At that moment, Sun Daeong and Lin Muheng dared not utter a word. Even if they were publicly made an example of, they wouldn't dare protest. Yet Li Fengda stepped before them, a smile on his face. Suddenly turning, he fixed Guan Tianfu with a cold stare and declared, "Weren't you just demanding to know who had the audacity to bring these men in? Now, I'll tell you plainly and clearly, it was me, Li Fengda." Chapter 160. Turns out I'd seen him on TV. Li Fengda stood tall and straight, his voice ringing out with force, each word like a heavy hammer striking Guan Tianfu's heart. As the words fell, Guan Tianfu's eyes instantly widened. His mouth gaped uncontrollably, as if it could swallow an egg whole, his face frozen in disbelief. His heart felt like a rabbit trapped inside his chest, pounding wildly. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "This kid really has powerful connections. No wonder he's so confident." Realizing he'd just offended someone he shouldn't have, Guan Tianfu quickly plastered on an obsequious smile, bowing and scraping as he fawned, "Sir, I truly didn't recognize you. I'm blind as a bat. Please just let my earlier nonsense go, don't take it to heart." His voice trembled uncontrollably, as if Li Fengda's slightest displeasure could spell his utter ruin. The staff member beside him was also scared stiff, his face as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead, and he kept wiping them away with his sleeve, his eyes filled with terror and panic. Stammering and on the verge of tears, he pleaded, secretarially, "We truly had no idea. If we'd known, not even 10 times the courage would have made us dare to kick them out." Li Fengda's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, his eyes carrying an unquestionable authority as he spoke slowly, "This was ordered by higher-ups. It's understandable that you weren't informed. But they gained entry based on merit, not connections." His gaze swept the room like a burning torch, warning those prone to gossip to keep their mouths shut. Guan Tianfu nodded grudgingly, muttering under his breath, I know. Yet inside, his emotions churned like an overturned jar of mixed flavors, bitter, sweet, sour, spicy, and salty all surged through him at once, leaving him utterly miserable. With the big shot speaking so decisively, he dared not press the issue further. He could only swallow his resentment and frustration whole. Soon, the exhibition owners who had gathered to watch the spectacle dispersed. Sun Daeong exhaled deeply, his taut nerves finally relaxing. Patting his chest, he said with lingering trepidation, "At least we don't have to worry about getting kicked out now." What a false alarm. Once the crowd had dispersed, Li Fengda pulled Lin Muheng aside. Frowning with confusion, he asked, "When they asked who brought you in, why didn't you say anything? Thank goodness I got here in time. Otherwise, you really would have been kicked out." Lin Muheng scratched his head sheepishly, his face breaking into a sincere, earnest smile. "I was afraid mentioning it would cause you trouble. Getting me kicked out is one thing, but if it cost you your job, that would be a huge problem. That's why I kept quiet." His tone was so sincere it left no room for reproach. Hearing this, Li Fengda felt a wave of warmth wash over him. He nodded silently to himself, thinking this young man was indeed thoughtful and considerate, a loyal and trustworthy person worth cultivating a deep friendship with. Looking at the sincere young man before him, Li Fengda's face softened into a pleased smile. He gave Lin Muheng a light pat on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Once the leader finishes speaking, the exhibition will officially begin. You'll meet someone unexpected. All right, go get ready." "Got it," Lin Muheng nodded firmly, though a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder, who could this unexpected person be? Watching Lin Muheng's receding figure, Li Fengda's eyes brimmed with affirmation and admiration. He silently murmured to himself, "This young man is destined for boundless potential." Sun Daeong spotted his boss approaching and hurried to catch up. Curiosity brimming, he asked, "Mr. Lin, who exactly is this Li Fengda? He seems to have some serious clout." Lin Muheng gave a faint, resigned smile and interrupted, enough with the speculation. Let's see which other stalls are selling electric tricycles. Sun Daong chuckled and hurried to keep pace. Meanwhile, Guan Tianfu stood in the distance, grinding his teeth with a look of pure envy and resentment etched across his face. He never imagined Lin Muheng had such deep-rooted connections. He'd thought Lin Mu was nothing more than a pushover he could manipulate at will, but now the man had transformed into someone he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. But Guan Tianfu soon twisted his lips into a sneer, a look of contempt flitting across his face as he schemed inwardly. So what if he has connections? My family has money to burn. With enough cash, what kind of backer can't I find? Just you wait, I'll show him. At this thought, Guan Tianfu's lips curled upward slightly, as if he could already see Lin Muheng groveling before him, begging for mercy. Soon, Lin Muheng had scoured every booth at the exhibition. Including his own, 5 vendors were selling electric tricycles. He scrutinized each one meticulously, his gaze sharp and focused, not missing a single detail. The electric tricycles were priced at 3,999 yuan, 4,999 yuan, and 5,999 yuan respectively, with designs that were largely similar. He gave them a cursory glance before personally test-riding each one. He found their range to be inadequate, their frames insufficiently sturdy, and their durability incomparable to his company's newly developed electric tricycle, a world of difference. Although his factory scale was slightly smaller than the others, its products held unparalleled advantages. This thought filled Lin Muheng with growing confidence, his face breaking into a self-assured smile. Back at the booth, Xie Wanning spotted the two and asked with concern, I saw a crowd gathered over there earlier. Nothing happened, right? Nothing happened. What could possibly go wrong with us? Lin Muheng replied, feigning nonchalance. Well, that's good to hear, Xie Wanning nodded gently, finally relaxing. Shortly after, a sudden commotion erupted outside the exhibition hall. Everyone turned to look and saw the stage set up at the entrance already densely packed with all kinds of filming equipment. Lin Muheng and Sun Daong couldn't contain their curiosity and stepped outside to join the commotion. On stage, the hostess, dressed in an elegant gown, stood gracefully, delivering the event with passion and emotion. Soon, the host's expression turned excited. Her eyes fixed intently on the cue cards in her hand as she announced loudly, Next, let's give a warmest welcome with thunderous applause to Mayor Liang Rufei, who will now take the stage to address us. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a familiar figure strode onto the stage with steady, powerful steps. Lin Muheng and Sun Daong's eyes widened instantly. Recognizing the figure on stage, they exchanged stunned glances, frozen in place. Sun Daong's eyes widened like copper bells, his face etched with disbelief. Stammering, he blurted out to Lin Muheng, Mr. Lin, the person who visited our factory that day was actually the mayor. His mouth stretched wide in a grin, his face aglow with excitement. No wonder he looked familiar, I've seen him on TV. Chapter 161, The Mayor Makes an Appearance. Lin Muheng snapped back to reality, his mind churning. He recalled Li Fengda mentioning that an unexpected figure would appear shortly. He hadn't paid much attention to it at the time, but now it dawned on him Li Fengda had been referring to Uncle Liang. This sudden surprise felt like a boulder dropped into the lake of his heart, leaving him unable to calm the waves within. What stunned him even more was that the man he had casually rescued was none other than the mayor's father. Soon, the mayor's resonant and impassioned speech abruptly ended. Lin Muheng and Sun Daong stood quietly to the side. After the mayor finished speaking, they turned back toward the exhibition hall and waited patiently for the guests to arrive. Before long, Liang Ruifei led a procession of officials, marching with great pomp and circumstance toward Lin Muheng's booth. At that moment, the spotlight fell perfectly upon the booth, illuminating both Lin Muheng and the mayor. Lin Muheng saw Liang Ruifei approach the booth, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. However, he quickly composed himself, his complex emotions vanishing as he greeted him respectfully, Good evening, Mayor Liang. Hello, young man, Liang Ruifei nodded warmly, his amiable smile instantly putting people at ease. He examined the electric tricycle on display with keen interest before asking, This vehicle on your stand is an electric tricycle, correct? Could you tell us about its features? Lin Muheng paused slightly at the question, his previously relaxed body instantly tensing. He thought to himself, I never expected the mayor to take the initiative to promote our product. He quickly regained his composure and, facing the camera, began speaking with confidence and ease. He detailed everything from the tricycle's impressive range and durable build quality to its thoughtful, practical design. Liang Ruifei listened quietly, occasionally nodding slightly, her eyes filled with admiration and approval. He silently marveled, this young man is truly remarkable, bold and eloquent. Given time, he's bound to achieve great things. When Lin Muheng finished his presentation, Liang Ruifei patted him on the shoulder with satisfaction and said earnestly, Young man, keep up the good work. The future ultimately belongs to your generation. His words were filled with encouragement and earnest expectations for Lin Muheng. Lin Muheng nodded solemnly, his gaze unwavering. Yes, I won't let the mayor down. After the mayor and his entourage concluded their tour, the reporters rushed to interview several more exhibiting companies before departing in haste. Sun Daong, who had been unable to contain his excitement, now wore an unmistakable glow of joy. Rubbing his hands together, he cautiously asked, Mr. Lin, do you think I might be on TV? I want my daughter to see me on the screen. Yes, absolutely. Lin Muheng's lips curved upward as he nodded with a smile. Once the interviewers had dispersed, Lin Muheng began preparing to welcome customers. He picked up a marker and solemnly wrote $34.99 on the price tag, then placed it firmly in the most prominent spot on the display stand. Sun Daeon watched the scene unfold, his face instantly clouded with confusion. His brow furrowed, lips slightly pursed, and he couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, isn't 3,499 yuan a bit too cheap for our revolutionary new electric tricycle? Look, competitors with inferior range and durability dare to charge 3,999 yuan. Some brands even price theirs at 4,999 yuan. Won't we be at a disadvantage with this pricing? His tone brimmed with worry and confusion. Lin Muheng listened, shook his head gently, and patiently explained, we're not losing out, just making a little less profit. As a brand making its debut, we're still a nobody compared to those big names. First, we need to gain an edge on price to attract customers' attention. Besides, once customers buy our product and find it high quality and satisfying to use, they'll naturally become repeat customers and spread the word. When you look at it that way, we're not losing out, we're actually making a huge profit. Yes, Mr. Lin, you're absolutely right. Sun Daeon nodded repeatedly, his earlier doubts fading from his face, replaced by deep admiration for Lin Muheng. This was the city's first agricultural machinery exhibition, and the venue was bustling with crowds, as lively as boiling water. However, most visitors were middle-aged or elderly, with young people being few and far between. Although Lin Muheng's products were of superior quality, the demand for electric tricycles remained niche. Consequently, his booth remained deserted for a long stretch, with not a single customer inquiring. In stark contrast, Guan Tianfu's booth, backed by big-name electric tricycle brands, drew a steady stream of customers like a tidal wave. Shortly after the exhibition opened, an elderly gentleman in his 60s approached their booth with a slightly unsteady gait. He wore a faded, old shirt, his trouser legs still speckled with mud. His eyes held a simple, earnest gaze as he stared straight at the electric tricycle on display. Guan Tianfu, bored stiff behind the cash register, was swiping through his phone. Hearing the commotion, he didn't even lift his eyelids. Glancing at the old man out of the corner of his eye, his face instantly betrayed an unmistakable look of disdain. His lips turned down slightly as he muttered under his breath, "Hey! He's stepping all over my carpet." Spotting the customer, the young shop assistant flashed a warm smile and asked brightly, "Sir, are you looking to buy an electric tricycle? We have so many models here, what kind would you like?" The old man gave a simple, honest smile. He extended his rough, calloused hand, pointing toward a tricycle up front. His voice carried a touch of earnest urgency, "Young lady, how much is this one? I want to buy it for hauling crops." The young girl's eyes lit up as she immediately launched into a passionate sales pitch, "Sir, you have excellent taste. This bike originally cost 3,999 yuan. It only uses 3 kilowatt-hours per charge and can travel 80 to 100 kilometers, perfect for your farm work." She tapped the bike frame lightly, her face beaming with pride. The old man listened, but his brow gradually furrowed. He shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum, his hands waving in unison. "Young lady, what's the absolute lowest price you can sell this bike for?" He was inwardly calculating, determined to save every penny he could. The young woman blinked, feigning a look of reluctance before clenching her jaw and saying, "Sir, this vehicle's performance and charging capabilities are top-notch. Normally it's 3,999 non-negotiable, but since you're our first customer today, I'll go ask the boss for a 100 yuan subsidy. You can drive it away for 3,899. You won't find a better deal anywhere at this expo." The old man felt a pang of conflict, unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt. Seeing the young woman's enthusiasm and glancing at the car, he couldn't bear to pass up such a great opportunity. Yet the thought of parting with that sum of money made his heart ache. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth, waved his hand, and said, "Young lady, I'll go check out the other dealers first. I'll come back later." The young woman kept her smile, sweetly replying, "Sure thing, sir. Come back anytime if you need to." But the moment the old man turned away, her expression instantly soured. She muttered under her breath, "Humph. Old geezer. Thinks 38.99 is too much? What a waste of my breath all this time." Chapter 162, Opening Day. The old man wandered around the exhibition hall. Soon, his gaze was drawn to a booth selling electric tricycles. At that moment, Lin Muheng stood beside the booth, carefully organizing promotional materials. Catching a customer approaching out of the corner of his eye, he looked up and greeted him with a smile, "Sir, would you like to take a look at these tricycles?" The old man didn't respond immediately. Instead, he narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the price tag. His eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief, as if he couldn't trust what he was seeing. After a long moment, he slowly extended his hand, fingers trembling slightly as he pointed at the price tag. His voice, thick with emotion, was slightly shaky. "This bike sells for 3,499? Is that for real?" His expression suggested he doubted his own eyes, utterly unable to believe what he saw. Lin Muheng's lips curved upward, his eyes brimming with sincerity as he assured him, "Sir, rest assured. This price is absolutely fair and honest. It truly is selling for 3,499. The old man's face lit up with delight at first, a flash of joy appearing. But quickly, that joy was replaced by cautious wariness. His brow furrowed, suspicion in his eyes as he stared intently at Lin Muheng, asking cautiously, "This bike doesn't have any problems, does it? I just checked at other shops, electric tricycles are selling for 39.99. How come yours is so much cheaper?" As he spoke, he instinctively took a half step back, arms crossing over his chest in a defensive posture. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly waved his hands, his face still wearing a warm, friendly smile as he patiently explained, "Sir, our tricycle is made in our own factory. It's not one of those big brands, so the cost is lower, and naturally, the price is more affordable." As he spoke, he gave the electric tricycle beside him a light pat and continued, "But rest assured, the quality is absolutely top-notch. Plus, it only costs 1 yuan to charge, yet it can run for 200 kilometers. What's more, this electric tricycle comes equipped with anti-theft features and an automatic alarm system. If anyone tries to steal your vehicle, it will immediately sound an alarm. You'll never have to worry about it being stolen again. Is it really that good? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" The old man eyed the vehicle skeptically, then shifted his gaze to Lin Muheng, his eyes brimming with doubt. He tilted his head slightly, lips pressed into a thin line, scrutinizing Lin Muheng's expression, trying to find the slightest hint of deception. Lin Muheng patted his chest emphatically. "Sir, I swear it's true. If you buy it and find it doesn't have all these features, I'll give you a full refund, not a penny more." He pointed to the factory address on the vehicle. "See? Our factory's address is right here. And our participation in this exhibition? That's after layers of official investigations and strict reviews. You can buy it with complete confidence." The old man's eyes darted around as he considered the salesman's words. Finding them reasonable, he tentatively asked, "Could you possibly lower the price a bit more?" "Sir, I truly can't go any lower. This is the absolute lowest price. Our offer is the most affordable at the entire exhibition." The old man had already circled the entire area, checking prices at other booths. The cheapest offer he'd found was 3,750 yuan. Indeed, this was the lowest price available. After a moment, the old man seemed to make up his mind and declared firmly, "All right, I'll take it. But if this tricycle has any problems, I'll come find you. Rest assured, sir. If there's any issue, just come find me. Our factory offers lifetime warranty, absolutely no worries." Lin Muheng replied with a cheerful smile. Just then, Wanwan came bounding over, skipping and jumping. Her jet-black hair was tied into 2 playful pigtails that bounced with each step, making her utterly adorable. Wanwan grinned widely as she approached the old man, her sweet, childish voice ringing out, "Grandpa, Daddy never lies. You can trust him." Gazing at the soft, adorable little bundle before him, the old man's lips curved upward involuntarily. He replied kindly, "All right then. Grandpa will trust you this once." Lin Muheng then began meticulously guiding the old man. He demonstrated each step while explaining, teaching him how to master the electric scooter's various functions and precisely operate every button. The old man watched intently, his eyes fixed on Lin Muheng's hands, afraid to miss a single detail. After mastering the skills, the old man joyfully rode away on his brand new electric tricycle, humming a tune and beaming with delight. Thus, the first electric tricycle transaction of the day was smoothly completed. Watching the old man's receding figure, Lin Muheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He knew this was a promising start. Before long, the second, third, and fourth electric tricycles were sold one after another, like a relay race. Meanwhile, Guan Tianfu sat bored at the cash register, idly playing with his phone for hours, his eyes brimming with irritation and impatience. Frowning deeply, he called over the young girl beside him, his voice tinged with urgency. "Xiaoli, come here for a moment." Xiaoli approached with a bright smile, almost running. "Young boss, what can I do for you?" Guan Tianfu glanced around, his face filled with confusion. "Weren't there quite a few customers at our booth this morning? How come not a single sale was made?" His eyes were filled with bewilderment and puzzlement. Xiaoli frowned instantly upon hearing this, shrugging helplessly. "Young boss, I don't know what's going on either. Those customers all said they'd come back later to buy electric tricycles, but then they just vanished." Guan Tianfu's mind raced. He knew this couldn't go on. He had to find a way to turn things around. He leaned close to Xiaoli's ear and whispered, "Here's what we'll do. The next time someone comes to buy an electric tricycle, just do as I say." "Got it. You're always so resourceful, boss." Around 2 in the afternoon, Guan Tianfu's booth welcomed a young man dressed casually. In his early 20s, the young man still carried a hint of fresh-faced inexperience, looking every bit the part of someone fresh out of school and newly entering the workforce. He walked into the shop, his gaze lingering over the electric tricycles displayed on the stand. Finally, he pointed directly to the one at the far end and asked, "Excuse me. How many of these electric tricycles do you have in stock?" Xiaoli, who was stationed beside the display, instantly perked up at the question. She hurried over with a smile and inquired, "Sir, how many would you like to purchase?" The young man slowly extended his hand, forming a 2 gesture, and said calmly, I need 20. Chapter 163, Honest Dealings for All. Nearby, Guan Tianfu, who had been buried in his phone, perked up instantly at the mention of 20. He shoved his phone into his pocket and hurried over to the man, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Brother, we've got 20 ready to go right here. Come on, let's discuss the details over there. He shifted slightly to the side, extending his right hand in an extremely respectful gesture of invitation, his eyes locked firmly on the man, brimming with flattery. The man gave a slight nod and followed Guan Tianfu to a nearby tea table, where they sat down. Guan Tianfu plopped down across from him, leaning forward with hands braced on his knees. He turned his head and bellowed in Xiaoli's direction, Xiaoli, hurry up and brew a pot of top-quality tea. Right away. Xiaoli replied in a bright, cheerful voice. Moments later, Xiaoli hurried over carrying a teapot. Guan Tianfu promptly rose, accepting the teapot with both hands in a respectful gesture before carefully pouring tea for the man. The tea flowed slowly into the cup, releasing a wisp of steaming vapor that drifted upward. Guan Tianfu's thoughts drifted away with the rising steam. He silently calculated in his mind, an order for 20 electric tricycles, that's no small number. If I can secure this deal smoothly, then. At this thought, his smile grew even brighter, the wrinkles on his face crinkling like a blooming flower. After pouring the tea, Guan Tianfu lifted his head, his eyes crinkling into slits as he asked with a broad smile, Brother, might I ask your name? My surname is Zheng, the man replied with a smile. Brother Zheng, if I may be so bold, what kind of business are you planning with so many electric tricycles? Guan Tianfu looked puzzled, his brow slightly furrowed, eyes sparkling with curiosity as he asked tentatively. Zhang Gaofei lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, and replied unhurriedly, I've set up several greenhouses. These vehicles are for transporting vegetables and fruits for loading and unloading. Guan Tianfu's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Zhang Gaofei set down his cup, folded his arms across his chest, and met Guan Tianfu's gaze calmly. What's your lowest price per vehicle? If I buy 20, how much of a discount can you offer? Guan Tianfu beamed with a broad smile. Rest assured, Brother Zhang, I guarantee you the lowest price. My trucks normally sell for 3,999 each. For 20 units, that's a total of 79,980. But since you're a major client, I'll take 76,000. No other customer could possibly get that price. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze intently on Zhang Gaofei's expression, his eyes brimming with nervous anticipation, afraid to miss even the slightest reaction. Zhang Gaofei furrowed his brow slightly, silently calculating in his mind, from 79,980 to 76,000, that's a discount of 3,980. This price is indeed quite reasonable. A satisfied smile touched his lips as he nodded in agreement. All right, it's settled. When can you deliver the car? Guan Tianfu beamed with delight upon hearing this. He pounded his chest emphatically and declared, it'll be delivered tomorrow morning. Brother Zhang, you can rest assured. Acceptable. Zhang Gaofei nodded happily. Though the expense was significant, the thought of saving so much money left him feeling pleasantly satisfied, as if he'd snagged an incredible bargain. Just as he reached into his pocket for paper and pen to jot down the address, Guan Tianfu swiftly grabbed his arm, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Hold on, Brother Zhang. You'll need to leave a deposit. Otherwise, if we deliver and you decide you don't want it, we'd be out the delivery costs and labor fees. You know how tough this business is, hope you understand. Zhang Gaofei pondered this for a moment and found it rather reasonable. Smiling, he nodded and agreed, all right. As long as your price is the most reasonable, Zhang Gaofei, keep my word, I won't go back on my promise. He then pulled a wad of cash from his pocket and added, I only have 5,000 in cash on me. Is that okay? Yes. Absolutely perfect. Guan Tianfu's eyes widened instantly, his face breaking into a beaming smile. He eagerly held out both hands to take the money, his voice trembling with excitement. Brother Zhang, take your time. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll deliver the goods right to your door. All right. Zhang Gaofei waved his hand and began shopping for other items. After finishing his purchases at the greenhouse, he casually passed by a stall selling electric tricycles. When he saw the price tag, Zhang Gaofei's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with shock and disbelief. 3,499? That's ridiculously cheap. He hurried over, eyes fixed on the price tag, double-checking, you mean it's really only 3,499? No hidden fees or anything? Lin Muheng, standing nearby, heard Zhang Gaofei's question and flashed a sincere smile as he quickly explained, no, our electric tricycle is genuinely priced at 34.99. Honest deal. Sir, why don't you take a seat and try it out? I'll give you a detailed introduction. But Zhang Gaofei was in no mood for a test drive. His mind was a whirlwind of emotions, frustration and regret surged like a tidal wave. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, his fingers flying across the screen as he opened the calculator app, muttering to himself, 34.99 multiplied by 20. As the numbers on the calculator screen kept jumping, his expression grew increasingly grim. Upon seeing the staggering price difference, Zhang Gaofei's expression instantly darkened. The veins on his forehead pulsed visibly, as if they might burst at any moment. He clenched his back teeth, his hands unconsciously balling into fists as he struggled to suppress the raging fury churning within. Yet he couldn't hold back any longer and blurted out, "What exactly makes your electric tricycle different from the Huijiang model? Selling it so cheaply, is there some kind of trick involved?" His voice carried a note of accusation, his gaze sharp as a sword as it swept across the crowd. Sun Daong stiffened his neck at the remark, his face flushing with indignation. He pounded his chest emphatically. "Our model is far superior to Huijiang's. It just doesn't have the same name recognition, and we don't waste money on flashy advertising." "Oh? Care to elaborate on exactly how it's superior?" Zhang Gaofei perked up, eyes locked on Sun Daong, not missing a single detail. After Sun Daong finished his lengthy list of advantages, Zhang Gaofei's face flushed red then drained pale. He felt such regret he wanted to slap himself, silently cursing himself a complete fool. Their prices were cheaper, and the value for money was higher. Why hadn't he shopped around and compared more back then? The thought of having wasted over 6,000 yuan sent a surge of rage straight to his temples. He trembled with fury, like a bull enraged. Without another word, he turned and stormed away from Lin Muheng's booth, striding hurriedly toward the exhibition center. Sun Daong watched Zhang Gaofei's retreating figure, scratching his head in confusion. "What's with that guy?" he muttered. "He didn't even buy anything, no need to get that worked up." Chapter 164 Refund. Refund. Meanwhile, Zhang Gaofei's face was flushed crimson with rage, his chest heaving violently like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment. He stormed back to Guan Tianfu's booth. At that moment, Guan Tianfu was sitting comfortably behind his stall, leisurely sipping tea. Spotting Zhang Gaofei returning, he promptly stood up, his face beaming with smiles. He warmly approached Zhang Gaofei, gesturing for him to step inside the stall while calling out, "Brother Zhang, come on in. Sit down and have some tea." Zhang Gaofei's face was ashen, showing no intention of entering. His arms were crossed tightly across his chest, his eyes bulging like copper bells. He barked impatiently, "Tea? What tea? I'm boiling with rage right now, I'm not in the mood for tea." His gaze turned vicious as he fixed it on Guan Tianfu, his voice rising to a shout. "Give me my money back. I'm done buying from you." Guan Tianfu's smile froze instantly, but he quickly regained his affable expression. He inquired cautiously, his voice laced with flattery, "Brother Zhang, we had everything agreed upon earlier. Why the sudden change of heart? I'm offering you the lowest possible discount. Ask around the market who else could beat this price? Honestly, this deal barely breaks even for us. It's purely about building a relationship for the long term." Yet Zhang Gaofei remained as unyielding as a frozen iceberg, utterly unmoved. A faint, disdainful twitch played at the corner of his mouth as he replied coldly, "Refund my money. I'm not buying. Nothing you say will change my mind. Don't waste my time here." Seeing this, Guan Tianfu felt a surge of anxiety. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, but he forced himself to remain calm, continuing to plead in a conciliatory tone, "Brother Zhang, why don't we discuss this further? There's always room for negotiation in business, don't you agree?" But Zhang Gaofei remained silent, his expression resolute. He wouldn't budge until he got his money back. Seeing that reason was futile, Guan Tianfu's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a cold expression. He said icily, "If you want a refund, we need to know the reason. We can't just hand over the money without understanding why." Zhang Gaofei snorted coldly, tugging at the corner of his mouth with a sneer. "I found a place selling electric tricycles. Their prices are way cheaper than yours, not just a little cheaper. And their performance is better too. Any fool would know which one to choose." Guan Tianfu's face froze in shock and confusion. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape as he muttered, "Huh? Cheaper than us? Really? That can't be possible." Doubts began to creep into his mind. After all, prices in the electric tricycle business were relatively transparent. Even between different shops, the price difference wouldn't be that significant. How could this be possible? But he stubbornly insisted, "Brother Zhang, don't let them fool you. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this market. They're probably just trying to scam you." Zhang Gaofei paid no heed to his warnings, bellowing angrily once more, "Cut the crap. Refund my money now. I'm not some fool you can pull one over on." Guan Tianfu's expression instantly turned sinister. He grinned, his smile brimming with calculation and smugness, and said in a sarcastic tone, "But we already signed the contract and you paid the deposit. Now you want out that's a breach of contract. According to the agreement, I don't have to give you your money back." Zhang Gaofei felt a thunderclap in his head, as if struck by lightning. He was completely stunned. He never imagined this seller would play such dirty tricks. Overcome with anger and frustration, his face flushed crimson. Forgetting all about saving face, he shouted back, "What? How dare you withhold my money? I'm not buying the electric tricycle, how dare you keep my money? This is fraud." Guan Tianfu crossed his arms, a smug grin on his face. "The contract is signed and sealed, legally binding. You want your money back? No way." He finished with a defiant, sideways glance at Zhang Gaofei. Zhang Gaofei felt an inexplicable rage surge through him, his head pounding as if it would explode. His eyes widened as he glared viciously at Guan Tianfu, bellowing at the top of his lungs, that 5,000 yuan is mine. What right do you have to withhold it? If you don't give it back, I'll call 12315 right now and report you for playing word games and scamming consumers. Guan Tianfu remained utterly unconcerned, grinning broadly as he retorted, oh, go ahead and report me if you dare. I'd love to see what you can do about it. Watching the 5,000 yuan about to go down the drain, Zhang Gaofei grew frantic. Beads of sweat the size of beans instantly formed on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He recalled the mayor's words before the exhibition opened, and a plan formed in his mind. He planted his hands on his hips and warned fiercely, if you don't give me my money back, I'll report you to the mayor. The mayor said if there's unfair trading at the exhibition, he's the one to go to. Then we'll see how you'll handle it. Xiaoli, standing nearby, turned as pale as a sheet at the words, her heart pounding with fear. She quickly grabbed Guan Tianfu's arm, leaned close to his ear, and whispered tremulously, young boss, this exhibition was personally initiated by the mayor. If we offend him over 5,000 yuan, we'll lose far more than we'll gain. Why don't we just give him the money back? Guan Tianfu's mind began to race as he pondered Xiaoli's words. His brow furrowed as he fell deep in thought, his eyes betraying hesitation and unease. Just as he was racking his brain for a solution, a deep, resonant voice suddenly came from behind him. Young man, this is a misunderstanding. It's your money, and we will return every single cent to you. Guan Tianfu's body jerked at the familiar voice. His heart skipped a beat, and he inwardly cursed his luck. He slowly turned his head. When he recognized the figure approaching, his eyes widened in shock, and he gasped, Dad. Guan Badian strode forward with steady, powerful steps, smiling as he approached Zhang Gaofei. He pulled 5,000 yuan from his pocket, handed it to Zhang Gaofei, and said politely, count it carefully. Once you're sure it's correct, you can leave. Zhang Gaofei took the money, counting each bill meticulously. After confirming the amount was correct, he snorted coldly and strode away. Guan Tianfu stood nearby, watching Zhang Gaofei's receding figure. His brows knitted tightly into a character, his face brimming with indignation. He fumed as he complained to Guan Badian, Dad, just handing the money back to him like that? That's way too easy on him. His eyes were wide and round, his chest heaving violently, clearly filled with resentment and indignation. Guan Badian shot Guan Tianfu a sidelong glance, his face wearing a hint of resignation yet still commanding authority. He slowly sat down in his chair and spoke earnestly, back at the shop, a little trickery might be tolerable, but not at this exhibition. This event is personally spearheaded by the mayor. If we pull any shady moves here, wouldn't that be slapping the mayor in the face? If that happens, we'll be in big trouble. As he spoke, he let out a soft sigh, his eyes reflecting a hint of worry. Guan Tianfu's anger gradually faded. He muttered softly, oh, all right. Guan Badian leaned back in his chair, suddenly remembering something. He narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, how many cars did we sell today? Xiaoli, standing nearby, lowered her head and replied in a trembling voice, 1. Not a single one sold. What? Guan Baishan's eyes snapped open, a flash of shock crossing them. Chapter 165, Holy cow, this is a real cash cow. Meanwhile, Zhang Gaofei clutched the 5,000 yuan he'd just acquired, hurrying toward Lin Muheng's stall. Having been humiliated by Guan Tianfu earlier, he'd learned his lesson and was now extra cautious. Standing before the stall, suspicion flickering in his eyes, he cautiously inquired, Boss, are these tricycles guaranteed quality? I'm looking to buy a large quantity. Do I need to pay a deposit first? As he spoke, his hands unconsciously tightened around the hem of his shirt. He both hoped for an affirmative answer and feared falling into another trap. Lin Muheng watched Zhang Gaofei turn back, surprise written across his face. He quickly patted his chest and shouted his assurance, Bro, you can rest easy. Our bikes are rock-solid quality. If anything goes wrong, come find us anytime, we'll fix it. And hey, we don't do this deposit nonsense around here. A flicker of delight crossed Zhang Gaofei's eyes. His voice trembled with excitement as he pressed further, Are these in stock? Can you deliver within the next couple of days? In stock. How many do you need? Lin Muheng asked with a smile, his eyes hinting at quiet anticipation. 20 units, Zhang Gaofei stated calmly. Hearing the number, Sun Daong beside him sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening like copper bells. He inwardly gasped, Holy cow, this is a big fat lamb, a major customer. Lin Muheng hadn't expected this unassuming young man to place such a large order. A flash of delight crossed his eyes before he readily agreed, we have 20 available. We can deliver them today. That's absolutely fantastic. Zhang Gaofei's face flushed crimson with excitement. Compared to that other shop, he felt their service was utterly terrible. Not only were they rude, but they tried every trick in the book to rip people off. They were downright awful. Thinking of this, he pressed further, You really don't need a deposit? No deposit needed. Our staff will accompany you to transport the electric tricycle back, and you can pay upon delivery, Lin Muheng replied courteously, his face maintaining a sincere smile. That's absolutely perfect. Zhang Gaofei exclaimed, his face glowing with excitement and his eyes brimming with admiration. He thought to himself, now that's how you do business. However, just as they were about to issue the invoice, a sharp shout rang out from afar, don't sign it. The voice belonged to Guan Tianfu. The thought of the lucrative deal slipping through his fingers filled him with growing frustration. Moreover, he had listened carefully to the customer's description earlier and suspected the electric tricycle they wanted to buy was also at this exhibition. Fuming, he circled the exhibition floor, his eyes scanning the area like a searchlight until he finally spotted Zhang Gaofei. At that moment, Lin Muheng was conversing with Zhang Gaofei when Guan Tianfu's loud shouts suddenly reached them. Zhang Gaofei's brow instantly furrowed into a deep crease, his wide eyes blazing with fury as if they could spit fire. He bellowed, his voice strained with fury, you crooked merchant! Why are you stalking me like a ghost? If you don't want me to sign, do you think you can force me into a deal? Guan Tianfu plastered on a smile, shaking his hands like a rattle drum as he protested, not at all. Where you buy is entirely your choice. I'm just trying to help you out this time. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he whipped his head around, his eyes flashing like two icy blades, piercing straight through Lin Muheng as if intent on tearing him apart. Well, Lin Muheng, you've got some nerve. Selling products identical to ours? You're as devious as they come, utterly unethical. At these words, Lin Muheng's expression darkened instantly, his face as stormy as the sky before a tempest, his brows knitting tightly into a deep frown. He crossed his arms over his chest, chin slightly raised, his face brimming with contempt. A mocking curve touched his lips as he retorted coldly, so selling the same product as you is immoral? Your logic is utterly absurd. There are countless tricycle vendors nationwide, does that make every single one of them unethical? Truth be told, your talent for making unreasonable accusations seems to grow by the day. Guan Tianfu's face instantly flushed crimson, like a shrimp tossed into boiling water. His lips trembled as he stammered a defense, I was just talking about you. I didn't mean anyone else. Guan Tianfu took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, but his eyes flashed with venom as he shouted, we were classmates, for heaven's sake. Do you have to be so heartless, stealing our family's business? His gaze swept to the price sign at the stall's center. The moment he saw the conspicuously low prices, the hatred on his face intensified, thickening like ice forming in the air. Are you trying to disrupt the market by selling so cheaply? His voice grew increasingly heated, saliva flying as he pointed at Lin Muheng, shouting hoarsely, I know our relationship has never been great, but you don't have to play dirty tricks behind my back. If you don't like me, just confront me directly. What's this about targeting my family's business? Suddenly, a sly grin spread across his face as if he'd thought of something. Dragging out his words with a sarcastic tone, he added, besides, do those crappy electric trikes even have proper certification? They're not counterfeit goods, are they? Guan Tianfu seemed to have found a weak spot. He turned to Zhang Gaofei with a fawning expression. Brother Zhang, you'd better keep your eyes peeled. Don't let this kid pull the wool over your eyes. If you buy a low-quality electric trike, even if it's cheap, it's money down the drain. When the thing breaks down, you won't find anyone to service it. That cash will be wasted. Finishing his speech, Guan Tianfu deliberately patted his chest, his face beaming with confidence as he sullenly guaranteed, Brother Zhang, we sell well-known electric tricycles with full warranty coverage. Quality is absolutely guaranteed. Don't let cheap prices blind you to bigger losses. These days, cheap goods are never good, and good goods aren't cheap. Zhang Gaofei's already hesitant expression grew even more conflicted after hearing Guan Tianfu's words. On one hand, he agreed Guan Tianfu had a point, one must be cautious when buying things. If he ended up with a shoddy product, that would be a huge hassle. But on the other hand, the memory of nearly getting ripped off for 5,000 yuan by Guan Tianfu ignited a fiery rage within him, making him seethe with anger. The idea of buying another electric tricycle from Guan Tianfu was utterly out of the question. If there were any more tricks up his sleeve, it would be a double loss, a complete waste of money. Just as Zhang Gaofei was torn between choices, Sun Daong strode over, clutching a stack of certificates in his fist, his expression fierce enough to devour Guan Tianfu alive. Chapter 166, Do You Dare Accept the Challenge? Sun Daong's eyes bulged like copper bells, his gaze so intense it could have reduced Guan Tianfu to ashes if it were a fiery inferno. He glared viciously at his opponent, his chest heaving violently. Watch your mouth, kid. Our electric tricycle isn't some unregistered junk. Look. Here are our certificates, black and white on paper, clear as day, stamped with the government's bright red seal. And let's not forget we're allowed to set up shop here because we passed every single government inspection. We've got all the proper paperwork, stamped and signed, right here in black and white. If you keep spouting nonsense and spreading lies, we'll sue you for defamation. You'll be in deep water, and you won't even have time to cry. Sun Daong's words flew thick and fast, spittle flying from his mouth. The veins on his neck bulged like writhing earthworms, each sentence carrying a torrent of fury and stern warning. Slander their Tianhong factory? He wouldn't stand for it. Guan Tianfu's face instantly turned ashen, as if struck by a resounding slap, his cheeks burning with stinging pain. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as his hands clenched unconsciously, as if trying to embed that rage deep into his flesh. Yet deep down, he knew full well that the other party had powerful backing from high-ranking officials, and their participation in the exhibition had been tacitly approved by those very same leaders. If he really went head-to-head with them, his own business would be finished for good. Yet, he simply couldn't swallow his pride. A weight as heavy as 1,000 pounds pressed down on his chest, suffocating him. Guan Tianfu's eyes darted rapidly as a devious plan formed in his mind. His gaze shifted to Zhang Gaofei standing nearby. His face instantly stretched into a phony grin as he began to coax, "Brother Zhang, sure, they have the certificate. But whether the product is any good? You won't know until you buy and use it. That's a huge risk. Stick with the big brands, they offer guarantees. You buy with confidence and use with peace of mind. If you really buy these unknown electric trikes, I fear they'll turn into scrap metal within days. Imagine spending your money only to get something useless, how frustrating. And you're planning to buy 20 units, that's no small sum. You must be extremely cautious, think it through carefully." Guan Tianfu's eyes were filled with calculation, his gaze as deep and cold as a bottomless pond, radiating a bone-chilling chill that sent shivers down one's spine. He flattered, "Even if you don't want to buy from us, you absolutely mustn't buy here. That's like jumping into a pit of fire." Though he felt a twinge of resentment at handing such a lucrative deal to another merchant, the thought of Lin Muheng failing to secure the order instantly eased his mind. Beside him, Xie Wanning witnessed Guan Tianfu's despicable double standard, inciting trouble while condemning others for the same, and her delicate brows furrowed in fury, her fair face turning as cold as frost. Her fists clenched tightly, as if she intended to vent her entire rage through them. "Hey, buddy! Customers have every right to shop wherever they please. Who the hell do you think you are, bossing people around like that? Do you think you're God himself?" Guan Tianfu turned toward the voice and recognized the speaker as Xie Wanning, the campus beauty and his senior. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes before his face broke into a smile so thick and fake it looked like it was plastered on with layers of makeup, making anyone who saw it feel sick. "Senior Xie, I'm only looking out for the customer here. What if Lin Muheng's electric tricycle is substandard? That would reflect badly on the school. If the university's reputation suffers, we students would be embarrassed too, we wouldn't be able to hold our heads up in public." Guan Tianfu spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were a guardian angel sent to save the world. "What's more, this exhibition is spearheaded by the mayor. If word gets out that counterfeit products appeared at the event, the consequences would be severe. It would tarnish the image of the entire city, and we'd become villains for the ages." He grinned, feigning benevolence as he continued, "I'm only looking out for Lin Muheng. I hope he'll see the error of his ways and not stray further down the wrong path." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning rolled her eyes, inwardly cursing, what a sanctimonious speech. He is clearly plotting to sabotage someone else's good work while putting on this hypocritical, self-righteous facade. A cold snort escaped her nostrils, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "This electric tricycle's quality is rock solid. I trust Lin Muheng's character. As for you? Your motives are as obvious as Sima Zhao's ambitions, everyone can see right through you. Stop pretending to be the good guy here. Senior, you've misunderstood me." With his motives exposed, Guan Tianfu's face flushed alternately crimson and pale. Overhearing the exchange, Zhang Gaofei beside them grew utterly flustered, his brows knitting tightly into a deep frown. His hands fidgeted nervously with the hem of his shirt as his mind became a tangled mess of confusion, utterly at a loss. Still, he could tell these two young men weren't on good terms. But upon reflection, their point held merit. Such a large sum wasn't trivial. If they ended up with a subpar product, they'd be out of fortune. Doubts began to creep into his mind. Maybe he should just buy it another day. It wouldn't hurt to wait until he had a better grasp of the situation before making a decision. With that thought, he glanced at the others, forcing an awkward smile. You guys keep chatting. I'll look around some more, compare options, and make a decision later." "Wait." Lin Muheng heard this and quickly called out to stop him. At those words, Zhang Gaofei's anger flared up like a lion roaring to life. The veins on his neck bulged, threatening to burst at any moment. He whipped his head around, his gaze piercing as it locked onto Lin Muheng. His voice dripped with resentment. "What? You think you can force a sale on me?" Lin Muheng shook his head gently. "Far from it. I called you over to witness a truly spectacular show." "A show? What kind of show?" Zhang Gaofei frowned, his face a mask of confusion and bewilderment. Lin Muheng didn't respond immediately. Instead, he slowly turned his head, his gaze as sharp as an ice blade, piercing straight at Guan Tianfu. "Aren't you the one who insisted our electric tricycles are substandard and even suspected our certificates are forged?" Guan Tianfu crossed his arms over his chest, chin slightly raised, a faint, contemptuous smile playing on his lips. His expression seemed to say, "The evidence is right before your eyes, what more proof do you need?" Lin Muheng continued, "Of course, these certificates can't be verified as genuine at the moment. But the electric tricycles are right here in front of us. Whether they're good or bad, one test will tell." His gaze suddenly sharpened as he fixed it on Guan Tianfu. "Then let's have a fair and impartial contest between our two companies' electric tricycles. Do you dare accept the challenge?" Chapter 167, This couple are both insane. Guan Tianfu's heart jolted at the words, silently wondering, what exactly is this kid up to? He pondered inwardly, his exhibition featured only renowned electric tricycle brands. How could they possibly lose to your unknown, no-name junk? Absolutely impossible. His brow furrowed slightly as he snorted coldly, what's there to be afraid of? Then, raising his eyebrows, he inquired, what exactly are we comparing? Lin Muheng's lips curved upward as he calmly listed the criteria. Naturally, we'll compare key performance metrics like power, range, and durability. Guan Tianfu's frown deepened. He lowered his head in thought, trying to gauge Lin Muheng's intentions. Suddenly, as if struck by a brilliant idea, a smug look flashed across his face. He nodded slyly. Fine, let's race. But a simple contest is no fun. We need some stakes to make it worthwhile. Guan Tianfu propped his chin in his hand, his eyes darting around as his mind raced to devise a wager that would guarantee him a win. In an instant, his eyes lit up with excitement as he turned to Lin Muheng with unbridled glee. The loser of this contest will be kicked out of this trade show. Not only that, but they'll have to shout in front of everyone, I'm a crooked merchant. Don't buy my stuff. Are you up for it? Lin Muheng's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a confident smile. His gaze remained steady as he replied calmly, no problem. I just hope you won't back out when the time comes. After all, his factory had developed a revolutionary electric tricycle, and he was utterly confident in his product. Guan Tianfu's heart surged with wild joy at the acceptance, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. He schemed silently, this kid didn't specify which electric tricycle model to compare with. Ha! As long as I pick the top-of-the-line model, he's bound to lose. After all, their electric tricycles came in several price tiers. The higher the price, the superior the specifications. The more he thought about it, the more smug he became, his smile growing wider as if he could already see Lin Muheng's humiliating defeat. At that moment, Sun Daon, standing beside him, watched his boss accept such a serious wager and immediately grew as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. His face twisted with anxiety as he hurried over to Lin Muheng, his brow furrowed. Boss, he pressed urgently, the consequences of losing are too severe. Our factory can't afford to lose. Why not just drop the bet? It's not worth taking such a huge risk. Lin Muheng merely gave Sun Daon a light pat on the shoulder, his gaze radiating a reassuring strength, silently conveying, rest assured, everything is under control. Seeing the boss's resolve unshakable, Sun Daon approached Xie Wanning, his face still etched with worry. His brow knotted into a tight knot as he anxiously suggested, Madam, perhaps you could persuade the boss? Ask him not to be so impulsive? At the sound of boss's wife, Xie Wanning's body trembled slightly, a blush spreading across her cheeks like the delicate petals of a blooming peach blossom. Yet she quickly regained her composure. Though some worry lingered within her, she responded with a smile, no need. I trust him. If he dares to do this, he must be absolutely certain. Seeing the boss and his wife so adamant, Sun Daong shook his head helplessly, his forehead creasing with faint lines as he muttered under his breath, this couple must be out of their minds. It really proves the saying, no two people can be alike, yet they end up under the same roof. Immediately, he silently prayed in his heart, his eyes filled with devotion, heaven above, you must bless our factory to win this match. Beside them, Zhang Gaofei's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing their wager. Now he finally understood what Lin Muheng meant by a good show. This match was going to be a real treat. No matter the outcome, it could only benefit him. The thought made his hands tremble with excitement. He couldn't wait for the competition to begin. Back at the stall, Guan Tianfu strode straight to the display stand. With a powerful shove, he knocked over the most expensive electric bike on display. Guan Badian watched with a puzzled expression, his brow furrowing slightly. He turned to his son, asking in confusion, Tianfu, what are you doing? Why are you pushing that bike? Guan Tianfu pushed the bike with all his might as he explained, Dad, that big order fell through because my classmates sabotaged me behind the scenes. I'm going to teach him a harsh lesson and kick him out of here. His teeth clenched with a grinding sound, his eyes blazing with fury and resentment. Ha! Guan Badian was utterly baffled. His eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, his face a mask of confusion. But seeing the resolute look in his son's eyes, he thought to himself, if this is what he wants to do, I won't stand in his way. After all, he's our only son, we can't let him suffer injustice. With that thought, he followed after them. Soon, 2 electric scooters gathered outside the exhibition hall. The open space outside offered excellent visibility, perfect for maneuvering. Upon arriving at the scene, Guan Badian casually scanned the area and quickly spotted a 3-wheeled electric vehicle parked nearby. Its appearance bore some resemblance to his own, but it was tagged with a price tag reading $34.99. His eyes narrowed instantly, a cold, ruthless glint flashing in them. He muttered to himself, no wonder business has been so slow today, it's that brat messing with us. Daring to steal our customers? Just wait and see how my son deals with you. But then, recalling his son had entered the competition with a 7,999 yuan electric vehicle, Guan Badian silently shook his head, a faint, dismissive smile curling his lips. He thought, son, you're using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. That kid isn't even worthy of being challenged with such a high-end vehicle. What a waste of talent. Yet, upon second thought, he felt satisfied that his son had unveiled an even pricier model. In his eyes, the boy was clever, knowing how to leverage such advantages to strike at his rivals. As the two bikes were wheeled over, Guan Tianfu could hardly wait to witness Lin Muheng's humiliating defeat. Hands on his hips, a smug grin spread across his face. Lin Muheng, the race can begin now. Wait. Xie Wanning suddenly sensed something, her face flushing with anxiety as she hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Then, pointing an elegant finger at the electric tricycle on the left, she protested indignantly. Competition demands fairness and impartiality. You dare pit such an expensive electric tricycle against ours? Granted, you don't have a 3,499 tier model, but you should at least use a 3,999 tier electric tricycle. Her face flushed crimson as her chest heaved with emotion. Sun Daong instantly recalled the situation and chimed in, well, you actually tried to cheat. As far as I know, this model sells for $79.99 at your booth. It's your most expensive one. You've got some nerve. To win this race, you'll resort to any underhanded tactics. Chapter 168, Schemes Pales Before True Strength. Sun Daong clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, his teeth grinding audibly. A burning urge surged within him, the urge to charge forward and teach them a lesson they'd never forget. Guan Tianfu watched Sun Daong and Xie Wanning's furious expressions, his eyes narrowing into slits. Behind those narrow slits, his unmistakable smugness was plain to see. When we set the rules for this bet, there was no explicit stipulation that I had to use the $39.99 electric tricycle. So which bike I choose to race is entirely my decision. You have no right to interfere. He deliberately flicked his chin in a taunting gesture, his expression radiating the confidence of one who already held the winning hand. That's just you twisting the facts. Xie Wanning trembled with fury, her cheeks flushed crimson like a ripe red apple. She had never encountered such brazen audacity before. A surge of rage shot straight to her temples, making her head spin. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly reached out, gently patting Xie Wanning's shoulder as he soothed her softly, don't worry. The outcome won't change. His voice was deep and steady, his eyes radiating unwavering confidence that brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. Hearing this, Xie Wanning nodded softly. The anger in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by complete trust. In her heart, she believed every word Lin Muheng spoke without reservation. However, Guan Tianfu, who had overheard their conversation, completely misinterpreted the situation. Mistaking Lin Muheng for a spent force, his grin grew even more arrogant. His eyes brimmed with scorn, a sneer curling his lips as he sneered, Lin Muheng, you know the outcome yet still challenge me? Are you truly foolish, or just pretending? Ha! His laughter echoed freely through the air, brimming with provocation and smug satisfaction. Watching the other man's honeyed, confident smile, Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly. A flicker of disdain crossed his eyes as he thought, arguing with someone like this is a complete waste of time. Only strength will make him truly submit. Soon, the race commenced. At Sun Daong's signal, the two electric tricycles officially began their contest. The first contest was speed. On the 100-meter track, they would see which vehicle crossed the finish line first. Guan Tianfu and Lin Muheng straddled their respective trikes, leaning forward slightly with both hands gripping the handlebars tightly, their eyes brimming with tension and anticipation. At the whistle's blast, both vehicles shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Initially, they raced neck and neck, wheels spinning furiously as dust swirled behind them. However, at the 50-meter mark, Lin Muheng's vehicle suddenly surged forward, accelerating sharply. With a whoosh, it left Guan Tianfu trailing behind. Watching the gap widen between them, Guan Tianfu's brow furrowed. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as panic gripped his heart. A flicker of terror and confusion crossed his eyes as he muttered under his breath, impossible. How could this kid be this fast? As expected, Lin Muheng reached the finish line first. He brought his bike to a smooth stop, a faint smile playing on his lips, his eyes radiating calm and confidence. Guan Tianfu, however, trailed behind in a fury. Staring at the other's smug grin, he sneered coldly, don't get too cocky too soon. Sure, you've got a slight lead in speed, but that doesn't mean anything. There are still several more rounds to go. I'll be the one winning in the end. Watching his stubborn defiance, Lin Muheng's lips curved slightly into a dismissive smile. We'll see about that, he replied. Several more intense rounds followed, and Guan Tianfu lost every single one without exception. His face grew increasingly sullen, as withered as a frostbitten eggplant. Gazing at the electric tricycle priced at 7,999 yuan beneath his feet, he was filled with existential doubt. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, what gives this brand the nerve to sell an electric bike for 7,999? It can't even outperform a 3,499 yuan electric tricycle. It's nothing but a pile of scrap metal. His frown deepened, his forehead creased into a distinct character. If he truly lost this competition, the consequences would be far beyond what he could bear. After all, Guan Batian had shelled out a whopping 300,000 yuan just to secure this exhibition booth. Losing the contest meant not only packing up and leaving the exhibition in disgrace, but also having to shout "I'm a crooked merchant" at the top of his lungs in front of countless customers. That would be a massive loss of face. How could he ever hold his head up in business again? Guan Tianfu felt like he had a live rabbit hopping around in his chest, his nerves on edge, unable to find a moment's peace. He kept muttering to himself, I can't lose. I absolutely cannot lose. Suddenly, his eyes darted around. He stepped down from the vehicle, glaring defiantly at Lin Muheng and bellowed, what does winning this mean? It only shows your electric tricycle performs well initially. But if its lifespan is short, this price is a ripoff. Unless you can prove it's more durable than my vehicle. As he spoke, a sly gleam flashed in his eyes, hoping to turn the tables at the last moment. If you can win this too, we'll concede defeat wholeheartedly, Guan Tianfu declared solemnly, though his voice betrayed a hint of unease. Hearing Guan Tianfu's words brimming with reluctance and sophistry, Xie Wanning's eyebrows shot up in anger. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she snapped indignantly, you're shameless. You lost the contest. We clearly won, yet you're still twisting the truth here, refusing to accept reality. Have you no shame? Sun Daong chimed in from the side, hands on his hips, his face brimming with smug disdain. He bellowed, exactly. So what if your electric tricycle sells for 7,999? It still can't hold a candle to our 3,499 model. When faced with true strength, your underhanded tricks and schemes are utterly worthless. Before this, Sun Daong had been filled with anxiety, fearing the factory would collapse and face ruin. Who could have imagined this unexpected triumph? He was overjoyed. Confronted by Xie Wanning and Sun Daong's relentless questioning, Guan Tianfu's face instantly turned grim. With matters having reached this point, he knew he had no other choice but to resort to sheer stubbornness. His eyes darted around before he glared viciously at Lin Muheng, a taunting smirk curling his lips. You're scared, aren't you? I knew you were nothing but a coward, too chicken to face me head-on. Since you won't accept the challenge, let's call this a draw. From now on, we'll mind our own business and go our separate ways. No way, Lin Muheng retorted coolly. Who says I'm scared? Today I'll show you how our $349 electric tricycle completely outclasses your $7,999 model. Pfft, talk big all you want. Bring it on and show me what you've got. Guan Tianfu sneered dismissively, thinking to himself that his 7,999 electric tricycle boasted top-tier durability. It might fall short in other areas, but it absolutely couldn't lose to a cheap $34.99 model in that department. Chapter 169, Sorry for worrying you. Beside him, Guan Baishan's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. He'd just witnessed the head-to-head clash between the two vehicles firsthand. He knew full well that the seemingly unremarkable $34.99 electric tricycle was no pushover. Now, his mind was filled with worry, his brow furrowed tightly. Could we really lose? Guan Batian shook his head slowly, muttering under his breath, impossible. They must be bluffing. When it comes to durability, that cheap knockoff stands no chance. At that moment, the two electric tricycles stood facing each other, the tension in the air so thick it felt like it could freeze. On their respective vehicles, Lin Muheng and Guan Tianfu sat firmly in place, their eyes locked on each other. The next second, both twisted the handlebars of their electric tricycles simultaneously. Initially, both vehicles moved at a steady pace. Gradually, their speed increased, accelerating like arrows released from a bow, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the vehicles seemed poised to collide, Guan Tianfu's heart lurched. His face instantly drained of color. Without a second thought, he scrambled off his tricycle, nearly stumbling and falling as he landed. Lin Muheng, however, remained seated firmly on his tricycle. His face showed no trace of panic or fear, his expression was calm and composed. Xie Wanning witnessed this scene, her eyes widening in shock. Her expression tightened to the extreme, her face etched with worry. Her hands clutched the hem of her shirt tightly as she trembled. Lin Muheng, jump down. It's too dangerous. Xie Wanning's eyes were filled with concern, wishing she could rush over and pull Lin Muheng down herself. Sun Daong was equally frantic, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted, Mr. Lin, get down. Don't risk your life. This is no joke. At that moment, Guan Tianfu had retreated to the side, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Muheng. A complex mix of emotions churned within him. He felt both rage and a tinge of envy, muttering under his breath, that kid, does he have no regard for his own life? The thought of his own clumsy leap down contrasted sharply with Lin Muheng's steady perch atop the vehicle. He felt like a cowardly deserter, his heart brimming with humiliation. His eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. Lin Muheng, why am I not as good as you? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. His hands clenched into fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms, yet he felt nothing. The next instant, the two electric tricycles slammed into each other. In that split second, the shrill screech of metal grinding against metal intertwined with the dull thud of impact, reverberating painfully through the eardrums of those nearby. Immediately after, parts that had been securely fastened on the tricycles began raining down from the sky. Xie Wanning's heart leapt into her throat. Her pupils contracted sharply, her face etched with terror and worry. Almost instinctively, she pulled Wanwan close, shielding her eyes with her arms while murmuring soothingly, Don't be scared, Wanwan. Mommy's here. Only after confirming no further dangerous sounds were nearby did she slowly stand up. Her eyes darted around urgently, searching for Lin Muheng's figure. She then hurried forward to check on him. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure flickered in and out of view. Lin Muheng slowly emerged from the dust, his hair thick with grime. Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, he bowed his head slightly and said apologetically, "Sorry for making you worry." The moment Xie Wanning saw Lin Muheng, the weight on her heart instantly lifted. But immediately afterward, a wave of fear washed over her. Her eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up and threatening to spill. The next second, tears spilled over. Forgetting everything else, she threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms, clutching the hem of his shirt tightly as she pouted, "You idiot! Why did you have to push yourself so hard? You promised me you'd never do anything dangerous. Do you have any idea how scared I was? What would Wanwan and I do if something happened to you?" Her voice trembled with sobs, her body quivering slightly. Lin Muheng's face flushed with embarrassment. He scratched his head awkwardly, his eyes darting around as he mumbled, I forgot. I remember now. It won't happen again." His voice trailed off. Admitting fault immediately was always the safest bet in this situation. Xie Wanning wiped her tears angrily, gave a light snort, and shoved Lin Muheng away forcefully. She felt both furious and annoyed. This man was truly terrible, always making her worry so much. After confirming Lin Muheng was unharmed, Xie Wanning angrily grabbed Wanwan's hand and turned to leave. As she walked, she forced a light-hearted tone, "Sweetie, it's so hot out. Mommy will take you to get ice cream. Yay! Mommy's the best." Wanwan's eyes lit up with excitement as she skipped along behind her. After the mother and daughter left, the swirling dust gradually settled, revealing the scene within clearly to everyone. Guan Tianfu and Guan Badian stared wide-eyed, their mouths slightly agape, faces frozen in disbelief. Guan Tianfu's hands clenched unconsciously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? It's completely wrecked? That shouldn't be." Meanwhile, the electric tricycle developed by Lin Muheng's factory bore only a few minor scratches. Its body remained intact, as if the violent collision had never touched it. In stark contrast, Guan Tianfu's $7,999 electric tricycle lay in a pitiful state, its frame twisted and deformed, parts scattered everywhere like a toy torn apart. Beside him, Zhang Gaofei witnessed the scene, his eyes widening like copper bells and his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. He couldn't help but blurt out in astonishment, "Holy cow, that's incredibly sturdy." After watching the competition all afternoon, Zhang Gaofei had long been captivated by the electric tricycles from Lin Muheng's factory. His eyes brimmed with awe and admiration, his heart overflowing with profound respect for the electric tricycles produced by Lin Muheng's factory. Unable to contain his excitement, he hurried over to Lin Muheng, his face breaking into an uncontrollable grin as he eagerly asked, "Boss, these bikes are seriously top-notch, sturdy and built to last. The price is still $34.99, right?" "That's correct," Lin Muheng replied with a slight nod and a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Gaofei's heart finally settled. Clapping his hands together, his excitement overflowing, he declared, "Boss, I'll take 20. Just like we discussed earlier, deliver them to me today, and we'll settle the payment on the spot. Deal?" "Absolutely no problem." Lin Muheng nodded readily, his smile widening as he thought to himself, this order for 20 vehicles was firmly secured. He promptly called over his staff to coordinate the follow-up details with Zhang Gaofei. After everything was arranged, Lin Muheng strolled over to Guan Tianfu and said coldly, "This time, you should fulfill your promise." Chapter 170, It's not that I'm not trying, it's that it's not trying. At those words, Guan Tianfu's body jerked violently. His legs instantly went limp, and he collapsed to the ground like a heap of mud. His eyes were hollow and vacant, staring straight ahead. His face was etched with utter despair, as if all life had been drained from him. Now he had no excuse to wriggle out of this. He could only bear the consequences of his own actions. Just as Guan Tianfu was consumed by regret, Guan Badian emerged from the crowd. His face plastered with an utterly insincere smile, he approached Lin Muheng with a cheerful air. He patted his shoulder lightly and said earnestly, "Young man, I'm Guan Tianfu's father, Guan Badian. I came to tell you, leave a little room for yourself. It's better to keep things open for the future. Don't push things too far, it won't do you any good." "Oh?" Lin Muheng raised an eyebrow slightly, his gaze piercing as he looked at Guan Badian. A cold smile curled his lips, his eyes brimming with disdain. Arms crossed over his chest, he stood tall and defiant, meeting Guan Badian's gaze without flinching. "I'm eager to see what consequences you have in mind." Seeing Lin Muheng's attitude, Guan Badian felt a surge of irritation. Yet he forced himself to suppress his anger, took a deep breath, and let the smile fade from his face. His expression turned stern as he asked, his tone laced with a hint of threat, "What will it take for you to back down?" Lin Muheng merely smiled faintly, his voice carrying an unwavering certainty. "Do exactly as we agreed beforehand." Seeing the young man before him so utterly unyielding, Guan Badian's eyes instantly turned cold and menacing. Earlier, he'd learned from his son that Lin Muheng seemed to have some backing. His eyes darted, and a plan formed. He smiled broadly, speaking slowly and deliberately, "As far as I understand, you have connections with the mayor. This exhibition was initiated by him. If a merchant were to leave the exhibition on the very first day, wouldn't that reflect poorly on the mayor? His gaze locked onto Lin Muheng, searching for the slightest crack in his expression. You dare threaten me? Lin Muheng's expression abruptly hardened. The previously cool eyes instantly blazed with anger as he glared darkly at Guan Badian. Seeing this reaction, Guan Badian felt not anger but excitement. He knew his gamble had paid off. He patted Lin Muheng's shoulder again, his face once more plastered with that insincere smile. Young man, don't get so worked up. Hear me out first. During the exhibition, we'll mind our own business. We'll compensate you for the wear and tear on your electric tricycle and you'll hand it over to us. Additionally, we'll pay you 10,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. The previous wager is null and void. What do you say? Lin Muheng lowered his head in thought, weighing the pros and cons. This wager was trivial to him. He thought, I mustn't let Uncle Liang's help here jeopardize his career prospects. With that thought, his eyes flickered, and a resigned smile touched his lips. Fine. I hope you keep your word this time. Absolutely. Guan Badian chuckled heartily. Then, he reached down to pull Guan Tianfu, who was sprawled on the ground, to his feet and hurriedly led him away. Moments later, Xiaoli from Guan Tianfu's stall hurried over to Lin Muheng's booth, envelope in hand. Our boss told me to give this to you. Lin Muheng took the envelope and opened it to find a stack of red bills inside. He nodded and looked at Xiaoli. Tell your boss I got it. Xiaoli turned and walked back to her stall, reporting to Guan Badian, Boss, it's delivered. MHM. Guan Badian nodded, then turned to look at Guan Tianfu, his eyes filled with disappointment, as if he were disappointed in an iron that wouldn't become steel. He sighed inwardly. Both were college graduates, why was his son so inadequate? Feeling his father's disappointed gaze, Guan Tianfu's expression darkened, his heart filled with helplessness and resentment. Frowning, he spoke with some agitation, Dad, I never imagined that kid's electric tricycle would be so sturdy. Even the industry leader Huai Jiang can't compete. It's not that I'm not trying hard enough, it's that the product itself is subpar. Enough. Guan Beishan's eyes narrowed slightly. Though he too felt a twinge of helplessness, he forced back his anger. What good does this talk do? You lost, plain and simple. What matters now is figuring out what to do next, not making excuses. After a moment, seeing his son still standing there, his face twisted with frustration, Guan Beishan's heart instantly softened. After all, he had only this one son. He sighed softly, gently patting his son's shoulder. A faint, warm smile touched his lips as he offered quiet reassurance. Honestly, this isn't your fault. It's just over 10,000 yuan. Our family can certainly afford that. What truly worries me is the future. A flicker of anxiety crossed his eyes. The thought of those electric tricycles, not only cheap but surprisingly well made, sturdy, durable, and built to last, weighed heavily on Guan Beishan's mind. He knew full well that the high-priced branded goods he sold held no competitive edge against them. What troubled him even more was the possibility that his own factory, operating under authorized manufacturing agreements, might collapse under this fierce competition. At this thought, his brow furrowed even deeper, his expression growing increasingly grim. Seeing his father's tight-lipped silence and the terrifying gravity on his face, Guan Tianfu felt a wave of panic wash over him. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask, Dad, what should we do now? That kid is definitely going to be our toughest competitor in the future. If we let him keep growing like this, we won't have an easy time of it. Guan Badian narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought for a moment. I'll think it over. Then he slowly turned his head, fixing his gaze firmly on his son. His expression turned stern as he warned, during the exhibition, you better not cause any trouble. That hot-headed temper of yours, you'd better change it fast, or you'll pay dearly for it sooner or later. Yeah, Guan Tianfu nodded reluctantly, though he still felt a bit resentful inside. The exhibition lasted 3 days, and today was the first. Overall, things went smoothly. As closing time approached, Sun Daong began tallying inventory. Upon learning they had sold 66 vehicles total, excitement instantly lit up everyone's faces. However, where there was joy, there was also sorrow. The other manufacturers selling electric tricycles collectively sold less than 10 units, with Tianfu factory failing to sell a single one. At that moment, Sun Daong noticed Lin Muheng's grave expression and tightly pursed lips. Curiosity piqued, he asked, Mr. Lin, did today's sales fall short of your expectations? Lin Muheng shook his head slightly. He understood well the principle that a tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. He couldn't help but worry about what underhanded tactics his competitors might employ. He lowered his voice and whispered a few words into Sun Daong's ear. After all, one should never harbor malicious intent, but one must always be vigilant. Meanwhile, inside a luxurious villa, former factory owner Rin Dajin sat comfortably on the sofa, leisurely watching the local news. However, the instant a familiar face suddenly flashed across the television screen, his expression shifted slightly, his eyes brimming with disbelief. How did he end up on TV? Chapter 171, You've Kept Me Searching. The television was broadcasting an interview with Lin Muheng and Mayor Liang Ruifei. Ran Dajin watched as Tianheng factory appeared at the city's trade fair, fury making the veins on his forehead bulge. His face contorted with rage, his expression suggesting he wanted to tear Lin Muheng limb from limb. Tianhong Factory. Lin Muheng, he muttered through gritted teeth. Images of his humiliating defeat at Lin Muheng's hands last time flooded his mind, and hatred surged within him like a tidal wave. You little bastard. You made me suffer so badly last time, and now you're gloating in triumph. Ever since offending the bureau chief last time, Ren Dajin had gone to great lengths and spent an enormous amount of time just to maintain his connections. He'd been running himself ragged, scrambling everywhere, just to finally stabilize the situation. But now, Lin Muheng and his crew were not only thriving but even appearing on television. How could he possibly swallow his pride? Ren Dajin clenched the bead necklace in his hand tightly, a cold, sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Let you gloat for a few more days. On the second day of the exhibition, Lin Muheng arrived at his booth and saw everything running smoothly, letting out a sigh of relief. He had feared other booths might cause trouble, but surprisingly, everyone seemed to have toned down their behavior, not giving him the hard time he'd anticipated. Soon, the shop welcomed its first customer. Meanwhile, at the Tianfu factory booth, Guan Tianfu sat bored at the cash register. The store was deserted, not a single customer in sight. He yawned intermittently, his gaze vacant as he stared out the window, his mind filled with boredom. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he rose and strolled slowly toward Lin Muheng's stall, wanting to see how things were going over there. When he saw customers buying electric tricycles from Lin Muheng's shop one after another, Guan Tianfu found the sight unbearably glaring. His fists clenched unconsciously, a surge of intense jealousy and resentment welling up inside him. Returning to his own shop, Guan Tianfu plopped down onto a stool, fuming. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt, his anger simmering like a volcano ready to erupt. He abruptly stood up, turning to Guan Batian beside him and urgently declared, "Dad, we can't just sit here and wait for disaster. Look at Lin Muheng over there, his business is booming. If we keep this up, he'll crush us sooner or later. You have to think of a solution." Guan Batian sighed helplessly, spreading his hands wide. "If I had a good solution, I would have said it already. Right now, we're willing but unable." Guan Tianfu's face flushed crimson with rage. His eyes widened, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He slammed his fist into the wall, his eyes flashing with resolve. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Cut prices. We'll sell for 3,499 too. Besides, we're still the Huaijiang brand electric tricycle. Customers will definitely choose ours when they compare. Sure, we'll make less profit, but it's better than having all our customers snatched away by Lin Muheng." Guan Batian pondered for a moment, concluding there was no better solution at present. Besides, he'd agreed to non-interference during the exhibition period. He never said they couldn't wage a price war. He nodded. "All right, let's do it." Soon after, Guan Tianfu replaced the original $39.99 price tag with one reading $34.99. He gazed at his booth, secretly hoping customers would stream in as they did at Lin Muheng's stand. However, the reality was that the store remained empty. Yesterday, many customers had come in to look, but today, the number of customers entering the store was pitifully small. Guan Tianfu watched the bustling crowds and lively atmosphere at the exhibition, yet his own shop remained deserted. Confusion filled his mind as he muttered, "Where did everyone go? Did they all head over to Lin Muheng's booth?" Meanwhile, at Lin Muheng's booth, a middle-aged man in his 40s approached. The man held his phone, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Muheng. After a careful comparison, his face lit up with excitement. "Young man, I've been looking everywhere for you." Lin Muheng looked at the unfamiliar man with confusion. "What do you want with me?" he asked. The man beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits. "I'm here to buy your electric tricycle, of course. $34.99, right? Here's the money, count it." With that, the man pulled a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to Lin Muheng. Lin Muheng smiled as he accepted the money, carefully counted it, and confirmed everything was in order. He then enthusiastically processed the purchase paperwork for the man. In less than 5 minutes, the man rode away contentedly on his electric tricycle. The entire process was so swift it left Lin Muheng momentarily dazed. He muttered to himself, "This closed way too fast. Could it be the competition playing tricks?" And it wasn't just this customer today, several others had done the same. They walked in, got straight to the point, paid, and picked up their vehicles in one seamless motion. This trend had Lin Muheng feeling uneasy. But he couldn't refuse to sell the bikes. He figured he'd just have to take things as they came. As the shop regained a moment of calm, Wanwan's bright, lively eyes lit up instantly. Like a playful little deer, she bounded over to Lin Muheng. She reached out her chubby little hand and grabbed hold of her daddy's broad, warm palm. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, "Daddy, Daddy, come quick, come quick." With that, she pulled her dad over to a small table nearby. Lin Muheng watched his daughter's lively, adorable expression, a smile curving his lips. He bent down slightly and asked gently, "Sweetie, what is it? What do you need, sweetheart?" Wanwan placed the storybook in front of her father. Her previously rosy cheeks instantly scrunched up, her little brow furrowed tightly as she declared indignantly, "Daddy, this book has a mistake." Her expression was as if she'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Lin Muheng was taken aback by her words. He hadn't expected his daughter to spot an error at such a young age, and he was both surprised and delighted. He smiled as he picked up the picture book, his eyes carefully scanning the pages, trying to find the mistake his daughter mentioned. However, after reading from cover to cover, he found nothing amiss. He looked at Wanwan with confusion and asked softly, "Sweetie, where exactly is the mistake?" "Daddy can't see it." Wanwan pouted at her father's question. Then, she reached out with her chubby little hand, swiftly flipped to a specific page, held it before Lin Muheng, and pointed at the illustration with her tiny finger, saying anxiously, "Daddy, this part is wrong. It's all incorrect." Lin Muheng followed his daughter's pointing finger, his eyes filled with contemplation. He looked at Wanwan with some surprise and asked softly, "Sweetie, the moon belongs to the whole world. What's wrong with that?" "Of course it's wrong." Wanwan shook her head emphatically. Then, in her soft, childish voice, she declared, "Daddy, the moon belongs to the dragon country." Her tone was unwaveringly firm. Chapter 172, Wanwan's explosive statement. Hearing this answer, Lin Muheng felt even more surprised. He couldn't fathom what was going on in his little daughter's mind. But he couldn't dampen her enthusiasm for exploring the world. Curious, he asked, "Sweetie, why do you say that? Who told you?" Wanwan listened, then crossed her arms, her little face flushing red with indignation. She glared at her father with her big, watery eyes and demanded loudly, "Daddy, who told you the moon isn't part of the dragon kingdom?" Seeing her father silent, she pointed excitedly at the picture book, her little mouth moving rapidly. "Chang'e has lived up there for thousands of years. How could it not belong to the dragon kingdom? Daddy, isn't that right?" Her tone carried the certainty of stating an indisputable fact. Lin Muheng froze upon hearing this. He opened his mouth, only to realize he truly had no rebuttal. He then turned to Wanwan and asked, "What about the sun? Is that also part of our dragon country?" Wanwan tilted her head up, looking utterly convinced. She nodded vigorously, her voice sweet and childlike, "Of course it's ours. If it weren't ours, would Hui have dared to shoot it? And hit 9 arrows at once? Daddy, isn't that right?" Seeing her father silent, Wanwan pursed her little lips and continued in her sweet voice, "Not just the sun, but the moon too. Even the sky belongs to our dragon country." Her voice brimmed with confidence. Lin Muheng asked, puzzled, "Huh? Why is that?" He couldn't fathom where Wanwan had picked up such ideas. He certainly hadn't taught her any of this. Seeing his reaction, Wanwan quickly explained, "Otherwise, why would Empress Nuwa go to such great lengths to mend it? Daddy, don't you think?" Her eyes seemed to await his approval. Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile bitterly inside. Honestly, he felt he was becoming hopeless at teaching today's children. To his ears, his daughter's words actually sounded quite reasonable. Beside them, Sun Daeong couldn't help but curve his lips upward as he listened to their exchange, a smile of suppressed amusement spreading across his face. He gently stroked Wanwan's head and said softly, "Wanwan, you're not quite right. Whether it's the sun, the moon, or the sky, they belong to the whole world, they belong to everyone." Upon hearing this, Wanwan quickly waved her hands, her little face puffing up in indignation as she declared loudly, "Uncle, don't talk nonsense. Wherever the sun and moon shine, it's all China. How can someone your age not understand this? You're so silly with that." The little one playfully stuck out her tongue. Sun Daeong felt as if he'd been lectured by a 6-year-old, and he couldn't even muster the energy to argue back. Watching Wanwan's mischievous expression, he found himself both amused and exasperated. Xie Wanning, watching from the side, found it both amusing and endearing how Wanwan had left everyone speechless. She quickly pulled the little one into her arms and asked affectionately, "Sweetie, how did you learn all this? Where did you pick up such knowledge?" Wanwan beamed at her mother's praise, blinking her big, watery eyes as she replied in her sweet, childish voice, "Grandpa told me." Xie Wanning couldn't help but curve her lips upward at this answer. Now she finally understood where her precious daughter's ideas came from. Beside her, the mere mention of Grandpa instantly conjured images of her grandparents in Wanwan's mind. In that moment, her longing for them surged like a tidal wave. Wanwan clung tightly to Xie Wanning's arm, her voice soft and pleading as she asked, "Mommy, when can we go to Grandma and Grandpa's house? I really want Grandpa to tell me stories." Xie Wanning gazed at her daughter with tender eyes, soothing her with a soft voice, "Just wait a little longer and we'll go back. Then Grandpa will tell you lots and lots of interesting stories." Yay! Hearing this, Wanwan ran off contentedly to play nearby. At that moment, Xie Wanning glanced at Lin Muheng and Sun Daeong with a hint of apology, feeling a bit embarrassed as she explained, My dad used to be a diplomat. It's just a professional habit, a professional habit. I'll give him a good talking to when we get back." Hearing this, the two exchanged a knowing smile, nodding with a mix of amusement and exasperation. No wonder Wanwan spoke with such clarity and reason, it must be in the family genes. By afternoon, the exhibition's clamor grew ever louder, the crowd bustling in shoulder to shoulder. Amidst this extraordinary bustle, a group suddenly surged in from the east, their footsteps hurried and their presence commanding. Leading the way was Zhang Gaofei, the very man who had purchased 20 electric tricycles yesterday. His expression was grave, closely followed by a large group of elderly men and women, forming a formidable procession. Sun Daong, seeing the commotion, hurried over to Lin Muheng and whispered urgently, his voice thick with worry, Mr. Lin, they look pretty aggressive. Could they be here to cause trouble? Lin Muheng's heart tightened upon hearing this. Hesitating slightly, he replied, it shouldn't come to that. Despite his words, the grim, unsmiling expressions on those men's faces left him deeply uneasy. Sun Daong silently prayed inwardly, muttering under his breath, please don't let them be here to cause trouble. Let's get out of here, let's get out of here. As if his muttering had backfired, Zhang Gaofei led the group to a halt right in front of Lin Muheng's stall. Sun Daong's heart skipped a beat. He forced a smile and politely inquired, gentlemen, what brings you here? We live in a society governed by law. Let's discuss this calmly. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. As he spoke, he unconsciously took half a step back, a fleeting flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Zhang Gaofei's tense expression instantly blossomed like spring flowers. He waved his hands hurriedly, laughing, don't say such things. We're not here to cause trouble. With that, he grabbed Lin Muheng's hand, his voice trembling with excitement. Boss, these are all folks from my village. Yesterday, they saw the electric tricycle I bought so affordable and reliable and they were green with envy. They insisted I bring them here to buy one too. So here we are. After a pause, he solemnly added, even though they're buying less than I did, boss, the quality has to be exactly the same as mine. We're all honest folks, integrity is what matters most. Hearing this, Lin Muheng felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. He pounded his chest and assured him, rest assured, all our products meet the same exacting standards. Quality is absolutely guaranteed. With that, he immediately instructed his staff to clear seats for the elderly customers. After all, they were walking money trees. Chapter 173, Mother and Daughter Team Up. At that moment, Lin Muheng's stall was bustling with a surging crowd, the atmosphere electric. Not far away, in a shadowy corner, a pair of eyes like venomous snakes stared intently at him, filled with jealousy and resentment. Ren Dajin stood there, watching the bustling scene at Lin Muheng's stall, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. He never imagined the electric tricycle would sell so well. It felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. At this thought, his brow furrowed deeply, his face clouded with worry. After all, with Lin's business thriving like this, he feared it would be nearly impossible to reclaim the factory. Suddenly, as if making a firm resolution, his clenched fists cracked audibly. Gritting his teeth, he growled lowly, no. I must bring him down. As he exited the exhibition, Ren Dajin happened to pass by the Tianfu factory booth. The booth stood cold and deserted, utterly empty. Witnessing this scene, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smug smile, one filled with schadenfreude. Back when he sold electric tricycles, customers were constantly snatched away by Tianfu factory. Now, seeing their shop deserted, a wave of satisfaction washed over him, as if he'd finally gotten his revenge. Seeing this, Ren Dajin's eyes darted about, and an idea instantly formed in his mind. He strode confidently into Tianfu factory's shop. Spotting Guan Badian seated in a chair, staring at his phone, he spoke with smug satisfaction, Guan Badian, you sure have a lot of free time on your hands. Guan Badian, sitting in the shop, heard Ren Dajin's voice and looked up. Recognizing the familiar face, his expression darkened instantly. He glared coldly at Ren Dajin and said, you came to laugh at me? You've got me all wrong. I'm here to help you, Ren Dajin said with a smile, his face plastered with a fake grin. But Guan Badian didn't relax his guard for a second. Suspicion filled his eyes as he stared intently at Ren Dajin, wondering what the old fox was up to. Seeing Guan Badian's distrust, Ren Dajin hastened to explain, I'm telling the truth. Your shop has no customers because of that Tianheng factory up ahead. I know that. No need for you to remind me, Guan Badian replied coldly, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. In his mind, Ren Dajin was ruthless and unforgiving, someone best avoided to prevent trouble. Seeing that the other man knew about this and had been silently enduring it all along, Ren Dajin was somewhat surprised. His eyes widened slightly, and a trace of astonishment flashed across his face as he asked, you just let it go like that? None of your business, Guan Badian replied without mercy. If you don't buy an electric tricycle, our shop won't welcome you. No, please. Ren Dajin's eyes darted rapidly as he thought to himself, this old fox doesn't trust me. I need to find a way to win his confidence. After a moment's thought, he said, I have some personal grievances with the owner of Tianheng factory. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, so I truly came to help you. His eyes held a hint of sincerity, as if he genuinely intended to cooperate with Guan Badian. You actually know that kid? Guan Badian was taken aback, narrowing his eyes slightly as curiosity flickered across his face. He couldn't help but wonder, that kid looks barely 20. How did he manage to cross Ren Dajin? Truth be told, he was genuinely curious. Yeah, we have a beef. Can we sit down and talk now? Ren Dajin said with a cheerful smile. Guan Badian hesitated for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. But in the end, he smiled and said, please, have a seat. He handed a teacup to Ren Dajin and asked curiously, I wonder where that kid crossed you? Though the matter was somewhat embarrassing, Ren Dajin took a deep breath and briefly recounted how he had tricked Lin Zhongtian, hoping to lower Guan Badian's guard. Guan Badian listened, then doubled over laughing, his eyes brimming with derision. He slapped his thigh and mocked unrestrainedly, "Who'd have thought someone as sharp as you could get blinded by an eagle?" Ha 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 ha, his laughter echoed through the shop, thick with scorn. Ren Dajin's face turned as dark as a scorched pot bottom. He growled, "Don't throw stones when you live in a glass house. We need to figure out how to deal with that kid. Perhaps we could do this." Guan Beishan's face lit up with a smug grin as he slowly laid out his plan. Ren Dajin's eyes lit up with delight. Clapping his hands in approval, he exclaimed, "Excellent. Let's do it." And so, two men with ulterior motives, driven by self-interest, forged an alliance. A conspiracy targeting Lin Muheng was quietly unfolding. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng wore a warm smile as he efficiently processed invoices for the elderly customers. "Uncles and aunts, please take your receipts. Our staff will deliver the electric tricycles right to your doorstep shortly. Should any issues arise with your electric tricycle in the future, we'll handle all repairs. Lifetime warranty included, you can use them with complete peace of mind." The elderly customers beamed with satisfaction. "All right, young man, we'll remember what you said." After seeing off the customers, Sun Daong organized the trucks to load goods at the factory for home delivery, while Lin Muheng remained stationed at the stall. Seeing her father suddenly slump into a chair, Wanwan hurried over, carrying a disposable paper cup. Her big, round eyes brimmed with concern as she said in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, you must be tired. Have some water and rest a bit." Seeing his precious daughter so thoughtful and considerate, a wave of warmth washed over Lin Muheng. His old father's heart felt like it was melting. Taking the cup, he felt inexplicably that the water inside tasted sweeter than mountain spring water. With one sip, it seemed as if all his fatigue melted away. "Thank you, sweetheart. Daddy feels full of energy now," Lin Muheng smiled, gently ruffling Wanwan's hair. "Hee hee, you're welcome." Wanwan beamed happily, her cheeks dimpling adorably. Then, the little one clenched her fists and gently pounded Lin Muheng's leg. Blinking her big, watery eyes, she asked innocently, "Daddy, does that feel good?" Yes, it feels good." Lin Muheng nodded contentedly, blissfully enjoying his daughter's massage. Wanwan caught Xie Wanning watching her and Daddy. Her eyes lit up as she hurried over to her mother, tugging at her hand and chirping, "Mommy, you said Daddy works so hard to support our family, so we have to take good care of him, right?" "Yes, that's right." Xie Wanning looked at her thoughtful daughter, blushing slightly as she nodded shyly, a faint flush spreading across her cheeks. Wanwan then took her mother's hand and placed it on Lin Muheng's shoulder. In her sweet, childish voice, she said, "Wanwan will massage Daddy's legs now, so you can rub Daddy's shoulders, Mommy." "Ha? This?" Xie Wanling's face instantly flushed crimson, like a ripe apple. She felt both embarrassed and flustered, momentarily at a loss. Then she suddenly recalled how Lin Muheng had tenderly massaged her feet during the sports meet. She silently resolved, "I'll consider this my way of repaying him." Taking a deep breath, Xie Wanning gently kneaded Lin Muheng's shoulders with her fingers and asked softly, "Is this pressure okay?" "MHM." Lin Muheng nodded with a smile. This life was simply too comfortable, it felt like the pinnacle of existence. Chapter 174, Tianfu? Tenhong? Hard to tell them apart. Outside the exhibition hall, Ren Dajin paced anxiously, his eyes darting around like torches. His face was etched with agitation. "Where the hell is that bastard? He's not standing me up, is he?" Ren Dajin muttered under his breath, his chest churning with a mix of rage and worry. He'd meticulously planned this spectacle for half a day. If this key figure dropped the ball, all his plans would go down the drain. Just as his anxiety peaked, a young man in his early 20s approached. He wore a faded gray t-shirt, matching gray shorts, and white canvas sneakers, his whole appearance radiating simplicity and youth. The young man stared at the exhibition sign, his brow furrowing in confusion. His eyes brimmed with doubt, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Could the location be wrong? That shouldn't be." He scanned his surroundings carefully, but saw neither the familiar photography studio nor any filming equipment. The scene was vastly different from what he had imagined. The more he thought about it, the more off it felt. His frown deepened, his confusion intensified, and his heart began to race. Could I have been scammed? With that thought, he quickly pulled out his phone, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen to dial a number. Almost simultaneously, Ren Dajin's phone rang sharply. He snatched his phone and saw the caller ID. Rage erupted like a volcano within him. Before the other person could speak, he impatiently demanded, "Are you here yet? If you don't show up soon, I'm replacing you." Hearing the threat of replacement, Zhao Zhengguan on the other end panicked instantly. His face drained of color, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his expression a mix of anxiety and disarray. "Director, I'm here. I'm here." Right outside the exhibition hall, he stammered, quickening his pace as he scanned the area, desperately searching for Ren Dajin's figure. Seeing that the surroundings didn't resemble a filming location, Zhao Zhengguan hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "But director, I don't see any studio or equipment. Where are we going to shoot?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt a light tap on his shoulder. Startled, he whipped his head around to find Ren Dajin standing right beside him. Ran Dajin remained composed, arms crossed over his chest, as he stated matter-of-factly, "We'll be using hidden cameras, so you won't see the equipment." His tone was matter-of-fact, as if describing something utterly ordinary. "This is the most advanced filming technique available today. Are you up to the task?" Ran Dajin glanced sideways at Zhao Zhenguang, a hint of doubt in his eyes. At those words, Zhao Zhenguang's eyes instantly lit up, his face brimming with excitement and enthusiasm. He nodded vigorously, chest thrust out proudly, pounding his chest as he vowed, "Director, I can do it. Absolutely. I won't let you down." His greatest dream was to become a master actor, carving out his own niche in the entertainment industry. Now that a director recognized his talent and offered him this chance, he silently vowed to seize it firmly, never letting it slip away. Ran Dajin watched Zhao Zhenguang's earnest expression, nodded with satisfaction, and let a barely perceptible smile touch his lips. Good, he thought to himself. A professional actor was always better than an amateur. Moreover, Zhao Zhenguang was a fresh face. Neither Lin Muheng nor the factory workers recognized him. This would make it easier to lure the target into the trap. Besides, hiring someone familiar would cost more and create a debt of gratitude. Zhao Zhenguang, however, was an actor he'd poached from the extras pool, 200 yuan a day, offering exceptional value for money. This deal was truly a bargain. This thought filled Ran Dajin with quiet satisfaction. He considered his move brilliant. After a brief pause, Ran Dajin cleared his throat and stepped before Zhao Zhenguang. His expression turned serious, adopting the air of someone about to deliver a lecture. His face solemn, eyes focused, he pointed toward a nearby spot and began his clear, methodical explanation. "Today we have 2 scenes. For the first scene, you take. Got it?" Ran Dajin tilted his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Zhao Zhenguang, his eyes carrying a hint of scrutiny. Zhao Zhenguang's eyes widened as he listened intently, his ears perked up, afraid to miss a single detail. At Ran Dajin's question, he quickly nodded vigorously, patting his chest emphatically. "Director, I've taken it all in. Rest assured, I won't let you down." His eyes brimmed with confidence. That's excellent." Ran Dajin nodded approvingly, adding casually, "You grasp things quickly. You must have considerable acting experience." Zhao Zhenguang flushed with a shy blush at the director's praise. Scratching his head, he gave a simple, honest smile. "You flatter me, director. This is actually my first time with lines. Before this, I was just an extra playing dead bodies." A hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes at that moment, but it quickly gave way to renewed determination. "Dead bodies?" Ran Dajin's heart skipped a beat as worry surged through him. His brow furrowed as he silently pondered, "This kid has only played corpses before, can he pull off these 2 scenes?" But then he thought, there was simply no one else suitable to replace him on such short notice. Ran Dajin had no choice but to try this as a last resort. So, forcing himself to appear calm, he patted Zhao Zhenguang on the shoulder and encouraged him, "You have real potential. Keep it up. Give it your all." His eyes held a glimmer of hope, praying Zhao Zhenguang would surprise him. "Yes." Zhao Zhenguang's heart surged with excitement at the director's renewed praise. He bowed deeply to Ran Dajin, expressing his gratitude. "Director, I will not let you down." After that, he could no longer contain his inner urge and asked eagerly, "Director, when do we start?" His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were already itching to get started and eager to show off his skills. "Filming officially begins the moment you enter the exhibition hall," Ran Dajin stated. He then pulled a stack of cash from his pocket, handed it to Zhao Zhenguang, and solemnly instructed, "This is for purchasing the electric tricycle. Use it freely during filming." "Got it, director. I'll give it my all," Zhao Zhenguang replied, taking the money with both hands and clutching it tightly, deeply moved. He sensed the director was testing his adaptability and ability to collaborate with co-stars. After waiting so long, his chance to prove himself had finally arrived. He silently vowed to give it his all, convinced he would become an overnight sensation. Stepping through the exhibition hall's entrance, Zhao Zhenguang walked in with cash clutched tightly in his hand, his posture straight and his stride vigorous. His gaze immediately scanned the shop signs lining both sides of the aisle, determined to locate the Tianheng factory's display. Faced with the dense, dizzying array of signs before him, Zhao Zhenguang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. A pang of regret welled up inside him, silently berating himself for not familiarizing himself with the venue beforehand. But now that he was here, and the director hadn't called cut, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and carry on. Soon, he arrived at the Tianheng factory stall. The obscure characters on the sign above were unfamiliar to him. Still, he reasoned that similar-looking characters often had similar pronunciations. Muttering to himself, he wondered, this character should be pronounced Xing, right? Where's the Hong part? He stared at the sign, shook his head when he confirmed it wasn't right, and walked away. Soon after, Zhao Zhenguang approached the Tianfu factory booth. His brow furrowed, his face filled with confusion. Huh? Tianfu? Not Tianhong? Did the director get it wrong? Just as he was pondering this, he spotted the price tag on the electric tricycle, $34.99? Then this must be the place the director meant. A smirk touched his lips as he muttered to himself, everyone says the director isn't well educated. He can't even tell the difference between Tianhong and Tianfu. Seriously, his IQ is questionable. Zhao Zhengguang shook his head with a wry smile before stepping into the booth. Hey, boss, I'm here to buy a bike. Chapter 175. Boss, is this bike reliable? At that moment, the shop was deserted. Guan Tianfu slumped lazily in a recliner, looking utterly bored. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed through the shop. Guan Tianfu's eyes instantly lit up, as if infused with new energy, and he perked up instantly. Hearing a customer arrive, he scrambled to his feet, his face beaming with excitement. He hurried forward with eager steps, his smile stretching almost to his ears. Hey, brother, looking to buy an electric tricycle? Guan Tianfu beamed, his voice brimming with warmth as he fixed his gaze on the customer, his eyes full of anticipation. Zhao Zhengguang remained impassive, merely nodding slightly as his gaze swept slowly around the shop. Then, he reached out and gave the electric tricycle priced at 3,499 a light tap. His previously calm eyes instantly sharpened. With a serious expression, he fixed his gaze on Guan Tianfu and asked, Boss, is this bike guaranteed? I mean, guaranteed to be high quality? Guan Tianfu's face immediately broke into a beaming smile, his eyes narrowing to slits as he eagerly replied, Brother, you can count on the quality of our electric tricycles. They're the Huaijiang brand, a big name you can trust. He even patted his chest emphatically. Oh, alright then. I'll take one. Zhao Zhengguang's lips curved upward slightly, revealing a faint smile. He then pulled out some cash from his pocket and handed it to Guan Tianfu. After confirming the payment, Guan Tianfu pointed to the electric tricycle displayed on the stand, his face beaming with pride as he announced loudly, Brother, this bike is yours. All right. Zhao Zhengguang nodded, his face radiating uncontrollable joy. He eagerly hopped onto the electric tricycle and rode off, beaming with delight. After leaving the exhibition, Zhao Zhengguang rode his tricycle and stopped in front of Ren Dajin. His face was beaming, eyes sparkling like a child eager for praise. He jogged up and asked, Director, how did I do just now? His hands fidgeted unconsciously, his gaze brimming with anticipation. Was that impromptu performance satisfactory? He blinked intently, fixed on Ren Dajin, afraid to miss a single expression. Ren Dajin's mouth twitched slightly, inwardly amused by Zhao Zhengguang's naivety. But outwardly, he maintained a satisfied expression. Reaching out, he patted Zhao Zhengguang on the shoulder with a warm smile and praised, That was excellent. I'm very pleased. Keep it up later, don't let me down. Got it, Director. I'll give it my all. Zhao Zhengguang nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with determination, as if he could already see himself becoming a huge star. Watching his silly, earnest expression, Ren Dajin's lips curved upward slightly, his heart brimming with smug satisfaction. He thought to himself, what a fool. He believes everything I say. A moment later, Ren Dajin approached with a bottle of mineral water, his face still wearing a smile. Let me explain the second scene. In this scene, you need to. Meanwhile, Guan Batian pushed the electric tricycle Zhao Zhengguang had bought into an empty corner and began sabotaging it. A sly grin played on his face, his eyes gleaming with malice as he muttered under his breath, Lin Muheng, your time is almost up. Seeing the tricycle wrecked beyond use, he clapped his hands in satisfaction, a smug grin spreading across his face. However, as he pushed the tricycle back, his brow furrowed deeply. A nagging doubt crept into his mind, why does this electric tricycle look so much like the ones we sell? But then he dismissed the thought, reasoning that most electric tricycles looked alike with few subtle differences. Meanwhile, Ren Dajin slapped Zhao Zhengguang on the shoulder, his smile growing broader. That wraps up the second scene. Take a moment to digest it. Later, I'll need you to improvise freely. I want to see your acting chops. Remember, no matter how angry you get, you have to show it fully. And you need to warn everyone to steer clear of this shop, don't let them get scammed. Got it? Ren Dajin's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Zhengguang, his tone carrying an unwavering certainty. Director, rest assured, I've got it. Zhao Zhengguang nodded solemnly, his eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. He clenched his fists, silently vowing to himself, I will bring my character to life in every detail, making sure everyone remembers me. He took a deep breath, mentally rehearsing the performance ahead, his eyes flashing with confidence. 5 minutes slipped by unnoticed. Zhao Zhengguang stood at the entrance of the exhibition hall, his brow furrowed as if shrouded in dark clouds. He drew in a deep breath, as if trying to swallow his frustration whole, then pushed the broken electric tricycle with both hands, his steps heavy as he entered the exhibition. His face was drawn tight, his brows knotted like twisted ropes, lips pressed into a straight line. His eyes burned with anger and resentment, his entire being consumed by rage. Soon, he pushed the electric tricycle to the entrance of the Tianfu booth. He abruptly halted, gripping the handlebars tightly, then bellowed with a voice that seemed to carry the heat of a raging fire, Boss! Boss! What's up, brother? Hearing the shout, Guan Tianfu, who had been lounging comfortably in his recliner, jolted awake at the sudden commotion and hurriedly rose. When he recognized the customer from earlier, his face darkening with a terrifying grimace, Guan Tianfu's expression instantly turned cold. His lips turned down slightly, his eyes flashing with disdain. Adopting an indifferent posture, he crossed his arms and asked lazily, What's up? At those words, Zhao Zhengguang's face twisted into a ferocious grimace. Veins bulged on his forehead, his eyes bulged like copper bells, as if they might spit fire. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, "When I bought your electric tricycle, you pounded your chest and guaranteed top quality. But it broke down on the road after just a short ride. You owe me an explanation." Guan Tianfu eyed the man warily, suspicion flickering in his gaze. He then strolled over to the electric tricycle, gripped the handlebar, and found it indeed immovable. His brow furrowed slightly as doubt crept in. This trike was brand new. How could it break down so quickly? Was this guy just looking for trouble? He scrutinized Zhao Zhengguan from head to toe. Seeing the man's aggressive demeanor, Guan refused to back down. Placing his hands on his hips, he declared loudly, "It was in perfect working order when we delivered it. If it's broken now, that's your fault for mishandling it. It has nothing to do with us. Don't try to make unreasonable demands here." Hearing the other party's stubborn refusal to acknowledge responsibility or resolve the issue, Zhao Zhengguang's expression darkened instantly, as gloomy as the sky before a storm, seemingly dripping with tension. A flash of resolve flickered in his eyes. He then scanned the surrounding customers and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Fellow villagers. I just bought this electric tricycle and it broke down on the road. I came to them for help, but they won't lift a finger." His voice trembled with emotion, as if he'd suffered the greatest injustice. When you buy a vehicle, they fawn over you like royalty, treating you like a VIP. But once you bought it, they become the bosses, completely indifferent to your plight. Everyone must steer clear of this shop. Don't fall for their tricks. Zhao Zhengguan grew increasingly agitated, waving his hands in the air, his face contorted with grief and indignation. Guan Tianfu, hearing the man publicly slander their shop, was as frantic as an ant on a hot skillet. He hastily waved his hands, protesting, "How can you spout such nonsense? Everyone, don't believe a word he says." It was clearly his own operational error. How can we be held responsible for this loss? His face flushed crimson, his eyes darting with panic as he gestured wildly, desperately trying to explain to the crowd. Chapter 176, Caught in Your Trap. Meanwhile, Guan Batian was filled with anticipation, eager to witness Lin Muheng being humiliated and left in a sorry state. Humming a tune, he sauntered lightly toward the Tianheng factory booth. Just as he leaned in to get a closer look at the booth, a light tap suddenly landed on his shoulder. The tap made Guan Batian's heart skip a beat. He instinctively turned his head. The moment he recognized Lin Muheng, the smile froze on his face, replaced by utter shock. "Lin Muheng, why aren't you at the store?" Guan Batian stammered, his eyes betraying a flicker of panic, like a child caught red-handed after doing something wrong. "Mr. Guan, I just stepped away to use the restroom." "What exactly were you up to here, sneaking around like that?" Lin Muheng crossed his arms, studying Guan Batian with keen interest, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing Guan Batian's furtive demeanor, Lin Muheng instantly understood the man was up to no good. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes. Guan Batian forced a smile and chuckled awkwardly, "Just killing time, taking a stroll. Ended up here by chance." Yet his eyes kept darting toward Lin Muheng's stall. The stall was orderly and bustling, showing no sign of the quarrel he'd heard about. His brow instantly knotted into a tight knot as he muttered to himself, "Where the hell did Ren Dajin's guy go? Wasn't he supposed to return the goods? Why hasn't there been any movement yet?" The thought sent a chill through Guan Batian's heart. Suddenly, he recalled the strange feeling he'd had when he'd sabotaged that electric tricycle. Now it dawned on him the tricycle was one of his own company's products. He was filled with regret, slapping his thigh hard. His eyes flashed with fury as he cursed inwardly, "That old fox Ren Dajin is indeed cunning and calculating. I've fallen right into his trap." He sighed deeply and turned to leave. Seeing this, Lin Muheng quickly reached out and grabbed his shoulder, saying, "Mr. Guan, don't rush off. Come to my shop for some tea and rest your feet." "No thanks. I've got business to attend to." "I'll be on my way," Guan Batian declined, forcefully shaking off Lin Muheng's hand as he hurried toward his own stall. Lin Muheng watched his hastily retreating figure, his mind filled with confusion. He hurried after him, eager to see what was happening over there. Sure enough, Guan Batian spotted a large crowd gathered before his stall from afar. A dense mass of people stood there, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of chatter. His brow furrowed as a sense of foreboding washed over him. He quickened his pace, forcefully pushing through the crowd until he finally broke through. As soon as he reached the front, he saw Zhao Zhengguang standing before the stall, tears and snot streaming down his face as he wailed and lamented their shop. His hands flailed wildly as he spoke, his face twisted with grief and indignation. His eyes were bloodshot, tears welling up as if he'd suffered the greatest injustice imaginable. "This is a rip-off shop. Everyone, don't fall for it. I'm living proof." Zhao Zhengguang bellowed, his voice thick with tears. He looked as if he were pouring out every ounce of his grievance. Guan Batian's face darkened instantly at the words. He frantically waved his arms, shooing away the onlookers like flies while bellowing, "Disperse! Disperse! Nothing to see here." It took considerable effort to finally disperse the crowd. Then, in one swift stride, he lunged forward, yanking Zhao Zhengguang aside. His eyes bulged like copper bells as he snarled, "Did Ren Dajin send you here? Now that you've achieved your goal, get the hell out of here. Or don't blame me for being rude." His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth grinding audibly. He looked ready to pounce at any moment. Ha! Zhao Zhenguang stared back in utter bewilderment, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. His mind raced. This script doesn't match what the director said. Could this guy be a veteran actor sent by the director to play opposite me? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He quickly suppressed the thrill rising in his face and deliberately huffed, "You haven't compensated me yet. Why should I leave? Your store clearly states 10 times compensation for counterfeits. My bike broke down shortly after I wrote it out. It must be a fake you sold me. Give me my money and I'll leave. If not, I'm not budging today." With that, Zhao Zhenguan plopped down on the ground, hugging his knees tightly, adopting a stubborn, unyielding stance. Guan Tianfu watched the scene unfold beside him, his face turning ashen with rage. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, and he desperately wanted to walk over and slap him twice. Seeing the crowd of onlookers still lingering nearby, Guan Baishan's face darkened like rain clouds, his brows furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, his demeanor gradually softened. He knew full well that Zhao Zhenguang's outburst had severely damaged their reputation. If handled poorly, their business would be ruined. He stood up, smoothed his clothes, and forced a smile. Pulling Zhao Zhenguang from the ground to a nearby bench, he said politely, "Young man, come. Let's talk this through properly. We'll definitely handle your issue appropriately." Now that's more like it. Zhao Zhenguang nodded contentedly, thinking to himself, I should pick up the act now. Meanwhile, Ren Dajin rushed over immediately after receiving Guan Baishan's call. The moment he entered, his face broke into a broad grin as he grinned widely and said, "Well? See? Haven't we thoroughly ruined Tianheng Factory's reputation?" As he spoke, a flash of smug satisfaction flickered in his eyes, as if everything unfolded precisely according to his master plan. Seeing Ren Dajin still putting on airs, Guan Baishan's brows instantly knitted into a character. Furious, he strode up to Ren Dajin, pointed his finger at him, and shouted, "Ren Dajin, you really think you can fool me? I know exactly what you're up to. I never imagined you'd be so full of lies. I must have been blind to trust you in the first place." His chest heaved violently, clearly seething with rage. "Ha? Guan Badian, what nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand a single word." Ren Dajin widened his eyes, his face filled with confusion and utter bewilderment. Just then, Zhao Zhenguang spotted Ren Dajin and hurried over, plastering on a fawning smile. "Director, how did I do just now? Do you think my scene with this veteran actor was passable? Ha? What are you doing here?" Seeing Zhao Zhenguang, Ren Dajin was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. His eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth gaped open wide enough to swallow an egg. According to his plan, Zhao Zhenguang shouldn't have known about this place at all. What on earth was going on? "Of course the director asked me to come," Zhao Zhenguang said cheerfully, his face radiating sincerity. "What? I told you to come?" Ren Dajin's mind was filled with question marks. He clearly remembered never mentioning such a thing. Seeing Ren Dajin still playing dumb, Guan Badian sneered contemptuously, spat hard on the ground, and said with utter disdain, "Ren Dajin, the facts are staring us in the face. You still won't admit it? I truly underestimated your shamelessness." His eyes brimmed with disgust and contempt. "What am I pretending?" Ren Dajin spread his hands wide, his brow furrowed in feigned confusion. "Explain clearly, what facts are you talking about? What exactly am I supposed to admit to?" Guan Badian shot Zhao Zhenguang a cold glance before snarling, "Didn't you bring this man to sabotage our stall? You pretended to cooperate with me, gained my trust, then stabbed me in the back. How dare you deny this is your doing?" His eyes blazed with fury and hatred, as if he wanted to devour Ren Dajin alive. "No, I didn't." Ren Dajin hastily waved his hands, his face brimming with sincerity. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze to Zhao Zhenguang, frowning as he demanded, "Didn't I send you to the Tianheng factory? Why did you come here instead?" Chapter 177, Foolishly Trying to Steal a Chicken Only to Lose a Handful of Rice. Zhao Zhenguang's eyes nearly popped out of his head at the accusation, his face frozen in utter disbelief. "Ha? Director, there's no such thing as Tianheng Factory. There's only Tianfu Factory and Tianqing Factory. I checked it out, this place sells electric tricycles for just $34.99. Zhao Zhenguang spoke, convinced of his own brilliance, a smug look unconsciously spreading across his face. But his realization hit him fast. The smugness vanished instantly, replaced by utter disbelief. He hurriedly leaned closer to Ren Dajin and cautiously asked, "Director, are you saying I went to the wrong stall?" Ren Dajin, upon hearing this, angrily smacked Zhao Zhenguang on the back of the head. He then typed out the character and snarled, "This character is pronounced Hung. He as in e-child, hen as in heavenly. Heavenly. Not Xing." Now the situation was clear. Ren Dajin looked at the dim-witted Zhao Zhenguang before him, feeling both exasperated and frustrated, like iron that wouldn't temper into steel. Though he'd found cheap labor, this man's literacy was abysmal. He didn't even recognize the characters for heavenly splendor. Ren Dajin inwardly cursed his luck for finding such an unreliable person. He took a deep breath, forcing down his anger, then walked over to Guan Badian. Straightening his back, he declared, "Now you should know I wasn't targeting you." His eyes held a hint of smug satisfaction, as if proclaiming his innocence to Guan Badian. Guan Badian let out a long sigh, his expression a complex mix of regret, resignation, and a hint of anger. Looking at Ren Dajin before him, he found himself utterly unable to speak. At that moment, he was filled with bitter regret. Why had he ever agreed to partner with him? Wasn't this just inviting trouble? Now that word had spread, the reputation of their shop would surely suffer. Beside them, Zhao Zhengguang had initially felt apologetic. But as he calmed down and thought it through, he sensed something was off. His heart skipped a beat and an ominous foreboding washed over him. He hurried to Ren Dajin's side, his face etched with anxiety. "Director," he demanded loudly. "What's going on here? You praised my performance earlier, so why are you now saying I'm in the wrong booth? Didn't you see how I performed in front of the machine?" Seeing this man ruin his plans, Ren Dajin's pent-up anger boiled over. He decided to throw caution to the wind. Crossing his arms, he sneered. "Let me be blunt, I'm not a film director. I called you here to act out a scene, and you couldn't even manage that. You're utterly hopeless." His eyes brimmed with contempt, as if observing a trivial clown. "Your brain just isn't cut out for this line of work. Go back to your hometown and farm the land. Stop dreaming." Ren Dajin's anger grew with every word. He snorted coldly, then pulled a 100 yuan note from his pocket and flung it hard at Zhao Zhengguang. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengguang's eyes instantly went blank, as if all hope had vanished. His lips trembled slightly as he muttered to himself, "It's all fake, all fake. You old bastard, how dare you deceive me?" Anger and despair filled his heart, as if he'd plummeted from the clouds into an abyss. The next second, Zhao Zhengguang stormed forward, shoving Ren Dajin to the ground. He straddled him, his fists flying like a raging storm. His face twisted with fury and resentment as curses poured from his mouth. "You fraud. I trusted you so completely, and this is how you repay me." He had believed he'd found his patron, that he could soar to fame overnight. But now, told it was all a scam, Zhao Zhengguang was consumed by rage. His mind replayed the fantasies he'd once held, those beautiful dreams now shattered into dust. How could he not be furious? Ren Dajin was beaten until he could only cover his face with both hands, howling in agony. He desperately called out to Guan Badian beside him, "Guan Badian, pull this madman off me." "Ah! Ah!" His voice dripped with terror as his body writhed, desperately trying to break free from Zhao Zhengguang's assault. Seeing this, Guan Badian's lips curled upward involuntarily as he thought to himself, "You want me to save you? No way. Consider this your compensation to our family." A flicker of smug satisfaction danced in his eyes, as if witnessing Ren Dajin's suffering were the most gratifying thing in the world. Nearby, Guan Tianfu observed the scene with a cold, detached gaze. Arms crossed, a smug, schadenfreude-filled smile played on his lips as he leisurely savored the spectacle. He even pulled out his phone, activated the video recording function, intending to capture this spectacular moment. He muttered under his breath, "What a satisfying sight. That's karma coming back to bite him." In an unnoticed corner, Guan Tianfu delivered a vicious kick to Ren Dajin, muttering under his breath, "You tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a sack of rice. Serves you right." Zhao Zhengguang, exhausted from the fight, snatched another 100 yuan bill from Ren Dajin's hand. He stood up angrily and shouted, "These 200 bucks are mine. Don't ever let me catch you again, I'll beat you every time I see you." With that, Zhao Zhengguang left, sniffling and teary-eyed, sobbing, Why doesn't any director ever notice me? Why?" Amidst the crowd, Lin Muheng witnessed the scene, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Watching the two reap what they had sown, an indescribable sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Yet beneath this satisfaction, a faint thread of worry also lurked. He knew full well that Ren Dajin and Guan Badian, two men harboring ulterior motives, would inevitably stir up trouble when they teamed up. He needed to find an opportunity to deal with them properly and eliminate the threat once and for all. A moment later, Ren Dajin carefully wrapped a towel around a frozen mineral water bottle and pressed it against his face, which was swollen like a pig's head from the beating. His eyes blazed with resentment as he glared fiercely at Guan Badian, snorting angrily, "You old bastard. You're nothing but a monster. I asked you to save me, yet you just stood there watching. Can't you stand to see me do well?" Guan Badian watched Ren Dajin's comical expression, suppressing a laugh while maintaining a deliberately stern face. He snorted coldly, "The credibility our family has lost isn't something you can undo with a flippant mistake. The beating you took today will serve as compensation for the damage you caused us." After speaking, he sighed deeply. "From now on, you take your broad highway, and I'll cross my narrow plank bridge. We'll mind our own business." With that, he lifted his chin slightly, his eyes flashing with an uncompromising resolve. At these words, Ren Dajin instantly flew into a rage. His eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, "You don't want to bring down Tianheng Factory anymore? Chapter 178, just kiss her already." Ren Dajin fretted that he'd be left alone to confront Lin Muheng, feeling powerless and desperate for allies to tip the odds in his favor. Most crucially, he refused to let Guan Badian reap the rewards of their conflict. Ren Dajin pressed on from the sidelines, "Tianheng Factory is thriving right now. You've already been outshone by him. Before long, he'll be writing rush out over you. Guan Badian's heart stirred slightly at these words. He understood Rin Dajin was deliberately sowing discord between him and Tianheng Factory, yet the words pierced him like a thorn. Though Tianfu Factory was currently thriving, Tianheng Factory's rise undoubtedly posed a significant threat. Once Tianheng Factory gained its wings, his own business would inevitably suffer severe repercussions. Cutting off someone's livelihood was akin to killing their parents. Guan Badian could not afford to sit idly by and wait for disaster. With that thought, Guan Badian drew a deep breath and exhaled slowly, his expression turning grave. After a moment of silence, he finally sighed deeply and said, "Enough. Speak. What do you propose?" Run Dajin, flushed with embarrassment, scratched his head and replied reluctantly, I haven't come up with a good plan yet." His eyes then darkened with venom. "But no matter what, we can't let Tianheng Factory off the hook." Just then, Guan Tianfu, who had been staring at his phone the whole time, suddenly looked up, a sly gleam flashing in his eyes. The screen displayed a video of his electric tricycle race against Lin Muheng. Whoever had filmed it had also uploaded it online. When Guan Tianfu first saw the video, he was furious, feeling his dignity had been utterly trampled. But now, inspiration struck. A sinister scheme began to take shape in his mind. He waved the phone in his hand and said, "I have a plan. Here's what we can do." Meanwhile, Lin Muheng returned to his stall and immediately called Sun Daong over. He whispered, "Keep an eye on Tianfu Factory and Ren Dajin lately. Report any suspicious activity to me immediately." Sun Daong nodded quickly, but soon a look of confusion appeared on his face. He frowned and said, "Mr. Lin, Ren Dajin and Guan Badian from Tianfu Factory have never gotten along. Why would these two suddenly team up?" His eyes were filled with bewilderment, clearly perplexed by this unexpected shift. Lin Muheng narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold smile curling his lips. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They understand this principle better than anyone. But whatever schemes they're cooking up, we need to stay vigilant." "Understood, Mr. Lin," Sun Daong replied before turning to handle the arrangements. Having spent time on the streets, he knew plenty of people from all walks of life. Gathering intelligence was no trouble for him. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day exhibition came to a hurried close, and Tianheng Factory had managed to generate a small buzz during the event. At that moment, Sun Daong was busy compiling the transaction data from the 3 days. When the eye-catching figure on the calculator caught his eye, he was so excited he practically jogged straight over to report to Lin Muheng. "Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. During the exhibition, we sold a total of 528 electric tricycles, with sales reaching 1,847,472 yuan. That many?" Xie Wanning, standing nearby, heard the figure and her eyes lit up with delight. She never imagined such impressive sales could be achieved in just 3 days. A quiet triumph swelled within her, trusting him had been the right choice after all. "Don't get ahead of yourself. This is just the beginning. There's more to come." Lin Muheng remained composed, though his mind was already mapping out a grander vision. He was determined to transform Tianheng Factory into an industry leader, even making it renowned both domestically and internationally. Lin Muheng continued his instructions: increase production of electric tricycles during this period. Our orders will only keep growing. All right. Sun Daong nodded excitedly. He truly hadn't placed his trust in the wrong person. During the exhibition, everyone was swamped with work, leaving no time to spare for Wanwan. Now that things had slowed down, Lin Muheng was determined to spend quality time with his daughter, making up for the lost moments of companionship. In the living room, warm yellow light bathed the cozy corner. Wanwan sat on the carpet, intently arranging the building blocks in her hands, her little face full of concentration. Lin Muheng approached softly, crouched beside her, and gently pulled her into his arms. He asked softly, "Sweetheart, both Daddy and Mommy are free tomorrow. Where would you like to go play?" Wanwan's eyes instantly lit up like 2 sparkling stars. She asked again, her voice tinged with disbelief, "Huh? Can we go out tomorrow? Daddy, you and Mommy have time to spend with me?" Her childish voice brimmed with anticipation and delight. "Yes," Lin Muheng nodded gently, extending a finger to lightly tickle her little nose before asking softly, "Where would Wanwan like to go?" "Daddy and Mommy can take you anywhere." Wanwan tilted her head, her little hand propping up her chin. After a moment of thought, she answered excitedly, "Daddy, Mommy, let's go to the zoo. Wanwan wants to see the little animals and the giant pandas." Lin Muheng smiled slightly, his eyes brimming with affection. He gently tickled Wanwan's nose and said softly, "All right, then tomorrow Daddy and Mommy will take you to the zoo." Upon hearing this, Wanwan bounced up with joy, cheering, "Daddy, Mommy, you guys are the best. Wanwan loves you." Watching Wanwan's delighted expression, Xie Wanning's smile never left her lips. To ensure Wanwan grew up in a healthy environment, she resolved to win Lin Muheng over. Late into the night, Wanwan slept soundly in her warm bed, a sweet smile still lingering on her lips. Xie Wanning gazed at her daughter's adorable face, her heart filled with tenderness. She stood up, ready to return to her dorm. Lin Muheng, concerned about her going alone, walked her to the school gate. At the gate, Lin Muheng hesitated for a long time, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Finally, he spoke slowly, "Thank you for believing in me so firmly during that electric tricycle competition." Xie Wanning's face lit up with a radiant smile. She waved her hand dismissively, her eyes brimming with trust and admiration. "You're welcome. You're so talented, it's only natural I believed in you." A wave of warmth still washed over Lin Muheng's heart, like winter sunshine warming his soul. But just then, a girl stepped out of a taxi at the school gate. Seeing the school gate still open, urgency filled her eyes. Clutching her belongings, she hurriedly exited the cab and sprinted toward the entrance. But in her haste, the backpack she was carrying accidentally slammed into Xie Wanning's back. Xie Wanning stumbled, her body lunging forward uncontrollably, and she crashed straight into Lin Muheng's arms. The girl turned pale with fright upon realizing what had happened and immediately apologized. "I'm so sorry for bumping into you." I'm sorry, her voice was filled with panic and self-reproach. Xie Wanning smiled and said, "It's okay, I'm fine." Only after speaking did she realize she was still held in Lin Muheng's arms. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, her face flushing with bashfulness. Their eyes locked, as if only the other existed in their gaze. Xie Wanning gazed at Lin Muheng's handsome face, her heart pounding wildly like a frightened deer. A mischievous thought stirred within her. I wonder what it would taste like to kiss him. The atmosphere was thick with intimacy, but then a voice rang out from the distance. "Hey! You two, stop fooling around. Hurry back with that kiss, I'm closing up." Chapter 179, What's the lady so shy about? This old man knows. At those words, Xie Wan's jade-like complexion instantly flushed crimson, like peach blossoms bursting open in spring. She frantically pulled away from Lin Muheng's embrace, her heart pounding like a drum. After taking a few steps, she suddenly realized her purse was still with Lin Muheng. She bit her lower lip lightly, her eyes filled with conflict and unease. Her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt. After a moment of hesitation, she steeled herself and hurried back to Lin Muheng. At that moment, her heart was in turmoil, as if two little people were fighting inside her. Ultimately, courage overcame her shyness. Taking a deep breath, she stood on tiptoe, her delicate face bearing a mix of determination and coyness. She gently kissed Lin Muheng on the cheek. The soft touch felt like a spring petal gently brushing against his cheek. After the kiss, she turned and fled like a startled fawn, her steps hurried and frantic, as if some terrifying beast were chasing her from behind. Watching Xie Wanning flee in disarray, the security guard grinned and teased, "Young lady, why so shy? This old man's seen it all." His words made Xie Wanning's face flush even redder. Yet, recalling her own bold move moments ago, the corners of her mouth still curled upward involuntarily. That smile brimmed with a sweet, triumphant satisfaction. She thought to herself, "Hee, I got to make a move, this feels pretty good." Though she had mustered the courage to confess to Lin Muheng before, he had yet to give her any response. But just now, she'd realized, no response meant no rejection. It meant she still had a chance, and she wouldn't give up easily. Outside the main gate, watching that graceful figure gradually fade into the distance, Lin Muheng's lips curved upward in an almost imperceptible smile. His long fingers couldn't resist lightly brushing the spot she'd just kissed, as if he could still feel the lingering warmth and fragrance on Xie Wanning's lips. His heart fluttered with excitement, and he murmured involuntarily, "This lipstick is quite moisturizing." At dawn, sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently spilling into the room, and Wanwan opened her eyes. Knowing her parents were taking her to the zoo today, Wanwan shed her usual habit of lingering in bed. Like a cheerful little bird, she sprang up in one swift motion, her rosy cheeks glowing with anticipation. After getting up, she obediently dressed and washed up, moving with the efficiency of a mature little adult. Lin Muheng watched this scene, his eyes brimming with delight. A sparkle danced in his deep gaze as he praised her. "Wanwan, you're so independent today. Daddy gives you a big thumbs up." He raised his thumb in approval. Wanwan gave a soft smile, revealing two sweet dimples that made her look as adorable as a fairy tale sprite. Praised by her dad, her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, her little mouth stretched wide in a grin, and her heart felt as sweet as honey. A child's vanity is so easily satisfied, a simple compliment could keep her happy all day long. After eating her fill, Wanwan bounced over like a little tail, grabbed Lin Muheng's hand, and said excitedly, "Daddy, let's go pick up Mommy. I can't wait to go to the zoo." "All right." Lin Muheng affectionately tickled Wanwan's nose before gently scooping up his precious daughter and heading out the door. Today, Wanwan wore a strappy sundress adorned with tulip patterns. Pink tulips bloomed freely across the fabric, making her look fresh and adorable, like a delicate little flower in spring. Soon, father and daughter arrived at the school gate, where Xie Wanning was already waiting by the roadside. She too wore a spaghetti-strap dress today, adorned with vibrant red cherry patterns that made her skin appear as white as snow, radiating a sweet aura. If you saw the mother and daughter standing together, you might truly believe they were wearing matching outfits. After getting into the car, Wanwan eagerly snuggled up beside Xie Wanning. Blinking her big, watery eyes, she gushed with admiration. "Wow, Mommy looks so pretty today, right, Daddy?" Hearing this, Xie Wanning quietly glanced at Lin Muheng. Her eyes held a hint of shyness and anticipation, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily, pounding like a little rabbit trapped inside her chest. Though she dressed to please herself, it would naturally bring her even greater joy if her beloved also admired her outfit. At that moment, she resembled an elementary school student eagerly awaiting praise from their teacher, her heart filled with anticipation for his response. Lin Muheng's lips curved upward as he praised, "Of course you look beautiful. Your mom looks beautiful every single day. Hee daddy's right, mommy's always beautiful. Grandpa says love is blind, and I think that's exactly what he meant." Wanwan's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she looked at Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng with innocent delight. Xie Wanning's face instantly flushed as red as a ripe tomato upon hearing this. She couldn't help but think to herself, Wanwan is only 6 years old. How can a little kid this age know so much? Lin Muheng nodded in agreement, his eyes brimming with affection. Yes, our Wanwan is so clever. His gaze then drifted casually towards Xie Wanning. Her cheeks were flushed all the way to her ears, and her bashful expression tugged at his heartstrings. Seeing her so bashful, he silently chided himself, still blushing so easily. Where was your shyness yesterday when you kissed him? He shook his head affectionately and continued driving. Xie Wanning, however, was still studying Lin Muheng intently. Seeing his expression unchanged, showing no sign of distancing himself after her kiss, she silently regretted, if only I'd kissed him on the lips. After an hour's drive, the family of 3 finally arrived at the Shanghai Wild Animal Park. Wanwan hopped out of the car, her eyes sparkling brightly. Her little face flushed with excitement as she chattered, "Mommy, we're finally here." Watching Wanwan pout and complain, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning exchanged a loving glance, their eyes brimming with affection. After buying tickets, Wanwan dashed toward the park entrance like a playful fawn, turning back as she ran to urge, "Daddy, Mommy, hurry up." Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning exchanged another smile and quickened their pace to follow. The moment they entered the zoo, a majestic tiger came into view. Wanwan's previously excited little face instantly turned pale, her eyes wide with terror. Her little mouth hung slightly open, and her feet seemed glued to the ground, unable to take another step forward. After a moment's hesitation, she scurried over to Lin Muheng like a frightened little rabbit, clinging tightly to his leg. She peeked out cautiously, only half her head visible, glancing warily toward the tiger. Her body trembled slightly as her hands tightened unconsciously, her nails digging into Lin Muheng's pants. Noticing his daughter's fear, Lin Muheng slowly crouched down, gently placing his hands on Wanwan's shoulders. His gaze was tender yet firm as he spoke softly. "Sweetie, the tiger is in its cage. It can't get out. Don't be afraid. Daddy will hold your hand. Shall we walk closer and take a look?" Wanwan shook her head like a rattle, her ponytail swinging wildly with each movement. Her voice trembled with tears as she cried out, No, that tiger is too fierce. I'm scared it'll eat me." Chapter 180, Wusong beats the tiger. Just how big was that tiger? Tears glistened in Wanwan's eyes, her little mouth pouted high, her face filled with worry and resistance. Seeing her daughter's frightened expression, Xie Wanning felt a pang of heartache. She stepped forward, extending her slender fingers through the glass to gently stroke the tiger's cheek. Then she turned to Wanwan and said, "Sweetie, look, Mommy touched the tiger's face. Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. If anything happens, Daddy and Mommy will protect you. Would you dare to try it?" Watching her mother's bold gesture, Wanwan felt a tingle of curiosity. She too desperately wanted to touch the tiger's face. That curiosity felt like a tiny insect wriggling relentlessly inside her heart. Her little eyes darted back and forth, glancing from Dad to Mom, filled with both hesitation and longing. Finally, she bit her lip as if gathering immense courage, nodded her head, but still spoke with a hint of worry. "Daddy, Mommy, you have to protect me, okay? If the tiger eats me, I won't get to eat all that yummy candy and ice cream." Her voice was tiny, tinged with timidity yet radiating an adorable charm. Lin Muheng affectionately ruffled Wanwan's hair. His warm, large hand felt like a protective umbrella, giving her endless security. He smiled and said, "Of course. Mommy and I will always protect you." With that, he took Wanwan's chubby little hand and led her step by step toward the glass display. Wanwan's little hand clutched her dad's tightly, her palm sweaty. Her legs felt slightly weak, and she took each step cautiously, never taking her eyes off the tiger. When she placed her hand on the glass and touched the tiger's face through the barrier, her eyes lit up instantly, and her face broke into a delighted expression. She realized the tiger wasn't nearly as scary as she'd imagined. Her heart, which had been in her throat, gradually settled. She began petting it like a kitten, touching it here and there, growing bolder by the moment. Just then, the tiger suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a deep growl. Wanwan froze, her lively eyes widening in shock. A flicker of fear crossed her gaze, and her body trembled slightly like a startled fawn. But quickly, she took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. With a smug look, she declared, I have my dad and mom to protect me. I'm not afraid of you at all, ha ha ha." Seeing the big tiger make no move, she seemed to feel victorious, her little head tilting up proudly. Suddenly, the little one seemed to think of something and asked in a babyish voice, "Daddy, did Wusong beat a tiger this big too?" Beside her, the tiger seemed to understand Wanwan's words. Its ferocious, claws-bared expression vanished instantly. Its massive body jerked violently, as if struck by a petrification spell. A flicker of panic crossed its previously fierce eyes. It hastily retracted its menacing posture, its ears drooping down, making it look utterly comical. Even more unexpected, it cautiously rubbed against the spot where Wanwan was standing. Its careful manner seemed to be trying to curry favor with this innocent little child, completely lacking the majesty it had displayed moments before. Lin Muheng watched the scene unfold, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes brimming with amusement. He murmured softly, pretty much. Oh. The little one puckered her rosy lips, nodding with a look of half understanding, then bounded toward the glass like a playful fawn. Her eyes sparkled as she giggled, "Big tiger, don't worry. No one can hurt you now, you're a class 2 protected animal." Hearing this, the tiger seemed to truly understand. It began spinning in circles with obvious delight, its adorable, carefree expression like that of a blissfully innocent fool, making Wanwan giggle uncontrollably. The zoo was teeming with animals, so many it was hard to take it all in. Next, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning took Wanwan to see lions, elephants, peacocks, and more. Wanwan was so excited she danced and clapped her hands all the way, her mouth filled with constant gasps of wonder. Summer sun blazed like a fiery ball, its scorching rays making it hard to breathe. Xie Wanning's face was flushed crimson, her forehead beaded with fine sweat. She sought shade under a bench, casually placing her phone on the seat. Just as she reached for her water bottle to quench her thirst. Just then, a monkey darted out from nowhere. Swift as a ghost, it snatched the phone from the chair in a flash so fast it made everyone's eyes widen in astonishment. Wanwan watched the scene unfold, her little face turning pale instantly. Her eyes widened in terror as she frantically shouted, "Mom! A monkey stole your phone!" Realizing her phone was truly gone, Xie Wanning abandoned her drink and rushed after it, shouting as she ran, "Monkey, don't run! Give me back my phone!" The monkey darted and leaped, moving effortlessly through the trees, quickly disappearing from sight. Just then, Lin Muheng caught up with Wanwan in tow and urgently asked, "Did you get the phone back?" "No," Xie Wanning shook her head, her face filled with anxiety, tears welling up in her eyes. Her phone contained many important files, none of which had been backed up. If she couldn't find it, she was doomed. Seeing her panic, Lin Muheng stepped forward, gently patting her shoulder as he soothed her, "Don't worry. Let's think of a solution right away." Wanwan, understanding the situation, chimed in, "Mommy, don't get angry. It's all that nasty little bug's fault." After speaking, she reached out her small hand and gently smoothed Xie Wanning's chest, her voice sweet and childlike as she said, "Don't get angry, don't get angry. Getting angry is bad for your health, and no one can replace you." Her earnest expression was so endearing it stirred a wave of affection. Seeing Lin Muheng and Wanwan both trying their best to comfort her, Xie Wanning forced a faint smile and whispered softly, "I know." Just then, Lin Muheng spotted a staff member approaching from afar. As if seeing a lifeline, his eyes lit up instantly. He hurried over and pleaded, "Excuse me, a monkey at the zoo snatched my friend's phone. It contains very important things. Is there any way you could help us get it back?" "Monkeys, huh?" the staff member repeated, his tone flat. "Yes." Lin Muheng nodded. Standing beside him, Xie Wanning saw the staff member's expressionless face and felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Thinking all hope was lost, her eyes instantly dimmed. But the next second, the staff member suddenly grabbed a nearby monkey. With a swift motion, he landed 2 solid punches. The monkey squealed pitifully, looking utterly miserable. Seeing this, Xie Wanning rushed forward to stop him, urgently explaining, "This monkey didn't steal my phone. Please don't hit it." Chapter 181, Teaching You to Be a Monkey. Xie Wanning's eyes were filled with heartache. After all, this monkey was truly innocent. "I know," the staff member nodded calmly, then explained, "This monkey is the king of the monkeys. All the monkeys in the zoo answer to him. Don't worry, we'll find your phone in no time." "Ha? Really?" Hearing this, a glimmer of hope lit up Xie Wanning's face, her previously dull eyes suddenly brightening. "Absolutely. Just wait here," the staff member said cheerfully before following the Monkey King away. Xie Wanning stared intently at the direction they disappeared, her hands clenching unconsciously as anticipation mingled with nervousness in her heart. Before long, the staff member returned with the phone in hand, smiling as they asked, "Is this the phone you lost?" "Yes." Xie Wanning nodded, her hands trembling slightly as she took the phone, her eyes glistening with tears of excitement. She had already resigned herself to never getting it back. Finding it now left her both shocked and overjoyed, as if waking from a dream. "Thank you so much," she said quickly, her voice brimming with gratitude. "You're welcome," the staff member waved dismissively, then pulled the skinny monkey from behind. The monkey was bruised and battered, clearly having been thoroughly disciplined by the Monkey King. "This is the monkey who snatched your phone. We've taught him a lesson." As soon as the staff member finished speaking, he tapped the monkey on the back of its head sternly and said, "Apologize to the guest quickly." After getting a smack, the monkey extended one leg and saluted, looking utterly comical. Wanwan watched the scene unfold, tilting her little head up to look at Xie Wanning and said, "Mommy, this monkey knows it was wrong. Let's forgive it, okay?" Her innocent eyes brimmed with kindness. Xie Wanning gently stroked Wanwan's head, a soft smile touching her lips. "All right." After this little incident, the family of 3 continued to admire the adorable little animals. On their way to the panda exhibit, Lin Muheng's gaze swept through the crowd before suddenly locking onto 2 familiar figures. His eyes instantly brightened, a surprised smile tugging at his lips. He quickened his pace and hurried after them. Hey, what are you two doing here? Tag teaming the zoo? Lin Muheng tapped the man ahead on the shoulder, his tone laced with curiosity and playful teasing. Startled by the sudden voice, Zhao Zijuan and Wen Xianghai turned around simultaneously, their faces flashing with awkwardness and unease. Their eyes darted around like children caught doing something wrong, unable to meet Lin Muheng's gaze. Zhao Zijuan broke the silence first, scratching his head with a strained smile. Oh, no classes today, so we thought we'd get some fresh air. We tried to call Karen and the others, but those two were too lazy to get out of bed. So we just decided to hang out together. Yeah, my roommates the same refused to budge from the bed, when Shanghai chimed in hastily, trying to make her words sound more natural. But her darting eyes betrayed her inner tension and unease. Lin Muheng's lips curved into an amused smile as his gaze drifted between them, as if he could see right through their little secrets. Zhao Zijuan and Wen Xianghai felt even more uneasy under his gaze, lowering their heads further as if that could shield them from his sharp stare. Just then, Xie Wanning slowly approached from behind, holding Wanwan's hand. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes when she spotted Zhao Zijuan and Wen Xiagang. After all, in her memory, these two had nearly come to blows the last time they met. Now they were out enjoying themselves together. The speed of this transformation left her inwardly stunned. Uncle Zhao, and Wen, you're here too. Wanwan waved her little hands excitedly, her head held high, eyes brimming with excitement. Her little eyes scanned the area, then suddenly furrowed in confusion. Why is it Little Grape here again? She asked, her face full of puzzlement. Why didn't you bring him out to play? Wanwan's chubby little face was filled with accusation, as if she were speaking up for Little Grape. In her little world, going out to play with mom and dad was the happiest thing ever. She couldn't understand why Little Grape's parents didn't bring him along. Hearing this, Zhao Zijuan and Wen Xianghai's expressions instantly turned complicated. They exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away, unable to meet each other's eyes, much less Wanwan's clear, innocent gaze. After all, children only came into this world after experiencing those unspeakable things. How could they possibly broach the subject? Seeing the two men fall silent, Wanwan was about to press further when Lin Muheng swiftly scooped her up. Sweetie, look. The pandas are out. You've always wanted to see them, right? Let's walk closer and take a good look, okay? Lin Muheng smiled gently, trying to divert Wanwan's attention. Okay, at his words, Wanwan instantly forgot about the Little Grape. Her little head nodded vigorously, and she danced excitedly. Her little eyes fixed intently on the path ahead, already bursting with anticipation to see those adorable giant pandas. Zhao Zijuan, fearing Wanwan might blurt out something else inappropriate, quickly took his leave from Xie Wanning while she wasn't looking. Sis-in-law, we've seen the pandas. We'll go check out the other animals now. Alright, go ahead. Xie Wanning nodded with a smile, quietly watching their hastening figures disappear. A hint of amusement flickered in her eyes. Only after Zhao Zijuan and Wen Xianghai had walked far away did Wen Xianghai dare to breathe a sigh of relief. Only then did Zhao Zijuan realize he was still tightly gripping Wen Haishi's hand. Panic surged through him as he quickly let go, stammering, I just got carried away. Sorry. No need to apologize. Wen Xianghai suddenly smiled. She triumphantly pulled Zhao Zijuan's hand up to her face, grinning like a mouse that had stolen oil. We're even now. Ha? Zhao Zijuan looked utterly bewildered, inwardly grumbling, is that how it works? He felt like he'd been taken advantage of, yet couldn't quite put his finger on why. Seeing his furrowed brow, Wen Xianghai lifted her chin defiantly. What's the matter? Not happy about it? No, I'm happy. Zhao Zijuan hastily waved his hands, forcing a wry smile. Inside, he muttered to himself, did she just force herself on me? Meanwhile, outside the panda enclosure, Wanwan stared intently at the giant panda inside the park. She was completely absorbed, not blinking once. Suddenly, Wanwan seemed to spot something amusing. She burst into laughter, rocking back and forth as she called out, Daddy, look at this panda. It's so cute. It was sitting on a bench just now, but it lost its balance and plopped right down. Chapter 182, What Wanwan has, you must have too. Suddenly, Wanwan's bright, lively eyes sparkled. She stared intently at the adorable panda nearby, then turned to Lin Muheng. Her rosy little lips puckered slightly as she asked with a hint of petulance. Daddy, I really want a panda this cute. Will you buy me one? The little one finished speaking and then, like a joyful little deer, bounced and skipped into Lin Muheng's arms. She stretched out her chubby little hands, clutching her daddy's cheeks tightly, and planted kiss after kiss on his face with a smack sound. Her affectionate manner seemed to fear her father might refuse her request the very next second. Lin Muheng's face softened into an exasperated yet utterly doting smile. He bent his head slightly, gazing tenderly at Wanwan as he explained softly, Sweetie, pandas are our country's national treasures. They're protected by law and can't be bought or sold. Ha! Upon hearing her father's words, Wanwan's previously hopeful little face instantly fell. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly into a shape, like two caterpillars wrestling. Her eyes brimmed with disappointment, her entire face etched with dismay. Her tiny nose twitched slightly, as if she might burst into tears any second. After a long moment, Lin Muheng produced a delicate bag from behind him as if by magic. He carefully slipped the newly purchased item into Wanwan's arms. He leaned down slightly, gently scraping Wanwan's little nose with his finger, and said affectionately, "Sweetie, Daddy couldn't get you a panda, but this stuffed animal is okay, right? Do you like it?" Wanwan instantly lifted her previously lowered head, and a spark reignited in her once dull eyes. She clutched the object tightly in her arms. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be an incredibly adorable panda figurine. The panda figurine was lifelike and vivid. The gloom on Wanwan's face vanished instantly, replaced by a radiant smile as bright as a flower. Overjoyed, Wanwan stroked the figurine in her hands, her small fingers gently caressing it as if it were a priceless treasure. "Wow, Daddy, this panda figurine is so cute. Wanwan loves it so much, thank you," Daddy Wanwan exclaimed excitedly. To show her gratitude, the little one stood on tiptoes and planted a smacking kiss on Lin Muheng's cheek. Seeing his precious daughter so delighted, Lin Muheng's lips curved upward into a faint smile. He crouched down, extending his large hand to gently stroke Wanwan's head, his eyes brimming with warmth. Beside them, Xie Wanning stood quietly, watching this heartwarming scene unfold. Her heart brimmed with contentment. Seeing how adept Lin Muheng was at soothing children, her eyes brimmed with satisfaction. If she had to handle this little rascal on her own, she feared she might be overwhelmed. As Lin Muheng stood up, he caught Xie Wanning's gaze fixed on Wanwan with unmistakable envy. A flicker of emotion stirred within him, and a barely perceptible smile touched his lips. He approached her swiftly, pulling another panda figurine from his pocket. He slowly held it out towards Xie Wanning, his gaze softening with affection. Xie Wanning's eyes widened with confusion. She lifted her gaze excitedly toward Lin Muheng, her voice trembling slightly. "This is for me?" Her heartbeat quickened involuntarily as she waited expectantly for his answer. "Yes. If Wanwan has one, you should have one too." Lin Muheng smiled slightly, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Hearing this, Xie Wanning's heart fluttered with joy like a frightened deer. A blush instantly spread across her cheeks, as soft as the evening glow on the horizon. Her hands trembled as she carefully cradled the panda figurine in her palms, as if holding a priceless treasure. She examined it closely, her eyes brimming with affection and gratitude. Watching the cheerful panda on the figurine, Xie Wanning's lips curved upward unconsciously, revealing a blissful smile. Then, she lifted her head to look at Lin Muheng and said joyfully, "Thank you. I love it, and I'll definitely treasure it forever." MHM. Lin Muheng nodded, his eyes brimming with tenderness. "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it." At that moment, Xie Wanning felt her heart in turmoil. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, he gave me a gift, should I return the favor? But what should I give? Her mind felt like it was crawling with countless tiny insects, an itch she couldn't scratch, yet she had no idea how to handle it. Even on the way back, she kept dwelling on this matter, her mind completely unfocused. Beside her, Lin Muheng noticed her state and couldn't help but feel concerned. "You seem distracted. Are you feeling carsick?" And no, Xie Wanning hastily waved her hands, afraid he might guess her thoughts and ruin the surprise. But what should she give him? After spending the entire day at the zoo, Wanwan was utterly delighted. By the time they returned, night had fallen. The car glided slowly along the road home, streetlights flickering on one by one, casting a warm, yellow glow. Suddenly, Wanwan's cheerful little face furrowed slightly, as if deep in thought. Next, her round little head peeked out the window. Eyes tightly shut, her tiny nose twitched as if straining to catch a faint, elusive scent in the air. Moments later, the little one seemed to make a major discovery. Her eyes snapped open, sparkling brightly, and her lips smacked involuntarily. The look on her face was as if she had already tasted some delicious delicacy. Like a nimble kitten, she then wriggled between her parents, tugging at their clothing hems with both hands. Tilting her rosy little face upward, her voice sweet as honey, she cooed, "Daddy, I smell barbecue. It smells so good, like a little hook tugging at my tummy. How about we have skewers for dinner tonight?" Lin Muheng gazed at his daughter's eager little eyes, his heart brimming with affection. "Sure, what can we do? Our Wanwan is such a little glutton." Hearing her dad's agreement, little Wanwan immediately pursed her tiny lips. Her rosy cheeks flushed, and her eyes curved into crescent moons. She playfully stuck out her tongue, her cheeks flushing slightly as she shyly burrowed into her mother's embrace. It was summer, and the streets were bustling with the aroma of grilled food. Lin Muheng's eyes lit up when he spotted a bustling barbecue stall by the roadside. The crowd gathered around it promised delicious food. He pulled the car over and led Wanwan and Xie Wanning to a simple table. The moment they sat down, the rich, savory aroma of grilled meat wafted toward them. Little Wanwan's eyes widened instantly. Her little nose twitched as she sniffed the air, her mouth watering so much it threatened to spill over. Just then, a server approached with a menu, smiling broadly as she asked cheerfully, "What would you three like to order?" Chapter 183, Wanwan's Little Trick. Lin Muheng took the menu and studied it carefully before saying, 20 pork skewers, 20 lamb skewers, and 20 beef skewers. Turning to Wanwan and Xie Wanning, he asked gently, "What would you two like to eat?" Little Wanwan immediately perked up her little head, her eyes darting around as she propped her chin on her hand, thinking earnestly. I want chicken wings and squid. Lin Muheng marked her choices on the menu. Noticing Xie Wanning hadn't spoken, he asked softly, what would you like? Truthfully, Xie Wanning felt a bit conflicted. The dishes she loved were mostly favorites among boys, and she worried it might feel awkward to say them aloud. Her head dipped slightly, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks as she hesitated, unable to speak. Lin Muheng sensed her hesitation, gently sliding the menu toward her and saying softly, just mark what you want. Don't be shy. Xie Wanning slowly lifted her head, feeling a warm glow in her heart. She took the menu, lightly circled a few mysterious dishes, then smiled and said, alright, let's start with these. Alright, got it. The waiter took the order slip and quickly departed with light steps. Due to the bustling business at the barbecue stall, the dishes took a little longer to arrive. Wanwan propped her chin in her hands, staring blankly at the surrounding customers as they devoured their skewers. The little girl couldn't help but swallow hard. Just then, Wanwan noticed a young man carrying a birthday cake walking toward the stall next door. He wore a simple white t-shirt, his face radiating a youthful smile. He approached the neighboring stall and said to his roommate across the way, Chenggue, happy birthday. This is the birthday cake we ordered for you. The boy called Li Chenggue had been chatting and laughing with his roommates. Hearing this, he froze for a moment, then his eyes widened in surprise and delight. His nose tingled slightly, and his eyes welled up with tears. He hadn't expected his roommates to secretly order a cake for his birthday. He quickly stood up, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the cake. His face lit up with a grateful smile as he repeatedly said, thank you all. I'm truly very happy. Li Chenggue placed the cake on the table with a smile, excitedly suggesting, let's take a picture. I want to keep this memory so I can look back on it when I'm old. Sure. You'll see how your dad celebrates your birthday, his roommates teased playfully, relishing the chance to joke around. Li Chenggue playfully shoved his roommate and teased, get lost. Then he scanned the room and noticed Lin Muheng's table was occupied. His eyes lit up. Smiling, he approached Lin Muheng's table and tentatively asked, brother, could you take a photo for us? Lin Muheng looked up at the request, his gaze gentle as it met Li Chenggue's. A polite smile touched his lips as he nodded. Of course. With that, he stood up, took the phone Li Chenggue handed him, and began snapping pictures. After snapping the shot, Li Chenggue eagerly leaned in to look at the photo on the phone, his eyes crinkling into slits with delight. He quickly thanked him with a smile, brother, thank you so much. This photo turned out great, we all look so handsome. His voice was filled with gratitude. You're welcome, Lin Muheng waved his hand dismissively before gently tugging Wanwan, who had gathered around to watch, and whispered, Wanwan, let's go back to our seats. Wanwan nodded obediently, but her little eyes remained fixed on the cake right in the center of the table. The cake was exquisitely decorated, adorned with colorful fruits that shimmered alluringly under the lights. Wanwan's wide eyes brimmed with longing, her little mouth slightly pouted, and drool nearly dripped from her chin. Seeing her precious daughter's eyes glued to the cake, Xie Wanning's lips curved into a gentle smile as she asked softly, sweetie, do you want some cake? Wanwan nodded like a chick pecking at grain, her little face radiating pure longing for the cake. Hearing her response, Xie Wanning gently reminded her, Wanwan, mommy will buy you cake when we get home. We mustn't ask others for it. Mommy, I know, Wanwan nodded obediently. Though her mouth watered with craving, she understood that asking others for food was impolite. However, when Wanwan saw the older boys next to her starting to unwrap the cakes before her eyes seemed to transform into little fairies, waving cheerfully at her. How could Wanwan stay seated? She shot up from her chair like a little rabbit, hopping and skipping over to the boys next door. Her little face flushed red as she tilted her head back, eyes sparkling brightly. The little one took a deep breath and began singing in her sweet, childish voice, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Her voice was soft and sweet, like cotton candy, melting straight into one's heart. Li Chenggue was busy preparing the birthday celebration with his friends when suddenly, this clear, pleasant singing reached his ears. Startled, he turned his head and saw a delicate little girl smiling sweetly at him as she sang. His eyes widened instantly, his face lighting up with delight. Hearing Wanwan's sweet, childlike voice nearly melted his heart. Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning suddenly heard their precious daughter's high-pitched singing and realized the little one had somehow ended up standing beside the neighboring table. Xie Wanning paused for a moment, then her face softened into a doting smile. She tugged gently at Lin Muheng's sleeve and whispered, look at our little Wanwan, she really knows how to make an entrance. Lin Muheng nodded with a smile, his eyes brimming with pride. After finishing her song, Wanwan's little mind was already spinning with plans. She tilted her head, her eyes darting around as she thought, big brother looks so happy, maybe he'll give me a little piece of cake. At that thought, her lips curled upward unconsciously, revealing an adorable smile. At that moment, Li Chenggue and the other college students began clapping enthusiastically. Their faces beamed with smiles, their eyes brimming with affection. Especially when he saw Wanwan being so adorable and well-behaved, Li Chenggue couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke her little cheek. Smiling, he said, little sister, you're just too cute. Big brother thanks you for your blessing. Saying this, he picked up a knife and carefully cut a large slice of cake. He placed it on a plate, held it out to Wanwan with both hands, and smiled, here you go, little sister. The little one's eyes instantly sparkled like tiny stars at the sight of the cake. Her mouth opened slightly, drool nearly spilling out, but she held back her excitement. Taking the plate with both hands, she smiled and thanked him. "Thank you, big brother. I wish you happiness every day and success in everything you do." With that, the little one hurried back to her seat, cake in hand. She first brought her little nose close to the cake. Her satisfied little expression radiated pure happiness. Lin Muheng watched the scene unfold and couldn't help but say to Li Chenggue, "Brother, thanks for the cake. No need to thank me, this was earned by the little girl herself. She's so adorable, we all adore her." Li Chenggue waved his hand with a smile, his gaze lingering on Wanwan, his eyes brimming with affection. Hearing this, Wanwan stuck out her little tongue and giggled. She thoughtfully scooped a small spoonful of cake, feeding it first to her dad, then to her mom. Watching this little bundle of mischief before them, the couple exchanged a knowing smile. Xie Wanning couldn't help but think to herself, this little one really is a clever little rascal. Chapter 184, The Mysterious Dish Vote for Gold Selection. After feeding her father and mother, Wanwan looked at the cake before her and smiled happily. Then, opening her cherry red lips, she took a big bite. The soft, fluffy cake base and sweet cream instantly melted in her mouth. Her eyes narrowed in pure satisfaction as her cheeks puffed out like an adorable little hamster. She chewed away, completely oblivious to the cream smeared across her lips. A moment later, Wanwan looked like a little spotted kitten. Cream clung to her tiny nose and rosy cheeks, making her utterly adorable. Just as she finished the cake and was licking her lips with lingering satisfaction, a waiter approached carrying a tray of sizzling skewers. The aroma of the skewers instantly wafted into Wanwan's nose. Her little snout twitched slightly, her eyes widened, and she stared intently at the plate in the waiter's hands. The moment the plate hit the table, Wanwan darted like a nimble little rabbit, her tiny hand shooting out to swiftly grab a lamb skewer. Wanwan's chubby little hands, plump like little buns, gripped the barbecue skewer. But the meat on the skewer was too firm. The little one strained with all her might, her face flushing bright red, yet she couldn't pull it off no matter how hard she tried. The meat dangled tantalizingly close to her mouth, visible yet out of reach, and Wanwan stamped her feet in frustration. She quickly reached out with her other hand and patted Lin Muheng beside her hard. Her little face scrunched up in frustration as she whined, "Daddy, Daddy. I can't pull this meat off. Please help me, okay?" Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile at his daughter's anxious yet adorable expression. His eyes crinkled into slits, and the corners of his mouth lifted. He nodded with a smile and said, "All right, sweetie, don't worry. Daddy will help you." He then instructed Wanwan to bite down hard on the meat skewered on the stick. With one hand, he gently pushed her head forward, while the other hand deftly pulled out the barbecue skewer. Soon, the meat slid off the skewer. Wanwan's eyes lit up as if she'd found treasure, and she quickly popped the meat into her mouth. Her little mouth chewed with a satisfying smack, her face beaming with happiness. Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she nodded repeatedly, mumbling, "This meat is so delicious, I could eat so many skewers." Her satisfied little expression was as if she'd gained the whole world. "All right, Wanyan can have as much as she wants. Today, the meat is unlimited." Lin Muheng affectionately ruffled Wanyan's hair, his eyes brimming with tenderness and love. "Thank you, Daddy. I love you." Daddy. Wanwan flashed a wide grin, revealing two sweet dimples that looked as if they were filled with honey. She blew her dad a kiss, waving her little hand in the air, utterly adorable. Seeing this, Lin Muheng felt his heart melt at his daughter's smile. He quickly called out to the waiter nearby, "Owner, bring us 20 more lamb skewers." Wanwan bounced her little head up and down in her chair with delight. She gushed at her dad, "Daddy, you looked so cool ordering more skewers just now. You'd look even cooler if you got me 3 more chicken wings." Her sweet little mouth was like honey, making Lin Muheng's heart burst with joy. Hearing this, Lin Muheng grinned and ordered 3 more chicken wings. What could he do? He adored his daughter, and she knew exactly how to make him happy. Beside them, Xie Wanning watched the clever little Wanwan and couldn't help but gently tease the tip of her little nose with affection. She said softly, "Sweetie, you have to finish all the chicken wings you ordered, okay? No wasting food." I know. Clean plate campaign, right?" Wanwan nodded earnestly, looking every bit the little adult, before happily continuing to eat. The little one dangled her tiny feet as she ate, swinging them back and forth in the air, clearly enjoying her meal immensely. Soon, the mysterious dish Xie Wanning had ordered separately was brought to the table. The moment the skewers were placed on the table, Lin Muheng sharply detected a pungent gamey scent. The smell hit his nostrils, slightly overpowering, causing him to wrinkle his nose. Xie Wanning, however, picked up a skewer with a hint of shyness. Her cheeks flushed a soft pink, like the vibrant sunset sky, her eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Lin Muheng's gaze. She murmured softly, "It's lamb kidneys. I ordered 2 skewers. Try some." Faced with Xie Wanning's kindness, Lin Muheng hastily waved his hands in refusal. You eat it. I really can't stomach this." His own face flushed slightly, his gaze darting away as if the lamb kidneys were a hot potato he desperately wanted to avoid. "Well, fine." Xie Wanning lowered her head, slightly embarrassed, and began nibbling at it. Truth be told, she always had unique tastes, preferring brain at hot pot and lamb kidneys at barbecue. But Lin Muheng wasn't genuinely averse to the dish. He simply knew it was a potent tonic. He secretly worried that eating it might leave him feeling rather uncomfortable. Before long, the waiter brought over another plate of skewers. As he turned to leave, he deliberately looked at Lin Muheng and said, "Young man, your lamb testicles and lamb penis are here." With that, a meaningful smile played at the corner of his lips before he turned and left. Lin Muheng's forehead instantly creased into a deep frown. His face flushed bright red in an instant, his eyes filled with awkwardness and confusion. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This is weird. I never ordered that." He looked at the waiter in confusion and asked, "Hey? Did you bring this to the wrong table?" "No mistake, these two were ordered by me." Xie Wanning quickly interjected, her face flushing all the way to her ears like a ripe cherry. Her eyes brimmed with bashfulness and panic as she fidgeted with the hem of her skirt, utterly flustered. Lin Muheng, seeing this, froze for a moment before realizing what was happening. He quickly pushed the plate toward her and whispered, "Eat more. Order more if you need." His voice was slightly stuttered, and he avoided meeting Xie Wan's gaze. Thank you," Xie Wanning murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed. She hadn't spoken up when ordering because she found it too embarrassing. Wanwan and Xie Wanning devoured the barbecue with hearty satisfaction. Especially Wanwan, her belly visibly rounded like a little soccer ball. Leaning back contentedly in her chair, she let out a satisfied burp and sighed, "Phew, that flavor was absolutely amazing. If I could fit any more in, I'd totally go for seconds." Hearing this, Lin Muheng's lips curved upward involuntarily. He reached out and gently pinched Wanwan's tiny nose, his eyes crinkling with warmth as he murmured softly, "If you ever want to eat here again, Daddy will definitely bring you back." "Yay!" Wanwan nodded vigorously, looking just like a cheerful little chick pecking at grain. Then she lifted her little face and praised with a crisp voice, "Thank you, Daddy. My daddy is the best daddy in the whole wide world." At that moment, Lin Muheng felt completely overwhelmed by Wanwan's sweet words, so overjoyed he couldn't think straight. Chapter 185, Mom, I Can't Promise. The summer heat was intense, and the summer vacation was drawing ever closer. That afternoon, Wanwan opened her eyes groggily. The little one was still half asleep, her round eyes still hazy with drowsiness. But before she could fully wake up, tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead and back, soaking her entire body in heat. Wanwan reached up with her tiny hand and roughly wiped the sweat from her forehead. Her little body squirmed around on the bed, trying to find a cooler spot. She sat up and saw her mother still sleeping peacefully beside her. Her big, watery eyes darted around a few times, and suddenly a little idea popped into her mind. She slid quietly off the bed, her tiny feet touching the floor as softly as possible, trying not to make a sound. Then, crouching low, she tiptoed toward the door, each step taken with utmost care, as if afraid of waking her sleeping mother. Once outside the room, Wanwan instantly remembered the ice cream her mom and dad had bought for her. The thought of that icy cold, sweet taste made Wanwan's mouth water. Her eyes darted around, and her gaze drifted involuntarily towards Xie Wanning, who was fast asleep in the bedroom. A mischievous plan began to form in her mind. Like a little thief, Wanwan crept step by step toward the refrigerator. Her body pressed tightly against the wall as she shuffled forward, tiny feet moving one step at a time. Her eyes darted toward the bedroom every so often, afraid her mother might suddenly wake up. Finally reaching the refrigerator, she stretched out her small hand and gently pulled open the door. An instant blast of cool air hit her face, mingled with the irresistible sweet scent of ice cream. Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She rummaged through the fridge, searching and searching, until she finally found the box of strawberry ice cream. Fearing her mother might hear, Wanwan clutched the ice cream and dashed straight to the kitchen. Standing in the corner of the kitchen, she clutched the ice cream tightly in both hands, her eyes darting warily toward the bedroom. The wrapper made a soft rustling sound, distinctly audible in the quiet kitchen. After confirming her mother showed no signs of waking, a thrilled smile spread across her face. When her lips finally touched the cool strawberry ice cream, a look of pure satisfaction spread across Wanwan's little face. She squinted her eyes slightly, sucking gently with her little mouth as the icy coolness flowed down her throat and straight to her heart. As she ate, she occasionally bobbed her little head, utterly delighted. Still uneasy about sneaking the treat, she deliberately ran to the bedroom door and peeked through the crack to check on Xie Wanning. She saw her mother still lying quietly in bed, showing no signs of waking up. Wanwan breathed a sigh of relief, patting her chest and muttering to herself, "Thank goodness Mom didn't wake up. That scared me to death." Before long, Wanwan had polished off the entire strawberry ice cream. The little one stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips, seemingly still craving more. Perhaps one wasn't enough to satisfy her craving. Wanwan turned her gaze toward the refrigerator, scheming to grab another. Like a little detective, she tiptoed to the bedroom door and peered inside. Tilting her little head, her eyes darting around, she thought to herself, "Mom's still asleep. She won't notice if I have another ice cream. Hee." With that thought, Wanwan sprang into action. Like a little mouse, she crept back to the refrigerator, reached out her small hand, and grabbed another ice cream. Clutching the ice cream tightly, she skipped back to the corner and began to devour it. The icy, cool treat was irresistible to the little one. She ate while bobbing her little head. Inside the room, Xie Wanning slowly stirred awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep. When she was fully awake, she realized Wanwan wasn't sound asleep in bed. Her heart lurched, and she jolted upright. Just then, a rustling sound came from outside. Filled with curiosity, Xie Wanning tiptoed out of the room. When she saw Wanwan sitting on the floor, her plump little bottom firmly planted on the floorboards, her two chubby little legs swinging happily like two mischievous little rattles, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, she sensed something was off. How could this little rascal sneak off to eat ice cream while she was asleep? She deliberately put on a stern face and called out to the little one in the distance, "Wanwan, what are you doing?" Hearing the voice, the little one looked up in alarm, like a startled hamster. Her big eyes widened in terror and unease. The moment she lifted her head, her gaze locked with her mother's. She frantically hid the ice cream behind her back, her voice thin as a mosquito's buzz and trembling slightly as she said, "Mom, I didn't do anything." Really? You weren't doing anything? Xie Wanning stared intently at her, deliberately drawing out her words. Under her mother's questioning gaze, Wanwan's little heart pounded wildly, as if a rabbit were hopping around inside her chest. Under her mother's intense stare, Wanwan felt utterly uncomfortable, squirming restlessly. Then, she slowly pulled the ice cream she'd been hiding behind her back, her head bowed so low it nearly touched her chest. She looked every bit the pitiful little wrongdoer, her voice trembling with tears as she said, "Mommy, while you were sleeping, I ate 2 ice creams." As soon as the little one finished speaking, her eyes instantly turned red. Tears welled up inside them, like 2 crystal-clear little pearls, ready to roll down at any moment. Fearing her mother's anger, she quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, Mom. I won't take things without permission anymore. Please don't be angry, okay?" Her pitiful expression was enough to melt anyone's heart. Xie Wanning looked at the little one with tears in her eyes, a perfect little helpless creature, and her heart instantly melted into a puddle. She gently walked over to Wanwan, tenderly pulling her into her arms, wiping away her tears as she spoke softly. "Sweetie, I won't punish you this time. But next time when I'm asleep, you absolutely can't eat ice cream anymore, okay? Eating too much ice cream will give you a tummy ache. Can you promise me that?" Hearing Mom wouldn't punish her, Wanwan instantly perked up. She didn't even listen to the rest of Xie Wanning's words, just nodded vigorously, chattering happily, okay. As long as Mommy isn't mad, that's fine." Xie Wanning smiled at Wanwan and said, "Sweetie, promise me this, when I say a sentence, you repeat it." "Okay." The little one nodded vigorously, then looked up at her mother with an obedient expression. Xie Wanning cleared her throat and said solemnly, "I promise I won't sneak any ice cream anymore." Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately raised her right arm, looking incredibly solemn as she said in her baby voice, "I promise." After hearing her mother's words clearly, the little one suddenly paused, tilting her tiny head with eyes full of confusion, as if pondering a super difficult problem. Then she quickly lowered her arm and asked cautiously, "Mommy, what if I can't promise?" Chapter 186, I want to bury you at my front door. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning's face instantly twisted into an expression of helpless amusement. She shook her head gently, her tone laced with resignation yet tinged with affection. "Just moments ago, you solemnly promised Mommy you'd never sneak ice cream again. Why are you backtracking now?" Wanwan listened to her mother's words, her small hands fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. Her eyes darted around like a startled fawn, unable to meet her mother's gaze. Her soft, plump appearance was utterly adorable, enough to melt anyone's heart. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she stammered, "Mommy, could you promise something else instead?" Xie Wanning's lips curved upward slightly, her eyes brimming with amusement. She hadn't expected Wanwan to make such a bittersweet request. "There's nothing else I need you to promise me," she murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Wanwan pouted her little mouth and let out a long sigh, looking as if she were carrying a 1,000-pound burden. She reached up with her chubby little hand and rubbed her head gently, as if endless worries were hidden inside. Her 2 little eyebrows knitted tightly together, resembling 2 fuzzy caterpillars crawling across her rosy cheeks. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she exclaimed excitedly, "Mommy, I promise my tummy won't hurt. Can I have 1 more strawberry ice cream?" Xie Wanning couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Smiling, she said, "Sweetie, you've already had 2. Besides, whether your tummy hurts or not isn't something you can guarantee. You really can't have any more." As she spoke, she gently tickled Wanwan's little nose, her eyes brimming with affection, as if looking at a mischievous yet adorable little sprite. "Ah!" Wanwan's little mouth immediately puckered up so high it could hang a small oil bottle, her face full of reluctance as she hung her head. Just then, a faint sound came from the doorway. Moments later, Lin Muheng walked in, carrying a bag of vegetables. Wanwan had ears as sharp as a hare's. The moment she heard the door open, her eyes lit up like a swift little rabbit, and she dashed toward the entrance. She threw herself against Lin Muheng, clinging tightly to his leg like a little orphan who wouldn't let go. Seeing the little one's downturned mouth, looking like a bundle of pure grievance, Lin Muheng couldn't help but smile as he asked, "Sweetheart, what's wrong? You seem a bit unhappy." Wanwan immediately hid behind her father, peeking out with just her little head, gazing at Xie Wanning with a hint of resentment. Then, with a hint of petulance, she tugged at her father's shirt and complained, "Daddy, I want ice cream, but mommy won't let me have any." The little one skirted the real issue, her voice brimming with hurt and discontent. Her pout grew even fuller, as if it could hold a teapot. Seeing the little one play the victim first, Xie Wanning felt both exasperated and amused. She chimed in, "Wanwan ate 2 ice creams while I was asleep, and now she wants more. I didn't let her have any." Her tone carried a hint of resignation mixed with indulgence toward her daughter, like watching a mischievous child throwing a tantrum. Lin Muheng listened, then gently lowered his gaze to look at Wanwan at his feet. His voice softened as he said, "Sweetie, you already had 2. Mommy was right not to give you more. Besides, Daddy says you can only have 1 a day, and today you had 2. Upon hearing this, Wanwan immediately let go of her father's shirt, crossed her arms, and puffed out her little lips in a huff. She looked like an annoyed little pufferfish, all round and plump. "Daddy, you don't love your little baby anymore," she declared loudly, her voice tinged with both petulance and accusation. After speaking, the little one turned her head away, her tiny body twisting as if ignoring everyone. The fear of being scolded vanished completely. Seeing the little one genuinely upset, Lin Muheng tugged at the plastic bag in his hand, deliberately drawing out his words to build suspense. "Well, I was planning to make some mung bean ice shavings for my little treasure to beat the heat. But seeing how things are now, I guess I'll just skip it." At those words, Wanwan's eyes instantly lit up like 2 little stars. She threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms, batting her big, sparkling eyes as she asked eagerly, "Daddy, are you really going to make me mung bean ice shavings?" Her voice brimmed with uncontrollable excitement and longing. "I was thinking about it just now, but I've lost the mood." Lin Muheng sat down on the bench with a hint of pride. Seeing Wanwan's delighted expression, the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily, a sly smile flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Wanwan quickly grabbed Lin Muheng's arm and began pouting in a sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, Daddy, you're the best daddy in the whole world. Just make it for me, my daddy is the very, very best." Her voice was sweet as honey, dripping with affection that melted straight to the heart. After speaking, the little one stood on tiptoes, hugging Lin Muheng's head and planting kisses all over it with a smack-smack sound. She looked determined not to stop until she heard her dad say yes. Swept away by her persistent, adorable pleas, Lin Muheng felt his heart overflow with joy. He nodded contentedly, reaching out his broad hand to gently rub Wanwan's little head. "All right," he said with a smile, "since my sweet Wanwan is so persuasive, Daddy will make it for you." "Yay, Daddy, you're the best." Wanwan bounced up and down with excitement. Seeing this, Lin Muheng's mood lifted considerably. He gently pinched Wanwan's little cheeks and asked with a smile, "Sweetie, while Daddy's making the mung bean ice slush, would you like to help Daddy out?" "Of course I do." Wanwan nodded excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After all, a delicious treat awaited her. Her little hands clenched into fists, as if she couldn't wait to show off her skills. Nearby, Xie Wanning watched the father and daughter happily head toward the kitchen. A faint smile of pure contentment spread across her lips. That mischievous little girl, Wanwan, only Lin Muheng could keep her in check. At the dining table, Wanwan's chubby little hands rummaged through the pile of mung beans, carefully sifting through the shriveled ones. She lifted her head every so often to glance at her father's busy figure. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she piped up in a clear, crisp voice. "Daddy, when you're gone, I'm going to bury you right outside our front door." Her clear, pleasant voice sounded oddly jarring in the quiet room. "Ha?" Lin Muheng's head buzzed at the words, his face turning pale as he stared at Wanwan. He couldn't help but think, he was still in the prime of his life, yet his precious daughter was already contemplating arrangements for after his death. What on earth was going on in Wanwan's little head? Though inwardly stunned, he didn't lose his temper. Instead, he slowly crouched down to meet Wanwan's gaze and asked softly, "Why?" Chapter 187, Dogs Will Dig You Out. At her father's question, Wanwan's little face instantly lit up with an innocent smile. Batting her big, lively eyes, she declared with utmost seriousness, "Because then whenever I want to see you, I can dig you out." After speaking, a faint smile touched the little one's lips, a smile that seemed to hold a hint of small, simple joy. She appeared utterly convinced that her idea was simply brilliant, the best idea in the whole world. Beside her, Xie Wanning heard the little one's bold declaration and felt her face flush bright red, like a perfectly ripe apple. She silently wondered what on earth was going through this little one's mind to come up with such a hilarious and bizarre idea. It was both exasperating and amusing. At that moment, Lin Muheng, the man himself, found himself momentarily at a loss. He didn't know whether to feel delighted by his daughter's unique concern or to feel a bit saddened by the sheer absurdity of her idea. A helpless expression spread across his face, a complex mix of emotions like a jar of mixed feelings had been overturned. But the thought that his daughter still carried him in her heart warmed him. With tender concern, he said, "Sweetheart, just don't bury it too deep when you plant it, or you'll wear yourself out." His words were filled with a father's tender affection for his daughter. Wanwan heard her father's words and immediately waved her little hand vigorously in the air, saying anxiously, "No, no." "Ha?" Lin Muheng was puzzled by his daughter's sudden reaction. His brow furrowed slightly as he quickly asked, "Why not?" Wanwan straightened her little back with solemn seriousness, eyes wide open, and answered earnestly, if you're not buried deep enough, the dogs will dig you out. Her tone suggested she was the wisest little adult in the world, considering every detail meticulously. Hearing this, Xie Wanning couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. She quickly reached out, gently stroking Wanwan's little head, her eyes brimming with affection. Sweetie, you're so thoughtful. The little one's eyes curved into crescent moons, her face beaming with happiness as she innocently declared. Hee, of course. Daddy's the best daddy in the whole world. I'm going to dig him out every single day to see him. Lin Muheng suddenly felt a chill run up his spine. He couldn't help but chuckle to himself. This little angel was indeed his sweet little cotton jacket, so thoughtful it was almost overwhelming. She'd even considered the possibility of the dog digging him out. Seeing her mother laugh so heartily, Wanwan skipped over to her father, tilting her little face up with eyes sparkling with anticipation. She asked, almost seeking praise, Daddy, are you happy with my plan? She looked just like a little schoolgirl waiting for praise from her teacher. Lin Muheng nodded, torn between laughter and exasperation, silently muttering to himself, what good would my dissatisfaction do? The person's gone, how could I possibly voice my opinion? Fearing his daughter might utter even more absurdly ambitious declarations, he quickly smiled at Wanwan and said, Sweetie, the mung beans are done. Why don't you go watch some cartoons for a bit? At the mention of cartoons, Wanwan's eyes lit up instantly. She smiled and nodded, Daddy, I'll go watch now. You've worked so hard. Watching his daughter skip away, Lin Muheng shook his head with a wry smile, thinking to himself, if I'd kept talking, I might have truly been laid to rest. These past few days have been final exam week at Magic City University. A tense and bustling atmosphere permeated the campus as students gave their all to avoid failing their courses. At that moment, Lin Muheng had just stepped out of the exam hall when he spotted Zhao Zijuan hurrying along, looking as if he had urgent business. Ever since he'd spotted Zhao Zijuan and Wen Xiagang strolling through the zoo together, Lin Muheng had been curious about their recent activities, but hadn't found the right moment to ask. Now, he hurried forward, blocking Zhao Zijuan's path, and asked with a smile, what's the rush? Where are you off to? Halted by Lin Muheng, Zhao Zijuan stopped in his tracks, lowered his head, and gave an embarrassed smile, one tinged with a hint of shyness and sweetness. Seeing this, Lin Muheng's suspicions began to form. He asked curiously, Karen and the others mentioned you've been coming and going early and late lately, acting all mysterious. Are you dating someone? You figured it out? Zhao Zijuan's eyes lit up instantly, his face breaking into a blissful smile. Hearing this, Lin Muheng's expression froze. He crossed his arms over his chest, deliberately adopting a stern look as he pressed, Is your girlfriend my childhood friend, Wen Haishi? Zhao Zijuan silently nodded, his face beaming with smug satisfaction. Hearing this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but smack Zhao Zijuan on the back of the head, feigning anger as he said, You're such a jerk, stealing my childhood friend. Though he knew deep down they were destined to be together, hearing the news still stung. After all, Wen Shanghai was his childhood friend. Watching Zhao Zijuan's blissful expression, Lin Muheng scrutinized him from head to toe, silently wondering, what on earth did this little daredevil see in him? He silently shook his head. Guess it's all a matter of taste. Seeing Lin Muheng fuming, Zhao Zijuan's lips curved upward in a satisfied smile. I didn't steal him, I won him fair and square. Besides, Haixiang and I are two hearts beating as one. When fate calls, nothing can stand in the way. Alright, congratulations to you both, Lin Muheng smiled wryly, patting Zhao Zijuan's shoulder. But he couldn't help but remark, you two are moving way too fast. How long have you even known each other? Have you really gotten to know each other well? Rushing into this together like this? Matters of the heart need to be taken seriously. Zhao Zijuan straightened his clothes upon hearing this, then spoke with feigned profundity, Some people, you just know at first glance that she's the one you'll spend your life with. Life's too short. When you meet the right person, you seize the moment. If this one doesn't work out, just move on to the next. There are plenty of women out there. Lin Muheng initially found his words quite reasonable. But then the kid abruptly shifted gears, transforming from an innocent youth into a smooth-talking player. The speed of this change caught him off guard. He couldn't help but give Zhao Zijuan another pat on the back of the head, sternly warning, You better not wrong Wen Haishi. She's my childhood friend, we grew up together, as close as brothers. If you dare mistreat her, I won't go easy on you. Zhao Zijuan nodded cheerfully, his eyes gleaming with conviction. Don't worry, Hung. I've even picked out names for our kids. I'll treat her right for the rest of our lives and make her happy. Lin Muheng nodded, unable to resist asking curiously, What names did you pick for the kids? Zhao Zijuan grinned like a fool, his face beaming with pride. Zhao Qian's son Li, how fancy is that? He seemed utterly satisfied with his choice, pounding his chest emphatically. Guaranteed no duplicates, absolutely one of a kind. Lin Muheng smiled helplessly at this, silently rolling his eyes. When someone is speechless, they really are speechless. He gave a half-hearted thumbs up and said, Nice name, nice name. Fearing he might be infected by this kid's bizarre ideas if he stayed any longer, Lin Muheng quickly made an excuse and left. Watching his retreating figure, Zhao Zijuan muttered in confusion, Is that genuine or fake? But the moment when Xie Wanning crossed his mind, a blissful smile spread across his face, and his pace quickened considerably. Chapter 188 Fool, nothing matters more than you. In the living room, Wanwan sat quietly curled up on the sofa. Her small body leaned forward slightly, her big eyes fixed intently on the TV screen, completely immersed in the cartoon. Beside her, Xie Wanning sat quietly, clutching a pink gift bag tightly in her arms as she waited for Lin Muheng to return. Her face was etched with tension, her hands unconsciously clenching the bag. At that moment, Xie Wanning gently opened the bag just a crack and peeked inside. Inside the bag lay a box wrapped with exquisite care, holding the gift she had prepared with such thoughtfulness. Gazing at the gift, Xie Wanning's heart was filled with worry. Her brows furrowed slightly, and a hint of unease flickered in her eyes as she murmured to herself, I wonder if he'll like it. Just then, Wanwan, who had been engrossed in watching cartoons, seemed to sense her mother's preoccupation. Her little head whirled around, her big, round eyes brimming with concern, like two sparkling black gems. She crept closer to Xie Wanning and asked in her sweet, childish voice, Mommy, what are you thinking about? Did something difficult happen? Hearing this, Xie Wanning quickly hid her worry, forcing a smile as she gently stroked the little one's cheek. Mommy isn't thinking about anything, Wanwan. Don't worry. Go back to watching your cartoon. Really? The little one blinked her big eyes, her voice still babyish as she asked, her little mouth pouting slightly with a hint of doubt. Seeing her mother nod firmly, the little one finally relented, obediently turning her head back to immerse herself once more in the world of cartoons. Soon after, a click sounded from the door outside. Xie Wanning's heartbeat quickened involuntarily, as if a little rabbit were thumping wildly in her chest. She quickly ran her hand through her hair, then nervously picked up the gift bag and stood up. Her legs trembled slightly, her eyes reflecting both anticipation and a hint of unease. Spotting Lin Muheng's figure, Xie Wanning softly inquired, Finished your exam already? Yeah, I came out right after finishing. Lin Muheng nodded, his gaze immediately settling on Xie Wanning's hands. He noticed the gift bag she clutched tightly to her chest. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he asked, What is that you're holding? At his question, Xie Wanning's face flushed crimson in an instant, like the vibrant sunset sky. Hesitating for a moment, she held the gift bag toward Lin Muheng and said shyly, Last time at the zoo, you gave me a panda figurine. This is my return gift for you. Her voice grew softer and softer as she lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Muheng's eyes. Lin Muheng smiled helplessly at her words, a hint of indulgence in his expression. Why give a return gift? That's so formal. Xie Wanning shook her head quickly, her gaze hardening as she insisted, I'm not being formal. Then she urged him, her eyes brimming with anticipation, Open it. See if you like it. All right. Lin Muheng nodded, then sat down on the sofa and carefully unwrapped the box. Inside lay a deep gray handmade scarf. The color was deep and elegant, and it felt soft and comfortable to the touch. The scarf was indeed lovely. Though summer meant it wasn't immediately needed, Lin Muheng felt genuinely delighted. Running his fingers lightly over the fabric, a faint smile touched his lips. I like it. Now I won't have to worry about my neck getting cold in winter. With that, he wrapped the scarf around his neck and grinned as he showed it off to Xie Wanning and Wanwan. His movements were a bit clumsy, but his eyes were filled with pure happiness. Seeing this, Wanwan grinned and teased, Daddy, it's so hot out, aren't you afraid of getting heat rash? He. Lin Muheng chuckled, gently ruffling the little one's hair with eyes full of affection. You're quite the little know-it-all, aren't you? Daddy isn't afraid at all. This was a gift from your mother. Oomph, I have one too. Wanwan lifted her little head proudly, her voice brimming with triumph. I have lots of colorful ones, even more than yours. Though, she hadn't actually brought her scarf along. Watching the father-daughter banter, Xie Wanning smiled helplessly and turned to Lin Muheng. Alright, take that scarf off. What if you get heat rash? Her eyes were filled with concern, afraid Lin Muheng might overheat and get sick. Lin Muheng gave a sheepish grin and reluctantly removed the scarf from his neck, carefully tucking it away in the box for safekeeping. After all, this was the very first gift he'd ever received from Xie Wanning. Suddenly, Wanwan seemed to notice something and hurried over to Xie Wanning. The little one tugged at her mother's hand with heartache, pouting her lips. Her face was filled with surprise and concern as she asked, Mommy, why is your hand hurt? Her little mouth puckered in concern as she gently blew on Xie Wanning's hand. Does it hurt, Mommy? It doesn't hurt. Xie Wanning glanced guiltily at Lin Muheng before feigning nonchalance. I accidentally cut it a couple days ago. It's nothing. Her eyes darted nervously, avoiding Lin Muheng's gaze. Alright, Wanwan, let's go watch cartoons. Fearing further questions, she quickly changed the subject, taking Wanwan's small hand and leading her back to the sofa. Lin Muheng observed Xie Wanning's reaction and instantly sensed she was hiding something. His brows furrowed slightly as he silently wondered, could it be that this wasn't a cut at all? Later, while Wanwan slept, Lin Muheng approached Xie Wanning. With a look of concern, he gently took her hand and asked softly, Does it hurt? Surprised by the warm, large hand holding hers, Xie Wanning flushed slightly and replied shyly, It doesn't hurt. It's almost healed. Lin Muheng fell silent for a moment before turning to look at her, his eyes filled with concern. He guessed, did you get this from knitting a scarf? How did you know? Xie Wanning countered. After all, the scarves she knitted were as exquisite as store-bought ones. How had he noticed? Hearing this, Lin Muheng tenderly pulled her into his embrace. Silly girl. You hurt your hand knitting a scarf? Nothing matters more than you. Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt warmth flood her heart. Seeing the tenderness in his eyes made her heart leap with joy. Then, she bit her lip lightly and said coyly, Mom said knitting a scarf is for someone you love to wear. Lin Muheng stiffened slightly at her words, instinctively tightening his embrace. He didn't reply, instead recalling Zhao Zijuan's earlier words, life is short, and when you meet the right person, you must seize the moment. He had always thought that understanding more would prove his love, but now he realized that true love needed no proof. At that moment, Xie Wanning was nearly suffocated by Lin Muheng's tight embrace, but thankfully, he loosened his hold just in time. Immediately after, he asked with eager anticipation, let's go out to eat tomorrow night. A friend told me a fantastic new restaurant opened nearby. We should try it. His eyes brimmed with hope. Sure, Xie Wanning nodded shyly. Suddenly remembering something, she added apologetically, I might be coming back late tomorrow night. Fearing he might misunderstand, she quickly explained, Xiao and I have been planning a camping trip for ages but never got around to it. We finally decided to go tomorrow, just a day trip though. So you might have to wait a little longer for me tonight. She lowered her head, her voice growing softer. No problem. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. No matter how late you come back, I'll wait for you. MHM. Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt a warm glow in her heart and couldn't help but wonder, could it be that her efforts were finally paying off? Had this iron tree finally blossomed? Either way, she was overjoyed. Chapter 189, Old Married Couple. What's with the romance? At the school gates, Lin Muheng stood beside a white minivan, surrounded by piles of camping gear for Xie Wanning and Xiao. Backpacks of all sizes, tents, and other items were methodically stowed into the vehicle's luggage compartment one by one. From afar, Xie Wanning saw Lin Muheng had already secured all the gear. A wave of warmth instantly filled her heart. She quickened her pace, hurrying over to his side. A gentle smile touched her lips as she expressed her sincere gratitude. Thank you so much for helping us carry all this luggage. You've worked so hard. Lin Muheng looked up at her voice, his gaze meeting Xie Wanling's bright eyes, causing ripples of emotion to stir within him. He quickly waved his hand, responding with a smile, no need to thank me. Then he added, you two girls need to stay safe out there. Once you reach your destination, send me a message right away so I know you arrived safely. Xie Wanling nodded slightly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Yes, I'll remember. Don't worry, we'll definitely be careful. Meanwhile, Xiao, watching the two of them still fussing over each other, grew impatient. Placing her hands on her hips, she deliberately adopted an impatient expression and called out loudly, Ning, the car's about to leave. Hurry up and get in. If we don't go now, it'll be completely dark before we know it. Xie Wanling quickly responded, coming. Then she turned to Lin Muheng and said, well, I'm off then. Bye. Lin Muheng's lips curved upward slightly as he waved his hand. Go ahead. Be careful on the road, and remember to text me when you arrive. The bus slowly pulled away. Lin Muheng stood still, watching it until it vanished from view. Back home, Lin Muheng pulled his phone from his pocket. He opened the dorm chat group with practiced ease, his fingers dancing swiftly across the screen as he typed, guys, something huge just happened. No sooner had the message gone out than Zhao Zijuan, Ren Kailuan, and Lu Xiaojie appeared in a flurry on Lin Muheng's sofa. Zhao Zijuan flopped onto the couch the moment he entered, bellowing, a hen, what's the rush? Hope nothing too serious happened? Ren Kailuan adjusted his glasses and said with a serious expression, Hung, you're making such a fuss. Don't give us a heart attack. Lu Xiaojie scratched his head and grinned, pressing, yeah, what's the deal? Lin Muheng stood in the middle of the living room, unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt. He hesitated, his face etched with conflict. This, that. Zhao Zijuan, ever impatient, sprang up from the sofa, eyes wide, urging with a laugh, Brother Hong, just spit it out. You're going to kill us with suspense. Stop teasing us. Lin Muheng bit his lip, looking at the three of them expectantly. Well, how do you confess to a girl? I figured you guys have experience, so I wanted to hear your advice. Unexpectedly, the moment they heard this, the three of them erupted like a lit powder keg, all standing up in unison. Zhao Zijuan lunged forward in a single stride, pinning Lin Muheng to the sofa. Ren Kailuan and Lu Xiaojie swiftly closed in, the three of them working together to restrain Lin Muheng. Zhao Zijuan's expression turned stern as he demanded loudly, Lin Muheng, are you even human? You've got a stunning campus beauty as your sister-in-law, yet you still think about messing around outside? What kind of man are you? Ren Kailuan chimed in from the side, Brother Hong, I gotta call you out on this. You're eating from one bowl while eyeing the pot, that's just shady. I despise you. Lu Xiaojie was even more indignant, who is that woman anyway? How dare she seduce you? Before your sister-in-law finds out, you two better stop this right now. Inside the room, Wanwan, who had been playing, heard the commotion outside and hurried out on her little stubby legs. Her chubby little face was filled with panic. Spotting the three uncles restraining her dad, the little one immediately charged forward. Her plump little hands patted the men hard, her soft voice tinged with anger. What are you doing? Let go of my daddy. You uncles are so mean. 3 of you ganging up on my dad. If you're so tough, take him on one at a time. Wanwan's little face flushed bright red, her eyes filled with panic and indignation. Zhao Zijuan saw this, scooped Wanwan up in his arms, and glared fiercely at Lin Muheng. Wanwan, he said angrily, you're still defending your dad? That big jerk of a dad of yours is practically abandoning your mom. Ha! Wanwan's brows instantly furrowed. Her little face deflated, filled with sorrow. Her eyes began to redden, tears welling up and threatening to spill. Still, Wanwan couldn't quite believe it. She shoved Zhao Zijuan hard, her voice full of indignation. You're lying. My daddy would never abandon my mommy. Right, daddy? The little one looked at Lin Muheng with hopeful eyes, filled with trust. Seeing his daughter on the verge of tears, Lin Muheng quickly broke free from the 3 men's grip, scooped his precious daughter into his arms, and whispered soothing words. Sweetheart, those uncles are just talking nonsense. How could daddy ever abandon your mom? Lin Muheng shot Zhao Zijuan a fierce glare. Realizing it was inappropriate to discuss such matters in front of the child, he immediately lowered his head, not daring to utter another word. Fearing it might upset the child, Zhao Zijuan smiled at Wanwan and said, Sweetie, uncle was just teasing you earlier. Don't take it to heart. Oomph. Wanwan puffed out her little lips, crossed her arms over her chest, and glared at him indignantly before turning her head away, refusing to acknowledge him. Seeing this, Lin Muheng set Wanwan down and said softly, Sweetie, go inside and look at your storybooks for a bit. Daddy and the uncles need to talk. Wanwan obediently nodded and walked into the house. The moment the door clicked shut, Zhao Zijuan yanked Lin Muheng by the collar. What's your deal? You can't have it both ways. Lin Muheng gave a helpless chuckle, gently prying Zhao Zijuan's arm off his collar. I was talking about confessing to your sister-in-law, he said, utterly speechless. What on earth were you thinking? He was utterly speechless. Though they hadn't spent much time together in college, how could these 3 not understand his character? Hearing this, Ren Kailawan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They sat down on the sofa and laughed. I knew it. She's such a gem, you'd be lucky to find someone like her. How could you not cherish her? Turns out we were all wrong. You guys are way off base. What do you take me for? Lin Muheng shot them a reproachful look. He only wanted their advice, but instead they gone and captured him. What kind of nonsense was this? Seeing this, Lu Xiaojie grumbled, Ahun, this is all your fault. You two are an old married couple, why are you still trying to be romantic? Chapter 190, when away from home, one defines their own identity. What do you know? Lin Muheng glared at him, speaking earnestly. You know perfectly well the real situation with your sister-in-law. What I did was both out of respect for her and my responsibility, it's what I should do. Right, Ahung is absolutely right. Ren Kailawan nodded, then suddenly frowned, looking a bit embarrassed. But I've never been in a relationship, I have no idea how to confess. I'm also a lifelong single guy. Ahung, I'm all heart but no skill. Lu Xiaojie added, sounding rather dejected. Watching his 2 roommates, Lin Muheng stared in disbelief, pointing at them. But you 2 claim to be dating experts with more relationships than you could count on 2 hands. Ren Kailawan looked slightly embarrassed. Ahung, when you're out in the world, you define your own identity. I just embellished a little. Hearing this, Lin Muheng turned his gaze to Lu Xiaojie. Lu Xiaojie, noticing the look, scratched his head sheepishly. I was worried you guys would look down on me. Turns out you're not so great either. As he spoke, he found it so amusing he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Muheng felt like crying. So he was the only one telling the truth. He then patted Zhao Zijuan's shoulder and said solemnly, Zijuan, I'm counting on you now. Lu Xiaojie stiffened at the words, snapping his head up. His lips curled into a high sneer, his face a mask of undisguised contempt. He shot to his feet and strode purposefully over to Lin Muheng. A faint, cold smile played on his lips, tinged with mockery. Ahang, you're not trying to make fun of us, are you? You're counting on him? Zhao Zijuan, the person in question, had been sprawled lazily across the sofa, looking utterly disinterested. At those words, he sprang up from the couch like a lit firecracker. He strode angrily toward Lu Xiaojie, chin thrust high, eyes brimming with smugness and provocation. Who do you think you're looking down on? I'm not like you, buddy. Lu Xiaojie saw the smug look of petty triumph on Zhao Zijuan's face and felt his blood boil. Ren Kailawan couldn't stand by and watch any longer. As if sensing something, his eyes widened in astonishment. You wouldn't happen to be in love, would you? His gaze was a mix of curiosity and disbelief, as if he'd uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Zhao Zijuan arched his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curling upward into a smug grin as he grinned at everyone. Lu Xiaojie's lips turned down slightly, his face frozen in disbelief. But seeing the other guy didn't seem to be lying, his heart felt like a vinegar jar had been overturned. Crossing his arms, he sneered sarcastically, Oh ho, so a girl actually fancies you? You ungrateful bastard, prioritizing romance over your buddies. You didn't even tell your brothers you were dating. No wonder you've been coming and going so early and late lately. Turns out you've been sneaking off to date. You've been keeping it pretty under wraps, haven't you? Ren Kailawan chimed in next, his eyes brimming with envy. Zhao Zijuan, however, paid no mind to their complaints. He shook his head with a smile, deliberately adopting a for-your-own-good expression as he said, if I told you, it would only cause you unnecessary worry. Your old man here just couldn't bear to do that. His expression was so infuriating it practically begged to be punched. Seeing Zhao Zijuan's smug, self-satisfied expression, Ren Kailawan and Lu Xiaojie exchanged a glance. Their eyes instantly locked in unspoken understanding. Next, they unleashed a flurry of playful punches on Zhao Zijuan. Though it was all in good fun, the scene was quite lively. Watching them nearly tear the roof off the place, Lin Muheng rushed forward to intervene. Spreading his arms wide like a human wall between them, he bellowed, Enough! Enough! How old are you guys? Acting so childish. Don't you care about looking ridiculous? Grown men acting childish. Zhao Zijuan muttered, adjusting his rumpled collar as he scurried behind Lin Muheng. Peeking out from behind him with a smug expression, he deliberately stuck out his tongue at the two. Lin Muheng looked at them all with utter exasperation, his eyes filled with urgency. Stop bickering. I called you here to help me figure something out. Come on, give me some ideas. At that, the three finally quieted down. Lu Xiaojie's eyes darted around before locking onto Zhao Zijuan. Curious, he asked, June, didn't you just start dating someone? Come on, spill it. How did you confess to her? Upon hearing this, Zhao Zijuan's face instantly flushed crimson. He shyly lowered his head, his hands unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt. Yet, he couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips as he spoke, overflowing with happiness. Actually, I didn't confess first. My girlfriend asked me out. His voice dripped with sweetness, as if it could be squeezed into syrup. Holy crap! You got swept off your feet. Ren Kailawan stared in disbelief, eyes wide as saucers. He scanned Zhao Zijuan from head to toe, seething with envy. What the hell does this guy have going for him? Ren Kailawan grumbled inwardly. He wasn't any less attractive than Zhao Zijuan, so why hadn't he gotten lucky like this? As he pondered, a painful memory surfaced unbidden. Lu Xiaojie was equally envious. Arms crossed over his chest, he tilted his head back slightly, staring at the ceiling as he muttered to himself, when will I ever meet a girl who doesn't have eyes, who truly appreciates me? They say 3 heads are better than 1, but Lin Muheng looked at the 3 young men sprawled on the sofa with utter disgust. It was almost unbearable to watch. Look at them, one lost in nostalgia, another lost in unrealistic daydreams, and the third still gloating about his romantic exploits. Not a single one seemed capable of offering any useful advice. Lin Muheng sighed inwardly and shook her head helplessly. Clearly, she couldn't count on them. She'd have to figure this out herself. Just then, Zhao Zijuan's overly ingratiating voice reached her ears. Brother Hung, we're all starving. Why don't you whip up something to eat? Lin Muheng shot him a sharp glare, but Zhao Zijuan showed no sign of backing down, pressing his request. Nothing too complicated, just whip up some shredded pork noodles. Load it up with meat. We're craving meat right now. You didn't help at all, yet you're thinking about food? You're quite the little schemer. Lin Muheng shot a reproachful look at the 3 grinning faces, feeling both exasperated and amused. But seeing their pitiful expressions, Lin Muheng's resolve softened. He sighed deeply and turned toward the kitchen. His retreating figure carried a hint of resignation, yet also a touch of indulgence. After all, his sons could only be spoiled by him. Meanwhile, the trio in the living room weren't idle. They quickly gathered in a tight circle, heads pressed close together, whispering intently as if discussing some crucial matter. Every so often, they glanced furtively toward the kitchen, their expressions suggesting they were plotting some secret, shady scheme. Chapter 191, 3 heads are better than 1. Before long, Lin Muheng emerged from the kitchen, carefully balancing a large steaming bowl of shredded pork noodles in both hands. Each strand of noodle was firm and distinct, topped with a generous layer of glossy, mouth-watering shredded pork and dotted with vibrant green scallions. The steam carried an enticing aroma that instantly filled the dining room, making everyone's mouths water. Lin Muheng placed the noodles steadily on the dining table. His gaze swept over the 3 slumped figures in the living room as he bellowed, You lot! Stop lying around like limp noodles and come eat! At his voice, the 3 roommates, who had been slumped on the sofa like puddles of mud, sprang to life as if someone had pressed a start button. They shot up from the couch and dashed to the dining table at lightning speed, plopping down in their seats. The aroma of the savory shredded pork noodles wafted into Zhao Zijuan's nostrils. He instantly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, his face radiating pure bliss and enjoyment. He couldn't help but murmur, so fragrant this flavor is, absolutely amazing, just amazing. Lin Muheng watched their eager expressions with a helpless smile. Hurry up and eat, she said. If you don't, the noodles will turn into a sticky mess. With that, he picked up a bowl and began serving noodles for the 3 of them. Soon, the trio clutched bowls larger than their faces, slurping noodles in big, greedy mouthfuls. The scene was like watching 3 starving wolves devouring their meal, completely oblivious to their appearance. At that moment, Zhao Zijuan slurped his noodles loudly while glancing at Lin Muheng, his words muffled. Muheng, we just looked up some info. It's just confessing, right? That should be a piece of cake. Lin Muheng didn't interrupt, quietly pricking up his ears to listen. He was eager to hear how easy it supposedly was. Seeing Lin Muheng's interest, Zhao Zijuan grinned and continued, for a confession, you need flowers, cake, candles, then meticulously plan a romantic candlelit dinner. Say some heartfelt words, and you'll definitely move them to tears. Once that happens, it'll just flow naturally, right? His excitement grew with every word, his eyes sparkling as if he could already see the sweet scene of a successful confession unfolding before him. Right. Lin Muheng's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Hearing his friend's words, he suddenly felt enlightened. So this was how a confession worked. Who knew the three of you could outsmart Zhuge Liang? This bowl of shredded pork noodles was totally worth it, Lin Muheng said, his face beaming with delight. Now he understood effort truly paid off. Cooking for his brothers had been worth every bit of it. Watching them wolf down their food, Lin Muheng asked his roommates with a smile, are you guys full? If not, I can whip up something else. Don't go hungry. Lu Xiaojie pondered for a moment before replying, alright, then whip us up a couple more fried eggs. No problem, Lin Muheng nodded cheerfully. After all, these guys had earned it, they deserved something tasty to replenish their strength. At noon, the three roommates stayed for lunch at Lin Muheng's place. While eating, they'd already decided to go shopping in the afternoon and carefully set up the confession spot when they returned. Originally, they'd planned to go out for dinner with Xie Wanning last night, but after some persuasion from the guys, they changed the location to their place. After all, confessing in public risked any unexpected mishaps, turning it into a major social disaster. At home, they'd be much more at ease. Plus, Lin Muheng was an excellent cook. He planned to whip up steak and pasta, pair it with some red wine, and arrange small candles around the table to create a romantic and cozy atmosphere. Following his friend's advice, Lin Muheng found the idea brilliant and wholeheartedly agreed. Out in the quiet countryside, Xie Wanning sat on a smooth boulder, her gaze fixed blankly on the babbling brook beside her as her thoughts drifted far away. Xiao Xiao stood beside a small wooden table, skillfully slicing watermelon with a knife. The temptingly red flesh of the melon exuded a sweet, delicate fragrance that made one's mouth water. Seeing her best friend lost in thought, Xiao Xiao's lips curved into a mischievous smile. She gently tapped Xie Wanning's shoulder and teased, oh, been apart for just a moment and already missing your Lin Muheng? Look at you, completely distracted. At her words, Xie Wanning's fair face instantly flushed crimson, like the dazzling sunset sky. Nonsense, she retorted coyly, I wasn't thinking about him at all. As she spoke, she shyly twisted her body before picking up a slice of watermelon from the plate and taking a bite, attempting to mask her embarrassment with the gesture. Seeing this, Xiao Xiao's lips curved upward, her gossipy curiosity instantly ignited. Ning Ning, spill it, how far have you two gotten? Have you, hee. Her expression turned mischievous, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, as if hiding countless little secrets. Xie Wanning playfully tapped her on the shoulder, her face flushing as she teased, you're such a dirty little minx. What kind of nonsense is running through your head? Me, dirty? It's you who's dirty. Otherwise, how did Wanwan come to be? Xiao Xiao lifted her little head, her face flushed with pride as she retorted. After all, she didn't have children yet, so she could speak freely on such topics. Xie Wanling was instantly speechless, her cheeks flushing even brighter, as if they might bleed. She scrambled to her feet, muttering, I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to call Wanwan. You don't have a daughter, so how would you know how wonderful it is? Xiao Xiao pursed her lips at this and continued teasing, I think you just want to see someone, using the excuse of seeing your daughter to ease your longing. Stop pretending, don't think I don't know you. You're so annoying. I'm done talking to you. Xie Wanning pouted playfully before ducking back into the tent. Her heart was pounding wildly inside her chest, as if a little rabbit were hopping around inside. Leaning against the tent corner, she pulled out her phone. Unconsciously, Lin Muheng's face flashed through her mind. She murmured to herself, wonder what he's up to. Moments later, she pondered, I wonder if Wanwan's been good today. I'm her mom, it wouldn't be too much to call and check, right? With that thought, she took a deep breath and swiftly sent a video call invitation to Lin Muheng. When Lin Muheng saw Xie Wanning's video call pop up, his heart skipped a beat. He hurried to the balcony to answer it. He couldn't let Xie Wanning see his three roommates here. If she guessed he'd secretly prepared a surprise, it would all be ruined. On the balcony, Lin Muheng rubbed his temples, wearing a goofy grin that made him look like a silly kid, yet his eyes were filled with tenderness. Seeing him like this, Xie Wanning's lips curved upward involuntarily. She asked her usual question, where's Wanwan? Has she been good today? Chapter 192, Reeling in the Big Fish. She just fell asleep. Wanwan's been so good. Don't worry, just enjoy yourself out there. I've got things covered at home, Lin Muheng murmured softly, his voice brimming with affection. Xie Wanning nodded, then turned the camera to the scenery outside. The view here is absolutely stunning, and the air is so refreshing. Next time, we should bring Wanwan here for a picnic. Let her experience the beauty of nature too. Lin Muheng smiled and nodded. That sounds great. Wanwan would be over the moon if she knew. Just then, Xiao Xiao's excited shout came from outside the tent. Ning Ning, come quick. I caught a big fish. Coming, Xie Wanning called out, then reluctantly said to Lin Muheng on the other end of the camera, Xiao Xiao caught a fish. I'm going out to check it out. So? I'll hang up now. You go ahead and do what you need to do. Okay, I'll come pick you up when you're ready, Lin Muheng replied softly, his eyes filled with reluctance. Xie Wanning nodded happily before ending the call. Stepping out of the tent, she saw the so-called big fish Xiao Xiao was clutching and couldn't help but roll her eyes. The fish was tiny, not even as big as her palm. She chuckled helplessly, pouting playfully, so this is the big fish you were talking about? It's barely bigger than my palm. How can you call that big? Xiao Xiao crossed her arms defiantly. It's not small. Around here, this is considered a big fish. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she suggested, let's grill it. Grilled fish must be delicious. She even swallowed audibly at the thought. All right. Xie Wanning nodded with a smile. After all, her best friend was excited, and grilled fish did sound appealing. However, before they could even start the fire, the previously clear, cloudless sky began to drift down a few sparse strands of rain. Yet, this was merely the prelude to the storm's fury. Looking up at the horizon, the dark clouds seemed to weigh heavily overhead, like a massive, thick black curtain pressing down until it felt suffocating. The clouds churned like surging waves, occasionally erupting with blinding flashes of lightning, followed by thunderous booms that shook the earth like war drums. Amidst this violent and oppressive atmosphere, the raindrops grew increasingly unrestrained, falling harder and denser. Bean-sized raindrops pounded the ground like rapid drumbeats, pattering down relentlessly. The two hurriedly scrambled to pack up the picnic blanket, fearing the fierce wind might carry it away. Fortunately, the tent ropes were tied to the nearby big tree, or else it would have been blown away without a trace. Xiao Xiao looked up at the sky with resignation, muttering under her breath, what kind of crazy weather is this? Just a moment ago it was clear skies, and now it's like the heavens have sprung a leak. It's pouring down relentlessly, not even giving us a chance to take cover. Xie Wanning hurried over to Xiao Xiao's side, echoing her sentiment, exactly. This weather changes faster than flipping a page. A few strands of her hair, drenched by the rain, clung to her cheeks, making her look a bit disheveled. As the rain intensified, they quickly gathered their things. Xie Wanning grabbed Xiao Xiao's hand and hurried toward a nearby tent. They dove headfirst into the tent. Though cramped, it offered some shelter from the wind and rain. Once inside, they shook the rain from their bodies and dried off. Xiao Xiao lay flat on her back, hands behind her head, gazing up at the tent ceiling with a worried expression. Ning Ning, this rain doesn't look like it'll stop anytime soon. Do you think we'll be able to get back? Out here in the wilderness, we can't even see the path. If it keeps raining like this, what are we supposed to do? And besides, 2 girls out here alone is just too dangerous. I'm so scared. As she spoke, her body instinctively shifted closer to Xie Wanning, as if this proximity could offer some measure of security. Xie Wanning turned to her, gently patting Xiao Xiao's shoulder. It'll be fine. The rain should stop soon. Don't worry, the weather's unpredictable. Maybe it'll clear up in a little while. Though she spoke reassuringly, her own heart was racing with panic. At that moment, Lin Muheng's image flashed through her mind. Thinking of him eased her worries somewhat. Xie Wanning thought to herself that if she really got stuck in the downpour, she'd call him for help. She was certain he'd come to pick her up. This thought brought her some comfort. However, the rain showed no sign of letting up, continuing steadily for 2 full hours. The surrounding sky grew dim and gloomy, as if night had fallen, though it was not yet 3 o'clock. Distant mountain ranges blurred into indistinct silhouettes behind the curtain of rain. Meanwhile, the urban area of Magic City presented a starkly different scene. There, the sky was a brilliant blue, the sun shining brightly, with a few pure white clouds drifting across it. Compared to the suburbs, it was like 2 extremes. Lu Xiaojie was idly scrolling through short videos when suddenly, a video of torrential rain posted by a local user caught his attention. The footage showed a raging storm, with trees on the streets bending wildly in the gale and pedestrians struggling to walk through the downpour. He couldn't help but wonder, where is this? How can it be raining this hard? He studied the scene intently, muttering, Wangshanling? Looks pretty close to here. As he spoke, his eyes drifted to the window, and he couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of the weather. Just then, Lin Muheng leaned in, curiously asking, Jia, where did you say it was raining so hard? Lu Xiaojie lifted his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, and replied, that place, Wangshanling, it doesn't seem too far from the city, does it? Look at this video, the rain is coming down in buckets. With that, he handed his phone to Lin Muheng. Hearing this, Lin Muheng's heart skipped a beat. He quickly opened the location information Xie Wanning had sent and studied it carefully, realizing it wasn't far from Huangshan Ridge. He had already seen the earlier video, the raging storm, with fierce winds whipping torrential rain, and knew the downpour must be immense. In that instant, his heart felt as though it had been seized by an invisible hand. He urgently dialed Xie Wanning's number, but only a persistent busy tone answered. Video calls wouldn't connect either. Earlier, he had specifically added Xiao Qiao's contact information to gain more insight into Xie Wanling's situation, but when he called now, there was still no answer. At that moment, Lin Muheng was consumed by anxiety. His brows knitted tightly together, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He couldn't help muttering under his breath, "Why can't I get through? Please, don't let anything have happened." The more Lin Muheng thought about it, the more frightened he became, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. Chapter 193, Wilderness Survival. Fearing his own words might jinx the situation, he quickly tapped his lips several times, muttering, "Phew, phew, phew. Stop overthinking. Nothing bad has happened, for sure." Seeing his state, his brothers gathered around, offering comfort in a flurry of voices. Zhao Zijuan patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Ah Hung, maybe your sister-in-law is having the time of her life right now and didn't even bring her phone. Don't worry just yet." "Exactly. Huangshan Ridge is huge. Maybe it's not even raining where she is." "Stop fretting over nothing," Ren Kailuan chimed in from the side. Yet Lin Muheng remained deeply uneasy, his face etched with worry. He stood up and addressed the others. "No, I have to go check on them myself. Once Wanwan wakes up, you guys watch over her for me. I'm going to find them now." Seeing Lin Muheng's resolve, Zhao Zijuan and the others said no more. Instead, they patted their chests and assured him, "Ahen, go with peace of mind. We'll take perfect care of Wanwan. Just focus on finding your sister-in-law. We'll contact you immediately if anything happens. Oh, and we've already set up the spot for your confession. Just wait for you to bring your sister-in-law back and give her a huge surprise. How about that? Pretty cool, huh?" Lu Xiaojie said with a smug grin. Hearing this, Lin Muheng was overcome with emotion. He never expected his brothers to be so supportive at this crucial moment. He looked at them gratefully and said, "If things go well today, I'll definitely cook you guys a big feast to properly thank you." "Alright, as long as you keep your word. Now hurry up and go," his friends said with smiles, watching Lin Muheng drive away. Lin Muheng hurried to his car, opened the door, and climbed inside. Once seated, he followed the navigation route Xie Wanling had sent him. Along the way, his eyes kept darting to his phone as he repeatedly tried calling Xie Wanning. But the phone remained unanswered. Listening to the persistent unanswered ringtone, he instinctively accelerated, gripping the steering wheel tightly as his eyes focused intently on the road ahead. Fortunately, the god-tier driving skills granted by the system made him feel as if guided by divine intervention. He navigated the slippery road with agility, skillfully dodging puddles and obstacles one after another. At that moment, only one thought occupied his mind: to see Xie Wanling quickly and confirm she was safe and sound. Meanwhile, inside the tent, Xiao Qiao and Xie Wanning huddled close together. Outside, the rain continued to pour down fiercely, pelting the tent with a relentless pitter-patter that showed no sign of letting up. Xie Wanning's brows furrowed slightly. She let out a soft sigh, her eyes filled with helplessness. Xiao Qiao rested her head on Xie Wanning's shoulder, her gaze vacant as she stared at the tent ceiling. The heaviness on her face resembled an unshakable dark cloud, weighing heavily on her heart. Time flowed slowly as the sky grew darker and the rain fell harder. Bean-sized raindrops pounded relentlessly on the tent, producing a muffled yet urgent sound that stirred unease in the heart. Xie Wanling gazed at the blurry, dim world outside, a wave of panic washing over her. Finally, she clenched her teeth, as if making up her mind, and slowly pulled her phone from her pocket. Her fingers slid lightly across the screen, her eyes reflecting both hesitation and resignation. Truthfully, she would have preferred not to bother Lin Muheng unless absolutely necessary. But given the current situation, seeking his help was her only remaining option. Yet, when she tapped his number and trembling fingers pressed the call button, only a persistent busy tone answered. Immediately after, the automated message chimed. "The number you dialed is unavailable. Please try again later." Xie Wanling stared at the phone screen in utter bewilderment. She remembered clearly that she had paid her phone bill at the beginning of the month that couldn't possibly be disconnected for unpaid fees. Refusing to give up, she tried twice more. Each time, she pressed the call button with hopeful anticipation, only to hear that same disheartening message. Xie Wanling examined her phone closely and finally realized it had lost signal. Stranded in the wilderness under a downpour, she sighed helplessly, her eyes filled with despair. Xiao Qiao saw Xie Wanning's grave expression and felt a sudden pang of dread, an ominous foreboding rising in her heart. Hurrying closer, her eyes brimming with concern, she urgently asked, "Ningning, what's wrong? Can't get through?" Xie Wanling slowly shook her head, her voice heavy as a boulder. "No signal. Can't make calls. Try yours, see if it works." Hearing this, Xiao Qiao quickly pulled her phone from her backpack. She took a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm, then quickly dialed a number to test it. However, the result mirrored Xie Wanning's. The familiar dial tone echoed from the other end. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair. With no way to make calls, if something truly happened, they'd be completely cut off from the outside world. Right now, it felt like crying out to heaven and earth, but neither would answer. Xiao Qiao's eyes gradually reddened, tears welling up inside. She clung tightly to Xie Wanning's shoulders, her voice breaking as she sobbed, "Ningning, what are we going to do now? Are we really not going back today? Seeing Xiao Xiao's pitiful expression, Xie Wanning felt a pang of heartache. She gently patted Xiao Xiao's back, offering warm reassurance, "It's okay. If we can't go back, it's no big deal. We brought so much good food, we definitely won't go hungry. Just think of it as an outdoor survival experience." Xiao Xiao lifted her head slightly, meeting Xie Wanning's warm, resolute gaze. Her heart settled a little. Sniffling, she conceded, "You're right. At least we have food and water. It's not too rough." She forced a wry smile, trying to console herself. Still, after such a miserable ordeal, she felt deeply apologetic. She looked at Xie Wanning with guilt, her voice low and heavy. "Ning Ning, today's mess is all my fault. If I hadn't insisted on dragging you camping, we wouldn't have run into this." Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning hastily waved her hands. She gently patted Xiao Xiao's shoulder and offered soft reassurance. "How could this be your fault? Camping was something we decided together from the start. It was our mutual choice. Besides, unexpected situations are bound to happen when traveling. It's perfectly normal. Don't blame yourself." Seeing Xiao Xiao still looking so guilty, an idea suddenly struck Xie Wanning. Her eyes lit up instantly as she excitedly exclaimed, "You know, with our luck, what if we went to buy lottery tickets? Maybe we'd hit the jackpot. Who knows, we could win a huge prize and become rich overnight." Xiao Xiao was instantly swept up by Xie Wanning's words. Her previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she blinked rapidly and exclaimed, "Who knows? Maybe we'd win $1 billion jackpot. I'd definitely treat myself to something amazing then." Chapter 194, Male Model? No way. Xiao Xiao was filled with joyful fantasies. "With all that money, I'll buy a huge mansion with a swimming pool, a fully equipped gym, and a massive walk-in closet packed with all the clothes and handbags I've ever wanted. Then I'll go on a shopping spree no matter how expensive. I won't even look at the price tags. Shop till I drop." Mentioning this instantly swept away all the lingering worries that had previously weighed on both their minds. Xiao Xiao, especially, wore an expression of pure bliss, as if she were already immersed in that world of extreme luxury. "Once I have money, I'll have as many men as I want. I'll start by ordering 10 or 8 male models. This queen is going to live it up." Xiao Xiao placed her hands on her hips, her face glowing with anticipation, as if she could already see herself surrounded by a group of stunningly handsome male models. After speaking, Xiao Xiao turned to Xie Wanning and teased with a smile, "I'll get you a dozen handsome ones too, every type imaginable. The sunny, boy-next-door type, the mature, domineering CEO type, and the gentle, considerate warm guy type. Guaranteed to make your eyes pop out." Xie Wanning heard this and replied with a mix of laughter and exasperation, "No thanks. You can keep the male models for yourself." Xiao Xiao looked utterly shocked. She leaned in close to Xie Wanning, pointed at her, and chuckled, "You don't want any male models? Looks like your heart belongs only to Lin Muheng." Then she teased boldly, "Well then, I'll give Lin Muheng tons of money to pamper you. He'll have to make sure my bestie is completely comfortable cooking for you, giving you massages, taking you anywhere you want, doing whatever you desire. Ha, just thinking about it is thrilling. I have to say, being rich is amazing. We'll be able to buy whatever we want, go wherever we please, and never have to worry about money again." Xiao Xiao couldn't help but sigh, her eyes filled with longing for a wealthy life. No sooner had she spoken than she suddenly heard what sounded like a man's voice outside. The sound was faint amid the clamor of the rain, yet it instantly made Xiao Xiao's heart leap to her throat. She hurried toward the tent, pricking up her ears to listen intently. Seeing her reaction, Xie Wanning asked curiously, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing?" "Shoo." Xiao Xiao made a shushing gesture, then whispered back, "There seems to be someone outside, a man. Out here in the wilderness, it can't be a bad guy, can it?" Both women instantly tensed, their hearts filled with fear and wariness. They frantically searched around the tent, grabbing whatever handy tools they could find. Xie Wanning grabbed a sturdy branch, while Xiao Xiao seized a small can of pepper spray. Huddling close together, they fixed their eyes on the tent entrance, ready to confront any danger at a moment's notice. If it was a bad guy, they both knew they'd have to fight back. As they waited cautiously for the figure to approach, Xiao Xiao suddenly furrowed her brow. She tilted her ear, listening intently to the sounds outside, then looked at Xie Wanning with confusion. "Ning Ning, I think I just heard someone calling your name." "Ha? My name?" Xie Wanning waved her hand dismissively, her lips curling into a wry smile. "You must be hearing things. Out here in the middle of nowhere, how could anyone possibly know me?" At first, Xiao Xiao was skeptical too, but the voice grew louder and clearer. Now she was certain. "Ning Ning, they really are calling your name out there. Listen carefully. Really, I'm absolutely certain I didn't mishear it." Xiao Xiao spoke anxiously, her eyes brimming with urgency, as if urging Xie Wanning to confirm it immediately. Xie Wanning approached the tent edge, half believing, half doubting, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst through her chest. She strained her ears, listening intently. Then, she heard a familiar male voice. As the words became clear, Xie Wanning's lips curved into a faint smile. A surge of excitement flooded her heart, like a calm lake disturbed by a large stone, sending ripples of emotion spreading outward. Her eyes fixed on Xiao Xiao, her voice trembling with excitement. "That sounds like Wanwan's dad. Hearing her best friend say this, Xiao Qiao replied hopefully, Lin Muheng? The more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, the first thing they did after arriving at the campsite was to check in with each other and share their locations. Plus, they had spoken on the phone earlier that afternoon. Perhaps Lin Muheng, finding their phones unreachable and worried about their safety, had tracked them down using their location. Xiao Qiao could no longer contain her surging emotions. She suddenly clutched Xie Wanning's hand, her voice urgent and trembling. Ning Ning, look. Is it him? Xie Wanning's heart leapt with joy. She nodded slightly, her voice brimming with unmistakable excitement. Okay. With that, she rose slowly, her steps light yet cautious as she approached the tent. She gently pulled back a sliver of the fabric. At that moment, the rain poured down in torrents. Hail-sized raindrops pelted the ground with a steady crackle. Mist swirled through the mountains like a gauzy veil, thickly obscuring the view. Yet even so, Xie Wanning instantly recognized Lin Muheng trudging through the storm. He stumbled along the muddy mountain path, one foot sinking deeper than the other. Rainwater streamed freely down his cheeks, his hair and clothes already soaked through, clinging tightly to his body. Yet he showed no sign of stopping. A surge of warmth instantly filled Xie Wanning's heart, a flush of excitement coloring her cheeks. Without a second thought, she waved her arms vigorously and shouted excitedly, Lin Muheng, we're here. We're here. In the distance, Lin Muheng faintly heard Xie Wanning's cries. A warm, reassuring smile touched his lips, and his pace quickened without him realizing it. Soon, Lin Muheng spotted the pink tent ahead. His heart leapt with joy as he hurried toward it. At that moment, Xie Wanning watched Lin Muheng's figure grow closer and closer. The excitement within her could no longer be contained. She hurriedly zipped open the tent flap with a swift motion, reached out with both hands, and pulled Lin Muheng inside. Xie Wanning's heart overflowed with joy, like a vibrant flower blooming wildly within her. Yet, when she saw Lin Muheng soaked to the bone by the rain, her heart clenched in sudden pain and concern. She couldn't help but frown, feigning reproach. Why did you run over here? You big fool. In this downpour, what if something happened to you? Lin Muheng scratched his head sheepishly, a mix of embarrassment and earnestness playing across his face. Scratching his head, he said sheepishly, I couldn't get through to you on the phone. Worried something might have happened, I rushed over in a panic. In his haste to leave, he'd forgotten both his umbrella and raincoat. Once he arrived here, his mind was consumed with their safety, so he let the downpour drench him as he searched frantically. Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt a sharp sting in her nose, and her eyes instantly reddened. Earlier, in front of Xiao Qiao, she had forced herself to suppress her fear and worry, trying desperately to appear strong. But now, Lin Muheng's arrival felt like a reassuring pill, instantly giving her a sense of security. Unable to hold back any longer, she threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms, seeking solace. Lin Muheng, seeing this, pushed her away. Chapter 195, Lin Muheng, do you like me or not? The push left Xie Wanning frozen in shock. Her eyes widened, her face etched with utter disbelief. The pain of rejection surged through her like a tidal wave. Tears welled up in her eyes, like pearls broken from their string, rolling down her cheeks with a soft patter. Looking pitifully vulnerable, she abandoned all reserve and demanded, do you hate me? Seeing Xie Wanning's tears, Lin Muheng felt like an ant on a hot skillet. He fumbled frantically to explain, even instinctively reaching out to wipe her tears yet fearing he might smudge her makeup. He could only stand by helplessly, repeating urgently, I don't hate you. How could I ever hate you? Hearing this, tears glistened in Xie Wanning's eyes, mingled with hurt and stubbornness. She pressed, if you don't hate me, then why won't you let me hug you? Am I that repulsive to you? Ha? Lin Muheng froze, utterly taken aback by her interpretation. He pointed at his own soaked clothes with a mix of amusement and exasperation, explaining, my clothes are completely drenched. I was afraid I'd get yours wet too and make you catch a chill. That's why I didn't let you hug me. Oh, I see. Xie Wanning's tears instantly turned to laughter. She casually wiped her face with the back of her hand and nodded with a smile. But her mood quickly soured again. She truly disliked Lin Muheng's aloof and distant attitude. Moreover, since she had confessed her feelings, Lin Muheng had yet to give her a clear answer. This left her mind racing with wild thoughts day and night, as if tiny insects were crawling around inside her heart, causing unbearable discomfort. Perhaps it was the rainy day, the patter of raindrops pounding on the tent, unsettling and irritating. Xie Wanning's gaze suddenly sharpened. Without hesitation, she sprang to her feet and shoved Lin Muheng forcefully onto the ground. Arms akimbo, she straddled Lin Muheng's waist, her lips puckered in a pout as she declared indignantly. Lin Muheng, I like you. I don't want to wait any longer. Today, you must give me an answer. Do you like me or not? Their eyes locked. Inside the tent, the only sounds were raindrops tapping against the fabric and their faint, labored breaths. The air seemed to freeze, thick with a tense and ambiguous atmosphere. Beside them, Xiao Qiao watched nervously, her heart racing with excitement. Lin Muheng pressed his lips together, staring blankly at Xie Wanning. A faint, involuntary smile touched the corners of his mouth. Seeing his inexplicable smile, Xie Wanning's fiery temper flared instantly. Raising her voice sharply, she snapped, if you like me, just say you like me. If you don't, just say you don't. Is it that hard to say? Even if you don't like. Before Xie Wanning could finish, Lin Muheng suddenly rose, cupped her face gently with both hands, and pressed his lips to hers. The kiss was bold and passionate, brimming with all his deep affection and love. Xie Wanning felt a buzzing sensation in her head as her eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Her heartbeat surged, pounding as if it would burst from her chest. Gradually, she surrendered to the moment, her arms instinctively wrapping around Lin Muheng's neck as she succumbed to the embrace. Inside the tent, Xiao witnessed the scene and felt so awkward she wished she could vanish into a crack in the ground. She covered her eyes with both hands, yet couldn't resist peeking through her fingers at the pair. Inside, she marveled, wow, this is the real deal. Thinking of herself as the third wheel, she frowned and muttered, hey, I'm still here, you too. Mind your manners. Fearing they might get too carried away and do something even crazier, Xiao quickly cleared her throat to remind them she was still there. Ahem. Only then did Xie Wanning remember her best friend was inside the tent, and Lin Muheng realized there was someone else present. Truth be told, his attention had been solely on Xie Wanning the entire time. There was simply no room in his eyes for anyone else. At the sound of the cough, the pair froze like startled birds, abruptly halting their intimate actions. Xie Wanling's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. She kept her head down, twisting the hem of her shirt nervously, and awkwardly remarked, it's pretty stuffy in here, isn't it? Yeah, it is a bit stuffy. Lin Muheng agreed, feeling a bit embarrassed himself. His face flushed slightly, and he avoided Xiao's gaze. MHM. Xiao pursed her lips, watching the two of them blush and fidget. She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as she nodded, not intending to expose their little game. She then turned to Lin Muheng and asked, did you drive here? Seeing him nod firmly, she continued, who knows how long this rain will last. Staying in the tent isn't a solution. Why don't we pack up and leave now? All right. Lin Muheng nodded, then addressed the others, stay in the tent for now. I'll help load your things into the car first and come back for you later. The rain's heavy out there, don't get soaked. Can you handle it alone? Xie Wanning asked, her face filled with concern. After all, they had brought quite a lot for camping bags and bundles piled up in one corner of the tent. No problem. I'm strong enough to handle it. With that, Lin Muheng plunged headfirst into the downpour. He bent down, picking up each item from the ground one by one. Watching his busy figure in the rain, Xie Wanning's heart ached with concern. Beside her, Xiao noticed her best friend staring longingly and teased, stop staring. He's not going anywhere. Why are you glued to him like that? Come help me pack up so we can leave early. Teased by her friend, Xie Wanning turned away, pretending not to notice Xiao. But Xiao, seeing this, leaned closer with a playful smile. So, does this mean you two are together now? I guess I was the witness just now. At that mention, Xie Wanning grew even more bashful, her cheeks flushing as red as ripe apples. Lowering her gaze with a faint smile, she murmured, I guess, we are? He didn't say it, but he kissed me. That's proof in action, right? Silly girl, of course it is. Xiao said, half amused, half exasperated. You two are officially boyfriend and girlfriend now out in the open, just like that. Hearing this, Xie Wanning playfully poked Xiao's forehead and teased, we weren't sneaking around before either. Watch your wording, okay? Yes, my bad. Xiao pouted, then leaned in gossipily to whisper in her best friend's ear, Ning, seeing how passionate your kisses are, what's it like? Does it make you feel dizzy and your heart race? Did you go at it for 800 rounds? Xiao winked mischievously. Xie Wanning heard this, pressed her hand to her forehead, frowned, and inwardly scolded, how could Xiao be so shameless, asking such a question? Ignoring Xiao, she silently packed up the tent, though her ears flushed involuntarily. Seeing this, Xiao sighed dramatically and feigned pitiable innocence. I know all the tricks, but I have no one to practice on. Heaven, I'll go without food for 3 days. Can you please grant me a boyfriend? Let me taste the sweetness of love too. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the sky suddenly brightened. A blinding flash of lightning split the heavens, followed by a deafening clap of thunder and a crackling downpour of thunderous roars. It seemed as if the heavens had truly heard Xiao's plea. Xiao turned as pale as a sheet, unable to suppress a quiet mutter. Was this modest request of hers really too much to ask? Chapter 196, Who uses carnations for confessions? Meanwhile, Lin Muheng had already loaded all their camping gear into the car. Before long, Xie Wanning and Xiao also climbed into the vehicle. Lin Muheng thoughtfully turned on the car's heater, then looked at them and asked softly, did you get everything? Then let's head back. As he spoke, he turned around, his gaze tenderly resting on Xie Wanning, his tone filled with inquiry and confirmation. Machem, let's go. Xie Wanning nodded softly, her eyes sparkling with happiness. A faint smile curved her lips, revealing a sweet expression. She gazed at Lin Muheng with overflowing happiness, her smiling eyes seeming to flow with tenderness and affection, brimming with softness and dependence. Watching her best friend immersed in such sweet love, Xiao silently shook her head. A bitter smile tugged at her lips as she feigned complaint, another one who's fallen into the grave of love. Oomph. Truly beyond saving. She deliberately turned her head toward the window, unwilling to witness the romantic aura enveloping the couple. She believed that by averting her gaze, she could shield herself from this sweet assault. Yet, hidden in her eyes was a trace of envy and blessing, barely perceptible. After all, seeing her friend so happy truly brought her genuine joy from the bottom of her heart. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Zhao Zijuan sat in his living room, his gaze darting toward the wall clock every so often. The time was almost right. He addressed Rin Kailuan and Lu Xiaojie, who were playing games on their phones on the sofa. Guys, stop gaming. Time is tight. We need to go set up the venue now. After speaking, he turned to Rin Kailuan and instructed, Kailuan, you go buy flowers. Make sure to pick ones that are romantic and elegant. Then he turned to Lu Xiaojie, yeah, you go buy candles and pick up the cake. Get candles that set the mood, and for the cake, just get a simple one. The two exchanged a glance before simultaneously turning to Zhao Zijuan. What about you? What are you doing? I'm getting beef and red wine. Zhao Zijuan rolled his eyes, replying with a resigned tone. His expression seemed to say, did you think I'd just talk and not lift a finger? Hearing this, the two finally relaxed, sharing a knowing smile. They were both afraid their brother would suffer and afraid he'd drive a Range Rover, but this time, they genuinely hoped Lin Muheng would find happiness. Soon, the three split up to carry out their respective tasks. Zhao Zijuan was the last to come downstairs with Wanwan, heading to the supermarket at the community entrance. A fresh produce market and a liquor and tobacco shop stood right at the entrance. Considering he had to bring the child along, his task was relatively easier. Stepping out of the elevator, Zhao Zijuan reached to take Wanwan's hand for the shopping trip. The little one promptly shook off his large hand, a swift, decisive motion without a moment's hesitation. In her babyish voice, she declared, I can walk by myself. Truthfully, the little one was still holding a grudge against him all because he had carelessly mentioned that her mom and dad were going to separate. The little one held grudges fiercely and hadn't let this go. Even her way of addressing him had changed from simply uncle to Uncle Zhao Zijuan, showing just how serious the little one's anger was. At the entrance to the residential complex, Wanwan's big, round eyes blinked curiously as she scanned her surroundings. Uncle Zhao Zijuan, she asked, where are we going now? We're going to buy meat, Zhao Zijuan said with a smile, pointing to the sign of a butcher shop. Buying meat is great. Wanwan loves meat the most. Upon hearing they were going to buy meat, Wanwan immediately clapped her little hands excitedly and skipped forward, looking utterly adorable. Stepping inside the shop, Zhao Zijuan carefully selected 2 steaks. The steaks were incredibly tender, with a rich, tempting red color, clearly top-quality cuts. He smiled as he placed them into a plastic bag. Seeing this, Wanwan tilted her little head, looking at Zhao Zijuan with a puzzled expression. Uncle Zijuan, why did you only pick 2? That's not enough to share. We'll finish it all in one go. I can eat one by myself. Who do you think you're trying to starve? Wanwan pouted, muttering playfully. Zhao Zijuan couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. He pinched Wanwan's little nose and said with a smile, you little smarty pants can count already. But don't worry, these 2 steaks will definitely be enough. Don't try to fool me just because I'm a kid. Wanwan crossed her arms over her chest, her expression clearly saying, I'm smart, don't think you can trick me. Zhao Zijuan couldn't help but grin. Patting the little one on the shoulder, he said, don't worry, I won't let you go hungry. Tonight, Uncle will take you to the beef short rib buffet. There's plenty of meat there, you can eat as much as you want. They'd already planned it that morning. Zhao Zijuan and Wen Shanghai would help look after Wanwan that evening. This way, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning could enjoy some alone time, whisper sweet nothings, and do all sorts of romantic things. Lin Muheng was deeply grateful for Zhao Zijuan's generous help. He would remember this kindness forever. However, upon hearing this, Wanwan furrowed her little brow and asked with a puzzled look, when will my mom and dad come back? They'll be back tonight. Then you can eat your fill, and Auntie Wan and I will bring you back, okay? Zhao Zijuan patiently explained, his tone brimming with gentleness and reassurance. Okay. Thinking of the delicious meat, Wanwan puckered her little lips, pondered earnestly for a moment, then nodded. For a child, the allure of delicious food was simply irresistible. Soon after buying the red wine, Zhao Zijuan brought Wanwan back to Lin Muheng's home. Upon arriving home, Wanwan immediately immersed herself in the world of cartoons. Her focused little expression seemed to block out everything else around her. Zhao Zijuan wasn't idle either, meticulously setting the table. He spread an exquisite tablecloth across the surface, its warm, romantic hues instantly elevating the entire dining room's ambience. Next, he placed placemats, neatly arranging plates, cutlery, and wine glasses, every detail handled with perfect precision. It must be said that with such decoration, the table had taken on a romantic air, as if foreshadowing the beautiful scene to come that evening. Soon, a knock sounded at the door. Zhao Zijuan opened it to find Rin Kailuan strutting in with a smug look on his face. Zhao Zijuan frowned at the sight and asked in confusion, didn't I tell you to go buy flowers? Where are they? Right here. Rin Kailuan smiled, pulling a bouquet from behind his back. Holding it proudly, he declared, how about it? Aren't these flowers gorgeous? Carnations. Zhao Zijuan sighed deeply upon seeing them, pressing his hand to his forehead with a helpless expression. Beautiful. Still basking in his triumph, Ren Kailuan continued, June, let me tell you, beauty isn't the most important thing. Do you know what really matters? What is it? Zhao Zijuan asked, feeling like crying. He felt like he was about to cry from the other guy's stupidity. Cheap. Ren Kailuan exclaimed excitedly. This huge bouquet only cost $30. Normally, a bouquet like this would be $100 or $2. I totally scored today. Ha, what a beautiful deal. Zhao Zijuan couldn't help but smack Ren Kailuan on the back of the head as he watched his silly grin. Do you really think carnations are appropriate for a confession? Ren Kailuan frowned, puzzled by Zhao Zijuan's serious expression. How could it be more perfect? $30 for such a huge bouquet, what else could be better? Besides, flowers are all about the sentiment. Why sweat the small stuff? He pursed his lips, his eyes brimming with disdain. Then, patting Zhao Zijuan's shoulder with a long sigh, he lectured, June, don't be so greedy. Chapter 197, The Hidden Dragon and the Phoenix Cub. Hearing this, Zhao Zijuan froze in place, his mouth slightly agape, utterly speechless. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Ren Kailuan, inwardly wondering, how could someone be so clueless, not even grasping such basic common sense? Frowning deeply, he sighed helplessly, even if this bouquet only costs $30 a steal, really you still wouldn't use these flowers to confess. Are you genuinely clueless, or just playing dumb? The more Zhao Zijuan thought about it, the more baffling it became. He almost wished he could split open Ren Kailuan's skull to see what was inside, whether he was genuinely clueless or just playing dumb. He couldn't help but wonder, Ren Kailuan seemed sharp enough in everyday life, so why did he always drop the ball when it mattered most? Upon hearing Zhao Zijuan's explanation, Ren Kailuan froze for a moment before stomping her feet in frustration. He angrily held the flowers up to his face, staring intently at them as he demanded, Aren't these flowers noble? Aren't they romantic? Aren't they beautiful? Zhao Zijuan watched Ren Kailuan's flustered state, rolled his eyes helplessly, and retorted irritably, Noble, romantic, beautiful, all true. But these are flowers for Mother's Day. Carnations are for confessing your feelings. This is about finding a girlfriend, not a mom. Ren Kailuan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over his head. He snapped back to his senses instantly. His face flushed crimson like a ripe apple. Like a child caught in the act, he hung his head, fidgeting with his shirt hem as his voice trembled with regret. June, what do we do now? It's all my fault I didn't recognize these were carnations. Zhao Zijuan watched Ren Karen's pitiful expression, feeling both exasperated and amused. He shook his head helplessly, thinking, this guy is so clueless he didn't even recognize the most common rose. No wonder he doesn't have a girlfriend. As they stepped out, Zhao Zijuan received a text from Lin Muheng saying they'd be home in an hour. There was no way he could buy new flowers in time now. Zhao Zijuan could only hope the two wouldn't recognize what kind of flower this was. Watching Ren Kailuan's face filled with regret, Zhao Zijuan sighed deeply, silently hoping Lu Xiaojie would be more reliable. Speak of the devil, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a crisp knock sounded at the door. Zhao Zijuan's heart skipped a beat as he hurried to open the door. The door swung open to reveal Lu Xiaojie standing there, a beaming smile on his face. He held a black plastic bag in one hand, with a large cake placed beside it. Seeing his brothers gathered at the door to greet him, Lu Xiaojie walked in cheerfully, waving and calling out, Guys, I'm back. Immediately, Zhao Zijuan's gaze fell upon the cake. The cake's design was simple and elegant, yet exuded a refined beauty. A layer of dark chocolate encircled its edges, adorned with several pink roses carved into the surface. The roses looked lifelike, their petals layered and textured. Zhao Zijuan felt a flicker of relief at the sight of it, thinking Lu Xiaojie had finally done something worthwhile. Just as he was about to praise Lu Xiaojie, he suddenly noticed some large characters beside the roses. He focused his eyes and read, Happy Birthday. His expression immediately darkened. The smile vanished from his face as he urgently asked, Jia, didn't you notice anything wrong with this cake? What's wrong? Lu Xiaojie hurried over to take a look, then shook his head blankly. What's wrong? I don't see anything. Beside him, Ren Kailuan understood the situation instantly. He sneered mockingly, You're such a genius. A hen's confessing today, and you bought a birthday cake? Ha! That's hilarious. He crouched down beside them, clutching his stomach as he doubled over laughing, tears welling up in his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Xiaojie instantly snapped to attention. The smile froze on his face as his eyes widened. He muttered to himself, Right. Why would I buy a birthday cake? It's not anyone's birthday. His brow furrowed, regret filling his eyes as he repeatedly slapped his forehead. Then, he grabbed the cake and headed for the door, muttering, No way. I have to get the bakery to remove those words. Ah Hong can't see this. Zhao Zijuan saw this and immediately lunged forward, pulling him back. What are you doing? It's too late now. Ah Hong will be back any minute. Zhao Zijuan shook his head helplessly, a wry smile on his face. He thought to himself, how can these people ever give me a moment's peace? He then turned his gaze to Lu Xiaojie, a hint of expectation in his eyes as he asked, Did you get the candles I asked you to buy? Don't mess this up too. Hearing this, Lu Xiaojie suddenly seemed to remember something crucial. His eyes lit up instantly, and he became visibly excited. I bought them. I bought them. They're absolutely romantic and beautiful. As he spoke, he fumbled frantically through a black plastic bag, pulling out the candles he'd bought. The candles were shaped like lotus blossoms, their petals budding and lifelike. Zhao Zijuan instantly recognized them as the kind commonly used on birthday cakes. Seeing that he'd bought only one, his heart sank. Seeing the candle, his mouth twitched slightly, and a helpless smile appeared on his face. He said, "Just one candle? Don't you know you need to create that romantic atmosphere for a confession? A room full of candles, twinkling like stars, how romantic. Romantic, romantic, do you get it?" Lu Xiaojie immediately bristled at this. Straightening his back, he retorted sternly, "These are candles from Yiwu. They're the best-selling style in the store. I went all the way to Yiwu small commodity city just to get this candle. Do you have any idea how far that is? I rode my bike under the blazing sun for over half an hour just to bring this candle back." As he spoke, he felt increasingly aggrieved. He placed his hands on his hips, his face brimming with indignation. After all, he'd gone the furthest and put in so much effort, only to be dismissed by Zhao Zijuan. He couldn't have felt more frustrated. Hearing this, Zhao Zijuan was momentarily speechless, inwardly grumbling. Why bring up puns at a critical moment? These two were more trouble than they were worth. Meanwhile, Ren Kailawan, standing nearby, burst into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing Lu Xiaojie's words, laughing so hard he could barely stand straight. Pointing at Lu Xiaojie, he gasped between laughs, "Jia, you're something else. I'm seriously impressed. Who are you mocking? Do you think this is easy for me?" Lu Xiaojie pouted, his face full of hurt. He'd run himself ragged and poured his heart into this confession, only to be met with their laughter. Lu Xiaojie couldn't help but grumble inwardly, how could these two not appreciate his sincere efforts at all? Chapter 198, Brother, you're on your own. Seeing Ren Kailawan still laughing heartily, Zhao Zijuan shot him a disapproving glare. You have the nerve to laugh at him? You two are both unreliable, can't even handle something this simple. Not one of you can be trusted, you always drop the ball when it matters. Zhao Zijuan, what are you implying? Who's the fool here? Lu Xiaojie, still unaware of his own blunder, scowled and retorted angrily. His legs were still trembling from pedaling furiously that afternoon. Ren Kailawan chuckled, patting Lu Xiaojie's shoulder. Of course it's you, you idiot. Look at the candles you bought, those aren't for confessing your feelings. Using birthday candles for a confession? You're beyond help. As he spoke, he deliberately mimicked Lu Xiaojie's earlier smug expression, making Lu's face flush crimson with embarrassment. Lu Xiaojie suddenly realized his mistake. With no counterargument, he weakly defended himself. I just... Don't you think these candles are beautiful? The design is so unique and pretty. All show and no substance, Ren Kailawan snorted coldly, folding his arms across his chest with a mocking smirk. Infuriated by the retort, Lu Xiaojie snapped back, then you're a big dummy. We're two peas in a pod. I'm better than you. I'm not as dumb as you are. Listening to their bickering, Zhao Zijuan felt like his head was about to explode. He quickly interrupted them loudly, you're both idiots. Stop arguing. Scolded like that, neither dared to retort. They both hung their heads, looking like two children who'd done something wrong. Zhao Zijuan looked at them, his face filled with anxiety. What are we going to do now? We promised to help a hen pull off the perfect confession, and look at the mess we've made. How are we going to explain this to him? Just then, Zhao Zijuan's phone buzzed. It was a text from Lin Muheng. I'm at the school gate now. Heading home soon. Are you guys ready? Receiving the message, the trio instantly panicked. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with disarray and helplessness. Lu Xiaojie was pacing like a caged animal, tugging at his hair as he muttered, we're done for. What are we going to do? If Ah Hong finds out, he'll tear us to shreds. Better to die later than sooner, he declared, grabbing Zhao Zijuan's shoulder and urging, June, you've got to stall Ah Hong. Ren Kailawan clung to this last straw, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. He hurriedly agreed, right. June, you absolutely must stall him and buy us some time. After speaking, he paced the room like a caged animal, his mind racing for solutions. When his gaze fell upon his bag, his eyes lit up instantly. He stole a glance at the two men, seeing they weren't paying attention to him. Seizing the bag, he began moving stealthily. Ren Kailawan had been watching Lu Xiaojie's movements closely. Seeing his behavior, he instantly realized his brother was trying to slip away. His heart sank. This was bad. He knew he had to get out of there fast, or else when Lin Muheng arrived, they'd be in serious trouble. Fumbling frantically, Ren Kailawan grabbed his phone, and the two cautiously edged toward the door. Little did they know, Zhao Zijuan had long anticipated their attempt to make a quick getaway. Watching these two brothers trying to desert the battlefield, Zhao Zijuan felt both exasperated and amused. He thought to himself, brothers may not share blessings equally, but they must share hardships together. How could he let them slip away so easily? With a sly grin, he blocked the doorway and asked, where do you two think you're going? Lu Xiaojie jumped at the sudden voice, his body jerking as a flicker of panic crossed his face. He quickly forced himself to calm down, offering a nervous chuckle. I just felt a bit stuffy in here and wanted to get some fresh air. Maybe stepping outside will help me think of a solution. His smile was stiff, his eyes darting around, unable to meet Zhao Zijuan's gaze. Seeing Lu Xiaojie speak up, Ren Kailuan hastily chimed in, his voice tinged with nervousness. Yeah, it's too stuffy in here. I'll step out for a smoke to clear my head. His hands unconsciously twisted the hem of his shirt, betraying his inner tension. Zhao Zijuan watched their clumsy act and couldn't help but let out a hollow chuckle, his laughter dripping with sarcasm. Then, his tone turned menacing. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? If you're leaving together. His eyes held an unquestionable resolve, as if declaring that no one would escape this disaster alone. Hearing this, Lu Xiaojie forced a smile onto his previously awkward face and nodded repeatedly. Right, we'll leave together. With no other choice, the three hastily decorated the dining table before slipping out of the house. Zhao Zijuan took Wanwan's hand as they stepped out of the elevator. At that moment, Wen Haishi was already waiting downstairs. The moment Wanwan saw her, her eyes lit up instantly, and a radiant smile blossomed across her face, like a sunflower in full bloom. She ran over, smiling sweetly and calling out, "Anwan, you're here? MHM." When Shanghai crouched down, her eyes brimming with affection. She gathered Wanwan into her arms and said gently, "Sweetie, let's go eat some meat." Yes, Wanyan loves meat the most. Wanyan danced with joy, clutching Wen Shanghai's hand, her face beaming with happiness. Zhao Zijuan followed close behind them, his gaze occasionally drifting to Wen Shanghai. In his mind, he could already picture himself and Wen Shanghai having a child, a scene warm and beautiful. Suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly as he recalled Wanwan's words. She had said she'd given birth to a son. Zhao Zijuan instantly felt a pang of disappointment. Why couldn't he have a daughter? Just then, his phone buzzed. Another message from Lin Muheng popped up. Is the decor all set? I can barely keep it a secret anymore. The words carried an unmistakable hint of urgency. Zhao Zijuan stared at the screen and replied apologetically, all set, a hen. Good luck. He exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Instantly, he blocked Lin Muheng's WeChat and phone number, silently resolving, today, he wouldn't answer any calls from unknown numbers. Let Muheng face this alone. Upon returning to their dorm, Ren Kailuan and Lu Xiaojie wasted no time in blocking Lin Muheng as well. They knew full well that once Lin Muheng found out about their messy business, a scolding was inevitable. Better to lie low and wait out the storm. Meanwhile, Lin Muheng, who had received Zhao Zijuan's message, let a faint smile touch his lips. Hidden within that smile was a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. He turned, his gaze softening as it rested on Xie Wanning. Let's go home, he murmured. Xie Wanning nodded happily. Chapter 199, If you stay by my side, I'll stand by you through life and death. After returning to campus, the two saw Xiao Chao off at the dormitory entrance. Without a word, Lin Muheng took Xie Wanning by the hand and led her around the sports field several times. Though Xie Wanning couldn't fathom what Lin Muheng was up to, every moment spent with him filled her heart with pure joy. Back home, Lin Muheng led Xie Wanning to the sofa. Gazing at her tenderly, he murmured, I'll cook dinner. Stay right here and wait for me, don't wander off. His voice brimmed with affection. Xie Wanning nodded in response. Noticing the unusual quietness in the house, she looked around questioningly and asked, Where's Wanwan? Why isn't she home? She went out to play with Zijuan. Don't worry, Lin Muheng explained softly, his eyes filled with reassurance. Xie Wanning nodded slightly, feeling a bit more at ease. After settling in, Lin Muheng began preparing dinner. Passing by the dining room, he glimpsed the table setting through the glass and felt a surge of delight. He couldn't help but mentally give his three brothers a thumbs up, thinking to himself, this time, they've finally done something worthwhile. He then strode into the kitchen and got to work, expertly searing steaks and preparing pasta. Before long, the kitchen filled with an enticing aroma, the scent of happiness. In less than half an hour, the steak and pasta were ready. Lin Muheng carried the tray while calling out, Ningning, dinner's ready. Hearing this affectionate call, Xie Wanning hurried over, her heart brimming with joy. However, when Lin Muheng got a closer look at the entire table setting, he couldn't help but take a deep breath as a wave of helplessness washed over him. A birthday cake, carnations, lotus candles. What a jumbled mess of decorations. The originally romantic dinner atmosphere instantly turned somewhat comical and ridiculous. He smiled bitterly inside, I knew I shouldn't have trusted those idiots. Just then, Xie Wanning's voice grew closer. It smells so good. What delicious thing did you make? Her voice brimmed with anticipation, as if she couldn't wait to taste the feast. Lin Muheng hurriedly stopped her at the dining room door, his voice laced with exasperation. Ningning, I just remembered something I forgot. Could you wait for me in the living room, please? A flicker of awkwardness crossed his eyes, though he forced himself to remain composed. Xie Wanning frowned slightly, then waved cheerfully. I'll wait right here in the dining room. I can keep you company. With that, she stepped inside. When she saw the steak, pasta, flowers, and the meticulously set table, Xie Wanning's face lit up with delight. A faint blush spread across her fair cheeks as she thought to herself, so he'd planned this surprise all along. If I'd known, I would have waited obediently in the living room. Then, tiptoeing, Xie Wanning planted a soft kiss on Lin Muheng's lips and said coyly, "Muheng, thank you for the surprise." However, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the cake on the table, bearing the words "Happy Birthday." Startled, she asked, "Is today your birthday?" Lin Muheng shook his head, his heart in turmoil. After a moment's hesitation, he took a deep breath and gathered his courage. His eyes brimming with affection, he took Xie Wan's hand. "Ningning, today's preparations were indeed a bit rushed. My brothers helped set everything up. I didn't expect them to be so unreliable sometimes, but my feelings for you are genuine and unreserved." He paused, then continued, "Some say relationships that start without clarity often end just as ambiguously. But I don't want that for us. I want a clear beginning, one filled with love and commitment. I want to walk through every season of life with you, until we grow old together. Ningning, will you be my girlfriend?" Xie Wanning listened to Lin Muheng's confession, her eyes gradually welling up. She covered her mouth, struggling to hold back the tears, yet the overwhelming emotion and happiness were impossible to conceal. She nodded vigorously, her voice trembling yet unwavering, "Yes, I will." In that moment, she truly felt Lin Muheng's sincerity, a happiness beyond words. How could she possibly refuse? This was the moment she had longed for. Overwhelmed by emotion, Xie Wanning threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms, clinging to him as if afraid he might vanish if she let go. Touched, she declared, "As long as you never abandon me, I will stand by you through life and death." Hearing Xie Wanling's words, a wave of warmth surged through Lin Muheng's heart. He returned her embrace with equal intensity, as if trying to merge her into his very being. At that very moment, a mechanical, icy voice suddenly echoed in Lin Muheng's mind. Ding! System detects fluctuation in Xie Wanning's affection value toward the host. Current affection value has reached 90. Upon reaching an affection value of 10, the system will reward anti-counterfeiting technology. Note, the anti-counterfeiting technology has been imprinted on all electric tricycles, including those already sold. Ha? Anti-counterfeiting technology? Lin Muheng paused in surprise, then felt a surge of delight. In this era of rampant plagiarism, anti-counterfeiting technology was undoubtedly a precious gift. With it, he could better protect his creativity and achievements, reducing the risk of plagiarism. Lin Muheng felt a quiet sense of relief, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. At the dining table, Lin Muheng carefully sliced the steak into evenly sized pieces. After finishing, he gently pushed the plate towards Xie Wanning and said softly, "I've cut this portion for you. Please eat this." His eyes brimmed with affection, seeming to hold boundless tenderness. "Thank you." Xie Wanning's eyes crinkled with delight as she nodded happily. Her gaze then lingered on Lin Muheng, brimming with warm laughter. Her hands gently cradled her chin as she quietly gazed at Lin Muheng. Her eyes overflowed with love, as if they could envelop him completely. Lin Muheng, caught in Xie Wan's direct gaze, furrowed his brow slightly and asked in confusion, "Ningning, why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face?" "Because I like you," Xie Wanning murmured softly, her smile as radiant as spring blossoms. Once, she had always stolen glances at Lin Muheng, flinching away in panic whenever their eyes met, terrified he might discover the fiery passion burning within her heart. Now, she could finally gaze at him openly and without reservation. Hearing this, Lin Muheng lowered his head slightly, a tender smile curving his lips. "Then look all you want. As long as you like." Xie Wanning's lips curved upward, and she let out a light, cheerful laugh. "Just don't get annoyed with me, okay?" "Of course not." Lin Muheng waved his hand with a smile. He was thrilled beyond words. Chapter 200, Ahung, it's not like you've never touched it. After a satisfying meal, the two lay comfortably on the sofa, enjoying their private moment. A movie played on the TV, but neither had any interest in watching it. Their minds were elsewhere entirely. Lin Muheng's mind was filled with thoughts of his confession. Though the outcome had been perfect, the process left him with a lingering dissatisfaction. He pondered planning an even more romantic confession ceremony. After all, what girl didn't love romance and surprises? What he yearned to give Xie Wanning was a memory she would cherish for a lifetime. Lin Muheng silently resolved this in his heart, immediately sketching out various romantic scenarios in his mind. However, just as he was lost in his thoughts, a small hand, as white as jade, gently rested on his abs. Lin Muheng turned to see Xie Wanning biting her lower lip with her pearly teeth, her cheeks flushed. She boldly spoke up, "Ahen, I'm your girlfriend now, right? I should be able to touch your abs whenever I want." Lin Muheng's brows furrowed slightly before his eyes lit up. A smile curved his lips as he fixed his gaze on Xie Wanning. "Ningning, if you say you're my girlfriend now, then, does that mean I can touch you too?" At those words, Xie Wanning's fair face instantly flushed crimson, like the evening glow on the horizon. She quickly turned her head away, puffing out her cheeks as she whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "You've already touched them before." "What did you say?" Lin Muheng feigned not hearing her, wanting to tease her. Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed even redder, like a ripe apple. "You're so mean. I'm ignoring you." However, just as the two were lost in this sweet atmosphere of playful banter, a sudden knock 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 echoed from the doorway. Hearing the sound, Lin Muheng immediately sat up straight on the sofa. He instantly realized it must be Wanwan returning. He hurriedly stood up and walked briskly toward the door. When he opened the door, Wanwan and Wen Shanghai stood there alone. The moment Wanwan saw her dad, her eyes lit up instantly, sparkling like two little stars. She threw herself into Lin Muheng's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and calling out in her sweet, childish voice, "Daddy, I'm home." Her soft, honeyed voice was like a sweet candy, instantly melting Lin Muheng's heart. Lin Muheng smiled as he held Wanwan close, feeling her small, warm body against him, his face beaming with happiness. He gently patted Wanwan's back and said softly, "Good to have you back, good to have you back. Daddy missed you so much." Then, he lifted his head to look at Wen Shanghai standing nearby and asked with a smile, "Where's June?" "I don't see him." At the question, Wen Shanghai's mouth twitched involuntarily, and his eyes began to dart nervously. She scratched her head awkwardly and stammered, He went back to the dorm to grab something, so I came to drop Wanwan off." Lin Muheng observed Wen Shanghai's unnatural expression and pondered silently. Then he said to Wanwan, "Sweetie, mommy's home. Go play with her for a bit while daddy sees Aunt Wen off." With that, he set Wanwan down. The little one's eyes crinkled into slits with delight. She skipped toward the living room, calling out, "Mommy, I'm back." Wen Haishi, however, smiled and declined the offer. "What kind of relationship do we have? You don't need to walk me out. I can manage on my own." She backed away slightly, clearly reluctant to accept Lin Muheng's escort. Lin Muheng wouldn't hear of it. "That won't do," he said cheerfully. "I should see you off. After all, you've been such a great help." With that, he took Wen Shanghai's arm and guided her into the elevator. Meanwhile, downstairs, Zhao Zijuan paced back and forth in front of the building entrance like a cat on a hot tin roof. He kept glancing up at the floor above, his eyes filled with anxiety and worry. When he spotted Wen Shigang emerging from the building entrance, he hurried forward with a smile, grabbed her hand, and asked nervously, "Shigang, did a Hong say anything else?" His expression resembled that of a criminal awaiting judgment, terrified of hearing bad news. Wen Xiaoxi's brow immediately furrowed at the question, and he jerked his head back slightly, trying to give his friend a subtle hint. But Zhao Zijuan didn't catch the hint. Instead, he asked with genuine concern, "Xiaoxia, is your neck bothering you? Let's find a place where I can give you a good massage." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Wen Xiaoxia's neck. Just then, Lin Muheng heard the exchange and emerged from the apartment door with a smile. Seeing Zhao Zijuan's silly expression, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Don't worry, Zijuan," he said cheerfully, "Xiaoxia's neck is perfectly fine." Zhao Zijuan finally exhaled in relief and quickly replied, "Oh, that's good." He then tried to pull Wen Xiaoxia away to make a quick escape. He thought to himself, better get out of this trouble spot fast before Lin Muheng comes after him. But unexpectedly, Lin Muheng was faster. He lunged forward in a single stride and yanked Zhao Zijuan right back. Startled by the sudden action, Zhao Zijuan stared blankly at Lin Muheng and asked, "Muheng, what are you doing?" Lin Muheng offered no reply. Instead, he smiled at Wen Shanghai and said, "Peter Pan, I need to have a private word with your Zhao Zijuan. Wait here for a moment." With that, he dragged Zhao Zijuan to a deserted corner regardless of whether he was willing. Once they reached the corner, Lin Muheng released his grip. Zhao Zijuan staggered and leaned against the wall, clutching his chest. He looked at Lin Muheng fearfully, stammering out his words. "Mew, it's not my fault. Those two idiots, Ren Kailuan and Lu Xiaojie, are the ones who messed up. Don't pin this on me." He looked like a wronged little wife, desperate to clear his name. Lin Muheng snorted coldly, his face brimming with disbelief. He fixed Zhao Zijuan with a piercing stare and demanded, "Oh? Is that so? Care to elaborate on how exactly they're not quite right in the head?" Hearing this, Zhao Zijuan nodded earnestly, like someone desperate to clear his name. He launched into a torrent of complaints about the pair. Ren Kailuan I told him to buy expensive, romantic flowers. He came back with carnations. And this idiot didn't even know what carnations symbolize. He lectured me about not being greedy, saying a 30 yuan bouquet was a steal. Tell me, isn't that missing a screw? And Lu Xiaorong? Forget about him. I told him to buy candles to fill the whole room, and he comes back with these lotus-shaped candles, telling me they're made in Iwu. I was speechless. These are the brainless things they've done. Don't blame me for this. Lin Muheng couldn't help but laugh after hearing Zhao Zijuan's explanation. Picturing the scene, he felt both exasperated and amused. Patting Zhao Zijuan on the shoulder, he consoled him, "Zijuan, you really have your hands full." With that, Lin Muheng's tone shifted abruptly. Chapter 201, Don't try to fool me just because I'm little. But you two can't just leave me with this mess. Thank goodness my Ningning is so generous, otherwise, we'd be in big trouble. Lin Muheng couldn't resist adding. Hearing this, Zhao Zijuan felt a weight lift from his heart. He quickly flattered, "I knew sister-in-law would be understanding. She'll definitely forgive us. We'll definitely come apologize to her properly someday. No need for apologies. Thanks to both of you for watching over Wanwan today. Without your help, this confession would have been a total disaster." Lin Muheng expressed her sincere gratitude. Zhao Zijuan waved it off, silently patting his chest in relief, glad to have navigated that hurdle. He exhaled deeply and said, "That's good, that's good." Lin Muheng chuckled playfully, "Alright, no hard feelings. You better hurry over, don't keep your Xiaxia waiting too long." Hearing the emphasis on Xiaxia, Zhao Zijuan nodded awkwardly, inwardly muttering, "What's wrong with calling her Xiaxia? You call your sister-in-law Ningning." But he dared not voice his thoughts aloud. After all, he was no match for the other guy. When Lin Muheng got home, Wanwan immediately threw herself into her dad's arms. In her soft, sweet voice, she excitedly said, "Daddy, Wanwan ate so much yummy meat today. It was so delicious. Will you and mommy take me again next time?" Her little eyes sparkled with anticipation and longing, like two shiny black gems. Lin Muheng affectionately tickled Wanwan's nose and said softly, "Our little Wanwan is such a greedy little cat. Whenever you want to eat, Daddy and Mommy will always take you." Wanwan giggled happily upon hearing this. Clinging to her parents' arms, she cooed, "Daddy, Mommy, you're both so wonderful." Suddenly, the little one seemed to recall the question from earlier that day. Her previously cheerful face turned serious in an instant, her eyes welling up with tears as she looked at Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning and asked, "Daddy, Mommy, will you two ever separate? If you do, will I become an unwanted child, with no one to love me?" Her voice trembled with fear. Hearing this, Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning exchanged a look, feeling both amused and exasperated. They wondered where Wanwan had picked up such elaborate phrases. Xie Wanning gently held Wanwan's shoulders, looking at her tenderly as she spoke softly, "Sweetheart, Daddy and Mommy won't ever separate. We both love you very much. Don't worry about such things." "Huh? Really?" Wanwan puckered her lips, looking up at Xie Wanning with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. "Of course it's true. How could Mommy ever lie to you?" Xie Wanning smiled as she ruffled Wanwan's hair. The little one puffed out her cheeks, her face serious as she declared, "Don't try to fool me just because I'm little. I know everything." Her expression was dead serious, like a miniature adult. "Huh? What do you know?" Lin Muheng couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Wanwan glanced at both of them before continuing, "Lately, you and Mom have been so distant. You don't call Mom wifey anymore, and Mom doesn't call you hubby either. Plus, you two aren't affectionate at all. I saw adults in videos say that when couples grow distant, it means they're not far from splitting up. Daddy, Mommy, don't get divorced. Wanwan doesn't want you to get divorced." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. Lin Muheng's heart ached unbearably upon hearing this. He quickly crouched down, pulled Wanwan tightly into his arms, and promised her, "Sweetheart, Daddy and Mommy will never get divorced. We'll be here with you as you grow up." "That's right. Daddy and Mommy aren't getting divorced. We'll all live happily together as a family," Xie Wanning quickly chimed in, for she couldn't bear to be separated from Lin Muheng. She stepped forward and gently embraced both Wanwan and Lin Muheng, the three of them nestling tightly together. Hearing this, Wanwan's big, round eyes darted back and forth between them. "Really? You're not lying to me?" "Of course not. Mommy and Daddy would never lie to you," Xie Wanning said with a smile, ruffling Wanwan's hair. Wanwan pouted her cherry-red lips, her little head spinning rapidly. Then, she looked at Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning and said, "Then, Mom, you have to call Dad husband from now on. And Dad, you have to call Mom wife too. That's the only way I'll believe you. Say it now." "This." Xie Wanning turned to look at Lin Muheng, her face flushing crimson. She felt a bit embarrassed. After all, using such intimate terms in front of their child still felt awkward to her. Seeing this, Wanwan quickly urged, "Mommy, if you don't say it, it means you're lying." After saying this, the little one even pretended to sniffle, pouting her tiny lips as she wailed, "Wah! Daddy and Mommy are both lying to me." That voice felt like a little hammer, pounding on Lin Muheng and Xie Wanning's hearts. No, I'll call you," Xie Wanning hurriedly reassured Wanwan, who looked ready to burst into tears at any moment. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and looked at Lin Muheng with a coy expression, calling out softly, "Husband." That voice, like a soft breeze carrying a hint of sweetness and shyness, blew into Lin Muheng's ears. Hearing that tingly, sweet voice, Lin Muheng shuddered all over and responded happily. He gazed at Xie Wanning's flushed little face, his heart brimming with affection. Seeing her father hadn't responded yet, Wanwan hurriedly reminded him, "Daddy, call Mommy wifey." Lin Muheng nodded, then smiled, and called out, "Honey." His voice was filled with deep affection and love. "Mm." Xie Wanning lowered her gaze, smiling softly as she responded gently. Her heart felt as sweet as honey. Wanwan nodded in satisfaction, her little face lighting up with a bright smile again. She continued, "Now kiss each other, just like you usually do." "Like what?" Xie Wanning asked, her face flushing with embarrassment. After all, that was something her future self did. Wanwan chuckled playfully, "Mommy, have you forgotten how you usually kiss Daddy? You used to fight with me over him all the time." The little one complained, and upon hearing this, Xie Wanning's face flushed even deeper. She thought to herself, how childish of me to compete with a kid over something like this. She glanced at Lin Muheng with some embarrassment. He smiled back at her, his eyes full of anticipation. Wanwan continued, "Mom, I won't fight you for Daddy anymore. But you can't let any other woman take him away. Hearing this, Xie Wanning felt both amused and exasperated, silently grumbling to herself, how do kids these days know so much already? She clapped hands with Wanwan and said earnestly, okay, mom promises to get the job done. Watching this childish scene between mother and daughter, Lin Muheng couldn't help but curve his lips upward. He thought to himself, they're worried I'll turn into a philanderer. He then gave them a sincere assurance, don't worry, you two are the only ones in my heart. Hee, daddy's the best. Wanwan nodded contentedly, then happily wrapped her arms around both her father and mother's necks. At that moment, they were a blissfully happy family of 3. Chapter 202, Wife, you're responsible for me. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, the night sky like a vast expanse of deep blue silk gently draping the earth. The clamor of the city gradually receded, leaving only the occasional chirping of insects to add a touch of vitality to the tranquil night. In this serene atmosphere, a family of 3 lay quietly in their large bed. In the middle lay little Wanwan, curled up like a quiet kitten in the warm blankets, sleeping soundly. Her rosy little face glowed adorably in the nightlight, long lashes like butterfly wings fluttering with each gentle breath. Beside her, Xie Wanning lay still, yet her inner world churned like a stormy sea, refusing to calm. Her brows were slightly furrowed, her eyes holding a hint of sweet melancholy as she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Perhaps it was because today had been so joyful the image of Lin Muheng kept surfacing in her mind. Lost in thought, Xie Wanning's lips curved upward unconsciously, revealing a blissful smile. She shifted her head gently, turning it quietly to the left, careful not to disturb Wanwan sleeping beside her. She carefully propped herself up on her elbow and quietly gazed at the father and daughter beside her. Witnessing this scene, Xie Wanning's heart overflowed with happiness. She felt like the luckiest person in the world, blessed with a husband who loved her deeply and an adorable daughter. Suddenly, her mouth felt parched, and she wanted to get up for a drink of water. Xie Wanning rose gently, afraid of waking them. Just as she was about to step down, Wanwan seemed to sense her movement. She rolled to the left, her tiny body shifting to claim the spot Xie Wanning had been sleeping in. Gazing at the sleeping Wanwan, Xie Wanning's eyes brimmed with adoration. She gently pulled the quilt up to cover the little one. When she returned from getting water, Wanwan had already claimed Xie Wanning's sleeping spot. Her gaze then fell upon the vast empty space between Lin Muheng and Wanwan. Her cheeks flushed slightly as a wave of shy yet sweet emotion washed over her. Hesitating for a moment, she then lay down beside Lin Muheng, her face flushed with coyness. Once settled, she nestled closer to Lin Muheng's side with a blissful expression, basking in the warmth radiating from him, a comforting scent that soothed her deeply. Before she knew it, drowsiness crept over her, and she soon drifted into a sweet slumber. Early the next morning, sunlight filtered through the curtains, gently spilling onto the bed. Lin Muheng slowly opened his eyes. The moment he did, he felt something pressing against him. He lifted his head slightly to find Xie Wanning's arm casually draped across his chest, her slender legs resting on his thighs. She clung to him as if he were a doll, nestled tightly beside him. Being held in her embrace stirred a sweet yet helpless feeling within Lin Muheng. Seeing this scene, Lin Muheng smiled fondly. He didn't push Xie Wanning away immediately, instead letting her stay as she was, quietly savoring this tender moment. Yet unexpectedly, Xie Wanning's hands grew restless, wandering over Lin Muheng's body. Her movements were hazy, as if she were still half asleep. Suddenly, Xie Wanning sensed a warm breath, causing her brows to knit tightly as her consciousness slowly sharpened. Seeing this, Lin Muheng smiled and teased her, feeling good? His playful tone made Xie Wanning blush even more. Ha! Hearing this, Xie Wanning unconsciously nodded, then quickly shook her head upon realizing her mistake. Her face flushed bright red, her eyes filled with embarrassment. Lowering her head, she murmured in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, that I didn't mean to. If it wasn't on purpose, then it must have been on purpose. Lin Muheng whispered softly into her ear. The warm sensation made Xie Wanning's body tremble involuntarily. His voice was deep and magnetic, carrying an almost magical quality that made her heart race involuntarily. He continued, honey, you've got me all fired up. Don't you think you should take responsibility? That intimate nickname made Xie Wanning's heart feel like a little deer was wildly pounding inside her chest. Hearing this, Xie Wanning's face flushed crimson, as if it might bleed. Pressing her lips together, she asked shyly, how do you want me to take responsibility? Her eyes held a mix of anticipation and nervousness, unsure what Lin Muheng would say next. In the silent surroundings, Xie Wanning felt deeply uneasy, silently fretting. He wouldn't ask me to pledge myself to him right now, would he? We just confirmed our relationship yesterday, and today, isn't that too fast? The thought made her face flush even redder, and she lowered her head further. But when she saw Wanwan lying beside them, all her worries vanished instantly. After all, they already had a child together. What was there left to be shy about? Gritting her teeth, she shyly suggested, Wanwan's sleeping. Why don't we go to the next room? Her voice was soft, yet brimming with courage. Why the other room? Lin Muheng asked, puzzled. But he quickly caught on, pursed his lips into a smile, and tapped Xie Wanning's head playfully. What's your little mind conjuring up now? Am I that kind of person? Or are you? His gaze held a hint of teasing and affection, making Xie Wanning's face flush even redder. Caught off guard by his close questioning, Xie Wanning looked flustered. She turned her head away, stammering shyly, "I'm not. Besides, I'm not drooling over you." Her voice carried a mix of stubbornness and bashfulness, as if defending herself. "Oh? Is that so?" Lin Muheng said, then wrapped his arms around Xie Wanning's slender waist. The movement was natural and intimate, instantly blanking her mind. Caught off guard by the sudden embrace, Xie Wanning felt her heart skip a beat. She gazed silently at Lin Muheng, her eyes brimming with bashfulness and affection, her heart pounding so fiercely it felt like it might leap from her chest. Her face flushed as red as a ripe tomato. Unable to meet Lin Muheng's gaze, she kept her head bowed, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. Just as the two shared this tender moment, Wanwan rubbed her eyes and suddenly sat up. The little one was still half asleep, her tiny head not fully awake yet. When she saw herself nearly falling to the floor, she froze for a moment. Then, turning her head, she caught sight of her father and mother in an intimate embrace. The sight made her pout, her chubby little face brimming with displeasure. She glared at them indignantly, hands on her hips, demanding, "Daddy, Mommy, you two are so mean." Her babyish voice carried a hint of hurt and displeasure. Chapter 203, 100 years later, I'll bury you two apart. Ha! Xie Wanning, seeing this, quickly pushed Lin Muheng away and asked Wanwan in confusion, "Sweetie, what's wrong with Daddy and Mommy?" The little one scanned them both, complaining, "Humph. I was sleeping perfectly fine in the middle. Why did I wake up pushed to the edge? Daddy, Mommy, do you think I'm unnecessary?" Her little eyes held a hint of hurt and resentment, as if she'd been abandoned by her parents. "No, of course not." Xie Wanning hurriedly reassured her, knowing how easily the little one felt insecure. She pulled Wanwan into her arms, gently patting her back as she whispered softly, "Sweetie, how could Mommy and Daddy ever think you're not needed? You're our most precious little treasure." Lin Muheng pulled Wanwan close as he spoke softly, "Sweetheart, Mommy and Daddy would never think you're unnecessary. But you're a big girl now, time to sleep on your own." His eyes held a hint of expectation and encouragement, hoping Wanwan would grow more independent. "Ha!" Wanwan panicked at the suggestion. She didn't want to sleep alone in the big house. She clung tightly to Lin Muheng's neck, whining, "Daddy, I don't want to sleep alone. I want to sleep with you guys." Seeing this, Lin Muheng gently reassured her, "Our Wanwan is the strongest little girl. Look, other kids can sleep by themselves, so Wanwan definitely can too." He softly stroked her hair, trying to encourage her to muster the courage to try. No, Wanwan isn't strong," the little one protested, afraid that if she agreed with her dad, she'd have to sleep alone. She shook her head vigorously, a stubborn glint in her eyes. Lin Muheng hadn't expected Wanwan's little mind to work so quickly, and he couldn't help but smile. Watching her adorable yet stubborn little expression, he felt both amused and a bit helpless. At that moment, Xie Wanning whispered in Lin Muheng's ear, "Ahen, are you really going to let Wanwan sleep alone in a room? Won't she be scared?" Her eyes held a hint of worry. After all, Wanwan was still so young. "Still calling me a hang? Honey, you don't want Wanwan to worry, right? So shouldn't you change that nickname?" Lin Muheng used Wanwan as a shield, his eyes glinting with teasing and anticipation. Xie Wanning blushed and nodded shyly before calling out again, "Husband." Her voice was soft and sweet, tinged with a hint of honeyed affection. "Ah, that's more like it. We need to give Wanwan a sense of security." Lin Muheng nodded with satisfaction, continuing, "Wanwan isn't a little child anymore. We need to cultivate her independence. I'm serious, we can't always be by her side. She needs to learn to develop good habits." Helping Wanwan develop good habits while also enjoying their alone time, killing two birds with one stone. How perfect! Lin Muheng thought to himself, a smug smile spreading across his face. Will it work? Xie Wanning felt uneasy, worried Wanwan might be scared. Looking at her tiny frame, her heart filled with reluctance and concern. "You have to believe our daughter can do it. She's brave. As long as we encourage her, she'll definitely succeed." Lin Muheng's eyes held a hint of determination and trust. Overhearing her parents whispering nearby, Wanwan felt a sinking sense of dread. Could Mom and Dad really be planning to kick her out? Suddenly, the little one crept closer, tugging at Xie Wanning's hand. "Mommy, tell me, is Daddy as cute as me?" Her eyes sparkled with expectation and confidence, as if awaiting Xie Wanning's affirmation. No, Xie Wanning shook her head firmly. After all, this soft, cuddly little one was the cutest of all. Wanwan heard this and smiled faintly, revealing shallow dimples. She felt deeply satisfied. The little one pressed on, "Mommy, I'll ask you this too, is Daddy as sweet-smelling as me?" His babyish voice was irresistibly cute, making one want to kiss him. Xie Wanning glanced at Lin Muheng and shook her head. No. Upon hearing this, Wanwan looked triumphantly at Lin Muheng and declared with a touch of pride, "Mommy, Daddy isn't as cute as me, and he doesn't smell as nice either. You shouldn't sleep with Daddy anymore, you should sleep with me at night." Her little expression seemed to say she was the one most deserving of her mother's companionship. Ha! Xie Wanning couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. So that was the little one's clever plan. Watching Wanwan's smug little face, she felt both amused and a bit helpless. Lin Muheng hadn't expected the little one to try to steal his spot. Immediately, he wrapped his arms around Xie Wanning and addressed Wanwan with seriousness. Lin Wanwan, your mother is my wife. The two of us should sleep together at night. His voice carried an unquestionable authority. Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed at his words. She couldn't help imagining the two of them sharing a room, her heart filled with both anticipation and worry. Would something happen? Seeing her father's domineering manner, the little one pouted, tugging fiercely at Xie Wanning's arm to pull her mother close. Daddy, you're so mean, she declared indignantly. Why are you pulling my mommy to sleep with you? Go find your own mommy. Her little expression seemed to be fiercely defending her territory. After saying that, the little one snuggled into Xie Wanning's arms. She absolutely refused to sleep apart from her mom, clinging tightly to Xie Wanning's waist. Lin Muheng couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Sweetie, I'm looking for a wife, not a mom. Besides, you're growing up now, it's time to sleep on your own. He tried to reason with Wanwan, but the little one wouldn't listen. No, I don't want to be apart from mommy. Wanwan clung tightly to Xie Wanning, whining. Seeing this, Lin Muheng's expression turned serious. After all, it wasn't good for a child her age to still sleep with her parents. He patiently reasoned, Wanwan, other kids are starting to sleep on their own. You're so big now, still sharing a room with mommy? If other kids find out, they'll laugh at you. You need to be brave and become an independent little girl. Wanwan lifted her little chin defiantly. Daddy, how old are you? You still sleep with mommy. You're the one who'll get laughed at by the other kids. Lin Muheng hadn't expected Wanwan to be so unyielding, nor had he anticipated the little one's quick wit. He'd met his match. He sighed, half amused, half exasperated. Your mom and I are an old married couple. Not only do we live together now, but when we pass away, we'll be buried together too. Seeing Lin Muheng's firm stance, Wanwan stood up straight, her little chest puffed out proudly. She declared indignantly, fine. If you won't let me sleep with mom now, I'll make sure you two get separate graves when you die. Chapter 204, Don't worry, Daddy's still here to love you. Hearing this, Lin Muheng froze instantly, his head buzzing so loudly he was momentarily speechless. He plopped down onto the bed, inwardly grumbling, this isn't some sweet little cotton jacket, it's clearly full of holes. Watching Wanwan's puffed up little face, he felt both amused and helpless. The little one was clearly worked up right now, Lin Muheng thought. He'd have to take it step by step, helping Wanwan gradually accept sleeping alone in her own room. Otherwise, after he was gone, he truly feared this drafty little cotton jacket might actually follow through. Beside them, Xie Wanning listened to the father-daughter exchange, torn between laughter and tears. She never imagined Wanwan would make such a startling remark. She held Wanwan tightly in her arms and whispered soothingly, Sweetie, Daddy was just joking. You'll still sleep with mommy tonight. Wanwan nodded contentedly, pouting her little mouth. Mommy's the best. We don't need Daddy tonight, let him sleep by himself, humph. The little one turned her head away in a huff, holding a grudge. She clung tightly to Xie Wanning, as if to show defiance to Lin Muheng. Hearing this, Lin Muheng felt like he'd shot himself in the foot. Not only had he failed to accomplish his goal, but he'd also been kicked out of the room. Who could he complain to now? Am I supposed to go find mom too? Lin Muheng inwardly chuckled bitterly, a hint of resignation flitting across his face. Breakfast had barely ended when Lin Muheng's phone rang. He picked it up casually. The screen displayed Sun Daeong. With a light swipe, he answered the call. Sun Daeong's anxious and flustered voice came through immediately. Mr. Lin, I've found some leads on the matter you asked me to look into. What's the progress? Lin Muheng asked, puzzled. Sun Daeong hurriedly replied, Tianfu factory has been acting suspiciously lately. It seems they're secretly manufacturing something. Plus, my people spotted Ren Dajin going in and out of the factory frequently. Those two must be up to something shady. Sun Daeong continued, his voice thick with worry, they're definitely targeting us. What should we do now? Sun Daeong's voice brimmed with anxiety. After all, he'd worked at the factory for years. If it went under, he'd be out of a job. Naturally, he was deeply concerned about anything that might threaten the factory's stability. Lin Muheng pondered for a moment, rapidly analyzing the situation in his mind. He knew well that acting rashly without concrete evidence could easily alert the enemy. Thus, he responded calmly, arrange for someone to observe discreetly. Hold your position for now. Keep me updated at any time. Understood, Mr. Lin. Sun Daeong felt slightly reassured upon hearing Lin Muheng's instructions. He promptly hung up and began arranging for his men to carry out the orders. Lin Muheng set down his phone, his gaze turning deep and icy. Those two had failed miserably last time, yet here they were again, still not giving up, trying to stir up trouble. He gripped the cup tightly in his hand, his fingers turning white from the pressure. His eyes were filled with icy coldness as he murmured softly, you brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Meanwhile, as the final exams concluded, the atmosphere on campus quietly shifted to one of relaxed cheerfulness. Due to differing course schedules across majors, the end of finals varied for each department. Xie Wanning's major required fewer courses, allowing her to finish all exams early and enjoy the leisure of the break ahead of schedule. Today, however, Lin Muheng had one final exam. Once it concluded, his vacation would officially begin. Soon, the crisp bell signaling the end of the exam rang out like a call to freedom. Students hurriedly handed in their papers, streaming out of the classroom like freed birds, their faces radiating unmistakable joy. Lin Muheng and his roommates emerged from the classroom together. He glanced at the others beside him with a smile, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he asked, "When are you guys planning to head home?" "Today." Ren Kailawan and Lu Xiaojie answered almost in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. After all, their mothers were eagerly awaiting their return. Even if they'd be bombarded with nagging the next day, home was still the warmest place to be. Noticing Zhao Zijuan's silence throughout, Lin Muheng teased with a smile, "June, why haven't you said a word? Don't tell me you're not going home?" Zhao Zijuan heard this and flashed a smile, one that radiated unmistakable happiness. Then, with a hint of shyness, he said, "I'm waiting for Xiaoxia to finish her exams. I'll go home with her." Ring Kailawan and the others immediately teased him with laughter. "See? Having a girlfriend really changes things. Unlike us single dogs, just watching others pair up. No worries, you still have daddy to spoil you," Lin Muheng said, deliberately draping an arm around Ring Kailawan's shoulder. He put on a pained expression and gazed at him with feigned deep affection. "You bastard, always taking advantage of me." Ren Kairan shouted indignantly, reaching out to push Lin Muheng away. But Lin Muheng deftly dodged the push. Seeing this, Lin Muheng feigned hurt. "Oh dear, I was planning to drive you to the high-speed rail station. Looks like you won't need me after all." "No, no, no." Ren Kailawan's expression instantly changed. He scrambled to put on a pleading smile. "Ahen, I was just talking nonsense earlier. Please don't take it to heart. I'm actually grateful to you. How could I not need you?" He clasped his hands together, adopting a pitiful, begging posture. "My train leaves at 11. Just drop me off, okay?" He even batted his eyelashes, deliberately adopting a whiny, pleading tone to soften Lin Mufeng's resolve. Seeing this, Lin Mufeng quickly shook off his arm, exasperated. "Fine, fine. I'll give you a ride. Now stop with that overly dramatic act, it's unbearable to watch." "Really? I think it's fine." Ren Kairan deliberately blinked a few more times, muttering to himself, "Can't beat you in a fight, can't win an argument, guess I'll just have to annoy you guys." Still, seeing Lin Muheng agree to drive them, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed inside. With only an hour left before departure, Ren Kairan and Lu Xiaojie hurried back to their dorm to pack their bags. Lin Muheng drove to the dormitory building to wait for them. Sitting in his car, he watched the students coming and going across campus, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This half-semester had flown by far too quickly. As he pondered, images of Wanwan and Xie Wanning surfaced unbidden in his mind. Had his daughter not come looking for him, he might well have been living a completely different life. At the high-speed rail station, only 20 minutes remained before departure. Ren Kailawan and Lu Xiaojie hurried off the bus, dragging their luggage, their faces beaming with gratitude. "Ahen, thank you for seeing us off," Ren Kairan said gratefully. "Yeah, Ahen, drive safely on the road. We'll be heading out now," Lu Xiaojie chimed in. "No problem. Take care of yourselves. Let us know when you get home in the group chat." After responding, the two headed toward the station entrance. Long-term parking wasn't allowed in front of the high-speed rail station. Only when Lin Muheng could no longer see them did he slowly start the car and drive away. The car cruised steadily along the road home. Yet, just as he was fully immersed in the joy of his vacation, his phone in his pocket suddenly rang urgently. Chapter 205, Factory Shutdown. Lin Muheng's heart raced as he fumbled frantically for his phone. When he saw the name Sun Daeong flashing on the screen, his heart clenched violently, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Immediately, a strong sense of foreboding descended like dark clouds, enveloping his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, his fingers swiftly swiped to answer the call. Upon hearing Lin Muheng's voice, Sun Daeong urgently said, "Mr. Lin, there's been a major incident at the factory. You need to come immediately." Lin Muheng's expression instantly darkened like a storm cloud. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing toward the factory at breakneck speed. Soon, the car pulled up at the factory entrance. Spotting Lin Muheng approaching from afar, Sun Daeong hurried to meet him, running part of the way as he explained the situation. The two entered the office one after the other. Lin Muheng sat on the sofa, leaning forward slightly, his face filled with confusion as he stared intently at Sun Daeong across from him, asking urgently, "Old Sun, what the hell happened? How did so many orders suddenly get cancelled?" Sun Daeong frowned. He slowly picked up a folder from the desk, respectfully handed it to Lin Muheng, and sighed heavily as he explained. "Mr. Lin, I don't know what's going on these past couple of days, but all the orders we worked so hard to secure are being cancelled one after another." His face was blank with bewilderment. "Our electric tricycles used to be hot commodities. Customers were practically fighting over them. We had more orders than we could handle. Now look at us, the warehouse is piled high with unsold stock. If this keeps up, things are going to get really bad." Sun Daeong looked deeply troubled. Starting today, customers had been returning goods one after another. Worst of all, they couldn't even determine the reasons for the returns and had to report them immediately. Lin Muheng took the folder and swiftly scanned the documents inside. Each page detailed information about order cancellations, and his frown deepened with every page he read. Just then, Sun Dayan's phone in his pocket suddenly rang. The sharp ringing sounded particularly jarring in the quiet office. Sun Dayan hastily pulled out his phone and answered it with a nervous tone. A man's voice came through the line. Sun Dayan listened intently, nodding repeatedly as his expression grew increasingly grave, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Brother Lu, why did you reject the electric tricycles? Is there something about our product that concerns you? Please tell me, and we'll work it out together, Sun Dayan asked urgently, a hint of pleading in his voice. He desperately hoped for a reasonable explanation from the other party. Even the slightest hint could point him toward a solution and get the factory back on track. Yet the voice on the other end remained cold and distant. Don't ask, he replied icily. I just don't want it. The other party seemed afraid Sun Dayan would press for answers, and after saying that, they hurriedly hung up the phone. Sun Dayan listened to the dial tone, then resignedly set down his phone, his face etched with disappointment and helplessness. Lin Muheng, observing this, had already guessed the situation. He looked up at Sun Dayan and asked, the ones canceling orders now are all the fellow villagers Zhang Gaofei brought in back then, right? Yeah, Sun Dayan nodded, his face a picture of resignation. They won't say why they're canceling. I've already sent people to investigate, but we still haven't gotten any results. We need to understand why they're not buying the electric tricycles to address the root cause. Sun Dayan sighed deeply, turning to Lin Muheng with concern. Mr. Lin, what should we do? If this continues, our factory's inventory will overflow, and we'll face cash flow problems. The factory could be in real trouble. A hint of fear tinged his voice. After all, the factory offered such generous benefits. They certainly didn't want it to go under. Lin Muheng lowered his gaze, lost in thought. His slender fingers tapped the armrest of the sofa rhythmically. His brow furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, something's fishy here. This situation must be connected to Tianfu Factory and Rin Dajin. As he spoke, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Sun Dayan, standing nearby, heard this and furrowed his brow deeply. Worry etched his features as he said, could they be behind this? Mr. Lin, the situation doesn't look good at all. Lin Muheng lifted his head, his gaze deepening as he looked into the distance, speaking slowly. Tianfu Factory has always been our competitor. Their overt and covert rivalry isn't something new. That Rin Dajin is a ruthless, unscrupulous individual who'll resort to any dirty trick to achieve his goals. It's entirely possible they've pulled some underhanded maneuver behind the scenes, trying to catch us off guard. Sun Dayan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, yet the worry on his face didn't lessen. If anything, it deepened. He spoke anxiously, Mr. Lin, the current situation is extremely unfavorable for us. Should we halt production for now? Lin Muheng furrowed his brow slightly, deep in thought. He then looked up at Sun Dayan and asked, with the recent surge in orders, have the workers been working overtime non-stop to keep up? Sun Dayan quickly nodded. Yes, Mr. Lin. The order volume was overwhelming. To meet deadlines, the workers have been putting in day and night shifts. Lin Muheng nodded slightly, then tapped the table firmly. With unwavering resolve, he instructed Sun Dayan, starting tomorrow, the factory will close. To thank our employees for their tireless overtime efforts, I've decided to grant everyone paid leave until further notice. In truth, this decision stemmed from two considerations. Firstly, the factory's recent relentless overtime had left the workers physically and mentally exhausted, desperately needing rest and recuperation. Secondly, this move would also serve to mislead competitors, making them mistakenly believe the factory was struggling financially and unsustainable, thereby lowering their guard. Then, he could seize the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Sun Dayan listened, his face brimming with disbelief. Mr. Lin, paid leave? Really? Lin Muheng smiled faintly and nodded. Our employees have been working overtime tirelessly for the factory. Naturally, I won't shortchange them. Before everyone leaves work today, make sure you convey this notice to them. Yes, Mr. Lin. Sun Dayan nodded excitedly, inwardly relieved that they had found such a considerate boss. At that thought, he couldn't help but mentally curse Rin Dajin and Guan Beishan's ancestors 100 times over. After giving his instructions, Lin Muheng stood up and began pacing back and forth in his office, deep in thought. Moments later, he halted, his gaze returning to Sun Dayan. Any recent developments at Tianfu Factory? Sun Dayan hastily replied, the undercover observer hasn't reported back yet, but rest assured, Mr. Lin. I'll report any developments to you immediately. Lin Muheng nodded slightly, thinking to himself, if this is their doing, they won't let it rest so easily. Then, he whispered something into Sun Dayan's ear. Chapter 206, Beginning the Cohabitation Life. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Tianfu Factory office was entirely different. Guan Tianfu strode in triumphantly, his face beaming with a victorious grin that seemed ready to spill over. He plopped down on the sofa, sprawling out as if the entire world lay at his command. Guan Tianfu casually picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup, then tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. The tea slid down his throat, eliciting a satisfied sigh. Then he turned his head and addressed Guan Batian at the desk. Dad, I just landed another big order, 30 electric tricycles. When Lin Muheng finds out all his orders got snatched away, he'll be pacing like a caged animal, freaking out. Now he'll finally understand the consequences of crossing us. Guan Tianfu spoke excitedly, his voice brimming with smugness and boastfulness, as if proclaiming his victory to the entire world. As he spoke, he imagined Lin Muheng's frantic, helpless state, feeling immense satisfaction. His smile grew even brighter. Guan Batian smiled as he sat down beside his son. Though his face held a smile, his eyes betrayed a hint of caution. He patted his son's shoulder and said earnestly, even though we snatched their order, we can't make a big deal out of this. After all, our family is one of the manufacturers for Huaijiang. If anyone finds out we're producing electric tricycles for another company, we could end up in court. What's more, we're producing electric tricycles meant for Lin Muheng's factory. If we get caught, that's counterfeiting, and selling fakes a serious crime that could land us in jail. His voice carried a warning, hoping his son would grasp the gravity of the situation and not let a momentary victory cloud his judgment. Guan Tianfu chuckled, patting his chest emphatically. Dad, don't worry. I'll be careful. They won't find any evidence against us. After speaking, Guan Tianfu approached Guan Batian. The smile faded from his face, replaced by a look of caution. Lowering his voice, he murmured, but Dad, let's be real, we're the ones taking all the risks with this counterfeit business, while that old fox Ren Dajin walks away scot-free. We need to watch him like a hawk. If something goes south, he'll just walk away, leaving us to deal with the fallout. Dad, you need a plan. We can't let him screw us over so easily. His eyes betrayed a hint of worry, hoping his father would prepare defenses in advance to avoid being caught off guard. Guan Batian stared at his son in astonishment upon hearing these words. He hadn't expected his son to think this deeply. He couldn't help but silently admire, this kid has brains after all. He's grown up and become sensible. With a satisfied smile, he patted his son's shoulder and nodded. Tianfu has truly grown up. You're thinking more thoroughly about things. In the future, I can confidently entrust this vast family business to you. His eyes brimmed with affirmation and expectation, as if he were already seeing the future hope of the family. Seeing his father's praise, Guan Tianfu felt a surge of pride. He quickly replied solemnly, Dad, rest assured. I'll work hard to expand our family business and make Tianfu Factory the industry leader. You truly are my good son. Guan Batian nodded with satisfaction, then his eyes gleamed with satisfaction as he added, as for Ren Dajin, you needn't worry about him. I have my own plans. Seeing his father's confident demeanor, Guan Tianfu knew he must have a backup plan. Curiosity piqued, he pressed, Dad, do you have something on Ren Dajin? Tell me, so I can be prepared. Guan Batian narrowed his eyes, his gaze brimming with shrewd intelligence. He teased his son with a smile, haha, you'll find out in time. Now isn't the right moment. His mind was already set on a plan. If Ren Dajin dared to betray him, he would make him pay a painful price. With the final exams over, the students welcomed their break and the campus grew noticeably quieter. Due to the break, Xie Wanning could no longer stay in the dormitory building. Returning to her dorm, she began packing her belongings meticulously. Meanwhile, downstairs, Wanwan bounced around in circles like a cheerful little rabbit. Lin Muheng stood quietly nearby, hands tucked into his pockets, occasionally glancing up at the dormitory building with eyes brimming with anticipation. Before long, Xie Wanning emerged slowly from the dormitory building, dragging her suitcase. Her steps were laborious. Seeing this, Lin Muheng hurried forward, naturally and smoothly taking the suitcase from her. He murmured softly, let me help you with that. Thanks, honey. Xie Wanning paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing as she spoke shyly, her eyes brimming with sweetness. You're welcome. Hearing the endearment, Lin Muheng's lips curved upward, revealing a blissful smile. However, the moment he tugged, the suitcase didn't budge an inch, as if rooted to the ground. He froze for a second, then frowned, straining harder to lift it with great effort. A flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. Seeing this, Xie Wanning scratched her head sheepishly. My suitcase is just too full. Maybe I should carry it myself. No need, I can handle it. Lin Muheng quickly refused. It wasn't that he couldn't lift it, he just hadn't expected a girl's suitcase to be this heavy. He couldn't help but wonder, what on earth was packed inside? Had she moved her entire dorm room here? Back at the apartment, watching Lin Muheng place the suitcase in the master bedroom, Xie Wanning suddenly felt a sense of cohabitation. This small space, though modest, was filled with warmth and affection. She looked around, her eyes sparkling, a strange excitement welling up inside her. Are we really going to start living shamelessly together so soon? The thought made her cheeks flush even redder. After dinner, Wanwan blinked her sparkling eyes and suggested a stroll in the nearby park. Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng exchanged a smile and readily agreed. And so, the family of three linked arms and strolled leisurely toward the park. Along the park paths, flowers, grass, and trees seemed gilded with a golden edge in the gentle afterglow of the setting sun, creating a breathtaking scene that was impossible to look away from. The path was narrow, and as they walked, Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng's hands inadvertently brushed against each other while making way for occasional passers-by. In that instant, it felt as though a tiny electric current shot from her fingertips straight to her heart. Xie Wanning's pulse quickened involuntarily, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Her heart pounded like a little rabbit in her chest. She thought to herself, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now. Holding hands is perfectly normal, right? Chapter 207, Living in Agony. With that thought, Xie Wanning gathered her courage and deliberately shifted her hand closer to Lin Muheng's. Feeling his hand didn't pull away, she shyly yet firmly grasped it, immediately interlocking her fingers with his. In that instant of intertwined fingers, time seemed to freeze. All surrounding noise faded away, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats, weaving a melody of love in the stillness. Feeling the warmth radiating from her hand, Lin Muheng's lips curved upward involuntarily, his grip tightening slightly. His gaze was filled with tenderness as he looked at Xie Wanning, his eyes brimming with happiness and contentment. Before long, the three arrived at the children's play area in the park. Wanwan spotted the empty swing immediately, her eyes instantly lighting up like the brightest star in the night sky. She let out an excited squeal, sprinted over, and plopped down onto the swing. Lin Muheng followed closely behind, his voice filled with concern. Wanwan, be careful, okay? Got it. Wanwan replied in her babyish voice. With a strong push from her feet, the swing began to sway gently, and the little one's laughter echoed through the air. Xie Wanning and Lin Muheng sat side by side on the public bench, their tender gazes following Wanwan as she played happily nearby. Seeing her daughter's pure, innocent smile, a warm current seemed to gently wash over Xie Wanning's heart, filling her with happiness and contentment. She instinctively leaned her head against Lin Muheng's shoulder and asked softly, Honey, when are we going back to my family's place this summer? Lin Muheng gently ruffled Xie Wanning's hair, his voice tinged with affection. As soon as things at the factory settle down, we'll head out. It won't take long, 10 days at most. After all, Wanwan had been pestering them for ages about seeing her grandparents. And as the son-in-law, he naturally needed to make a good impression by paying his respects to his mother-in-law and father-in-law. Yet, the thought of visiting her family home stirred an involuntary pang of worry in Lin Muheng's heart. Honey, when I go to your parents' place, will your dad and mom kick me out? As he spoke, a hint of nervousness flashed across his face, his brows furrowing slightly. Upon hearing this, Xie Wanning pretended to ponder seriously before nodding solemnly. Absolutely. Husband, you better brace yourself. She couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn up, a mischievous glint dancing in her eyes. Who knows? My dad might even give you a good thrashing, Xie Wanning said, stifling a laugh as she feigned sternness. Hearing this, Lin Muheng's heart actually sank with relief. He silently grumbled to himself, looks like this beating is inevitable. He took a deep breath, then smiled at Xie Wanning. No worries, I'm tough as nails, can take a beating. He patted his chest, adopting a heroic, death-defying pose. As long as it makes uncle and aunt feel better, it's worth it. After all, I did steal their little cabbage. A beating is the least I deserve. Lin Muheng said smugly, his arm around Xie Wanning's shoulder. Marrying a wonderful wife like Xie Wanning was a blessing he'd earned in a past life. Even if it meant getting beaten up, he'd do it willingly and without regret. Hearing this, Xie Wanning gently patted Lin Muheng's shoulder and teased, You're actually gloating about it? She feigned anger with a glare, yet her eyes sparkled with laughter and affection. Of course I am. Who could resist being so lucky to find such a wonderful wife? Lin Muheng replied, tightening his embrace around Xie Wanning's waist. His gaze was filled with deep affection and longing. At that moment, their eyes locked, and it felt as though the entire world had frozen. In each other's gaze, there was only the other. Xie Wanning's cheeks flushed first. She lowered her gaze, a soft smile playing on her lips, her voice tinged with shy sweetness. I'm proud too, after all, I found such a wonderful husband. After speaking, she turned to Lin Muheng and reassured him, Don't worry. If my dad dares to hit you, I'll stop talking to him. Only I get to tease my husband, no one else dares to. Her words shone with unwavering resolve. Honey, you're so kind. Hearing this, Lin Muheng couldn't help but nuzzle his head into Xie Wanning's embrace. It felt so good to be cherished by his wife. Meanwhile, in a remote corner thousands of miles away, there was an unassuming little clinic. Inside, the light was dim and yellowed. A few faded charts of acupuncture points hung on the walls, and the air carried a faint herbal scent. At that moment, Xie Guangshan lay face down on a bed that was worn but clean and tidy. His body trembled slightly as his hands clenched the bedsheets tightly, knuckles turning white from the force. The doctor stood nearby, his expression focused and solemn. Holding a silver needle as thin as a strand of hair, he precisely inserted it into Xie Guangshan's thigh, one prick after another. Under the dim light, the needles glinted with a cold, metallic sheen. Soon, tiny blood spots began to appear on Xie Guangshan's thigh, scattered like red plum blossoms blooming on snow, a sight that was both startling and heart-wrenching. On the bed, Xie Guangshan clenched his jaw tightly, as if only this could slightly ease the excruciating, bone-piercing pain. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, beads of sweat as large as peas rolling down his cheeks and splattering onto the bedsheet, soaking a small patch. Beside him, Li Xiuli stood silently, her brows furrowed at the agonizing sight before her. Her body trembled slightly beyond her control, goosebumps instantly covering her skin, leaving her feeling utterly uneasy. Though the needle hadn't pierced her skin, her heart felt as if being pricked by countless tiny needles simultaneously. Her mind was filled with pity for Xie Wanning. Watching Xie Wanning gasp and pant in agony, Li Xiuli couldn't help but speak up, her voice tinged with confusion and concern. Why put yourself through this? Why not just get the hemorrhoids removed? Why drag it out like this, only to suffer so terribly now? Her tone carried a hint of reproach, but more than that, it was filled with heartache. Xie Wanning grimaced in agony, his face contorted. I've researched it, he said, his words coming with great effort. Even if they're removed, they might come back. I want to try this bloodletting therapy first. If it really doesn't work, I can always go to the hospital later. His voice trembled slightly, each word seeming to be forced out through gritted teeth. To be honest, ever since the doctor had stuck needles all over his thigh, Xie Wanning did feel the discomfort in his buttocks ease considerably. Though it could just be that the current pain was so intense, he couldn't quite tell where it was coming from anymore. After finishing the needle insertion on Xie Waning's leg, the doctor turned to a nearby rack, retrieved a cupping jar, and carefully placed it over the area. The moment the cup was placed, dark red blood began to slowly seep through the needle punctures into the cup. The scene looked downright bloody. Unable to bear the sight, Li Xiuli quickly turned her head away, muttering to herself, "This isn't healing, it's pure torture." Chapter 208, Rest Assured. To distract himself from the pain, Xie Wanning forced his gaze toward Li Xiuli, his voice weak as he asked softly. Has Ningning called you these past few days? I see many universities have started their summer break. I wonder when she'll be able to come back. His eyes brimmed with earnest hope, his heart constantly yearning for his precious daughter. Li Xiuli nodded softly in response. Yes, she has. She's already on break and said she'd spend a few days exploring the Magic City with classmates before coming back. Xie Wanning nodded again, then mused, it's good for her to get out and have some fun. She should enjoy herself while she's still in school. Once she graduates and starts working, she won't have this kind of freedom. She'll be busy with work all day and won't have time to play. After a pause, he seemed to remember something and looked up. Does Ningning still have living expenses? She'll definitely spend a lot traveling. Transfer her some extra money. Don't let her skimp while she's out there. She should eat well and enjoy herself, don't let her feel deprived. His voice brimmed with concern, as if he wanted to shower his daughter with every good thing in the world. Li Xiuli sighed, pressing her fingers to her temples. Why don't you tell her these things yourself? Why must I be the messenger? Her eyes held a hint of reproach, knowing Xie Wanning was clearly deeply concerned but simply wouldn't admit it. Xie Wanning scratched his head awkwardly. Well, she called you, so naturally you'd be the one to give her advice. I just didn't want to sound like a nag. Fine, Li Xiuli sighed deeply, shaking her head helplessly. She silently grumbled to herself, this old man sure knows how to put on an act. He cares about our daughter more than anyone, yet he insists on pretending it's no big deal. Suddenly, Xie Wanning seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked, Lili, is the person our daughter went out with a girl? Did you ask more about her? Is she reliable? Don't let our daughter hang out with any shady characters. His brows furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with worry. Li Xiuli shook her head firmly. Our girl has high standards. Ordinary guys don't even catch her eye. You can rest easy, she's definitely out with a girlfriend. Really? I just can't shake this uneasy feeling. I still don't feel at ease. Xie Waning's frown remained fixed, his face showing no less worry. Alright, stop worrying so much. You know our daughter, she doesn't even glance at boys. You don't need to fret about our precious girl getting kidnapped. Li Xiuli smiled reassuringly, gently patting Xie Waning's shoulder. Xie Wanning finally nodded, the worry on his face easing slightly. Just then, Li Xiuli's eyes lit up with excitement. Ningning said she'll bring a classmate home to stay for a couple of days. Then we'll have to prepare plenty of good food to treat them. These kids are coming all this way to visit our daughter, we can't let them feel we're not hosting them properly, Xie Wanning quickly added, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he mentally began planning the delicious dishes he'd prepare. That's definitely no problem. I'll go to the market and buy plenty of fresh ingredients to cook up a proper feast, Li Xiuli responded with a smile. I'll buy a whole lamb then. Let them taste our local specialty, the lamb here is incredibly fragrant, and we have so many ways to prepare it. Roasted or stewed, it's absolutely delicious. Xie Wanning grew more and more excited as he spoke. As they chatted back and forth, the time for Xie Waning's leg cupping treatment arrived. The doctor gently lifted the cup, revealing a substantial pool of dark red blood inside a sight that looked somewhat alarming. Xie Wanning tried moving his leg, only to find his legs felt weak and wobbly. Each step felt like walking on cotton, with no strength to muster. On the way home, Li Xiuli carefully supported Xie Wanning, asking with concern, how do you feel? Any better? Her eyes were filled with worry. A little better. Hopefully my butt won't hurt this time, Xie Wanning sighed deeply, his voice heavy with resignation. The torment of hemorrhoids had taken its toll on him. With deep conviction, he remarked, only those who suffer from hemorrhoids truly understand the agony. Inside Tianfu factory, Guan Tianfu sprawled ungracefully on the office sofa, his legs crossed in a relaxed, slumped posture. His hands gripped his phone tightly as he stared intently at the screen, completely immersed in the game world. The game's surging sound effects and occasional prompt sounds sounded particularly jarring and piercing in the otherwise pin-drop quiet office. Outside the office, the corridor was quiet, occasionally punctuated by the faint hum of machinery in the distance. This momentary tranquility was shattered by the sudden, crisp, and urgent sound of high heels. The rhythm was like rapid drumbeats tap-tap-tap growing louder as they approached, each step thudding heavily on the corridor floor. Then, with a creak, the office door swung open forcefully. "Mr. Guan, great news. Really great news." It was Shelley, the employee from the exhibition. She stood in the doorway, slightly out of breath, her chest heaving with rapid, uneven breaths. Guan Tianfu, who had been completely immersed in the game world, heard the sound and jolted as if struck by a powerful electric current. His body trembled violently, and he sprang up from the sofa in an instant. He raised his hand to stop her. "Don't tell me yet. Let me guess." Guan Tianfu's eyes darted around as his mind raced. Suddenly, he exclaimed excitedly, "Did Tianheng factory go bankrupt?" Xiaoli frowned slightly, shook her head gently, and replied, "It hasn't gone bankrupt yet, but they've halted production. I suspect bankruptcy isn't far off." "Brilliant!" Guan Tianfu clapped his hands vigorously upon hearing the news. As he clapped, he muttered under his breath, "That factory won't last long. That's what happens when you mess with us." His face beamed with the smug satisfaction of a petty villain, as if he'd already crushed Tianheng factory underfoot and was trampling it mercilessly. Young Mr. Guan is so capable, so talented, Xiaoli fawned beside him, her face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Then, she smiled and said, "Mr. Guan, some fellow villagers from around here want to buy our electric tricycles. They'd like to meet you." Her eyes held a hint of caution as she carefully observed Guan Tianfu's reaction, afraid of inadvertently provoking him. "Don't they understand the rules?" Guan Tianfu frowned, his voice tinged with displeasure. Chapter 209, Business delivered right to the door. Guan Tianfu's expression darkened instantly, his eyes flashing with wariness. After all, they're engaged in illegal activities like walking a tightrope on the edge of a cliff, where they could be crushed to pieces at any moment. How could they possibly show their faces so easily? Up until now, it's always been cash on delivery. Even if something went wrong, Lin Muheng's Tianheng factory would take the heat. They wouldn't have a single thing to do with it. Xiaoli hesitated, bit her lip, and finally spoke up. "Several people are buying together. They want to renegotiate the price with you. Seems like they need a pretty large quantity." Her voice was low, as if she herself knew the news she brought was risky. Upon hearing this, Guan Tianfu's eyes lit up instantly, gleaming with greed. The earlier displeasure vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer excitement. Leaning forward eagerly, Guan Tianfu pressed, "Did they mention how many vehicles they want?" "Altogether, it should be around 100, Xiaoli replied after a moment's thought. At that moment, Guan Tianfu's mind raced. 100 electric tricycles was no small number. This was a major deal. Fortune favors the bold. If this deal went through, it would mean a substantial income. He reasoned that Tianheng factory had already shut down and posed no threat. Finally, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. "All right. Book a private room at Fuyuan restaurant and have them come tonight." "No problem." Xiaoli nodded, then stepped out of the office to notify and arrange for her fellow villagers. That evening, Fuyuan restaurant buzzed with activity. The place was bustling with people, filled with laughter and cheer. At that moment, 4 middle-aged men in their 50s appeared at the restaurant entrance. The leader was Zhou Changsheng. He wore a blue-striped t-shirt, and a few strands of white hair at his temples stood out distinctly under the lights. Beside him, a slightly plump man looked at him with concern and said, "Brother Shang, can we really get those electric trikes from Tianheng factory at a discount? I heard from Xiao Fei and the others that they're 3,499 each, no haggling." His voice carried a hint of doubt, and his eyes betrayed a trace of unease. Zhou Changsheng patted his shoulder, his voice brimming with confidence. "If they paid 3,499, it's because they're clueless. Don't worry, the guy we're visiting today happens to be Tianheng factory's brother-in-law. We'll definitely get a discount." His face radiated a look of assured confidence, as if victory were already in the bag. Hearing this, the others relaxed and immediately began flattering him. "Brother Shang really knows his stuff. Those young guys got played. Experience really does count. We're counting on you to make us rich. Follow me, and you'll live in luxury from now on," Zhou Changsheng declared cheerfully, his face beaming with satisfaction. He then led his crew toward the restaurant. Inside, a waiter guided them to a private room. The private room was lavishly decorated, with exquisite calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls. The dining table was set with fine tableware, gleaming brilliantly under the lights. Zhou Changsheng and his friends stood in the room, surveying their surroundings. They found a spot to sit and waited quietly for Guan Tianfu's arrival. Before long, the door to the private room opened softly. A young man of average height, dressed somewhat casually, stepped inside. He wore a pair of sunglasses that obscured most of his face, making his true appearance difficult to discern. This man was Guan Tianfu. Upon entering, Guan Tianfu strode directly to the table, casually slamming his shoulder bag down with a soft thud. He then plopped down into a chair, leaned back, and crossed his legs, adopting an air of arrogance as if he owned the place. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Changsheng and the others before he boomed out, "So you're the ones looking to buy electric tricycles?" At this, Zhou Changsheng and his group instantly sprang to their feet. Their faces instantly contorted into fawning smiles, nodding their heads like chicks pecking at grain as they hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, that's right, that's right. It's us." The slightly overweight man among them, his words dripping with honey, began flattering him. "Young man, you look so distinguished. You must be the factory director's brother-in-law, right?" Guan Tianfu's heart skipped a beat at the words, a sudden pang of unease washing over him. But he quickly regained his composure, inwardly smug. He hadn't expected his made-up identity to pass without a shred of suspicion. How gullible these people were. Guan Tianfu gave a slight nod, forcing out a hu through his nose. Then, his eyes swept over the group. "How many electric tricycles does each of you plan to buy? I can make an exception for you." Zhou Changsheng and the others exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with sudden delight. Zhou Changsheng spoke first, his voice tinged with anticipation. "Between us, we'll need exactly 100 electric tricycles." His eyes darted around the room as he added, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, "Since we're ordering such a large quantity, would you be willing to give us an even better price?" Guan Tianfu's heart surged like a stormy sea at the figure. He fought to suppress his inner euphoria, striving to keep his expression as calm as usual. His mind raced. If he could secure this deal for 100 electric tricycles, the profit would be substantial. 100 units? That is quite a substantial quantity. Guan Tianfu furrowed his brow deeply, as if deep in thought. After a moment, his frown relaxed and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Alright then," he said, "considering how well matched we are, I'll knock another 200 off each vehicle. That makes it 2,500 per electric tricycle. How does that sound?" Truth be told, their factory only spent about 1,500 yuan to produce each electric tricycle. The reason the cost was so low was mainly because the factory cut corners during production. While these electric tricycles looked identical to Tianheng's models on the outside, their quality was worlds apart. Tianheng's electric tricycles are built to last, boast superior performance, and have outstanding battery life. The ones produced by their factory, however, fall far short in durability, performance, and range, not even reaching a third of Tianheng's standards. Of course, Tianfu wouldn't reveal any of this to Zhou Changsheng and the others. He thought to himself, "You guys got what you deserved for trying to cut corners." When Zhou Changsheng and his group heard the price of 2,500 yuan, their eyes lit up instantly. They exchanged glances, their smiles brimming with satisfaction and self-importance. Zhou Changsheng quickly chimed in with a smile, "You're being incredibly generous. We're very satisfied with this price. We'll take 100 units. When can you deliver?" Chapter 210, Me. The factory director's brother-in-law. Guan Tianfu's heart leapt with joy, as if he'd won the lottery. He hadn't expected things to progress so smoothly. It far exceeded his expectations. He smiled and replied, "Tomorrow morning." In his mind, those substandard electric tricycles were a breeze to produce. He could rush them out overnight. "Alright then. Cash on delivery," Zhou Changsheng exclaimed excitedly, calculating in his mind how this would save him tens of thousands, no small sum. In this society, money was hard-earned. People bought from whoever offered the cheapest price. So he felt no guilt toward Lin Muheng. In fact, he muttered to himself, "Don't blame us for breaking our word, it's their fault for undercutting us." After the deal was settled, Guan Tianfu stood up to leave. Seeing this, Zhou Changsheng hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, saying warmly, "Young man, stay for a bite before you go. The dishes are all served now, the table is completely full." He gestured toward the lavish spread, its mouth-watering aroma making one's mouth water just from the scent. Another man chimed in with a smile, "Exactly. We can hold our liquor. Let us have a drink with you, let's make it lively." Guan Tianfu waved his hand, his face still smiling. No, I have to get back to the factory and supervise the workers rushing to meet the deadline. Time is tight and the task is heavy, I can't afford to be delayed. You all enjoy your meal. I've already settled the bill for the private room. I'll be on my way now." Hearing this, Zhou Changsheng and the others felt even more pleased. They thought this young man wasn't just good at business, but also knew how to handle things, a truly rare talent. They happily escorted Guan Tianfu to the restaurant entrance. Watching his departing figure, Zhou Changsheng couldn't help but remark, "This brother-in-law is truly a great guy. We invited him to dinner, and he ended up picking up the tab. He's beyond reproach. The factory director is truly fortunate to have such a capable brother-in-law." "You're absolutely right. With just one word, he saved us 1,000 yuan. That's incredibly helpful, he's practically our savior. Once we get the car, we should get him some local specialties to properly thank him," Zhou Changsheng said. "Sounds good to me. It's settled then." After agreeing on the plan, the group returned to their private dining room. Surveying the table laden with dishes, Zhou Changsheng declared cheerfully, "Come on, let's drink heartily today and celebrate saving so much money." After leaving the restaurant, Guan Tianfu hailed a taxi and drove off. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit shadows near the restaurant entrance, a man in his early 30s watched Guan Tianfu's every move with unwavering focus. As soon as Guan got into the cab, the man swiftly mounted a motorcycle parked nearby and sped away. The taxi weaved through the city streets, turning left and right, before finally slowing to a stop at the entrance of a residential complex. Guan Tianfu paid the fare and stepped out, hands in his pockets, strolling through the complex with an air of casual indifference. Yet his seemingly absent-minded gaze darted backward from time to time, like a wary fox constantly alert to its surroundings. Upon reaching the ground floor of a residential building, Guan Tianfu suddenly quickened his pace, darting out the back door like a ghost. He swiftly slipped into a taxi that had been waiting nearby. Meanwhile, the man on the motorcycle waited below the building. Seeing Guan Tianfu enter the building entrance, he pulled his phone from his pocket and reported, "Brother Yong, Guan Tianfu is back in the complex. Keep watching." The man crouched downstairs after receiving the report, completely unaware that Guan Tianfu had already slipped away. Inside the taxi, Guan Tianfu glanced in the rearview mirror and saw no trace of the motorcycle behind him. A smug smile spread across his lips, revealing a sly grin. Trying to follow me? Not a chance. Truthfully, even without anyone following him, he would have taken this long detour back to the factory out of caution. After all, their factory produced goods that couldn't see the light of day. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might face prison, and the entire factory could be destroyed. The taxi continued through the night, finally pulling up outside a slightly dilapidated factory. Guan Tianfu got out and immediately spotted Guan Batian upon entering the factory. He hurried over with a smile, boasting triumphantly, "Dad, I just secured an order for 100 electric tricycles. I didn't want to risk delays, so I promised them delivery tomorrow." A flicker of delight crossed Guan Batian's eyes. He patted his son's shoulder approvingly. "Tianfu, you did the right thing. We must secure orders at any cost. As long as we get the money in hand, everything else is trivial." With that, he pulled his son toward the workers and bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, get your act together. We need to crank out 100 electric tricycles tonight. If you deliver, I'll give each of you a 300 yuan bonus tomorrow. But if anyone slacks off, don't expect a single penny." The workers' weary eyes lit up instantly at the mention of a bonus. After all, their daily wage was only 200 yuan. Overtime meant an extra 300, a deal too good to pass up, equivalent to 1.5 days' pay. Everyone perked up, their previously sluggish movements becoming more agile as they began working harder. As time ticked by, deep into the night, the factory remained brightly lit. Guan Tianfu wasn't idle either, periodically checking on the workers' progress. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, 100 electric tricycles were assembled. They stood neatly arranged in the factory yard. Guan Tianfu gazed at the electric tricycles, a satisfied smile spreading across his face like a blooming chrysanthemum. He carefully inspected them and found that, outwardly, these vehicles were indistinguishable from Tianheng's electric tricycles. The trademarks and logos were replicated so perfectly that the average person wouldn't be able to tell. Guan Tianfu muttered to himself, "Those fools. Once they buy these trikes and something goes wrong, they won't be able to trace it back to us." The thought made him chuckle out loud, his laughter sounding particularly jarring in the silent factory. Early that morning, right after breakfast, Guan Tianfu picked up his phone and dialed Zhou Changxing's number. Zhou Changxing's voice came through quickly. "Hello? Who is this?" Guan Tianfu cleared his throat and said, "It's me, the factory director's brother-in-law." Hearing this, Zhou Changxing's lips curled upward involuntarily. He immediately responded with flattery, "Hello, hello." Guan Tianfu replied indifferently, "The electric tricycle is ready. Send me an address, and I'll have it delivered." Zhou Changxing nearly jumped for joy upon hearing this. He exclaimed, "Great. Thank you so much. We'll be waiting for you at the planting base." After hanging up, Zhou Changxing immediately called his buddies. "Guys, the electric tricycle is on its way. Let's hurry to the planting base and wait for them." Soon, the group appeared at the entrance of the planting base, dressed and ready. Chapter 211, sold out and still counting the money. An hour later, a semi-trailer truck slowly pulled up to the entrance of the planting base. The massive trailer rumbled forward, its wheels kicking up a cloud of dust. The portly man watching the scene turned crimson with excitement. He tugged at Zhou Changxing's sleeve, his voice trembling as he asked, "Brother Shang, I assume those are the electric tricycles inside?" Zhou Changxing nodded, smugly replying, "You bet. That factory director's brother-in-law sure gets things done. Not only did he get us a great price, but he delivered the trikes this fast. That's awesome. We're saving a ton of money this time." Turning to the others, he added, "Did you guys get the local specialties ready? We need to thank him properly. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have saved this much. He's done us such a huge favor, we can't be ungrateful." A tall, thin man quickly replied, "Don't worry, Brother Shang. We've had the specialties ready for ages. They're the finest local products we have guaranteed to please the factory director's brother-in-law." Zhou Changxing nodded in satisfaction. "All right then. When he arrives, stay alert. Be charming when you meet him, say plenty of nice things. Who knows? There might be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. The others nodded in agreement. Soon after, the semi-trailer pulled up slowly, and the driver jumped down. Zhou Changsheng hurried forward, grasping the driver's hand warmly. "Driver, you've worked hard." The driver smiled and replied, "No trouble at all. It's what I should do." Zhou Changsheng and the others circled the semi-trailer, inspecting the brand new electric tricycles one by one. Satisfied smiles spread across their faces. Just then, Xie Li stepped down from the truck and walked toward Zhou Changsheng and the others with a smile. "Uncles, please take a close look at these electric tricycles. If everything checks out, could you handle the payment?" "Sure." Hearing Xie Li's words, Zhou Changsheng and the others nodded eagerly, like chicks pecking at grain. They immediately began counting each vehicle meticulously, their eyes sweeping over every electric tricycle like searchlights. 100 units, not too many, not too few, just right. As for the quality of the tricycles, they didn't conduct any in-depth inspection. In their minds, Guan Tianfu had already earned their unreserved trust. In their eyes, Guan Tianfu was the brother-in-law of Tenheng Factory. That connection alone guaranteed the quality was beyond reproach. After the inspection was complete, Zhou Changsheng and the others exchanged glances. Then, in perfect unison, they strode up to Xie Li. Noticing no one else on the vehicle, they asked in puzzlement, "Hey? Little girl, didn't the factory director's brother-in-law come along?" "The factory director's brother-in-law?" Hearing this title, Xie Li froze momentarily. A fleeting flicker of unease crossed her eyes before she regained her composure. She wondered if this was just an identity Mr. Guan had casually adopted to deal with these people. But now was not the time to show any weakness. She immediately put on a bright smile and said, "He stayed up all night at the factory yesterday, making sure these electric tricycles were produced on time. Now that the delivery is on schedule, he's gone back to rest." Upon hearing this, Zhou Changsheng and the others were instantly overcome with guilt. They exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with guilt. After all, not only had he navigated the complexities of the deal to ensure its smooth progress, but he had also personally supervised the workers on site to guarantee the timely delivery of the electric tricycles. They were deeply grateful for this kindness. At that moment, Zhou Changsheng and the others lifted the burlap sack from behind and presented it to Xie Li. Their eyes were sincere and earnest as they said, "Young lady, these are specialties we prepared for the factory director's brother-in-law. Though they're not rare or valuable items, they're genuinely hard to come by. You must make sure he accepts them. It's just a small token of our appreciation." Xie Li glanced into the bag, seeing dried mushrooms, bamboo shoots, chili peppers, and similar items inside. She frowned slightly, revealing a hint of distaste, but quickly suppressed the emotion. Forcing a fake smile, she said, "All right, I'll make sure to deliver them." "Thank you, uncles." As she spoke, Xie Li's gaze locked onto the money wrapped in plastic bags in their hands. Zhou Changsheng instantly understood and hurriedly pulled the money out of the bag, handing it to Xie Li. "This is what we've pooled together, a total of 250,000 yuan. His hand trembled slightly without his noticing. After all, this was the hard-earned money they had painstakingly saved by working dawn to dusk, every penny steeped in their sweat and toil. The money was neatly bundled in stacks, each tied with white paper strips. Xie Li took the money and began counting each bundle meticulously. After confirming the amount, a satisfied smile spread across her face. It resembled that of a mouse that had stolen oil, radiating a hint of smugness and cunning. "All right, the money is in order. Goodbye, uncles." "Goodbye," Zhou Changsheng and the others replied with smiles. At that moment, they were still immersed in gratitude toward Guan Tianfu, completely unaware that they had already fallen into a meticulously orchestrated scam. Once in the car, Xie Li impatiently pulled her phone from her bag and quickly dialed Guan Tianfu's number. Almost instantly, Guan Tianfu's voice came through on the other end. Xie Li's voice brimmed with excitement, tinged with uncontrollable thrill and triumph as she exclaimed, "Hey, Mr. Guan. We got the money." Hearing this, Guan Tianfu's lips curved upward in a smug smile, a sly grin reminiscent of a fox triumphant in its cunning scheme. He then asked with feigned concern, "Did those people cause any trouble?" "Not at all." Xie Li shook her head lightly, her gaze drifting to the bulging burlap sack at her feet. A playful smile touched her lips as she said, "Mr. Guan, not only did they not cause trouble, they're actually grateful to you. To show their appreciation, they specially prepared some local specialties for you." Her voice carried a hint of mockery, as if silently laughing at Zhou Changsheng and his men's naivety and stupidity. Guan Tianfu burst into loud laughter upon hearing this, his expression brimming with smugness and arrogance. "What a bunch of fools," he sneered contemptuously. "They're dancing to my tune and counting out cash for me. Utterly stupid." Xie Li joined in the laughter before asking, "Mr. Guan, should we deliver these local specialties to your factory?" "I won't touch anything of dubious origin straight into the trash." Guan Tianfu replied coldly, his eyes brimming with disgust, as if the local specialties were deadly poison. Soon, the car came to a smooth stop. Xie Li swiftly opened the door, her hand snatching the bulging burlap sack without hesitation. She hauled it off the vehicle with all her might. With a sharp flick of her wrist, the sack slammed onto the roadside with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chapter 212, You've Been Duped. After the semi-trailer slowly drove away, Zhou Changsheng and the others remained rooted to the spot, their gazes fixed like magnets on the row of gleaming new electric tricycles. Zhou Changsheng's hands rubbed together unconsciously, calloused from years of labor yet trembling slightly with inner joy. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "With these vehicles, our greenhouse farming will finally get off the ground. Transporting vegetables, hauling fertilizer, it'll be so much easier. Before long, we'll be making good money, and life will only get better." His voice brimmed with hope and anticipation for the future. The others nodded in agreement, their faces lighting up with anticipation, as if they could already see the bountiful harvest in the greenhouses. Just as they were eager to drive the electric tricycles to their respective greenhouses, a distant clanging sound suddenly echoed. It was Zhang Gaofei driving his small tricycle loaded with shovels, heading to the greenhouses for work. From a distance, Zhang Gaofei spotted Zhou Changsheng and the others' neatly arranged electric tricycles. His eyes lit up instantly. He quickly parked his small tricycle steadily by the roadside, hopped off, and practically ran over to the electric tricycles. Smiling, his eyes brimming with curiosity, he gently tapped the body of one electric tricycle and said, "Uncle Changsheng, your electric tricycles arrived so quickly? I thought we'd have to wait quite a while." His words brimmed with delight, but suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. He recalled that Zhou Changsheng and his family were among the last to place orders for the tricycles. Logically speaking, given the order sequence, there was no way they could have arrived this quickly. His brow furrowed slightly as confusion spread across his face like a rising tide. Zhang Gaofei instinctively gave the vehicle a few more firm pats. This time, he sensed something was off about the feel of the metal. "Compared to my own little tricycle, this car makes a hollow sound when tapped, like knocking on a hollow shell, producing a thud-thud noise. Moreover, the frame didn't feel solid at all, it seemed light and hollow, as if it were made with subpar materials. There was an inexplicable oddness to it." Zhang Gaofei frowned, his eyes filled with confusion. He promptly asked, "Uncle, did you buy this bike from Tianheng factory? It feels kinda off. Did you end up with a defective model? These days, the market's full of mixed bag products. You've got to be careful." Zhou Changsheng's face lit up with a smug expression. He patted his chest confidently and declared, "It's definitely from Tianheng factory. Look, it even has their information and phone number right here. How could it be fake?" Bending down, he pointed to a label on the electric tricycle where Tianheng factory's name, address, and contact number were clearly printed as if it were a badge of authenticity. At that moment, the stout man beside Zhou Changsheng stepped forward. His mouth stretched into a grin, the fat on his face jiggling as he looked at Zhang Gaofei smugly. "Little Fei, you bought your bike too early. We got ours straight from the factory director's brother-in-law, a whole 1,000 yuan cheaper than yours. Think about it, what could you buy with 1,000 yuan? Look at you, you got ripped off big time. Timing matters when you're shopping. You're just too impatient." After saying this, he didn't forget to pat Zhang Gaofei on the shoulder, adopting a consoling tone, "You young folks just can't keep your cool. You don't know how to be thrifty at all. Don't get so worked up. Buying early means enjoying it sooner, while buying later saves you money." Zhang Gaofei didn't react as they expected. Instead of getting upset, he looked genuinely puzzled. Scratching his head, his eyes filled with confusion, he asked, "The factory manager's brother-in-law? I've never heard of him. When I bought mine, the factory owner sold it to me personally. He even told me the price couldn't be lowered by a single penny, that it was the factory's standard price, the same for everyone. I actually thought the owner was pretty principled at the time." He paused, a look of worry creeping onto his face, and continued, "So many people in our village bought them too, all at 3,499 yuan. That price difference is outrageous. You guys didn't get scammed, did you? There are so many scammers out there these days, preying on honest farmers like us. What if there's a problem with the bike? What happens if something goes wrong later? By then, it'll be too late for regrets." Zhou Changsheng's mood soured instantly at these words. His face darkened, clouding over with gloom. He raised his voice sharply, shouting, "Scammed? What are you talking about? What do you know? You young people, spouting nonsense without understanding anything." Pointing again at the manufacturer's information on the electric tricycle, his finger nearly piercing the label as if trying to tear it off, he continued. "This vehicle is identical to yours, isn't it? Look at the appearance, the dimensions, what's different about it? And besides, my brother-in-law is actually related to the boss. That's no ordinary connection. You can't just refuse to give him any face. Maybe the boss is giving us this discount because of my brother-in-law. This is the kind of treatment you only get through inside connections. Do you even understand that?" After finishing, he pursed his lips and shot Zhang Gaofei a look of utter disgust. Zhou Changsheng grew angrier the longer he looked at Zhang Gaofei. His face hardened as he muttered angrily, "I bet you're just jealous we got a cheap electric tricycle. Young man, you have no tolerance whatsoever. We got lucky and stumbled upon this great opportunity, yet here you are, spouting cold remarks. Go on, get out of here. Go cool off somewhere else. Don't stand in the way." Hearing this, Zhang Gaofei felt instantly wronged. His face flushed crimson, and he hastily explained, "Uncle Changsheng, I'm not jealous. I'm telling the truth. Besides, I'm only looking out for everyone's best interests, worried you might get ripped off. Nothing in this world is that simple. The factory needs to make money too. Why would they give you such a huge discount? Have you thought about that? There might be some shady dealings behind this. What if the quality is subpar? If a safety accident happens later, that's no small matter. By then, it'll be too late for regrets. Pa. I think you just can't stand seeing us do well. Zhou Changqing's face turned ashen, his anger boiling over like a volcano ready to erupt. Get out. You're not welcome here. Are you leaving or not? Zhou Changqing couldn't stand listening to this. He felt Zheng Gaofei was cursing them, and it made him extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Zheng Gaofei still lingering, he quickly grabbed the iron shovel leaning against the wall and slammed it down hard beside Zheng Gaofei. With a loud thud, the shovel slammed onto the ground, startling Zheng Gaofei into scrambling onto his tricycle and speeding away. Watching those stubborn figures retreat, he muttered helplessly, "Sigh. When trouble hits, you'll regret it." Chapter 213, The Factory Manager's Brother-in-Law. Zheng Gaofei's figure gradually receded, vanishing from everyone's sight. At that moment, the smile that had been plastered on the obese man's face faded like receding tidewater, replaced by a deep frown. His gaze swept slowly over the people beside him, his eyes filled with hesitation and conflict. His lips twitched slightly before he finally spoke. Xiao Fei's point actually makes some sense. The factory director and his brother-in-law are family, but none of us ever gave them gifts. Why would they just hand us a 1,000 yuan discount per car out of nowhere? This money seems too easy to save. Could it be we've been scammed? Zhou Changqing's eyes instantly sharpened like blades as he glared fiercely at the man. His gaze burned with such fury it seemed poised to devour him. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "When the price was high, every one of you complained about this and that, saying it was too expensive and not worth it. Now that the price has finally dropped, you start getting suspicious and think you've been cheated. You people are impossible to please. Let me tell you, this car was bought through legitimate channels. We've got all the paperwork, invoices, factory details, the whole shebang. What's the problem? Stop overthinking things." With that, Zhou Changqing snorted coldly, his voice dripping with disdain and impatience. Ignoring the others, he strode purposefully toward an electric tricycle, pushed himself up with both hands, and swung his legs over the seat. The heavy-set man stood rooted to the spot, watching Zhou Changqing's receding figure. A deep sigh escaped him, heavy with resignation and melancholy. Seeing this, the man beside him hurriedly offered comfort. Well, the vehicle's already bought, the money spent, what good does it do to dwell on it now? With that, the man patted the fat man's shoulder reassuringly, and soon the group drove off in the nearby tricycle to follow. Meanwhile, Zheng Gaofei arrived at his greenhouse. Instead of rushing inside, he stood still, fumbling in his pants pocket until he pulled out his phone. As the dial tone sounded, his heart involuntarily leapt to his throat. At the same time, Lin Muheng was busy in the kitchen, tying an apron and preparing breakfast with urgency. Suddenly, the phone beside her began to vibrate, emitting a buzzing sound. Lin Muheng instinctively glanced at the screen, where the name Zheng Gaofei appeared. His heart tightened, and his hands froze mid-motion. He stared at the phone, puzzled, wondering silently, could it be something wrong with the electric tricycle? The thought made him quickly set down his utensils and hurry over to the range hood, flipping it off. The humming ceased abruptly, plunging the kitchen into silence. He pressed the answer button, his voice tinged with tension and concern. "Brother Zhang, did you call because the electric tricycle malfunctioned?" On the other end, Zheng Gaofei recognized Lin Muheng's voice and quickly reassured him, No, factory manager Lin, don't worry. The e-bike is fine." Then, clearing his throat and adjusting his tone, he stated his purpose, "Director Lin, I just wanted to ask, do you have a brother-in-law?" Lin Muheng froze for a moment at the unexpected question. His brow furrowed slightly as his mind raced. He then denied it decisively, "No, I don't have a brother-in-law." He knew perfectly well that Xie Wanning had only one brother, just the two siblings in their family. He couldn't fathom why she'd ask such a thing. A wave of unease washed over him, and he quickly inquired with concern, "Brother Zhang, what's going on?" Zheng Gaofei pondered silently. This matter is indeed not simple. There must be something fishy behind it. He reasoned that since this matter involved Tianheng Factory, he should inform them so they could prepare mentally. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly, "Director Lin, several uncles in our village received electric tricycles from your factory today. The quantity is substantial, roughly 100 units. After pausing briefly, his voice thick with confusion and concern, he pressed on, "Were these 100 or so electric tricycles manufactured by your factory? From the looks of them, they appear identical to your factory's models. Moreover, the recipients claim they purchased them from your brother-in-law." Lin Muheng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this news, but he responded sincerely. "Over the past couple of days, nearly all the orders from your village have been cancelled. Except for those already shipped that can't be returned, most of the unshipped ones have been cancelled. And they haven't provided any reason for the refunds, leaving us completely baffled. So I can confirm those electric tricycles were definitely not made by our factory." Zheng Gaofei acknowledged the statement on the other end of the line. "Yes, factory manager Lin, I trust you. After all, I've used electric tricycles from Tianheng factory for a while, and their quality is far sturdier than the one I purchased. Hearing this news, Lin Muheng's brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. Now he finally understood why so many customers were canceling orders. Someone was counterfeiting their products, and the masterminds behind it were most likely the people at Tianfu factory. Lin Muheng never imagined they would resort to such despicable tactics, counterfeiting their products to deceive consumers while cutting corners on materials. But his greatest concern now was for the consumers. These counterfeit electric tricycles were undoubtedly substandard. If they malfunctioned, consumers wouldn't just suffer financial losses, they could face serious safety hazards like brake failure or battery explosions. The consequences were unimaginable. This thought spurred him into urgent action. "Brother Zhang," he urged, "you must immediately notify everyone in the village who hasn't bought an electric tricycle yet. Tell them not to fall for the factory owner's brother-in-law's cheap sales pitch." On the other end, Zhang Gaofei gave a heavy nod. "Alright, I'll go tell them right now. But I already mentioned it earlier, and they just don't believe me. They think these trikes are cheap, and they look almost identical to Tianheng factory's models. They just want to get a bargain. They won't listen to a word I say. This directly impacts your factory. You need to find a solution fast, or those scammers peddling counterfeit goods will ruin your business completely. If consumers get hurt, they'll definitely blame your factory. That would be a huge mess." Zhang Gaofei sounded extremely anxious, his voice thick with worry. His words made perfect sense. Lin Muheng nodded solemnly and said, "Alright, I'll start devising a plan right away. Rest assured, I'll handle this properly and won't let those scammers succeed." Zhang Gaofei quickly added, "If you need any help, just say the word. I'll do everything I can." "MHM." Lin Muheng acknowledged, and soon an idea flashed through his mind. He then turned to Zhang Gaofei and said. Zhang Gaofei nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's do it that way. I'll notify you the moment I get any updates. I'll also try my best to persuade the villagers not to buy those cars." "Thank you very much," Lin Muheng said sincerely. Zhang Gaofei shook his head. "I'm just looking out for our villagers. No need to thank me." Chapter 214, Undercover Investigation. After hanging up the phone, Lin Muheng's brows knitted tightly together, forming a deep character. With no time to dwell, he swiftly pulled up his contacts, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen until he found Sun Dayong's number and dialed it. On the other end, Sun Dayong's voice carried obvious urgency, clear through the receiver. "Mr. Lin, why the rush? Is this urgent?" "Dayong, this is extremely urgent. We need to head to Zhang Gaofei's village immediately," Lin Muheng said urgently. Without a moment's hesitation or further questions, Sun Dayong responded concisely, "Got it. I'll get ready immediately. Where should we meet?" "Meet us directly at the entrance of the plantation where Zhang Gaofei's village is located." Lin Muheng hung up decisively after speaking. After hanging up, Lin Muheng swiftly carried the prepared breakfast to the dining table. Then, with a hint of apology, he looked at Xie Wanning and said softly, "Honey, I have to run out on some urgent business. You guys eat first, don't wait for me." "Is it very urgent?" Xie Wanning looked concerned, her eyes filled with worry. She knew that anything capable of making Lin Muheng so anxious couldn't be trivial. "Yes. I'll leave Wanwan in your care," Lin Muheng said, reaching for the clothes beside him as he prepared to leave. Xie Wanning felt a pang of reluctance and instinctively tugged at the hem of his shirt, her eyes brimming with lingering affection. Then, she pressed a soft kiss to his cheek. A blush of shyness instantly spread across her own cheeks as she murmured, "I'll wait for you to come back." "All right." Lin Muheng's lips curved into a faint smile. With that, he turned, closed the door, and hurried away. Meanwhile, Zhang Gaofei had been pacing anxiously at the entrance of the cultivation base. Finally, the silhouettes of two vehicles appeared at the end of the road. Zhang Gaofei's eyes lit up instantly, and he hurried forward to meet them. Lin Muheng and Sun Dayong stepped out of their vehicles almost simultaneously, both wearing solemn expressions. "You're finally here. I'll take you to see those electric tricycles right now," Zhang Gaofei said, leading them into the base. Along the way, Zhang Gaofei was exceptionally cautious, frequently glancing around with alert, sharp eyes. After confirming no one was watching, he carefully pulled two straw hats from his chest and handed one to each of them. "Put these on. I don't want anyone to recognize you," he whispered, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension, as if they were engaged in some covert operation. Lin Muheng and Sun Dayong exchanged puzzled glances but accepted the hats and put them on. The three continued on their way. It must be said, Zhang Gaofei's constantly darting glances made him look every bit the guilty thief. Soon, they arrived at Zhou Changxing's greenhouse. From a distance, they could see about 30 brand new electric tricycles parked neatly beside the greenhouse, reflecting a dazzling glare under the sunlight. Sun Dayong's eyes widened instantly at the sight, as if he'd witnessed something utterly unbelievable. He hurried forward, circling the tricycles once, his face brimming with astonishment. "Mr. Lin, look! These electric tricycles are identical to the ones our factory produces, exact replicas." Sun Dayong's voice carried disbelief. He never imagined encountering such convincing counterfeits here. Lin Muheng followed closely, scrutinizing each tricycle with a furrowing brow. He reached out, running his fingers lightly over the body, feeling the rough texture. If I were judging by sight alone, I wouldn't even be able to tell these are fakes, he murmured to himself. As he spoke, Lin Muheng pulled his phone from his pocket and began recording, wanting to capture evidence. He tapped the body of an electric tricycle. Hearing the hollow sound, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This electric tricycle is as flimsy as paper. It's far too light, utterly unsafe. It's worse than a defective product. I can't believe they dare sell this stuff." Sun Daeon couldn't resist tapping one of the tricycles himself. Two hollow, thin thuds echoed back, sounding as if he'd struck a thin cardboard box. "Mr. Lin, listen to this. The materials used in these trikes aren't even enough to build one of our truck beds. These people have lost their minds, they've abandoned all conscience just to make a buck. They're not human," he declared indignantly, clenching his fists tightly. After speaking, he turned to Zhang Gaofei beside him, his eyes filled with puzzlement. "Young man, with electric tricycles of such poor quality, are there still people in your village who believe in them and go out to buy them?" He couldn't fathom why these villagers would fall for such a scam so easily. Zhang Gaofei shook his head helplessly, his face etched with bitterness. "Well, it's mostly the elderly in their 50s and 60s who get scammed. They buy these cheap electric trikes to save money. And from what I know, quite a few people have bought them." He sighed, his voice heavy with resignation. He paused before continuing, "These seniors worked hard their whole lives to save every penny. Now they're being swindled by unscrupulous merchants. It's infuriating." After hearing Zhang Gaofei's words, Lin Muheng and Sun Daeon's expressions darkened further. They knew full well that these electric tricycles weren't just poorly made, they posed serious safety hazards. Putting them on the road was nothing short of a disaster waiting to happen. The elderly, already limited in mobility and slower to react, would be risking their lives by riding such vehicles on the road. "Mr. Lin, they're peddling counterfeit goods. You absolutely must not let them get away with this. Otherwise, more elderly people will fall victim to their scams." Zhang Gaofei looked at Lin Muheng with pleading eyes, hoping he would seek justice for these seniors. Lin Muheng nodded, his gaze unwavering. "Rest assured, I will make them pay." But at that very moment, a commanding and abrupt voice boomed from the distance. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The voice thundered like a clap of lightning, exploding in the ears of the three, sending a jolt through each of them. They looked up to see Zhou Changsheng striding toward them, shovel in hand, his face alert. It was Zhou Changsheng himself. Returning from breakfast, he had spotted several suspicious figures lurking near his greenhouse. His suspicions immediately flared, and he had rushed over with his shovel in hand. Hearing the shout, Zhang Gaofei's heart skipped a beat. He inwardly cursed his luck, never expecting Zhou Changsheng to return so quickly. His face twisted in embarrassment as he turned, forcing a smile uglier than crying. His voice trembled slightly as he stammered, "Uncle Changsheng, it's me. These two are my friends." Chapter 215, This Can't Be Real. Clearly, Zhang Gaofei was thoroughly shaken by this unexpected turn of events. Hearing this, Zhou Changsheng's guard eased slightly, though his grip on the shovel remained tight, not relaxing one bit. "What are you doing here?" he demanded in a low voice, his gaze scrutinizing. We just wanted to take a look at the electric tricycle you bought," Zhang Gaofei stammered, his eyes darting nervously, unable to meet Zhou Changsheng's gaze. Zhou Changsheng's expression darkened instantly. "You said there was something wrong with the electric tricycle I bought," he snapped. "What's there to look at?" He twisted his head, impatience etched across his face, his wrinkles deepening with anger. "You're not welcome here. Get out now, or I'll have to get physical." With that, he deliberately waved the shovel in his hand as a warning. The shovel glinted coldly in the sunlight. Lin Muheng, Sun Daeon, and Zhang Gaofei exchanged glances, each realizing that what followed would likely not go smoothly. Zhang Gaofei watched Zhou Changsheng's stubborn, unyielding expression, and a fiery rage ignited within him, burning with pent-up frustration. He forced himself to suppress his rage and patiently tried to persuade him a few more times. But Zhou Changsheng paid him no mind whatsoever. Not only that, he began to sneer and mock him with cold words. This time, Zhang Gaofei's patience was completely exhausted. He fixed Zhou Changsheng with a burning stare and said, enunciating each word deliberately, "Uncle Changsheng, I'll be blunt with you. These electric tricycles you bought are counterfeit." As the words left his mouth, Zhang Gaofei realized that Zhou Changsheng probably wouldn't believe him based on his word alone. He needed someone with more authority to convince Zhou Changsheng. His gaze fell on Lin Muheng standing nearby. He quickly introduced, "This is Mr. Lin Muheng, owner of Tianheng Factory. I specifically invited him today to examine these electric tricycles." After the introduction, Zhang Gaofei turned to Lin Muheng, shrugged his shoulders, and wore an expression of helplessness, as if to say, "I've done my part. Now it's up to you." Then, he shoved Lin Muheng forward and declared, "Director Lin, you take it from here." Zhou Changsheng finally shifted his gaze away from Zhang Gaofei and began scrutinizing Lin Muheng from head to toe. He paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, followed by astonishment. "He's the factory manager? Xiao Fei, do you take me for a child? Am I that easy to fool?" To Zhou Changsheng, Lin Muheng looked far too young. His appearance and demeanor lacked any trace of the commanding presence one would expect from a factory owner managing a workforce. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that Zhang Gaofei was pulling the wool over his eyes. His voice suddenly rose several notches, tinged with anger and dissatisfaction. How could the factory manager of Tianheng be this young? You're clearly pulling my leg. Get out, get out. I don't have time to waste chatting nonsense with you. Zhou Changsheng waved his hand impatiently. Truth be told, when Zhou Changsheng and his group went to the exhibition to buy electric tricycles, the event was nearly over. Lin Muheng had already left early with his daughter Wanwan, so Zhou Changsheng and the others never actually met him. Had they met Lin Muheng then, they might not have been so quick to doubt. After all, seeing someone with your own eyes is far more convincing than hearing about them secondhand. Lin Muheng hadn't expected to be dismissed because of his youth. He paused for a moment, then a gentle smile spread across his face. Uncle, I am indeed the factory director of Tianheng. And I don't have a younger brother-in-law, only an older cousin. There's no reason for me to lie to you about my identity. As he spoke, Lin Muheng walked over to an electric tricycle, pointing at it as he began a detailed explanation. The vehicles you've purchased may look identical to those produced by our factory, but the quality is worlds apart. Moreover, our factory's electric tricycles all have anti-counterfeiting codes. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Saying this, Lin Muheng pulled a UV light from his pocket. He first shone the UV light on Zhang Gaofei's electric tricycle. A square QR code immediately appeared clearly on the backrest. Next, he shone the UV light on Zhou Changsheng's electric tricycle. As expected, nothing appeared. Zhou Changsheng, initially skeptical, widened his eyes. He leaned closer, scrutinized the tricycle meticulously, and ran his fingers over the backrest. Muttering under his breath, he exclaimed, "How could this be? I clearly bought a Tianheng factory electric tricycle. How could it be fake?" Seeing this, Zhang Gaofei sighed helplessly. "Uncle Changsheng, I told you these trikes were problematic. Now you believe me? The evidence is right in front of you. Don't be stubborn anymore." He silently calculated that with such irrefutable proof, Zhou Changsheng should finally believe them. However, Zhou Changsheng just stood there blankly, saying nothing. He stood there, his eyes reflecting a sense of bewilderment, as if still struggling to process this unbelievable reality. His mind was a chaotic jumble of thoughts, all tangled together. He couldn't wrap his head around how the car he'd bought could possibly be fake. Soon, he snapped back to reality. His cheeks flushed crimson, and he trembled with rage. Clenching his fists tightly, he pointed at Lin Muheng and Zhang Gaofei and bellowed, "You expect me to trust you based on a QR code? Who knows if you rigged that QR code beforehand to trick me? You're the scammers. What kind of crappy QR code is this? It's all bull." Zhou Changsheng's voice grew louder and more furious, booming like thunder that echoed through the air. He grabbed his shovel and swung it wildly through the air, shouting, "Get out of here! You're not welcome here." Sun Daeon, seeing this, retorted angrily, "You old fool. You refuse to believe our honest words but trust those scammers instead. You'll regret this sooner or later." As he spoke, he instinctively stepped back, fearing Zhou Changsheng's shovel might strike him. "Get out! Get out of here!" Zhou Changsheng paid no heed, continuing to shoo them away as the shovel whistled through the air. Lin Muheng, witnessing the scene, quickly interceded with gentle words, "Uncle, that electric tricycle is unreliable. You absolutely mustn't ride it. If you get into an accident on the road, it'll be a huge mess." He thought to himself, this old man might be stubborn, but he couldn't just stand by and watch him put himself in danger. He'd keep trying to talk some sense into him. "I don't believe a word you say." Zhou Changsheng snarled, then spat. The spit landed squarely at Lin Muheng's feet. Lin Muheng frowned. Seeing the old man was completely unresponsive to their pleas, he had no choice but to step back alongside Zhang Gaofei and Sun Daeon. Chapter 216, You're not going to catch them in the act, are you? Only after Zhou Changsheng saw the three of them retreating far away did he fling his shovel to the ground, still muttering curses under his breath. Standing there, watching the receding figures, he remained seething with anger, convinced they had deliberately deceived him. Back in the car, Sun Daeon sighed helplessly. "That old man is so stubborn. We came with good intentions to warn him, but he treated us like con artists. All our kindness went straight down the drain with him. It's really disheartening. Old folks in the village are all like that, stubborn as mules. They've lived their whole lives in their own little worlds, with their own ideas and beliefs. It's hard for them to accept others' opinions." Zhang Gaofei sighed deeply, feeling a bit worried. He wondered if Zhou Changsheng and the others would get into trouble using those counterfeit electric tricycles. After all, those vehicles were of such poor quality, like ticking time bombs, ready to cause danger at any moment. Sun Daeong turned to Lin Muheng and asked, "Mr. Lin, what should we do next?" Lin Muheng pondered, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest. After a moment, he turned to Zhang Gaofei and said, "Brother Zhang, as we discussed earlier, you start gathering intelligence. I'll also look for people to investigate on my end." "Willing to take them all down at once?" Zhang Gaofei nodded. "No problem. I'll keep you updated on any developments." "Got it." Lin Muheng nodded, then he and Sun Daeong got into the car and left the plantation. Zhang Gaofei didn't waste any time either. He went into the village to gather intelligence and soon uncovered crucial information. As night fell and the city lights came on, the neon sign of Fuyuan restaurant shone brightly in the darkness, catching the eye. Stepping inside, a wave of boisterous energy instantly enveloped them, a cacophony of voices, clinking glasses, and bustling activity. Yet amidst this bustling chaos, a secluded corner of the restaurant remained eerily quiet. Lin Muheng and Sun Daeong had been quietly waiting there for some time. Sun Daeong sat in his chair, leaning forward slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the hotel entrance, never wavering for a moment. Time slipped away, each passing second testing his patience. Finally, unable to contain himself, he turned his head toward Lin Muheng beside him. His voice was hushed, tinged with uncertainty, as he cautiously asked, "Mr. Lin, we've waited this long and haven't seen a single soul. Is Guan Tianfu really coming today?" Lin Muheng lifted his head slightly, his gaze steady and unwavering. He gave Sun Daeong a light pat on the shoulder and replied with unwavering certainty, "He will definitely come." After a pause, he added, "Guan Tianfu always places immense importance on business. With such a golden opportunity, how could he possibly pass it up? We just need to wait patiently." Earlier that afternoon, Lin Muheng's phone had suddenly rung. He picked it up to see it was Zhang Gaofei calling. Over the phone, Zhang Gaofei recounted in full detail the villagers' plan to purchase electric vehicles from Guan Tianfu and their dinner meeting at Fuyuan restaurant. Only after hearing this did Lin Muheng realize why the two of them were staking out here. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room at the restaurant, the villagers had been waiting for quite some time. They fidgeted restlessly, glancing at their watches one moment and anxiously scanning the doorway the next, their eyes brimming with urgency and anticipation. Just as Sun Daeong began to doubt Guan Tianfu would show up today, a familiar figure suddenly entered through the restaurant doors. Guan Tianfu wore a black baseball cap, its brim pulled down so low it nearly obscured half his face. Even in the evening, he wore a pair of sunglasses, his entire demeanor shrouded in mystery, as if terrified of being recognized. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness and vigilance. After confirming no suspicious figures were nearby, he swiftly slipped into the private room when no one was looking. However, every move was meticulously observed by Lin Muheng, seated in the corner. He swiftly pulled out his phone and captured the moment Guan Tianfu entered the private room. To avoid detection, Lin Muheng and Sun Daeong positioned themselves far from Guan Tianfu's private room. With the door tightly shut, they couldn't hear the conversation inside. Still, the occasional bursts of laughter seeping through the door crack made it clear the conversation inside was highly pleasant. Before long, Guan Tianfu emerged from the private room, his face beaming with a smug smile. Hands tucked into his pockets, he strode toward the restaurant entrance with a light step, swaggering confidently. Lin Muheng and Sun Daeong saw this and quickly stood up, carefully following behind. They moved with the utmost stealth, trying not to make a sound, afraid Guan Tianfu might notice them. Just as before, Guan Tianfu walked straight to a taxi parked by the roadside after leaving the restaurant. Lin Muheng and Sun Daeong dared not delay for a moment. They hurriedly got into a car and followed closely behind. Inside the car, Sun Daeong kept his eyes fixed on the taxi ahead, not daring to relax for a moment, afraid that one slip-up would cause them to lose sight of it. Soon, the taxi arrived at the same residential complex Guan Tianfu had visited last time. At the entrance, the lighting was dim and yellowish, with only a faint light glowing from the security booth. Guan Tianfu stepped out of the car, his eyes darting warily around the area. Satisfied that the coast was clear, he hurried into the residential complex. Seeing this, Lin Muheng hurriedly got out of the car and followed Guan Tianfu from a distance. Guan Tianfu exited through the back gate of the residential complex, hopped straight into a taxi, and sped away. At that moment, Sun Daeong was still waiting anxiously at the entrance for Lin Muheng's instructions. Seeing Guan Tianfu depart by car, Lin Muheng was so flustered he didn't even have time to signal Sun Daeong to come assist. He quickly scanned the area and spotted a taxi parked by the roadside. Rushing over, he yanked open the door and climbed inside. Once seated, the driver greeted him warmly with a smile. "Hello, where would you like to go?" Lin Muheng, frantic, pointed at the taxi just pulling away and urgently said, "Driver, please follow that car up front." The driver paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Sure thing, hold on tight." Lin Muheng knew this tailing mission couldn't be exposed. He hurriedly instructed the driver, "Sir, keep some distance. Don't let them spot us." As the driver navigated the streets, he glanced at Lin Muheng's tense and serious expression in the rearview mirror. Unable to resist, he chuckled and teased, "Young man, you're not going to catch someone cheating, are you?" Lin Muheng casually brushed it off. Yeah. He'd intended to brush it off, but the driver took it seriously and launched into a lengthy lecture. "Young man, matters of the heart can't be forced. If something like that really happened, don't dwell on it too much. Three-legged toads are hard to find, but two-legged women are everywhere. Don't let this ruin the rest of your life." The driver's words were full of genuine concern. Lin Muheng felt both amused and exasperated, yet he couldn't bring himself to interrupt the driver's earnestness. He could only offer a helpless wry smile, thinking to himself, this driver sure is a warm-hearted fellow. Chapter 217, Smashed by a Truck, Votes Needed. Fortunately, the taxi soon pulled up in front of a dilapidated factory. Lin Muheng breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, his ears would have grown calluses from the driver's incessant chatter. Through the window, he watched Guan Tianfu get out and stride quickly into the factory. Seeing this, Lin Muheng hurriedly got out too. The driver, noticing this, got out to offer comfort. Young man, don't act rashly. Try to look on the bright side. His eyes were filled with concern, as if he feared Lin Muheng might do something impulsive. Lin Muheng gave a helpless smile and turned to the driver, saying sincerely, "Thank you, sir." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Sun Dayong's car came speeding up like the wind. Sun Dayong hurried over to Lin Muheng, his face twisted with indignation. "Mr. Lin, that bastard Guan Tianfu was too cunning. If you hadn't followed him today, my guys would still be waiting downstairs like fools." Lin Muheng hadn't expected Guan Tianfu to be so cautious either. He immediately replied, "Let's go. We'll follow and see." With that, the two men quickened their pace toward the factory. Fearing detection, they circled around to an abandoned entrance of the factory. Weeds grew thick around the entrance, and piles of debris stacked up like mountains, forming a small hill blocking their path. With tremendous effort, they navigated through the clutter and finally squeezed their way into the factory interior. Stepping inside, a pungent, foul odor hit them like a wave, a sickening blend of chemicals that made their stomachs churn. The interior was as dark as midnight, with only faint moonlight filtering through broken windows, barely illuminating their path. They moved with extreme caution, fearing even the slightest sound might betray their presence. Finally, they arrived outside a workshop where faint sounds could be heard emanating from within. Lin Muheng and Sun Dayong swiftly pulled out their phones, aimed the cameras inside the workshop, and began filming. However, due to the distance, the footage was blurry and indistinct, revealing only vague outlines. Still, for them, this was better than capturing nothing at all. During the filming, Lin Muheng's keen eyes spotted what appeared to be large machinery and equipment arranged inside the workshop. Nearby, unfinished electric vehicle components were piled up haphazardly. Guan Tianfu was huddled with several men, talking incessantly. After filming, the two dared not linger for a moment, carefully retreating from the factory. Back in the car, the atmosphere felt slightly heavy. Sun Dayong turned his head slightly, his gaze fixed on Lin Muheng as he asked, "Mr. Lin, what should we do now?" Lin Muheng's eyes were resolute as he replied in a low voice, "We'll continue our stakeout. See if we can capture footage of them shipping goods tomorrow. Only with more concrete evidence can we take action." "Understood." Sun Dayong nodded firmly. After that, the two sat quietly in the cramped car, keeping watch. Unnoticed, the horizon gradually lightened with the first hint of dawn. Lin Muheng glanced at his watch. It wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. The night had been unbearably uncomfortable in the car. His body felt stiff as a board, every joint aching as if nailed in place. He stepped out of the car, stood in the morning breeze, took a deep breath, and stretched his arms wide. Meanwhile, Guan Tianfu and his group remained completely silent. Yet, in this seemingly tranquil moment, Lin Muheng's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. Run Da-jin emerged from a vehicle, his steps hurried and his expression frantic. His eyes darted nervously around, glancing about constantly. Spotting him, Lin Muheng's brow furrowed slightly as he thought to himself, these two definitely have something fishy going on. To gather more evidence, the two had no choice but to continue their stakeout. Meanwhile, Zhang Gaofei had just emerged from the greenhouse after finishing his chores. The summer dawn broke early. He took advantage of the cool morning air to start work early, avoiding the direct heat of the sun. He rode his electric tricycle leisurely from the planting base toward the village. The tricycle bumped along the country road, creaking and groaning with every jolt. As he passed a crossroads, he noticed a crowd gathered in the middle of the intersection, bustling and lively. People whispered and chattered, their faces filled with surprise and curiosity. Zhang Gaofei noticed a truck parked nearby, its front end dented and twisted, clearly the result of a recent collision. Not only that, debris littered the ground, shards of glass and scattered objects strewn haphazardly across the pavement. Clearly, a traffic accident had just occurred here. Zhang Gaofei wasn't one to join the commotion. He intended to ride straight past, but as he approached the intersection, a familiar figure caught his eye. He stared, his heart sinking as his brow furrowed involuntarily. "Uncle Changsheng," he murmured. The figure was none other than Zhou Changsheng. He lay curled up on the ground, moaning in pain. Seeing this, Zhang Gaofei couldn't care less about anything else. He quickly parked his electric tricycle to the side and hurried over. His heartbeat quickened involuntarily, his footsteps growing more urgent. Zhou Changsheng lay on the ground, his face as pale as paper, beads of sweat covering his forehead. His hands clutched tightly at his injured area as he groaned in agony. Beside him, a man who appeared to be a driver anxiously dialed emergency services on his phone. Seeing this, Zhang Gaofei dashed forward, crouched down, and asked with deep concern, "Uncle Changsheng, how are you? Can you speak?" But Zhou Changsheng could only groan in agony, unable to respond. Zhang Gaofei, his heart racing, quickly pulled his phone from his pocket and dialed the numbers of Zhou Changxing's family members. Soon, the wail of an ambulance grew louder as it approached. Medical personnel swiftly exited the vehicle and expertly lifted Zhou Changxing onto the stretcher. As the only person who knew Zhou Changxing, Zhang Gaofei followed him into the ambulance, heading to the hospital together. Soon, inside the hospital, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. Zhang Gaofei waited anxiously outside the ward. Soon, Zhou Changxing's family members hurried over, led by his wife, Song Suifan. Her face was etched with worry, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety. She hurried to Zhang Gaofei and asked in a trembling voice, "Xiaofei, how is Uncle Changxing? Any news from inside?" Her hands clenched tightly together, knuckles turning white, her eyes brimming with worry. Seeing Song Suifan's frantic state, Zhang Gaofei felt a pang of sorrow. He slowly shook his head and whispered, "No." Chapter 218, These legs must be amputated. Hearing this, tears instantly welled up in Song Suifan's eyes, rolling down her cheeks. Sobbing, her voice choked with tears, she asked, "How could this happen? What about the driver who hit him?" Her body trembled slightly, as if she might collapse at any moment. Zhang Gaofei didn't answer. Instead, he silently turned his gaze to the man crouched nearby. The man kept his head bowed, arms wrapped around his head, his body trembling slightly. He seemed to be either repenting or overcome with fear. His hair fell wildly across his forehead, obscuring his eyes and making his expression impossible to read. Zhou Changxing's family members, upon seeing him, immediately swarmed around the man. They spoke all at once, their voices overlapping in a flurry of angry accusations. "How could you drive like that? Didn't you see a grown man standing right there?" The voice belonged to Zhou Changxing's daughter, shrill enough to pierce the air. "Exactly. Look what you did to my brother. You're responsible for this." A middle-aged man waved his fist, his eyes burning with rage. The man crouched on the ground, head bowed, unable to meet anyone's gaze. He kept repeating, I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to. He ran the red light, and I slammed on the brakes, but I couldn't stop in time." His voice trembled with tears and a sense of injustice. "I'm a victim too." Zhang Gaofei stood nearby, watching the scene unfold, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Soon, the tightly sealed operating room door slowly creaked open under the anxious gazes of the crowd, emitting a dull, oppressive sound. Immediately after, the doctor emerged from inside, his step slightly heavy. Zhou Changxing's family members, seeing the doctor emerge, rushed toward him like they'd found a lifeline, swarming around him in a tight circle. "Doctor, how is the patient? Is it serious?" Song Suifan asked, her voice filled with panic. The doctor slowly removed his mask, his expression as stern as a cold stone statue. He scanned the crowd with his gaze and spoke slowly, "You are Zhou Changxing's family, correct?" After they nodded, the doctor spoke gravely, "The patient's legs are crushed beyond recognition. His condition is critical. At this point, amputation is the only option. Here is the consent form. If there are no objections, please sign it promptly so we can proceed with the surgery." He handed over the consent form. That thin sheet of paper now felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Hearing this news, which felt like a bolt from the blue, Song Suifan felt darkness cloud her vision. Her legs instantly went weak, and she nearly collapsed. She pounded her chest with both hands, weeping with heart-wrenching anguish. "Why must your father suffer so? How will he manage without his leg? The shock when he wakes up." Her cries echoed through the silent corridor, piercing the heart of anyone who heard them. The woman beside her hurried to support Song Suifan, her own eyes already brimming with tears that fell like beads from a broken string. She held Song Suifan tightly, whispering softly, "Mom, at least Dad survived. We should sign the consent form." Song Suifan let out a long sigh, filled with helplessness and despair. Her hands trembling, she took the pen the doctor handed her and signed her name on the consent form. Seeing the family's signature, the doctor nodded and turned back toward the operating room, returning to the tense procedure. Not long after, the truck driver received a call from the traffic police. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled a little upon hearing the voice on the other end. It turned out the liability had been determined. He bore 2/3 of the responsibility, while Zhou Changxing bore 8/10. The truck driver exhaled deeply, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. After all, in his view, he wasn't primarily responsible for the accident. He had been driving normally when Zhou Changxing suddenly ran a red light, causing this tragedy. Although he bore 2 points of responsibility, the other party was lying in the operating room. He had no objections to this outcome. However, Zhou Changxing's relatives refused to accept this outcome. His daughter, Zhou Shufan, immediately called the traffic police officer handling the case. Her brows furrowed tightly during the call, her eyes blazing with anger and resentment, as if a fire burned within her. Clutching the phone tightly, her voice carried accusation and discontent as she demanded a reasonable explanation from the officer. 10 minutes later, Zhou Shufan hung up, her face darkening to a frightening shade. Song Suifan hurried over to ask, "Xiaofan, what did the officer say?" Zhou Shufan gritted her teeth and said angrily, "They said my dad ran a red light and was blocking the road with his electric tricycle. They claimed the severity of the accident was mainly due to the poor quality of the electric tricycle. It's an uncertified product. While Zhou Shufan reluctantly accepted the liability determination, the claim that the tricycle was uncertified filled her with rage. She turned to Song Chuifan with displeasure. Mom, didn't I tell you not to be penny wise and pound foolish? That electric tricycle Dad rode is basically an unregistered vehicle. A huge chunk of his future medical expenses will fall on us. Saving your whole life, only to lose a leg and still not keep the money. I really don't understand how you think. Zhou Shufan was utterly speechless, at a loss for words. After hearing her daughter's words, Song Suifan looked utterly bewildered. Her eyes widened as she asked in confusion, they said our tricycle is an uncertified product? Impossible. Yesterday your father took so much money from me, saying it was for the tricycle. How could it suddenly become uncertified? The traffic police inspected it, so there's definitely no problem, Zhou Shufan said. Seeing her mother speak with such conviction, she immediately asked, Mom, where did you buy the electric tricycle? Do you have the address? Let's go confront them. If there really is something wrong with the vehicle, the manufacturer has to take responsibility. My father lost both his legs, we can't just let this go without a fight. Zhou Shufan's eyes flashed with determination. After all, the family had invested all their savings in the greenhouse. To save lives, they had to find the responsible party. Song Suifan thought carefully, then suddenly slapped her forehead. Yes. I remember the manufacturer's address was on the electric tricycle. Take your uncles home to check it out. I'll stay here with your dad. Her tone carried a hint of urgency and anticipation, as if she'd glimpsed hope for a solution. All right. Zhou Shufan nodded and turned to leave. Zheng Gaofei, standing nearby, quickly asked, Sisfan, where are you going? I'm going to find their factory and demand an explanation. Zhou Shufan said fiercely, then hurried away with her companions. Watching their receding figures, Zhang Gaofei wanted to point out that this factory wasn't the one they were looking for, but remembering the hospital's no loud voices rule, he held his tongue. He shook his head helplessly, let out a long sigh, then made his way to the stairwell. There, he pulled out his phone and dialed Lin Muheng's number. At that moment, Lin Muheng was still waiting outside Tianfu factory when suddenly, his phone rang in his pocket. He pulled it out to find it was Zhang Gaofei calling. Lin Muheng's heart tightened, an ominous premonition rising within him. He quickly answered the call and heard the anxious voice on the other end, Mr. Lin, it's serious. Zhou Changxing's daughter has brought people to your factory to cause trouble. Lin Muheng's expression instantly darkened. He furrowed his brow and demanded, what happened? Give me the details. Chapter 219, Family Demands Answers at Factory Gates. Before long, Zhou Shufan arrived at the factory gates, leading a large group of over 20 uncles and relatives. The factory's heavy iron gate stood firmly shut. The security guard sat comfortably in his booth, leisurely lifting his teacup to take a small sip of fragrant tea, his face radiating contentment. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise surged like a tidal wave into his ears. His brow instantly furrowed, confusion clouding his mind like dark clouds. He slowly set down his teacup, stood up, and stepped out of the guard booth at a measured pace. Standing at the entrance, his gaze swept over the 20 or so people gathered before him, his eyes unconsciously revealing a hint of wariness and confusion. Zhou Shufan stood at the very front of the crowd, her eyes burning with rage. Behind her, her uncles and elders all wore unpleasant expressions. The security guard cleared his throat, his expression turning stern. He bellowed, what are you doing here? No parking at the factory entrance. If you have no business, leave immediately. Don't cause trouble here. At this, Zhou Shufan's already tense face darkened further. Her voice was as icy as winter shards as she demanded, is your boss here? Tell him to come out. The security guard cautiously surveyed the group before asking, what business do you have with our boss? Hearing this, Zhou Shufan let out a cold laugh, sharp and piercing, like a blade filled with scorn and fury. She bellowed at the top of her lungs, your factory is in big trouble. Huge trouble. My father was riding one of your factory's electric tricycles when he crashed. Both his legs had to be amputated. Zhou Shufan's eyes instantly reddened as her voice choked up, as if something had lodged in her throat. Uncontrollably, the image of her father writhing in agony in the operating room flashed through her mind. Her heart felt as though it were being pierced by countless needles, a sharp, stabbing pain. The traffic police said your factory's electric tricycle is a counterfeit product. You must give me an explanation today. Her voice carried an unquestionable resolve. Hearing this, the uncles and cousins behind her erupted in a chorus of agreement, their voices rising like a boiling pot. We demand answers. No explanation, no leaving. Exactly. You must give us an explanation today, or this won't end. Voices rose in a cacophony, growing louder and more agitated, like a pack of angry lions poised to pounce. Hearing this, the security guard shook his head helplessly, a look of utter resignation on his face. Spreading his hands innocently, he said, have you got the wrong factory? This is Tianheng Factory. Our electric tricycles are built to last. There's absolutely no way they'd break like you're describing. Even if you're trying to scam someone, you should at least get your facts straight. Our electric trikes are built to last. They could crash into a wall and still leave the wall in ruins while the trike remains unscathed, the security guard declared with unshakable confidence, his eyes gleaming with pride as if stating an undisputed truth. Moreover, our electric tricycles not only meet national standards but exceed them in every metric. How could they possibly be counterfeit products? With that, the guard began impatiently shooing the crowd away. Waving his arms, he bellowed, "Stop crowding around here. It won't do any good. Get out of here now." Zhou Shufan, seeing this, flushed crimson with anger. She challenged him loudly, "You dare claim these electric tricycles aren't made in your factory?" Her voice was sharp and piercing, as if trying to shatter the guard's eardrums. With that, she waved her hand, and an uncle-like figure behind her immediately pulled an electric tricycle off a truck. Zhou Shufan pointed at the address on the tricycle and declared, "This address is written clearly Tianheng Factory. We haven't made a mistake." At this point, you still want to deny it? The sight of the tricycle instantly silenced the security guard. His eyes darted over the vehicle, a flicker of panic flashing in his gaze. This vehicle was identical to those produced by the factory both in appearance and the prominent logo. It looked as if it had rolled straight off the factory assembly line. The guard opened his mouth, but his throat felt constricted as if something had lodged there. For a moment, he couldn't find the words, standing there dumbstruck and speechless. He knew full well he was merely a worker at Tianheng Factory. How could he dare to speak freely? After hesitating for a long time, he finally managed a perfunctory response, "Our boss isn't here. You guys shouldn't be crowding around like this. Even if you do, it's all for nothing." With that, the guard turned to leave the scene of trouble. But Zhou Shufan wasn't about to let him off that easily. She lunged forward in a single swift step, blocking his path firmly. Her face flushed crimson, her chest heaving violently as she shouted, "My father is still lying in the operating room, fighting for his life. Get your factory boss here immediately. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what I might do." Her eyes flashed with a steely resolve, like a tigress roused to fury. "But, the factory's shut down, and I can't reach our boss." The security guard spread his hands helplessly, a look of embarrassment and helplessness washing over his face. Hearing this, Zhou Shufan grew even more certain that something fishy was going on at the factory. Otherwise, why would it suddenly shut down out of the blue? A surge of rage welled up inside her, growing fiercer with every thought. After all, what her father had lost wasn't just any limb, it was his legs. They were his lifeline for the rest of his life, now gone forever because of this electric tricycle. "I don't care. If you can't get in touch with them, you're not leaving here." With that, Zhou Shufan shot a meaningful glance at the uncles and cousins behind her. They immediately understood and swiftly surrounded the security guard. Left with no choice, the security guard pulled out his phone. He hesitated, his finger hovering over the screen for a moment before tentatively saying, "I'm calling our boss now. If you can't get through, don't blame me. Cut the crap and make the call," a burly uncle barked, his voice booming like thunder, making the security guard flinch. Hearing this, the security guard's hands trembled so violently he nearly dropped the phone. He quickly dialed Lin Muheng's number, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. On the other end, Lin Muheng sat in a taxi, his brow furrowed, a hint of urgency in his eyes. He was on his way when he saw the security guard's call. He had a hunch about the reason behind it. He surmised that Zhou Changxing's daughter must have arrived. Lin Muheng didn't answer the call. He hung up immediately and urged the driver, "Sir, please hurry up." Chapter 220, "I'm just a working guy." The persistent busy tone echoing through the phone felt like heavy blows pounding against the security guard's heart. His face wore utter helplessness as his gaze swept over the crowd gathered around him. He spread his hands wide, his voice thick with unmasked despair. "Everyone, you saw it yourselves. Our boss just won't pick up the phone. I'm really at a loss here." A voice grumbled from the crowd, tinged with frustration and urgency. Seeing this, the security guard hurriedly explained, "I'm just an employee here. In this factory, I only follow the boss's orders. Pressuring me like this won't help at all. I can't make decisions for you." After speaking, his feet instinctively shifted backward. He was scheming in his mind, trying to slip away unnoticed while everyone was distracted. But such a small maneuver couldn't escape the watchful eyes of the crowd. The moment he took a step, before he could even steady himself, a voice rang out from the crowd, "He's trying to run. Stop him." In an instant, arms shot out like a solid wall, blocking his path completely and leaving him immobilized. Caught red-handed, the security guard sighed helplessly, "You guys are useless at holding me back." At that moment, Zhou Shufan slowly emerged from the crowd. Her expression was stern as she walked straight up to the security guard. "Although this matter isn't directly your fault," she said in a sharp tone, "you work here, so you're not going anywhere until your boss arrives." Zhou Shufan's heart was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, like a jar of mixed flavors had been overturned. Silently, she muttered to herself, "My father is still lying in the hospital operating room, his life hanging in the balance. How could I possibly have the heart to consider others? Today, no matter what, I must seek justice for my father. I won't let him suffer this injustice in vain." Her eyes sharpened as she turned toward the security booth. With a click, the factory gates slowly swung open. With a wave of her hand, she led her uncles in a steady procession into the factory grounds. They found an open space and waited quietly for the boss to arrive. Time ticked by, and a heavy atmosphere hung over the factory. Suddenly, a clamor erupted outside the factory walls, growing louder and closer by the second. The address on the electric bike matches this place, no mistake. Fellow villagers, we must demand justice today. We can't just let this slide. A middle-aged man in camouflage fatigue shouted at the top of his lungs. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he led the group behind him into the factory with fierce determination. These were Zhang Gaofei's fellow villagers. They poured in a large group, roughly 20 or so at a glance. Each wore a look of fury, their eyes blazing with rage and discontent, as if determined to tear the factory apart. Zhou Shufan heard the commotion at the factory entrance and felt a jolt in her heart. She hurriedly got up to investigate. When she saw the man leading the group, shock filled her eyes and she blurted out, "Uncle Zhu, what brings you here?" Zhang Taizhu sighed deeply, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen. His voice was bitter as he said, "Shufan, we all heard about your father. Sigh. Though he lost his legs, at least he's still alive. That's the silver lining in this tragedy." He lifted his head to stare at the factory before him, his eyes burning with anger and resentment, as if the fury within him might erupt at any moment. He continued, "What happened to your father has scared us all. Who would dare ride a Tianheng factory-made electric tricycle now? We had to come here to demand answers. We just can't feel at ease otherwise." No sooner had he finished than he seemed to remember something. He urgently asked Zhou Shufan, "Shufan, have you seen the factory owner? Where is he?" Zhou Shufan shook her head helplessly, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Uncle Zhu, I haven't seen the boss. I've been trying to call him, but the line keeps going dead. Who knows where he's hiding? Probably ducking like a turtle after finding out about the electric tricycle accident." Zhang Tieju's brow instantly furrowed. Veins bulged on his forehead as he clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. His face twisted with rage as he shouted, "That bastard. He just ducks out when trouble hits, no sense of responsibility whatsoever. We ordinary folks work our fingers to the bone to save every penny, and he rips us off like this? Does he have any conscience left?" Hearing this, a man behind him sighed deeply, his face filled with helplessness. "We can't reach him now. What are we supposed to do?" Hearing this, a man in the crowd suddenly burst into tears with a wail. He collapsed onto the ground, slapping the earth with his hands as he wept pitifully. This man was the one who had bought the electric tricycle with Zhou Changsheng back then, nicknamed Fat Son. Though obese in build, he now wept like a child, his face streaked with tears. Zhang Taizhu frowned at the sight, unable to suppress a wry smile. "Son Fatso," he said, "you're over 40 now. What kind of spectacle is this, sitting here crying like a woman? Can't you just talk things out? Does crying solve anything?" He looked at Sun Fat with obvious disdain, his eyes betraying a hint of resignation. Sun Fat, however, brushed it off. Wiping his tears with the back of his hand, he retorted angrily, "What do you know? Yesterday, Brother Shang and I each bought 35 electric tricycles. That was all my hard-earned money, saved drop by drop. Now the boss has vanished without a trace, and I can't even use these brand new bikes. All that money just went down the drain. These days, money's hard to earn and life's tough. I'm heartbroken over that money. Now it's all gone, what am I supposed to do?" As he spoke, his sense of injustice grew, and he began wailing again. Seeing this, the people behind Zhang Taizhu immediately fell silent. They exchanged awkward glances, their faces betraying their discomfort. Among them, the most anyone had bought was 3 electric tricycles. Compared to Fat Sun, they certainly had no face to mock him. On the ground, Sun Fat grew more animated as he cried and cursed, "No wonder I got an electric tricycle for just 2,500 yuan. Turns out it was a counterfeit product. I'm such an idiot. Nothing good ever comes for free. All because I was greedy for a bargain. Now I've been ripped off big time. How am I supposed to live like this?" The crowd listened silently to Sun Fat's lament, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 221, What's Wrong with Security Guards? Hearing this, Zhang Tieju's already furrowed brow instantly knotted into a tight knot. His face twisted with suspicion as he whipped his head around, his piercing gaze locking onto Sun Fatty. He bellowed the question at the top of his lungs. "How much did you pay for that electric tricycle? Wasn't it 3,499? His voice carried a hint of urgency and anxiety, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists, clearly fixated on this price discrepancy. Sun Fat scratched his head and grinned. "Nope, I got mine for 2,500. Even though he dared not use the electric tricycle now, the fact that he'd paid 2,500 while the other guy paid 3,499 made him feel triumphant. He was practically walking around with his tail in the air, convinced he'd snagged an incredible bargain. "Hey! That bastard sold it to you that cheap?" Zhang Tieju's eyes widened like copper bells at the news. Rage flared instantly across his face, his voice rising several octaves. "He's making 1,000 yuan off us with tears in his eyes. Do you think it's easy for us to earn our hard-earned money? Yet he's so heartless, this is blatant rip-off. His words grew more heated, spittle flying from his mouth. He whipped around, his gaze sweeping over the group of equally indignant villagers behind him. Each face was twisted with fury, fists clenched tight. Zhang Taizhu bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Fellow villagers. That heartless boss has fleeced us out of so much money. We can't just let this slide. If we don't get justice today, we're not leaving. We won't let him bully us like this. Right. We won't leave." The crowd erupted like a boiling pot, echoing his words in unison. Voices rose in a cacophony of anger, emotions running high. The moment the words left his mouth, the security guard crouched pitifully in the corner could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet with a sharp snap, standing tall and speaking with righteous conviction, "Impossible. Our factory has always sold electric tricycles at 3,499 yuan, never at a second price. If you bought one for 2,500, it must be a counterfeit." "Counterfeit? Impossible." Hearing this, Fat Sun immediately sprang forward like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His face twisted in disbelief as he shouted back, "We bought it from your factory director's brother-in-law. How could it be fake? Stop spouting nonsense." His face flushed crimson like a ripe apple, the veins on his neck bulging. "He was personally supervising the tricycle production at the factory last night. Didn't you know?" Sun Fatty added defiantly, his eyes flashing a hint of challenge. Originally, the security guard had hesitated upon seeing the Tianheng factory markings on the tricycle, wondering if he'd made a mistake. But after hearing Sun Fat's words, he immediately straightened his back and declared with confidence, "Our factory has been shut down these past 2 days, no production at all. Not only that, but our boss hasn't brought anyone here, let alone his brother-in-law." As the security guard responsible for registering visitors, he had no recollection of seeing any strangers, let alone the factory director's brother-in-law. Now he was certain the other party had bought counterfeit goods. He couldn't help but think to himself, "These people, they've been scammed and don't even realize it." But Sun the Fat, hearing this, looked utterly incredulous. He crossed his arms over his chest, his face twisted into a sneer as he retorted in a sarcastic tone, "You're just a lowly security guard, of course you wouldn't recognize the factory director's brother-in-law. Maybe he came quietly without you knowing. Now that this incident has happened at your factory, don't even think about making excuses. You won't get away with it. Don't assume you can fool us with some made-up story. If it wasn't our factory's electric tricycle, why would we be running?" Called a mere stinking security guard, the security uncle instantly flew into a rage. His face flushed crimson, like a burning flame, as he pointed an accusing finger at the other man and shouted, "You snob! What's wrong with being a security guard? Who do you think you are? You bought that electric tricycle for 2,500 yuan, you deserve to get scammed. You were greedy for a cheap deal, and now you blame us for the problem? Put. They were both just working to make a living, why should he be looked down upon?" The security guard seethed with pent-up anger, refusing to tolerate the other's foul temper. His eyes flashed with rage and contempt. Sun Fatty, hearing this, was furious that some lowly security guard dared challenge him. His eyes blazed like a raging bull, ready to charge. He stormed forward, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked, ready to teach the man a lesson. At that critical moment, a man's voice boomed from the factory entrance, "Stop right there." It was Lin Muheng. He hurried over to the security guard, spread his arms wide like a towering mountain blocking Sun Fatty, and shouted, "You wanted to talk to me? I'm here. Don't take it out on my factory workers. If you have a problem, take it up with me." Seeing his boss shield him, the security guard felt a warm wave wash over him. He gave Lin Muheng a light pat on the shoulder and shrugged indifferently, "Mr. Lin, I'm fine." His gaze turned icy as he fixed it on Fat Sun, adding triumphantly, "If he dares lay a finger on me today, I'll make him pay until he's bankrupt." "You think you can extort me? Think again." Sun Fat snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. Then, he scrutinized Lin Muheng from head to toe, his face brimming with astonishment. "How come it's you, kid?" His face was a picture of disbelief, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow an egg. "You're telling me you're really the owner of Tianheng Factory?" He couldn't believe this young man before him was the very person they'd been searching for. He had seen him briefly in the village yesterday, standing beside Zheng Gaofei. Before Zhang Taizhu and the others could finish their thoughts, they instantly surrounded Lin Muheng. Their eyes blazed with fury, as if they wanted to devour him alive. "Factory manager Lin, you owe us an explanation today." Zhang Taizhu bellowed. "Why did we pay so much more for our electric tricycles than everyone else?" The surrounding villagers echoed his demands, their emotions escalating until the tension in the air reached a breaking point. Nearby, Zhou Shufan saw the shock in the young man's eyes. She hadn't expected the factory owner to be so young. Had she come alone, she might have doubted it, but seeing Zhang Taizhu and the others address him as Director Lin, she dismissed her suspicions. She then pushed her way through the crowd to the front and shouted sternly, "Director Lin, my father was riding one of your factory's electric tricycles and is now lying in the hospital. You must give us an explanation today." Chapter 222, Mine's the Real Deal. In the factory courtyard, a crowd had tightly surrounded Lin Muheng at the center. Voices rose in a cacophony, as if they were about to tear the place apart. Lin Muheng felt as if thousands of flies were buzzing madly in his ears, the noise driving him to distraction. His brow furrowed as he raised his hands high, then bellowed to silence them. Stop. Listen to me first. I will give everyone a satisfactory explanation for everything. His words gradually quieted the crowd, though eyes still blazed with anger, laced with a hint of expectation. They fixed on him, waiting to see what explanation he could possibly offer. Lin Muheng took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. His expression sincere, his gaze slowly sweeping over each person, he said, I know you're all here because of the electric tricycle issue. Today, I'm here to formally declare several things to everyone. First, the electric tricycles produced by our factory have always been sold exclusively at the price of 3,499 yuan. This is our factory's clearly marked official retail price, and there has never been any other price. No sooner had he finished speaking than murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. Lin Muheng paid them no mind and continued. Second, regarding my personal situation, my wife has no younger brothers, so there's no such thing as a factory director's brother-in-law, but... Lin Muheng continued, a hint of resignation in his tone. I know there are rumors circulating that our factory has a factory director's brother-in-law selling electric tricycles at rock-bottom prices. This is pure nonsense. Think about it, if such a thing were true, our factory's reputation would have been ruined long ago. How could we still be operating normally today? Upon hearing this news, the crowd reacted in various ways. Some rejoiced while others worried. Those who had purchased electric tricycles at the regular price gradually broke into relieved smiles. Those who had bought at the discounted price, however, wore worried expressions, their eyes filled with unease. At that moment, Zhang Tieju's eyes darted rapidly as he processed Lin Muheng's words. A look of excitement spread across his face as he exclaimed, We bought our electric tricycles at 3,499 yuan. So does that mean ours are fine? Lin Muheng smiled and nodded affirmatively. Exactly. Any electric tricycle purchased at our factory's official price comes with guaranteed quality. Our factory has always adhered to the principle of honest business practices and would never compromise on product quality. Upon receiving Lin Muheng's reassurance, Zhang Taizhu and his companions beamed with relief. Earlier, he'd been furious that his electric tricycle cost 1,000 yuan more than the one Sun Fatty and the others bought, feeling he'd been ripped off and harboring resentment. Hearing this news now, he felt incredibly relieved, as if he'd won the lottery. He shot a triumphant glance at Sun Fatty, his eyes brimming with glee, as if saying, See? Mine's the real deal. Yours are all knockoffs. That look was pure defiance and pride, as if he'd emerged victorious in this little war. Sun Fatty, however, was still pondering Lin Muheng's words and hadn't noticed the other's show of triumph. His brow furrowed, his eyes filled with confusion and unease as he tried to decipher the truth behind Lin Muheng's words. He kept scratching his head, muttering, How could that be? They look exactly the same. At that moment, Zhang Taizhu felt a wave of lingering dread when he thought of Zhou Changsheng's situation. Zhou Changsheng had been riding an electric tricycle when the accident happened. He was still hospitalized, his condition uncertain. He looked at Lin Muheng with concern and said, Factory director, you'll keep your word, right? Don't back out if something goes wrong later. Zhou Changsheng is still in the hospital. We don't want to end up like him. Lin Muheng nodded solemnly. I promise. If you don't trust me, record my words. If I go back on my word later, you'll have proof. That's a good idea. Zhang Taizhu and his group were honest farmers who'd worked hard their whole lives. Saving money wasn't easy. They knew all too well that if something went wrong, not only would their life savings be wiped out, but their children would suffer too. Hearing Lin Muheng's assurance, everyone relaxed, their faces lighting up with relieved smiles. Just as Lin Muheng finished reassuring some of the buyers, Sun Fat and Zhou Shufan hurriedly pulled him over, their faces filled with suspicion as they questioned him. What did you mean by that earlier? You really don't have a brother-in-law? You're not just making excuses to avoid taking responsibility for our electric tricycles, are you? Lin Muheng shook his head helplessly and patiently explained, Everything I said is true. Our factory only ever sold them at 3,499 yuan. The electric tricycles you bought for 2,500 yuan weren't made by our factory, they're counterfeits produced by another factory. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Sun Fat roared angrily, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck. Our tricycle looks exactly like yours. How can it be counterfeit? I don't believe you. You're just trying to shirk responsibility. We paid money for this vehicle, and now it's faulty, you want to wash your hands of it? That's outrageous. Exactly. I can tell you just don't want to deal with our family's issues. Zhou Shufan, hearing the earlier exchange, also grew agitated. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears as she looked at Lin Muheng, echoing Sun Fat's words. Her family and Sun Fat had bought electric tricycles from the same batch, they were practically in the same boat. Now that trouble had struck, she felt both anxious and fearful. With her father's medical bills and the upcoming costs for prosthetic limbs looming, she couldn't afford to back down. Lin Muheng looked at the two emotionally charged individuals and deeply understood their skepticism. After all, they had spent a considerable sum on their purchase. To suddenly be told they'd bought counterfeits was something anyone would find hard to accept. He took a deep breath and patiently explained, "I understand how you feel, but this is the reality. While those counterfeits may resemble our factory's products externally, their internal construction and materials differ significantly." Seeing their faces still filled with skepticism, as if they'd never believe it, Lin Muheng quickly scanned the surroundings. His gaze soon landed on the electric tricycle parked nearby, the very one Zhou Shufan had brought. Facing the crowd, Lin Muheng raised his voice, "Fellow villagers, distinguishing whether this vehicle is from our factory is actually quite simple. Just take out an ultraviolet light, scan the electric tricycle, and you'll see the difference immediately. Every vehicle our factory produces carries a unique anti-counterfeiting mark, something no imitation can ever replicate." Without further ado, Lin Muheng pulled a compact, sophisticated ultraviolet light from his pocket. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he slowly walked over to Zhou Shufan's electric tricycle. Chapter 223, Free Labor? Why not take it? Lin Muheng crouched down, pressing the UV light close to the vehicle's body. Following its sleek contours, he began scanning meticulously from the front. He scanned the front, then moved along the sides all the way to the rear. Next, he bent down to meticulously inspect the underside, leaving no detail unchecked. Wherever the ultraviolet light shone, it revealed nothing unusual beyond the vehicle's original color. After completing his inspection, Lin Muheng stood up, brushed the dust from his hands, and addressed the group. "As you've all seen with your own eyes, this tricycle bears none of our factory's anti-counterfeiting markings. Clearly, it was not manufactured by our facility." A buzz of even more intense murmurs erupted from the crowd. Everyone seemed both surprised and skeptical by this outcome, their whispers rising and falling in waves. Immediately, Lin Muheng raised his voice and addressed the crowd, "Send someone out to push any brand new electric tricycle from the factory." Fearing misunderstanding that he was bossing people around, he quickly explained, "To prevent anyone from thinking I'm faking this, the electric tricycle pushed out from the factory will be pushed by you yourselves." No sooner had he finished speaking than Fat Sun volunteered. He strode purposefully into the factory and soon emerged pushing a brand new tricycle. The tricycle's body gleamed brightly, reflecting dazzling light under the sun. It was clearly a brand new vehicle, so pristine it seemed capable of reflecting a person's image. Lin Muheng raised the ultraviolet light again, sweeping it slowly over the pristine electric tricycle. When the light reached the backrest, something magical happened. A clearly visible QR code pattern materialized before everyone's eyes, as if by magic. Zhou Chensheng had seen this QR code before. Being of advanced age, he had little familiarity with modern technology, and upon seeing it, his face betrayed utter disbelief. Among the crowd, however, were several young men who had accompanied their parents to seek answers. Among them was a bespectacled young man dressed in a neat white shirt with a perfectly tucked-in collar, looking every bit the bookish type. His eyes widened instantly upon seeing the QR code, as if he'd discovered some rare treasure. His hands trembled slightly with excitement, his voice brimming with awe. "Good heavens! This QR code represents the most advanced anti-counterfeiting technology available today. My advisor and I have been researching this very field, never imagined I'd see it in action at this small factory. I'm absolutely thrilled. Not only is this anti-counterfeiting technology incredibly difficult to replicate, but simply scanning it with a phone reveals detailed product information including production batches, manufacturing dates, and more. It's truly remarkable." After speaking, he approached Lin Muheng with a hint of shyness yet eager anticipation, cautiously asking, "Director Lin, does your factory hire summer interns? If you'd just let me study this anti-counterfeiting technology, I'd work for free." Lin Muheng's eyes crinkled into slits with laughter. "Free labor offering itself? Why not?" He replied, "As long as you don't disclose our factory's anti-counterfeiting technology, you're welcome to join us anytime." Seeing the young man speak with such conviction, Fat Sun snorted coldly and turned to him. "Xiao Tao, is what you're saying true? These are your uncles and elders sitting here. Don't side with outsiders to cheat your own village folk. That's called turning your back on your own people. Don't let this kid fool you." Hearing this, Zhang Taizhu beside him immediately grew displeased. His burly frame and dark skin now resembled a rooster with ruffled feathers, his face flushed crimson. He lunged forward, hands on hips, glaring fiercely at Sun Fatty. "How dare you speak like that? My son is a graduate student now. How could he possibly be compared to you, who didn't even finish elementary school? Young people today know so much more. My son has a high level of education and broad knowledge." Today was his first time meeting Director Lin, and what he said was the fairest. How could he possibly deceive you? This son was the most educated in the Zhang family, his pride and joy. He wouldn't tolerate anyone questioning his precious child. He continued, "My son was bright from childhood, always at the top of his class. He went on to university, then graduate school. He's got real academic chops. If he says this is advanced anti-counterfeiting technology, then it must be true. Hearing this, Fat Sun was rendered speechless. He opened his mouth to argue but couldn't find the words, left standing there awkwardly. Zhou Shufan, who had been itching to speak up, also fell silent. Having graduated from university only a few years prior, she knew exactly what anti-counterfeiting QR codes were. She understood clearly that this time, her father and the others had truly been deceived. The two men now resembled deflated balloons, their temper instantly gone. Their earlier arrogance vanished without a trace. Earlier, Sun Fatty had worried that the owner of Tianheng factory would hide like a turtle, refusing to show up. Now that the owner had come, not only proving those tricycles weren't produced by their factory, but also demonstrating advanced anti-counterfeiting technology, he was even more troubled. The electric tricycles he'd paid nearly 100,000 yuan for now looked like a pile of scrap metal, worth less than junk. The thought of that money going down the drain like water cutting through his heart. Adding to his woes was the prospect of facing his wife's scolding when he got home. She might even demand a divorce. Overwhelmed, he slumped to the ground, hands clutching his head, sighing deeply as he lamented. What am I supposed to do with all these bikes I bought? That good-for-nothing brother-in-law is so despicable. If I'd known he had ulterior motives, I'd never have bought them, not even if you paid me. Now look at me, money gone, bikes useless. How am I supposed to make ends meet? Seeing the villagers deceived, Zhang Taizhu felt deeply troubled. Though usually loud and boisterous, he was also a kind-hearted soul. Seeing everyone in such distress, he quickly offered advice. You need to call that brother-in-law right now. Go demand your refund. We can't let that scammer get away with this. We have to get our money back. Right, get him to take it back. Zhou Shufan's mind raced. She calculated that returning the electric tricycle could cover her father's medical expenses. She immediately turned to Sun Fatty and asked, Uncle Sun, do you have that guy's phone number? Let's contact him right away. Maybe we can recover some of the loss. I think I do. Sun Fatty quickly pulled his phone from his pocket, his fingers swiping rapidly across the screen as he searched through his contacts. His hands trembled slightly, his heart filled with both hope and dread. Soon, he found the number and dialed it immediately. The phone rang beep beep beep, each tone feeling like a hammer blow to Sun Fat and Zhou Shufan's hearts. Their hearts pounded so hard they felt like they might leap out of their throats. After a long while, the phone finally rang through. An impatient voice came from the other end. Hello? Who is this? Chapter 224, want to back out? No way. The moment Sun Fatty heard that voice, his already racing heart felt like it had been yanked up by an invisible hand, gripping his throat so tightly he could barely breathe. He quickly took a deep breath, trying to steady his frantic heart. Then, cautiously, he spoke, his voice trembling slightly, laced with both flattery and unease. It's me. We just bought 100 electric tricycles from you yesterday. Oh, I remember now. On the other end, Guan Tianfu sat listlessly on the sofa, his gaze idly resting on his fingers, brimming with disdain and coldness. Fiddling with his fingers absent-mindedly, he asked casually, what do you want? Sun Fat swallowed hard, his throat parched as if scorched by fire. Summoning his courage, his voice tinged with pleading, he said, well, I bought too many electric tricycles. I'd like to return a few. Would that be possible? His heart pounded like a frantic little deer in his chest, thumping relentlessly. He knew full well he hadn't dared mention that the electric tricycles were counterfeit. Once he revealed that truth, the other party would likely turn on him, refuse to acknowledge the deal, or even cut off contact entirely. He calculated that by negotiating amicably, the other party might agree to the return. At least that way, he could recoup some of his losses and avoid losing everything. On the other end of the line, Guan Tianfu's lips curled into a faint, mocking smile when he heard those words, a smile as sharp as a blade. He sneered inwardly, thinking, the money's already in my pocket, why would I give it back? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Clearing his throat, he declared in an unquestionable tone, want a refund? No way. Once sold, no returns or exchanges. His voice was final, leaving no room for negotiation. Over here, upon hearing this, Sun Fat and Zhou Shufan's expressions instantly turned anxious. Sun Fat's brow furrowed into a deep character, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and trickling down his cheeks. Zhou Shufan clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white, as if she were trying to channel all her fury into those clenched palms. At this, both men could no longer maintain their composure. The rage boiling within them erupted like a volcano, unstoppable. You heartless merchant! How could you do this? Sun Pingzi bellowed, his voice hoarse with rage. Zhou Shufan echoed his words from the side, their curses rising and falling in unison, as if trying to vent all their pent-up frustration and rage at once. The sound echoed through the air, filled with despair and fury. Yet the other party hung up without mercy. The busy tone beep, beep, beep sounded like heavy hammers pounding their hearts, adding insult to injury to their already heavy spirits. Listening to the persistent beeps, Sun Fatty's face flushed crimson with rage. His eyes seemed ready to spit fire, his glare threatening to reduce Guan Tianfu on the other end to ashes. His hands clenched the phone so tightly his knuckles turned white. He wanted nothing more than to smash it on the floor to vent his rage. But just as he was about to throw it, a thought flashed through his mind: if it breaks, I'll have to spend money to buy a new one that would really hurt. He forced himself to swallow his rage, clenched his fist, and slammed it hard against the wall beside him. The force was astonishing, causing the wall to emit a dull thud. Yet the punch left him gasping in pain, his face contorted into a grimace that made him look like a rabid beast. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain, his heart filled with helplessness and resentment. Seeing this, Zhou Shufan couldn't help but complain, "That bastard. If we call again, no one will pick up. What are we supposed to do with all those electric tricycles?" Her voice trembled with tears, her eyes brimming with despair and helplessness, as if she were standing at the edge of a dark abyss, seeing no glimmer of hope. After speaking, she turned to Sun Fatty beside her and asked, "Uncle Sun, do you know where this family lives? We can't just leave all these electric tricycles sitting here." Her eyes brimmed with hope. Hearing this, Sun Fat shook his head in utter despair, his eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. He buried his face in his hands and muttered in a low voice, "I don't know. I only have their phone number. I don't even know their name. Even if we wanted to go confront them now, we wouldn't be able to find them." After speaking, he let out a long sigh, filled with frustration. He crouched on the ground, hands clasped over his head, muttering to himself, "Why was I so stupid back then? Actually believing in something like a free lunch falling from the sky." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Frustrated with himself, he slapped his own face several times. The sharp, crisp sound echoed as crimson handprints quickly blossomed across his cheeks. Nearby, Lin Muheng watched the scene unfold and shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself, these two are pitiful scams so badly, yet they don't even know a single detail about the other person. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps he could stir up trouble for Guan Tianfu. He stepped before the crowd, cleared his throat, and spoke slowly, "Perhaps I know the person you're looking for." His voice was quiet, yet it rippled through the room like a pebble dropped into still water. "His name is Guan Tianfu," Lin Muheng said slowly. "He's the son of the owner of Tianfu Factory." Hearing this, Sun Fat and Zhou Shufan's eyes lit up with hope, as if they'd glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness. They clung to this last lifeline, pleadingly asking, "Factory manager Lin, do you know where we can find him?" Their voices trembled slightly, as if terrified of hearing a negative answer. "We truly don't know what to do now. Please, help us." The two of them spoke through tears and snot, looking utterly pitiful. Their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes filled with pleading and helplessness, as if Lin Muheng were their only hope. They were on the verge of kneeling down. Lin Muheng immediately helped them up, soothingly reassuring them, "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you. I'll take you to him right now." Sun Fat and the other man exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with excitement. Whether they could get their money back or not was another matter, but at least they now had a glimmer of hope. Immediately after, Zhou Shufan addressed her uncles and elders, "Uncles and elders, let's go find the culprit right now and demand justice." And so, the entire group set off in a grand procession. Chapter 225, The Victims Come Calling. No sooner had the words left her mouth than the group shadowed Lin Muheng's car, racing like the wind toward the counterfeit factory hidden in a remote corner of the Tianfu Industrial Park. Wheels churned relentlessly, kicking up swirling dust along the way. When the vehicles finally reached their destination, the sight before them made everyone frown. The area was overgrown with weeds, resembling a barren wasteland. Wild grasses sprawled wildly, nearly obscuring the road. The road was uneven and bumpy, with puddles of dirty water pooled in the ruts. The air was thick with a stale, musty odor. At that moment, Sun Daong crouched silently in a concealed corner outside the factory building, alert as a hound on high alert. His eyes were fixed intently on the factory gates, unblinking, not missing the slightest movement. When a sudden commotion erupted nearby, Sun Daong instinctively turned his head, catching sight of Lin Muheng stepping out of the car, followed by a large, imposing group of people. He froze for a moment, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. But quickly, he sprang to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and strode purposefully toward Lin Muheng. Sun Daong reached Lin Muheng's side, his gaze darting over the group with obvious confusion. Scratching his head, his earnest face brimming with confusion, he inquired curiously, "Mr. Lin, who are these people?" Lin Muheng's expression was grave as his gaze remained fixed on the factory gates. His voice was low and solemn. "The aggrieved buyers of the electric tricycles produced by Tianfu Factory. They're here today demanding answers." After speaking, his gaze swiftly shifted away from the factory entrance. His piercing eyes locked onto Sun Daong as he urgently demanded, "What's happening inside? Any movement? Has that bastard Ren Dajin come out yet?" Sun Daong shook his head, a hint of resignation on his face. "No, Ren Dajin hasn't come out yet. I've been watching this place the whole time. Not even a fly has gone inside." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the dilapidated, rust-stained factory gate suddenly emitted a shrill, grating creak. Then, the gate slowly swung open, like a giant beast opening its gaping maw. A large truck loaded with cargo emerged slowly from within, its wheels grinding against the ground with a creaking sound. "Looks like they're shipping out," Lin Muheng murmured softly, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he gave a sweeping gesture with his hand. Instantly, he led his group charging forward like a surging tide, forcing the truck to a halt in the middle of the road. The driver turned ashen-faced, his skin as pale as a sheet of paper at this sudden turn of events. He slammed his foot on the brakes. The truck screeched to a halt with a shrill screech, its body jolting violently several times before finally coming to a stop. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at the crowd, his gaze filled with lingering terror. Beads of sweat the size of peas formed on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks. He muttered under his breath, "Thank goodness I stopped in time. What if I'd hit someone? Are these people crazy, blocking a big truck like this? This is a Tianfu factory truck, do they think they can mess with us?" The driver stormed out of the cab, hands on his hips, his furious expression resembling an enraged bull. He bellowed, "Who the hell are you people? What do you think you're doing? Blocking a big truck? Don't you have any fear for your lives?" Lin Muheng's expression was stern as he strode purposefully toward the driver. He grabbed the driver by the collar, yanking him out of the cab and pinning him against the truck. His voice was icy as he demanded, "Calm down. Is Guan Tianfu in the factory?" The driver's face was tense with wariness, a flicker of panic in his eyes. He struggled and stammered, "Who are you? How did you find out about our boss? What do you want?" Lin Muheng yanked the driver's arm with such force it felt like he could crush the man's bones. A piercing pain shot through the driver, forcing an ouch from his lips as his face contorted like crumpled paper. He immediately softened his tone, hastily replying, "He's here. The boss is in the factory. Please don't make things difficult for me. I'm just the driver, I don't know anything else." "All right." Lin Muheng nodded, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He turned to face the factory, his gaze deep and resolute. "Call him now. Tell him the truck has a problem and he needs to come check it out. If he tries any tricks, he'll regret it." Seeing the driver still hesitating, Lin Muheng once again pressed down on his arm, increasing the pressure several notches, as if determined to completely subdue him. Gritting his teeth in pain, beads of sweat rolling down his face, the driver quickly replied, "Don't test my patience. Just make the call. Or else I won't be polite." All right. The driver nodded helplessly, his eyes filled with fear and resignation. Then, trembling, he pulled his phone from his pocket. His fingers swiped across the screen a few times, and soon, he dialed Guan Tianfu's number. After the call connected, the driver forced himself to sound calm. "Young boss, the truck's having some trouble. It won't start. Could you come take a look?" Guan Tianfu, who received the call, was sitting in his factory office, legs crossed, leisurely sipping tea. Hearing the driver's words, he didn't suspect a thing. He muttered, "This damn truck, always breaking down. It's driving me crazy." He stood up from his chair and walked out of the factory with an impatient air. From a distance, he spotted the truck parked not far from the factory entrance. Frowning, he muttered under his breath, "What a piece of junk. Once I've got the money, I'll replace you sooner or later. Can't stand you causing me trouble every single day."